Under the crimson blood moon, bloody demon corpses lay scattered. Evil aura filled the space. Dust flew blindly. A fierce battle was coming to an end. The hero seemed to have reached his limit. One sword was knocked away. His legs could no longer support him. His whole body almost knelt down, not allowing himself to fall. That back stood tall, using the sword as a fulcrum. In stark contrast to the swordsman's struggle, the ferocious demon was extremely smug, showing off its power. Silently watching the dying prey from above, surely the hero must have fought valiantly before being pushed into such a dead end. Fairy Yuaksha laughed gleefully, her pitch-black eyes gleaming with blood-red light, the flame-shaped seal right in the middle of her forehead very eye-catching. She seemed to be at the peak of the battle, dominating everything. A victorious smile full of complacency, as if enjoying herself, without the slightest fear. Her words were full of provocation, slowly spitting out each word while summoning a sphere carrying dark energy. You deserve the title of Sword Emperor. However, that reputation of yours will end today. Along with a deafening scream, she raised her hands high, gathering all the energy into the sphere. In the final moments of life and death, he slowly raised his hand to wipe the blood stain remaining on the corner of his mouth. Damn it! I let my guard down. But since I have accomplished my original purpose, kill me. There was not a bit of fear, nor did he accept abandoning the pride of a swordsman. The Sword Emperor was ready to accept his death, but did not forget to utter a challenge, his face full of arrogance, waiting for what was to come. Yuaksha used all her strength to throw the sphere towards the Sword Emperor, rushing straight at the target. At that moment, he pursed his lips tightly, staring glaringly at the evil demon. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, bringing tremors and shockwaves. Sand and rocks scattered in all directions, fires burning fiercely, brightly illuminating the dark space. Her arrogant expression and contemptuous smile could not help but make people terrified, believing that no number one sword.
As a shining sword gradually emerged after the explosion, thick smoke was still billowing. The scene slowly became clear. Standing before the Sword Emperor was a young man in a defensive stance, raising his sword high to block all damage from the attack. The radiating energy enveloped his entire body, and his deadly gaze made the opponent shrink back in fear. The name Wu Gong rang out with surprise from Nong Bai's position. I apologize for arriving late. I will handle everything from now on. Sweat ran down Yan Wugong's face, and one could even see the traces left by the earlier explosion. Power continued to surge relentlessly from him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wugong gathered momentum and leaped high. His powerful jump seemed to tear the ground apart, much to the astonishment of the Sword Emperor. With the support of his close brother, and being thoroughly exhausted, Nong Bai had no choice but to step back. I leave everything to you. Under the mystical red moon, Yan Wugong soared high and charged towards the demon, creating a scene both terrifying and magnificent. Fairy Yuaksha was terrified by this and hastily asked, "Who are you?" "I am here to hack you into pieces, Fairy Ye." With a fiery gaze, Yan Wugong sprinted forward, tightly gripping his sword with both hands, and boldly declared his name. "I am the moon-severing swordsman." The tide had now turned. Lacking her earlier arrogance, Fairy Ye now appeared minuscule before Wugong's mighty sword pass. Under the blinding light radiating from him, she could not even mount a defense and could only stand by and watch helplessly. A clean sword strike descended. Accompanying that was the sky-shaking scream of Fairy Yuaksha, along with the victorious smile of Nong Bai and the heroic finishing stance of Lord Yanwu. Her body burst into flames and gradually vanished from the mortal realm. That day, 9 streams of sword aura shone down from the sky. The blinding orange hue of the heavens gradually softened, turning Memories fade, bringing us back to the present, 6 years later at Olong Manor. A young boy is being bullied by a supporting female character. Her face is extremely ferocious as she yells, "Don't be so weak. Get up right now. Didn't I tell you that an important guest is arriving today?" The young boy trembles and replies, "It is true that Mother told me about this, but
Before he can even finish his sentence, the woman yells to cut him off. You were ignoring my order to sweep the backyard perfectly clean, making sure not a single leaf is left, aren't you? No matter how the young boy tries to explain, she pays no attention and continues to scold him incessantly. You are ignoring me because I am not your biological mother, aren't you? The young boy shakes his head. I am not. The woman continues to interrogate him. You aren't? If this order came from that mother who abandoned you right after you were born, you wouldn't have ignored it, right? The young boy tries to explain. No. The woman continues. In that case, if the one speaking was your father, who has been stuck in a room for the past 6 years, you surely would have listened, wouldn't you? The young boy once again stammers a reply. No. The woman grows furious. Is that all you know how to say? Are you rebelling against me now? Today I must teach you a lesson you will remember for a lifetime. In the distance, behind a corner of the wall, 3 children have witnessed everything, but instead of stepping up to stop it and protect their brother, 2 of them laugh in great delight. They can't stop laughing out loud, even pointing out the scene to their older brother and mocking. Ah, look at him, brother. He's so scared he can't even lift his head. He looks just like a turtle. Contrary to his younger siblings, Yan Wubai has a thoughtful, contemplative expression. His sharp gaze and serious face seem to carry many thoughts but cannot be spoken, seemingly separating himself from the gloating and mockery of his younger siblings. Meanwhile, the Nong family's convoy is on its way to Olong Manor. The sounds of talking and laughing echo everywhere. Even though 6 years have passed, this place hasn't changed at all. A person in the convoy exclaims, Wow, have we really come all this way? We can finally meet father's only sworn brother, Uncle Yan. Nong replies, That's right. We are about to reach Olong Manor, so make sure your clothes are neat and tidy. At this moment, noticing her daughter's absence, Madame Zhang Heian asks in wonder, Husband, but why haven't we seen Yan yet? Catching a glimpse of long black hair swaying in the wind, a small earring gently swaying along with it, Nong Bai replies, Yan said she felt stifled, so she climbed up. Zhang Xian leaned out the window and called out to her daughter, Yan, Nong Yan, come down here right now. Contrary to the madam's eagerness, the palace master still laughed cheerfully. Just let her be. It's not like this is anything new. Still apprehensive and worried for her child, the madam said, Oh, you really More importantly, please tell me about Uncle Yan, he laughed loudly and said. Is he really so strong that even father, the one titled Sword Emperor, has to acknowledge his strength? Lord Nong was a bit surprised, not expecting his son to bring up this topic, and memories of his old brother briefly surfaced. He is very strong. Placing a hand on his chin, he began to reminisce. 6 years ago, the martial arts he used was definitely the most perfect sword art in the world. If it weren't for Lord Yanwu, I wouldn't have kept my life today. The battle from years ago reappeared once more. The image of Lord Yanwu coming to the rescue back then was still vivid in his mind. His 9 heavens sword art is definitely equivalent to the high-level techniques of our Nong family. A proud smile appeared on Nong's face when mentioning his old friend. Unable to believe his ears, Nong Jun exclaimed, He's that strong? Then why isn't his martial arts renowned throughout the world? Well, that's because he gave it up and didn't pass it down to anyone. It's best that I tell you right now. Make sure to engrave this in your heart so you don't say anything to offend him. The image of the moon-severing swordsman now appeared, looking extremely haggard. He has 2 wives, the first madam and the second madam, and he especially loved the second madam. Witnessing the intimate affection between her husband and the second wife caused jealousy in Bai Meizhou's heart. But unfortunately, the second madam passed away after giving birth 6 years ago. After that, he lost all his will to live in this world. Faced with the sudden departure of the person he loved dearly, Lord Yanwu almost lost himself, no longer wishing to live. Lord Nong also learned more about his brother's situation. After that, I heard he locked himself in the second madam's room, and so I went to find him so I could somehow persuade him out of that room. Nong Bai further added, That is also why when we are at Olong Manor, do not mention his second madam, for their sake. It is best to act as if you know nothing about it. Do you understand? The image of Lord Yanwu with soulless eyes, devoid of vitality. Returning to Olong Manor, while Bai Meizhou had not yet finished taking her anger out on Yan Jihei, there were frantic calls, Madam, Madam, making a chaotic scene. This annoyed her, and she shouted, What's with all the chaos? At this moment, the guard rushed in, breathlessly reporting, The master has stepped out of his room. Hearing that news, Bai Meizo, with an unchanged expression, asked back, "Really? Did he actually step out of that room?" The guard quickly reported the situation. Yes, as soon as he heard the report that the Nongong family's carriage had entered the village, he went straight out. He is currently on his way to welcome them. The wicked woman's hands were covered with the little boy's blood. Without any hesitation, the guard handed a towel to the madam. Slowly wiping the bloodstains on her hands, she gritted her teeth and said, "No matter how much I begged, he wouldn't step out. Yet the moment he heard the news of his sworn brother, he immediately left the room like that. Even though he ignored his own flesh and blood for 6 long years, he still took the effort to go and welcome his sworn brother." Perhaps this wasn't the first time she had tortured Jihei like this. The guard even stepped forward proactively to bring her the towel. Glancing over at him, she didn't forget to make some sarcastic remarks. "Thinking about it now, you can finally see what your father looks like for the first time in your life." At this time, Jihei had been beaten half to death. His breath was faint, and his consciousness was gradually slipping away, looking extremely miserable. But there was no lingering pity in her eyes. Her cold expression and blood-stained hands truly sent shivers down one's spine. "But you don't plan on meeting him in that filthy state of yours, do you?" Her words were like sharp blades, full of threats. Even with only a little breath left, he still tried to force himself.
Very well. You finally understand how things operate around here. You know where you have to go, right? At this moment, she was still wiping away the bloodstains, looking down at the little boy, who was struggling to stand up, with pools of splashed blood beside him. With a look full of disdain, she softly spoke, "If you don't want to disgrace your family, then it's best not to let others see that filthy state of yours. You know what happens to you if you get too comfortable just because I'm not supervising you, don't you?" She turned her back, throwing away the handkerchief soaked in his blood, her face still showing disgust. He was able to stand up by now, his whole body still trembling uncontrollably as he replied, "Yes, I will reflect on my actions." In contrast to the cruelty she showed him, with her own children, she patted their heads and shoulders, saying, "My beloved son and daughter, are you ready to welcome your uncle?" The children also very happily answered yes. That warm scene, filled with love, was completely opposite to his lonely and battered state. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly walked away. Looking at that small back, it seemed Yan Wubai was thinking about something. One of Bai Meizhou's hands was placed on Wubai's shoulder.
Bai Meizhou smiled maliciously, carefully instructing her son, "Today, you have an extremely important mission. You will meet your uncle's daughter, Nangong Yan, and you must make sure to be friendly and treat her well." Her face instantly turned wicked. Her eyes gleamed with ambition. Her teeth gritted, and her hand placed on Wubai's shoulder tightened accordingly. Her sweet and gentle voice from a moment ago vanished, replaced by a sinister and terrifying tone. "You understand what I am saying, don't you?" "Yes, mother. I will engrave it in my heart." Wubai's eyes were filled with resolve and determination. By then, Meizhou's hand was also gently caressing his face. A long while later, in front of Olong Manor, Lord Yanwu reunited with Nangong Bai, the two shaking hands happily and greeting each other enthusiastically. Nangong Bai was the first to speak. "Lord Yanwu, why do you look like this? Are you all right?" Lord Yanwu then spoke up. "I truly have no face left to see you. I am so sorry that I haven't come to find you all this time." "I can't believe you would say such things. I was so surprised when I heard about you," Nangong Bai confessed, making Lord Yanwu feel somewhat guilty. "It seems my incompetence has caused you to worry." Not letting the conversation grow silent, Nangong Bai quickly replied, "It's fine now. We have finally met." Taking the opportunity, Nangong also introduced his family to Yanwu. "Oh, This is Uncle Yan," Nangong Jun thought to himself as he looked at the person in front of him. The man whose hair and beard had not been neatly trimmed for a long time greeted them. "It is a great pleasure to meet you, Sister Heian. Jun, you have grown so much." At this moment we could clearly see the appearance of Lord Yanwu. His beard was long, his hair unkempt, his face gaunt, and his eyes had dark circles. He was so haggard that he was nothing but skin and bones. Returning to Nangong Jun's thoughts about the uncle he just met, "I heard that he hasn't stepped out of his room for 6 years. He looks so haggard, completely different from what I imagined." Indeed, if one only heard about his glorious exploits in the past, it would truly be too difficult to imagine that someone who was once so majestic and imposing had now fallen into such a state.
At this moment, Heian covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I really have heard so much about you. I am truly glad to finally meet you. Nangang-jun was a little surprised by his mother's warm attitude. Perhaps he had been overly worried. This is my second child, Nangang-yan. Oh.
Ian could only smile awkwardly. I apologize. Our young lady sometimes disappears without a sound or trace like this. Nangang Bai covered his face in helplessness. Nangang Jun looked around frantically, searching for his younger sister's figure. Lord Yan Wu laughed heartily at this. It's fine. After all, she is still at a playful age. At this moment, a voice spoke up. It was Bai Meizhou. She smiled warmly, but didn't forget to subtly remind him. That's right. Our fourth child also keeps running away and hasn't shown his face at all. But husband, aren't you going to introduce me and our child? This made Lord Yan Wu turn his head to look. His eyes harbored a deep affection that could not yet be revealed. However, unable to ignore it, Lord Yan Wu introduced, Please allow me to introduce my wife and child. The woman then put on a gentle, smiling expression and said, I am Bai Meizhou. The long journey must have made everyone very tired. Please hurry inside and rest. Indeed, please go inside and rest, Lord Yan Wu added. Let's do that, Nangang Bai replied accordingly, and everyone followed the invitation inside. At this time, Meizhou turned to look at Yan Wubai with sinister eyes. She leaned down and said softly to her son, Wubai, go look around our manor and find Nangang Yan. You must leave a deep impression on her. The corners of her mouth twitched into a smirk. Her eyes filled with deceit as she emphasized the words, Understand? Wubai obediently replied, Yes, mother. Time slowly passed. It was no longer early. Dusk had gradually fallen, dyeing the scenery in a pleasant, glowing orange. However, behind the manor, in a place no one visited, a young boy was still kneeling, holding his hands high, his body trembling incessantly. It was Yan Jihei. Covered in mud, his face full of wounds and unfaded bloodstains. With dry, cracked lips, he thought to himself, When will the guests leave? My arms hurt so much. I hope they leave soon. Following that, his stomach growled a few times, and his focus shifted.
Just like that, the scenery gradually blurred and his eyes slowly closed. Before completely passing out and falling into a deep sleep, Yan Zaihe still fearfully thought that he couldn't collapse. He would be punished if his mother found out. With a thud, he lay on the cold ground, his small body having endured extreme torment. He seemed to be swallowed by that vast, silent space. Perhaps no one would know if he lived or died. His long hair fell, covering his eyes, and his haggard appearance made others unable to help but feel pity. The silence was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps, getting closer and closer to him. Not knowing who it was, only catching a glimpse of the hem of a robe and a very He was utterly terrified, his eyes wide open as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly jumped up and profusely apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know and I fell asleep. He quickly returned to a kneeling position with his hands raised high. His head was bowed low, eyes squeezed shut in fear, a fear that seemed embedded in his subconscious, becoming a haunting obsession that tormented his mind both awake and asleep. Pity for a child, who though not yet grown, had to endure cruelty from the person he called mother. The only words he could utter now were, I'm sorry, and he could only pray endlessly that the woman would show a little mercy and go easy on him. His mind was filled with fearful thoughts. I am so stupid. I did a stupid thing and made my senior mother angry again. She won't let me off this time. Hearing no response or the usual brutal beatings, Yan Zaihe only dared to peek with one eye to check the other person's reaction. A moment of silence, he froze for a few seconds, long black hair and a pair of earrings swaying gently in the wind. But that's not her. At this moment he realized he had mistaken the person, his eyes wide and sparkling as he looked at the person opposite him. His face blushed slightly, the atmosphere became brighter, and there were gentle petals falling around. Before him now was a girl with a pure, adorable appearance, her sparkling pink eyes, just like a little princess. In the room, someone asked loudly in a bewildered voice, Organize a wedding with the Nonggong family? The other person continued to question, Do you really want that to happen, brother? Hearing those words, the palace master of the Nonggong family was not angry at all. He laughed out loud. Ha ha, of course. He delightedly continued, Becoming in-laws with you, younger brother, is truly a precious thing for our family. Seeing this, Lord Yanwu also joined the conversation cheerfully. Oh my God, this is indeed good news. Surely my son will also be happy to hear this. Right after that, Nangang Bai asked him, What do you think, younger brother? Without waiting for Lord Yanwu to answer, he asked another question. Do you want to become my in-law?
Hearing those two successive questions,
Seeing this matter shifted to his son, Nangongbai's stayed silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "That makes sense." Receiving Nangongbai's agreement, he sighed in relief and continued, "Yes, exactly. As parents, we shouldn't force our children's marriage." Then he concluded with, "Fathers and mothers can't live their lives for them, after all." His mother, sitting there upon hearing those words from him, immediately gritted her teeth, glaring at him with angry eyes while cursing inwardly. "What a fool," she then deduced in her mind. "Why don't you just tell them directly that you regret marrying me?" And then she continued to blame him. "How dare you say such things? I've tried so hard for our family, yet you are of no help at all." Cursing bitterly in her heart, she still feigned a gentle and benevolent appearance on the outside, turning to ask Nangongbei, "But brother, do you see that our children also have feelings for each other?" Hearing that question, he laughed aloud and answered according to her intention. "That's right, we will still meet each other often in the future, so let them slowly get to know each other." Seeing that the other party also agreed with her, she cautiously said, "If so, I might have this idea," and then directly asked, "Can I ask a favor of you?" Nangongbei replied neither too fast nor slow. "Yes, just tell me," his lips still keeping the smile from the beginning. With his consent, she did not hesitate. "I hope..." Hearing everything she said, her mother became suspicious. What? Her mother wanted her to clarify. What do you mean by that? Seeing his wife in an awkward position, Nangongbei laughed and intervened to defuse the situation. "I apologize." He asked her in return, "But doesn't the Yan family also have profound sword arts?" Then he skillfully shifted the issue to someone else. "Furthermore, I cannot decide on this matter either." His father, who had been sitting silently the whole time, finally spoke up. "I also want to ask for your help with this matter." He bowed his head to the ground and said in a probing tone, "If this matter is convenient for you and the Nangong family." Then his voice turned earnest with a hint of sorrow. "Then I also hope you will help." Hearing those words, Nangongbei remained silent. After saying those words, he also fell completely silent, his face still bowed down. Nangongbei sat opposite, looking at him and evaluating for a long time before speaking. "Since you have asked, all right, I agree." Although he agreed,
Hearing his question, Lord Yanwu replied, "My martial arts are not as difficult as those of the Nangong family." He picked up his cup and continued, "To be sure, Wubai has already memorized the Nine Heaven sword art." Seeing the younger brother say this, he immediately laughed and asked, "Ha ha, are you joking?" Not letting Lord Yanwu answer, he kept on talking. 6 years ago, I saw with my own eyes how you used the Nine Heaven sword art to defeat Fairy Yuksha with such excellent sword moves. Even though I haven't learned it, I can still somewhat understand the difficulty of that sword art." Hearing those words, the cup in his hand was placed back on the table. He said tiredly, "Actually," he paused for a moment, took a breath, and continued, "With my current condition, I cannot pass that martial art down to my son. I will talk to you privately in more detail later." He continued, "So when I returned to Wudong Mountain," before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly changed color, and he coughed. Cough! This was followed by a series of continuous coughs. Cough! Cough! He coughed so much that he had to cover his mouth with his hand. Seeing his condition, Nangongbei looked up at him with extremely worried eyes and softly called out, "Yan!" By the time he realized the severity, he panicked and shouted his name. "Yan!" The cup in Lord Yanwu's hand had also been knocked over due to his severe coughing. Nangongbei panicked and shouted loudly, "Doctor! Call a doctor here right away!" The room was now in complete chaos as he kept calling out, "Hey, Yan! Wake up!" At this moment, in a backyard of Olong Manor, Yan Wubai was taking a walk alone. While walking, he looked left and right, thinking to himself, "Mother told me to get close to Lady Nangong Yan." He looked around and wondered, where is that lady right now? From a corner of the wall, there was a noisy conversation. The person asked, "Is that true?" Then the voice continued, "I want to ask one more question." Hearing the noisy chatter, he immediately paid attention and looked in that direction with a puzzled expression. In that corner, Yan Shuizhu was happily pulling the hem of Hearing this, the little girl gleefully told Nangong Chun that she had read everything in the novel. Then the little girl happily added, "You are the Qing Yun sword, the one ready to kill all enemies who dare to stand in your way." Nangong Chun was like her idol. In contrast to Zhou Sui's enthusiasm, Nangong Chun reacted completely differently. He smiled awkwardly. "Haha, my nickname is indeed Qing Yun sword," but for the latter part of the story, he denied it. But the part about being ready to kill all enemies is not true. Right at this moment, the little girl's brother, none other than Yan Wubai, ran over quickly and shouted loudly, "Zhou Sui!"
Hearing her brother call, the little girl's face immediately turned unhappy and she pouted. As soon as he ran up to Nangong Jun, he hurriedly bowed and spoke somewhat urgently. On her behalf, I sincerely apologize to you for causing trouble. Nangong Jun, looking as if he had met his savior, stared at him with bright eyes. Haha, this little girl isn't bothering me. Then he asked, Oh right, what is your name, little brother? Hearing that question, he immediately stood up straight and respectfully replied, I am Yan Wubai. Before he could ask anything else, the little girl at his feet continued to tug at the hem of his clothes. You know my
He who had been standing next to her all this time couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily, Zhou, do not be rude. Being yelled out of nowhere, the little girl was unconvinced and immediately argued back, I am being very polite. You are always nagging me. The martial brother and sister were arguing, but the one who suffered was him. Nangong Jun stood there, feeling extremely awkward. Hearing his junior sister's words, the young man grew even angrier. It's very rude to ask someone if they've killed their enemy the first time you meet them. The little girl refused to accept it and retorted, This is not the first time. He and I have already become friends. Seeing this, he immediately questioned the little girl. What kind of friends are you when you just met? Don't be so unreasonable. Unwilling to back down, the little girl clenched her fists and questioned back. Do you know that such a mindset is short-sighted? Nangong Jun stood there, looking at these two martial siblings arguing back and forth, feeling extremely exhausted. The two continued to argue. The young man asked, Why are you so rude? The little girl loudly argued back. What? You were the one who meddled in my business first. Then she asked him back. I had to travel a very long way to make a name for myself in the martial world. Do you know that? He stood right there, watching these two martial siblings as if watching a fascinating play. Then he thought of the little girl from his own family. How wonderful it would be if Yan could remain a cheerful girl like that forever. Meanwhile, the two martial siblings took the momentum and kept arguing endlessly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the young man looked toward where Nangong Jun was standing, his eyes full of worry. Instantly realizing his lack of manners, he quickly used one hand to press his junior. Taking the opportunity, he immediately asked, Do you know where your younger sister has gone? Then he stated his purpose, saying he was looking for her to get acquainted. Hearing this, Nangong Jun gave a faint smile and asked in return, You want to be friends with her? I am very grateful to you for that. He then revealed his own reason for coming here. Actually, I am also looking for her right now. Nangong Jun happily asked, If so, let me introduce you two. After all, you don't know each other yet, so shall we go look for her together? Hearing this, the little girl became excited. Yes, that sounds great. Then she asked further, Oh right, I heard she can't speak, is that true? Receiving the innocent question from the little girl, Nangong Jun felt extremely awkward, but still politely replied, Well, it's not that she cannot speak. The little girl immediately followed up, Really? Then what is it? Knowing his sister had carelessly spoken words she shouldn't have, the boy turned to her and scolded, You really are... The little girl ignored her brother's words and trotted after Nangong Jun, chattering incessantly. Seeing this, he lowered his voice and said, Sigh, she has hardships in her heart. Then he added sincerely, I hope that after becoming friends with Wubai and you, she will get better. Hearing this, the little girl was incredibly happy and comforted Nangong Jun. Don't worry, let me cure her. The two of them had walked a long distance while he was still standing frozen there, and then he suddenly shouted loudly, Yan Zhou, wait for me. At this moment, she was walking to a place. The breeze gently blew through her hair, making both her hair and earrings flutter in the wind. Right now, she had arrived in front of a boy who was currently kneeling as a punishment. Upon seeing her, he asked himself, Who is this lady? Then he inwardly marveled. So beautiful. Suddenly he realized, Wait a minute. As if remembering something. That's right, just now. He recalled his mother's instructions. His mother had said a distinguished guest was coming. He then evaluated her attire. Her clothes and jewelry are all very elegant, so this lady must be that guest. She stood there looking at him without blinking, while he was lost in thought. But mother told me to stay away from that guest.
She continued to look at him without saying a word. At this moment, he was extremely tense, asking in his head, what should he do? After a while, he put his hands on the ground and hurriedly ran away. Seeing this, she was puzzled. He stared at her wide-eyed, dazed, as if not understanding anything. She looked down at him with an arrogant demeanor, her expression unchanging. Suddenly, a sincere voice rang out, which was his voice. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He just lay on the ground, repeating the words, I'm sorry. Only then did she clearly see his body. Although he was still young, his body had countless scars, and he looked incredibly scruffy. She stood there quietly watching him, while he kept lying there, constantly saying,
I'm sorry. Standing there, she evaluated him with her eyes, wondering to herself, why does this guy keep apologizing? She recalled that she only pulled him lightly, yet he couldn't even react. A question flashed in her mind. Does he not learn martial arts? At this moment, he used his hands to slowly sit up. One arm supported himself on the ground. The other covered his face, as if he were crying, his body trembling in fits. Looking closely at that small body, she thought to herself, looking at the bruises on his body, it doesn't seem like they're from practicing martial arts. She looked at that frail body, which didn't look like it had been properly fed either. She saw that hair. That red hair looked exactly like the moon-severing swordsman's, so he must surely be his son. Seeing his frightened appearance, she wondered, something is very strange. Why is he so terrified? Thinking so, she slowly lowered herself and sat down next to him, looking at him with pitying eyes. Sitting next to her, he kept sobbing. I'm sorry. Seeing this, she slowly began to raise her hand. He still kept talking incessantly. I'm sorry. As he looked at her raising her arm, he stopped talking. His eyes revealed some panic, and he trembled nonstop. Her arm reminded him of his mother. The closer her hand got, the more he trembled, and his breathing became much heavier. She then realized, I understand now, her eyes looking at him with a bit of pity. He was panting harder and harder, his eyes filled with ultimate terror due to psychological trauma. He remembered the scene of crawling miserably on the ground, his mother's disgust-filled face when looking at him, and her sharp hands. All of this terrified him to the extreme. Reaching out to him, she felt a bit worried. He has never been taken care of properly. In the late afternoon at a street corner, she reached out and patted his head. He closed his eyes tightly in fear, subconsciously waiting to be hit. But unfortunately for his expectations, none of what he imagined happened. It was just a very normal head pat. He was stunned, looking at her in complete confusion. She softly asked him, What is your name? He looked at her and stammered, Jihei, then repeated it once more, Yan Jihei. Her hand continued to gently rub his head. Then she softly. He seemed unable to believe reality, his lips trembling. He gritted his teeth, and a stream of tears slowly rolled down. Seeing him cry, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, looking at him. By now, he was crying loudly, bawling so much that even his snot ran down. She sat there watching him cry for a while. Then she gently placed her hand on his shoulder, but he kept crying loudly. Immediately, she hugged him tightly, coaxing and comforting him. It's all right. He still cried endlessly. At this moment, she still hugged him very tightly, comforting him by his ear. It's okay. She hugged him for a long time. When the sun had completely set, she finally let go of him, stood up, and reached her hand out toward him. At this moment, she stood before him like a savior. He had completely stopped crying, but with a few tears still lingering on his eyelashes, he gently raised his head to look.
He stared blankly at the dog hole, as if not understanding what she wanted to do. She looked at him with a gentle smile, grabbed his arm, and sat down on the ground. Immediately demonstrating for him, she slowly crawled through the dog hole, which scared the wits out of him. He stared intently in that direction, his entire body covered in sweat. Looking at the hole, it was now completely empty. Her figure was nowhere to be seen. He began to widen his eyes, his expression revealing fear. Right after, she reached her hand through the dog hole, motioning for him to crawl through. He furrowed his brows slightly, looking at that small hand. Then he also crawled through the dog hole after her. Both of them had now completely crawled outside. Yan Zihei was now holding Nong Yan's hand as she led him outside to play. It was already dusk. The two children had walked far away, leaving the Yan family manor behind them. The sun was gradually setting behind the mountains. The twilight sky was blazing red, and gentle breezes wafted by. Yan Zihei looked up at the high sky, his eyes widening in bewilderment. He didn't expect it to be so vast and beautiful. At this moment, in front of the little boy was the bustling city street scene, with people coming and going. The sight was incredibly lively and noisy. These were things he had never known in his entire 6 years of life. Suddenly, the little boy's eyes were drawn to a food stall. The meat skewers grilling on the fire stove were emitting a rich, fragrant aroma, looking incredibly appetizing. Yan Zihei gazed at them with longing eyes.
The little girl approached the stall, took out money to buy 3 meat skewers at once, then gave the little boy 2 skewers, while she only held 1. Yan Zihei took a big bite in his mouth, feeling incredibly happy. Despite being the young master of the Yan family, he had never tasted such a wonderful flavor in his entire life. Watching the child deliciously chewing each meat skewer, Nong Yan also felt joyful, placing a hand on his head to pet him affectionately. This caring affection was too unfamiliar to Yan Zihei. He didn't know what this meant, but only felt an unprecedented peace in his heart, looking up quietly at her. The face of Nong Yan, the person walking beside him, was that of an elegant and beautiful girl, yet equally gentle and kind. This was truly a rare moment of peaceful happiness in the miserable life of the 6-year-old boy Yan Zihei. Suddenly, a tall, dark shadow approached the two children. Lady Nong Yan turned around, looking coldly at a guard holding a sword approaching them. It turned out to be a soldier of the Yan family looking for the two of them. He revealed a terrifying gaze, looking sternly at Zihei, causing the little boy to tremble in fear. Lady Nong, with her subtlety, understood the situation with just a glance. She stood in front to shield him and held those trembling hands to reassure the little boy. Cutting to the evening, at the Yan family manor, Lord Yanwu began to wake up. "Are you awake?" Nong asked. Lord Yanwu whispered, "I might have made you worry." At this moment he was lying on the sickbed without any strength. Nong beside him said, "Of course. Do you know how panicked I was? How could the moon-severing swordsman end up in this state?" Lord Yanwu's face darkened as he blamed himself. "I am so humiliating. I couldn't even stop myself from fainting." "Stop talking nonsense and rest. You need to get better for the safety of the family and your children as well," Nong gently comforted. Lord Yanwu still said sadly, "I once told you about my clan's secret sword art passed down from the 9 Heavens Profound Fairy, right? But now, I can no longer feel anything from the 9 Heavens Profound Fairy," he sighed. "Perhaps she is already..."
He recalled the past, the day he returned and met his late wife in her final moments. It was also the day she gave birth to Yan Jihei. Continuing his story, "When she passed away, she left behind a child who looked so much like me, but I didn't dare to see the baby. I thought I hated that child, even though I knew her death wasn't the baby's fault. I truly am a pathetic man," he blamed himself. Seeing his brother, who once stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, now just lying there saying such pathetic things, Nong couldn't stand it and interrupted. "Enough. I'm not used to seeing your weakness." At this moment, Lord Yanwu heavily and strugglingly sat up. As he sat up, he said, "I have one last request, hoping for your help." "Brother Yan, lie down. Don't push yourself," Nong hurriedly reminded. With sorrowful eyes, Lord Yanwu made a quiet request, sounding like his dying words. "I know I no longer have the right to say this, but I hope you can take care of my children." "My dear brother, don't say such things," Master Nong replied. At this time, Lord Yanwu, a man who had lived proudly all his life and never owed anyone anything, didn't even dare to look straight. He bowed his head. "They are all pitiful children, growing up without knowing their father's love. That is my first and last request. I beg of you, sworn brother." He choked up, unable to finish his sentence. "All right," Nong agreed. In that room, the man who was once the renowned moon-severing swordsman poured out his sincere words, entrusting his family to his trusted brother. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Yan family,
The subordinate holding a torch walked in, leading 2 children, and reported, "Madam, your subordinate has found Miss Yan." Madam Nong hurriedly ran over. "Oh my God, Yan." She anxiously asked, "Where did you go?" While Bai Meizhou was directing a sharp, cold gaze toward
She was extremely curious and asked, "Who is this child?" But to avoid exposing anything bad, before Yan Zihei could say anything, Madame Yan rushed over and screamed, "Zihei, oh my God, how did you end up like this? Are you okay? You made me so worried." Then she put on an anxious face and started showing off her acting skills. Meanwhile, the son, who truly knew what would happen next, was trembling in fear. She looked up with a fake expression. "You must be Yan. I was so worried when I couldn't find him all day. Thank you for helping me find him." The only response to those hypocritical words was Nong Yan's resentful glare. Even though she was young, the girl was sharp and understood what was going on, radiating an overwhelming killing intent that made Madame Yan fall into a stunned silence. Suddenly, a loud, anxious call shattered the tense atmosphere. "Sister Yan!" It turned out to be Nong Jun's voice, as the brothers of Nong Yan and Yan Jihei had also come running. He quickly approached his little sister and asked caringly, "I thought you had climbed onto the roof again." Seeing that his sister didn't reply, Yanner's eldest brother noticed the child next to her. He silently wondered, Yanner is holding this child's hand. Upon arriving, Yan Jihei's eldest brother also saw Nong Yan. The boy froze when he met her sharp eyes, her noble, pure, and cold beauty. His face unconsciously flushed red, but the young boy still couldn't understand what this emotion was. Then he was suddenly stunned to see right before his eyes that the girl was hand in hand with his outcast little brother. Feeling a bit displeased in his heart, he stood silently for a long time. Yanner's eldest brother said, "Both of you seem exhausted.
Madame Nong urged, "Go inside and rest, Yanner." At this moment the little girl was still keeping her eyes on Jihei. Her face clearly showed anxiety. Even though she knew something bad would happen to the boy, she couldn't do anything. Bai Meijo stayed behind in the courtyard with Jihei and said, "We will go in right away." The boy was trembling in extreme fear at this time, as her hand began to tighten around his arm. Looking after the Nong family group, she growled, beginning to reveal her true nature. "I definitely told you to get lost. Do you really want the whole Nong family to know that your biological mother is actually your stepmother?" she said scathingly. The stepchild in her hands only dared to stammer, I'm sorry." Recalling Nong Yan's terrifying expression from earlier, she looked at the little girl's back, her face darkening frighteningly, as she wondered, "But does that brat have a problem with me?" The Nong family group had gone inside, leaving Jihei in the middle of the spacious courtyard with his stepmother and the servants, who knew what would happen to him after that. In July of that year, Lord Yanwu passed away while he was sleeping. Right after her husband died, Meijo summoned 20 martial
Around that time, Wubai had left the manor to go cultivate at the Nangong family according to the wishes of the moon-severing swordsman. Naturally, Bai Meizo had become the new master of Olong Manor. At this moment, in the outer courtyard of Olong Manor, the servants and guards stood in rows waiting in the yard while she was searching for something, angrily shouting, "Where the hell is it?" Inside the house, Madame Yan was frantically ransacking her late husband's belongings. No matter what she did, she could not find the Nine Heavens sword art manual. The subordinate kneeling on the ground stammered, "Please forgive me, madam." She glared and turned to ask, "Have you found it?" The servant bowed his head and replied, "Your subordinates have searched all over Olong Manor, but—" He hesitated, looking up at her eyes before continuing. "We could not find any martial arts manuals left behind by the manor lord." She furiously threw things at him and screamed, "Impossible! I am sure he said something about those manuals." "Please forgive me," the subordinate panicked and kowtowed in apology. Failing to obtain the sword art and being monitored by the Nangong family, she angrily ordered the guards, "Throw everything related to Lord Yanwu into the storehouse immediately. Make sure they are out of my sight." "Yes, madam, your subordinates will do it right away," he hurriedly replied. Then he stepped out into the yard to pass on the madam's orders. "You all heard that, didn't you? All members of the White Tiger Legion, except for those outside, gather in the front yard immediately." But as they were about to go to work, she suddenly called out, "Wait." "Yes, madam." He hurriedly turned back. Bai Meizo reminded him, "When organizing the belongings, conveniently throw that bastard away too. You know what I mean, right?" She ordered with a terrifying expression, implying to throw Jihei into the storehouse as well. Facing this cruel act towards a child, even if not her biological son, it was too terrifying, making even the minion fearful of this woman's heart and freeze for a moment. Later, "From now on, this is your room," he said. "Don't hate me too much. I have no choice either. I'm just following orders." He knew this was inhumane, but couldn't disobey. Then the storehouse door gradually closed, leaving only the 6-year-old child lying weakly on the ground begging, "Please, spare me." "Even if you cry for help, there is nothing I can do for you," he replied coldly. Then he smirked and added, "At least you get to be near your father's belongings. Consider it a keepsake. That's a favor not everyone gets, kid." The door closed. Jihei couldn't form a sentence. "Help! Please help me!" And only darkness remained around him. Inside the cold and filthy storehouse, old items were piled up. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept by, making Jihei a bit scared. It was as if something behind him, deep in the darkness, was watching the little boy. The boy backed away but couldn't escape. Shrinking into a small corner, he thought to himself, "I'm so scared." Facing the lonely darkness, Jihei wondered, "How long do I have to stay in here?" The next morning, when the sun rose, the sunbeams began to shine down on the ground. They pierced through the door crack, shining onto Jihei's poor, skinny body. He was awakened by the sound of the door opening.
But no, it turned out to be just the sound of a cat flap opening. A hand was pushing a small tray in. There was only a rock-hard steamed bun in a bowl of water to sustain him. The boy started crawling towards the food tray, wondering, "Can I eat this? I'm so hungry." The boy took a small bite, chewed it in his mouth, looking at the rock-hard steamed bun in his hand. It wasn't delicious at all. Just thinking about it made it hard to swallow, when suddenly he noticed a corner in the storehouse glowing. "What is that?" Jihei wondered. Did something just flash? Curiosity urged him to put the bun down and go take a look. The boy thought to himself, "It's broad daylight right now. Will I still have enough courage? Should I go check it out?"
He stared blankly. So it was a mirror. He stepped closer to take a better look. It was all covered in dust, making it hard to see clearly. Without overthinking it, he decided to use his sleeve to wipe it clean and see. As the mirror gradually became cleaner, Jihei clearly saw himself in it. Seeing how small and pitiful he looked, his own miserable appearance made him freeze for a long time. "You were abandoned too, huh?" he said to the reflection in the mirror, as if talking to himself. Suddenly, the boy felt something was wrong. He was clearly wiping the mirror with his hand, but the reflection in the mirror was acting differently. It was tilting its head to observe. All of a sudden, his own image in the mirror broke into an incredibly happy smile. The boy started in panic, stumbled backward, and screamed, "Help me!" But despite his desperate cries, the guard outside just carelessly and nonchalantly yawned. Feeling the seasonal wind, he said, "Is it already winter? The weather is getting colder and colder." The freezing winter had arrived, and snow began to fall. Outside, the sound of two guards chatting could be heard. "Don't you feel it's even colder now than before?" "Me too. This weather is no good for a child at all. Hasn't that kid been locked up for 2 months already? Is he still alive?" One of them asked hesitantly. Even though he was wearing a fur coat, he was shivering.
"It's certain. The food we bring in is finished every day," the other guy replied, facing the strong vitality of a 6-year-old kid. In the biting cold, the guard couldn't help but admire and exclaim, "Wow, the blood of a martial artist is indeed different. If it were me, I would have frozen to death a long time ago. That kid is really resilient." The companion coldly lifted the food bag and said, "So what? He will die soon anyway. His food rations have been cut too." He pondered for a moment, looking toward the warehouse, and said, "Just get ready to clear his corpse." Inside at this moment, in the windy warehouse with only thin clothes, Jihei was shivering from the cold. Meanwhile, the shadow in the mirror was still happily playing tricks, seeing bullying him as a joy. With a hungry stomach in the freezing cold, Jihei had no strength left to be afraid of that monstrous thing anymore. He said to it, "Are you trying to distract?"
Looking at the boy sitting curled up in the corner, trembling and waiting for death, the Jihei in the mirror stopped joking around and remained silent for a long time. Then, with a frustrated sigh, it looked around for something and picked up a stick nearby. It waved the stick around and began to practice martial arts in front of him. Jihei was also attracted by this sight and looked up. Jihei found the person's movements extremely strange, and the boy wondered, "What is that? What is it doing? Why is it suddenly dancing?" But then he told himself, "Tsk, whatever, it's none of my business." Jihei recalled the first time he met the person in the mirror. At first, he was a little surprised, but it seemed it couldn't escape from the mirror, so now he was no longer afraid. The boy guessed, "It's probably acting like that because I'm not paying attention to it." However, the other party's technique was so impressive that his eyes were glued to the figure in the mirror. Every time a move was executed, it was extremely powerful and graceful, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. The boy wondered, "Don't those movements look very familiar?" Suddenly, the image of the person in the mirror dancing with a sword and the image of Jihei's brothers practicing swordsmanship in his memory appeared. These two sword techniques were highly identical. They were the exact same sword art. He suddenly realized, 9 Heavens sword art? I remember now. I always watch my senior martial brothers practicing martial arts.
Then a martial artist would be able to circulate internal energy within their body and generate yang energy. Being able to generate and maintain that source of yang energy is the very first step of the 9 Heavens sword art. The teachings from his eldest brother's master, which he often eavesdropped on while having to sweep the courtyard, seemed to appear in his mind.
That's right, he seemed to have discovered something. If I remember correctly, even in winter, the senior martial brothers could create a flow of yang energy surrounding their bodies, which could help dispel the cold from the outside. Thinking so, Jihei also picked up a stick, clumsily imitating the movements of the person in the mirror. However the figure moved, the boy did the same. Seeing him slash down, he also slashed down, but it just looked like he was swinging wildly. The brat in the mirror also observed the boy's actions, putting on a look of contempt at such clumsiness. Seeing the figure scrutinizing him, Jihei said, "Don't worry, it's not like I'm following you because I want to." But inside, he thought differently. After all, with this cold air, I will die anyway, so there is no other choice but to follow it now. He decided to bet all his hopes. If these movements were
This made the person in the mirror chuckle in delight, pointing and teasing. Jihei was both angry and embarrassed, saying irritably, "This bastard." A while later, the weather outside was still very cold, with white snow falling. Inside, Jihei was still diligently practicing his sword. The sword strikes gradually became more graceful and powerful. Each footstep had also become firmer day by day. He could now feel it himself and imitate that person's movements. The Jihei in the mirror leaned on a stick, observing like a teacher, letting the boy repeat the movements himself. Its eyes were stern, seemingly not very satisfied. Jihei stopped to rest, panting heavily, sweating profusely. He no longer felt cold. He happily thought to himself, "I did it. I don't feel cold anymore." He realized that by imitating these movements, a flow of yang energy had been generated, warming his body. And if he kept it up like this, he would be able to survive without worrying about anything else. At this moment, we can see the yang energy surrounding Jihei, making him look very much like a martial artist. But this sight did not please the person in the mirror much. He continuously showed a frustrated attitude. In his eyes, achieving only this little bit of enlightenment was nothing. He raised the stick, took a stance, and radiated blazing true chi, as if wanting to tell the boy that he needed to strive to reach this realm. So much so that
"I don't want to imitate your movements either. I just want to warm up." Jihei expressed no intention of continuing to practice, threw the stick in his hand away, and continued, "Anyway, I don't need to survive anymore. That way I won't have to see you bothering me. So now, I'll turn the mirror over." These words made the person in the mirror unhappy at all. Seeing him turn away, it started wielding its sword again. But unlike before, its sword moves gradually became mysterious, attracting Jihei's attention, making him unconsciously turn back to look. Every movement was being displayed at a different realm, moving gracefully, unleashing powerful sword strikes. He marveled and couldn't take his eyes off. These moves were even completely different from the sword arts his brothers practiced. "What is this? I've never seen these movements before. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. It is teaching me the Nine Heavens sword art," he suddenly realized. Then Jihei questioned its actions. "What are you doing? Do you think I'll be interested in that?" "I have no interest in martial arts." The boy still refused to learn martial arts at this moment. "Did you think I would follow those difficult moves?" Faced with his stubbornness, the person in the mirror said nothing, only putting on a disdainful face, smirking to provoke him. Mocked, Jihei felt angry and annoyed. Despite saying he didn't want to, he picked up the stick once again, wanting to prove himself against that provocation. The boy took a stance and spoke boldly. "How dare you do that? Do you think I can't do it? I'll do it again for you to see, you bastard." The boy started swinging the stick again under the observation of the figure in the mirror. It was unknown how much time had passed. A cold winter had passed, and the snow outside gradually melted. The warm spring sunlight overflowed, and the plants stretched themselves full of vitality. At this time, inside that dilapidated old warehouse, Jihei alone was executing each sword path, which was now more graceful and powerful than before. His face was extremely focused, his breathing steady with internal energy, and the drops of sweat proved his effort. "It's really hard, much harder than those moves just now," he was thinking as the difficulty of the sword arts gradually increased. "Furthermore, although I can somewhat follow them, but..."
Although he hated being mocked, he still didn't know what to do. He felt helpless when he was ridiculed every time he performed poorly, but he was simply too inferior. Jihei looked upset, dropped his stick, and squatted down. "I don't care anymore. How the hell am I supposed to follow those movements?" At this time, his stomach also seemed to protest, further decreasing his will to practice. "I'm so hungry. Why should I even try to follow?" He began to think about what he had been doing lately. The boy felt he had no reason to learn at all. It was so useless and didn't help with anything. But to be honest, it was also quite cool.
Even if it was useless, he still wanted to learn. His mind was full of contradictions. He also
But compared to the 9 movements of the 9 Heavens sword art, it is somewhat similar. It's just harder. Is this martial art even more profound than the 9 Heavens sword art? He recalled the 9 movements while wondering to himself. Thinking back to the times he secretly watched others practice, he had never seen his senior brothers practice these movements before. This martial art is definitely related to his family sect, so how does it know? He looked at the figure in the mirror with great confusion. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked directly, "Hey, did you intentionally skip a movement? I did exactly what you did, so why didn't it work?" Seeing the boy starting to get interested, the figure in the mirror smiled smugly. This made Jihei even more annoyed. What a petty thing. Fine, if you're going to play tricks, I won't even look at you anymore. I don't want to learn. Saying that, he dissatisfyingly covered the strange mirror, as a punishment for the figure's mockery. Perhaps the figure in the mirror just wanted to tease him for fun. It didn't want to be alone. It looked down at Jihei through the gap in the cloth, showing a compromising expression. "What are you doing? Are you going to teach me?" Jihei asked. This time, the figure didn't joke around, but gave a gentle smile, nodding in agreement. "Really?" Jihei asked again. "Don't lie, otherwise I'll cover this mirror." The boy removed the cloth again, not forgetting to threaten like a child's game. The figure in the mirror didn't say anything, raising a finger to signal him to look up. Jihei also absent-mindedly followed, looking up in the indicated direction. At this moment, on the mirror's surface were countless texts carved by true chi, speckling brightly. Jihei was speechless with astonishment. "What is that? What does it want me to look at?" At this moment, the words 9 Heavens Profound Fairies Eclipse Mirror caught his eyes. "Does it want me to show me this? The 9 Heavens Profound Fairies Eclipse Mirror?" Finally, the truth was revealed. The figure in the strange mirror was exactly the 9 Heavens Profound Fairy whom his father, the moon-severing swordsman Lord Yanwu, had once met and learned from, and later lost his connection with. It was also the one holding the secret manual that Bai Meizhou had been searching for all along. In just a blink of an eye, 900 characters appeared on the mirror of the 9 Heavens Profound Fairy. Jihei was mesmerized watching those texts. Standing in front of the large mirror right now was the martial arts secret manual to dominate the world, the 9 Heavens Profound Fairies Eclipse Mirror. Although the content was extremely difficult,
the cold, emotionless guards were ready to follow orders and abandon him. The wicked stepmother possessed the vicious heart of a wild beast. But within that misfortune, thanks to the 9 Heavens Profound Fairy Eclipse Mirror, he once again stood up after falling, and this time it was different. That situation helped him alter his destiny. Encountering the 9 Heavens Profound Fairy Eclipse Mirror completely changed his fate. Then another spring arrived, and a child whom everyone affirmed would die began to change. The martial arts manual of the 9 Heavens sword art had been lost because Lord Yanwu had died, but now it was being slowly but surely imparted. At this moment, Jihei was focusing on meditation. His hair had grown too long after many years of imprisonment. The true chi radiating around him was pure, yet powerful. Time is very fair to everyone. Yan Jihei opened his eyes after meditating. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a strike, slashing a beautiful sword trajectory into the air without a single wasted movement. Thanks to being locked in the cramped warehouse, Yan Jihei was able to concentrate on practicing the 9 Heavens sword art. In a flash, 10 years had passed. Jihei was now a 16-year-old Kane-agent. Although his figure was thin and small, it exuded powerful internal energy, and his stance was steady. After that sword strike, he smiled happily. "Finally, I have performed the exact movement." At this time, from the outside, a carriage was heading towards Luoyang City. Soon, it arrived in front of the Yan family manor. The carriage stopped right at the entrance. The door flung open, and an agile figure jumped out. Has it really been 10 years?
"Have you grown into such a strong young man already? I missed you so much. Oh, senior brother must be back. Wow, really?" His 2 younger siblings also rushed out the door joyfully from inside the house. Turns out the person who just arrived was Yan Wubai, who had studied martial arts at the Nong family and had finished 10 years of bitter training to return to Olong Manor. He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Mother, I have returned after 10 years of bitter training." "I am very proud of you. You were excellent," Megzu praised profusely. She rushed over to hug her son and said happily, "You really have an imposing aura. Perhaps now the Yan family has become the strongest martial arts family in Luoyang. No, the strongest in this Henan province. Oh my goodness, I was so happy that I didn't pay attention to anything. Aren't they honored guests from the Nong family?" At this moment, she finally noticed the 2 people from the Nong family. "I apologize. It's because I haven't seen my son for such a long time that I acted like this." She quickly recognized that Nong Gongjian had now become a famous figure in the martial arts world. You look even stronger than before now, brother. The little girl from the past had now become a beautiful woman with a radiant and noble aura, her eyes still as sharp as ever. Miss Yan, I almost couldn't recognize you. Anyone standing next to you would look like a withered flower, Bai Mei Zhou praised endlessly. You must be very tired from traveling such a long distance. Let's go inside and rest. I have prepared many things today. Oh right, is your father doing well? Nong Gongjun answered happily. Yes, he is still healthy. Bai Mei Zhou immediately flashed a hypocritical smile and said, that is very fortunate. After saying that, she looked towards Yanner and asked, but Yanner, what are you looking for? Seeing his younger sister walk away without saying a word, Nong Gongjun angrily scolded, Yanner, how can you be so rude? Bai Mei Zhou put on a kind expression and smiled, saying, it is fine. It seems the young lady's illness hasn't been cured yet. I am very worried about her. Nong Gongjun
Then, as everyone went inside together, Bai Mei Zhou intentionally slowed down. While passing by the guards, she glared and ordered, you. The guard was startled and terrified. Yes, madam. She coldly reminded, pass the word to all the maids. Make absolutely sure no one gets near the warehouse. That arrogant wench is probably looking for Jihei. She directed her gaze at Yanner, who was walking around as if searching for something. So stubborn. 10 years have passed and she still remembers him. The guard stammered, actually, I don't know if I should tell you this now, madam, but last night, because it was too quiet, I went to check the warehouse. He hesitated. But young Master Jihei is no longer there. Hearing the shocking news right while welcoming distinguished guests, her face seemed to deform, revealing a terrifying expression. She choked the guard's neck and demanded, what are you talking about? Tell me the details right now. One day ago, when the sun began to set over Luang City at that dilapidated warehouse, just like any other day, true qi circulated throughout the room. Jihei was still practicing diligently, maintaining high concentration in every breath. The slashes became increasingly powerful, until he completed the final sword strike. The belongings in the warehouse were completely shredded by this time, scattered in messy.
Finally did it! That move was really hard. Saying so, he turned to look at the person in the mirror, happily showing off. You agree, right? The move I just executed was absolutely perfect. The boy in the mirror, who hadn't grown a bit over the years, also smiled and applauded in praise. Jihei ran over, chattering happily like two little friends. After memorizing the 900 words on the mirror you showed me earlier, I was able to unexpectedly overcome the part I found difficult. He eagerly wanted to learn more. Hee, teach me the next martial art. But he suddenly stopped. Something was very strange. The boy in the mirror smiled and pointed his finger upwards. Look up at the ceiling? Jihei wondered. Without knowing since when, a large hole had been pierced through the ceiling, allowing sunlight to shine inside. Jihei stood in a daze for a long time, not knowing how long it had been since he last saw the sun. He was so astonished that he dropped the stick in his hand. The figure in the mirror also happily admired the sun with him. Especially for Jihei, someone who had been locked in a cramped, dark warehouse for 10 whole years, the sky he saw for the first time after a decade was incredibly beautiful. He jumped onto a pile of old stuff, approached the hole and brought his face to the sunlight, watching the sunset. He exclaimed happily, so warm. Can I go outside? He wondered. The boy in the mirror nodded slightly in agreement. Jihei glanced at the figure in the mirror. The nod seemed to give him more courage. Then he stared intently at the vast sky out there. He grabbed onto the hole in the roof and started climbing up. The moment he escaped from that dark warehouse, countless feathers gently fell. Jihei tilted his head to look up. Around him, pigeons were flying freely, and in the distance was the poetic scenery of Luoyang City in the sunset. Instead, there was the figure of a gentle woman, her hands clasped as if blessing the young boy. Before such magnificent scenery, Jihei did not forget to share it with his confidant in the mirror. He called out to the inside, "It's absolutely beautiful. Come up here and see. Look with me." Speaking of this, he froze when he could no longer see the familiar silhouette in the mirror. Facing the sudden disappearance of the confidant who had been by his side sharing joys and sorrows for so long, he was completely stunned. But then Jihei clenched his teeth. Perhaps he knew this would happen. He understood that fate had allowed him to meet that figure, bestowed upon him the 9 heavens sword art, and now it was also fate that wanted him to start a new journey on his own 2 feet.
Sitting on the roof, Jihei alone gazed at Luyang City, which was both familiar and strange. His adventure would now truly begin. Returning to the present, after hearing the servant's account, Bai Meijo rushed aggressively into the storehouse to verify the situation. Aside from the ruined and devastated scene, there was no sign of anyone. She swept her eyes.
The guard suggested, "Should we send someone to track him down, madam?" She calmly brushed the idea aside. "No, don't bother. Why should we go looking for an ungrateful wretch who ran away from the family that raised him?" She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "You fool. Do you think everything will be different once you're out there? You are just a 6-year-old child in an adult's body. You don't even know how to make a living and survive. You will soon starve, fall ill, and die alone." Indeed, after being imprisoned for so many years, Jihei knew absolutely nothing about the outside world, and was currently happily and eagerly wandering through the crowded city streets for the first time in 10 years. At this time, Yan Wubai had probably also learned of the matter, and immediately went to see Bai Meijo to ask, "Mother, has younger brother Jihei really run away from home?" She was not worried in the slightest, and laughed loudly. "That's right. It seems he left 3 days ago. Mother has sent people to search everywhere for the past few days, but couldn't find him." He voiced his concern. But where could Jihei possibly go? The mother started making up stories to reassure him. He must have heard the news that his eldest senior brother successfully returned, so he wanted to do the same. How could you know what someone else is thinking? Is that so? Wubai still felt somewhat dissatisfied with this answer, his eyes looking out the door. Nong Yan was standing there observing everything, her attitude extremely annoyed. "Junior sister, why are you here instead of resting?" The mother was a bit worried when she saw Yaner appear unexpectedly, especially when the girl was exuding a terrifying aura, her eyes seemingly seeing through everything. Meijo quickly stood up and approached with a smile, acting as if nothing had happened. "Oh my goodness, my dear niece, are you here because you're worried about..."
She looked around the room, thinking to herself. She analyzed the surroundings. He has been away from home for 3 days, yet the blankets and pillows are not dusty at all, just like newly brought-in items. In contrast to the clean bedding, the room looks as if it hasn't been cleaned for a long time. Certainly, that room is unoccupied. Grasping the situation, seeing through Bai Meijo's act, she turned her back and walked away without saying a word, leaving her behind still speaking deceitfully. Currently, Olong Manor on our side is actively searching for Jihei, so do not worry too much. Junior Marshal Sister, Wubai ran loudly calling after her, but she kept running straight ahead. Madame Yan tried to suppress her anger, gritting her teeth, her body trembling as if wanting to tear her apart, saying, "Is that girl always so disrespectful? How much does she look down on me to behave like that?" Having lived in the Nangong family manor for a long time, Wubai somewhat understood Yanner's actions. He just stayed silent for a moment before speaking up. "Mother, did little brother really run away from home on his own, or did something happen?" Seeing her remain silent, he continued asking, "I have never seen Junior Marshal Sister act like that without a reason. A reasonable and understanding person, that is the nickname everyone calls Junior Marshal Sister." He began to recount. Junior Marshal Sister is someone who always understands the minds of others, with a face smiling like a flower. Once Junior Marshal Sister is curious about something, she will definitely get to the bottom of it. Some people even say,
Seeing that her own son was also suspicious of her, she gritted her teeth in anger. "Why? Why would you doubt your own mother like that?" Wubai hesitated, not knowing how to explain. "It's not like that. It's because Junior Sister left without a reason, so But did something really happen to my younger brother?" Madame Yan didn't want to discuss this matter anymore. Walking away, she said, "Don't think too much about it. He doesn't live here, but it is true that he ran away from home." Wubai asked in surprise, "Mother, you said my younger brother doesn't live here? Since when?" With an evil smile, she recounted, "He never got to see his father even once, so I mercifully let him stay at his father's place." Wubai truly couldn't imagine the wicked deeds his mother had done. He asked blankly, "What?" Then, as if realizing something, he frantically dashed away, thinking to himself, "It can't be." He bolted swiftly and landed heavily in front of the storehouse door. The door was already open, and Yanner had been standing inside for who knows how long. Wubai asked in astonishment, "How did you find this place, Junior Sister?" He stepped inside and called out softly, "Junior Sister?" Yanner began to voice her speculations. "Although this is the most remote place in Olong Manor, it is heavily guarded, as if there is something they don't want us to see."
Standing in front of the musty, dilapidated storehouse, she said, "But now, looking at this place, I understand why the madam hid it so carefully." She firmly stated, "The storehouse is dark and musty. The floor is cold and warm."
Not forgetting to remind Yan Wubai, you are my father's disciple, so I assume you won't spread any rumors, but the relationship between our two families can no longer be as it was. Saying this, Yaner coldly turned on her heel and walked away, brushing past the still stunned Wubai. I will return with my senior martial brother. Wubai stood as if paralyzed. Faced with the truth before his eyes, he did not know what to do in the situation. He had no words left to defend or make excuses for his mother, nor did he have the right to stop Yaner. Clenching his fists, he thought, now Olong Manor must live in fear, watching out for the Nong family's next move. What must I do to salvage the ruined relationship with my respected master and junior martial sister? By this time, the city streets had begun to light up, bustling with people walking back and forth, the scene incredibly lively. Jihei walked on his bare feet, admiring the streets. He marveled, wow, things have changed so much. How long was I living in that storehouse? He walked along the streets, entering a small alley with continuous rows of stalls. He became disoriented amidst this crowded city. There are too many shops here. I'm getting dizzy. He felt confused. There must be a way out around here, right? Or should I just go up the mountain and run? I only wanted to look around a bit. While not paying attention, Jihei bumped into a man. He awkwardly turned around. I'm sorry, great hero. Are you okay? The man turned back and angrily scolded. Damn it, so annoying. Keep your eyes wide open and watch where you're going, kid. Jihei could only awkwardly bow his head. Yes, I'm sorry. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he realized this person looked very familiar. Memories of the past rushed into his mind. This person was a guard swordsman of Awakens Manor, the very one who had thrown him into the storehouse. Seeing this, Jihei became frightened, avoided his face, and walked away quickly. I will be careful. I'm leaving now. After just a few steps, the man suddenly spoke up. Hold on, you look very familiar. Hearing this, Jihei felt extremely panicked inside. The man spoke again. Hey kid, I think I need to check your identity first. Jihei was incredibly confused and frantic inside. Have I been discovered? What should I do? Seeing that he didn't react, the man grew more suspicious and shouted again, Hey,
He secretly made up his mind that he had to continue traveling around the Jianghu. Thinking so, he sprinted away as fast as he could. Seeing him run away, the other guy became even more suspicious. What the? He just shouted loudly and gave chase. Hey, you bastard, come back here right now, he yelled across the whole neighborhood. Jihei ran while looking around, trying to find an escape route. There must be a way out on this side. I can't let myself be caught. A moment later, he arrived at the city gate. Jihei was overjoyed to see the exit right before his eyes. He cheered. Oh, here it is.
The guard of Olong Manor on this side also accelerated to chase after Jihei. He was extremely furious. I have never seen a brat as disrespectful as you. He dares to run away from a swordsman of Olong Manor? As he chased, he pushed aside people blocking the way, shouting loudly, Hey, you bastard! If I catch you, you're dead! After all, being a martial artist recruited by Olong Manor, his physical strength was not ordinary. Jihei ran while looking back, unable to help but admire. He runs so fast. At this rate, I will be caught. I'll definitely be dragged to the first madam again. No way. Thinking of this, he became more anxious and ran with all his might. The man ran very fast. In a flash, he was almost there and yelled, I'm warning you for the last time. But Jihei still just ran headlong, dashing past the guards. It was all for his life of freedom. He was determined. I will never go back to the storehouse again. I don't want to be scolded by the first madam anymore. Jihei ran close to the city gates. A guard shouted a warning. Hey, kid, come back here. The gate is about to close. But those words couldn't stop him. Jihei dashed through, feeling overjoyed in his heart. I did it. I made it through the gate. Just when he thought he had escaped, the swordsman of Olong Manor also caught up. He stood tall, blocking his way, and said, Hey, brat, do you think you can escape from me? He leaned down with an intimidating expression and interrogated. Seeing you run for your life like that, you must have committed some crime, right? Even though he had closed in, the boy was determined. I can't be caught. With that, Jihei dashed right in front of the swordsman.
But suddenly the iron door from above collapsed, making him unable to react in time. Screaming in panic, he instinctively reached out his hands to block it, accepting his fate. But strangely, the gate stopped right there, without touching him. At this moment, the image of a young man with a thin, small figure was standing proudly in front of him, holding the iron gate weighing tons with one hand, gently asking, "Are you all right, great hero?" The swordsman was stunned, not believing what was before his eyes. Seeing him speechless, Jihei asked worriedly, "You're not hurt anywhere, are you, great hero?" He was terrified at this moment, his face turning completely meek, stuttering for a long time before managing a sentence. "Oh, I'm fine." Jihei breathed a sigh of relief, innocently saying, "That's good. I just didn't want to be caught, that's all." Hearing Jihei say that, and witnessing his extraordinary strength, he suddenly changed his attitude, awkwardly saying, "Aha, who wants to catch you? Who? Me? Of course not. I was just chasing after you." Jihei, being naive, was overjoyed upon hearing this, and asked to make sure. "Really? You're not going to catch me?" How could the swordsman dare to utter a word of dissent, hurriedly replying, "Of course not." Jihei smiled brightly and happily. "Haha, then I must have misunderstood something. Goodbye then." He happily bid him farewell, then let go of his hand, allowing the iron gate to crash down. The sound of the falling iron door was absolutely terrifying, certainly not something ordinary human strength could easily lift. He turned and ran away very fast. The man sitting inside the gate looked out, still not fully composed, his head full of question marks. Who is that kid anyway? Am I dreaming? The old man sat frozen, watching Jihei innocently running away while singing, and began to reflect. It's true what they say in the Zhonghu. Never underestimate children, women, and the elderly. It seems that saying is indeed correct. Jihei kept running, wandering through the mountains until it was getting dark. He began to feel exhausted, wandering in the forest looking for food. "I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm so hungry. I wish I had something to eat." At this moment, he was staring at a brightly colored mushroom, hesitating. People say eating whatever you
He hurriedly picked a mushroom as big as a hand. Looking at the mushroom with greedy eyes, he reassured himself. Hee, I'll be fine. The color of this mushroom is really beautiful, and it looks delicious too. It got dark, and the moon had risen high, round and bright. Jihei walked with staggering steps. His footsteps grew weaker by the moment, and feeling dizzy, he slowly sat down by the base of a tree. What is happening? My stomach hurts so much. Everything in front of me seems to be spinning. The path looks increasingly unsteady. My head just keeps spinning, he said in a daze. This is bad. It will be even harder to see in the dark. What should I do if some wild beast appears on the mountain? Jihei worried as his body grew increasingly. His body was exhausted, without a bit of strength left, but he still tried to hold on to a vague sliver of consciousness, telling himself, I can't just sleep like this. This is really bad. Then the world before his eyes went pitch black. Jihei had fallen unconscious. An unknown amount of time later, a man's voice suddenly cried out, "Oh my God, you startled me. What is this? A corpse? Such bad luck so early in the morning." Another man's voice chimed in, "Brother, my junior marshal brother once told me he was sick and tired of cooking and washing dishes. Should we take him with us?" The other retorted, "Are you saying we should take this creepy guy along?" The other guy explained again, "Life and death depend on fate. I'm saying we can use this to accumulate merit. Can you be sure? Won't our lives be better in the future?" The junior marshal brother still tried to persuade him, discussing karma. The senior marshal brother said in frustration, "You and your merit. Just because you lived in a temple for a while, you keep bringing it up over and over." At this moment, Jihei slowly began to vaguely see the two people in front of him. They continued their discussion. "Isn't this guy about to die anyway?" Saying that, the senior marshal brother leaned in close to observe more carefully. The short-haired junior marshal brother didn't say anything, just glancing at his complaining senior. Then he asked, "It's hard to tell, but he's still breathing. What should we do?" The other person coldly drew his saber. He placed the blade against Jihei's neck. One might think he would strike ruthlessly, but no. The subordinate, having convinced his big brother, smiled happily and said, "That's the right choice. This is all accumulating merit. Looking at his appearance, it seems he has begged before, so if we save his life, he might be able to make a living on his own, right?" The older man asked again, "But how many members do we have?" "We only have 6 people," the bald guy replied.
In his daze, everything felt like a dream to Jihei. He vaguely heard their conversation and then drifted back into unconsciousness, with only the echoing voices remaining as they continued to discuss. All right then, we won't completely go bankrupt just by letting him share our wealth. The voices echoed in his ears as Jihei faintly heard their words. In his mind, he wondered, where am I? Jihei suddenly saw a silhouette resembling a fairy. The scene before him was incredibly surreal. This woman's face looked exactly like the Nine Heavens Profound Fairy. He wondered, a fairy? Hearing his naive words, she laughed and replied, a fairy? Stop muttering those stupid words. Suddenly, Jihei woke up with a start, his eyes wide open. As he struggled to sit up, he heard someone ask, you're completely fine, huh? You can even talk in your sleep and stuff. He looked up in confusion. Standing before Jihei was a large, muscular man with a fierce face. He continued to ask him, were you wandering around? Is that why I found you collapsed on the mountain road? If it weren't for us, you would have ended up in the belly of one of the wild beasts on the mountain. Knowing these were the people who saved him, Jihei hesitantly replied, thank you, sir, but where is this place? He replied boldly, this is a hideout on Wufang Mountain. We are bandits. Jihei could now see more clearly. There were up to 6 men around him. Looking a bit dusty and rustic, they were all here as if waiting for him. The bald man nodded as if to say, at least you can realize that. Innocent Jihei didn't know whether bandits were scary or not.
Third brother, Ma Shang too. A bushy-haired guy also introduced himself with a smile. A bearded uncle followed up. The fourth is me, Shu Mida. By the way, in his current condition, it seems he won't be able to remember his own state. I am the boss, Feng Yang Shao, the fierce, scar-faced guy from earlier said while chewing. This guy was exactly the leader of the Wufang bandits. He said, since we saved your life, from now on you should repay us bit by bit. Jihei didn't understand what this meant and naively asked back, what, repay? Feng Yang Shao, holding a half-gnawed bone in his hand, pointed at him and said, that's right, you fool. I don't know if you've ever been out there struggling and begging, but here you must earnestly learn and work to repay the ones who saved your life. The fourth brother felt these words were a bit harsh, so he turned and reminded him, oh brother, why are you pushing the kid?
The fourth brother appeared to be the gentlest of them all, intervening. Brother, that's enough. He's just a kid who recently woke up. Then, holding a piece of bread, he gently handed it to Jihei and said, you must be hungry by now. Use this to fill your stomach first. He stared at the bread in his hand with a surprised expression. Since the day he was born, apart from Nong Yen, probably no one had ever cared for him and kindly offered him food like this. Facing this kindness, Jihei couldn't believe it and hesitated a bit. Can I eat this? In Jihei's eyes, these 6 rugged bandits were incredibly endearing. Even though they appeared rough, he could feel that they were good people to him. However, he was still too shy to accept their goodwill and waved his hands frantically. No, I'm fine. I don't feel hungry at all. The eldest brother then turned to him. The boss retorted, you're lying. Your stomach was rumbling loudly even when you were sleeping. Jihei honestly replied, that's true, but I don't have any money, and Feng Yanyak-so cursed off his words. I won't take your money, so just eat it. Indeed, that was what the boy was truly thinking in his heart. He couldn't believe someone would give him food for free. No, I really don't have anything to give you. Thus, seeing the youth in front of him, the boss found his words completely out of sync with his physical body. He thought to himself, why does he speak so clumsily like a child? Yakso was a bit suspicious and asked the second brother, he looks to be at least 15 or 16. Second brother, there's no way he's actually mentally retarded, right? The second brother laughed cheerfully. Ah, elder brother, even if that is true, we can still give him some chores to do. Observing the kid's attitude, he pondered. It seemed he was a good kid, so he firmly believed he would do his job well. The boss was still a bit worried. He doesn't even know how to find food for himself, so what good is he? Just a fool. Having some prejudice against beggars, he added, and those who are used to begging.
Seeing this, the brothers immediately complained, as if this happened very often. Oh my God, our eldest brother is doing it again. They called after their eldest brother. Since you're going to teach him a lesson anyway, at least do it properly. Jihei, being dragged away at this time, was also panicked, flailing his arms and legs, yelling, Hey, what's wrong? What are you doing? Wait, let me go. Jihei was dragged out to the courtyard and thrown to the ground with a thud. The boy was in a bit of pain. Already used to being treated terribly, he only knew how to raise his hands to shield himself, trembling.
He guessed that the kid must have been used to being beaten. The boss asked, "In this state, how do you plan to go gather wild fruits and vegetables?" Surprised by the boss's words, Jihei asked tremblingly, "Wild fruits and vegetables? Why me?" Seeing that the boy didn't understand, the boss irritably explained, "Huh, why? What do you mean why? It will prevent you from becoming wild beast food. If you join us, you won't have to worry about going hungry." Hearing this, the boy finally understood. He said shyly, "But someone like me becoming a bandit? I can't become someone like that." The boss got even angrier, clenching his fists and asking in a growl, "What kind of stupid nonsense are you talking about?" Jihei lowered his face to the ground, answering with the inferiority complex he had always carried with him. "I have no strength, and I'm not good at anything." Jihei's words made Feng Sha feel extremely angry. Losing his temper, he yelled, "I have never seen any bastard more infuriating than you. Are you going to reject the way of life I am trying to teach you just because you were scared?" Feng Sha continued to lecture loudly. "In this world, there are two types of people, those who take from others and those who constantly suffer losses." He stood pointing his finger right at the cowering Jihei's face and shouted, "Which side do you want to belong to?" Jihei asked back blankly, "What do you mean?" Feng Sha repeated in a rough tone in vulgar words, "I'm asking if you want to continue living in starvation like this. Do you really want to continue living a penniless life with nothing to your name and being ignored by everyone?" Jihei could only remain silent. Originally, the boy had never dared to think about his future or how he would live. Just having a full stomach and being kept warm was enough. He was a child who had never known joy. Now, as if awakened, he needed to know.
"I don't want my things to fall into the hands of others." The boy gritted his teeth and stated his desire. "If I had to choose, I would rather be a plunderer of others than someone who always suffers losses." Hearing these determined words from Jihei, Feng Yanxiao laughed heartily. "Ha ha, good. Thinking like that is fine. Look behind you." Jihei turned his head to look in the direction he pointed. Yanxiao continued, "From the first mountain on the left over there to the fifth mountain in front of us is a part of our territory. It's very vast, isn't it?" the boss asked. Looking up at the majestic rolling mountains below, he hesitantly replied, "Yes." Then the boss continued with pride, "We are the rulers of Wufang Mountain here. No one can ignore us." It turned out that the words spoken just now were the principles these bandits pursued. Feng Yanxiao lowered himself to Jihei's eye level, placed a hand on his red hair, and continued speaking to the boy, but in a much gentler and softer tone. "You too, kid. If you become a part of our family, you will also be a ruler in the Wufang Mountain region." He smiled and asked, "What do you think? Sounds really cool, right?" Seeing the majestic scenery before his eyes and thinking about the things he could do when he became a bandit here, Jihei felt a little happy, widened his round eyes, and replied, "Yes." The big brother, having successfully
Hearing this name, the boss thought for a moment, but then quickly said, "Jihei, that's a good name. Before joining our family, there is one thing you must remember. Listen carefully and keep it in mind." Feng Yanxiao took a deep breath to gather momentum. Then, standing majestically, he shouted loudly, echoing through the mountains and forests, "Even if the sky falls, we are still the best." Saying that, he laughed heartily, then looked at Jihei. "Hey, youngest, you should say it too. We are the best." The boss once again shouted loudly as a demonstration for him, a very childish, funny statement that seemed meaningless but aroused tremendous excitement and optimism. At that moment, for the first time in his life, Jihei felt excited, the thrill spreading through his body like a nervous stimulation. The stepmother who always cursed him and the brothers who never paid attention to him, as well as that hellish warehouse, all the traumatic memories of the past flashed through his mind. The feeling was as if something that had frozen in his heart was crumbling, piece by piece falling from his heart. It felt like he had been struck by lightning from the top of his head to his heels. The things that bound his previous miserable life seemed to be unleashed. Jihei slowly stood up. This new desire to live had awakened the slumbering 9 heavens.
His voice carried a full sense of release, causing the boss to feel a bit moved, the shout sounding as if he were freeing everything that had always built up inside him, tearing through the clouds and echoing across Wufang Mountain. It was like marking a new beginning in Jihei's life. Witnessing that voice full of internal energy, Feng Yanxiao approached and patted the boy's shoulder, laughing and praising. "Haha, very good. I like it very much. You look skinny, but your voice is quite good." He said to Jihei, "If I only let you do chores, it would be a waste. so I will impart martial arts to you when there is a chance." Jihei was overwhelmingly overjoyed and hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Feng Yanxiao then instructed, "But first, learn how to do chores around the house by following sixth brother around. Because your body is still weak now, you must at least do household chores properly, understand?" Jihei excitedly answered, "Yes, older brother, I will do my best." Feng Yanxiao was surprised by the way Jihei addressed him, happily pleased. "Older brother? Aha, I see, you adapt quite fast, don't you?" "Thank you, older brother," Jihei obediently replied again. Just like that, Jihei's life on the mountain began. First, he was taught how to survive, following fourth brother up the mountain every day, learning about survival experience, recognizing poisonous mushrooms, and knowing which wild fruits were edible, listening to them share life stories and hunt wild animals, even though Jihei was quite immature compared to normal people his age, because he had been locked up for 10 years. Thanks to the bandits on Wufang Mountain, who took care of him like their own younger brother, Jihei was able to quickly open up and adapt to his new life. As the days passed peacefully here, his daily life was basically perfect. Of course, not every day was peaceful. There were days when the brothers returned covered in injuries. Their martial arts level was quite low, as most of the bandits on Wufang Mountain came from commoner families, so they were used to minor and major injuries whenever they went on patrol. However, they were always optimistic and cheerful. A little bit of loot earned, a few jars of good wine, joyful parties where they drank themselves completely drunk, seeking happiness in the little things of daily life. They lived and enjoyed every day. Here, no one considered Zion an outcast. The brothers cared for him very much. Even though he was born into a prestigious swordsman family in Luoyang City, Jihei lived a tragic life, being tortured because he was the son of a concubine. Ironically, only after becoming a bandit could he feel happiness.
But doesn't this look more like a group of beggars? Two strange people were standing there speaking in a superior tone, while the whole group could only bow their heads and listen. Qinglin. This is the name of a bandit group, whose faces are covered and hands hold weapons. The bandits chose this name to appear noble, so they had been mocked by the world for a long time. But then one day, a truly strong man, calling himself the bandit chief of Qinglin, appeared. He killed a tiger all by himself. As news of him began to spread, numerous martial artists from major sects wanted to subdue him, but no one succeeded. As his reputation and power continued to grow, he was called the heaven-shattering demon god and was considered one of the 10 strongest martial artists in the world. The unorthodox factions, which had been suppressed by the orthodox factions for a long time, were overjoyed when he appeared. He took them in and made Qinglin stronger than ever before. Qinglin's reputation grew increasingly solid, becoming the dream of all bandits and unorthodox martial artists. Every bandit and martial artist wanted to join Qinglin, bowing, kneeling, and respectfully pleading, "Please, sir, please accept us into Qinglin." Within Qinglin, there was a vice leader of the Dabiye Mountain stronghold, black-faced beggar Ye Shangzhe. He looked at the crowd bowing.
He looked down at the person kneeling at his feet, his face somewhat angry as he shouted loudly, "Hey, Feng Yanxiao, do you think Qinglin is a joke?" Li Chenggan was really displeased with this person. Every sentence he spoke was humiliating. He opened his mouth and yelled, "How could a rotten bunch of less than 10 people like you even join?" Feng Yanxiao still kept his head down, wanting to ask Li Chenggan for an extension. "We just need 3 more people. We only need 1 more month to recruit that number." 3 people, my foot! Li Chenggan couldn't hold back and scolded another sentence. He pointed at Yan Zihei and said, 4 more people? That is a child." Knowing he was being talked about, Yan Zihei looked up in a daze. Feng Yanxiao didn't want to work hard to find people. He turned back to Yan Zihei and said, He may look like that, but he is very useful. He knows how to do chores." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chenggan interrupted Feng Yanxiao. "Hey, I said you must have 10 more people who know how to fight." Li Chenggan raised his voice. "Saying that is one thing, but no matter how many, it's never enough. Do you know how big this area is?" Seeing his boss constantly being scolded for a while now, Yan Zihei couldn't help but feel annoyed and thought, who is he to dare talk to the boss like that? Li Chenggan rubbed his temples, sighed tiredly. "We need more than 10 people to guard this place. Just forget it. It was a mistake coming here. Forget I even came here." Yang Shangzhe walked over to Li Chenggan and said in a low voice, "Yeah, I have something to say." Li Chenggan and Yang Shangzhe turned around, turning their backs to Feng Yanxiao's group to talk quietly. Li Chenggan asked Yang Shangzhe in confusion, "You want me to accept them?" Yang Shangzhe closed his eyes and replied helplessly, "Yes." Li Chenggan seemed to disagree. "How can we trust guys like that, even if we're in a hurry?" Yang Shangzhe didn't really want to either, but right now they didn't have time, so they could only accept it. "We have only finished 10%. There's no more time." Yang Shangzhe knew that it was hard for Li Chenggan to agree to this, so he mentioned
Li Chang'an sighed dejectedly and complained, doubling the size of our city was already foolish enough. Yang Shangzhe replied, I know that too. Taking in Feng Yangshao's group is really problematic. Li Chang'an turned to Yang Shangzhe and said, but if outsiders find out we took in people like this, wouldn't we be doomed? Yang Shangzhe paid no attention to this matter and replied, don't worry, don't you see how vast this area is? Yang Shangzhe explained, the reason no city is established in Hunan is because we have to grow here and distribute our eyes and ears everywhere. Even we find it hard to establish a city here, and this area will inevitably be occupied by a stronger gang anyway, so who would know about their incompetence? Li Chang'an understood this logic. I understand now.
But Li Chang'an also had simple conditions, but before winter you must recruit up to 10 people, and you must not run away from other gangs and sully Qinglin's reputation. Feng Yanshao happily replied, we will remember, thank you. The Wufang bandits happily drank to celebrate, because as long as they held Qinglin's flag, the other gangs would have to pay them fees. Everyone in the gang happily drank until their faces were entirely flushed. But the two martial artists of the Dabe Mountain stronghold knew well the strength of those gangs, thinking that they wouldn't last even 2 months, but their expectations would deviate quite a bit. Early the next morning, a voice rang out at the Dabe Mountain stronghold. Is everything ready? Yan Zihei stood to the side sweeping the yard, listening to them talk. Very well. From today on, we are Qinglin. Let's go collect money. Feng Yanshao led a group of armed men, walking imposingly. As they left, they didn't forget to tease Yan Zihei. Yan Zihei, stay behind and do the laundry properly. Don't forget to wash the dishes. Yan Zihei watched their backs from behind as they left. He sighed in boredom. I'm so tired of doing chores. If only I could go up the mountain with them. Yan Zihei recalled the words Feng Yanshao had said to him. Do you know how important doing chores is?
Yan Zihei felt a little sad, thinking to himself, but I still want to go too. Having lived in the stronghold for a month, Yan Zihei was still doing chores like washing dishes. He stayed by the river, diligently washing the dishes. After 2 months in the stronghold, his work was still just chores. He blew on the fire and cooked rice. After 3 months, having finished his chores, Yan Zihei sat by the river out of boredom. I'm used to it now, so I finished really fast. The sun won't set for a while. What should I do before they get back here? Suddenly, Yan Zihei had an idea. The green canopy stood still without a single breeze passing by. Yan Zihei grabbed a stick, stood on the forest trail, and closed his eyes. Yan Zihei thought to himself, I still remember what I learned in the storehouse. I must prepare for the time when I am allowed to go. As Yan Zihei harbored this intention, a breeze blew past him. If I want to repay them, I must train first. Thinking of this, Yan Zihei began to practice. He stepped 1 foot forward and swung the stick forcefully. A gust of wind was generated and the leaves flew with the wind. Yan Zihei thought while practicing, and just like that, he continuously swung the stick. After a while, Yan Zihei became completely exhausted. I will definitely be useful to them. Thinking of this, Yan Zihei's eyes became very determined. Gather up, Feng Yanshao's voice rang out.
If you understand, introduce yourselves, Feng Yangchao said to the 3 people standing in front of him. A burly guy stepped forward and loudly introduced himself. I am Li Zheshan. I ran away because I beat up the magistrate's son, then joined up with Qide. The person behind him also introduced himself. I am Tiang Qide, Li Zheshan's friend. I came up the mountain to earn money to feed my family. It was the pink-hipped girl's turn. I am Han Taiyan. I am 19 years old and was sold by my father to a brothel in Bufang County. I ran away from there. When I returned home, they kept wanting me to go again. I thought being a bandit is better than being a prostitute, so I came here. I hope to work with everyone. Tuogaming pressed Yan Zihei's head down and teased, You don't have to do chores anymore. Sumida lifted his chin and said to Yan Zihei, Now you can go up the mountain with us. Sumida asked him, You've also been practicing swordplay in the backyard, right? You really want to go, don't you? Hearing this, Yan Zihei's eyes lit up. Yes, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. I can finally go up the mountain. Feng Yangchao said to the other 3, Unless you have special abilities, your ranks will be arranged according to the order of joining. Since Li Zheshan is 3 months older than Qide, he will be the 8th brother. Qide is the 9th brother, and Taiyan is the 10th sister. How about it? Zheshan called out, Yes, boss. He asked Yang Chao, If I have talent, will I get a higher rank? Yang Chao replied, Of course, strength is respected here. Are you good at fighting? Zheshan said confidently, I trained in a martial arts academy for 3 years. Feng Yangchao laid down the condition. Is that so? If you don't want to be beneath anyone, if you defeat him, I will put you at that rank. Li Zheshan pointed at Yan Zihei. I won't be beneath.
I cannot let that happen. He made his decision and said, I will fight. Tuogaoming was surprised. Really? Is that okay? that guy looks very strong. Feng Yanxiao did not stop them but said, let them fight. It will be interesting. A voice rang out. For sure, the loser will be eighth brother. Li Zhishan cracked his knuckles and looked up arrogantly. Hey kid, I won't go easy on you. Yan Jihei's attitude was very serious. Stop spouting nonsense. Zhang Xiaofeng walked over to Ma Shangtu and said, nonsense? Third brother, you said that to the boss. Ma Shangtu, sluggish from drinking too much wine, said, Jihei, I am proud of you. Li Zhishan frowned and declared, such big words. I will easily deal with you and become their brother. Sorry, but I will take you down in one strike. Saying that, Li Zhishan rushed forward, wanting to punch Yan Jihei. Yan Jihei stood silently observing, then he quickly dodged Li Zhishan's attack. He swung his arm forcefully. After doing it, he was stunned to realize, oh right, I don't have a weapon. Li Zhishan angrily continued to swing his fists at Yan Jihei. You startled me, kid. Yan Jihei was hit by a powerful punch from Li Zhishan, causing him to stagger unsteadily. Yan Jihei fell to the ground, his face bruised, and gritted his teeth. How am I supposed to attack without a weapon? I didn't learn that in the storehouse. Tua Gaoming stood next to Feng Yanxiao and said, just stop them. It seems Jihei has never been in a fight.
He struggled to stand firm and delivered an uppercut to Li Zhishan's chin. Li Zhishan, bleeding from the nose after the hit, was extremely furious. Ah, how dare you humiliate me! Instantly, Li Zhishan landed a heavy punch to Yan Jihei's stomach, knocking him down. He shouted, if you want to be beaten that badly, then stay down. Yan Jihei stubbornly talked back, I don't want to. I want to win. Li Zhishan pinned Yan Jihei down. Tough talk. He swung his arm and threw another punch. Tianjide watched this scene with an amused smile. Beside him, Han Taiyan covered her mouth with her hand in absolute fear. Li Zhishan beat him until he was exhausted, tilting his head back to pant. He turned his back to walk away, not forgetting to turn his head back and say, didn't I tell you? You should have surrendered from the start. You brought this upon yourself. Then Li Zhishan walked up to Feng Yanxiao and declared, what do you think, brother? From now on, I will be the seventh brother. Suddenly, Yan Jihei, who was lying on the ground, spoke up. Says who? Li Zhishan's face darkened. Yan Jihei propped himself up on his hands and sat up. I will. He gritted his teeth and affirmed, never let you win. Yan Jihei stood up to provoke him. Come on, let's fight to the end. Li Zhishan turned around to face Yan Jihei. He yelled once again, I told you to fight it out. Come at me. What are you waiting for? Come at me now. Li Zhishan looked at Yan Jihei with some surprise. How could this brat still stand firm after being beaten to a pulp? Looking at Yan Jihei's sharp eyes, he thought to himself, even guys bigger than that kid had to rush to the doctor after being beaten by me, let alone a small guy like him. How can he still be so fired up? Seeing Li Zhishan still standing motionless and saying nothing, Feng Yanxiao reminded him, what are you doing? Are you going to stop? If you don't want to fight, then consider it as you giving up. Li Zhishan gritted his teeth in anger. Don't regret it, because I will finish you off right here, he said, then jumped up and swung his fist.
Therefore, he hadn't realized that he was incredibly strong, but the desire to climb the mountain, along with the desire to win, was enough to release the 9 heavens qi inside his body. Yan Jihei decided to use his fists instead of a sword this time. Li Zhishan looked down in extreme astonishment. What is that? Yan Jihei's eyes had become cloudy. His hands curled into fists, but they were very special. A mystical light emitted from his fists. Li Zhishan couldn't believe his eyes. What on earth am I seeing? Even with such a powerful punch, Li Zhishan's body still seemed fine. It didn't work. I have to use a sword. Yan Jihei gritted his teeth and thought. But before he could launch a second attack, Li Zhishan stumbled. He fell heavily face first into the ground as Yan Jihei panted and looked down. Tuogamin came and said to Feng Yanxiao, Boss, I think we should stop Jihei. Tuogamin tried glancing over at the boy and him. Tuogamin was surprised in disbelief. What happened? Why did that guy hit the dirt? Feng Yanxiao also asked, Did anyone see anything? Feng Yanxiao said, I saw him charging towards Jihei and then suddenly falling to the ground just like that. Tuogamin asked again, Is he injured somewhere? He's completely unconscious. Xiang Xiaofang also had the same reaction. There's no way it was Jihei's attack, right? Ma Xiangtu, who had also sobered up by this time, said, I don't know either. Since I was busy talking, I didn't witness anything.
Only Feng Yanxiao remained calm, smirking. Why is that so important? Feng Yanxiao shouted loudly. Anyway, the result of the ranking match is already settled. The seventh brother of Wufang Mountain is Yan Jihei. Hearing this, the boy's face immediately brightened up, laughing, hee. Jihei, come here, Tuogamin's voice rang out. Yes, Yan Jihei replied. This is... Yan Jihei looked at the sword in his hand in shock. Tuogamin immediately explained. It's...
Seeing Yan Jihei overjoyed, Tuogaming immediately reminded him, you must not be careless. Tuogaming rested the tip of his sword on the ground and praised. Having such a fighting spirit is good, but using a sword is not like using fists. Tuogaming continued, if you are too careless, you will be killed by a sword without even knowing where it came from. Those injuries were just lucky because it was a fist fight. If it were a sword fight, you probably would have died 12 times already. Yan Jihei lowered his head and replied dejectedly, but if I used a sword, I would easily win too. Enough chatting. Now I will specially teach you the demon-slaying sword art. So focus. Saying that, Tuogaming swung a powerful sword strike. Maintaining his stance, Tuogaming turned to Yan Jihei and said, you know I used to live in a temple, right? So no matter what I do, I complete it within 3 seconds. It might be a bit difficult for you since this is your first time learning a sword art. Do your best. Receiving help from Tuogaming, Yan Jihei agreed without hesitation, speaking loudly and clearly. Yes, second brother. Feng Yanxiao and Zhang Shaofeng stood on this side observing the two of them practicing. Zhang Shaofeng spoke first. It seems second brother really likes him. Even if we begged, he would never teach us the demon-slaying sword art. Remembering something else, Zhang Shaofeng turned to ask Feng Yanxiao with a worried look. But, big brother, are you really going to take Jihei with us tomorrow? Feng Yanxiao didn't care much about this matter and replied, why not? We have already claimed ourselves as kings here under the moniker Qinglin bandits. We no longer have to fight to the death like before. Nothing bad will happen. The next day, a crowded group of people was
Merchant Man Shao could not sit still, biting his fingertips, his brows furrowed in worry. I have a bad premonition. I have never felt this uneasy before. He turned to ask Ziyi, Brother Kong, I am so worried. My premonitions are always right. Nothing will happen, right? Ziyi confidently replied, Ha ha ha, are you worrying about the rumors of bandits on Wufang Mountain? Don't worry. Even the Heilong stronghold near Tahei didn't dare to touch me, the Thunder Sword, when passing through their territory. The old man still did not stop anxiously biting his finger, even though outwardly he said, That's true, thanks to you being here, I feel more at ease. Suddenly at this moment, something swished by. Kong Ziyi quickly caught the arrow aimed at the old man. He stuttered in terror. Ziyi. Kong Ziyi smirked. Look, we have visitors. At this moment, footsteps approached, and the people of the Wufang Mountain gang walked over, everyone holding weapons in their hands. Feng Yanxiao, standing at the front, shouted loudly, This is the territory of Clean Lin, the bandits of Wufang Mountain. If you want to pass through here, you must pay a toll. Ziyi was stunned. What? Only 10 people and you call yourselves Clean Lin? He smirked. Then Ziyi burst out laughing. Ha ha, you underestimate Merchant Man Shao. To think there would be a day I am threatened by petty bandits like you. Come on, do something that makes a bit of sense. Hearing Ziyi's slanders, Feng Yanxiao's face became angry. Feng Yanxiao threatened her. It seems you want to taste what it's like to have your heart pierced by arrows, huh? Tuogamin reminded, but he just used his bare hands to catch that arrow. Feng Yanxiao gritted his teeth and said, Then let's try 5 more arrows and see. Don't be so...
Ziyi did not stand still to take the hit. He bent down and drew his sword, his face much more serious than before. Truly pathetic. That's why I hate fighting with petty bandits like you. With just a few slashes, all the arrows were cut down by Ziyi. They fell and stuck into the ground. Feng Yanxiao couldn't believe his eyes. What? Tuo Garming also stared in astonishment. Did he dodge all the arrows? Feng Yanxiao's face turned purple, his lips pressed tightly together and trembling. We're doomed. Looking at Ziyi standing strictly in that posture, Feng Yanxiao knew he had messed with the wrong person. How could a merchant have an escort swordsman this strong? He must be a master. So annoying. Ziyi's voice was no longer joking. He shouted, All of you will die by my hands. What are you waiting for? Kill them quickly. Ziyi ordered the people behind him. The escort guards holding swords got into a fighting stance, while others prepared to draw their swords. Feng Yanxiao continued to remind them, Just stand still there. If we turn our backs and run, we will all be killed. Someone in the gang asked, Then what should we do now? Now everyone clearly showed their anxiety. Feng Yanxiao wondered, I will distract them. The rest of you run away. Zhang Shaofeng was worried. But boss, you will... Just run, brothers. I will find a way myself. As soon as the words ended, Yan Jihei appeared and brushed past Feng Yangsha. Seeing him stepping forward alone, Tuo Gaoming shouted, Yan Jihei, hey, where are you going? Seeing Yan Jihei's small stature, Shi Yi laughed again. Haha, you barbarian bandits. Are you sacrificing a child so you can escape? Shi Yi always
Hearing this, he became furious. What? Are you crazy? You were the one who asked to die, kid. Yan Jihei paid no attention to his words and simply said, that's what my big brother said. He leaned his sword on the ground and boldly declared, on this Wufang mountain, no one is allowed to provoke us. Furious, Feng Yanshao gritted his teeth and shouted, have you lost your mind? Standing next to him, Tuo Gaoming was equally angry. He replied to Feng Yanshao, he must have gone mad. Let's just finish him off. Yan Jihei's eyes were somewhat sharp. Amidst the dust and smoke, Yan Jihei rested his arms on his blade, standing tall with an unpredictable expression. Seeing this scene, the man with hair swept to one side was at a loss for words. After a long while, he spoke up. What's wrong with these brats lately? Do they know no fear, or have they lost their brains? Saying that, he got into a fighting stance and yelled, I won't hold back against a kid, you know. If you
Hearing this, he didn't know what to say, but on this side, Tuo Gaoming's face darkened and he turned to ask Feng Yanshao, did you teach him those weird words? Hearing this, Feng Yanshao just stammered in reply, how would I know? Yan Jihei's weird words made the man with hair swept to one side tightly grip his sword and angrily exclaim, you! His face became terrifying as he furiously shouted, you damn brat, you asked for this yourself. Then he started to leap up. He leaped into the air and raised his sword high, preparing to strike down at Yan Jihei. He swung his sword down, stopping just a fraction away from Yan Jihei, but Yan Jihei still made no movement. Seeing this, Feng Yanshao couldn't stay calm and shouted, Yan Jihei! At his shout, the people standing around were somewhat confused. Facing the slashing trajectory just a bit away from his face, Yan Jihei was so calm that he didn't even blink. Yan Jihei swung his blade up, and immediately after, the man's sword was split in two, which greatly surprised him. He froze for a few seconds to process what had just happened, then he stammered, what? Feng Yanshao and Tuo Gaoming were also dumbfounded. The Xuanfan still couldn't understand what was happening, and naturally, the people present were
Then a scene flashed in his mind where he swung his sword, and his train of thought continued. Did he dodge it in a split second? Impossible. Not even a peerless master could do that. Besides, I didn't see him swing his sword. His face began to show worry as he realized something was wrong. Seeing him like this, Yan Jihei, who was surrounded by that light, smiled and said, what are you dazing out for? You're done, so it's my turn. Hearing this, he hastily waved his hand and said, wait a minute, let me change weapons. Seeing this, Yan Jihei felt helpless and dejectedly said okay, then added, find a decent one. Yan Jihei spoke again. Your weapon just now was too mediocre. I almost cut your head off. Bring another one here. I promise this time I will only aim at the weapon. Hearing these words from Yan Jihei, he couldn't help but get angry, but then he suddenly thought of something. What? His face darkened and he sweated profusely, thinking, impossible. How could the attack range of a machete be that long? He shouted, I was wrong. After that, he fell to his knees and his voice rang out again. I deserve to die. I will pay however much. Please spare my life. He thought angrily, he has become a monster, reaching this level and already able to use sword aura? Seeing this, Yan Jihei still didn't know what to say, while he was still deep in thought. I have never encountered a case like this before. Yan Jihei smiled triumphantly and suddenly said, all right, then we won't be polite. Hand over the money. Give us a lot. Then, voices saying, please accept this, sir, echoed, making everyone completely baffled. In a deserted forest, a seemingly very heavy bag was picked up. Feng Yanxiao held that bag in his hand and walked over to Yan Jihei. Feng Yanxiao called out to Yan Jihei and then said, what did you just do? Hearing that, Yan Jihei turned sharply and cheerfully
Hearing this, Feng Yanshao nervously thought about the demon-slaying saber art. It was truly strange. Both the heaven and earth saber art and the demon-slaying saber art were merely third-rate saber arts. Could he have broken Kang Wudai's sword with just such an ordinary saber art? While Feng Yanshao was still engrossed in his own thoughts, Yan Jihei was whistling relaxedly. Feng Yanshao snapped out of his train of thought and spoke casually. Is that so? Then can you demonstrate that demon-slaying saber art for me to see? Hearing this, Yan Jihei happily replied, of course.
At the Wufang mountain stronghold, numerous gazes were currently focused on Yan Jihei. At this moment, Yan Jihei raised his machete forward and began demonstrating that demon-slaying saber art for everyone to see. Meanwhile, behind everyone, Han Taiyan appeared.
Then Yan Jihei's lightning-fast and sharp slashes were continuously unleashed, causing the leaves there to fall scattered. Yan Jihei's eyes carried a look full of seriousness. And just like that, slash after slash into the air was frantically unleashed by Yan Jihei. Accordingly, each leaf also fell down one after another. Yan Jihei's eyes resolutely watched the falling leaves, and then this time a very powerful slash was unleashed by him. But this time the power it generated was enough to chop down a large tree trunk without even touching it. The moment that huge tree fell was also when Yan Jihei stopped the swinging of his machete. Seeing the huge tree he had caused to fall, Yan Jihei was momentarily stunned. After that, Yan Jihei shyly turned around and spoke up. Hey, that's all. However, everyone there did not think so, but everyone dropped their jaws in astonishment. Then the crowd present there rushed to Yan Jihei's place and shouted, "That's absolutely top-notch." The crowd surrounded Yan Jihei and vied with each other to say, "Did second brother really teach you? Teach me too, and sorry for calling you weak." Meanwhile, Yan Jihei still couldn't understand this. Han Taiyan's eyes seemed to light up. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and exclaimed, "So cool! How did you do that?" Han Taiyan still looked towards him and continued to marvel. "That's so awesome! Teach me next time." Meanwhile, Yan Jihei only showed a helpless expression and replied, "It's nothing much." Standing and watching the duo, Feng Yanxiao suddenly spoke up. "Is the demon-slaying saber art that powerful?" Seeing this, Tuogaming then replied, "It's probably just because Yan Jihei has natural talent." At this moment, the space became quiet, but a big question had been raised. Who on earth is he? Meanwhile, Yan Jihei remained carefree and comfortable without a single worry. At Wufang Mountain, a group of people passed by. However, they were blocked by Yan Jihei's group. At this time, one of the guys in that crowd suddenly rushed towards Yan Jihei. But facing this action, Yan Jihei still stood there very calmly, and then he spoke, "A mere ordinary bandit dares to block our way. Accept your punishment." And after that was a very loud scream. That guy swung his sword towards Yan Jihei. However, using his technique, Yan Jihei quickly dodged that blade. When the sword swung towards Yan Jihei's place once again, Yan Jihei also very quickly dodged that attack. Yan Jihei's eyes turned sharp and cold as he looked at that guy. And then Yan Jihei also unleashed his attack. With just a very fast swing of the saber, the other guy's sword was chopped in half by Yan Jihei. That old man with a white beard, upon witnessing his sword being broken in half, could only feel angry and gritted his
With his saber, Yan Jihei unleashed a series of slashes and simultaneously took down the henchman following that old man. At this time, Yan Jihei's portrait was posted on a wooden wall, with many people gathering around to look at it, and it seemed that someone among them had realized something about Yan Jihei's identity. He thought that was exactly the bandit skilled in using a sword on Wufang Mountain. Rumors about the Wufang Mountain
Feng Yanxiao and Tuogaming were talking to each other. Facing Tuogaming's question, Feng Yanxiao could only helplessly reply, "I also don't know what is going on with this matter." At this moment, Tuogaming, standing nearby, spoke up again, perhaps about the rumors regarding Yan Jihei. In that quiet night, under the faint firelight, about a dozen people were kneeling in the middle of the courtyard. Standing above them, Feng Yanxiao and Tuogaming looked at them, and then Tuogaming said, "What should we do? If we recruit these newcomers, our numbers will increase to 25. To Tuogaming's question, Feng Yanxiao replied, "Wait a moment, let me think." About 3 months later, the scale of the Wufang Mountain stronghold became massive, and its reputation began to spread throughout Henan. The morale grew higher day by day, but as the stronghold expanded, more and more people with ulterior motives appeared. During this time, the Wufang Mountain stronghold was being repaired and built by many people, causing its scale to expand even further. Amidst the increasingly heavy snowstorm, a voice suddenly came from a small thatched hut. "Have you found it?" "Yes, sir. We will take down number 7 and proceed from there." Inside that small hut, a person was kneeling in front of Shin Yong-kei. He continued speaking. "After that, we will take down the boss and the vice boss. We don't need to worry about the rest up to number 6. Moreover, both of them are no match for you." The kneeling man was Huang Yanyang. He continued, "I heard the boss uses the heaven and earth saber art learned from a wandering medicine peddler, and the vice boss uses the demon-slaying sword art learned from a temple." Hearing this, Shin Yong-kei's face wrinkled slightly, and he spoke up. "That can't be right. Would top leaders like them use such mediocre martial arts?"
Shin Yang-Ke fell into deep thought, his face unreadable.
Hearing this, Shin Yang-Ke angrily shouted, "Oh hey you, being a bandit and you don't know Qinglin? Qinglin is the dream of every bandit. If beggars have the beggar sect, then bandits have Qinglin." He explained so that Huang Yanyan could imagine the empire of Qinglin. The Grand Chief, heaven-shattering demon lord of Qinglin, is famous for being an extremely strong individual. No sect leader is on par with him. Saying this, Shin Yang-Ke patted his chest and shouted loudly, "That is exactly why I came here from an unorthodox branch. If I become a part of Qinglin, I won't have to bow my head to them anymore." Seeing this, Huang Yanyan was somewhat terrified and stammered in reply, "Forgive me, I don't know much about the martial arts world." Sweating profusely from fear, Huang Yanyan spoke again. "But as you said, getting recognized by Qinglin is very difficult, so wouldn't it be even harder for the stronghold leader and vice leader?" In his mind, the image of Yan Zihei appeared, making him suddenly realize, could Yan Zihei be even stronger than the rumors say? Hearing Huang Yanyan's words, Shin Yang-Ke rested his chin on his hand, pondered, and spoke. "Not necessarily. Because of the weather, I have never seen him go to Mount Shin." At this moment, the wooden door was pushed open, and a voice simultaneously rang out. "Don't worry so much. No matter how strong Yan Zihei's martial arts are," it was Bai Zhao. He pushed the door open and said, "He still cannot compare to the 9 Secrets ambush sword."
Hearing this, Bai Zhao immediately said that Qinglin's expansion was due to the expansion of the Orthodox faction, and also because there were no famous bandit strongholds in Henan City. It seemed they were lucky enough to become a part of Qinglin. Hearing this, Sin Yangke's face became unpredictable, and he spoke up. It means that even though they carry the prestige of Qinglin, they are just a bunch of ordinary bandits. Bai Zhao stepped into the house and spoke. "That's right. No need to overthink it. They grant ranks to each other based on their time of joining. I don't believe they are a real part of Qinglin." As soon as he finished speaking, a laugh rang out, followed by a voice. "That's right. Qinglin is not a place that harbors nobodies." Right after that, Bai Zhao's voice rang out once again. "This proves they are nothing." Sin Yangke remained seated and said, "We will listen to your words." Immediately after, everyone knelt down. He continued, "After clearing out this place, you will definitely hold high ranks." Following Sin Yangke's words, a chorus of thanks rang out in unison. Sin Yangke rested his hands on his thighs and added, "Whatever the reason, luck is on our side. We will overthrow the stronghold recognized by Qinglin." Sin Yangke's body seemed to emit a surge of internal energy. He clenched his fists and said, "I heard that true strength determines one's position in Qinglin. Then senior brother Bai Zhao and I, the demons of Henan City, would be the most suitable candidates for the positions of stronghold master and vice master, wouldn't we?" Outside, the snow was still falling heavily. Someone was washing dishes while asking Yan Zihei about the 5 new recruits this time, and whether he had heard about them wanting to fight for higher ranks. Seeing this, Yan Zihei replied, "Ah, I did hear about that. What's going on?" Hearing this, Han Taiyan continued her work and replied, "I hope you will punish them." Hearing this, Yan Zihei asked back with some confusion, "Why? Did they look down on you?" Facing Yan Zihei's question, she looked annoyed and answered, "No, I heard them speaking ill of the boss. They said the boss's sword arts were learned on the streets." A sudden shout rang out, startling even Han Taiyan. He had grabbed a knife and chopped the table in half, angrily saying, "Who dares to speak ill of the boss?" Facing his question, she stammered and replied, "I'm not sure. I only heard it in passing." As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Zihei rushed out into the heavy snow and angrily said, "Fine."
Suge, passing by and seeing this, called out, "Yan Jihei, where are you going so late at night?" Hearing the call, Yan Jihei turned around and said, "Suge, I heard that some of the newly recruited guys were bad-mouthing the stronghold leader. If that is true, I will tear them to pieces." Hearing this, Suge asked back, "Are you planning to kill all the people I took the effort to select? That is what the stronghold leader is worried about." Hearing this, Yan Jihei became less tense and asked Suge, "What is the stronghold leader worried about?" In the freezing snow, Suge shivered, but still answered Yan Jihei with a voice trembling from the cold. "Look, I am also worried. We are afraid you will need them into powder during the fight." Hearing this, Yan Jihei got angry and shouted, "I won't spare anyone who badmouths the boss." Suge didn't say anything, just looked at Yan Jihei. Then he stepped towards Yan Jihei. Suge put his arm around Yan Jihei's shoulder and spoke slowly.
Even though she was traveling with seventh brother, Yan Jihei's eyes were still filled with hatred. At this moment, behind the distant mountain ranges, the sun was gradually appearing after the heavy snowstorm. The next day at Wufang's stronghold, Feng Yanxiao stood with his hands on his hips and raised his authoritative voice. Do you know why I called you all here? There is a rank-matching battle request today. Since we do not often agree to these matches, anyone who wants to increase their rank should not miss this. At this time, a voice was raised from the crowd. Don't tell me you want to try. Are you crazy? I won't try. Then another voice rang out. All right, whoever wants to fight, step up. Seeing this, Xin Yangke also spoke up. Tough talk. Act like you want to go. At this moment, Feng Yanxiao also realized something. Seeing the group of people led by Xin Yangke stepping up, Feng Yanxiao saw this and immediately spoke. Are these all the people who want to challenge? Feng Yanxiao raised one hand to the sky and shouted, all right, choose the one whose rank you want to take. Starting from rank 7, you must fight us one by one. In front of many people looking at him, Feng Yanxiao raised his voice and continued, the match will be conducted transparently. Remember that we do not accept any complaints about the results. Tell me, who do you want to fight? Xin Yangke, with a dangerous look on his face, then spoke up, we all want rank 1. Hearing these words felt like a blow to Feng Yanxiao. He surprisingly asked back, really? No regrets? Xin Yangke was trying to suppress his laughter, but then the
Xin Yangke smiled smugly and said, what is there to fear from someone who used to be a traveling medicine peddler? At this time, his group also clamored, so scary, how could we possibly fight against the heaven and earth saber art? Seeing this scene, Tuo Gaming was so angry that his face turned red, and he furiously shouted at the bastards, so much so that Ma Shangtu had to hold him back, while Feng Yanxiao remained calm and said, don't do anything. Suddenly, Xin Yangke shouted. Xin Yangke shouted Feng Yanxiao's name, leaving him quite confused. Then Feng Yanxiao lowered his head and gently said, the weather is nice today. I'm hungry. Let's finish this quickly. At this moment, a hand was clenched so tightly that it trembled, and accompanied by it, an angry voice rang out, so insolent, stronghold leader, let me test them. Feng Yanxiao remained calm and said, we won't follow any order. Then Feng Yanxiao called out to Yan Jihei. Hearing the order, Yan Jihei replied, yes. Xin Yangke smiled and said, it seems you have put all your faith in him. Bai Jiao, standing nearby, also spoke up. The world will know that his sword art is just a pile of emptiness. Then there was the sound of approaching footsteps, which Bai Jiao also noticed. A red light emitted from around Yan Jihei as he walked towards Xin Yangke's group, sending a chill down their spines. Xin Yangke and Bai Jiao now felt so anxious that their thoughts could not be put into words. What is happening? Yan Jihei's eyes glowed red as he spoke up. Waiting this long has made me too frustrated.
The brothers at the Wufang stronghold all stood behind, observing Yan Jihei. Yan Jihei walked up to Xin Yangke's group and asked, who wants to go first? Seeing the killing intent emitting from Yan Jihei, Huang Yangyang and Li Wuyang broke into a cold sweat. Huang Yangyang nominated the seventh elder. Hearing his call, Li Wuyang and Bai Jiao turned their heads instinctively. Xin Yangke was just a cowardly and despicable person who didn't dare to fight, so he made up an excuse to avoid it. I don't think it's a good idea for us to go first. What would people think of our dignity? Everyone in this group, even the elders, was cowardly. Bai Jiao was no exception. He chimed in with Li Wuyang, saying, that's right, shouldn't those with lower ranks step up first? Stared at by Li Wuyang and Bai Jiao, Tian Ribao forced a reluctant smile. They didn't say that earlier. Trying to keep a cheerful face, he asked, haha, so who will go first now? Tian Ribao also made up a random excuse. I've been feeling an ache somewhere since earlier. He glanced at Yan Jihei, thinking to himself that his intuition was telling him this guy was extremely dangerous, and he needed to observe the situation first. But right after that, a hand pushed his back. It turned out to be Yan Shiwang. He was someone who used dirty tricks, and without a word, directly pushed Tian Ribao forward. Tian Ribao's face was filled with shock and fear. Pushed out, he took a glance. Ah, right in front of him now was the extremely fierce image of Yan Jihei. Are you going first? Tian Ribao felt like a tiny creature in front of Yan Jihei. Damn it, this is not good at all. What is with this terrifying killing intent? Tian Ribao gritted his teeth and endured it, comforting himself. No, I can't be afraid. If I tuck my tail and run now, I won't be prioritized for ranking up later. He is very good at using a sword, so I just need to prevent him from picking up his sword. Thinking so, Tian Ribao made a request to Yan Jihei. My name is Tian Ribao. We are not enemies, so let's use our bare hands to determine the winner. Yan Jihei simply replied, all right. Seeing him agree to the request, Tian Ribao thought, excellent, and then he jumped up. Tian Ribao leaped over Yan Jihei's head, intending to grab him with his hand. Seeing this, Sanruke's jaw dropped in astonishment. Bai Zhao, Huang Yanwang, and Yan Shi Wang were all filled with fear. After defeating Chanri Bao, Yan Zihei immediately said, "Next." This time it was Yan Shi Wang's turn. He made the same request as Tianri Bao. "I am Yan Shi Wang. I will also only use my bare hands to fight you." This Yan Shi Wang was truly a bit unlucky. Before he could even do anything, he was knocked out by Yan Zihei with a single punch. Next was Huang Yanwang's turn. I am Huang Yanwang. I want to fight using weapons." Yan Zihei asked him back,
Bai Zhao and San Wuke were now sweating profusely. Bai Zhao thought to himself, did he take down those three that quickly? He's stronger than I thought. Seeing that no one was making a move, Yan Zihei frowned angrily. What are you still doing? Are you not going to fight anymore? Bai Zhao immediately made an excuse. We need a little more time, as we haven't determined who is ranked higher yet. Yan Zihei let his sword hang down and replied, Whatever, hurry up and come at me. Being spoken to disrespectfully by a brat, Bai Zhao gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Damn brat, you are too arrogant. But he is too strong. I guess I have to use it. Bai Zhao reached into his clothes to grab something. He pulled out a fan and said, I am Bai Zhao. I will not use a sword against someone from the same stronghold. Yan Zihei also decided not to use his sword, planting his sword firmly into the ground. Fine, I won't use it either. Seeing Yan Zihei fall for the trap, Bai Zhao revealed a sinister smile. Excellent, you've been fooled. He jumped up and pulled the fan back, his eyes full of murderous intent. Then Bai Zhao swung the fan forward with great force. Yan Zihei used his arm to block Bai Zhao's attack. He continuously swung the fan, creating streams of air that struck Yan Zihei. Seeing him fall into a passive position, Bai Zhao laughed gleefully.
He watched Yan Zihei constantly fighting barehanded and thought that Bai Zhao had used that fan to become a notorious demon in Henan province. Fighting barehanded is no different from suicide. I guess I don't need to fight that guy anymore. At this moment, Yan Zihei's fans were trembling as if they couldn't take it anymore after blocking so many of Bai Zhao's attacks. He glanced and asked Bai Zhao, That fan is not an ordinary fan, right? Bai Zhao did not answer Yan Zihei's question, but instead asked him, Do you want to taste its attack? As he spoke, he swung the fan horizontally towards Yan Zihei. At this time, Bai Zhao was extremely confident in his fan. My fan can even crush rocks, so you definitely can't joke around with it. Realizing he had been tricked by Bai Zhao, he angrily cursed Bai Zhao, You damn old dog. Bai Zhao snorted, and before he could adapt, Yan Zihei had rushed forward, his fist already close to his face. Don't you know what a fair fight is? After saying that, Yan Zihei punched Bai Zhao hard in the face, causing his neck to twist to one side. Bai Zhao also met the same fate as the other three, being punched and sent flying away. Feng Yansha was also a little surprised by this brother of his. Han Taiyan also opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The thick smoke and dust gradually blew away, clearly revealing his back. Yan Zihei let out a breath. He picked up his sword and asked Samuke, You are the last one, right? Are you planning to use a sword or not? Liu Olong, standing behind it this time, was gasping in shock. He angrily thought to himself, Did he defeat Bai Zhao that easily? Damn it, he is indeed incredibly strong, just like the rumors. Yan Zihei dragged the sword on the ground. He walked step by step towards Samuke, who fearfully shouted, Wait a minute, I don't want to continue anymore. Samuke's face turned completely purple, waving his hands to signal a stop while constantly saying, Although it's very difficult to determine who is stronger between me and Bai Zhao, I don't think I need to fight anymore. Yan Zihei didn't directly rush to attack him, but said, Hey old man, remember this. If you dare to bother my senior brothers, then next time you will die, got it? His eyes right now looked extremely terrifying, as if he wanted to kill Liu Olong on the spot. Samuke knew that in the current situation he couldn't defeat Yan Zihei, so he had to endure the humiliation. Damn it, what a humiliation. Not only did that brat speak insolently to me, but now I also have to bow down to the
San Wuke was so humiliated at this moment that he had to bow and obey. Yes, I will try my best to serve you all. Feng Yansha waited until Yan Zihei finished talking to San Wuke, then immediately teased. Oh my god, you solved everything, so what is left for us to do? Yan Zihei said shyly, Hee, I'm sorry. The two walked inside, leaving San Wuke bowing behind them. Feng Yansha asked loudly, All right, everyone must be hungry by
Xing Yang Ke Haidoke Diqian endure the humiliation at this moment, harboring the thought, Just wait, I will return this disgrace to you all. At the Nanyang Merchant Guild, a voice suddenly rang out. A merchant was rushing so fast that he bumped into pedestrians. As he ran, he said, "My lord, I need to see him." At this time, a lord was sipping tea inside the manor. The merchant ran inside panting and reported, "My lord, something big has happened. The rumor we've been worrying about for so long is true. Xin Yangke and Bai Jiao both arrived at Wufang stronghold today." He continued. Li Wuyang did not seem worried. He smirked. I see. He sat imperiously and said to a servant, "If the Jianghu knew that 2 of the 3 great ghosts of Henan went to Wufang stronghold, it would definitely cause an uproar." The merchant bowed his head and reported anxiously, "Last autumn, hundreds of merchant groups were affected by them." Li Wuliang didn't care much about this. He only said, "Then it's even more interesting. So who became the boss?" The merchant raised his head and replied, "About that." He recounted what he knew to Li Wuliang. "The boss is still Feng Yangxiao, the one who can use the heaven and earth saber art. According to rumors, both of them were defeated." Li Wuliang couldn't believe it and said, "Impossible. The information must be wrong." The merchant bowed again and reported to Li Wuliang. "Furthermore, they competed in strength and surpassed 30 people, but now those 2 are the only ones left and haven't decided the winner. What should we do?" Li Wuliang slowly stood up. "What else is there to do? This is a good thing." This is indeed a good thing for Li Wuliang. Those 2 always made me think. I hate being called the great ghost of Henan along with them. Putting their names next to mine is truly ridiculous. Li Wuliang stepped past the bowing merchant and walked out. He already had a plan for this. Moreover, we cannot allow the Wufan bandits to act tyrannically. They have crossed the line. We will take advantage of this opportunity to deal with those bandits and those 2 old geezers. Isn't that great? But you shouldn't underestimate them, the merchant reminded Li Wuliang. But he replied, "Trust us, Nanyang merchant." Li Wuliang walked out, looked at the number of people standing in front of him, and continued, "You said they have 30 guys, right? We have 3 times that number, so what is there to fear?" At Wufang stronghold, there were a few people standing guard outside. As night fell, the entire stronghold was illuminated by the small burning fires. A hand was wiping a sword.
The person handing water to Yan Zihei spoke with immense admiration for him. "I'm truly surprised. I can't believe you could defeat one of the 3 great demons of the Henan Baichao so easily." Yan Zihei took the bowl of water and said humbly, "It's nothing big. The guys in Henan are all as weak as snails." The senior brother was still curious and wanted to ask Yan Zihei more. Also, how could you make the saber stand straight up like that? Before Yan Zihei knew how to answer and just grunted, the senior brother continued. "In ancient times, people often said that martial arts masters could kill someone using only a single leaf. Remembering that saying, I immediately thought of you." Yan Zihei was surprised. "Kill someone using just a leaf? I've never heard that saying before." For some reason, hearing Yan Zihei say that made the person feel embarrassed. He grabbed the water bowl and ran off, not forgetting to thank Yan Zihei. "It seems I've said some useless words. Thank you for your hard work." After hearing the words of that senior brother, Yan Zihei fell into deep thought. A martial arts master who can kill someone with just a leaf? Impossible. When will my martial arts reach such a profound level? Yan Zihei sighed. If such a person exists, I would very much like to meet them. It was now night. This was also the
Now, before his eyes was a fiercely blazing fire. Panic-stricken, he threw away the torch in his hand and shouted, "Fire arrows! There are fire arrows! At this rate, the outer wall of the stronghold will be burned to the ground. I will go out to fight them and put out the fire." Feng Yanshao rested his chin on his hand, pondering this idea. There is only one entrance to the Wufang stronghold. If we go out to extinguish the fire, we will become prey for the enemies waiting out there, no different from a snake coming out of its hole and throwing itself into a hunting trap. Having thought of this, Feng Yanshao became smug. "Ha ha ha, you fools. You didn't expect..."
Following the boss's orders, everyone in the stronghold started getting to work. 2 members of the gang carried a long wooden log towards the barricade wall. "Hurry up, hurry!" Everyone was rushing to do their tasks. Only Jihei stood frozen in place. He gritted his teeth in anger. "How dare you burn our stronghold? No matter who did this, just you wait." Morning had come, and both sides of the cliff were littered with shattered pieces of wood. Li Wulong smirked and said, "I didn't expect those stupid barbarians to react so quickly. Even after being bombarded with so many flaming arrows, not a single one ran out." He led an army to the front of the stronghold. "What a pity. We could have resolved them easily." Li Wulong kept talking to himself. "But it's fine. The outcome won't change anyway." As soon as Li Wulong finished speaking, countless grappling hooks flew out. They hooked onto the barricade at the stronghold, and human strength was used to pull down the entire barricade wall. The 2 merchants following him praised endlessly. "You are truly amazing. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea to use flaming arrows to attack?" The merchant dressed in blue also chimed in with praise. We didn't even have to lift a finger, and already destroyed them. Ha ha! Hearing the flattering words of the two men, Li Wulong smiled in satisfaction. Li Wulong thought that once the wall was burned down, they would easily overwhelm them. But suddenly, Li Wulong's eyes changed. For some reason, he widened his eyes in astonishment. When did they build it? He shouted angrily. The two merchants behind him also showed the same surprised attitude as Li Wulong. In front of them now was a
It seems the strategy has failed. Oh, shut up. Do you want to die? Do you know how proud he is right now? Those two were so engrossed in their bickering that they didn't realize Li Wuliang was so furious that his whole body was trembling. Even though he was trembling with anger, Li Wuliang still tried to suppress the others. Everyone, calm down. I have already anticipated this, if those bandits know how to use their brains like that. Hearing this, the two merchants behind him exchanged awkward glances. Li Wuliang was now so angry that bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes, his voice full of indignation. Then there is still one more way to wipe them out. Meanwhile, inside the stronghold, there was a man constantly peeking through a gap in the barricade to observe the situation outside. He saw Li Wuliang holding an axe, walking toward the barricade with a murderous aura. The observer panicked and shouted, "Someone is approaching with an axe. What should we do?" "What did you say? Is he alone?" Another voice rang out. The observer immediately replied, "That's right. He's charging here alone with an axe. Don't be careless." "Damn it. What is he trying to do? I don't think he would use that axe."
San Wukei was curious about the situation outside, so he chased the observer away. How annoying. I'll go see for myself. Move aside. He looked outside through the gap. Seeing that the person holding the axe was very familiar, San Wukei immediately recognized who it was. Wasn't that person the heavenly swordsman Li Wuliang? San Wukei was so scared that his face turned purple and shouted, "We've run into the Nanyang Merchant Guild. He is the leader of the Nanyang Merchant Guild, and also one of the 3 great ghosts of Henan." "Is that so?" Yan Zihei replied calmly. All eyes were on him. He didn't care and asked San Wukei, "Is that ringleader right in front of us?" At this time, Li Wuyang had walked up to the wall, seemingly still not having calmed his anger. Gripping the axe tightly in his hand, Li Wuyang angrily said, "How dare you bandits provoke me?" He swung his arm, continuously hacking at the wooden wall with his axe like a madman. As he chopped, he said, "This stupid wooden wall thinks it can block my way. With just a swing of my axe, I can destroy this whole place." The axe pierced into a log, and Li Wuyang's eyes had now become frantic. He said smugly, "Ha, I knew it." But before he could rejoice, he encountered another surprise. From inside the stronghold, Yan Zihei slashed, sending the log flying out. Facing the sudden attack from the flying log, Li Wuyang reflexively raised his hand to cover his face to avoid injury. Seeing Yan Zihei rushing toward him, Li Wuyang immediately asked, "Who are you?" Yan Zihei didn't answer him, but asked back, "Are you their boss?" Being spoken to so bluntly by a much younger brat made Li Wuyang quite annoyed. "What's this, you little brat?" Yan Zihei didn't waste words, directly using his sword to slash horizontally at Li Wuyang, but he was quick enough to block it. After blocking Yan Zihei's attack, Li Wuyang was extremely shocked. That power, who the hell is this monster? While lost in thought, Li Wuyang was slashed out again by Yan Zihei. This time, he also luckily managed to dodge. Li Wuyang jumped to the ground and was pushed back so far that he had to
"I know," Li Wuliang's voice rang out. Perhaps by now he knew who his opponent was. Looking at the person in front of him, Li Wuliang continued, "So you are the bandit swordsman of Wufang Mountain, right? I didn't expect you to be so young." Hearing Li Wuliang say this, Yan Zihei replied indifferently, "Is that important?" His eyes, full of anger, looked towards Li Wuliang as he said, "The important thing right now is that you burned our stronghold." Looking at the massive army behind Li Wuliang, Yan Zihei asked him with a disdainful tone, "Even with such overwhelming numbers, were you defeated so badly that you had to resort to fire arrows? It's really unpleasant to hear." Li Wuliang immediately replied, "What? This is called a fire attack strategy." Yan Zihei didn't bother to care about Li Wuliang's strategies. The thing he cared about right now was the issue of compensation for damages. "I don't care what the hell you're saying. How are you going to compensate for this now?" Li Wuliang, who had always been arrogant and considered himself superior to others, was now being demanded by a bandit, so he angrily shouted loudly, "Compensate? Why should I do that, you idiot?" He pointed his axe straight at Yan Zihei's face and scolded, You guys proclaimed yourselves kings on this Wufang mountain and are acting tyrannically. That is why I, representing Henan province, came here to subdue you. Li Wuliang's reasoning was truly absurd. Yan Zihei immediately replied, We have never robbed anyone. We only collect tolls. Although Li Wuliang was a merchant, he spoke no
Seeing Yan Jihei firmly assert himself, Li Wulong was about to say more. How ridiculous this is. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yan Jihei. Why are you talking so much? Yan Jihei's eyes were sharp, looking more serious than before. Everyone had their own opinion. Wasn't it that whoever was stronger was right? Li Wulong was sweating profusely from fear at this point, but still spoke toughly. You're quite confident, aren't you? Do you think you can provoke me and live in peace? I don't know how you defeated San Wukei and Bai Zhao, but I am stronger than them. Li Wulong's constant chattering annoyed Yan Jihei, who shouted, Then come and fight. Being shouted right in the face was a tremendous humiliation for Li Wulong. He gritted his teeth in anger. You insolent brat. Li Wulong swung his battle axe, then drew a sword from his side. He pulled out the sword with strong force and said, I will teach you how to behave properly. Yan Jihei nonchalantly replied, Just do whatever you want. Li Wulong's eyes were filled with anger. I won't be careless like those two. Even if you are a kid, I won't hold back. Hearing this, Yan Jihei was already bored. Everyone was arrogant, but ended up losing to him anyway. He rested his sword behind his head, smirked, and replied, Everyone says that. Don't be careless. I really hope you will be a bit more interesting. As soon as the words ended, Li Wulong charged forward, giving Yan Jihei a chance to retreat. Brat, it's not too late to kneel and beg me now. Both of them confronted each other directly, rushing towards the opponent without delay. Li Wulong gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his eyes intently focused.
In front of him now, there was not just one, but three identical-looking Li Wuliangs. Li Wuliang had used the boundless 5 positions, but then he quickly regained his composure. He wasn't intimidated by the move at all. On the contrary, he found it amusing. This move is more interesting than I thought. The 5 Li Wuliang swung their swords simultaneously to slash Yan Jihei, but they were easily blocked by him. Li Wuliang froze in disbelief. What? He blocked this move? Yan Jihei seized the opportunity while Li Wuliang was distracted and rushed forward. He slashed forcefully at Li Wuliang, who managed to block it with his sword in time, but his body couldn't stand firm. Once again, Li Wuliang was knocked back by Yan Jihei. Seeing that Li Wuliang could withstand one of his saber strikes, Yan Jihei found it increasingly amusing. Hey, you're not bad either. Your martial arts are really interesting. Yan Jihei's words felt like an insult to Li Wuliang's pride. He thought to himself, Interesting? What an insult. The bound is 5 positions is a martial art of the Huashan sect. There's no way a mere bandit could... Li Wuliang then shouted loudly, Who the hell are you? Tell me, where did you learn your martial arts, and what is the name of that martial art? Receiving Li Wuliang's question, Yan Jihei didn't evade it, and answered, Where did I learn it? Actually, I didn't learn it anywhere. The martial art I use is the demon-slaying saber art, personally passed down to me by second brother. Yan Jihei planted his sword into the ground, his tone proud when mentioning second brother. Hearing this, Li Wuliang immediately asked back, What did you just say? The demon-slaying saber art can only be learned.
He pointed his sword at Li Wuliang with an amused expression and asked, Besides, your technique is quite interesting. Can I copy it? Li Wuliang's face immediately darkened. What, you want to copy the Wuwei Wubian? This time Li Wuliang was truly furious. The technique he had always been proud of being copied by someone else was a huge insult to him. Li Wuliang shouted, You are too arrogant. If you think you can copy it, go ahead. The Wuwei Wubian is not something so ordinary. Someone like you will certainly never be able to learn it. But it doesn't look that difficult, Yan Zai has said while performing that Wuwei Wubian technique of Li Wuliang. He created 2 clones of himself. Feng Yanshao and San Wukei behind him were extremely surprised seeing this. The 2 merchants had the same reaction. Their jaws dropped, unable to believe he could copy it so quickly. Yan Zai had created even more clones, all simultaneously rushing towards Li Wuliang standing over there. He actually did it. It's exactly the same. The voice of a senior brother rang out. Li Wuliang narrowed his eyes, speechless with shock. How is that possible? Li Wuliang was incredibly surprised. Wuwei Wubian is the final move and also a technique of the Liuhe sword art of the Huashan sect, the pinnacle of tranquility. Although it looks like a simple blade strike, in reality there are thousands of variations within that move. The Liuhe sword art is the foundation of the Plum Blossom sword. In the Huashan sect, all disciples of the Orthodox faction must learn the Liuhe sword art. Even Huashan disciples find it very difficult to learn. However, even though Li Wuliang
Li Wuliang could not believe it. His mind went blank. Impossible. This is not a martial art that someone else can learn just by looking at it for the blink of an eye. He gripped his sword tightly. Li Wuliang cursed inwardly. Damn it. He told himself to stay calm. He was the one who knew Wu Wuyen better than anyone else. Li Wuliang focused intently on Yan Zihei's clones. Only one of them is real. It is the one at the very back. Li Wuliang made a judgment and looked at Yan Zihei in the back. What? He suddenly missed a beat. Right after that, Li Wuliang's eyes widened. How could this be? A saber slash cut across his sword-holding hand. Li Wuliang was attacked all over his body by all the clones. His eyes rolled back. Wait a minute. Are they all real? Li Wuliang was beaten until he spurted blood. He could not open his mouth to speak now. Only a little thought remained. This is
He walked step by step to where Li Wuliang was lying. What the hell is this? I'm not done yet and you've already fallen? Li Wuliang said nothing, lying motionless. Yan Jihei looked down and wondered, is he unconscious? He said casually, how pathetic. Then let's just take his head like this. Li Wuliang, lying still, heard this and begged in fear. Wait, I can't move. Never. I will never set foot on Wufang's Hounson again, so please spare me. Yan Jihei's eyes were sharp as he asked, what if you come back? Li Wuliang begged pitifully. That will never happen. I swear on my right arm. He turned to leave, not forgetting to say to Li Wuliang, you'd better keep your word. Wow, Jihei won, a voice rang out. We won. Yan Jihei walked over to his senior brother, returning to his smiling demeanor. Feng Yanshao hurriedly asked Yan Jihei, are you hurt anywhere? You were amazing. Was that a transformation art just now? Li Wuliang at this time couldn't even lift himself up, and had to ask two merchants to help him up. Li Wuliang walked away step by step, then he turned his head to look back at him. Li Wuliang thought to himself, unbelievable. How could he be so terrifyingly strong? On top of a rock at this time, there was someone who had been observing the situation from the beginning. That person covered his face completely, revealing no openings. He kept staring at the Wufang stronghold in the distance. At this moment, Feng Yanshao finally interrogated Yan Jihei. But Jihei, how could you destroy the wall that we worked so hard to build? He forced a smile and scratched his head. The tip of the pen drew a straight line across the nameplate. The person holding the pen crossed it out and said, excluding the small merchants in Henan. X marks continuously appeared on the nameplates. The person continued, then 3 of the larger merchants have been destroyed one by one, and finally even us, the Manshou and Nanyan merchant guilds that dominate this Henan, have been defeated. The person used the pen to cross an X on a nameplate.
Hearing this, another man's face turned red with intense anger. Was the heavenly swordsman really defeated? Unexpectedly, that young bandit is so strong. The man holding the pen was also concerned about this issue. This rumor has already spread to every corner here, which is why
He speculated that the brat must be a disciple of the Qinglin leader, the heaven-shattering demon god. Otherwise, how could he be so strong, right? Another elderly merchant thought the same. It also makes sense. He appeared right when the heaven-shattering demon god was acting normal. Looking very gloomy, he continued, if he really is a disciple of the heaven-shattering demon god, then it's best we stay far away from him. Suddenly, a person wearing brown clothes stood up and smashed the table with his bare hands, sending the people sitting around flying. He shouted loudly, stop saying those damn words. How can we surrender to those bandits? His hand was dripping with blood, but he didn't pay any mind to it and said, do you know what will happen if we do that? That person was the leader of the Manchu Merchant Guild, the Gale swordsman, Shang Wuchun. At this moment, his forehead was bulging with veins, and his eyebrows were furrowed. Extremely angry, this Manchu guild will become a laughingstock for all of Henan. Do you think we will still have a future like that? The man in gray clothes sitting on the ground, who had become an outlet for his anger, spoke up. Then what should we do? Aren't you, boss, only on par with the heavenly swordsman? Do you have any way to deal with that bandit? Hearing this question, Shang Wuchun's face immediately froze. His eyebrows furrowed, clicking his tongue. Psk! Shang Wuchun recalled the blows that Yan Zihei had dealt to Li Wuliang, and silently affirmed to himself, of course not. That guy is on a completely different level. If I hadn't gone to observe him first, I probably would have met the same fate as Wulong. To think there is someone so terrifyingly strong. Damn it, is he really a disciple of the heaven-shattering demon god? After a moment of thought, Shang Wuchun immediately ordered everyone, this is bad, I need to go to Huguang. What? The pen-holding subordinate instinctively asked him. Shang Wuchun didn't explain, but demanded, bring me the precious Longjing tea that we brought back from
Shang Wuchuan sighed and replied to him, "You fools, have you forgotten what is in Huguang?" The man did not remember well and subconsciously said, "Huh? Huguang? Wudong Mountain?" Shang Wuchuan smirked. "Exactly. Although I am only an outer sect disciple, I have previously learned the martial arts of the Wudong sect." His smile became increasingly sinister. "And my master is precisely the elder of Wudong, Lord Tiendi." The man sitting on the ground was so happy that he jumped up, while the other was incredibly surprised. "Lord Tiendi? Isn't he a famous master of the Wudong sect? Moreover, he is also very excellent at teaching martial arts." Shang Wuchuan's expression was no longer gruff as he replied to the other guy. "Right. You finally know how to use your head to think." He told the others his plan. The Wudong sect is exactly one of the 10 great sects. The inner sect disciples here have reached a realm that we cannot even imagine.
He believed that even if that guy was a disciple of the heaven-shattering demon god, he still couldn't possibly compare to an inner disciple of Wudong. If that guy was defeated, the Wufang stronghold would definitely be destroyed immediately. The sun shone brightly early in the morning, and a wah echoed from the building. Beautifully arranged dishes of food on the table seemed to invite people, and continuous words of praise rang out. It truly felt like a dream, all these expensive dishes. It was said that this was the best restaurant in the area, and it was indeed completely different. Han Taiyan's eyes sparkled like stars, endlessly excited. "These are all the dishes I wanted to eat before I die, and today the wish has come true." He Xiaobai next to her saw this, but she was still a bit concerned. "But, is it okay? This place looks too expensive." Han Taiyan, however, didn't care about this at all. "Of course it's fine. You two don't need to worry. Look who you are walking with. It's the strongest person in Henan province. We are walking with Yan Zihei." Being called the strongest, Yan Zihei blushed shyly and scratched his head. "That's not true. The boss is still here. How could I be the strongest?" The pink-haired girl continued to praise Yan Zihei. "Hey, even the kids know that you are the strongest person in the Wufang stronghold." I know, but..." He hesitated. Looking at the clothes he was wearing, Yan Zihei felt it was a bit wasteful. "These clothes are a bit too extravagant. This is expensive fabric. Is it really okay? We have a lot of brothers now. If we are wasteful, we will go hungry later." Han Taiyan sat up and said, "No way. You earned a lot of money for the stronghold." He Xiaobai covered her mouth and smiled. "That's right. Everyone in the stronghold feels grateful to you." He Xiaobai.
Yan Taihei didn't expect this and asked, "Did second brother say that?" Han Taiyan didn't want him to worry about money anymore, so she said, "That's right. He wants you to fully enjoy today before going back." Yan Taihei smiled happily. "Then let's eat until our stomachs burst." He held a wine cup in his hand and asked He Xiaobai, "Tss, but I've never met you before. What's your name?" Being asked, He Xiaobai replied shyly, "I am He Xiaobai. I just joined last week." Han Taiyan interjected, "She's so beautiful, isn't she? The whole stronghold is in an uproar because of her. She's famous for her beauty here." Yan Taihei was a bit surprised. "Wow, really?" He Xiaobai shyly denied, "No, that's not true. They were so busy talking that they didn't notice someone had been staring at them the whole time." Seeing that He Xiaobai never dared to admit it, Han Taiyan added, "Stop lying. Everyone knows your name. I heard you were accepted because of your fame." He Xiaobai's face flushed red. "That..." Yan Taihei didn't quite understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Han Taiyan then explained, "Xiaobai was threatened by a scoundrel who wanted to marry her, so she ran away." The man who had been watching them gradually approached. He gave a weird smile and said, "Wow, what happened here? I told you to come to me if you encounter any trouble." He got close behind He Xiaobai and Han Taiyan, asking in a seemingly caring but creepy way, "I've worked so hard looking for you these past few days. Do you know that? I was so worried about you." He Xiaobai was startled and frightened. Han Taiyan glanced up to see who it was. With a bored expression, she asked, "Is this the scoundrel?" He Xiaobai replied in fear, "It's him." The scarred man tilted his head and smiled, looking somewhat angry. "Come on, what scoundrel? If you say that, it will make me sad." Han Taiyan next to her immediately cursed at him. "You bastard."
The scar-faced man sneered. How ridiculous. Die? He reached out his hand. To think a brat like you would dare utter such words. Did you tell her how terrifying I am? As he spoke, his hand rested on He Xiaobai's shoulder, making her freeze as if dead. The scar-faced man continued, telling her that if she pissed him off, there would be consequences. His eyes turned cold as he threatened Xiaobai. Furthermore, don't even think about escaping. My patience has its limits. His hand squeezed He Xiaobai's shoulder tightly. "If you keep this up..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yan Jihei. "Stop." Yan Jihei gave him a chance to leave. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me." The scar-faced man was ungrateful and asked, "You brat, are you talking to me?" Yan Jihei started counting. 10, 9. The scar-faced man cursed in annoyance. "You bastards." Han Taiyan, who was beside them, chimed in. "It's best if you run away. You will definitely die." The scar-faced man didn't expect someone to speak so insolently to him. Hey, how impudent.
The scarred man's forehead bulged with veins out of anger. He asked Han Taiyan, "Who the hell are you? Why are you acting so insolently?" Han Taiyan briefly replied, "Wufang bandits. The person sitting over there is a bandit who is very good at using a sword." Hearing this, the scarred man's eyes widened in astonishment. What? At this time, Yan Jihei had counted down to the final numbers. 3, 2. The scarred man shouted, "Wait!" But unfortunately for him, Yan Jihei had reached the final number. 1. Bang! Reflected in the scarred man's eyes was the image of Yan Jihei standing up. Yan Jihei's gaze was sharp. He snorted. "Still haven't left?" A massive collision occurred. Yan Jihei kicked the scarred man flying with one leg. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back. Yan Jihei's kick created a small explosion, and at this moment a person wearing tightly covered clothing appeared. With a footprint imprinted on his chest, the scarred man fell backward, and the wooden wall shattered. Bowls, plates, and all kinds of objects were smashed to pieces. But the tightly covered person just stood still.
He jumped down in front of him, facing the old man. The hat on the man's head fell off, and Yan Jihei furrowed his brows. The old man looked down at him, and the two faced each other. As dusk gradually fell, a voice suddenly rang out. "Why did you come here without informing me beforehand?" A young boy running on the crowded street continuously said, "If I had known you were coming, I would have escorted you. This road is not safe." He chased after the heavily cloaked man, talking incessantly despite receiving no response. "Let me call a carriage. Just wait a little longer and I will comfortably take you to the Merchant Guild." His face was drenched in sweat, and he asked breathlessly, "But why did you come here in person? Master." He spoke, but the man continued walking without looking back. It turned out to be the elder of the Wudong sect, Lord Tiandi. Tiandi walked so fast that he couldn't keep up. "Master, where are you going?" He held his forehead and complained, "This is driving me crazy. Why did Master come here?" Tiandi coming down the mountain was truly troublesome. Having a master of the Wudong sect personally intervene was completely different from having a disciple do it. If people found out that the master was invited here just to deal with a bunch of bandits, while still deep in thought, a murmuring voice rang out. Did Lord Tiandi really come down the mountain? He went over to where the people were talking and saw a few men gathered in a small alley chatting. The man sitting on the outside was the first to spread the news. "I'm telling the truth. Perhaps Shang Wuxin is scared because Li Wulang was easily defeated." The man sitting next to him wasn't entirely convinced. "But even so, is it really necessary for an elder to step in?" The man with a bandana tied around his head also joined in. "I knew it. He definitely can't do anything to those bandits." The bandana-wearing man continued. "But isn't it quite impressive that he managed to invite that person here?"
The guy on the outside didn't know that a disciple of the Wudong sect was right behind him, so he kept blabbering. "Oh, come on, so he was so scared of that young bandit that he had to rely on his master? He was so arrogant before. How could he suffer such a miserable defeat?" Hearing this, Tiandi's disciple angrily clenched his fists, pursing his lips to endure it. Tiandi's disciple couldn't hold back and cursed, "Those bastards." Tiandi, walking ahead, said, "I can't believe you let some market gossip affect you like that." He turned around and glanced at his disciple. "You still have a lot to learn." Tiandi's disciple turned pale with fear. Please forgive me." Tiandi ordered the disciple, "After this matter is settled, you must go into secluded cultivation." The disciple bowed in obedience. "Yes, master." Walking halfway, he noticed something. Hearing the noise and seeing the crowd gathering, Tiandi's disciple hurried over. "What's the commotion? Master, are you all right?" The disciple opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Seeing Yan Jihei, he was absolutely shocked. "That brat!" Tiendi's disciple hurriedly pushed people aside and ran in. "Master, it's him!" Tiendi reminded the disciple not to cause any more trouble. Having said that, Lord Tiendi pulled down his hat to cover his face. He turned around and left, making an excuse to avoid them. "I was planning to take a walk to get some fresh air here, but it seems this place is not safe. The carriage is ready. I'm going back." Yan Zihei watched Tiendi's retreating back and thought, that old man. Looking at Tiendi's back, he could feel a terrifying aura emitting from him. At this moment, Han Taiyan's voice rang out, bringing him back to his senses. Oh my god, why did you destroy everything here?" Han Taiyan said anxiously, "The boss told us not to cause trouble so we could build a good reputation. You shouldn't have been so heavy-handed. The repair costs will probably be expensive." Yan Zihei scratched his head and dodged the issue, replying, "It's because that guy provoked me first. I even gave him 10 seconds to run." Han Taiyan looked helpless. "All right, let's ignore that. But you shouldn't have kicked our dining table over. Now I'm hungry. What are we supposed to do?" Han Taiyan said loudly. Looking at the ruins, she complained again. "Besides, you've completely smashed this restaurant. Even if we compensate them, they might not serve us." Yan Zihei clasped his hands together and said, "I will handle that." Han Taiyan had reminded Yan Zihei many times, "Didn't I tell you that you must maintain our reputation?" Being blamed, Yan Zihei pointed to the back as an excuse. "But I didn't expect that guy to be so weak. He took just one hit and flew that far." Looking at the scar-faced man lying in the rubble, Han Taiyan couldn't help but say,
She glanced over at He Xiaobai and sighed. What a pity that we can't buy clothes for Xiaobai. She's really looking forward to wearing the demon bandit's clothes. Hearing this, He Xiaobai immediately denied it. "Wait, I never said that." Han Taiyan quickly covered Xiaobai's mouth and feigned regret. "Tss, all right then, we will buy them for you next time." Feeling guilty, Yan Zihei hesitantly suggested, "How could we do that? Why don't we just buy them first and skip eating?" Catching Yan Zihei's weakness, Han Taiyan immediately said, "That's still not enough. If you feel so guilty, then listen to my request." Yan Zihei agreed without thinking twice. "All right, whatever it is, I will do it." After hearing Yan Zihei's agreement, Han Taiyan smiled and said, "You can't take back what you just said." Her request was, "Please teach martial arts to me and Xiaobai." On this side, the voice of that disciple rang out. "Master, the kid just now was the demon bandit I told you about." Lord Tiendi kept walking silently and only said, "I know." That disciple still talkatively asked, "What? Then why didn't you deal with him right then and there? If it wasn't for him, it would be much easier for us to handle the Wufang bandits." That disciple added, "Ah yes,
According to Lord Tiendi's understanding of the heaven-shattering demon god, if the heaven-shattering demon god truly had such an outstanding disciple, rumors would have spread long ago. He is a very boastful person, so there is no way he would keep that news a secret. Lord Tiendi smiled. Holding the wooden piece in his hand, he said happily, "I am starting to see that coming down the mountain is a good thing. I didn't expect to meet a martial arts genius in a place like this." Looking at the divination, he praised, "This divination is highly auspicious. It is truly highly auspicious." 3 days ago in Huguang province, at Wudang Mountain, a group of people was gradually approaching. Among them was a woman carrying a vase. An old man raised his hand to stroke his long beard, smiling and speaking to the person sitting inside. The scenery here is always so poetic. In this Wudang mountain range, only this place is this beautiful. I brought precious Longjing tea from Westlake to gift you. Because I remembered you like drinking tea, I specially came here. The person who just spoke was Lord Taisu from the Merchant Guild. The Wudang sect leader, Lord Tiendi, was sitting in front. He turned his head and asked, "Longjing tea? Isn't that a very precious tea? For you to bring such a rare item here as a gift, you must have a favor to ask of me, right?" It seemed Lord Tiendi was not wrong. Taisu just smiled without denying it and replied, "Am I that obvious?" The outdoor air was very airy, and the sunlight was harmonious. Inside, Lord Taisu slowly filled the teacup. The two sat opposite each other, enjoying the tea together. Lord Taisu did not beat her on the bush and got
Lord Tiendi, maintaining a calm expression from the beginning, said, "If Qinglin is also involved, wouldn't that be troublesome? This is exactly the issue Lord Taisu wanted to talk about. If we don't intervene, it will be exactly like that." "But it seems the leader of the Merchant Guild recently is your outer sect disciple, isn't he? Is he the one who brought the tea?" It seems Lord Taisu had investigated thoroughly and grasped the information clearly before meeting the Wudong sect leader. Taisu continued, saying, "If you send another disciple to protect the peace of Henan and assist your disciple, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Lord Tiendi also understood the meaning. "Your intention is that we need to monitor Qinglin?" Taisu was just waiting for that. "Exactly. You still remember how Fairy Yuksha of the demonic cult affected the martial arts world in the past, right? I want a stronger alliance after that incident."
Images in Taisu's memory began to appear. That fairy Yaksha had used a terrifying martial art to conquer the
Who can guarantee that the martial arts world won't fall into such danger again? I have a bad premonition. I don't know how much longer this peace can last. Our sect is no exception to this worry. The leader of Qinglin, the heaven-shattering demon god, hundreds of swordsmen have been defeated by his hands. It can be said that currently there is almost no one in the martial arts world who can stand against him. After listening for a while, Lord Tiendi finally spoke up. Before that heaven-shattering demon god makes his move, you want to pull them up by the roots, don't you? Slowly filling the next teacup, Taishu calmly replied, Exactly. The disciples you train always bring a good reputation to our Wudong. This is also an opportunity to rebuild the strength of the Wudong sect. If our reputation spreads throughout Henan, it would be absolutely wonderful. Holding the teacup in his hand, Lord Tiendi kept a cold face, not answering, but slowly taking a few sips of tea. After careful consideration, Lord Tiendi finally spoke. All right, but I have one condition. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the teacup heavily onto the table and firmly said, The subjugation of the Wufang bandits, let me handle it personally. Taishu was puzzled by the strange request of the sect leader and asked probingly, What? Why would you want to do that? Lord Tiendi replied, I have governed this place for the past 10 years and performed countless rituals to foresee the future. But strangely, whenever I check my own fortune, I have never received an auspicious hexagram.
That unusual divination was precisely a highly auspicious one. Recalling the moment he held the divination in his hand, Lord Tiandi affirmed that this was definitely an opportunity bestowed by the gods. The Wudong sect leader had countless thoughts in his mind. The bandit from Wufang Mountain was a master swordsman. Even though he didn't believe the absurd rumor saying he was the disciple of the heaven-shattering demon god, his true chi was certainly exceptionally different. If he could take him in as a disciple, he would surely become the strongest swordsman in the world. The peerless swordsman of Wudong. If that happened, our reputation would definitely soar to the clouds. Putting those delusional thoughts aside, let's go see how the Wufang bandits are doing. Everyone was working hard. They supported each other perfectly, so everything was quickly completed. A subordinate quickly went to report to Feng Yanxiao, the boss of the Wufang bandits. Boss, the construction is complete. Grasping the situation, he replied in satisfaction. Is that so? Standing and looking at the newly built architecture, he proudly said, This is the hall of the Wufang stronghold. Because the Wufang stronghold developed too quickly, the Daibei Mountain stronghold helped them build more halls to match their current strength. And to fill those new halls, Feng Yanxiao invited carpenters, strategists, and their families over. Everyone around exclaimed in amazement.
Tuogaming approached and asked, Boss, why do you look so deep in thought? Seeing that his brother noticed his unusual demeanor, he reflexively replied, Oh, hello, brother. I was just reminiscing a bit about the past. Tuogaming said meaningfully, The past? Suddenly, a voice calling out to the boss interrupted the conversation. Seeing this, Tuogaming asked, Why are you in such a panic? The subordinate replied, Have you seen Jihei? I heard he is teaching martial arts to Taiyan and Xiaobai. I want to join too, but I can't find them anywhere. Tuogaming smiled and pointed towards the back of the mountain, saying, You're a step too late. They just went into the forest. The subordinate yelled, What? Why did they leave me behind? Tuogaming urged, Hurry up and chase after them. At a bamboo forest deep in the mountains, Yan Jihei seriously said to the other two, This time we will practice breathing methods. First of all, you two need to memorize these 300 words. Jihei poured his heart out, reciting all 300 words in one breath. Those who want to possess Nine Heavens Chi must first conquer their own hearts. Nine Heavens Chi is neither tangible, nor is it an indefinite void. After that was a continuous stream of words that were hard to memorize. At this time, Taiyan, who couldn't understand anything, had to cry out to stop him. Jihei! Yan Jihei didn't understand. Huh? At once, the two little sisters shared the same thought. It's too difficult. I can't even remember 100 words. A giant question mark appeared above Yan Jihei's head as he said in confusion. Difficult? If you practice for about 10 years, you'll be able to do it. The 10 years that Yan Jihei spoke of sounded like 10 days, making the two of them inevitably frustrated. You make it sound so easy. Yan Jihei continued to guide them. Close your eyes and slowly follow my lead. It will get easier gradually. The other two reluctantly replied, Okay. Following Jihei's words, Taiyan and Xiaobai began to close their eyes. Yan Jihei's words echoed in their ears. Close your eyes. Suddenly, he realized something and opened his eyes wide to observe. The wind continued to blow. Taiyan and Shabai had entered a state of complete concentration. Jihei thought in astonishment, "This is the first time I've seen others practice like this, so this is what it feels like to see something invisible so clearly." Taiyan and Shabai were silent at this moment, their expressions calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Jihei also sat down and entered a state of cultivation until the afternoon. Taiyan was exhausted by now. She rubbed her eyes and absent-mindedly said, "Jihei, how about we—" Suddenly she noticed something. Shabai beside her looked worried and wanted to say something, but she stopped him, gesturing for silence. Jihei was still cultivating at this time, showing no signs of stopping. His power was being released more.
Jihei was standing on a calm water surface holding a sword in his hand. The surrounding space was as pitch black as ink. The first sword strike was executed decisively. Jihei maintained his center of gravity, focusing his gaze straight ahead. Jihei continued to unleash countless other sword trajectories, but his face was filled with frustration as he thought, "Still not right. What must I do to fully comprehend this sword art?" A voice reminded him, "Calm down. Listen to the calling from within your core." Jihei shouted, "Who is it?" When he looked to the side, he saw someone with the exact same appearance as him when he was young standing there, swinging a wooden sword like his shadow. Jihei asked defensively, "Who are you?" The person did not answer, only reminding him, "Get ready." Saying that, the person began to change stances, and Jihei quickly followed suit. The two moved in perfect synchronization, exactly the same. Jihei thought in amazement, "My body is moving as if it were naturally me." The vague things were gradually being mended. Two figures from behind, one large and one small, aimed at the same point together. While Jihei was gradually comprehending the sword art bit by bit, outside Taiyan and Shaobai were extremely amazed. Countless stone flowers appeared above Jihei's head. They slowly bloomed, as if Jihei's sword art had ripened and fully developed. A massive surge of power radiated from Jihei's body. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were resolute and seemed to be glowing. Taiyan and Shaobai did not understand what was happening, standing silently in place. Jihei asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Taiyan immediately asked, "The light just now. You are amazing. Can we do that if we continue to practice?" For a moment Jihei was flustered, not knowing how to answer. Finally he stood up, blushed shyly, scratched his head and said, "All right."
By the time the three returned, it was already dusk. Taiyan and Shaobai walked behind, laughing and talking happily. As soon as Taiyan arrived, she cheerfully asked, "We're back. Is the hall finished building, brother?" Jihei calmly asked, "Boss, where are the rest of the people?" The atmosphere was silent. At this moment, their boss stood alone in front of the newly built hall with no one around. Feng Yansha didn't turn around, hesitantly asking, "Jihei, what do we do? Lord Tiendi is attacking our Wufang stronghold." This information was a great disaster for the Wufang stronghold. They had just finished building the hall not long ago, and a storm had already arrived. By evening, everyone gathered together. Feng Yanshao asked, "Has everyone run away?" "Brothers, Lord Tiendi has joined the Merchant Guild. They are on their way to attack us." Jihei just stood silently on one side, listening. Feng Yanshao clenched his hands and asked, "What does everyone want to do?" One person quickly said, "Stronghold leader, they will arrive here tomorrow. Shouldn't we run right now?" Feng Yanshao's face darkened, not answering. He looked at another person and asked, "Shenyanka, tell me your strategy." The old man smirked. "Do you think those tricks can deal with Tiendi?" Tuogamakmin was like a cat on hot bricks, impatiently shouting, "Then what should we do?" Shenyanka said in annoyance, "Do you not understand? Wufang stronghold is finished. Lord Tiendi is an elder of the Wudang sect. He is the head of the sect and was once the strongest in Hubei. His disciples are all very strong. Do you want to find a way to fight against him? Just pray, at least you can die with your head still attached." At this time, everyone had lost their direction. Looking at Jihei, he asked, "Jihei, what do you think?" Everyone was silent, nervously looking at Jihei without saying a word. Finally, he squeezed out 3 words, "I don't know," causing the atmosphere to drop into the 8th level of hell. Suddenly, Shenyanka shouted, "Look, if we just linger here, we will only end up dead." He decisively left. "I am leaving. I am not staying here to wait for death." The people around began to waver and also left in droves. They said to each other, "I don't want to die. Lord Tiandi is coming. We should run." Feng Yansha just watched them leave with a dark face without stopping them. Among them, one person turned his head to look. "Li Zhashan, what are you still standing there for?" At this time, Li Zhashan was still standing in place, lost in deep thought. He turned his head to look at Taiyan comforting Shabai, who was sobbing. Taiyan didn't know what to do and could only say, "Don't worry," but she herself didn't know what to do either. Finally, Li Jiashan decisively said, "I am not leaving." The other guy was furious, unable to believe what Li Jiashan had just said. "Are you kidding me?"
Feng Yangxiao looked at everyone and said, "There are only 10 of us left. Thank you, everyone." He closed his eyes and thought they should run as Jin Yang-Kei had said, but there were still the new halls, the new houses that had just been built. Remembering the images of the kids playing happily, Feng Yangxiao affirmed that there would still be people returning to Wufang's stronghold. Feng Yangxiao trembled slightly, clenching his hands into fists. The space was becoming increasingly dark. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in from a gap in the wall. Jihei observed carefully. He reached out and caught the leaf flying towards him. He clenched his hand, stepped forward and said, "Stronghold leader, could that Lord Tiendi cleave a person in half with a leaf?" The night enveloped everything. The full moon was perfectly round. The space was quiet, with only the rustling sound of the wind. Feng Yangxiao was standing alone in front of the tall city wall, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. He recalled the moment Yan Jihei stepped up and asked about Lord Tiendi, which had left everyone extremely shocked. Feng Yangxiao rubbed his chin, saying doubtfully, "A leaf? I don't think he's that strong. A human cannot be that powerful." Hearing the answer, Jihei tilted his head and stated matter-of-factly, "If he is not that powerful, then wouldn't we be able to defeat him?" This made Feng Yangxiao stand up.
But suddenly he recalled Xin Yangkei's words, "Wufang's stronghold is doomed. If we stay, then we will all die." These words made Feng Yangxiao hesitate. He began to envision a future scenario where a person wearing a black cloak, with their face fully covered, was standing on the city wall. His eyes glowed like a fierce beast hunting for prey. He did not hesitate to slash directly at the red-haired teenager standing below. At this point, Feng Yangxiao did not dare to think any further. Is pushing this boy into a life-and-death situation the only way to protect Wufang's stronghold? Is it really the only way? Meanwhile, Jihei paid no attention to Feng Yangxiao's thoughts. Even at a time like this, he could still laugh and chat with Taiyan and Tuagabing. Feng Yangxiao clenched his fists once again. He said with a gloomy face, "We have been here for 5 years. Especially in the past year, we have recruited many new members and even built magnificent halls. So many good things have happened. That is more than enough." It seemed Feng Yangxiao had made a decision. The people around began to ask in confusion, What do you mean? Come on, don't say those things. It's not like you at all." "That's right, Brother Jihei will definitely be able to solve this matter. Don't worry too much." Feng Yangxiao stopped them. "No," he gritted his teeth. "We can't."
Finally, he struggled to say the last words. "From this moment on, the Wufang stronghold will be disbanded." Ending the flashback, holding the axe in his hand, Feng Yangxiao let out a long sigh. Despite announcing the disbandment, Feng Yangxiao still stayed behind alone to build the barricade wall. Looking at his trembling hands, Feng Yangxiao chuckled. Why couldn't he just leave this place? Looking back at the city wall, a rope securing the wooden logs suddenly snapped. The unsecured logs immediately collapsed, coincidentally falling right towards Feng Yangxiao. He panicked for a moment, unable to react in time, and could only stand there and scream. The falling logs caused thick dust to fly everywhere, obscuring the view, when a voice rang out. "Boss, is it because you always order the brothers to work that you can't do anything yourself?" Feng Yangxiao, not understanding what was happening, asked doubtfully, "What?" At this time, Tuoga Ming was using all his strength, using both hands to hold up a wooden log several times his size, his face covered in bulging blue veins. His whole body trembled as he tried to support it, but he still didn't forget to say, "Boss, did you really think we would leave?" Everyone at this moment was individually holding up a wooden log. Feng Yangxiao called their names, Gao Ming, Taiyan, Shangzhang, Xiaofang, Zashan, and even Xiaobai, everyone. There was one more person, who at this moment was single-handedly holding up dozens of wooden logs. Jihei. He looked up and said, "Boss, are you all right?" Feng Yangxiao gave a relieved smile. Everyone. They put the wooden logs down, looked at their boss and said, "Boss, what are you doing here after announcing the disbandment of the stronghold? Didn't we swear to live and die together?" "Boss, you aren't hurt, are you? Are you okay? Boss, take my hand. You haven't had dinner yet, right?" Feng Yangxiao smiled and said, "You guys really don't know how to listen." Finally, he reached out his hand, grasped Tuo Danan's hand, and stood up. Everyone together, once again, built up the sturdy defensive wall. Laughing with them, they lit a fire together. Sitting down together to discuss. "Fortunately, we still have materials. The wall will be rebuilt quickly. Then we can rest for a bit."
Ma Xiangtu the thief who was once imprisoned, Xu Mita the petty thief, Kwa Xiangzheng and Zhang Xiaofeng the forest-destroying farmers. Looking at them, Feng Yansha thought even though he was nothing, his younger brothers still trusted him, a big family that he was always grateful for. Feng Yansha smiled faintly and said, I think I am truly lucky. Tuol Gaming replied, Are you just realizing that now? Taiyan suddenly stood up and said, Boss, we swore to live and die together, so why don't you add us to your family too? Jieshan, Xiaobai.
Everyone stood up together. Of course we agree. Feng Yanxia was satisfied. Good. Then from now on, Zeshan is the 8th brother, Taiyan is the 9th sister, and Xiaobai will be the 10th sister. From now on, I will rely on you, my family. Everyone looked at each other with deep affection, and Jihei also joined the atmosphere, smiling happily. After that, this group of bandits who swore a blood oath together perhaps imitated the Peach Garden oath from the Three Kingdoms. For those who don't know, that is the oath of brotherhood between Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei in the Peach Garden. Even though the people of Wufang stronghold were uneducated, they lacked absolutely nothing. Soon it was dawn, and the light began to shine on the red-tiled houses. But against that backdrop, a man in a black cloak appeared with a great fortune divination. He led a long line of martial artists down the road. With cold, murderous eyes, he ordered, Let's go. At the base of Wufang stronghold, everyone was still sleeping soundly at this time, but one person had woken up and gone outside. That person was Yan Zihei. He went out and slowly closed the door. Looking up at the sky, he snorted softly, holding a sword in his hand. His eyes were somewhat gloomy as he thought, I can't sleep. The brothers won't be able to see my anxiety, but will I be able to defeat Lord Tiendi? Thinking about this, he began to focus, closing his eyes and gripping the sword tight. He quickly reacted by natural reflex, immediately turning around and swinging the sword in his hand toward the shadow. Hearing a startled cry, he suddenly realized it was Feng Yanxiao, who raised both hands innocently and said, Zihei, it's me, calm down. He embarrassedly and hurriedly pulled his saber back. Stronghold leader, you scared me. Are you on patrol? Feng Yanxiao replied, Yes, I let the brothers go to sleep first, but why aren't you sleeping? He scratched his head and said, I can't sleep. His eyes now showed 2 dark circles due to lack of sleep. Feng Yanxiao looked at him in silence. Yan Zihei continued to explain, It's okay, I don't feel tired. Meanwhile, Feng Yanxiao secretly reached behind his back, then immediately swung a saber straight down at his head. He quickly reacted, defended, and shouted, Boss! Feng Yanxiao said, Do you want to fight to stretch your muscles? He was a bit surprised, suddenly froze for a few seconds, then also quickly reacted, rushing towards Feng Yanxiao. All right! The two rushed at each other, unleashing one move after another. Feng Yanxiao seemed quite satisfied. Yan Zihei
He asked back, Apologize? What are you apologizing for? Feng Yanxiao's expression was not very pleasant at this moment. He explained, I keep relying on you, the youngest one here. Jihei thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just this. He smiled and said, Come on, we are brothers. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by a shout. Wufang stronghold, listen up. Feng Yanxiao became tense. Wait, are they already here? Lord Tiendi, wearing a black cloak, stood behind observing. A man from the crowd stepped forward and shouted, I am the leader of the Manchu Merchant Guild, Shang Wu Chun. Your stronghold must surrender. If you continue to resist, we will turn this place into a river of blood. Feng Yanxiao worriedly thought, I cannot let Jihei bear this responsibility. Then he quickly jumped over the barrier wall to go outside, leaving Jihei hastily calling out, Boss! He turned back to look at Jihei and said, The stubborn one must be the leader, right? Looking at the crowd ahead, Feng Yanxiao thought, Oh, that's a lot of people. I won't feel scared. Shang Wu-chun arrogantly said, Are you the stronghold leader? Stop resisting in vain. Feng Yanxiao angrily scolded, Bastards! Shang Wu-chun, you ignorant fool. Did you really run to beg the Wudong sect to invite Lord Tiendi to join you? Do you think we would run away in fear because of an old geezer? What a bunch of bastards. Do you think you can fool me? These words successfully provoked Shang Wu-chun. His face turned red with anger, and he gritted his
Finally, the Wudong sect leader stepped forward and Shang Wu-chun. I thought you not to be impulsive, but I will not spare anyone who insults my reputation. He let out a shout, revealing his power, which caused Yang Jihei to react. Hurrying to Feng Yanxiao, he shouted, "Boss, get out of the way!" Before he could react, the city wall he was standing on collapsed. Feng Yanxiao couldn't react in time and could only fall freely. The Wudong sect leader quickly jumped up, gripping the sword in his hand tightly, and charged straight towards Feng Yanxiao. The moment Feng Yanxiao fell into danger, all of Jihei's fear and pressure disappeared. He channeled all his power into his legs, causing the ground to start cracking. Then he launched himself up, slashing a strike towards the opponent. He simply wanted to protect his boss. Jihei's sword aura flew towards Tiandi. He quickly dodged it. His sword aura deviated from its original target and crashed straight into the mountain behind, causing a massive explosion. This successfully caught the attention of Lord Tiandi. He thought, what terrifying power! In the few seconds he was distracted, Jihei had already flown right in front of him, preparing to attack again. He quickly raised his sword to block. The two continuously struggled, one attacking, the other defending. Then he used a
He said seriously, "Hey, what kind of person is Lord Tiandi? I felt a tremendous surge of power coming from that sword strike, but I am the stronger one," he firmly asserted. The two stood facing each other. Hearing those words, Lord Tiandi asked in surprise, "What? Who did you say is stronger than who? I must praise you for having such outstanding talent at your age, but it seems you are being a bit too arrogant." Yan Jihei calmly said, "I am not arrogant, old man. You and I have met before, haven't we? Back then I thought you were a very strong person, but I see now that you are no match for me." Lord Tiandi quietly observed, saying nothing. Jihei continued, "You can't slice a person in half with a single leaf, can you?" Hearing this, he burst out laughing and said, "You are a more interesting fellow than I thought. I have traveled all over the Jianghu searching for talents, but this is the first time I've met a fearless brat like you. Even the most powerful and prominent figures across the Jianghu bow down before this Lord Tiandi." He seemed to be in high spirits. "Excellent. Prove it then. Let's see if you are truly stronger than the prodigies I've raised." With that said, in a split second, he charged toward Jihei. Jihei also leaped up, and the two exchanged blows in midair. When their swords clashed, it was as if they created a shockwave that swept everything away. The accompanying martial artists below were pushed back by the force, with smoke and dust flying everywhere. Tuo Gaming had woken up. He quickly supported Feng Yanxiao and asked worriedly, "Senior brother, you're awake." Feng Yanxiao, holding his head in pain, asked, "What on earth is going on? Where is Lord Tiandi?" Tuo Gaming replied anxiously, "Please calm down."
Lord Tiandi was very satisfied at this moment. Good. Try taking this move, if you can. A stream of green sword intent was unleashed. Yan Jihei swung his saber down, immediately slicing the sword path in half. But that was not all. During that moment, Lord Tiandi had already approached Yan Jihei. He smugly reminded him, "Don't be so distracted. Think of the next move." Yan Jihei replied, "All right then," and used his sword to strike him a blow. This time, when the two clashed weapons, it caused a massive explosion, causing considerable damage to those nearby. Once again, both of them retreated far away, keeping their distance. Finally, Tiandi also realized one thing about this kid's strength. He was not arrogant. Could he really be the disciple of the heaven-shattering demon god? Looking at the displeased Yan Jihei in front of him, it seemed he finally acknowledged the boy. He asked, "Who is your master?" Jihei, confused, asked back, "Master?" He did not answer, but merely raised his saber. He pointed his saber straight up to the sky instead of an answer. Tiandi was a bit surprised by this action, and then he laughed heartily. Taking off his hood, he said slowly, "I am liking you more and more, kid. I can understand why I feel such
You will need it." Then he pointed his sword at him, emitting a murderous aura, looking at him with the sharp, cold eyes of a fierce beast hunting for prey. Yan Jihei began to notice the transformation. This old man, his stream of chi had changed. His sword path was now graceful and winding, yet equally sharp. He began to exert his power, and behind him, yin and yang circles started to appear. The accompanying martial artists exclaimed in astonishment. That was the sword art that only the elders of the Wudang sect could execute, the supreme sword art, Taiji Hui sword. He spoke again. "Even if you feel afraid now, it is already too late." Yan Jihei did not hesitate, immediately charging forward. Suddenly, Tiandi spread his arms and revealed a meaningful smile. A beam of light shone toward Jihei. Yan Jihei was stunned. That is, In that split second, he lost focus and immediately received a heaven-shaking blow to the stomach from him as a reminder. Can't you concentrate? Zihei immediately had to retreat to keep his distance, not forgetting to curse the hateful old man a few times. But when he looked back at the previous spot, he couldn't see anyone at all. At this moment, he had already moved behind him, saying in a cold voice, being absent-minded again? Now, as long as he could smoothly swing a sword strike, he could surely succeed. Luckily, he was quick on his feet and jumped to the side, successfully keeping his head on his neck. However, he couldn't completely dodge that attack. He stepped back, looking to be in pain. Zihei clutched his wound and knelt on the ground, angrily cursing. Bastard! From the beginning until now, Zihei still hadn't been able to injure the Wudong sect leader. He still hadn't suffered a single scratch. Looking at the kid in front of him, he commented, "Can't even stand up? You're still too weak." Then Lord Tiandi swung his sword once again. The attack had almost reached him when Zihei hastily used his saber to counterattack. But that wasn't all. Yin and Yang circles continuously appeared in the air, and Tiandi jumped up along them, leaving Zihei extremely shocked. He lunged down from above. Feng Yanshao's face darkened, standing rooted to the spot. The people from the Wufang stronghold also arrived at this moment, and Taiyan panicked and shouted, "Zihei!" The wind force generated by Lord Tiandi's leap was enough to make it difficult for anyone around to approach. His attack this time carried a lot of power, completely different from his previous strikes. Zihei had no way to evade and was forced to block this attack that carried the weight of 1,000 tons. A pillar of light crashed down, immediately creating a shocking explosion. Everyone around had to quickly evacuate. A few people who couldn't run in time were blown far away. After the attack, all that remained was the fractured ground, and a quite large crater appeared where the Wudong sect leader was standing. He stood there and said, A beam of light slowly emerging from behind the screen of smoke and dust terrified him extremely. He tried to observe it carefully, but still couldn't figure out what it was. Suddenly, an Asian dragon appeared, slowly stretching its body out of the layer of dust. Its eyes, like burning flames, stared intently at the Wudong sect leader, making him even more bewildered. What on earth was this thing? Meanwhile, in the east of Luoyang, Yanxi, at Olong Manor, the atmosphere was extremely bustling. A martial arts performance was taking place, gathering many famous elders in the martial arts world. The flexible sword movements of the swordsmen created an incredibly synchronized and eye-catching performance. As soon as the act ended, rounds of applause immediately rang out, accompanied by very lively laughter and chattering. A person slowly stepped forward and spoke, "O elders of the Yan family, thank you all for being here." At that moment, a triumphant smile and an ambitious look appeared on Bai Meizhou's face. It was the eldest son, Wubai. The young man, with a serious demeanor and a sturdy body, had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. In a ready stance, he continued, neither fast nor slow. "During the past time, I have trained at the Nong family and gained much enlightenment. Today, taking this opportunity, I will show you what I have learned." With her sinister nature, Meizhou seemed about to play a hidden card. Her eyes were full of smiles, the corners of her mouth curled up, involuntarily.
At the same time, Wubai forcefully drew his sword, swinging it with immense power. Stepping his right foot back into a stance, the sword flashed quickly, creating a beautiful curve from the left. The strength in his arm contained such massive power that it seemed to tear the air apart, even producing a whistling sound of the wind. After that, he bent his arm, forcefully swinging upward from behind. His body remained entirely motionless, his face extremely serious, emitting a towering aura. This caused all the spectators to drop their jaws, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could that be?" As if unable to believe what was happening and about to happen. Another person quickly denied, "Impossible." Despite the chatter, the atmosphere around Yan Wubai remained incredibly silent. The streams of qi from the previous sword strike had not yet dissipated. They linked together in rings and spiraled upward, surrounding Wubai. Energy gradually accumulated, and his body radiated a faint golden light. In his mind, the image of a majestic heavenly dragon constantly appeared. Wubai kept reminding himself, "Imagine it, the image of the giant dragon, the image of the ground being torn apart by those claws." His gaze was ice-cold, sharp, and entirely focused. Shouting, "Ah!" Yan Wubai swung his sword upward from behind, and a blindingly bright golden color burst forth from the sword, creating an eye-catching streak of light. The ground gradually cracked open, bringing about tremors as smoke and dust rose. The people nearby couldn't help but be startled, using their hands to cover their foreheads to avoid small debris hitting them, squinting and saying, "This power." Panicking, their eyes widened as they looked forward.
3 long slashes were carved into the ground. The earth was shattered, and the dust had yet to settle completely. Impossible! This is the dragon claw! Someone gasped in astonishment. The elders, disregarding their image, hastily ran from their seats, immediately arriving beside the giant dragon's claw marks to examine them meticulously, exclaiming endlessly, "Oh, what a surprise!" "Everyone look!" As Wubai's ostentatious performance ended, Bai Meizhou's triumphant and scheming smile appeared, nodding to signal her precious son. Wubai caught that profound gaze and decisively sheathed his sword, maintaining a confident demeanor. In contrast to the liveliness at Olong Manor, things on Yan Jihei's side were incredibly tense, with dense smoke and dust blinding the area. The glowing eyes of a massive beast gradually emerged, slowly advancing straight toward the sect leader of the Wudong sect. The group from the Wufang bandits was equally astounded, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, as cold
Terrified by the scene before his eyes, he could only stand frozen by his overwhelming power. Staring wide-eyed at the Dragon King, his entire body broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Yan Zihei's body was surrounded by a terrifying source of demonic energy, accumulating into a pillar that erupted into the sky. Blasting forward, dust and smoke flew in all directions, and the air seemed to thin out, making it hard to breathe. "Hey, old man," Jihei slowly spoke up. "Are you still hiding your strength?" Holding his sword and pointing it straight at Tiandi, a strong gust of wind blew toward him, forcing Tiandi to hastily use both his hand and sword to block it. Slowing the advancing force, the winds around him were manipulated by that power, blowing into a massive circle that enveloped him. With a sharp, cold gaze and no hint of fear, he growled a warning. "You are underestimating me. From now on, fight with all your might." Ready for battle, the power he radiated grew with every passing moment, shaking the ground. Illuminating a whole area of the sky, streaks of demonic energy coiled around his body like dragons and phoenixes, shooting out everywhere. Suddenly, there was endless loud laughter. Excellent, truly excellent. Tiandi's face was filled
Immediately, Tandy lowered his body, planted his right foot firmly, straightened his left leg, gripped the hilt tightly, and channeled all his magic power into the sword blade in his hand. His gaze became strangely serious, and his voice gained a few degrees of ferocity as he shouted, "Good. Fighting like this is what makes it interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, Tiandi accelerated forward, roaring 3 words, "Take this move," his whole body rushing over, pointing the sharp tip of the sword straight at Yan Zihei. Without panicking or dodging, Jihei stood calmly and firmly, holding the sword tightly with both hands and bringing it behind his head. His determined eyes looked toward the opponent with freezing killing intent. With a loud boom, the sword swung forward powerfully, and a dazzling golden light slashed through. The ground was torn apart, debris was thrown up, flying and hovering in midair. The 2 moves clashed. Tiandi seemed to be engulfed by that power and blinding light, and the fragments of magic power on his sword gradually separated piece by piece, dissipating into nothingness. Realizing the situation was not good, but still not knowing what would happen next, Tiandi thought, "This is..." The 2 brushed past each other. Yan Zihei's move created 3 long slashes on the ground, and the light from the previous strike was blinding. The power continued to spread. The marks grew deeper and deeper, extending for tens of meters before fading. As everything gradually settled down and the ground stopped shaking, the remaining eye-catching blue magic fragments also slowly dissipated. At this time, Tiandi also turned his head, surprised to realize, the move. "I told you not to be careless." Before his thoughts could connect, Jihei hurriedly rushed in for a decisive battle, startling Tiandi into a state of alertness. Not giving the opponent a chance to counterattack, he quickly closed in, narrowing the distance, his expression incredibly majestic, far different from usual. With a, Tiandi coughed up blood. His internal organs had probably been severely damaged. Perhaps realizing that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for him, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! His internal energy was gradually draining, while Jihei was getting closer and closer.
Once again, the 2 dashed past each other. With the sound of their clash, coincidentally, a strong wind blew at that moment, carrying fallen leaves across and creating an incredibly imposing scene. Tiandi was slightly stunned, while Jihei remained completely calm. Small drops of blood flew in midair as the 2 of them gently landed on the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Behind Tiandi's tall back, it seemed as if he still had something left to say. Amidst the setting sun and the mountains, he slowly spoke. "Could you tell me your honorable name once again?" Bathed in the dazzling light, he gently replied,
Yan Zahei, Za as in chi, meaning red, he as in the sunset glow. At the same time, the sunlight slipped through the mountain crevices, illuminating every mach. It meant a blazing red sunset. As soon as the words ended, his fiery red hair fluttered gently in the wind, sparkling under the soft sunset glow. He turned his head slightly, a gentle smile blooming on his lips. At this moment, Tiandi also revealed a smile of contentment and voice.
With a thud, Tiandi fell to his knees on the ground, continuously vomiting blood. He panted, slowly raising his head to look at the person opposite him, sweating profusely. A deathly gaze, a majestic aura. It was Lord Yanwu. Turning around, the towering back of that swordsman was still deeply etched into Tiandi's mind. Returning to reality, his eyes gradually closed, and he muttered, Yan Zihei. Coughing a few times, he continued, So that's how it is. Perhaps Yan Zihei had evoked a long familiar figure in his mind. After Senno's words, Tiandi uncontrollably collapsed onto the ground. A once renowned swordsman had now fallen, making way for the next generations of talents. Tiandi's men stood rooted to the spot, their mouths agape, their faces filled with fear. The Wufang bandits were no exception. Cold sweat flowed incessantly, and their eyes were fixed, unable to believe what had happened or the truth unfolding before them. Zihei maintained his calm demeanor, firmly planted his sword into the ground, and proudly walked towards Tiandi. Then he stopped, exhaled softly, turned his head with a cheerful smile, and called out 2 words, Boss, breaking the suffocating silence. At this moment, Brother Shao finally reacted, his eyes wide open, his body and voice trembling as he spoke. Zihei! Zihei won! In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to explode. The whole group shouted, laughed loudly, and even jumped up and down, roaring.
Suddenly his body seemed to be lifted up. Yan Jihei could not hide a bit of confusion. Great job, Jihei! Yan Shao shouted proudly. He was now sitting grandly on his shoulders. In the distance, the devastated battlefield left behind by the fierce battle just now could still be seen. The difference between the cat scratch of the eldest son of the Yan family and Yan Jihei's dragon claw was clearly too vast. The slogan, Long live Wufang Stronghold, echoed everywhere. Laughter and chatter filled the space. Yan Jihei smiled with his eyes closed and said happily, Long live the Wufang 10 great heroes! The sky turned to the sunset glow, and the lively laughter echoed across the sky. The Wufang bandits were still completely overjoyed by Yan Jihei's victory against the heavyweight opponent, Tiandi. Completely opposite to the excitement of Wufang, Tiandi's disciples were in utter panic. Their hearts pounded, their legs trembled, their faces darkened, and they broke out in cold sweat. One of them stammered, Impossible! Our master lost? Right at that moment, Tiandi unexpectedly used his sword as a support to try and lift himself to sit up. Startled and amazed, he immediately called out loudly, Master, and rushed over to ask, Are you all right? The injuries are too severe. We must treat them quickly. His face was extremely panicked, and his limbs were clumsy and frantic. Contrary to the disciples' eagerness, Tiandi smiled calmly.
Tiandi calmly replied, Did you see that? Today I have seen with my own eyes that there is always a higher mountain. The image of a towering mountain piercing through layers of clouds appeared before his eyes, and at this moment he was extremely small, standing on the cliff of a small mountain. Returning to the conversation, Tiandi spoke seriously. Subjugation? Coughing a few times, he continued. Unless the emperor summons the soldiers. With determined eyes and a firm voice, drop it immediately. Before that, think about confronting that kid. His gaze slowly turned towards Yan Zihei. The person was still smiling brightly, surrounded by brothers and friends, some rubbing his head, some patting his shoulder. The scene shifted to a bustling, noisy place. A slurred voice rang out. Did you hear about it? Lord Tiandi has been defeated. Slamming his wineglass on the table, he continued to mumble, Unbelievable! It was the southern part of Henan, in a small eatery. The battle between Zihei and Tiandi was being hotly discussed among the guests. One person spoke suspiciously. There's no reason for a sect elder to lose to a bandit. The other guest immediately replied, No, it's true. That bandit kid who's good with a sword is not an ordinary character. Have you guys heard the news of Lord Tiandi subjugating the Wufang stronghold? Refusing to back down, the other person immediately retorted, That's true, but no one saw Lord Tiandi lose with their own eyes. Honestly, who knows if people like you are just bragging? With a slight curve of his lips full of amusement, he slowly spoke up. Not entirely impossible, instantly attracting the attention of two people at the next table. He continued, if it's that brat, I think he could even defeat the elders of the Wudong sect. Seeing this person interrupt, yet knowing so much information and acting extremely mysteriously, the guest asked, huh? Who might you be? Not answering immediately, the man just leisurely took a sip of wine, then replied with a smug face, perhaps someone who has directly fought that little bandit? Wiping away the drops of wine running down the corner of his mouth, this mysterious person was Li Wuliang, the heaven-shaking swordsman, Grand Chief of the Nanyang Merchant Guild. The image of the previous battle between Li Wuliang and Jihei flashed back. At that time, the heaven-shaking swordsman could only stand frozen, watching Jihei quickly charge forward with a decisive sword swing. While reminiscing, Wuliang closed his eyes and said, he is truly an outstanding talent. Is there anyone who can face him? A suspicious figure leaning against a nearby wall had also eavesdropped on much of this conversation. Several people around them caused a commotion, running over to Li Wuliang's table, chatting and laughing cheerfully, speaking up, were you also? We were defeated by him too. The Grand Chief of the Nanyang Merchant Guild slowly took a sip of wine and politely greeted them. A pleasure to meet you. Were you brothers also defeated by him? The man replied, we of course were taken down by his very first move. Another person curiously chimed in. I heard that the heaven-shaking swordsman here exchanged a few rounds with him. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely lively, attracting many glances from other
The heaven-shocking swordsman, Grand Chief of the Nanyang Merchant Guild Kong Wude, or Tiandi, sect leader of the Wudong sect. These extremely seasoned swordsmen, rich in both experience and strength, had all been defeated at the hands of Yan Jihei, a young, talented boy holding many mysterious, untapped powers. To maintain the prestige of the Manchu Merchant Guild in the Wudong sect, the Grand Chief of the Manchu Merchant Guild, Shang Wu Chun, did his utmost to stop the rumors, strictly ordering everyone to keep silent, not to utter a single word, along with many other schemes. However, the defeat of the Manchu Merchant Guild had spread throughout the southern region of Henan. Wufang's stronghold, from being nobodies that had never been heard of or seen before, had become a force with some power. At the same time, as stories about Lord Tiandi were being fabricated, people everywhere were buzzing about the sect leader of the Wudong sect. Word of mouth, from 1 to 10, from men to women, from the streets to the deepest alleys, rumors about the 12 heroes.
Among them, the most famous name is of course the young man with fiery red hair, serious and strong when facing his opponents, Yan Jihei. That is how the story goes, Li Wuliang slowly recounted, and then everyone chatted noisily and laughed loudly. The bystander, who had been listening attentively all this time, turned around and quietly left. At this time, that suspicious person was kneeling, respectfully reporting. In the Wufang stronghold, there was an outstanding person named Jihei. Rumor has it that he faced an army of hundreds from the Merchant Guild, supported by the Wudong sect. There were only 10 of them, yet they could protect the stronghold, so they are called the Wufang 10 Great Heroes. It turned out that this was the person commissioned to scout and gather information for the people of Qinlan. At this time, Li Chang'an finally spoke up. Wufang Stronghold? Isn't that the place I named? Weren't they just a ragtag group of 7 a few months ago? Ye Xiangjie chimed in with contempt. The one-eyed blood bandit also showed no respect, sneering and saying sarcastically, they said they wanted to recruit more people, so I named it for them. I thought they would inevitably be wiped out by the large neighboring merchants, but it seems they were lucky enough to recruit someone with real strength. At this moment, a mocking laugh rang out, and he playfully uttered, when the master arbitrarily demanded to double the number of Lulin's strongholds, all of the 12 demon lords, including myself, objected. Wouldn't the prestige of Lulin decrease if the number of Lulin's people increased? By ignoring the
He continued to ask, didn't they say there would be a Lulin assembly held in Wanan? Both vice masters turned their heads to look back simultaneously. Li Jing'an replied, that's right, it's less than a month away. In that case, I will observe a bit to see if they are worthy of the Lulin's reputation. As he spoke, he used one hand to lift the curtain, a cruel and dangerous smile blooming on his lips. At this moment, in the clear blue sky, an eagle spread its large wings and flew across the Wufang stronghold, a small note tied to its leg. At the same time, in the Qinghe pavilion, Tian Riba was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling ceaselessly, his head pressed close to the floor, not daring to look up, his voice pleading. Stronghold leader Feng, please spare me. I have nowhere else to go but here.
Fang Yanxiao just slowly walked over, his whole body standing tall like a mountain in front of Ribao, looking down from above, his face full of sternness. It seemed as if his rage was about to ignite. Just looking at him made people shiver without being cold. Ribao at this moment could only continue to beg, "I will never leave the stronghold again." "Stand up." With a voice full of authority and a gaze as cold as a knife, Yanxiao spoke. Only able to obediently comply, Tian Ribao slowly stood up, cowering and not daring to stand up straight or breathe heavily, his whole body still trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering along. He said softly, "Yes, sir." Fear rose wave after wave in his heart. The thought that he would be beaten had already appeared in Tian Ribao's mind. Fang Yanxiao stepped forward, raising his hand high. With that arm strength and those muscles, it was enough to imagine a terrifying scene to come. At this moment, Ribao could only squeeze his eyes shut, resigned to everything that was about to happen, his head constantly echoing with fearful thoughts. "I will be beaten." "It's great that you're back." Yanxiao strongly threw his arm around the shoulder of the brother he hadn't seen for a long time, speaking happily.
Thinking he was hallucinating, Ribao foolishly asked back, "Huh? What?" Yanxiao happily laughed out loud, slapping him on the back with a thud, and said cheerfully, "What is there to be afraid of? Thank you for trusting me and coming back." Ribao turned his head, his round, sparkling eyes already filled with tears, and uttered with a trembling voice, "Stronghold leader," looking incredibly adorable. "Thank you, sir. I will definitely repay this favor." He bowed low in gratitude. After that, Tian Ribao hurriedly turned and ran away, not forgetting to smile happily. Yanxiao just gently replied, "All right." "Aren't you forgiving them too easily? If you accept them, how can we maintain the prestige of the stronghold?" Tuo Gaming approached and asked, "You should only take those who can follow us to the end, no matter what happens." At this time, Yanxiao gently interrupted. "Gaming," he said in a serious tone, "after going through this, I feel indignant because we clearly haven't been recognized as a part of the Lulin. The number of strongholds emerging and expanding their power is also very large. The previous factions of the Lulin view new
Cao Ming rubbed his chin, pondering. "That's right. In Lulin, we don't have any faction supporting us. Sometimes we even forget that we belong to Lulin." Both of them simultaneously looked far away towards the stronghold. Feng Yangxiao slowly continued. "That's right. I thought I would protect this Lulin name with my prestige, but it is just vanity. If we don't want to let Jihei bear an extra burden like the previous incident, we must definitely get recognition from the Lulin world." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, his face full of determination. The second brother of the Wufang bandits glanced at Yangxiao, asking with some confusion, "But what should we do? Isn't the Lulin Grand Assembly about to take place? We will let them know our stronghold is not just a bunch of rabble. If we are recognized, we can ally with other strongholds." Feng Yangxiao said fiercely, with a spirit to fight to the end, showing off all his strength. The Wufang bandits at this moment would not yield to any enemy. A confident smile bloomed on his lips. Winking at Cao Ming, Yangxiao spoke up. "If we leave, then we won't need anyone to protect the stronghold, right?" The second brother breathed a sigh of relief, nodding and saying, "That's right. The number of people has also increased. Shouldn't we try harder?" "Well said." "Brother Cao Ming, give me a hand too." Saying that, the two laughed out loud, full of anticipation for what was to come. Suddenly remembering their little brother, Yangxiao asked, "Where did Jihei disappear to?" Tuo Gaming immediately replied, "He said he went to look for some inspiration." The scene suddenly shifted to a towering, sky-scraping mountain. "Jihei has worked hard," the boss of the Wufang stronghold said. Changing the subject, he happily asked, "So how are the rumors about the Wufang 10 great heroes? Sounds imposing, right? It's really no joke." "What else is there to say but that we are the heroes of Wufang Mountain?" Cao Ming replied. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked towards King He Pavilion. The eagle from earlier had now flown to its destination, gently perching on a sturdy arm. This person gently withdrew the small letter tied to the bird's leg, reading it slowly, his face showing no emotion. It was Tiendi, who was calmly sitting on a rock amidst a towering bamboo forest. Gentle sunlight filtered through the gaps, and the blowing wind created pleasant rustling sounds. The scene was strangely peaceful. Gently letting go of his hand to let the letter fall slowly, at the same time the eagle flapped its wings and flew away. The letter lay neatly on the grass with the following content. "I heard that you are still lingering at Wufang Mountain. For the elder of the sect to be
That quiet space was suddenly broken by the rustling sound of footsteps. Turning his head quickly, Tiandi greeted, "You've arrived?" At this moment, Jihei, dripping with sweat and panting, asked with a somewhat gruff expression,
Huh, old man, you have a home but won't return to it? Saying nothing, Tiandi merely smiled with great interest, as if finding amusement in this young man, his face full of smiles. Seeing that Lord Tiandi had been rooted here for so long, Yan Zihei asked in annoyance, Old man, aren't you going home? Knowing the boy was getting annoyed with him, Lord Tiandi remained unbothered and replied casually, Home? Why should this poor Taoist do that? It's been a long time since this old man had a chance to rest, so I must take this opportunity to recuperate. Lord Tiandi's answer only made Yan Zihei more frustrated. Gritting his teeth, he continued.
He sighed helplessly. Do you want to ask me to become your disciple again? But I have no interest. No, this was not his goal. He placed his hands on his knees and pressed down firmly. On the contrary, Lord Tiandi's eyes looked somewhat distressed. He recounted his glorious past, where he was dubbed a newly emerged genius. As the number one under heaven in Wudong, I have cultivated profound internal energy and comprehended Wudong's ultimate skills, thus having practiced the Taiji Hui sword for 30 years now. But no matter what I do, I still cannot circulate the three ultimates, Lord Tiandi said anxiously. Yan Jihei did not understand and asked, 3 ultimates? Circulate? What are those? Lord Tiandi did not explain, but said, Simply put, I want to learn from you, young hero. Hearing this, Yan Jihei immediately changed his expression, suddenly becoming colder. Is that so? His voice rang out. Then he said resolutely, But I cannot pass the demon-subduing Dao art onto you, old man. That was personally taught to us by Brother Tuo. Suddenly, Lord Tiandi reached out his hand to signal him to stop. He coughed a bit before calming down and saying, No, the demon-subduing Dao art is fine.
Lord Tiandi clasped his hands behind his back, stepped down from the boulder, and replied gently, Isn't it called myriad flows return to the source? That alone is enough. Besides, he paused hesitantly, and Lord Tiandi's heels lifted. He dashed towards Yan Jihei at a very fast speed, one hand clenched into a fist, while the other was like a fierce tiger wanting to grab his face. He said, For the young hero, this proposal isn't too bad. Yan Jihei saw Lord Tiandi about to swing his fist right at his face, but didn't dodge, just staring intently. However, Lord Tiandi didn't punch him directly. He stopped his hand at a certain distance, but with just that, Yan Jihei's hair was blown up by the wind force. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. He wasn't scratched at all, but a few bamboo trees in the row behind him had been snapped in half. Yan Jihei turned around to look, unable to hide his surprise, and asked, What? Just doing that and an entire forest behind? Old man, what did you do? Seeing his attitude, Lord Tiandi asked him, Are you curious? He rolled his wrists, requesting a trade with him. Of course, I can tell the young hero, but there is one condition. Let's make a trade. What trade? Yan Jihei asked him. Lord Tiandi's trade was, if the young hero gave him some advice, he would point out the young hero's shortcomings. Yan Jihei thought that he wouldn't have any shortcomings, so he subconsciously asked, Shortcomings? Lord Tiandi glanced over at him and replied, That's right. Although you are already very strong, you still haven't fully utilized your strength. He explained it simply for Jihei to understand. Perhaps you do not clearly understand the essence of martial arts. If you can understand that essence, your martial arts
Day by day, Yan Jihei practiced diligently under Lord Tiandi. He leaped high, swinging his sword behind his back, and the two sparred together in midair. Right at this moment, Lord Tiandi and Yan Jihei were just returning from their training. A few kids, engrossed in their play, ran past without noticing Lord Tiandi and almost bumped into him. Fortunately, Lord Tiandi managed to step back in time. Oh my! Lord Tiandi stopped in his tracks, looking at the children playing ahead. Then he glanced to the side and saw someone standing there watching him, making him instinctively let out a Seeing that it was a young boy, he asked, Is something the matter? A gift for you. The young boy took out a wildflower and held it out to Lord Tiandi. Lord Tiandi happily accepted the gift. Thank you, little one. I will keep it safe. Seeing Lord Tiandi's gentle attitude towards him, the little kid showed a bright smile and said, Come play with us next time. Watching the boys retreating back as he ran off, Yan Jihei mocked, You look quite close, don't you? Lord Tiandi cheerfully replied, Ha, aren't children very innocent and talented? Yan Jihei sighed and with a disgusted demeanor said, I don't like those little brats. Lord Tiandi was a bit curious. What reason do you have to hate such innocent and cute children? Yan Jihei frowned, his eyes full of resentment. You don't know anything. Those kids are all cunning brats. They harass, tease me, and make a fool out of me. Lord Tiandi remained silent.
He looked towards the villagers and said, "But this poor monk sees that the people of this Wufang mountain, young and old, are all very kind-hearted. I didn't think the Klingland stronghold would look like this." Hearing this, Jihei replied indifferently, "A stronghold is also a place for people to live. What's so strange about that?" Lord Tiandi smirked. "You are right. It was a misunderstanding on this poor monk's part."
She carried 2 bundles of firewood on her shoulder. "Great, let's head back." At this moment, another figure appeared behind her. The person reached out his hand. It turned out to be Lord Tiendi. He wanted to help Han Taiyan carry the firewood, offering to carry it for her. Han Taiyan turned around and greeted him politely. "Ah, hello, sir." She spoke courteously to Lord Tiendi. "You are an elder of the sect. Why would you do this kind of work? I feel really bad." Lord Tiendi immediately replied, "Because we still have plenty of time. Come on, let's go." Han Taiyan felt this was a bit strange. "You are really strange. The elders are all noble, so I thought they would never do these things." Tiendi was very casual about it. He said, "I also used to have the wrong idea about bandits." Han Taiyan walked ahead and asked, "Oh, so have you changed your mind?" Lord Tiendi had no intention of hiding his thoughts. He frankly said, "Perhaps so. At least it can be said that Wufang Stronghold is a good place." Hearing these words, Han Taiyan was extremely pleased. "I agree, because other strongholds are not like Wufang Stronghold." She kept talking.
She seemed to really like this place. The brothers of Wufang accepted the struggling guest retainers. Thanks to Brother Yan's protection, the Wufang stronghold could be this peaceful. Lord Tiandi was a bit curious, so he asked Han Taiyan, "Why did young hero Yan come here? Do you know?" Han Taiyan thought for a moment to see. She recounted, "I don't know too much about his past. The brothers of Wufang Mountain saved him when he was in critical condition." Lord Tiandi laughed in amusement. "Because of a life-saving debt? Ha! A reason worth risking one's life to protect the stronghold." Han Taiyan happily continued, "That might be so, but above all that reason, isn't it because we are all family?" Lord Tiandi silently looked into the distance. Then he replied, "Perhaps so. Family. We should head back," Han Taiyan said. The scene shifted to another side, where someone was having their neck tightly grabbed by another person, absorbing their yang energy, only able to open their mouth wide to gasp for air, panting. Then gradually he also had all his yang energy drained and stopped breathing. At this time, there was a group of people, all with their faces covered, especially the leader, who only revealed his eyes. In front of him was a woman who bluntly threw Turning her back and walking away, she said, "The agony I experienced on that day 20 years ago, there hasn't been a single day that I could forget it." The White Dipper Demon Lord stepped forward step by step. "At that time I was impatient, but not anymore. The Sword Emperor and the Moon-Severing Swordsman." She sat on the chair, her face clearly showing a sinister expression. "Besides them, I will make all the powerful martial arts sects kneel before this fair Yuixia." Now, the demon boss of Henan City, the ones known as the Two Fiends of Henan, if faced, it would be hard to keep one's life. With a nickname given for the wicked smile hidden beneath his sword blade, Nine Secrets ambush sword Sinyanke was currently kneeling before those two people. In his entire life, he had never had to kneel at anyone's feet, but this time the danger hanging over his head had come knocking, which was the male lead Yan Zihei and the Wudong sect leader Lord Tiendi. At this time, outside Heijia village, a group of 5 people was stopping by a nearby eatery. One person said, "We finally arrived." Another complained, "I'm starving to death." The black-haired boss called out, "Waiter, quickly bring food here." One of them was Huang Yanyang. He spoke up and asked, "But are the rumors spreading in the village true? The baseless rumors that the Manshou Merchant Guild and Lord Tiandi were defeated at the Wufang stronghold? Everywhere we go, we hear praises for that Wufang stronghold." Sinyanke continued the conversation. "Impossible. If Lord Tiandi personally took action, that Wufang stronghold would be wiped out." He thought to himself, could it be that the news of Lord Tiandi destroying the Wufang stronghold
If that's the case, Wufang Stronghold will become a desolate stronghold with nothing left but the Lulin name. Shinyanka fantasized. In that stronghold that had lost its leader, I would appear like a hero and become the stronghold leader of Wufang Stronghold, which was the grand plan I laid out. However, he held his head and clicked his tongue. But everything has already gone down the drain. Suddenly, he noticed someone at the next table saying, "Hey, have you ever heard of the Wufang 10 Great Heroes?" Another person replied, "Of course. In this place, is there anyone who doesn't know about the Wufang 10 Great Heroes? They are very strong."
They continued their conversation, but how strong are they to have such rumors? From the White Tiger Legion to the elders of Wudong, all lost before they could even move a finger. Hearing this, Shin-Yanka gritted his teeth and thought, the Wufang 10 great heroes seem to be stronger than I thought. The other side continued, moreover, they even accept those who ran away, so isn't that being too generous? Already the people in the stronghold are very crowded, and there are even people coming from all directions after the rumor spread. The orange-haired guy at Shin-Yanka's table also heard the whole story. He immediately asked, Boss, what do we do? The people of Wufang Stronghold seem to still be alive. Shin-Yanka frowned and said, those Manshao merchants boasting that Lord Tiandi will also participate? How could a sect elder come to subjugate a bandit stronghold? Another guy asked again, then what should we do now? Didn't you say you would get the top position in that abandoned stronghold, boss? Shin-Yanka shouted angrily, are you guys blaming me? The orange-haired guy explained, that's not what we meant. Ever since we were advised by Lord Baizhao to go to Zeifeng stronghold, we have been looked down upon and called those who abandon the stronghold. Didn't we trust your words and follow you, boss? If we chose to follow you to the end, then you must also be worthy of it, right? Shin-Yanka slammed the table and cursed, you fools. If what those people said is completely true, then hasn't Wufang Stronghold accepted those who return? Huang Yangyang spoke up to defend. Anyway, if they want to maintain the prestige of Cleanland, isn't it better to have more people? Another guy spoke up.
The bald guy interrupted and asked, but boss, isn't that guy Jihei even more cruel? He won't let us off easily. Just as he finished speaking, he was knocked unconscious. Another guy immediately did some damage control. We just need to know that we only temporarily left the stronghold to protect the stronghold, the orange-haired guy added. That's right, we are not deserters. How could they return to the Wufang stronghold without Ba Xin? Another continued to flatter him. Exactly, they are all waiting for Ba Xin. Hearing them say this made Shin-Yanka feel smug, thinking, of course, there is no one in the stronghold more knowledgeable about the martial arts world than me. After saying that, the whole group set off to return to the Wufang stronghold. Everyone focused their eyes on them. Seeing that they actually dared to come back, someone there said in dissatisfaction, hey you guys, what face do you have to dare return to the stronghold? Another person also recognized the ungrateful group and said, aren't they the ones who abandoned the stronghold? What shameless people to dare come back. They are really thick-skinned. Seeing this, Huang Yangyang immediately said to Shin-Yanka,
Huang Yangyang asked anxiously, but will they believe our words? Everyone considers us the sinners who made them leave the stronghold. Boss Sin replied, why do you care about that? They are all just people who only dare to gossip behind my back. Suddenly, he saw 3 giant long straight lines imprinted on the ground in front of the stronghold. Yen Yang thought simply and said, there must be some fool who wanted to farm in front of the stronghold but was chased away. Yank his face stiffened as he said, farming? Nonsense. This is the trace of an attack. There was only one person who could do this in the stronghold. His face turned pale. No matter how strong that brat Jihei is, this is definitely not a mark caused by the demon-subduing Dao art. While he was deep in thought, a voice rang out behind him. Isn't that Yanka? Do you still have the face to come back here? Sin Yanka immediately turned around angrily and said, who dares to call my name?
He continued, you bastard, what are you going crazy about? Li Zhishan immediately replied, it seems I am not the one going crazy. Hearing this, he lost control and yelled, what? I was only temporarily absent for a bit, and it seems there is no longer any respect for hierarchy, huh? Zhishan dropped the axe he was holding to the ground, his face dark. Respect for hierarchy? Hey, Shin-Yanka, then shouldn't you greet this older brother? At this time, another person ran up to report urgently, stronghold leader, stronghold leader. He panted as he spoke. Reports indicate that 5 guys, including Shin-Yanka and Huang Yangyang, have barged into Wufang stronghold. Feng Yangshao stood up slowly and said, has Brother Shin returned? Tuo Gamim said in disgust, this old man is really thick-skinned. Then he turned to Yanshao and asked, boss, are you planning to accept all of them? I haven't liked that sinister old man since the very beginning. Whatever the reason, wasn't he the first one to instigate leaving the stronghold? Feng Yanshao thought for a moment and said, that's true. The strategic mind of that brother, known by the name Ma To of Henan City, is truly necessary for our Wufang stronghold. To Gamim disagreed. Well then, I thought our stronghold strategy has gradually become stronger thanks to Jihei's teachings. Now we have people who can face Shin-Yanka and Bai Jiao. Yanshao continued. Even if Shin-Yanka and Bai Jiao could be miserably defeated by Jihei, doesn't that old man have peerless martial arts? Over here, Li Zhishan was challenging Shin-Yanka.
Both of them raised their fists, opening a tough and fierce battle. He was surprised because Li Zhishan was not like before. Blocking my attack? Li Zhishan smirked and said, "So what? It seems you are just average." The buck-toothed lackey following Xin Yangke was equally surprised. Impossible! That Sheshan was already very strong before, but he shouldn't be someone who can face Boss Xin. Even in this Henan city, there is no one who can match Boss Xin. How could he have gotten so strong? Li Zhishan leaped up, threw a fist at old Xin and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha! After being trained by Brother Yan, you guys are nothing." Hearing that, Xin Yangke smiled disdainfully. Is that so? He got stronger after being taught by that brat Jihei? Right after saying that, he leaped right above Sheshan's head, grabbed his head tightly with his hand, and said, "But you are still too green to defeat me." With a bang, Xin Yangke slammed Sheshan's head into the ground. He fell down, fists clenched, cursing. "Damn, old man." He continued, "If you move, you will only suffer pain." Ridiculous. The battle is just beginning. Sheshan struggled, saying with determination, "I will not lose to a cowardly old man." Saying that, he swung his fist at Xin Yangke, even though he was still lying on the ground. He dodged it and stood right up. Does he really want to defeat me? He channeled his internal energy, striking his palm at Sheshan. "You brought this upon yourself. Don't hate me." In the heat of the moment, a finger touched the middle of Yangke's forehead, and a voice rang out. "Stop." He looked up, and it turned out to be Tiandi. Being stopped made him dumbfounded. What the hell? Tiandi continued. "I don't know who you are, but isn't using a
Suddenly, Zeshan spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere between the two. "Old man, don't stop him. I was about to let him taste a counterattack." Tiandi admonished. "Understanding the gap in strength is also a tactic. This person is much stronger than you." Li Zhishan wiped the dirt off his face with his hand and said, "I haven't even shown my full strength yet. Lord Tiandi shouldn't have interfered." Hearing the name Lord Tiandi, Xin Yangke was shocked, opening his eyes wide and asking, "Lord Tiandi of the Wudang sect?" Tiandi replied matter-of-factly, "That's right. I am Lord Tiandi, an elder of the Wudang sect." Old Sin was shocked after knowing it was Lord Tiandi. He thought of the false rumor spreading. Could it be that the rumor of defeating Lord Tiandi is true? He looked at Tiandi and asked another question. What business does an elder of the Wudang sect have coming to Cleanland Stronghold? Lord Tiandi turned his face away, refusing to acknowledge him. "If you are not a member of the Stronghold, why do you need to know about this matter?" At this moment, Yan Zihei appeared and said, "Old man Sin, if you came back here after causing such trouble, you must be very determined, right?" At the first peak, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. "To think I have to suffer this humiliation?" he said angrily. "That brat of the Yan family, I definitely won't forget this day." A few hours ago, Lord Tiandi stood to the side, glancing at something. "Dead, he's dead." Huang Yanwang panicked. Tian Chide behind him was also somewhat worried, while Yan Shiwang was chanting, "Namo Amitabha." Huang Yanwang wondered greatly, did he really want to kill that old man? San Wuke was currently lying on the ground, covering his head with his hands. He lay on the ground enduring every punch from Yan Jihei, complaining, "Shouldn't we greet each other first?" He thought to himself, "This demon, this brat is definitely a great demon." His bandaged arm throbbed with pain. San Wuke gritted his teeth and endured. "Yan Jihei, at all costs, one day I will take my revenge." Suddenly his eyes widened as he felt a murderous aura emitting from ahead. San Wuke was curious. What's going on? Looking at the road ahead radiating murderous aura, he wasn't sure who it was. What on earth is this powerful aura? This oppressive and heavy feeling is even stronger than the Yan family. San Wuke hid behind a tree trunk to observe. At that moment, a hand was radiating the murderous aura from earlier. San Wuke peeked out, wanting to see who it was. Who on earth was it? In front of him was Lord Tiandi. The aura around Lord Tiandi.
Yan Zihei smirked and said, "Oh, what a fierce aura." Seeing that red hair, San Wuke immediately recognized who it was. So the brat from the Yan family is also here? Seeing the two yin-yang halves in Lord Tiandi's hands, and even under his feet, Yan Zihei wondered to himself, will the old man successfully rotate the three ultimates? Yan Zihei jumped high into the air and said, "Interesting." Lord Tiandi did not reply, but said, "Interesting? Perhaps so." The yin-yang halves in Lord Tiandi's hands distorted, losing their original shape. His hand tightly gripped the sword at his waist. Lord Tiandi looked up at Yan Zihei. "Young hero Yan, pardon my rudeness." Saying that, he drew the sword from his waist and swung it forcefully. "But who knows?
I might be stronger than young hero Yan. Seeing the strike that Lord Tiandi unleashed, Yan Zihei smirked. Wow, how can that be? The force of Lord Tiandi's slash was so strong that the trees in the forest shook. San Wukei, who had been eagerly watching the situation all along, was puzzled. Fighting? What the hell is going on here? Watching Yan Zihei and Lord Tiandi continuously swinging their swords to attack, San Wukei thought to himself, an elder of the Wudong sect and a bandit.
Lord Tiandi did not explain much. He only said, "It seems you judged too hastily." The stream of chi that Tiandi generated spread all the way to the sword in his hand. Behind him now was a massive formation map. Yan Zihei opened his eyes wide in astonishment upon seeing it. Lord Tiandi pointed his sword forward, and a powerful beam of light rushed toward him. Yan Zihei used his sword to block Lord Tiandi's attack with great difficulty. A massive explosion erupted from their position and echoed far away, with thick smoke and dust billowing up. With just a single strike, Lord Tiandi created a tornado that swept through the ground behind Yan Zihei, and now only Lord Tiandi's back could be seen. San Wukei, who was watching from behind, couldn't help but tremble. This is crazy. He was so terrified that sweat poured profusely down his face. A simple sword strike actually holds this much power? He truly is a demon god. Lord Tiandi, he almost lost his life. The thick smoke had not yet dissipated, and San Wukei thought, it's over. Even if it's that Yan Zihei, there's no way he can come out unscathed. However, from within that thick smoke, Yan Zihei's figure gradually became clear. Lord Tiandi was also a bit surprised as Yan Zihei raised his sword. He smiled with amusement. Wow, that move was really dangerous. His eyes became more resolute. It seems I can't block the attack with the demon-subduing Dao art this time. Saying that, Yan Zihei leaped up, thrilled to fight such a strong opponent. Old man, I will fight you seriously. Seeing that Yan Zihei's body was still intact, San Wukei was endlessly shocked. What? That brat is still completely fine? He should be dead by now.
Tiandi shouted loudly, "All right, this poor monk is only just beginning." Yan Zihei glanced down to take a look. Right after that, he used the second stance of the Nine Heaven sword art, and behind him now was the image of a coiling golden dragon. Lord Tiandi was extremely shocked upon seeing this. Perhaps he did not expect Yan Zihei to be able to use this technique. While Lord Tiandi was still dazed, Yan Zihei brought down a strike of heavenly dragon fire. A massive explosion erupted once again. San Wukei, who was standing nearby watching, was also made to stagger by the airflow, shielding himself with his hands. Ah! The sky was now split in two. Lord Tiandi also struggled against this strike. Ah! San Wukei looked up at the sky and instinctively said, "Oh my god!" A patch of the sky that no longer had sunlight was even cut in half. San Wukei couldn't believe it. Tearing the whole sky apart? "Oh, it's better than you thought, isn't it?" Yan Zihei asked Lord Tiandi. He landed and asked Lord Tiandi about his strike. "Thanks to you, my martial arts have improved a lot. What do you think?" Lord Tiandi did not hide it and said, "If I were hit, my flesh would be torn and my bones crushed. I don't know when you will ever stop showing me all these surprises." Yan Zihei looked over at Lord Tiandi and said confidently, "Hey, don't pretend to be weak." He reached out his hand to shake hands with Yan Zihei. He spoke up, "Let's stop here. Thanks to you, I have understood a lot more." Yan Zihei actually looked regretful, but it's just starting to get interesting now and we're already stopping. Lord Tiandi also had some regrets about leaving, but he had his own reasons. "Haha, I'm truly sorry. If I get injured while sparring with you, young hero, I would have to stay here for a few more months. I also have to go back to protect my elder seat in my sect." Hearing this, Yan Zihei couldn't hold him back any longer, only asking, "Even if you die, you can't leave, so why not become a bandit? Will you come back, old man?" Lord Tiandi immediately replied, "I will come back. The time I spent here was very enjoyable." Lord Tiandi shook hands with Yan Zihei, thanking him. "I will never forget this favor in the future." 3 months of training had left the two martial arts masters with many things, more than the truth that Lord Tiandi had once wished for. Observing Yan Zihei's growth process was much more meaningful. Chatting with Lord Tiandi, Yan Zihei always had a smile on his lips, and Lord Tiandi also really liked talking to him. He would wait for the day he appeared among the peak martial artists in the Central Plains martial arts world. The two turned their backs to leave. When summer began, he quietly left the stronghold. San Wukei had always been hiding behind a tree observing the two of them. He watched them leave with anger. Giving up on revenge, Li Wuliang finally abandoned this idea after seeing Yan Zihei's strength. For some reason, the solidarity of the stronghold became even stronger.
And 1 month later, at this time, the big-bellied Mafeng Miaojun was walking down the road drunk on wine. Is this Wufang Mountain? The scenery isn't as bad as I thought. He wiped the wine dripping down his mouth. But the wild beasts at Wufang Mountain don't know fear, huh? Daring to bare their fangs and claws in front of me? At that moment, a huge wild bear appeared next to him and roared. Mafeng Miaojun glanced away. Over there were the bear's cubs lying in a pool of blood. Are those
Yinfeng Miaojun's fingers revealed sharp black protective claws. Stupid, he scolded the bear. He swung his hand for a scratch, and instantly a part of the bear was severed. His eyes looked terrifying as he said, "This Yinfeng Miaojun cannot show mercy." The narration continues. The Lulin Grand Chief, heaven-shattering demon lord Sok Muwa, the image of Shi Wuhai, was extremely terrifying and full of majesty, with his glaring eyes acting as the highlight of his bravery. In the past, he was one of the strongest people in all directions, never having failed since appearing in the Zhonghu. The image of Shi Wuhai in the past appeared. Having once worked as a helper in the Shaolin Temple, the old Shi Wuhai still carried clumsy objects in the Shaolin Temple with a scary, growling face. The narration tells that Shi Wuhai wanted to go to the Shaolin Temple to seek a master and learn martial arts, but did not want to shave his head. Both his demonic power and divine power could attract the attention of the Shaolin masters. The other monks, when seeing Shi Wuhai carry a pillar and drop it with a crash, were also extremely terrified of Shi Wuhai's strength. Not only possessing supreme strength, Shi Wuhai acted very differently from others. He gnawed on a piece of meat, looking fully terrifying, and the other Shaolin monks who saw him also kept a great distance from him. As defined by the narration, he was too far removed from the principles of Buddhism. One day, at that time, Shi Wuhai was passing by a storehouse while carrying things. He discovered an old Buddha statue forgotten in a warehouse in a corner of the Shaolin Temple. Cracks appeared on the face of the Buddha statue. Shi Wuhai cleaned and cared for the Buddha statue. It seemed like it would be a disaster, but no, it was his fortune, because inside the broken part of that statue was an ancient martial arts manual called the Antian Shui Luo Zhen Zheng. He climbed to the position of Grand Chief of the Lulin and made waves in the Zhonghu. The image of Shi Pohai when climbing to the position of Grand Chief of the Lulin was full of majesty, with disciples under his command. The narration said that after taking in the 12 most outstanding disciples among the bandits in the world, he began to pass down the Antian Shui Luo Zhen Zheng. Their power threatened even the elders of the 7 sects and 2 schools. From then on, the 12 demon lords of the Lulin were created and known as the gods of death. At the Wufang stronghold on a peaceful late afternoon, a cat was lying on the ground yawning and sleeping. It opened its eyes in surprise upon seeing something. Suddenly it jumped up, its eyes widening at what it had just noticed. Yinfeng Miaojun started causing a scene, shouting loudly, "Where's the Grand Chief of the Wufang stronghold?" He introduced himself by yelling, "I am the god of death of the Lulin." The people around, seeing him causing a disturbance, began to pay attention. Tuogaming's group also ran over to see the situation. They stopped when he said, "And a disciple under the command of the heaven-shattering demon lord." Yinfeng Miaojun raised the wine jug in his hand high and declared boldly, "I am Yinfeng Miaojun of the 12 demon lords." His face was drunk, drool still seeping from his mouth, as he ordered, "Why haven't you formally welcomed me yet?" Everyone looked at him in silence. Even Feng Yansha was in an awkward spot, not knowing what to say. Yinfeng Miaojun sat up high, resting his head on his hand and criticizing. Is this it? The Wufang 10 great heroes only have 9 people? Seeing this, Feng Yansha explained, about that, the 7th person is currently in the process of seclusion.
He placed 3 fingers right over his eyes to cover them, his gaze still fixed on the Wufang 10 great heroes, and said, "That reason? Do you mean that even if this seed is here, you still wouldn't dare to call him?" A disciple whispered to Tuogaming, "Brother, isn't Zhao Ko sleeping in the room?" Tuogaming raised a finger to silence him. "Keep quiet." Tuogaming imagined the scene of Tuogaming punching Yinfeng Miaojun in the face with one hand and continued, "Wouldn't that be troublesome?" He said, full of apprehension, "Let's pray in silence for this to pass." The disciple behind replied, At this moment, Yinfeng Miaojun slammed the water bowl down forcefully and said, "Although arrogant, you are also capable." He said, "It is thanks to that effort that you have lived until now." Yinfeng Miaojun pointed his finger up and began to preach, Bandits who only know how to drink and womanize can be caught by the 5 great families, merchant guilds, and the 7 sects and 2 gates. You must remember that. He pointed at his brain and declared bluntly, "Do not tarnish the name of our Lulin." Feng Yanxiao bowed his head and replied, "Understood. Perhaps you have had a tiring long journey. Tonight, would you like to—" Before he could finish his sentence, Yinfeng Miaojun immediately denied. "No, I will." His face was full of some calculation. He raised his eyebrows while his mouth was still drooling. Han Taiyan and He Xiaobai were directly pointed at by Yinfeng Miaojun as he asked, "You girls standing at the back, come here and introduce yourselves." Seeing this, Feng Yanxiao turned his head in surprise. "Huh?" He rubbed his hands and said, "Ahaha, those girls are 9th Sister Taiyan and 10th Sister Xiaobai, my lord." He changed the subject. "You must be hungry. Let's have a meal." But Yinfeng Miaojun basically ignored him and ordered, "Stand right there." He said, "2 little girls with such lovely faces." Yinfeng Miaojun wiped his drool and said, "The rumors are indeed not wrong." Li Zheishan from behind used both hands to protect the 2 girls, and Feng Yanxiao also stepped out to stop him. Oh my god, he...
"What are you doing in this shabby place? Is there something important?" she asked cautiously. Yinfeng Miaojun, as if having his itch scratched, opened his mouth and said, "Not only is your appearance graceful, but your words are also very pleasant." Speaking while drunk and sleepy, he said, "That's right. I personally came here to... Mission. I remember now." He slowly stood up and continued, "The reason this seat came here is to confirm whether you are qualified for the prestige of Lulin." He said loudly, "If you are not qualified, you will all be wiped out. But in this Hainan region, the prestige of the Wufang stronghold is truly commendable." He smiled sinisterly. "You have made no small contribution to increasing the prestige of Lulin. It would be a pity if I killed all of you." Hearing Yinfeng Miaojun's words, Han Taiyan frowned in annoyance, but mixed with wariness, he reached out to shield He Xiaobai, who was also afraid. His words continued, "It seems you are also capable people." Yinfeng Miaojun reached into his pocket to take out something and continued, "Therefore, Lulin has officially recognized your Wufang stronghold." He pulled out a scroll, held it out in front of them, and stated his proposal. "I came to invite you to participate in the Lulin Grand Assembly held in Jiangnan." Feng Yanxiao received the scroll with both hands. The content inside read, "Quinlan, scattered until now, has not had the opportunity to unleash its power, nor has it received the treatment it deserves. Therefore, I have opened a grand..." After reading it, Feng Yanxiao's hands trembled as he thought to himself that finally Wufang's stronghold had been recognized. Feng Yanxiao's face shone with happiness like the morning sun. Officially, we are now a part of Qinglan. Seeing this, Yinfeng Miaojun stroked his beard and said, "My mission here is concluded. Shouldn't I receive a glass from the brothers of Wufang's stronghold?" At this time, the disciples of Wufang's stronghold still looked at him with hesitation. Suddenly, Feng Yanxiao said loudly, "That's right, your words are absolutely correct," which took him by surprise. Feng Yanxiao reached out his hand and said, "Today we will host you thoroughly. Gaming, come here quickly. We must treat him very well." Togaming hurriedly ran over and replied, "Yes, boss." Yinfeng Miaojun, bewildered, said, "What? No, I mean..." Feng Yanxiao and Togaming supported Yinfeng Miaojun and began to invite him. "The Feng Shao village brothel down below is absolutely wonderful, sir." Yinfeng Miaojun drunkenly said, "Ha, there's no need to go there." Han Taiyan and He Xiaobai watched helplessly. At this time, Feng Yanxiao quietly asked Togaming, "Where is Chaoko?" Togaming mimed sleeping and replied, "Still sleeping." Feng Yanxiao and Togaming escorted Yinfeng Miaojun outside, and he whispered, "Good, quickly get him out of here." Feng Yanxiao was trying his best to flatter Yinfeng Miaojun on the surface. He glanced back, thinking fearfully to himself, "Before Jiaoko wakes up." At this moment, Yan Saihei was still fast asleep. Yinfeng Miaojun's wine cup was filled to the brim. Surrounding him was a lavish banquet table. Besides Feng Yanxiao and Togaming sitting on either side, there were also courtesans serving wine and providing entertainment right next to Yinfeng Miaojun. Feng Yanxiao spoke up, "Oh my goodness, just looking at it makes my mouth water. It looks so delicious." The main servants brought out mouth-watering dishes one after another and placed them on the table. Togaming also chimed in for Feng Yanxiao, saying, "That's right, the food here is truly a delicacy." The two of them rubbed their hands together to curry favor with Yinfeng Miaojun. Feng Yanxiao asked,
He gulped down the cup of wine, closing his eyes to enjoy it. He recalled the beautiful, adorable, and timid faces of Han Taiyan and He Xiaobai calling his name Big Brother Yinfeng Miaojun. Yinfeng Miaojun slowly opened his eyes.
Before his eyes were not Han Taiyan or He Xiaobai, but merely common beauties smiling and offering him wine. Infeng Miaojun slammed the wine cup he was drinking from down and judged, "No, how disgusting." With his own saliva still stuck to the corner of his mouth, he said, "As expected, this won't do." Infeng Miaojun roared, "Quickly bring the two girls in the stronghold here." Feng Yanxia looked at Tuogaming hesitantly. About that, Tuogaming whispered to him, "It seems the boss is about to cause trouble." Infeng Miaojun asked in annoyance, "What are you guys whispering about? Why haven't you brought those two girls here yet?" Feng Yanxiao tried his best to persuade him. "Oh my god, boss, if you call them out to drink, they definitely won't go." Infeng Miaojun roared angrily, "If this seat summons them, they must come out. Where are those two wenches?" He started to cause a ruckus, smashing the dining table, which terrified Feng Yanxiao and Tuogaming. Infeng Miaojun shouted orders, "Go to the stronghold and bring those two wenches here." Feng Yanxiao chased after him to stop him. "Boss!" Infeng Miaojun shouted a threat. "If they don't come, Wufang's stronghold will be flattened today." Feng Yanxiao ran after him in a panic, saying, "If you do that, it won't end well." In the quiet and deserted late night, when Han Taiyan and He Xiaobai were sound asleep, the loud and deafening voice of Infeng Miaojun echoed, "Come out quickly! Come out quickly!"
Over here, Tuo Gaming and Feng Yanxia were still trying their best to stop the dead-drunk Yinfeng Miaojun. "Boss, please keep your voice down." But Yinfeng Miaojun refused to listen. He struggled and shouted in annoyance. "What? You dare to give orders to one of the 12 demon lords like me?" Feng Yanxiao said. "No, I wouldn't dare." Han Taiyan looked at the chaotic trio and called out blankly, "Brother Feng." Seeing Han Taiyan and Xiaobai, the dead-drunk Yinfeng Miaojun, with a face as red as a monkey's butt, opened his mouth wide, pointed at the two of them, and laughed savagely. "Oh ho, here you are," he ordered. "Why don't you step out of here quickly? Hurry up and sit at the table." Seeing the two of them still standing there without any movement, he continued to grit his teeth arrogantly. "If you refuse, then this seat will." His making such a fuss had caught the attention of everyone in the stronghold. It seemed that Feng Yanxiao, standing nearby, was worried that Jihei would also hear it, so he hurriedly rushed over to hold Yinfeng Miaojun's hand and smiled genially, saying, "Boss, please." Tuo Gaming also hurriedly added, wanting to divert Yinfeng Miaojun's attention, I His face darkened, his pupils shrinking as he glared at Feng Yanxiao. Feng Yanxiao blanked out, letting out an ah as he dodged. Completely enraged, he said, "You are trying to test my patience." Then he took out a set of claws from his robes, radiating a terrifying aura of power. Feng Yanxiao knew things were going completely wrong and hurriedly backed away. No, we didn't mean that." One would think Feng Yanxiao was trembling in fear of Yinfeng Miaojun's power, but no, with tears streaming down his face, he said, "We did it for you." Hearing this, Yinfeng Miaojun's face froze in bewilderment. "For me?" Feng Yanxiao replied that it was true. Still not understanding, he asked again, "Not for yourselves?" Feng Yanxiao and Tuo Gaoming, with tears running down their faces, earnestly pleaded, "No, absolutely not. We swear, my lord." It seemed that even after saying all this demon still wouldn't understand, and once again he shouted, "Everything in this stronghold belongs to the stronghold leader, yet you don't offer it up?" Seeing him getting louder and louder, Feng Yanxiao and Tuo Gaoming had no choice but to cry, sweating profusely as they begged, "No, my lord, please lower your voice a bit, otherwise a huge disaster will happen." Yinfeng Miaojun felt despised. He squealed like a slaughtered pig, "You are absolutely courting death." Just as his fist was about to strike at Feng Yanxiao, a voice rang out, "Damn it, who is it?" Feng Yanxiao was no stranger to this tone, and tears flowed again. "It's over. We are truly beyond saving this time." The voice echoed again, "Who was making a ruckus in the middle of the night and—"
Yinfeng Miaojun turned around to see everyone standing still without moving. He asked angrily, "Who dares to interrupt my words?" Amidst the crowd of the stronghold, that voice rang out again, "If you've chugged your wine, then obediently go to sleep. Why come to the camp and cause a ruckus, you bastard?" Everyone directed their eyes to where the voice came from, then stopped their gaze on He Xiaobai. For a moment, everyone stared at her in astonishment. He Xiaobai hurriedly waved her hands and said, "No, it wasn't me who said it." Yinfeng Miaojun seemed to have lost all patience. He gritted his teeth. "I am not joking with you all. Come out here quickly, and I will send you down to the underworld." At this moment, the owner of those words finally appeared. Han Taiyan and He Xiaobai felt a massive stream of chi from behind, then turned around in shock and said, Brother Yan." Yan Zaihe stepped out of the crowd, looking sleepy, and said, "I'm out now. How are you going to send me to the underworld?"
Seeing Yan Zaihe step out, Yinfeng Miaojun looked at him with half an eye and said, "What is this? A wet behind the ears brat?" Then in response to Yinfeng Miaojun's words, Zaihe let out a long yawn, his eyes and mouth watering. Seeing this, Yinfeng Miaojun judged him heavily. Is he crazy? Why isn't he sleeping instead of spouting nonsense? Otherwise, how could he speak to me like that? Looking at the cheerful attitudes of Han Taiyan and He Xiaobai, he was truly confused. Why didn't they pull him back? Turning his head, he saw Feng Yanxiao and Tua Gaoming resting their hands on their foreheads, sighing inwardly, which made him even more confused. Why was no one stopping him? Yan Zaihe rubbed his eyes. His gaze gradually changed, becoming sharper as he spoke. "What are you doing, old man? I'm asking what you were yelling about." Yinfeng Miaojun raised an eyebrow in anger. "Tisk, this brat has definitely gone mad. How boring. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Considering my status in Lulin in the martial arts world, it's not worth my time to make a move. Having a few crazy kids in the stronghold is not uncommon." Thinking this, he turned away and muttered, forget it. You two little girls, come pour me some wine." Zaihe said, "Hey, old man, we're talking. Where are you going?" Could it be you were scared? Faced with his challenging demeanor, he went completely mad, bared his fangs, brandished his claws, and rushed towards Zaihe, shouting, "Brat!" Everyone was terrified. Feng Yanxiao and Tua Gaoming
He used one hand to block all of his attacks. Seeing this, Yinfeng Miaojun was stunned and bewildered, blurting out, Yan Zaihe immediately mocked him, with one hand behind his back preparing to use his power. "Wow, Yinfeng, I don't see anything." Yinfeng Miaojun was not to be outdone. He was also gathering his power, preparing to attack Yan Zaihe. He said with amusement, "Haha, I thought you were just a madman, but it turns out you actually have some skills." Yinfeng Miaojun widened his eyes, a terrifying surge of power surrounding him. He said, "Obviously you were just ordinary a moment ago, but from now on." Yan Zaihe felt something was wrong. He realized something from Yinfeng Miaojun's power. At this moment he finished his sentence, "I will fight for real." Yan Zaihe thought to himself, "That's it." Yinfeng Miaojun's hands grasped some kind of power that could even sway the wind. He shouted loudly to display his dominance. "Why do I have the title of Yinfeng Miaojun? I will open your eyes." That surge of power from Yinfeng Miaojun advanced towards Yan Zaihe, starting to make him feel astonished. Tua Gaoming, sweating nervously, asked Feng Yanxiao, "Are we going to step in and stop this, boss?" Feng Yanxiao himself was equally tense and replied helplessly, "How are we supposed to stop this?" Yinfeng Miaojun, seeing that the power was great enough, tightly clenched the hand holding the energy. Yan Zaihe was immediately struck by those streams of power one after another, attacking his body simultaneously. Being attacked, Yan Zaihe frowned in discomfort. As for Yinfeng Miaojun, he furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and said, "Behead you in an instant? That is as easy as flipping my hand for me." He opened the hand holding the power, continuing to speak. "But I won't let you die easily, not until you have to beg for your life." His hand once again clenched tightly. Yinfeng Miaojun was gritting his teeth, torturing Yan Zaihe. His eyes were filled with resentment, his teeth tightly clenched. "I will let you die slowly, let you experience pain, and know the sins you have committed." Yinfeng Miaojun squeezed his hands so tightly that the veins bulged. Meanwhile, Yan Zaihe, facing the situation of being endlessly tortured by Yinfeng Miaojun,
he tightly grasped the stream of energy surrounding him and continued to say, "Are you joking around to this extent?" Yan Zaihe removed the energy that was wrapping around his neck. "Try doing it properly one more time." Yinfeng Miaojun was extremely shocked. Yan Zaihe easily removed all the suppressing energy streams surrounding him with just one hand. He even challenged him, "Let's see how far this battle will go." In the middle of the quiet late night, only at the Wufang stronghold, a crowd of people gathered to watch the battle between Yan Zaihe and Yinfeng Miaojun. After seeing Yan Zaihe break free so easily, Yinfeng Miaojun was dumbfounded. What?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "How is this possible? Blocked so easily? It couldn't be broken just like that." Yan Zaihe ignored his words, simply brushing the dust off his body. He even asked back, "Impossible? It was quite simple, wasn't it?" Yinfeng Miaojun was utterly shocked, asking himself internally, Clearly I executed the move very accurately, a move that could take down the mid-tier martial artists in the 7 sects and 2 schools. The image of a completely calm Yan Zaihe, unharmed by his attack, appeared right in front of Yinfeng Miaojun. He continuously brushed the dust off his body with his hands and asked, "What's wrong? I told you not to joke around anymore, uncle, and use your real moves." Yinfeng Miaojun started to get tense and break his sweat. He thought to himself, "Who is this guy? Even if I'm drunk, it shouldn't be broken so easily." Yinfeng Miaojun recalled the flattering faces of Feng Yanxiao and Tuo Gaoming and wondered silently.
Both the stronghold leader and the vice master were mediocre, so how could they pacify this Henan county? Is the prestige of the Wufang 10 great heroes all thanks to this kid? The thought suddenly occurred to him that Yan Zihei was the one leading the Wufang stronghold. He muttered, explaining to himself his earlier confusion as to why no one in the stronghold stepped in to stop Yan Zihei from fighting him. It wasn't that they didn't want to. His mouth curled up into a smirk, but rather, they couldn't. Yan Zihei extended his hand and said, "Very interesting. It's been a long time since this seat used his full strength. You have some skills. This time I, Infang Miaojun, will..." Before he could finish his declaration of challenge, Yan Zihei covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Pfft! He clutched his stomach, laughing out loud in front of the bewildered Infang Miaojun. Ha 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 ha! Yan Zihei wiped away his tears from laughing too much, and stated the reason for his outburst. "Your name is really funny, uncle."
He moved swiftly, continuing to warn Yan Zihei, because it might be your last dying words. Immediately, Yinfeng Miaojun leaped high into the air, raising his long and sharp claws, preparing to dive in and attack Yan Zihei. Yan Zihei appeared extremely calm, looking at him without a hint of fear. On the
His hand lunged straight towards Yan Zihei, not far away at all, as he shouted loudly, "Die!" Yinfeng Miaojun used his unique ultimate skill, the demonic wind bone claw, and his hand transformed into a fierce snake lunging at Yan Zihei. The power from his technique was blinding before Yan Zihei's eyes, yet he remained incredibly calm, without fear or any reaction. Yan Zihei extended 2 fingers, and his 2 fingers immediately blocked Yinfeng Miaojun's strike, making the snake disappear. However, its immense power caused the surroundings to be affected by the impact of the collision between Yan Zihei and Yinfeng Miaolian. The onlookers, including He Xiaobai and Han Taiyan, also used their hands to cover themselves, crying out. Even Feng Yanxiao and Tuo Gaoming had to shield themselves. As for Yinfeng Miaojun, unable to believe his eyes, he asked himself in his heart, "No, he blocked that technique with just 2 fingers?" He refused to accept his defeat, the veins on his hand bulging in anger. "Damn it, Master warned me not to use it, but there is no other way." An Tian Shui Lord Jing Jing. He unleashed his ultimate technique, his hand turning a pale purple color shaped like a burning flame. Yinfeng Miaojun recalled his past of being defeated and experiencing so much suffering. The image of him in the past being hit on the head or punched until he bled, until his master imparted a rare martial art to him. After mastering it, he was never defeated even once.
Yan Zihei appeared, using only 2 fingers to block the strike that Yinfeng Miaojun had endured all his past sufferings to master. He roared, "You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame this Sikh." He directed the source of his power, which he always prided himself on being able to defeat and take down anyone, straight at Yan Zihei with the intention of killing him. But his face suddenly went blank. Yan Zihei's hand intertwined with his fingers, causing the flow of power to vanish. Yan Zihei smiled and said, "Creating a cold wind and even changing colors. You are quite an interesting uncle." His fingers grasped Yinfeng Miaojun's fingers as he said, "Hello, I am Zhao Ko. Pleased to meet you." Yinfeng Miaojun was furious. "Bastard." He concluded, truly a madman. Suddenly, Yan Zihei leaned down and said, "Hey, dog uncle who is having a tantrum, remember this well." He clenched his fist, aiming it straight up to warn Yinfeng Miaojun. "My junior sisters are not your toys." Yinfeng Miaojun's face couldn't react in time. Seeing Yan Zihei about to unleash a new attack, Feng Yanxiao thought to himself, "This won't do. If he takes down a ghost of Klinglin, the tournament will slip from our hands." Feng Yanxiao shouted in despair, "Zhao Ko, stop!" Jihei didn't care about Yanxiao's shout. His punch continued to hurtle toward Yinfeng Miaojun. A source of light flashed, leaving nothing visible but 2 overlapping silhouettes. Yanxiao and Gaoming used their hands to shield their faces, letting out a soft, "Ah!" He stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide open looking at the dragon of light before him as it flew up right in front of Yinfeng Miaojun and let out a growl. A hint of astonishment.
Darkness enveloped his eyes. Looking at the figure standing on the boat, he snorted. He tried to look closely, but the response was only a black shadow. He asked himself inwardly, that is, could it be that I am already dead? The skull behind the hood gradually appeared. No, impossible. I don't want to die yet. The phantom gradually vanished, and Yinfeng Miaojun returned to reality. At this moment, the fist had stopped right in front of him. The wind blew wildly. He just stood there watching that fist getting closer and closer to him. Zihei gently moved his feet. He swung his arms to gain momentum and jumped high.
His legs trembled even more. Impossible. A terrifying monster. As soon as the words fell, he dropped to his knees, kneeling in front of him. His hands trembled. What a pity. His eyes were still filled with murderous aura. If it weren't for the boss, I would have really sent you to the underworld. Looking at him still in a daze, he advised, "Consider yourself lucky, old man." His claws clashed together, making a soft sound. Ha ha. He raised the corners of his eyes and chuckled. Ha ha. I haven't shown my full strength yet. Beads of sweat fell profusely. His eyes narrowed, but his fighting spirit was almost exhausted, because he felt overwhelmed by a wet behind-the-ears brat, just like when facing the heaven-shattering demon lord. Memories of the past suddenly rushed back. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Stop it. I acted recklessly because I was drunk." Jihei frowned. "So you know your mistake." He acted like he was teaching a lesson. "Next time, please behave yourself when drinking." Yan Shao sighed from behind. Jihei already knew.
Jihei interrupted him. I'm sleepy to death. He then grumbled, "You keep making me uncomfortable, old man." As soon as he finished speaking, the man stood up, waved vigorously, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, my brothers of the Wufang 10 great heroes. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After a pause, he added, "See you at Wansheping." Yang Shao blankly repeated, "Brothers." Meanwhile, Gao Ming beside him replied softly, "Have a safe trip." Being called brothers by the 10 great demon lords was indeed a very special matter. Those above and below in the organization's hierarchy had become brothers. Jihei yawned repeatedly. "Heis, this old man is really weird." But thanks to young Jihei, the status of the Wufang stronghold had risen. The people of the Wufang stronghold were very happy. They joked and laughed. "Oh man, it serves him right. Being one of the 10 great demon lords, his running speed is quite different from ordinary people, isn't it?" They thought that young Jihei might even be stronger than the heaven-shattering demon lord. The red-haired girl excitedly nudged He Xiaobai's shoulder. "He is really cool. Should I flirt with him?" Xiaobai interrupted. "Sister." The jealousy, admiration, and trust in him had reached their peak. Yang Shao softly asked the person next to him, "Gao Ming, will we be safe at Wansheping?" Gao Ming replied, "With Jihei around, what could possibly happen?" Yang
Yinfeng Miaojun cursed as he ran. Damn it, how can he be that strong? Thinking of Zihei's image, he felt resentful. Is there really a monster hiding in the Wufang stronghold? The image of Yan Zihei appeared with a piercing, cold glare, looking as if he could take anyone's life in an instant. The wine-red hair and rugged appearance made Yinfeng Miaojun terrified just thinking about it, his mind in turmoil. If that kid joins the Clean Lin Society, the hierarchy in Clean Lin will be thrown into chaos. I must report to the Grand Chief immediately. After that, he quickly leaped high into the air, heading straight toward the main stronghold, despite the late hour and the bright, perfectly round moon high in the sky. Meanwhile, as dusk was slowly falling in an area surrounded by mountains and forests, a marching merchant guild was suddenly blocked. Zhang Haiying, the head merchant of the Shuiwei Merchant Guild, threatened loudly. "Who goes there, daring to block the path of the Shuiwei Merchant Guild? Do you have a death wish? State your name at once." All around, the bodyguards had taken up defensive stances, ready to engage in battle and protect their master. The tall figure remained standing firmly in front of the group, completely unfazed. This person used a black cloth to cover his face, but it was not hard to notice a large scar right next to his right eye. Paying absolutely no mind to
Suddenly, he raised his voice, his eyes widening in a glare. With a disrespectful demeanor, as if granting a small favor, he continued, "I need to do a little inspection. Just cooperate obediently." Not letting himself lose ground to a petty bandit, the head merchant of the Merchant Guild disdainfully retorted, "Ridiculous! What right do you have to inspect us?" Without any rush, he acted as if nothing was wrong and calmly replied, "It's just a simple investigation. Don't overthink it. Cooperate a little." These words completely provoked Zhang Hanying's pride. He shouted loudly, "Arrogant fool, you tell me to cooperate with that threatening attitude." Facing such an arrogant person, the surrounding guards had already placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready in their stances with serious faces, mentally prepared for a clash between the two sides at any moment. At this moment, the madman seemed about to lose his composure. His tone was a bit strange, but he still spoke slowly. "Oh, do you feel like I'm threatening you, old man? Since you know it, just obediently listen to me." Then he glared at Zhang Hanying, his voice exuding a somewhat incomprehensible but heavily threatening quality, as if giving him a final chance for things to go smoothly before he truly went crazy. "Why do you keep making a big deal out of this, old man? Don't you need to protect your daughter's life?" As he spoke, he rolled his eyes towards his daughter, causing Zhang Hanying to flush with uncontrollable anger, trembling with rage. His restraint up to now seemed to explode. He roared, pointing directly at the guy's face, and yelled, "Where did you get the audacity to eat a tiger's gall? Do you think you can stand against us alone? This is your last chance. If you don't step aside, prepare to die." As if with a bit of remaining mercy and not wanting things to get worse, Zhang Hanying gave him one last chance.
"Since there's no other way, I'll just have to kill you all." He raised a crescent-shaped blade resembling half a chakram, his eyes wide with bloodlust, and his voice filled with provocative disdain. Encountering such a barbarian, and unwilling to put his daughter's life in danger, Zhang Hanying immediately ordered the guards, "Bring his head to me." They immediately charged forward, shouting, "Understood." 2 or 3 men approached, raising the swords in their hands high, ready to strike down, shouting fiercely. Without changing his expression, looking even somewhat bored, he leisurely uttered 2 words, "Ridiculous." 20 years ago, just seeing the Black Dao uniform would make everyone run away. As he spoke, he channeled his internal energy. His hands moved continuously to form a circle, and from there, the circles grew larger and larger, creating a destructive wave of radiating power. His internal energy erupted accordingly, filling the space and surrounding the fiery crowd rushing in to claim his head. In just a moment, his figure blurred and then disappeared without a trace. The guards were extremely surprised, and their minds became tense, not knowing where he had gone. In a split second, he appeared right in front of a guard, forcefully swinging his sharp hook-like weapon against the man's neck.
Without any hesitation, he rushed quickly towards the merchant caravan. The remaining people tried their best to defend, forming a barricade around the carriage. Ready in their stances, tightly gripping the swords in their hands, one person shouted loudly, "Damn it, protect the head merchant." They absolutely would not step back. Even so, facing an enemy who was too strong and killed without showing any mercy, everyone was sweating profusely, their expressions showing a hint of panic. As soon as the words ended, the bandit quickly lunged forward. A bodyguard raised his hand high, intending to swing a strike at the opponent, but the bandit was one step faster, swinging his hand and slashing a deep cut across his stomach. Blood splattered everywhere, creating an incredibly brutal scene. While focusing his mind to fight, he was suddenly startled to realize they disappeared. Both Zhang Hanyang and his child seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Only the annoying fly-like bodyguards remained around. Astonishment arose in his mind. When did that happen? He asked himself. Perhaps because he was too focused on dealing with the small fries, he didn't even notice that those 2 had long escaped. But it wasn't over yet. The bodyguards continued to rush forward unceasingly, shouting loudly, "Kill him!" determined to take the life of this dangerous enemy. Immediately getting into a fighting stance, he took a step back and pulled his arm back to gather momentum. Slash! A long, clean cut across the body was unleashed by him, and in an instant, 2 or 3 people collapsed at the same time. A terrifying silence fell right after those people went down. All the remaining bodyguards were utterly terrified, their mouths wide open and eyes bulging. They probably could never have expected the opponent to be this strong. His strikes were also extremely cruel, their fragile little lives now hung by a mere thread. With a hand dyed in red blood, the drops of blood hadn't even dried yet, dripping down drop by drop. Showing no panic in the face of being outnumbered, he just said indifferently, "Was I careless? To think the head merchant would abandon his subordinates so easily. It seems he already knows who we are." As he spoke, the savage slowly stood up straight. His eyebrows were still furrowed as he slowly continued. No.
Using his blood-soaked hands, he slowly pulled down his face covering, revealing a jagged scar running across his left eye, and sharp teeth. His hideous, bloodthirsty face smiled joyfully and laughed loudly. "As for the rest of you, kill them all." It didn't matter anyway. It seemed those unfortunate people would be used by him as a form of entertainment to kill time without showing any mercy. The whole crowd couldn't help but tremble in fear, their hearts pounding and legs shaking, breaking out in a cold sweat as they stammered, "What?" Then continuous mournful cries rang out. Needless to say, one could guess their tragic end. On the side of the head merchant of the Merchant Guild, Zhang Hanyang and his daughter were hurriedly escaping, his hands tightly clutching onto something. The bodyguards following to protect them spoke up loudly, "Head merchant, we will go back to assist." Zhang Hanyang immediately stopped them. "No!" Yet the man was still hesitating, reluctant to just watch helplessly as others were in such grave danger, and spoke up.
Perhaps understanding that the situation was extremely urgent at this moment, everyone quickly followed orders and left. Not only the accompanying guards, but even Zhang Hanying's heart was completely in turmoil at this time. Forgive me, after completing this task, I will go with you. Please understand me, I cannot die right now. His face showed a look of torment, difficulty, and exhaustion. Years ago, when Fariet Shah was still running rampant everywhere, bringing chaos to the human world, destroying homes and killing innocent people, Zhang Hanying was entrusted with a mysterious and powerful treasure, along with careful instructions. At that time, he held that secret weapon in his hands with the determination to carefully protect it. And up to the present, even though sweat was pouring down and soaking him, he remained determined to protect the treasure he was holding, absolutely refusing to let this item fall into their hands. At this moment, when Zhang Hanying opened the box, we could see it clearly. Inside was an octagonal treasure with pearls attached to each vertex and a sun motif in the middle, known by the name Bazhou Ling. Willing to exchange his very life, he made up his mind. Absolutely never. In the middle of a clear, breezy, moonlit night, there was an extremely noisy escape happening below, with them shouting loudly, "Do not stop. You must run as fast as possible until you leave this mountain." She continued, "We have traveled quite a distance already. Can't we stop and rest for today?" Hearing this, Zhang Hanying angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Did you see that guy's martial arts? How dare you say that?" He recalled what had just happened. The assassin was so meticulous that it somewhat terrified him. He continued, "With that kind of martial arts, his lightness skill must also be outstanding. It's still too early to feel safe." Suddenly, his servant spoke up. "Head merchant, there is a suspicious person ahead." He immediately turned around and exclaimed, "What?" He stared intently toward the rear and thought to himself, "Impossible. Could we have been surrounded already?" He turned to his servants and said, "Prepare for battle." Zhang Hanying's face hardened, grinding his teeth as he thought, "Damn it, even though I knew I would abandon everything and run away to protect the 8-pearl relic." A ring surrounded by 8 strange spheres appeared. He thought, "I cannot be captured meaninglessly. I must let the 7 sects and 2 schools know about the revival of the Netherworld cult. We cannot repeat the nightmare of 20 years ago. I must survive at all costs." He spread his arms to protect his daughter behind him. Together they charged forward. Seeing the group of people ahead, the servants immediately raised their swords and shouted resentfully, "You cold-blooded villains! Even if you set up inescapable nets, we will pierce through them. Come at us. We will show you what peerless strength is." One guy who was eating heard them shout like that and said in annoyance, "You scared me to death. I almost choked on my food." Zhang Hanying's group was dumbfounded hearing him say that, letting out a, "Huh?" without knowing what else to say. He thought to himself, "They are not wearing the black death."
He stood looking at them anxiously, not knowing what to say, and could only think to himself, "Are they from the Orthodox faction? If so, perhaps the deities haven't abandoned us yet." The scene shifts to an afternoon 3 days ago, at Wufang stronghold, where a loud voice rang out. "Wow, how are we supposed to wear this?" The voice continued, "Do we have to go this far? Doesn't it attract even more attention?" Xinyang Ke pointed forward and said, "If countless people show up, there will definitely be one curious person." He thought of someone incredibly mysterious, and then continued, "We have to pass through several villages to reach Wanan. Among them is Hefei, where the Nong family is based. It will do no good to provoke the 7 sects and 2 schools before the Qinglan assembly takes place, and we absolutely must not make an enemy of Nong Bai, the Sword King, one of the top 10 masters in the world." He frowned and added, "The Orthodox faction will definitely go crazy if we mention the demonic cult or the unorthodox faction. If we act like bandits, we will surely cause trouble with those from the Orthodox faction." The man in front gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a minute." It was Feng Yanshao, who continued angrily, "So just because we are afraid of the Nong family, you're making us dress like this, and even telling me to shave my beard?" He gritted his teeth and added, "Old Sin, have you forgotten that we are the Wufang stronghold, the ones who make the Wudong elders wary?" Tuogaming followed up, frowning as he said, "Furthermore, we are on our way to Wanan after being recognized by Qinglin. Isn't that incredibly majestic? Why should we bow down to the 7 sects and 2 schools?" Looking at them stubbornly arguing, he thought to himself, "Damn it, they are boasting because of that brat surnamed Ye. Do these guys know no fear?" After thinking, he replied with a helpless expression, "Sword King Nong Bai is one of the top 10 masters in the world. Until now, no one has been a match for him." Hearing this, Feng Yanshao immediately said, "But old Sen, didn't you say the exact same thing when you met Lord Tiande? New clothes, huh?" Xinyang Ke stuttered speechlessly when the topic was brought up. Seeing him hesitate, Feng Yanshao continued,
Our Wufang stronghold is not easy to deal with either. Hearing this, he thought to himself, what the hell are you guys even capable of doing?
She continued, "It's also good to have a smooth journey." Hearing a girl's voice, everyone curiously turned around to look. It's not like only the Orthodox faction can wear these things, right? Feng Yanxiao smiled brightly, walked up to the two girls and said loudly, "I knew my junior sisters were beautiful, but I didn't expect you to be this stunning. The outfits look expensive, don't they?" He Xiaobai then put her hands on her hips and replied, "Do you think it suits us? Do we look like we stepped out of a wealthy aristocratic family?" Hearing her say that, he laughed heartily and replied, "What aristocratic young ladies. Even more than that, you girls look exactly like fairies descending to the mortal realm." Another voice rang out, "Brothers." Everyone was amazed, especially He Xiaobai and Han Taiyan. The girls blushed and replied softly, "Oh my God, senior brother is so handsome." The two girls quickly ran to his side and enthusiastically praised him, saying he was completely different from senior brother Zhishan, so incredibly cool. Hearing this, he shyly rubbed his head and replied, "Is that so?" On the other side, Zhishan was extremely annoyed. "How can you girls compare me with him?" Yet the others continued to praise him endlessly, saying he looked just like a noble young master, or rather, royalty. It was now afternoon, and the sun had dipped, dyeing the sky red. The gates of the stronghold opened, and a voice shouted, "Please take care of the stronghold, everyone. Don't slack off when we're gone." Hearing this, everyone quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Feng Yanniao smiled brightly and added, "I will bring back good wine on the way back from Wanan." Tuo Gaming raised his fist and said confidently, "That's right. We will wipe out the Qinglin Convention. Just wait a bit." Huangyan Wang approached to represent the whole stronghold and said, "Leave it to us. This Huangyan Wang will protect the stronghold with his life." Yan Yao looked back to where everyone was shouting, "Take care, everyone," while feeling extremely worried inside, asking, "Nothing will happen, right?" Gao Ming looked at him at this time, smiled disdainfully, and said, "Lately, the merchant guilds have been very cooperative. There is nothing to worry about." Xin Yangke, walking in front, also added a few words to reassure Yan Yao somewhat. "His martial arts are quite good, but we shouldn't be too complacent." He looked at them with sharp eyes and said, "I said not to disguise ourselves, not just to avoid conflict with the non-Gong family, but because the compromise of the merchant guilds due to the appearance of the Wufang 10 great heroes is actually just because of that guy Jihei alone." He pointed his finger at their faces and said sternly, "If they know the stronghold will be absent for a month or two, they might unexpectedly come and attack our stronghold." Hearing this, Yan Yao brought his hand to his mouth, pretending to think about something, then replied to him, "That's true. After all, we are quite famous in the neighboring area." Despite saying that, he still confidently threw his hands up to the sky and said, "So what? We are dressed like the Orthodox faction, just like what old Chin said." He grabbed his shirt shoulder and continued, "Everyone looks like commoners, even me. With this much, they won't recognize us. Besides, the more I look at it, the more pleasing to the eye it is." Yenke suddenly felt depressed and called out in response, "If anyone asks, how do you plan to answer?" This question made him blank out for a moment, not knowing how to reply. This matter, having walked from dusk until now, it was almost dawn. "Huh, where are we from?" Yang Xiao arrogantly put his hands on his hips and said, "We are disciples of the Feilong sect, from Henan." Hearing this, the person on the other side remembered something and replied, "Ah, the Feilong sect, Henan." The man clasped his hands together and spoke up, "I am Zhan Hanying, head merchant of the Shui Yu Merchant Guild. Could you let us travel with you if we are heading in the same direction?" Hearing what he said, Yang Xiao immediately smiled awkwardly and replied, You are from a merchant guild? What to do now? Our directions are not the same." Zhan Hanying suddenly laughed triumphantly and said, "We haven't even said where we are going yet."
Xin Yangke finally spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "Even if we are going in the same direction, there is no reason for you to travel with our Feilong sect. Furthermore, you call yourselves a merchant guild, but you look quite disheveled. It seems something has happened. Are you not going to explain?" His words made Han Yang's group stiffen in silence, currently not knowing how to answer. He continued speaking, while Yan Zhao also remained silent. "We have an appointment to arrive exactly on time. There is no reason for us to take on unreasonable risks." After he finished speaking, the servant next to Han Yang whispered into his ear, "Head merchant, we should just leave. Having 10 more guards won't be of any use anyway."
He coldly whispered back, stand still. At this moment, Sang Han Ying was thinking, Fei Long's sect of Henan, I have never heard that name before. He shifted his gaze towards them, wavering slightly as he thought. But looking at each person in their group to evaluate them, the stream of qi radiating from them is not fake. They have the bright and elegant eyes of children from noble families. He looked at Yan Zaihe and thought fearfully, especially him, an oppressive stream of qi I have never seen before. He looked at the surrounding scenery, silently gritting his teeth. It's almost dawn. He will quickly find his way here soon. He then looked back at the troops following him. The Merchant Guild swordsmen were extremely exhausted. If they had to fight again, they surely wouldn't be.
Zhang Hanyang continued while Fang Yangzhao was extremely confused. I know this request is very sudden. Inside were countless gold coins, he continued. But if you lend a hand to help, he placed the gold coins on the ground and naturally knelt down, saying softly, then I will reward you very generously, which completely surprised his daughter and the swordsman behind him. They lit a campfire and sat nearby to keep warm. Xin Yanka spoke up and asked, why did you refuse? Fang Yangzhao, the boss of the Wufang bandits, replied, what the hell are you saying? You were the one who said you didn't want to get involved with the Merchant Guild. He gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. I did say that, but aren't you feeling regretful? With conditions like that, we could flexibly accept it. He sighed and explained. I refused precisely because of those conditions. Nothing in this world is free. Merchant guilds are people who never accept losses. Don't you find it strange that they would offer such a large amount of gold? Moreover, they also handed me something suspicious. This Fang Yangzhao has never sniffed out danger incorrectly. Naturally, I had to refuse. Xin Yanka's face showed unwillingness. No, with that amount of gold, we could cross the mountains for more than 2 months. Han Taiyan put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and said, I also feel a bit regretful. Our directions are the same, so if we are asked to escort them, it wouldn't be anything strenuous. Tuagameng, who had been silent all this time, now leaned on his hands to stand up and said, let it go. The boat has already left the dock. It's a pity, but we are not lacking in money. He smirked. Don't get caught up in headaches with useless protection. Furthermore, wouldn't protecting the Merchant Guild put us
Shumida and Tuagalming of the Wufang bandits, seeing everyone wasting time arguing, said, we should probably get going too, right? They agreed. That's right. That Merchant Guild from earlier looked like they had just been ambushed. Since they passed through here, they will definitely be pursued. Shinyanka stood with his arms crossed and said, indeed, we might even be misunderstood as being on the same side. Although it's still dark, we must leave. Feng Yanshao stood majestically and said, all right, everyone pack your luggage and gather here. The Wufang bandits, consisting of 11 people, heard the order and stood at attention around the campfire, replying in unison, understood. Han Taiyan asked as she walked, Heck Xiaobai, where did you put my luggage? Xiaobai replied, behind that tree over there. She turned back and smiled. Thank you. Check around to see if there's any luggage left. Understood, sister. Noticing that Han Taiyan still couldn't lift her luggage because it was too heavy, Li Jie-shan blushed. He approached and placed his hand on her luggage. Then he lifted the luggage up with that hand, smiled brightly, and turned to Han Taiyan, saying, I told you to leave this heavy luggage to me. The girl blushed shyly, covering her mouth with her hand. Brother Li Jie-shan. But in reality, all of that was just Li Jie-shan's imagination. He had been standing completely still, smiling to himself without moving an inch the whole time. Suddenly, his eyes widened. It turned out there was an assassin diving from the tree.
Seeing the situation gradually worsening, Li Jie-shan immediately rushed toward her, shouting at the same time, Han Taiyan. Facing that guy, Han Taiyan couldn't react in time and just stood there frozen. Fortunately, Li Jie-shan arrived and grabbed her hand. He threw her behind his back and continued to charge at the assassin. At this moment, the assassin had drawn 2/3 of his sword, and Han Taiyan could only scream his name. Then, with a slash, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads to look at the source, their eyes widening in shock. Stunned to see their teammate slashed right before their eyes, they hurriedly ran to Li Jie-shan. His blood vessels were ruptured by the slash, and blood gushed out from the wound. In the moments Li Jie-shan collapsed, he managed to squeeze out 3 words, you bastard. The guy's eyes were as cold as ice. You did something unnecessary. You will all die anyway. Some noise distracted him, and just as he looked up, he took the full brunt of the Anjai-he's kick. One kick from him was enough to take that guy down. Han Taiyan still stood beside him, looking at Li Jie-shan and
He tried to open his eyes, carefully uttering every word. I'm sorry. It's because I was being a busybody. Fang Yanshao screamed, trying to call out to him. Fang Yanshao's face turned grave. He observed the wound's condition. Damn it. The wound is too deep. He knelt down to support Li Jie-shan on his shoulder and ordered, Old Shin, check for the nearest village for me. I will support him. Everyone, pack up the luggage and leave here. And Lee became panicked. It turned out that the tree branches were already fully covered with men in black, their faces completely masked. They had already been lying in ambush there. Yan Zihei looked up to face them. Xinyan Ke turned back to look, sweating profusely. Damn it. That is, thanks to the merchant guilds, the situation is this chaotic. Seeing that everyone hadn't moved yet, given the urgent situation, Fang Yanxiao couldn't keep his calm and shouted, "We must quickly get to the village. Xinyan Ke and Toga Meng stay behind to help Yan Zihei." But he said, "No, everyone go first." His eyes gradually filled with resentment. "I am enough alone." The remaining members of the Wufang bandits ran with all their might alongside their boss. "How much further until we reach the village? Running from here for about 2 hours we will reach Hefei, but will there be a doctor to help us at this hour?" They were still running breathlessly.
I always feel remorseful about this, but there is no other way. Xinyan Ke added, "We don't know how many of those guys in black Dao uniforms there are. If they chase after us, we'll be in big trouble. Even if it was just a surprise attack, they were able to take down Li Jeshan with just one move. It seems they are not to be trifled with." He gritted his teeth and continued, "That guy surnamed brother Yan Zihei, also found it not easy to deal with them, which is why he told us to run away. On Yan Zihei's side, he still stood tall without a bit of fear, despite them charging at him with swords in hand. His face darkened and he asked, 'Who are you?' Those guys froze. He grabbed one's head with his hand, using the other hand to gather momentum to beat him up. His gaze terrified the man. 'I asked who you are.' Then the two sides rushed into a fight, the sounds of punches and kicks echoing in the quiet forest. Yan Zihei possessed powerful martial arts and quickly gained the upper hand. Soon, quite a few of them were taken down. Those wearing black Dao uniforms in the distance were frightened. 'That bastard, he's lost his mind.' The guy with a scar right on his eye seemed to be the boss, raising his hand to signal a stop. Then he glared and said, 'He is not an ordinary person. Get ready.' Yan Zihei picked up the sword from the ground. He said, 'Are you all deaf? I asked who you are.'
Charge! And just like that, all of them, each wielding a sword, lunged towards him, but he still stood still, as if nothing was happening. The sky flickered and turned dark, with strange noises echoing from afar, adding an even more gloomy feel to the atmosphere. A group of people hurriedly ran in a line. Someone asked aloud, "We are heading in the right direction, right?" Immediately a voice replied, "That's right, past this hill is Hefei." Fang Yanxiao anxiously turned to speak to Li Jeshan, who was severely injured and resting on his shoulder. "Damn it, Jeshan, try to endure it a little longer. We'll be there soon." Jeshan warily squeezed his eyes shut and replied with difficulty, "Boss, I'm sorry." Hantayan frantically chased after them from behind, calling out, "Senior brother, will he be okay?" Yanxiao turned his head to reassure her. "Don't worry, I quickly stopped the bleeding. It's nothing." Suddenly, Xinyan Ke, who was leading the run at the front, sensed the smell of blood in the air. He hastily stopped, putting his hand out to signal the group behind him to stop advancing, leaving everyone stunned and surprised. Yan Ke turned around and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Fang Yanxiao was the first to ask, "What is it, old Sin? We are in a hurry." Xinyan Ke replied, "There are signs of a large crowd ahead." His sharp eyes clearly showed deep thought. "Those who set off earlier than us seem to have been captured." Sure enough, up ahead there was a group of people completely dressed in black with weapons in hand, fiercely threatening and capturing several people. Xinyan Ke spoke up in annoyance. "If we want to get to Hefei, we have to go through there. Why does it have to be such a headache?" On the other side, Zhang Hanying, covered in blood, slumped on the ground and asked with difficulty, "You vicious scum, just to try and take a single item." He suddenly roared in anger. "Did you have to kill so many people?" Shadalrong calmly asked back, "Just?" He stood in front of a group of people, dressed entirely in black cloth. Even his hair and face were covered, only revealing his wicked and malicious eyes, holding two curved swords pointing downwards, looking extremely ferocious. He continued, "There are people who have crossed 10,000 miles for it." Finishing his words, he immediately threatened, "It is something more important than the value of all your lives. While I am still speaking nicely, obediently hand it over." Saying that, he aggressively placed the sword blade in front of the neck of Zhang Hanying's daughter, threatening, "Don't you want to save your daughter?" The young girl, with tear-filled eyes, called out, "Father!" Seeing this, Zhang Hanying ignored the two men in black on either side. Shadalrong clicked his tongue emotionlessly, retracted his sword, and said indifferently, "You are truly stubborn." He stepped forward carrying his curved blade, his body emitting a thick, murderous aura. "Then, if I kill a few more until you open your mouth, will you be satisfied?" Zhang Hanying exclaimed in shock, "You people!
The servants behind him became even more panicked. Meanwhile, Xiedao Rong stretched his shoulders as he walked forward, not forgetting to instruct his subordinates behind him. Keep a close watch. Suddenly, a gloomy martial aura appeared behind Xiedao Rong and a chilling voice rang out, "What are you doing?" The massive dark silhouette with bloodshot eyes terrified Xiedao Rong, making his eyes widen in fear. He trembled and slowly turned his head. "Ah, you came here personally." The phantom demon god Ying Zai widened his blood-red eyes and asked angrily, "What would happen if I didn't come?" He gritted his teeth, tasting blood again after 20 years. "What is wrong with your head?" Then flew into a rage and shouted, "What have you been doing to not have retrieved that thing by now?" The pressure coming from him terrified even the surrounding men in black into fearful silence. Everyone simultaneously clasped their hands respectfully and greeted the Baidu demon lord. He let out a long breath. Then glanced around. From a rock formation not far away, Sin Yong-Kei stood high up and observed the entire situation. He widened his eyes, sweating profusely, and thought, "What? That guy is..." He rearranged the information of the current situation, remembering the men in black hiding in every corner. The ones who ambushed us are indeed not simple. Thinking of Xiedao Rong, he sighed. Especially that guy holding the strange weapon, extremely dangerous. Looking again at Ying Zai, and this strange guy is so strong that he makes that person cower and submit. Togaming approached and asked, "Old Sin, how long do we have to wait?" Sin Yong-Kei was startled and terrified. He quickly raised his hand to make a sign and answered softly, "Boss, be quiet." Togaming frowned in surprise. "Huh? Are they so dangerous that you have to be this scared?" Sin Yong-Kei continued to
Looking down at the crowd again, he continued, "But this strange stream of qi is a first, and both the scale and organizational strength are quite impressive." Hearing this, Tuo Gaoming also gradually realized the danger of this confrontation. Xin Yong-Kei gritted his teeth and calculated. "Originally, we intended to join forces with the Merchant Guild to attack them and then pass through. But if we are careless, we could also suffer losses. Before the Yan brothers arrive here, no, at least until we can confirm that guy's true strength, let's observe the situation a little longer." At this moment down below, a fierce melee had broken out, with both sides charging and slaughtering each other. A few people from the Shuye Merchant Guild spoke up. "Head Merchant, we will go save the young miss." After saying that, they shouted in unison, gripping their swords, and charged straight at Ying Zai. Even with a group of armed men simultaneously rushing towards him, Ying Zai remained completely motionless, as if nothing was happening. It wasn't until the group got really close that the old man slowly pulled out large rods from his back and threw them forcefully straight ahead. When those rods hit the ground, they created a terrifyingly massive explosion. This caused all the people of the Shuye Merchant Guild fighting nearby to panic in unison. "Huh? What is this? What is this thing?" As the rods planted firmly into the earth,
the black slime completely clung to their bodies and dragged them down. The cries for help gradually faded away and were swallowed up entirely. After that, the swamp slowly shrank and quickly disappeared, returning the ground to its previous state as if nothing had happened. Ying Taigui continued to calmly breathe heavily, letting out long sighs. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanying and Sin Yanka's group, who were observing, all felt terrified. Tuo Gaming spoke up, asking what that thing was. Sin Yanka broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "I have never seen or heard of that thing before. Where on earth did they come out from?" In Taigui then pulled out another stick from behind his back, pointed it forward and threateningly asked, "Where is that thing?" On the stick there was a wick attached to the top. Perhaps it was a firecracker or something similar. In another development, Yan Zihei was also facing off against guys completely covered in black cloth. Around him were bodies lying flat on the ground. One guy still stubbornly and aggressively rushed forward, forcefully throwing a sharp weapon at him with both hands. Yan Zihei reacted expressionlessly, gripping the short sword tightly in his hand. He powerfully dashed toward the man in black in front of him. At the same time, acutely sensing pressure from behind, he glanced over and quickly turned his head to deal with the sneak attacker, startling him so much that he couldn't react in time. One guy shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Work together and attack him." Yan Zihei glared defiantly. The scene unfolding before their eyes left the masked men completely stunned. Yan Zihei's entire body radiated a blinding, brilliant golden fire. He was preparing to unleash the power of the first stance of the Nine Heavens sword art. Then, looking up coldly, a dazzling golden light flashed like phoenix fire, illuminating a vast expanse of the mountainous terrain. Flying Dragon ascends to heaven. Yan Zihei swung his sword, striking within that devastating halo.
All the black-clad enemies facing him were struck down by this move, collapsing behind him. He twirled the short sword in his hand, then gripped it tightly, is an immense force to stab it straight into the ground while panting heavily. Afterward, he turned his head to look back at the defeated enemies, thinking that although he really wanted to know their identities, there was no time. Jihei clutched his severely injured shoulder, taking a look at the aftermath of the fierce battle, and sighed. These guys possess astonishing strength. If there are any of them left, the brothers will definitely be in danger. Thinking this, he told himself, I must set out quickly. Then he dashed forward rapidly, his tense face clenching his teeth, with a resolute determination in his heart. No matter who it is, as long as they touch my brothers, whoever they are, I will definitely eliminate them. Han held a piece of cloth against the wound, his hands covered in blood, and said, The bleeding has mostly stopped, but the wound is severe. Feng Yanxiao said tensely, Damn it, this is a big...
From a distance, Ma Xiang too walked over and said, Boss, I've scouted the surroundings, but there is no other way. Hearing this, Feng Yanxiao immediately asked, What, is this the only path? Ma Xiang too replied to his boss, Not exactly, but the detour would be much further, and moreover, we would lose track of Jihei. Boss Xiao frowned and said, That won't do, forget it, I will observe for a bit. At this time, the other two were still focusing on looking around. Yanxiao suddenly stood behind them with a dissatisfied expression and asked, What is going on? Both of them jumped in startlement. Tuagaming said in panic, Boss, you almost gave me a heart attack. Boss Feng continued to ask, Are they really that dangerous? Why is it taking so long? Yang Ke spoke up to explain. He uses a type of martial arts that has no form and makes no sound. Its power is extremely terrifying, so it is better to stay away. Yan Shao was surprised. Did old Shin really say that? On the other side, Zhang Hanying was beaten black and blue by the Baidu Demon Lord. He asked him, I'll ask one more time, where is it? He absolutely refused to speak and gritted his teeth, replying, Kill me, and then I will give it to you. Ying Zaigui said with some surprise, How strange, that thing is not something worth a merchant guild like yours exchanging your lives for. He continued to ask, Could it be that you know how to use the Baju Ling? Obviously all those who knew how to use it were already dealt with at that cult altar. I didn't expect there to be a survivor.
Hearing this, Zhang Hanying shouted loudly to stop them. How dare you? Just kill me. Ignoring Hanying's words, he counted. There are 25 of them. Let's see how long you can remain stubborn. After that, he ordered his subordinates. Begin. They grabbed the daughter's hands, ignoring her pleas. No. Please stop. Please don't. Father. Seeing his daughter fall into the situation because of him, he couldn't help but shout, Stop! Baidu Demon Lord casually asked, Why? We haven't even started yet. Have you changed your mind already? Han Ying agreed with him and told his subordinate, Fine, give it to me, and I will tell them to stop. Feeling that victory was already his, he praised, Good decision. He then asked, Where is it? Han Ying's subordinate carefully presented it to him. Head merchant, it's here. He looked at the Bajou Ling and thought, It has come to this after all. If the Bajou Ling falls into their hands, they will only grow stronger. The nightmare from 20 years ago might just repeat itself. But with no other choice now, he took the treasure, handed it to him, and said, It's here. Ying Zaigui took it and said, As expected, I can clearly feel the aura of the treasure. You hid it well. If I had killed everyone, it would have been hard to find. He turned his back and continued, Then a proper price must be paid. At this moment, he still didn't understand. What? Ying Zaigui ordered. Dark Squad, hear my command. Enjoy yourselves, and remember to handle the aftermath thoroughly. Let her know the sins her father committed. As if unable to believe her ears, she said in despair, No way. Zhang Hanying lost his temper and shouted, You, didn't I already give you what you wanted? Are you even human? Does someone like you not fear heaven? He turned around and said arrogantly, I am heaven. You have to die anyway. Wouldn't having a little fun lessen your grievances? Following Ying Zaigui's words, the subordinates tore the daughter's clothes as she cried and screamed, Please stop. Save me. Somebody save me. Please, please. In the heat of the moment, a familiar voice rang out, You bastards. You beasts. It was none other than Feng Yanxiao. Everyone turned in surprise toward the source of the voice. Yanxiao continued, As martial artists, do you not know any morals? Stop right now. He drew his sword and said, You shouldn't touch a family. The first of the 10 great heroes of Henan. No, this Feng Yanxiao of the Feilong
Zagui was annoyed because someone ruined his good deeds. Yet another mouse was hiding. Zagui's face darkened, and he said, Kill him. As soon as the order was given, half of his subordinates rushed towards Feng Yanxiao. He looked at them and said, Do you think you can? Holding his sword with both hands, he charged straight at Zagui's subordinates. With one slash, he made one fall.
Another stepped forward and said, "Don't let him escape." And just like the first one, he fell after one move from Yan Shao. He slashed while constantly saying, "You trash. How can you defeat me?" The leader of the army stood from afar, watched, and said, "Oh, not bad." The surviving ones were afraid of losing face in front of Baidu Demon Lord, so they told each other, "Do not delay. Baidu Demon Lord is watching. He's just a little punk. Deal with him quickly." As soon as the words ended, an arrow shot right down in front of them, pinned straight into the ground. It was Han Taiyan, who just ran out from a nearby bush. She said to Brother Shao, "How are you supposed to handle things if you go to solve a problem but cause more trouble?" Tua Gaming sighed. "That's right." Ma Shang too added, "Since the boss has stepped up, how can we just stand and watch?" Old Sin chimed in, "Me too." Fang Yanshao finalized with one last sentence. "Anyway, there is no other way to go." Tua Gaming turned to Xiaobai and said, "Please take care of Zheishan for me."
Su Ren kept his hand on his sword while running alongside Tua Gaming. "Boss, there are so many of them. Will we be okay?" Gaming replied, "So what if we are not okay?" He frowned with an angry expression. "Don't think too much." Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, he slashed down and said, "If that is the boss's idea, we must follow it." Full of indignation, he slashed at the wicked man, but the opponent reacted in time, immediately raising his sword to block the strike. Then both sides charged at each other, and a bloody battle ensued just like that. The Wufang bandits fought extremely fiercely.
"I will avenge Zheshan." Then he slashed down, but unexpectedly the opponent's agility was quite fast. He immediately jumped up and dodged the attack. The masked man drew his sword, his voice full of ferocity. "Tss, what are those who don't spare their lives?" Then he immediately swung his sword and slashed at Tol Gaoming. He quickly leaned to the side, successfully dodging the attack. He suddenly realized the situation was gradually getting worse. Damn it, this is going to be tough. Suddenly, Xin Yanke rushed in from nowhere and landed a kick from behind the masked man, asking, "Do you want to fight this old man?" leaving the guy unable to react in time. The old man frowned and continued, "They are quite strong, but to me they are just ordinary. When fighting, one should focus their strength to take down each enemy one by one." Seeing the old man gather momentum and fly up, with just one kick he took down a guy. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. With just one kick, the old man kicked the masked man senseless, making him stagger and fall to the side. Tuol Gaoming also couldn't help but laugh, praising, "As expected of old Shin, it's at times like this that you are truly reliable." The old man landed and said softly, "This is not the time to underestimate the enemy." He continued, "This is a battle we are certain to lose. I don't know if we can hold out for a quarter of an hour." He turned his head and added,
In an instant, 3 or 4 enemies were hit by arrows. They were attacked by surprise and could do nothing but scream, "Bastards!" It turned out to be Kwa Shangzong. One of them pointed at him and ordered, "Take out that archer." They all replied in unison, "Understood," and rushed towards where he was standing. He continued to shoot arrows calmly without the slightest fear. On the contrary, he smiled triumphantly and said, "Good, everything is progressing very well. Did you think we would be so easily defeated?" Suddenly, a guy in a black Dao uniform jumped down from above and said, "Your little trick is quite good," leaving him no time to react. Han Taiyan's voice screamed out, "Do you want to injure my brothers right in front of me again?" As she spoke, she held her sword and rushed at the guy from earlier, slashing down, but he managed to escape. Kwa Shangzong still stood frozen, unable to react. Han Taiyan panted and said, "Senior brother, if you are careless, you will go see the King of Hell." "I know." She observed the situation and exclaimed, "Damn it, they keep charging forward." Shangzong turned to her and said, "I will attack them. Help me keep the distance." Han Taiyan immediately replied, "Understood." And so the sounds of battle echoed throughout the mountains and forests. The guy in the black Ao uniform ran forward with his sword and shouted, "You must all die too. If you take advantage of the panic to escape, it will be difficult for us." Suddenly, his entire body froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Instead of panicking, Feng Yangsha calmly drew his sword and rushed forward to stand in front of Zhang Hanying. His spine was freezing cold, his lips dried up, and he showed a cautious expression saying, "Are you the head merchant of the merchant guild?" Zhang Hanying replied in confusion, "That's right." Hearing this, Feng Yangsha wasted no time and rushed forward, slashing the masked man across the waist. The guy couldn't block in time and took Yangsha's fatal slash head on. Mr. Zhang Hanying, seeing the scene just now, froze. His eyes widened, unable to say a word. Yangsha stabbed the sword in his hand straight into the ground and said, "There is no time, so please answer me quickly." He turned his head and continued cautiously,
Shumida was seen slashing down heavily. However, the masked man was faster. Using the momentum, he leaped forcefully upwards, clenching his fist, ready to throw a punch. Taken by surprise, Shumida grimaced and cursed. Damn it! Shumida was knocked backward, letting out a painful grunt. Ugh! Tuogaming, standing nearby, panicked and shouted, Shumida! Realizing the situation was not looking good, Tuogaming thought to himself, damn it, this is bad. All our brothers are exhausted, yet they still outnumber us. These bastards are even using a mysterious martial art that drains our energy the more we fight. He looked and saw dozens of enemies dressed in black and wearing masks in front of him. All of them held swords, posing in a combat-ready stance. Every single one of their faces exuded a murderous aura. Damn it, where did they come from? Tuogaming asked cautiously. Pasha, what should we do? But as soon as he turned around, before he could finish his question, he was taken aback by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Shumida, who had just been knocked down a second ago, was now charging at the enemy troops like a wild beast. His eyes were rolled back, his mouth
Tuo Gaoming continued, if we all lose our lives, what will you remember forever? Suddenly one of the enemies shouted loudly, pointing straight at their group, and yelled, they are already exhausted, quickly, kill them all! Then he stomped his foot heavily on the ground, lunging toward where the two were standing, shouting loudly, ah! Suddenly a sword fell from the sky out of nowhere, stabbing fiercely into the ground, forcing the masked man to stop midway. He looked up. What is this? It turned out that the sword belonged to Shumida. He leaped into the air, flying toward the masked man, giving him a huge scare. He threw a punch, shouting loudly, I, Feng Yan Shao, will send you scoundrels to hell. He got closer and closer to them, but the masked man was not only unafraid, but also provoked him. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. It seems you really want to die. As he spoke, he put something made of metal on his hand. Their hands clashed. Immediately the shockwave from the collision spread out, creating strong gusts of wind. Suddenly, large cracks appeared on the metal ring on the masked man's hand. Then the ring shattered into small pieces. His eyes widened in shock. You bastard! Taking advantage of his lack of attention, Yang Shao threw a straight punch to his face, making him
Kuo Shanzhang finally sat up at this moment, sighing in admiration that he truly lived up to the name of Boss Xiao. Gaoming teased him, you're late, where have you been? Old Sin Yanke could not believe the scene before his eyes, marveling that his internal energy was already very strong. He thought to himself, with that power one could not help but admire his natural talent. Thanks to that kid surnamed Yan, he had found his awakening. Yan Shao gripped his sword. He stood before the enemy without flinching, his silhouette at this moment truly majestic. Perhaps if he had been exposed to martial arts a little earlier, he would be even more terrifying. Yan Shao said, how fortunate it is that someone in the merchant guild knows medical skills. Yan Shao began to recount. I told Xiao Feng to bring Zeshan here. He continued, perhaps he is currently being treated. We no longer need to worry. Then Yan Shao's voice dropped. Brothers, please forgive me. Yan Shao lowered his head, whispering, I tried my best to forget. Yan Shao recalled past memories, his voice visibly saddening as he said softly, but I still cannot stop thinking about my wife and children back home. As a father, I cannot ignore them. Then he hesitated and said, I cannot drag you brothers into danger. Feng Yan Shao now stood facing his brothers, his words filled with sorrow. I am not qualified to be the stronghold leader, to be the boss, but I cannot turn my back and ignore them. He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows knitting together, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I know this request is too much, but brothers, please make this sacrifice for me. Tuo Galming heard the boss say this, gave a faint smirk. This betrayal is huge. Boss, why have you never mentioned your hometown before? Just as he finished speaking, Tuo Galming and the brothers drew their weapons one by one, putting on a stance ready to fight at any moment. Galming added, so you don't need to ask, boss. Suddenly, Han Taiyan jumped out from nowhere, one hand
Someone stomped hard on the ground to use the momentum to dash forward. Then we will wait for our guardian deity. As Taiyan finished speaking, Yan Wubai also dashed forward accordingly. Feng Yansha looked at his brothers, unable to hide the surprise on his face. Then he smiled and replied, that's right. Yansha also drew his sword at this moment, shouting loudly, everyone try a little harder. As long as we resist, we will win. The shouts of the warriors echoing from the battlefield successfully attracted the attention of those present. Ying Taigui, observing from afar, finally spoke up. Do we really have to take action to deal with them? A masked man heard his words. Then the guy pulled down his mask, revealing a long scar on his face, and smirked. Of course not, sir. It turned out to be Xie Daoreng. He held 2 swords in his hands, arms spread wide, with a wicked smile on his lips. His murderous aura immediately made the surrounding atmosphere tense up. Your subordinate really wants to kill them. His face became increasingly distorted, wrinkles bunching together, his smile reaching his ears, his pupils dilated and constricted, looking very eerie. he continued, shattering the hope on their faces, makes your subordinate extremely excited. The two sides fought endlessly. A saber slash struck straight at the shoulder of a Wufang bandit's brother. He cried out in pain, a long trail of blood flowing out. Sin Yanke, at this moment, also rushed toward the man in black, intervening in time to rescue the brother of the stronghold. He gripped the sword firmly in his hand. Sin Yanke, with a cold face and furrowed brows, looked toward the men in black, and he coldly questioned.
The man in black staggered and let out a cry before collapsing, and the other men in black also noticed this commotion. Seeing this, one of the men in black couldn't help but frown, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, damn it, our reconnaissance squad has no choice but to fight them. Thinking this, he turned his head to look at his teammate nearby and shouted, when on earth are the guys from the combat squad arriving? Hearing this, the other man hurriedly reported based on the words of someone who went to check the situation. Recalling the corpses he saw on the scouting path, the man said helplessly, they have all been completely wiped out. Hearing that, the eyes of the man in black widened in disbelief as he asked, what? Drops of sweat constantly fell from his face and soaked into his clothes as he brainwashed himself, it's impossible. Looking at the tense battle still taking place between the two sides, he wondered doubtfully, could it be their doing? They aren't that strong. He pondered, the combat squad is an elite force trained to destroy the 7 sects and 2 schools. If they could wipe out that squad, then we cannot win. A clicking of the tongue rang out.
Seeing the dense murderous aura emanating from his body and the weapon held firmly in his hand, the man in black sweated in fear. Squad leader, he said coldly at this moment, thanks to you all, I had to suffer humiliation in front of Baidu Demon Lord. A bunch of damned fools. Saying that, Shadaorong directly disposed of all his squad members. The men in black were thus sent back to Mother Earth by him, and agonizing screams rang out. Shadaorong's face became extremely twisted, and he smiled savagely, saying, let's start playing. The unexpected situation made Tuagamim turn his head to look, and he asked suspiciously, he's killing his own people? Has he lost his mind? Feng Yanzhao was also startled seeing this. He furrowed his brows tightly and shouted, what a piece of trash. Feng Yanzhao shouted as he rushed towards him, what an irredeemable piece of trash. What the hell are you thinking? Seeing this, Shadaorong only smiled coldly. He was not afraid at all, but instead mocked arrogantly. Tsk, look at that. It would be boring to start from the strongest one. Very quickly, Shadaorong leaped up, completely dodging Feng Yanzhao's recent attack without a single scratch. A sharp arrow shot straight at him, and Shadaorong only chuckled. Ha ha ha. He agilely dodged the incoming arrow, his eyes full of contempt as he looked at the brothers of Wufang's stronghold. It seems you are not charging into battle alone, huh? At this time, Han Taiyan also joined forces and rushed over. She held the sword firmly in her hand and replied powerfully, of course. Feng Yanzhao said coldly, did you think you could put a blade to our boss's neck? Han Taiyan's eyes became sharp and cold as she shouted loudly to warn him, this time we will use our numbers to defeat you. Hearing this, Shadaorong became interested. He let out a disdainful laugh. All right, that makes it interesting. The weapons of both sides clashed, emitting a blinding light. Suddenly, the saber in Han Taiyan's hand shattered into pieces. Unable to react in time, she stood stunned for a moment. My saber! Seeing this, Shadaorong proudly showed off.
Following that, he launched a lightning-fast attack on Han Taiyan. Take a rest. Han Taiyan took the full force of the blow just like that, and a weak cough rang out. Seeing this, Kwa Shangzheng also had his bow and arrow ready in his hands, preparing to shoot at Shadaorong to save Taiyan. Shadaorong at this time also set his sights on Kwa Shangzheng and began to strike. You too, you've been an eyesore to me all this time. Right after that, he swung the weapon in his hand, causing Kwa Shangzheng to be severely injured and fall back. A cry of pain rang out as his weapon embedded itself into a tree trunk. Feng Yanxiao watched helplessly as his brothers fell one by one. Unable to hold back his anger, he rushed forward to fight back against him. Damn it! However, Shadaorong As the blade slashed toward Feng Yanxiao, Shadaorong excitedly continued, what kind of expressions will they have? At this moment, Tuo Gamim had come to the rescue, using his saber to block Shadaorong's weapon. Keep dreaming. Seeing this, Feng Yanxiao was slightly stunned. Gao Ming! Tuo Gaming then raised his voice to remind him, your rambling is really tiring. Immediately after, the other two brothers also provided support from behind. Tuo Gamim took the lead and shouted, let's see how long he can hold out. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Suddenly, Shadaorong moved instantly to block right in front of Tuo Gamim. He sneered, perhaps until right now.
With that, a swift and clean kick landed on Tuo Ga-ming, knocking him backward. A shout rang out, "Boss!" Xie Daorong smirked. At this time, a saber slashed past Tuo Shangzhong. Ma Shangtu fared no better, being grazed by two of his hidden weapons. Xie Daorong lightly licked his lips, showing an extremely perverted expression, and excitedly said, "You orthodox faction scums." Just like that, he defeated everyone single-handedly, as an insider speaking out, thinking you've become some kind of hero, acting so insolently, but in reality, you're just a bunch of useless trash. Feng Yanxiao couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this scene. His eyes widened as he painfully called out his brother's names, Tuo Ga-ming, Ma Shangtu, Su Mida. Xie Daorong now stepped forward to retract the weapon in his hand, chuckling softly, "Let's gradually end it here." His eyes glanced coldly at Feng Yanxiao as he said, "I will keep the strongest one alive." At this moment, Sin Yangke also entered the field.
At this moment, Sin Yangke had already prepared his counterattack stance. He calmly introduced himself. "If you are not blind, open your eyes wide. The strongest person here is me, the 9 Secrets Ambush Sword, Sin Yangke." Right after that came a charge from both sides. The two of them quickly executed their fists and kicks, with Sin Yangke taking the initiative to attack. Under the pressure of Sin Yangke's continuous strikes, the two sides constantly struggled. The actual strength of the two was not too different, but compared to just now, Xie Daorong had to defend a lot. Sin Yangke channeled his strength into his palms, furrowed his brows in anger, and shouted, "Are you just going to keep dodging?" Xie Daorong then let out a cold laugh and replied, "How could that be? I just want to see if you are truly the strongest or not." Then he began to circulate his internal energy, and a tremendously powerful blow was unleashed towards Sin Yangke as he shouted, "It seems to be true." His attack forced Sin Yangke to use his hands to block. He did not expect him to burst out with such power. Sin Yangke was quickly knocked down backwards, his body leaning against a nearby giant tree as the smoke gradually cleared. Xie Daorong took a step closer to Sin Yangke and let out a sound of exclamation. "Oh, what a surprise. I am a bit hurt." Looking at Sin Yangke without any resistance, his head bowed to the ground and his whole body motionless, he even said with regret, "I originally intended to chop you in two, but it seems you are still intact." Looking again at Tuo Ga-ming and the others who were lying motionless on the cold ground, he mocked himself. "What should we do? It seems you guys have no strength left to fight." At this time, Feng Yanxiao was no longer resisting, and Xie Daorong mocked even more. "Where did your imposing manner just go?" A cunning smile bloomed on his ferocious face as Xie Daorong smugly asked, "Well, do you regret it now?" Even though he was heavily injured, Sin Yangke still had not submitted. He curled his lips and laughed out loud. "Regret what?"
Hearing this, Xie Daorong couldn't help but feel puzzled. He asked directly, "What are you talking about?" However, his face suddenly distorted and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Xie Daorong's entire body felt dizzy, and the colors of the surrounding world turned into black and white. Xie Daorong asked himself in disbelief, "What? This stream of qi?" Sin Yangke then spoke up again. "Let me tell you." A heroic silhouette of a man appeared, with the sunlight reflecting behind him, adding to his majesty. "You guys are doomed." Xie Daorong looked up at the person who had just appeared and asked curiously, "Huh? Who is this brat? Do you believe this brat can do anything useful, which is why you dare to be so arrogant?" At this time, Han Taiyan also recognized who had just arrived, so she shouted loudly, "Brother Yan!" Tuo Ga-ming also realized it and cheered excitedly. "He's here!" Sumida also smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the power of endurance is victory. Brother Ma, despite being injured, could still smile happily. "Haha, you are all going to die." Tuo Ga-ming frowned, feeling a bit lucky in his heart, but also full of worries, thinking, "It's fortunate, but can Yan Jihei fight them alone?" At this time, Ing Zai Gui also noticed the change in the battlefield situation. He felt strange and thought to himself, their atmosphere has changed. Observing this situation, Ing Zai Gui silently sighed. It seems that in this desperate situation, they have waited for someone they can rely on and trust. Yan Jihei's hair fluttered gently in the wind, and his handsome face
Xie Daorong smiled coldly, a drop of sweat rolling down his face, his arrogance clouding his wisdom. Xie Daorong arrogantly said, "That guy from the Netherworld cult is crying. Can that brat really capture Sala Dong, the dark soul ghost killer of the 10 great demon lords?" At this moment, Yan Zihei also jumped down from the high tree branch decisively. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Yan Zihei looked at Xie Daorong with cold eyes and simply asked him, "Was it you?" Facing the arrogant Xie Daorong, Yan Zihei accused him, "The one who injured my brothers, was it you?" Xie Daorong immediately gritted his teeth in anger, his face becoming twisted. "You damn brat!" He held his weapon firmly in his hand and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you to dare be so arrogant in front of me?" With that, he made his move, launching an attack at Yan Zihei and loudly challenging him,
Before Xie Daorong could react, another punch was already waiting for him. Yan Zihei ruthlessly threw a punch that sent Xie Daorong flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xie Daorong's face twisted in pain, his nerves pulled taut. He constantly doubted himself, thinking, what is this? What is going on? Thinking of that terrifying face, he felt even more frustrated and thought to himself, damn it, if the Baido Demon Lord sees this. Xie Daorong's pupils immediately dilated to the maximum. Right after, he hastily turned around and performed a backward somersault to dodge. Wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, Xie Daorong looked at Yan Zihei with a vicious gaze and muttered to himself, your subordinate was careless. Your subordinate will deal with him right away. Ying Zaigui observed the situation on both sides and carefully reminded him, do not underestimate him. Receiving this word, Xie Daorong immediately sprang up and lunged forward. Understood. Yan Zihei also had his sword ready in his hand. He raised his hand and swung his sword with a powerful posture. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yan Zihei said coldly, you have injured my brothers. Get ready. Immediately after, he used his terrifying sword aura to attack him. Xie Daorong also readied the weapon in his hand and shouted, after becoming one of the 10 great demon lords, the elders of the 7 sects and 2 schools are nothing to me.
Xie Daorong was taken down before he could react. He was dazed for a moment. What? Yan Zihei's eyes stared coldly at him. He frowned and said coldly, those who are about to die talk too much. A sword swiftly thrust towards Xie Daorong. It seems you are no match for him. Ying Zaigui had now appeared from behind Xie Daorong to support him. He threw Xie Daorong back and faced Yan Zihei. Yan Zihei remained indifferent from beginning to end, calmly asking, who are you? However, the nunchaku in his hands broke in half after just a moment. He couldn't believe it, thinking frantically in his heart, what? He pushed back my power? A collision of extreme power occurred. The strong light emitting from it forced people in the distance to cover their faces with their hands to avoid being affected. Sin Yongke also had to carefully close his eyes, acknowledging, the power is truly terrifying. One of Sin Yongke's eyes slightly opened as he thought to himself, as expected, that guy using the strange power is very strong. Seeing that Ying Zaigui had also been defeated, Sin Yongke thought to himself that if he had shown up before that kid Yan arrived, everyone would have already died at his hands. Ying Zaigui's eyes widened in disbelief. The imprints appearing on the ground made it impossible for him to deny, but his heart was still filled with confusion. I was pushed back by him? Right after that, Yan Zihei jumped up toward him, preparing to deliver a slash. He frowned slightly and asked calmly, hey, old uncle, are you coming out to take the hit instead? Ying Zaigui was angered by his provocation and replied resentfully, very well, this seat acknowledges your strength. Yan Zihei's sword was quickly dodged by the guy jumping to the side, but it must be said that if he had taken that hit, he would have lost his life. Hearing this, Yan Zihei was a bit curious, his face still showing a fearless expression as he charged forward. Very quickly, 2 weapons thrown straight to the ground caught Yan Zihei's attention. He frowned in disgust and said, what is this, uncle? Can't you fight properly? At that moment, a strange smoke spewed from both ends of his weapons, causing Yan Zihei to turn his head in confusion. Shin Yangke also noticed the anomaly. He panicked and thought to himself, that move. Immediately after, Shin Yangke hurriedly shouted a warning. Brother Yan, dodge it! Get out of there quickly! Yan Zihei still didn't understand what was happening. Ying Zaigui then sneered and lowered his voice. It's too late. Just as a flame flashed on the head of the weapon, the others simultaneously followed suit. At that light, Yan Zihei frowned and looked over. Everything was gradually covered in obscurity. Xie Daorong also took advantage of Yan Zihei's inattention to prepare to make a move. He thought to himself, an arrogant person like you will finally meet this end. He frowned, his face revealing a twisted expression as he thought, no one survives that move. The surrounding space was now a mess. A dark energy sphere was created. It was over. They reached out like faint vines, trying to entangle their prey. The purple smoke almost tightly wrapped around him. He looked at the man standing in the distance and growled, what the hell is...
The smoke formed a space that imprisoned him, wrapping tightly around his limbs and suffocating the air around him. Yan Zihei struggled, trying to grip the saber in his hand tightly, thinking to himself, gasp! His heart felt like it was being squeezed. It was so hard to breathe. His face turned pale from shortness of breath, his brows furrowed tightly, and his mouth bulged as he tried to hold on to the tiny bit of air in the cramped space. It was as if a silent power was secretly draining Yan Jihei's life force, making his body feel as heavy as if he were falling into a swamp. He thought to himself, swinging his sword fiercely into the air, wondering in his heart, what is happening? Yan Jihei channeled his internal energy and used all his strength, swinging his sword into the air, but the space did not budge at all. His whole body seemed to be submerged in a narrow space. Yan Jihei furrowed his brows and cursed inwardly. Damn it. His eyes tried to open wide to stay awake, and he frowned, thinking, I can't use my strength. The entire space was plunged into darkness, and Yan Jihei gritted his teeth, thinking, this is a big problem. Baidu Demon Lord Yingzaigui had a massive body with bizarre patterns running along his face. His fierce face looked like a butcher's. No one in the Jianghu could defeat the ultimate skill he used. Just hearing its name was enough to terrify people. Phantom soul-snatching demonic art, his technique was like suffocating the opponent's life, causing the other person to slowly pass away. A technique that captures the opponent's shadow to snatch their soul. He grabs the opponent's shadow, rendering them immobile, and then attacks from behind.
Yingzaigui became the top commander of the Dark Army, carrying out the cult's missions. He was much stronger than before, and his reputation grew accordingly, making many people tremble in fear. It was thought that no one could escape the Phantom Divine Art, a terrifyingly powerful technique he had created. The Phantom Divine Art was like a giant red sphere that swallowed its prey. Even Jihei was bewildered when caught in this technique. Although his body was suspended in mid-air, it felt as heavy as lead. Yan Jihei furrowed his brows, his eyes sluggish as he tried to stay awake. He gritted his teeth and let out an uncomfortable groan. Ugh! The surroundings were nothing but a boundless void like hell. His entire body ached without a trace of strength. For the first time, Yan Jihei felt death approaching so closely. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to struggle in vain. In this inescapable situation, all efforts seemed like a drop in the ocean. There seemed to be no way out. The hand holding the sword slowly loosened, as if its master had accepted giving up, ready to embrace the death that could strike at any moment. Yan Jihei gradually fell into a coma, his eyes tightly closed. His remaining bit of consciousness thought to itself, what on earth should I do? The surrounding space seemed to suck away his life force, and he felt his strength gradually depleting. Yan Jihei's consciousness wandered into the void of his memories. A steady man's voice rang out. In the Jianghu, pausing for a moment, he slowly continued. There are those who use mysterious techniques. Vague memories gradually surfaced in his mind. Images flooded back like film reels, with harsh sunlight filtering through the canopy of leaves. As slow footsteps echoed, the man continued. That is why, even if one possesses strength, some still have to die. The man clasped his hands behind his back, gently teaching. Therefore, you must learn a lot. Beside him, the young Yang Jihei crossed his arms behind his head and replied sluggishly. Ugh, studying is so boring. Hearing this, the man said disdainfully. Anyway, those petty tricks could never defeat you. Thinking of the dangers that filled the Jianghu, Tiandi frowned slightly and strictly taught. But since you are still young and inexperienced,
Tiandi's voice, stern and full of warning, said, That's right. Once you fall into their technique, it is completely impossible to escape. Yan Jihei listened seriously, pondering for a moment before asking, A curse technique? Then what should I do if I encounter them? Is there a way to escape? Thinking for a moment, he slowly said, It depends on the situation, remembering the enemies I have faced in the past. He paused for a moment and continued, But usually when deploying a curse technique, they need time. The fragmented memories gradually faded, but Tiandi's intermittent words still echoed in his ears. You can stop them from deploying the curse technique. Yan Jihei relaxed his body to listen. Or if you are hit, he frowned as the words echoed in his ears. As long as you destroy the initial deployment phase, you can escape. He tried to open his eyes and glance around, gradually regaining consciousness, and secretly speculated, could this be the curse technique that Lord Tiandi once mentioned? Recalling what had just happened, he silently analyzed. There are 4 strange things planned.
At first, those 4 strange things were lit like firecrackers, causing him to underestimate them and ignore them. But when they exploded, they released a massive amount of smoke that surrounded him. So the strange smoke they spewed was the source of the spell. Thinking of this, an answer seemed to spring up in his mind. Yan Jihei suddenly realized, furrowing his brows and puffing his cheeks as he tried to inhale air in the cramped space, thinking to himself, if the source started from those stakes, thinking of this, he secretly calculated, wouldn't he just need to overturn the ground?
Yan Zihei's strength was almost infinitely drained. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, let's give it a try. Trying to use the little strength he had left, bringing his hands together and channeling all his power into the sword. Yan Zihei raised the sword high, thinking, although he didn't know where the ground was, he secretly channeled his internal energy. The seventh stance of the Nine Heavens sword art, the sword in his hand flashed with a flickering light like fire. Yan Zihei's body felt a bit lighter, but as long as he struck down in multiple directions, it would work, he thought, then slashed the sword forward, silently shouting, dragon claws slashing the earth. The sky was tainted with an eerie red color, and trails of purple smoke continuously surrounded the glowing red spherical object hovering in the air. On the ground, the people of the Dark Squad surrounded it, waiting to witness the death of the person trapped inside.
The surrounding atmosphere was gloomy, and everyone panicked upon witnessing what was happening. Fang Yanxiao frowned helplessly and yelled, Zihei! The people next to him had pale faces. Xu Mida frowned, stammering intermittently. That strange move is... Ying Zaigui kept his eyes closed tight. In the dusty and smoky space, he calmly said, to think I would have to use this move upon returning to the Zhonghu. Saying so, he laughed smugly. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed, and swirling winds moved around the spherical object. Ying Zaigui pointed both hands forward, secretly casting a spell, and said, the Zhonghu is more interesting than I thought. Xia Darong tightly gripped his injured arm, thinking to himself, I might not be able to use this right arm for a while. He bowed and said, to make the Baido Demon Lord show himself, this lowly one has no face left to look at you. He clenched his jaw, where several teeth had been broken, his face wrinkling in pain. Zhang Hanying's daughter knelt on the ground, looking around in fear. Around her, several members of the Dark Squad had been considerably injured. Xia Darong continued, the damage is greater than this lowly one thought. His face was full of murderous aura as he frowned and stared intently at the phantom soul-snatching demonic art, blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth, saying, please let this lowly one clean up the aftermath. He was certain that Zihei was currently dying within the spell. Thinking of this, his voice filled with resentment. This lowly one will make him beg for his life. Ying Zaigui stood in front of him, the red sphere created by the phantom soul-snatching demonic art, spinning continuously. He said, all right then. Suddenly, the surrounding air began to flow rapidly. Ying Zaigui's expression darkened.
Gusts of wind like sharp blades continuously slashed at the ground, causing his smoke pillars to sway, and the smoke gradually dispersed into the air. Suddenly, a powerful sword force slashed straight in, splitting the ground in half. Ying Zaigui's smoke pillars were destroyed, and the ground beneath their feet rumbled and shook. Frowning nervously, his lips twitching, Ying Zaigui speculated, could it be? He cast his eyes toward the spherical object created by the phantom soul-snatching, surrounded by thick smoke and dust, where cracks could faintly be seen gradually appearing. Not letting down the efforts of the person inside, the sword cuts on the sphere gradually widened, revealing a golden light emerging around them. The sword path seemed to erode the sphere, gradually expanding and completely devastating wherever the blade passed. The streaks of light on the sphere became more and more numerous, making it look like a miniature sun hovering in the air. Everyone witnessing this was terrified. They hurriedly evacuated to find a place to hide. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, the sphere suddenly exploded with astonishing destructive power, cracking the surrounding ground. Ying Zaigui could not believe what was happening. Even his subordinate Xie Daorong exclaimed in shock, "What?" His face was pale, and sweat dotted his face. Xin Yanke chuckled inwardly and said with relief, "As expected, there is no need to worry about that great demon." From within the thick smoke and dust, a sharp blade pierced the mist like tearing through the wind.
Yan Zihei had used almost all of his remaining strength to break the phantom soul-snatching art. He gritted his teeth and said, "This spell." His rapidly beating heart made him pant heavily. He furrowed his brows, glaring at Ying Zaigui with a murderous aura, and continued, "Is really pissing me off." Ying Zaigui was endlessly astonished. He was confident that no one could break his spell. He screamed in his mind, "Impossible!" He stood motionless, lost in thought. Someone who had fallen into the phantom soul-snatching demonic art. In his heart, he was certain that the person inside would be tormented half to death, silently exclaiming, yet he could escape using his own strength. His face showed extreme astonishment. Yang Zigui's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. He nervously observed the person who had just escaped his spell. He originally thought Yan Zihei was just a wet-behind-the-ears brat. Even with peerless martial arts, he shouldn't have been able to escape such cunning tricks. He was confident that no one in the Zhonghu could survive when facing the phantom soul-snatching. Yet this time, the spell Yang Zigui was most proud of was broken by a nobody. He asked himself, who exactly is that guy? The space was covered in a thick cloud of dust, filled with a deathly silence. No one dared to make even the slightest noise. Looking at his master, who was so stunned that he remained motionless, Xie Daorong thought to himself, his spell was destroyed for the first time. He trembled at the thought. Baidu Demon Lord must be very angry.
Xie Daorong felt elated. Looking at his master's half-hidden face, he guessed that Ying Zigui was furious. Imagining the true power of the Baidu Demon Lord, he excitedly thought it was a terrifying strength that could destroy the Zhonghu. Contrary to Xie Daorong's thoughts, his master's face was pale, his mouth wide open in speechless terror. In his mind, Ying Zigui was currently calculating how he could escape unscathed. The excitement in Xie Daorong's heart vanished. He swallowed hard, his face showing a sorrowful, speechless expression. In his heart, he silently lamented, "Are we done for?" The dark squad behind them muttered, their faces clearly revealing their astonishment at Yan Zihei's power. Impossible! He neutralized the Baidu Demon Lord's move? Xie Daorong, standing behind Ying Zigui, also widened his eyes in shock at the formidable strength of this young kid. Ying Zigui couldn't believe it. He asked himself inwardly, who is that monster? His face was also tense and covered in sweat. Yan Zihei stood with great majesty and spoke. "Hey, you weird old uncle, are you a spellcaster? Thanks to you, I've been really annoyed for a while now." Although he was exhausted himself, he still spoke forcefully. "From now on, I will make you pay." Ying Zigui looked at Yan Zihei in disbelief. He thought to himself, that formidable kid is just a brat around 18 years old, yet he managed to shatter my phantom soul-snatching demonic art. Yan Zihei stood
Even though he was very tense, he still yelled loudly, "What are you standing there blankly for? Hurry up and block him." Xie Daorong was also terrified by Yan Zihei's formidable strength, so seeing Ying Zigui push the responsibility onto them made him bewildered. What? He thought to himself, that demon, go block someone that even Baidu Demon Lord couldn't defeat? He blamed himself. Damn it, how unlucky. Left with no other choice, Xie Daorong shouted the order, "Dark Squad, hear my command." Seeing that they had to step up and fight, the Dark Squad looked at each other hesitantly. What? Could it be that we? Xie Daorong continued to yell, "Quickly, stop that arrogant guy." They took turns rushing towards Yan Zihei. He frowned in annoyance. Charging at me again? Instantly and swiftly, his sword strikes slashed down one after another, making them cough up blood. Seeing this, Yang Zigui became anxious. But the members of the Dark Squad were consecutively slaughtered by Yan Zihei without sparing a single one. Seeing this made Yang Zigui even more horrified, thinking, is he a monster? He is so strong that even if I use all my strength, I cannot defeat him. He observed Yan Zihei's sword art, secretly admiring this extraordinary young man. Although the Zhonghu is indeed vast, it is not easy for such a young martial arts master to easily appear like this. It seems that possessing this extraordinary strength and sword art is a double-edged sword, making Ying Zigui determined to kill Yan Zihei, even if he doesn't have enough strength. He could become a stumbling block for the cult. I must kill him. From inside his clothes, Ying Zigui groped around to take something out. He took out the Bajou Ling, holding it in his hand, and thought, but I must prioritize taking this Bajou Ling away, not because I am afraid of him. Ying Zigui glanced at the head merchant of the Merchant Guild and thought, if the existence of the cult is exposed right now, it will be very dangerous. Everything will be a mess. He looked at the head merchant and secretly planned to kill him. At the very least, I will not
Ying Zigui sprang up, saying, "This seat will take the Bajou Ling and leave first." Seeing this, Xie Daorong shouted a warning to him, but without the help of the Baidu Demon Lord, the subordinates could not defeat him. Ying Zigui roared loudly, "Taking the Bajou Ling away as the top priority. This seat considers this as helping you one last time." Something resembling a pillar rushed toward the head merchant. He was confused and didn't know what it was. By the time he realized it was a weapon thrown at him by Ying Zaigui, it was too late. It was already right in front of his eyes. The head merchant was immediately injured by the damage of that weapon, his blood splattering out. His daughter panicked and ran over crying out, "Father!" The subordinate standing nearby also couldn't react in time and called his name, "Head merchant." He anxiously thought to himself, "Damn it, is it finally going to turn out like this?" Seeing Ying Zaigui playing dirty tricks, Yan Zihei cursed angrily, "You despicable trash." He looked up at Ying Zaigui and said, "Don't even think about returning with an intact corpse." Seeing Yan Zihei's reaction, he shouted,
Yan Zihei was not to be trifled with. He charged forward with a surging, murderous aura. His eyes were full of determination, containing not a single ounce of fear. Yan Zihei unleashed his sword art, the 8th stance of the 9 heaven sword art, 9 dragons ascending. He swung his sword down from above beautifully, twisting several times like a majestic dragon devouring everything around it. Ying Zaigui's face seemed to drop in awe. At that moment, the ultimate skill of the 9 heaven sword art, a stance thought to have completely disappeared, was revealed. Everyone around was speechless at that ultimate skill, because they were too focused on it. When the sword aura of the 9th stance descended, it was even more powerful than 20 years ago in Kongtian. Executing the attack also left Yan Zihei quite exhausted. He started breathing heavily. According to the narration, the martial arts power in Yan Zihei caused the dark squad of the Netherworld cults, those who had sowed fear into the 7 sects and 2 schools, to be defeated and knocked off their high horses without any strength left to fight. The image of Yan Zihei standing amidst a field of corpses appeared. Afterward, the captain of the Dark Squad, one of the 10 great demon lords of the cult, Sala Dong, had to flee, because he thought, if the Baidu demon lord fled, then I can flee too. The narration continued. The Dark Squad lay scattered everywhere like locusts. The Baidu demon lord, the one called the power of the cult, the unmatched leader of the martial arts world, Ying Zaigui, was dealt a massive shock. The one who humiliated him was not one of the 10 great masters of the world, but merely a brat. Even though Yan Zihei was furious, he swallowed his anger, determined to send those who laid hands on his brothers to the underworld. He looked at his injured brothers. Their wounds were not light at all. He had to treat the Wufang 10 great heroes first. Feng Yanshao patted Yan Zihei's head, saying it was fortunate he was there, but he bowed his head guiltily, saying he should have arrived earlier. "Brother, forgive me." Feng Yanshao comforted him. "No, it was my stubbornness that almost put the brothers in danger. Jiaoko, thank you very much." According to the narration, Jiaoko blamed himself for not arriving sooner. The timeline went back to his tragic past as a child, where he never received warmth from
At that time, he could only sit huddled, hugging his knees in the cold warehouse. For a Jiaokei like that, the image of Nanggong Yan feeding him and patting his head appeared. The narration continued. The brothers in the Wufang stronghold were the most important people to him, the ones who stood by his side. That was the first time he had the thought that he couldn't protect everyone, and a strong desire to protect everyone by any means began to kindle. Back to the present, the head merchant trembled due to his deep and severe wounds, seemingly unlikely to survive the critical condition. His daughter by his side teared up. "Father," he said to his daughter, "help me up." He spoke, "I want to say my thanks to our benefactors." The daughter, worried about her father's life, stopped him. "Father, please get treated first." But the head merchant knew his own fate. He said while dying, "Since the moment I abandoned the brothers of the Merchant Guild, I knew I would have to die." He held on and said, "It's all right. Call them here." It was already late afternoon. The head merchant was supported by a subordinate and his daughter. Before his
He began to tremble. "I can never fully repay this debt of gratitude, but the Shuiyu Merchant Guild will definitely repay your kindness." He continued with a proposal. "Although you have already granted us a great favor by saving us, I still have one request. Please take my family to a safe place." After that, the head merchant of the Shuiyu Merchant Guild passed away from the attack by the Baidu demon lord Ying Zaigui. The Wufang 10 great heroes accepted his request. Although on the surface their destination to the Qinglin assembly remained unchanged, they had to treat their minor and major wounds before setting off. But beyond that, there was another reason that no one spoke of. They just set off on a beautiful sunny day. Xin Yangke quietly asked Feng Yangsha on the way, "But boss, if we keep walking like this, isn't this the territory of the Red Snake stronghold on Mount Bagong?" He said helplessly, Is there any other way? Of course we won't confront the Red Snake stronghold. So are we supposed to tell the Merchant Guild the truth now, that we are a bandit stronghold and therefore cannot pass through there? Sin Yang Ke continued to ask quietly. Anyway, once we cross this mountain, we will arrive at the assembly location. Feng Yangsha brushed it off. I just think, old Sin, think about it.
Ying Zai crossed thousands of mountains through dark clouds and blinding blizzards. After countless efforts, he opened the door to Yuexian's base. Hearing the commotion, Fairy Yuexia parted her lips and slowly said, "You were slower than I thought. You haven't held the position of Baidu Demon Lord for long. Isn't this a bit impolite?" Hearing this, Ying Zai bowed his head and apologized. "Forgive me, a difficult matter arose, so—" Fairy Yuexia did not listen to his explanation and directly interrupted. "Next time, you should pay a little more attention. It is no ordinary matter for the Baidu Demon Lords of the cult to be present here. I hope you know how to observe the rules so that no one suffers a loss." Hearing Fairy Yuexia's reprimands, Ying Zai looked toward the round table where the Baidu Demon Lords were waiting, and once again opened his mouth to apologize. "Forgive me." Fairy Yuexia asked further, "Did you bring the Baju Ling?" Ying Zai approached the round table, took out the last missing Baju Ling, placed it into the formation, and said, "Yes, although there were some difficulties, I have brought the Baju Ling here safely." Watching the final Baju Ling being placed into the formation as it began to activate, Fairy Yuexia said, "With this, I can now hold 7 Baju Ling. You have worked hard. You have made an effort to help the cult become stronger day by day." A demon lord sitting there clenched his fist, laughed in delight, he, and said, "With everyone's consensus, John Han Ying will become the next person for the position of Baidu Demon Lord. From now on, our cult will have 7 Baidu Demon Lords." Another person raised an eyebrow. "But does the cult really need 7 Baidu Demon Lords? It seems 6 is enough." Another female demon lord spoke up. "I also agree with that. Thinking of the soul summoning ceremony for the cult leader, Tiandu Demon Lord, it would be a pity to waste a Baju Ling like this. We just need to gather 7 and find 3 more. If we use one, we will have to find 4 more. Wouldn't that be more difficult?" Seeing the others changing their
Fairy Yuexia watched them bickering back and forth, resting her chin on her hand and laughing leisurely as if watching a play. "It's all just a joke. Please, don't worry." The creation of the 7 Baidu Demon Lords was the decision of the great cult master, and currently we still do not know his moves. There is no need to rush the soul transcending ceremony for the 1,000-headed Demon Lord. If the 7 Baidu Demon Lords have already been created, using the remaining Baju Ling to strengthen the 10-headed Demon Lord is only a matter of time. Of course, in the end, it is all to elevate the power of this netherworld cult, isn't it? If all 7 Baidu Demon Lords are present here, we can take this opportunity to pacify the world, just as the cult master said. Ying Zai felt that it sounded very reasonable in theory, but when it came to practice, it seemed quite daunting. He said, "But I see that it is not as easy as we think. The Dark Squad has suffered half casualties in this mission, not to mention that the culprit is an unidentified brat. Even the captain of the Dark Squad, the 10-headed Demon Lord, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Although I am a spellcaster, I am confident I can defeat anyone. But that guy is true."
Hearing this, Fairy Yuexia was very surprised and said, "How could that be? If he is not one of the top 10 masters, there is no way he could defeat Baidu Demon Lord." Ying Zai with cold sweat pouring down and shivering at the thought of that moment, said, "Because the important mission was to bring the holy relic back, I quickly left the place. Even if I stayed to fight to the bitter end, I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat him. I have never seen that kind of martial arts before. He spun in the air 9 times and descended like heavenly thunder. Perhaps you might not believe my words." In an instant, a thought flashed through Fairy Yuexia's mind, making her widen her eyes in horror. What? Spun in the air 9 times? Could it be? Meanwhile, at Mount Bagong, Feng Yansha had led everyone there only to encounter the Qisha stronghold. A loud voice rang out. "An arrogant bunch of bandits, you little rats dare to step into Mount Bagong. You really have guts as big as the sky." The person who stepped forward to speak so aggressively was the Qisha stronghold leader, heaven-reaching blood-step Helian Ho. He stood on the cliff, raising his face pompously. "Could it be that you have never heard of Qing Lin's Qisha stronghold, the master of Mount Bagong? If you want to survive passing through this mountain, each of you must pay a tribute of 200 taels." Hearing this, Feng Yansha was terrified. 200 taels is too expensive. We only take 20 taels. Xin Yang Kek sighed sorrowfully and said, "Not causing trouble for a merchant guild without carriages? Qisha Stronghold is inherently famous for its cruelty regarding mountain passage. That is why I said, why did you guys help the merchant guild without demanding anything? Faced with this coerced situation, everyone from the Wufang stronghold frowned and stared at them. One of them spoke up. The Qinglin assembly is right before our eyes, but we are doomed. Can't you see we look like people escorting a merchant guild? He Xiaobai spoke quickly.
Seeing that they seemed to have gradually calmed down, He Xiaobai continued, "That's right. Could the great heroes of the Red Snake Stronghold be magnanimous and let us pass?" Helyan Ho still seemed unwilling to let it go, so he said, "But I am in a hurry right now. Qinglin has matters to attend to, so I need a large amount of gold. Hand over whatever you can and then leave." He Xiaobai replied, "But we have absolutely nothing left in our hands." Hearing this, Helyan Ho said, "If that's the case, then we'll have to carve off your flesh and sell it to see if you truly have nothing left." Then out of nowhere, a guy sitting at Helyan Ho's feet appeared. This guy, whose face looked even uglier, said, "People say that many drops make an ocean. Everything has its value." This was the vice master of the Red Snake Stronghold, Liang Zhongzhen. Seeing the situation getting worse, Feng Yangshao immediately said, "Old Sin, does the Merchant Guild really have nothing left after giving it to us?" Sin Yangke raised his eyebrows and said, "So what?" Feng Yangshao then suggested, "It seems we have to pay them." Sin Yangke glared at him and gritted his teeth, reminding him, "We are also people of
While Feng Yansha was still worrying about what to do, He Xiaobai turned to Yan Jihei and whispered to him, "Brother Yan, do you see that the people standing next to the old man holding the axe have faces like rat-bitten steam buns?" Hearing this, Yan Jihei pondered for a moment and said, "It's not that bad. They probably look more like moldy steam buns." Hearing this, everyone in the Merchant Guild chuckled. "That's too much. Moldy steam buns?"
"I think so too, but think about Jihei being angered by them." Hearing that, Xin Yanke finally backed down and said, "I know, I just need to bring it out, right?" Up on the cliff, Liang Yangzhen looked at Feng Yansha's group laughing and found it hard to understand. Could they be abnormal people to be able to laugh in this situation? Is Liang Yangzhen, the vice master of Mount Bagong, that funny? We need to teach them a lesson. Acting on his thoughts, he shouted loudly, "Do you think I'm blind and can't see? What are those gold coins? You dare to deceive our Red Snake stronghold?" Hearing that, He Xiaobai said in a panic, "No, those gold coins do not belong to our merchant guild. We cannot give them to you." Hearing this, Liang Yangzhen was furious. His hand tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his veins popping out, and he yelled with his blood boiling, "You dare to play tricks in front of Liang Yangzhen, the vice master of the Red Snake Stronghold? A bunch of fools who don't know your situation. Even if you hand over everything, don't even think about leaving here alive. What
Before he could even finish his sentence, a gold coin flew straight into the middle of that loudmouth's forehead, sending him flying backwards to crash into the tree behind him. Xin Yanke was currently looking blankly at the empty pouch in his hand. Where did the gold coins just go? Helyan Hao was completely bewildered and stunned watching his subordinate suddenly get knocked flying. What? I couldn't even perceive any attack. It must be one of them. Something just flew up here. Is it a martial arts master? Feng Yangshao once again helplessly put his hand to his forehead and sighed. Sigh, it ended up like this after all. We're doomed. Yan Jihei tossed a few gold coins up and said, "Moldy steamed bun uncle really doesn't know any manners. I don't care what you've been saying this whole time, but my family is not something you can mess with." Yan Jihei was enraged. With just a few small gold coins in his hand, he threw them straight into the foreheads of the Qisha stronghold members. It was so fast that before anyone could react, they fainted and rolled on the ground. Only Feng Yangshao panicked at this moment and ordered everyone cover your faces quickly. Perhaps they might lose consciousness and forget our faces. Someone replied, "It's too late. Brother Yan is standing there so proudly. How could the Qisha stronghold not remember him?" The Qinlin assembly was approaching. The Qisha stronghold came to Mount Bagong to prove themselves to the heaven-shattering demon lord during the Qinlin assembly. The Qisha stronghold had carried out extortions, thereby accumulating a large amount of wealth.
Immediately asking back, "What did you say? Spinning 9 times in the air?" Recalling the grudge from years ago, she clenched her fists, stayed silent for a long time, and then said, "I am thinking of a name in my head, but I heard he is already dead." She remembered her sworn enemy, the moon-severing swordsman, who had defeated her using the 9 heavens sword art. Thinking about it, she continued, "It is very rare for anyone to use that move. Is it a brat? If he were still alive, he would be over 50 by now." Seeing her hesitate, Ying Zaigui quickly reaffirmed his account. "That brat is about 20, no, about 15 years old. He has red hair and carries the demeanor of the Orthodox faction." Hearing the description of the signature red hair of the Yan family, Fairy Uxia sought even more about the head of the Yan family or his descendants. She deduced, red hair and orthodox faction, it is highly likely that he is his son. Then she recounted to her subordinates the fierce battle from years ago against Nangong Bai and Lord Yanwu. 20 years ago, under the cult master's orders, I went to the Jiangnan region to establish an altar, and at that time he and the young master of the Nangong family came to disrupt us and used that move. Speaking of this, she became bitter again. That arrogant bastard has since been known by the title of moon-severing swordsman, and even now, thinking about it gives me a headache. Hatred surging, she revealed a terrifying expression full of murderous aura. Back then, I was only the Shido demon lord, but now I possess the power of the Baido demon lord. She boldly declared, "The day our cult steps out into the Jianghu, I will definitely avenge the humiliation of that day. When that day comes, the Nangong family and Olong Manor will no longer appear in the history of the martial arts world ever again." At this moment, on Yan Zihei's side, he and the brothers of the Wufang stronghold were having a slight argument after their recent encounter. Boss Fang Yan Yao helplessly reminded Jihei to act cautiously. "I told you not to mess with the Klinlin stronghold, didn't I?" But Jihei also had his reasons, explaining tiredly, "But that guy started it first," while old Sin in the back could only hold his forehead in speechless frustration. 10th sister, being carefree and not thinking much, just
In a village near Wanshaiping, an extremely terrible event had occurred. The residents living in this peaceful village had to face violence, bloodshed, and harassment. As the Qinglin assembly drew near, more and more bandits from various strongholds gathered here. Life in the village became chaotic and disordered with the appearance of all sorts of rogue elements. Not only were there conflicts between the villagers and the bandits, but the stronghold groups within Qinglin were also conscious and wary of each other. Fortunately, no major commotion broke out. 2 men appeared happily walking down the street and talking to each other. A tall, muscular man carrying a greatsword on his shoulder laughed and said, "Almost all the strongholds in the Central Plains are gathered here, truly worthy of Qinglin's prestige." Walking beside him was an old man leaning on a cane with a sword at his waist, who also happily smiled and replied, "Haha, Qinglin's hegemony is unprecedented in the history of the martial arts world. It is only natural." At this moment, a young man with pierced ears and a leaf in his mouth was scrutinizing them from behind, eavesdropping on their conversation. Walking beside him was another tall figure with an eyebrow piercing, who leaned down, smiled, and whispered, "Boss, it seems the rumors about the stronghold's expansion are true. Don't you think they are being too arrogant?" The boss said nothing, only continuing to glance around. Then he spoke in a disdainful tone. "Haha, how could they possibly be recognized by Qinglin?" Directing his gaze towards the people of the Wufang stronghold, they dressed completely differently from the other thugs, wearing beautiful clothes as if attending a festival, and cheerfully chatting like members of an orthodox faction. This displeased him, and he made a sarcastic remark. Could it be that they were allowed to join Qinglin just because of their pretty faces? Look, they are pretending to imitate a merchant guild, but anyone can tell they are just nameless bandits. If we run into them at the Qinglin assembly, won't it be too easy? On the side of Jihei's group, he was feeling happy and relaxed after changing into his familiar clothes, while
Seeing his subordinate judging a book by its cover, the boss smiled, interrupting his words with a gentle reminder. "Haha, you're thinking too far ahead. If you're tired of living, then go ahead and do it." Then he continued, "But if you want to live, it's best you don't mess with that red-haired guy." Hearing the boss's words, the subordinate was filled with doubt. He turned to glance at Jihei and wondered, "That brat?" His boss just calmly and leisurely put his hands behind his head, continuing to walk as he replied, "That's right. Don't underestimate the beggar sect." His boss warned, "If you don't stay in line, you'll live a life worse than hell." "Yes," the subordinate replied. By this time it was late at night, and the gangs had gathered to set up their tents to rest. Outside, the moon rose high, illuminating the entire mountainous forest area at Wanshaiping village. Countless tents from the strongholds belonging to Qinglin had camped here, with each stronghold assigning guards and gathering their Someone said, "Aren't all the strongholds belonging to Qinglin being present here too imposing? If it's already like this with just the leaders of the groups, then if all the strongholds gather together, forming an army wouldn't be impossible." It turned out those were the words of the second brother, To Ga-ming. Boss Feng Yanshao, hearing him and seeing him just sitting there in a daze looking around, reminded him, "Stop babbling, unpack your luggage quickly. Ga-ming will go somewhere with me." Second brother Ga-ming, being called away, asked in surprise, "Huh? Go where?" Feng Yanshao turned his head and replied, "Since we are already here, do you not plan to greet the brothers from other strongholds?" The second brother seemed lazy to socialize, so he put on a bored face and said,
We will meet at the assembly anyway. Why must we greet them now? So tiring. Boss Yan Xiao explained. Those are the people who have helped us. It is only proper to go meet them first. At this time, in a patch of forest outside the camp area, Jihei was lying on the grass, looking up at the sky to admire the moon and stars.
The girl with her rosy cheeks smiled and struck up a conversation. Everyone has already unpacked their luggage and settled down to rest. Are you just being lazy here? Jihei looked up and replied coldly. It's just that I'm thinking about a few things. Then he remembered and asked, Aren't you usually with Tyann? You haven't been together lately. Are you mad at each other? Hearing this, He Xiaobai realized her frequent separation from the group to find him seemed too obvious, so she panicked and corrected him. No, why would we be mad at each other? It's just that lately, Sister Tyann, she hesitated, is always by Brother Zeshon's side. It wouldn't be good if I interfered. Thinking about the romantic relationship between the two of them, 10th sister couldn't help but blush. Then, looking up to observe Zeshon's expression, he replied cheerfully, Is that so? As long as you aren't mad at each other, it's fine. If so, then stay here and be lazy with me. Zeshon's handsome and elegant face under the moonlight made 10th sister's heart flutter wildly. Zeshon's proposal perfectly matched He Xiaobai's true desires. In her mind, she thought happily, Of course I want to be by Brother Zeshon's side. Seeing that Zeshon, who usually only cared about practicing martial arts and seemed indifferent to the world, was now worried and caring about the relationships between the junior sisters, He Xiaobai asked curiously, I'm really surprised. I thought you were a carefree person. Huh? Zeshon exclaimed in surprise that his junior sister had always thought of him that way. Seeing that he didn't understand, He Xiaobai added, It's true. You're so strong. What do you have to worry about? Zeshon mumbled in agreement. Yeah, is that so? Right now, there really is nothing to worry about. Then, is it about the past? She pressed on. It seems like you've never talked about your past, right? Tell me about it. The young couple was now taking a leisurely stroll together, following a trail by the river, enjoying the tranquil night scenery in the majestic mountains. Zeshon thought for a moment and replied, There's nothing special. Actually, I just suddenly thought of my parents, because I can no longer remember their faces, he said honestly. Why is that? He Xiaobai asked curiously. She had never heard him mention his family before. Zeshon began to confide in her about his difficult childhood. My mother died when she gave birth to me, and my father, he has
But I clearly remembered the person I hate bitterly. His voice changed slightly when mentioning this person. A person you hate bitterly? Xiaobai asked in surprise. Because there was someone who wanted to find every way to eliminate me, he said. Jihei now showed a very serious attitude, thinking about the wicked stepmother from the past, but no longer afraid. Since the day he joined the Wufang bandits, he had chosen his own path, not wanting to become someone who was deprived anymore. This story was beyond He Xiaobai's imagination. She asked back in surprise. What? Aren't you telling a story about when you were 6? She spoke with a confused expression. At that age, who would dare to threaten your life? Then, as if realizing something, she guessed. Could it be that you are a member of the royal family? No, I'm not. Jihei quickly denied it. Is that person still alive? He Xiaobai asked again. Probably. Then let's take revenge. Let's go find him quickly. Knowing that someone wanted to harm 7th brother, He Xiaobai hurriedly urged. That's impossible. Jihei dismissed the idea. Why not? You just need to move a finger and he will die instantly, the girl said loudly in indignation. Jihei lowered his head and said, Because that is the primary wife. His answer made the innocent He Xiaobai even more horrified. She couldn't believe that a person Jihei hated bitterly, someone who day and night thought of ways to eliminate him, was actually a family member. And so, that night, Jihei began to tell her the story at Olong Manor, about the unhappy and lonely childhood of the person she always thought was strong. Innocent, He Xiaobai couldn't say another word, only listening in silence. Because she thought about what had happened to Jihei. Because to anyone that story would be a sorrowful one, let alone the things that happened to a 6-year-old child. To think that a teenager who looked even younger than her had experienced such dangers and hardships in just over 10 years of life. She had thought he was someone who had everything, a strong person who could easily overcome dangerous situations, holding the power to
Turning back to observe 10th sister's expression made Jihei surprised. Why are you crying? He Xiaobai was crying profusely, her whole body trembling as she choked out an answer. I'm sorry, the emotional girl said. I didn't know you had been through such things. Making a girl cry made Jihei extremely awkward, and he hastily asked, "I was just telling a normal story. You're apologizing? No, it's my fault." The two of them did not understand each other's feelings, so they kept taking the blame on themselves. As the sky grew later into the night, the moon became larger and rounder, illuminating the entire area. From inside the main stronghold, a person's voice rang out. According to the rules of Qinglin, this subordinate knows that one must not obstruct the mountain passage of other strongholds, but those who help the Merchant Guild and attack the Red Snake stronghold have arrived here. A man with messy brown hair and beard was kneeling on the ground, reporting. He was exactly the Red Snake stronghold leader who had encountered Jihei's group before. He continued, "Those who disguise themselves to escort the Merchant Guild are the Wufang stronghold, members of Qinglin." Up above, the leader still listened in silence, his aura truly majestic and overwhelming. Seeing the boss not reacting, the old Red Snake stronghold leader continued, "The Qinglin assembly is about to begin. This subordinate thought that those who oppose the rules of Qinglin cannot be ignored, so I have presumed to come here to make a request." Hearing this proposal, the Qinglin boss did not
Hearing that the Qisha stronghold was defeated by the Wufang stronghold, which hadn't been around for long, and yet dared to use it as an excuse to break the rules of Qinglin, he showed an angry attitude. Looking down with terrifying eyes, he coldly said, "Do you want to show off the incompetence of the Qisha stronghold, or praise the strength of the Wufang stronghold?" The leader of Qisha stronghold stammered, unable to speak. At this moment, standing in the ranks of the 12 demon lords, another person was also very interested in this name. One of the 12 demon lords, Yinfeng Miaojian, was bitterly thinking about that name, Wufang Stronghold. It was him. Mentioning them made him unable to stay calm, as he thought about the one who had humiliated him at the lowest position in Qinglin. And that brat dared to be disrespectful to my boss? Yinfeng Miaojun recalled the time he previously went to Wufang Mountain, where a mere kid dared to laugh and tease him. Filled with hatred in his heart, he raised his hand in front of his face, looking at the claws that had been destroyed by the boy, and hissed, "Yan Jihei. Mentioning him makes my claws still ache." Heaven-shattering demon lord had also noticed the unusual reaction of Yinfeng Miaojun. He somewhat understood the old man's conflict with the brat at Wufang Mountain. He waved his hand and ordered the leader of Qisha Stronghold. "I understand. Qisha Stronghold leader, step down." "Yes, sir," he answered obsequiously, then bowed and retreated. As he walked away, he secretly wondered, what exactly is the Grand Chief thinking? At this time, heaven-shattering demon lord began.
"I remember that bandit was still quite young." Yinfeng Miaojin was bitter, but replied with some anxiety, "That's right, that brat looked like he wasn't even 20 years old yet." He added, "A wet behind the ears punk, yet so arrogant." So what you're saying is," the heaven-shattering demon lord calmly rested his hand on his hand and said coldly, "a disciple of the heaven-shattering demon lord was actually defeated by someone not even 20 years old, and even when he was drunk?" the heaven-shattering demon lord asked. Facing the pressure from the Grand Chief, along with the disdainful looks from his fellow demon lords over his defeat, Yinfeng Miaojin hastily and awkwardly replied, "No, about
Everyone below waited silently for orders. He will represent the Wufang stronghold at the Qinglin assembly, right? Faced with the Grand Chief's question, Yinfeng Miaojun felt somewhat uneasy. When he shows up, you, Yinfeng Miaojun, will face him. The heaven-shattering demon lord pointed straight at Yinfeng Miaojun and coldly declared, "What?" Yinfeng Miaojun was startled at this moment, wondering, is it me? Seeing that he still didn't understand, the heaven-shattering demon lord questioned him again. "Didn't you say that your mistake happened because you were drunk? For one of the disciples of this heaven-shattering demon lord to be defeated by a brat not even 20 years old is truly a disgrace." He continued to apply pressure, threatening, "If you lose at his hands again in this assembly, then you must abandon that position of the 12 demon lords and cultivate for another 10 years. The words of the heaven-shattering demon lord were like a death sentence to Yinfeng Miaojun. He thought to himself, 10 years of cultivation? Thinking back to the arduous and painful years of cultivation before, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Do you want me to return to that hell once again? Observing Yinfeng Miaojun's facial expression and seeing him seemingly hesitant, the heaven-shattering demon lord grew angry and shouted, asking, "Why? Are you afraid of him? To the point of forgetting my teachings?" Yinfeng Miaojun was panicked and scared, hurriedly replying, "No, your disciple didn't mean that." He knelt down, kowtowing profusely to obey the order. This Yinfeng Miaojun will follow the master's orders. Thinking about his previous encounter with Jihei, he felt fearful and uneasy inside. Damn it, this is bad. If I face him now, I will definitely lose 100 out of 100 times. I have to find another way.
Early the next morning, as the sun just peeked over the horizon, at the tent of the Wufang stronghold, Feng Yanxiao had a radiant face, happily saying, "Oh my, who is that? Isn't this brother Yinfeng Raojun? What brings you here?" From a distance, the brothers and Jihei were eating, and hearing the commotion, second brother looked up toward the door. Chewing loudly, he said, "What? Who's here? Isn't it one of those guys defeated by Jihei?" He wondered about his appearance. Yinfeng Miaojun lifted the door flap and walked in, with a forced expression on his face, trying to appear cheerful and smiling. "Ha, I heard the Wufang stronghold had arrived, but we still haven't had a chance to meet." But in his heart he was grumbling upon seeing Feng Yanxiao call him boss so intimately. Feng Yanxiao warmly stepped forward, threw an arm over his shoulder, and led the old man inside intimately. "Brother, you just need to say a word and we'll be right there. Don't just stand there. Hurry inside." At this
Brother? Yinfeng Miaojun asked himself. Hearing Feng Yanxiao address him so intimately made his blood boil even more, and he thought disdainfully, "If I hadn't made a mistake last time, you guys would just be a bunch of lowly beings with no chance to meet me." Suddenly, the voice of 10th sister, He Xiaobai, could be heard. Seeing Yinfeng Miaojun visiting, she happily welcomed him. She asked with a bright smile, "Brother Yinfeng, what brings you here? You look even more majestic than last time." 9th sister Taiyan also stepped forward to flatter him. "Brother? Majestic?" Completely different from his previous attitude, hearing the same address, but from two beautiful young women calling him brother and praising him made Yinfeng Miaojun extremely overjoyed. The two beautiful women praised in unison. "That's right, you became a part of the Wufang 10 great heroes after that night, so you are now our senior brother." Feng Yanxiao also chimed in. "That's right, who among us here doesn't clearly remember that night?" Seeing the girls, Yinfeng Miaojun softened completely and said hesitantly, "Being called brother isn't so bad." Now he got down to business. "The reason I came here to meet you all is to ensure that the assembly..."
"Who will be the first to represent the Wufang stronghold?" Yinfeng Miaojun asked. He boasted further, saying that he must be informed after the roster is set. He thought to himself, "In truth, this matter is entirely up to them to decide, but saying this out loud would make me feel ashamed." Knowing his own strength could not match Jihei, it seemed Yinfeng Miaojun wanted to probe the Wufang stronghold's battle roster to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Feng Yanxiao confidently replied, "Wow, Brother Yin, why are you asking about that when you already know so well? Of course, we..." As he spoke, the whole group turned and directed their gaze towards Jihei. He was still calmly eating at that moment. Seeing everyone staring at him, he turned his head and wondered, "What are you all doing? Why aren't you eating? Did some distinguished guest visit?" Seeing the people of the Wufang stronghold answer honestly, the first person to enter the battle was indeed Jihei, just as he thought. He revealed a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "As expected, these fools did not disappoint me. They are still as stupid as before. If I cannot defeat him, I will make it so he cannot participate in the Qinglin assembly in the first place." At this moment, a vicious plan had formed in Yinfeng Miaojun's mind. The day of the Qinglin assembly finally arrived. Heaven-shattering demon lords stood on the "Surpassing the 7 sects and 2 schools, we are the #1 faction in the world. From now on, no one in the Orthodox faction can look down on us." The people below listened to this declaration in silence. Everyone was full of admiration, wondering how profound this man's internal energy must be to amplify his voice to such a powerful extent. Then, before the expectant eyes of the crowd, the Grand Chief of Qinglin, the heaven-shattering demon lord, pointed at the sky and proudly shouted, "Qinglin will dominate for 1,000 years." Hearing such a majestic speech, the bandits fell silent for a moment. Immediately after, Qinglin's chief manager Wu Jinyoung announced the opening of the Qinglin assembly. The crowd's momentum exploded as they cheered in unison. Thus, the Qinglin assembly was officially opened. Looking at the blazing momentum of the army, the heaven-shattering demon lord observed from the high platform with a smile, satisfied with Qinglin's current outstanding development. And so, bandits from all over the world came to this assembly to be selected as protectors and commanders. The flags of the strongholds fluttered in the wind, proudly raised by the leaders as they participated in the first day of the Qinglin assembly competition. At this moment, 2 bandits holding flags bumped into each other, and they immediately flared up and bickered. "You dare push me," the other replied. "So what? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want me to skin you alive?"
"What, you arrogant bastard?" Saying that, the two of them used the flags in their hands to exchange moves with each other without waiting for their turn. Leader of Wufang stronghold, Feng Yan Shao, frowned when he saw the two troublemakers in front of him, wondering how they dared to step out and fight before them. Second brother also felt awkward and whispered in the boss's ear, "Boss, what should we do? I feel like we should step up too. Is it okay to just stand still like this?" "I don't know either," Feng Yan Shao replied. As for Jihei, he didn't care much, just walked behind and quietly observed his surroundings. Standing on the high platform, Chief Manager Wu Jinyang shouted loudly, "For the first match, who wants to go first?" Waiting for just that, from the crowd, someone leaped up from below the martial arts arena. This guy was someone with extraordinary agility, moving swiftly, holding battle sickles in his hands, doing a few somersaults before landing gently on the arena, revealing a confident and belligerent smile.
Linlong Lulo turned to look at his opponent, his eyes probing. A muscular, bald man with a beard, carrying a large saber. As soon as his feet touched the arena, he arrogantly introduced himself. "Let my Jihei, the stronghold leader of Beifeng Mountain, teach you a lesson." Seeing his opponent, Linlong Lulo sneered and mocked his appearance. "Ha ha, my Jihei, why did you come here wearing a wanted poster on your face?" Saying that, a comical drawing was thrown right at the fat guy's chest. Provoked, my Jihei angrily tore the picture away and shouted, "What? How dare this arrogant bastard?" Witnessing this opening scene, the heaven-shattering demon lord sitting in the stands laughed happily. "Ha ha, interesting guys have already appeared right at the beginning." Seeing the Grand Chief laugh like that, my Jihei became even more furious. He rushed forward with his saber and shouted, I will make you regret humiliating me in front of the Grand Chief." Then he leapt into the air, swinging his saber to deliver a powerful strike. The name of this move was Slaughtering God's Sword. Linlong Lulo immediately swung his battle sickle, launching the Flying Dragon Dance to counterattack. He spread his chain forward, blocking the attack. Then, taking advantage of the momentum to fly into the air, he wrapped several loops of the chain around Mai Jishei's neck, suffocating him so he couldn't even make a sound, easily winning the match. In the second match, a polite man clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. "This lowly one is Six-Headed Murderous Ghost. Please advise." Too shaming, the one on this side also states his name. After speaking, the two rushed into a fist and kick fight. "Madman's head-shattering fist. Take this." Witnessing the match between these two, in the eyes of the Grand Chief and the Klinglin leaders, it was nothing more than a childish fight between amateurs. A comment came from upstairs.
Beside him, someone was leisurely enjoying wine. He took a huge gulp, filling his mouth. Laughing heartily, it was none other than the drunkard Yin Fang Miaojun. Guiying Zijun looked over at Yin Fang Miaojun, flashing a meaningful smile, and said softly in a provocative tone, "So in my opinion, the duel between Yin Fang Miaojun and that kid is highly anticipated." Seeing that Yin Fang Miaojun, who had been extremely worried just yesterday,
Yin Feng Miaojun calmly licked the last few drops of wine from his lips, his face extremely relaxed, and said confidently, "You could say that. Those arrogant and foolish guys from Wufang Stronghold have already been hit by my deadly and extremely effective secret technique since last night." He thought smugly to himself while looking down at the Wufang Stronghold group, who were currently looking bored as they watched the tournament matches. Yin Feng Miaojun thought back to the night before when he visited the camp of Wufang Stronghold. At that time, upon being informed by everyone that Jihei would fight in the first match, he said, "Just as I thought, you are also participating in the Klinglin Assembly." Meanwhile, Jihei seemed indifferent, turning around and asking, "Huh? I'm going to fight?" Feng Yan Yao, with a face full of expectation, said, "If you enter the match, victory will belong to us." As for Yin Feng Miaojun, upon hearing that Jihei didn't seem very interested in this assembly, he rejoiced, laughed out loud, "Ha ha," and said, "Wait a minute. When it comes to your strength, this seat understands better than anyone. But this assembly is not just a simple martial arts tournament. It is an occasion to select an important position." He continued, "If you perform well in this assembly, you might even be promoted to the position of protector. I'm sure of it." At this point, Yin Feng Miaojun slowed down, executing his psychological manipulation, and continued, "But isn't the thing to worry about what comes after? Because that position requires visiting and inspecting strongholds scattered all over the world." He clearly grasped that Jihei highly valued his life at Wufang Mountain and didn't want to leave that place, so he launched a psychological attack, forcing him to make a choice. He had successfully grasped him. Jihei began to waver a bit, asking back,
If so, then after the assembly ends, won't I be able to return to Wufang's stronghold? Yinfeng Miaojun continued to pout and spout nonsense. That's right. Do you think an important position in Klingland is that simple? He looked toward Zihei's brothers and continued. The treacherous journey ahead might entail unexpected incidents. Who knows how many years it will last? He feigned concern for them and said, without the Wufang 10 great heroes, how long can the stronghold remain peaceful? Except for you who are assigned a mission, the rest of the brothers must return. The people around heard his words, and although they knew he was intentionally manipulating Zihei, they couldn't deny that it was the truth. Everyone looked worried. Zihei asked again, do you mean I have to separate from my brothers and wander alone?
Seeing that his words had an effect on the naive Zihei, the old man let out a sinister smile. Glancing at the displeased eyes behind him, he felt smug. So this was what he was up to, Boss Fan Yanshao thought, when he saw his younger brother being used. But he and everyone else knew that his words were completely not wrong at all. Zihei slammed his chopsticks heavily under the table and said, Boss. Everyone fell silent, waiting for his decision. He continued, as long as you say the word, boss, even if I have to jump into a sea of fire. He was about to make a decision, but his heart was full of hesitation. But the people I consider family, they are my family. Zihei looked around at his brothers and junior sisters, not knowing what to do. He agonized. If I become a protector, do I have to leave them? Seeing the gloomy atmosphere adding more pressure on Zihei, Fan Yanshao immediately spoke up to everyone. Look at you all. Anyone looking would think Zihei has already taken the position of protector. Don't get ahead of yourselves.
Hearing the boss's words, Jihei was relieved of his burden. Second brother also felt relieved, smiling and saying, Boss. Feng Yanshao stood proudly in the middle, laughing loudly and saying, why should our humble Wufang stronghold care about titles like protector or chief manager? He didn't want to force Jihei, so he continued, don't worry about those things. Since we're already here, let's just enjoy the scenery and go home. Understand? Hearing this, Jihei seemed to have made his decision, smiling happily and saying, following your orders, boss. Honestly, it's quite a pity, Jihei. In his heart, Feng Yanshao also felt a bit of regret, but he still happily encouraged what Jihei wanted to do. That's right. At this moment, not only the Wufang stronghold group, but another person was also agreeing with a happy smile and a massive like, because he, Yinfeng Miaojun, had achieved his goal. This made him extremely smug. That's right, so my divine secret art has completely taken them down. Thinking back on that achievement, Yinfeng Miaojun was extremely satisfied and happily poured himself another cup of wine. Then he let out a refreshing burst of laughter. Ha-ha, good wine! This left Guiying Demon Lord beside him speechless. Are you drunk already? Heaven-shattering Demon Lord also noticed Yinfeng Miaojun's attitude at this time. He didn't seem to understand why his disciple was so happy and relaxed. Then he looked towards the Wufang stronghold group, his mind filled with anticipation and curiosity about these names. Wufang stronghold, Yan Jihei. Returning to the developments of the sparring matches still taking place on the first day of the Cleanland Assembly, a bandit entering the arena was using the Iron Head skill to attack his opponent. The sound of two heads clashing, a loud thud that could be heard all the way in Kalmao.
Observing that half-baked attack, Feng Yanshao irritably spoke up. What kind of Iron Head skill is that? Isn't he just smashing his head? He looked utterly bored. Zihei also seemed unimpressed, even yawning sleepily. He stood up to leave. Seeing this, the boss and the others turned around and asked, Zihei, the assembly is still ongoing. Where are you going? Walking away, he replied, I plan to just sit and watch as you said, brother, but I really need to take a leak. Having explained, Zihei suddenly leapt, bounding over the high wall and out of the grandstand. The boss watched him, wondering, if you're going, just go. Why carry the butcher knife and make it inconvenient? In his heart, he thought, this kid was a bit strange after all. What taking a leak? He's just going into the forest to chop down a few trees. What can we do? Old Sheen explained at this moment. Seeing that everyone still didn't understand, Xin Yanke continued. A monster who defeated Lord Tiendi of the Wudong sect, managing to sit and watch these fools play their games is already good enough. By this time, Zihei had already gone outside, leaving behind the Cleanland Assembly, which was still extremely bustling inside, casually walking away to find other amusement. Hearing Xin Yanke's words, 10th sister He Xiaobai immediately questioned, why are you calling brother Zihei a monster? On Feng Yanshao's side, he agreed, that's probably it. This assembly isn't interesting to him. A fire dragon descending to the mortal realm, stirring up Taiji Yin Yang,
The girl's scream was so loud that the brothers who were focused on watching had to turn around and look at her in confusion, but right after that they quickly returned to their betting game. Second brother acted as the dealer and shouted, "Who are we betting on this time?" A brother chimed in, "Boss, I bet on the bald guy." He Xiaobai felt a little embarrassed by the attention-grabbing scene just now. At this moment her mind returned to that matter. Brother Jihei was always called a monster or a martial arts master, which made her constantly worried. How could she stand by his side properly? She worried as she realized the difference between her world and Jihei's was too vast. Right at this moment, after Jihei left the tournament area, as if the time had been preset, two martial arts masters appeared on the arena. A major event was taking place. A fighter held his sword firmly in his hand, his eyes resolute, observing calmly. He took a stance, looking straight at his opponent on the other side, a bald man holding a crescent blade. The man had a mustache and was also observing intently. Both were waiting for the opponent to make a move. The two of them seemed very wary of each other. Every step they took was closely followed by the crowd. The entire grandstand was deadly silent.
He slashed straight down with a frontal attack, and the bald guy also raised his saber to block the blow. The two sides contested each other bit by bit. Both of them fought extremely seriously. Their blades clashed with loud clangs, and sparks from the colliding weapons flew everywhere. The bald man switched to the offensive, hooking his curved saber upward, forcing the enemy to struggle to defend. Both exchanged blow for blow without either backing down. Their moves were incredibly systematic, absolutely both being prominent masters in the martial arts world. The match was extremely fascinating, so tense that the audience below had to hold their breath while watching. The crowd, having just witnessed such a high-class battle for the first time since the beginning, was extremely excited, cheering and encouraging endlessly. Standing out in the crowd were the members from the Dabi Mountain Stronghold, led by Li Zhang'an and Ye Shangzhe. The whole group waved flags, enthusiastically shouting to cheer for their stronghold leader. "Stronghold leader, you are awesome!" Feng Yan Yangsa's group on this side was also attracted by this eye-catching battle. The boss scratched his chin and marveled. Truly worthy of the Dabi Mountain Stronghold. This martial arts contest seems not bad. Seeing that Feng Yan Yangsa was just a nobody, but sitting there judging as if he knew it all, Xin Yangko, standing behind, frowned in confusion. Not bad? Looking again at the extremely fierce martial arts contest before his eyes, as someone who had walked the Jianghu for many years, to him, Feng Yan Yangsa
Looking at the arena, the bald man was in a passive position, continuously defending against his opponent's attacks. "Can't you guess, old Shin? What do you mean? In a battle, there must be a winner and a loser, isn't that right?" Feng Yanxiao asked blankly. Seeing the two major figures fighting right in front of them, yet this fool, who was a dignified stronghold leader, knew nothing, old Shin thought to himself, I thought they knew a bit more. No matter how rustic they are, they shouldn't be this stupid. He held his head and explained, "What I mean is, it's none other than the disciple of the heaven-shattering demon lord, one of the 12 demon lords, Qian Sujin." As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward the panting bald man. Then he continued to introduce them, looking at the guy holding the long sword and adding, "And isn't that guy stronghold leader Li Wuzhen of the Dabe Mountain Stronghold? He looks quite decent." The heaven-shattering demon lord was also commenting on this person. Looking at his disciple, he said in disappointment, "Qian seems to be struggling a lot." After saying that, he simply tapped one finger on the table, but the power was enough to create a resounding echo that completely drowned out the cheering below. The demon lords and Xinglan leaders standing around trembled in fear upon hearing this, not daring to say a word. Looking at the heaven-shattering demon lord, overflowing with raging fire, the Guiying demon lord hurriedly reassured him, "Master, please do not worry. Second senior brother needs some time to warm up. He is only temporarily suppressed. The Qinglan assembly is only just beginning. Please calm down." He said this outwardly, but inwardly he thought anxiously, "Qian Sujin, don't you dare forget the significance of this Qinglan assembly and the appearance of the 12 demon lords." As he thought this,
on the arena he stopped and took a deep breath. Then he said to his opponent, "You are indeed someone worthy for me to warm up with." The leader of the Dabe Mountain Stronghold saw his opponent, who had been struggling to defend until now, suddenly utter strange words. His aura had also completely changed from before, making him feel a bit confused inwardly. At this moment, Qian Moju continued, "But I am too bored of playing around with you." After speaking, he changed his stance, pointing the tip of his saber at his opponent, exuding an overwhelming aura. As if transforming into a completely different person, he confidently and loudly declared,
I will end this martial arts match with just one move. Qian's eyes were extremely dangerous as he said in a cold voice, I will end this martial arts match. After speaking, he thrust his saber forward with just one move. Li Wuzhen, standing before him, looked at him without saying a word. On this side, Qian had begun to execute his move, and demonic energy enveloped the entire saber in his hand. Qian shouted, Myriad Snakes Blood Saber. The saber now resembled a ferocious python, ready to lunge forward and kill. He raised one hand upwards and shouted loudly, pouring all his strength into the technique. Li Wuzhen stood frozen on the spot, still not moving at the moment. Feng Yanxiao, seeing the scene unfold before his eyes, shouted, It's a python, and a lot of them at that. Li Wuzhen was so astonished that his jaw dropped, unable to utter a single word. Li Jiang'an simultaneously roared, Stronghold leader, dodge it. Xin Yanke said with a completely cold expression, being able
Guiying Demon Lord also smiled smugly. Below, the match seemed to have reached its end. Qian's moves were extremely formidable. Yanka thought to himself, but just this much is already excellent. For a stronghold leader of a tiny stronghold to go toe-to-toe with a disciple of the heaven-shattering Demon Lord, to force him to use his ultimate skill, that kind of power. He paused for a moment and looked down. Li Wuzhen was about to collapse as his hands let go, no longer holding his sword. Yanka thought that although he couldn't compare to that brat Jihei from this stronghold, he still deserved to be recognized. Qian suddenly leaped high into the air, raising the sword in his hand, his face still showing no emotion. He shouted and swung his sword at Wuzhen, causing an earthquake in the area. Everything was shaking. The scene shifted to Yan Jihei, who was casually walking around carrying his sword. Jihei looked up at the sky, shielding his eyes with one hand, and said, Wow, I was planning to go out and warm up a bit, but it's raining. It was clearly sunny just a moment ago. He remained unbothered, just giving a light snort and continuing on, accepting the situation. He reached out and touched the large tree trunk in front of him. After feeling it for a moment, he said, Let's try this one today. After saying that, he tossed his sword up and caught it firmly with both hands. Yan Jihei raised the sword high, intending to chop down this large tree. He thought to himself that since his own stronghold wasn't the only one here, he shouldn't cause a commotion, so he would use the minimum speed and qigong. Slash! With that thought, Jihei swung his sword toward the trunk, chopping straight at it. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the base of the tree he was about to chop. Hey, you're not intentionally trying to chop me in half, are you? Hearing that voice, his eyes widened, not knowing who it was. His hands
Lucy was so scared that she slumped to the ground, breathing with great difficulty. After regaining her composure, she stood up and said, Should I thank you for sparing my life, or— Lucy paused for a moment, then turned to him in annoyance and growled, Teach you a lesson. Jihei looked at her, frowning as he thought to himself that he hadn't sensed her presence at all. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looked at the person in front of him and said, It seems you are also a bandit. Why are you here instead of at the assembly? She heard this and replied, Why am I here? I'm just like you, young stronghold leader. Lucy raised her arms, closed her eyes, and let out a long yawn. Jihei looked at her actions, feeling it was an eyesore, and wondered, What's wrong with this person? After that long yawn, she looked at him with a sly smile and said, Qinglin or Shanlin or whatever, it's all so boring. I just wanted to hide in the forest and take a nap. He suddenly widened his eyes and said, Young stronghold leader? I am not. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. The girl's eyes suddenly became peculiar. She ran after him and shouted, Is there someone even stronger in your stronghold? Chopping down that massive tree is no joke. Jihei raised his voice and said, My senior brother just found it inconvenient to show off his martial arts, that's all. Lucy continued walking beside him, saying softly, Oh, inconvenient to show off? He suddenly stopped, looked at her with an annoyed gaze and said, Why do you keep following me? He felt that the person in front of him was an annoying bandit. Hearing Jihei say that, she quickly responded, Oh, so you think I have some bad intentions towards you? She placed a finger on her cheek, winked playfully, and said, At an assembly full of bandits, it's
Hearing this, she immediately raised her voice in reproach, saying this older brother was not observant at all. She continued, saying that if a strong young man wanted to make friends, there were other ways. As she spoke, she caught a leaf. Then, feeling smug, she threw it straight at Yan Jihei. The leaf flew at a very high speed, leaving him just standing there, eyes wide with astonishment. But in the end, Jihei managed to dodge it.
Jihei raised his leg high, then drew the sword from his shoulder. Now that his battle stance was ready, he immediately said, "If it's about making friends." He smiled, but his eyes were still very competitive as he continued. "In this way, I always welcome it." On the other side, that girl was also ready in her battle stance. Shui Shi stepped forward to provoke him into fighting her. He got into a ready stance and said to the girl, "If we can make friends this way," pausing for a moment before continuing, "then I agree." Unfortunately, he smiled dangerously and continued, "What a pity." His eyes revealed a bit of murderous aura, if that's the case. A tree leaf was pinned straight into the tree trunk. The silver needle pinning that leaf was still vibrating up and down, proving it had just been thrown. Seeing this, he just smiled and said to Shui Shi, "I hope you have the ability to cut a person in half with a leaf." Shui Shi looked at him with confused eyes and asked, "What? What leaf?" After saying that, she even mocked him with a few more words. "I might be stupid, but you were the one talking nonsense." After saying that, she waved her hand, creating a stream of chi. Her hands were now controlling the wind, causing those leaves to move according to the wind she had created. She acted dangerous and said to him, "About that matter," before she could finish her
She swung her skill to attack him, diving down at him from that gust of wind. She kept smiling and said, "Then more than that." The skill she used to attack him was the Blackwater Lotus Realm Flower, using wind and small leaves to attack. This skill created a vortex surrounding her and him. Seeing this, he was not worried at all, looked at her and said, "I have met someone who can do that." Having said that, he immediately channeled his internal energy into his legs and jumped forcefully towards her, the force so strong that it left behind smoke. He crashed directly into her skill, using his own body to break that skill, leaving her stunned. She looked at him with a face of disbelief, thinking to herself, "Huh? Him?" She was surprised because he had charged into her hidden weapon flower. He used his own sword, spinning it at a very high speed to create a cutter to shatter that skill, making her stare at him without blinking, doubting her life choices. Finally, he raised the sword in his hand high and channeled his internal energy into it. Using a third of his strength, he brought the sword in his hand down hard towards her. The two powerful streams of chi clashed with each other, but the upper hand leaned towards him, and those leaves shattered into pieces. He smiled back at her, but that person spoke to make her understand. "Still hasn't given me an answer." She looked at him, her head sweating profusely by now, and thought to herself, "He is not only very fast, even forming a question in his mind, but can also destroy my hidden weapon array with one move?" She recalled that apart from her father and the martial uncles and the 12 demon lords, no one could easily break it. Shifting the scene to the arena, the member of the 12 demon lords had gained the upper hand. That person landed a distance away from the opponent, and the smoke from the clash had somewhat dispersed. A person below the arena happily shouted, "Excellent, worthy of the 12 demon lords." That person did not stop, but continued. The strength can be compared to the disciples of the 5 great orthodox sects. Qian slowly stood up without turning his head and said, "Disciple Qian." After stating his name, he immediately turned to look at his master, saying complacently, "Apologies to master for wasting time." Hearing this, Shi Wuhai immediately showed an annoyed expression. As for the sects nearby, the onlookers stayed silent and just watched the drama of others. Suddenly, a person noticed the area below.
Hearing the instruction, he immediately turned back to Li Wuzhen, who still had the strength to stand there, his murderous aura radiating to the sky. Li Wuzhen summoned a giant spider. Li Wuzhen asked Qian in return, "What should we do now?" Wuzhen continued asking Qian, "Because you still haven't defeated me." Wuzhen's eyes also became sharper, with a bit more killing intent, as he asked further, "With one move?" Yang Xiao below was astonished. "Wow, he is still alive!" Wuzhen's people, seeing their leader still alive, excitedly shouted, "Stronghold leader!" What Wuzhen created was the poisonous insect 9 ultimate skills. He rushed forward so fast that he left after images. As he charged, Qian shouted loudly, "If you get distracted for even a moment, you will definitely be doomed." Qian at this time had promptly flown away, dodging a strike. Qian flew high up and attacked from above. Do you think holding on for a bit will change anything? Wuzhen was not to be outdone, already taking a defensive stance below to counterattack. Qian fiercely swung the axe in his hand down at Wuzhen. His axe emitted a purple stream of chi. Seeing this, Wuzhen smiled very brightly, using the legs of the poisonous insect to block his attack. Qian was absolutely shocked because Wuzhen managed to block this strike of his. Wuzhen took the opportunity while he was still dazed to leap up and point his sword at him. With malicious eyes, "Thank you for your guidance." Wuzhen's voice also became extremely dangerous, number 2 of the 12 demon lords. Qian couldn't believe his eyes, shouting loudly, "Impossible!" Before Qian could react, that attack had already landed, creating a massive aftershock. The poisonous insect swung its attacks continuously, making it impossible for him to react in time. After those strikes, Qian was completely knocked into the air. He shouted loudly, "No!" He completely closed his eyes, having fallen unconscious.
As for Qian, he had completely fainted at this moment. Wu Zhen, after winning, cupped his hands into fists, revealing the demeanor of a winner. Seeing this, Shi Wuhai's face darkened as he asked himself, "What? That Qigong belongs to him? I can't believe Wu Zhen possesses such power." Qian's master watched him with extreme worry. The people sitting nearby appeared in disbelief, everyone staring at the arena in astonishment. Yan Sha was also endlessly shocked, speaking loudly to the person next to him. How could this be? As if he couldn't believe it, he continued. A member of the 12 demon lords was actually defeated by the stronghold leader of a nameless bandit gang? Gao Ming beside him also chimed in. He's not dead, right? He's completely motionless. Old Sin saw this and also spoke up. Fortunately, he wasn't hit in any vital spots. No need to worry. Hearing this, the other two turned to look at him and exclaimed, "Oh, as expected of Old Sin." Old Sin thought to himself, but then he continued thinking, "This Li Wu Zhen used a mental cultivation method that I have never seen before." Old Sin was currently observing Wu Zhen celebrating under the stands from afar. Old Sin turned away, his expression changing as he thought. In the end, looking towards the stands, he shook his head and continued thinking, what exactly is happening at this Qinglin assembly? Everyone in the stands was extremely excited, cheering endlessly. The people from other Orthodox factions, one after another, revealed gloomy smiles.
In the quiet night, there was only the sound of a crackling fire. Around the crossed hands, a stream of pink light swirled. And then, suddenly, those hands clapped together. It was Shi Wuhai, his eyes staring intently into the middle of his slowly opening hands, where a sphere made of that light was floating. Right after that, he pressed the hand holding the light onto a bare back. That light radiated throughout the room, but the people present stood still with the slightest movement. Everyone there focused on where the light was emitting from. The moment Shi Wuhai's hand touched Qian, with a pained expression and covered in sweat, he gritted his teeth and let out a shout. His body was drenched in sweat, and then he gasped for air. A moment later, Qian gently turned around and spoke. "This disciple's body has recovered. This disciple Qian has no face left to face you, Master." Suddenly, Guiying's voice rang out. "Master," startling the silent Shi Wuhai. Guiying's face showed a worried expression as he spoke up. "Why didn't you let the disciples channel Qigong through him instead of doing it directly yourself?" Shi Wuhai's gaze remained steady, and then he spoke. "You ask me what to do? My disciples are all in their prime of youth, yet on the arena they
Hearing these words from Shi Wuhai, all of his disciples present there momentarily fell silent and lowered their heads. But then Shi Wuhai once again channeled his internal energy and reached out his hand, preparing to touch Qian, and at that moment he also spoke up again. "Do you think that's the only reason? I will verify this through Qian's damaged stream of qi." Hearing this, Qian became angry and shouted, "Are you mentioning the background of that stronghold leader from the Dabi Mountain stronghold?" Seeing this, Guiying couldn't help but be surprised and blurted out, "Background?" Qian angrily clenched his fists, his body trembling repeatedly before he spoke again. "Disciple knows it is truly shameful to say this. The soul-harvesting blood-saber Qigong that he used in the arena?" Following that was a series of images of Li Wuzhen holding his sword beneath the giant spider, then an image of Li Wuzhen smiling with a triumphant face, and also an image of Li Wuzhen holding his sword and leaping up. Just like that, the images sequentially appeared in Qian's mind. Those images made Qian anxious as he blurted out, "There is something very miraculous and difficult to achieve, a very terrifying feeling." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "If it's the Dabi Mountain stronghold," that voice snapped Qian out of his thoughts. Wu Jinyung rubbed his chin and said, "But since he has directly shown his face, he wants to defeat Qian in front of all of us. We shouldn't underestimate this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, another voice from a disciple in the crowd rang out. "If you put it that way, isn't that Li Wuzhen out of his mind? Could it be that he intentionally wants to hinder the grand plan?" Unwilling to be outdone after hearing this, Wu Jinyung immediately retorted, "No, to them, prestige is the top priority. They will certainly not start a war with such deceitful tricks." As soon as he finished speaking, Guiying's voice rang out once again. "Enough. You people do not need to discuss this matter any further." And then, a qi energy sphere gradually formed in Guiying's hand. That spiritual energy sphere then transformed into a spider floating above Guiying's hand. This made all the disciples present unavoidably astonished. At this moment, Guiying exclaimed, "That is a poisonous insect, not a poisonous spider." Shi Wuhai kept looking at the spider floating in his hand, and then he replied, "The thing invading his qi energy belongs to only one faction."
He paused and then gritted out every word. The demonic cult. It seems the Netherworld cult has still not given up on their delusional dream. At the endless overlapping mountain ranges, there,
Hearing this, Fairy Yuxia asked, "Then what about the remaining Shido Demon Lords?" Hearing this, that person immediately replied to Fairy Yuxia, "The remaining 4 Shido Demon Lords will also participate one by one." In the courtyard of the stronghold, Qian, with a saber in his hand, was focusing all his attention on standing guard. At this time, in front of the gate of Guangfang's stronghold, footsteps approached, making everyone there shout, "Stronghold leader, you have arrived!" He was carrying a dead beast whose blood had not yet dried in his hand. Both his hands carried 2 beasts covered in blood, and as he walked, it was revealed to be Guiling Dusha. Meanwhile, at Dungho's stronghold, a dark shadow was doing something there with many dead pig carcasses lying all over the place. Then he lifted those pieces of meat and bared his pure white teeth to bite into them. He is Doming Shuetong. As for the Changjiang water stronghold, it seemed quieter. There, Changjiang Yiguai was still leisurely leaning against a pile of straw, fast asleep. After briefly listing the current situation, that person continued, "The fact that they occupy 5 out of the 10 protector and patrol positions, isn't that an obvious matter?" Hearing this, Fairy Yuxia suddenly spoke up. "Just thinking about it is interesting. I really hope to witness it with my own eyes." As soon as Fairy Yuxia finished speaking, he also replied, "Our Shido demon soldiers will wipe out their 12 demon lords." On this side, in that room, Guiying and the other disciples suddenly had thoughts. Is the Netherworld cult trying to use Queenland as an excuse to attack the martial arts world? At this time, Guiying spoke up to break the silence. "Those damn demons! Shouldn't we immediately teach them a lesson?" Hearing this, Shi Wuhai suddenly realized something, but he remained silent. And then Shi Wuhai shouted, "Where is the young Hallmaster?" At this time, the voice of a disciple trembled as he replied, "The young Hallmaster has disappeared since the beginning of the assembly. This subordinate does not know exactly." Hearing this, Guiying anxiously exclaimed, "What?" Then he thought to himself, "Since when?" Then he shouted, "Then what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and go find him?" Then he thought again, "The demonic cult has clearly made a move, so where did he go?" In another tent, in front of everyone in the camp, he spoke up. "Has the position of our stronghold reached this level?" His words caused confusion for everyone. Then he had to explain further. "Guests visit every day." Facing these words, the guests still stood there calmly and leisurely. At this time, a voice rang out. "In the end, why did you follow me here?" Shuishi questioned the guest, but in return there was only silence. In the tent where the lamp was still brightly lit, Yanzai
Hearing this, the guest seemed complacent, turned around slightly, and asked in surprise, "What?" That guest raised 2 fingers and spoke. "A battle between men only ends in 2 ways. Then suddenly, the guest's eyes turned cold and he spoke. "First, fighting until one side falls or both perish together." And, speaking up to here, the guest suddenly stopped, which made everyone feel confused. Seeing this, Feng Yan
Hearing this, Yan Jihei laughed. Then Yan Jihei asked him, "So what is the second thing?" At this time, the guest rushed to Yan Jihei and asked excitedly, "Are you curious?" Making Yan Jihei only able to endure an answer, "Yeah." Yan Jihei annoyedly used one hand to push the guest's head away to prevent him from getting close, and then spoke up, "That's right." Facing Yan Jihei's action, the guest still just smiled. Then he waved his hand towards the wine jugs and shouted, "The second thing is..." He didn't say anything but directly hugged a wine jug and drank it to Yan Jihei's shock. Not only Yan Jihei, but everyone there was extremely panicked when they saw him doing this. He put the wine jug down, raised his hand to wipe the remaining wine on his face that was already flushed red from the alcohol, and said, "Drinking a round of wine to relieve sorrow, becoming good brothers." Hearing this, Yan Jihei frowned and muttered, "Good brothers." After a long while, Yan Jihei spoke again. "Among the people I've met recently, you are the most interesting one I have ever met. But there is this matter." Yan Jihei did not rush to continue, but he completely focused, as if waiting so as not to miss the next information. At this moment, Feng Yanshao spoke up to break the silent atmosphere. "That's right, there is this matter. Sure enough, us brothers here have to step in and handle it neatly." Saying that, Feng Yanshao shouted word by word, "For someone we just met for the first time to dare to go to this extent, then us brothers here..." Then Feng Yanshao spread his arms wide, rushed to the guest and shouted, "Must spread our arms wide to welcome you." Feng Yanshao and everyone there hugged the wine jugs, then Feng Yanshao shouted, "How much wine is there in total here? Welcome." This statement in action couldn't help but surprise Yan Jihei and the guest. Yan Jihei was helpless and spoke up, brothers. Hearing that, Feng Yanshao immediately said, Yan Jihei, what are you doing standing there? He is your guest after all. Do something. As if realizing something, Han Taiyan immediately supported the guest and said, please have a seat. Make yourself at home. Seeing this, Yan Jihei also awkwardly replied, yes? Seeing Yan Jihei being awkward, he laughed proudly and said, so your name is Yan Jihei, the new brother of our Klingland. After saying that, he played
She ran away but still tried to look back at that guest, Shu Liushi. Jug after jug of wine was uncorked, one jug after another, and the clinking of glasses continuously rang out. Feng Yanshao seemed drunk, holding a wine cup in his hand. His eyes lit up as he spoke. Excellent wine. Feng Yanshao drank the liquid and couldn't stop praising how delicious it was. To Gao Ming, sitting next to him, was also full of praise. The flavor is truly wonderful. Even Sin Yong Kei, after drinking, silently remarked, its aftertaste is quite strong and lingering. Then he picked up his wine cup, took a sip, and thought to himself, to sum it up in one word, this wine is absolutely delicious. Excellent wine. Thinking so, he stood up abruptly with a refreshed expression. Shu Liushi held his wine cup and shouted, there's still plenty of wine. We won't return tonight until we're
Sin Yangke continued to pour wine into his cup and said, anyway, this wine tastes incredibly good. Saying that, he picked up the wine cup and drank it all. From inside that house, many shouts rang out. All right, since our stronghold won't be entering the arena tomorrow anyway, cheers, and then drink. Right at this moment, in a treacherous mountainous area, Guiying Demon Lord shouted with a worried expression, Master! Beside him, many people were rushing forward. Then the crowd stopped when they saw a figure from behind. Shi Wuhai glanced at the crowd, and then he slowly spoke. Have you all still not found Shui Lu Shi? Hearing this, they all lowered their heads. At this moment, the leader suddenly spoke up. Please forgive us, Master. Your disciples are still searching, but the number of strongholds is very large. Because we have to search them one by one, it will take a lot of time. Out of nowhere, Infeng Miaojun came running and shouting, Master, senior brother, I found it. To the astonishment of everyone there, someone immediately shouted upon seeing this, Infeng Miaojun, are you telling the truth? Infeng Miaojun, covered in sweat, looked back and said, that's right. Tonight he was ordered to go down to the storehouse to fetch Huagu wine by the young Mrs. orders. Hearing this, Shi Wuhai immediately asked back, Huagu wine? Brought where? Hearing that, he seemed to hesitate and said, about that? At this time, the person standing behind him suddenly spoke up. It seems to have been taken to Wufang stronghold. Meanwhile, at Wufang stronghold, a chaotic drunken scene was taking place. As for Guiying Demon Lord's side, it still seemed quiet. At this time, Shi Wuhai also spoke. Since coming here, it seems that is a name I have heard many times. Hearing this, everyone momentarily fell silent. At this time, Guiying Demon Lord softly called out, Master, if there is information that we have a spy in Klingland, Guiying Demon Lord seemed more tense but continued to speak, then it definitely must be Wufang stronghold. It can't be wrong. No matter what was happening outside, the people in Wufang stronghold were still drinking wine. When hearing Guiying Demon Lord speak, Shi Wuhang's eyes gradually darkened, revealing a murderous aura. He growled, Wufang stronghold. The stream of qi from the heaven-shattering
Guiying Demon Lord respectfully clasped his hands and said, Master, please do not worry. All the Qinglan leaders are here at Wanshe Ping. They cannot possibly act so hastily. Heaven-shattering demon god asked, then what will you do now? Another disciple offered an opinion. This is truly frustrating, but let us trust the young hall master and continue to observe. Regarding the rumors that you, Master, and the 12 demon lords will directly attack the stronghold at the Qinglan Assembly, the very nature of the Qinglan Assembly is to consolidate and elevate Qinglan's status. We cannot change that. The other disciples and subordinates also expressed their agreement. It seemed that was exactly what they wanted. Yinfeng Miaojun looked around and thought to himself, how did things turn out like this? Could it be that the happy and friendly images of the Wufang stronghold group appeared in Yinfeng Miaojun's mind. There were also 2 beautiful girls, a naive kid, and the stronghold leader who was somewhat smart, but had extremely poor martial arts skills. Are they spies from the netherworld cult of the demonic cult? Impossible. The aura exuding from them, on the contrary, is very similar to people of the Orthodox faction. Then he glanced at Guiying Demon Lord next to him, and thought, it seems Guiying Demon Lord made a wrong judgment because he was too hasty. He has never guessed wrong, but if senior brother misunderstood. Suddenly, having shattering demon god called out, Yinfeng, I want to hear it from the mouth of the one who directly met them. This interrupted his unfinished train of thought, but his mind raced like lightning, and he immediately became joyful.
Isn't this my precious opportunity? He then said to heaven-shattering demon god, Master, your disciple thinks that senior brother Gui's idea is very appropriate. Then he thought again. I can defeat that eyesore Wufang stronghold group without even using force. At this moment, heaven-shattering demon god asked, Why? Yinfeng Miaojun suddenly said loudly, Your disciple had forgotten, but after hearing senior brother Qian's words, I suddenly remembered. It was an incredibly terrifying cold stream of qi.
Guiying Demon Lord turned to look at heaven-shattering Demon Lord and said, If Ma Fong's words are true, shouldn't we capture them immediately? Hearing this, heaven-shattering Demon Lord suddenly fell into silence. Another disciple chimed in. That's right, if they are spies, we must quickly rescue the young hallmaster.
Hearing this, Yinfeng Miaojin let out a sigh and thought. The more he spoke, the more absurd it sounded, and the heaven-shattering demon lord roared again. Isn't this a serious matter? In those moments, the small doubt that the Guiying demon lord had sown touched upon something absolutely untouchable, which was the reverse scale, not that of the heaven-shattering demon lord, but of a father known to be a person of unrivaled strength in the world, who is the heaven-shattering demon lord, and also the flesh-and-blood affection of a father for his only daughter. For a person like that, the safety of his daughter Shui Luishi surpasses the matters of Cleanland and is even greater than causing a storm of blood and gore in the martial arts world, which is the very reason. While the heaven-shattering demon lord was still losing his mind with worry, the daughter he endlessly doted on was already dead drunk and slumped over the table. Seeing this, He Xiaobai let out a frustrated shout. This brother is terrible at drinking. Then he tried his best to shake Shui Luishi awake. Hey, wake up! I want to know why you got angry when looking at his face. Hurry up and wake up to drink another glass. In the forest, a roar suddenly echoed out. Young Jihei had also heard it by now, the roar coming from a high canyon. With the profound internal energy of the heaven-shattering demon lord infused into it, it became even more terrifying. Yan Jihei heard it, but still continued to drink his wine. On the other side, the heaven-shattering demon lord's anger had not yet subsided, and he still clenched his teeth tightly. The Guiying demon lord then made a suggestion. What should we do? Or should this disciple go pick up the young lady, as long as the master gives the order, even if it means fighting them? The heaven-shattering demon lord growled.
Guiying Demon Lord said again, But if we leave the young hallmaster there, on this side, heaven-shattering Demon Lord will secretly think, if I don't do anything with Shui Lushi, it would be no different from turning her into a tool for them to attack Qinglin. Then he loudly said to the disciples, Don't you know, whether they sneak into the stronghold or play tricks, what they are aiming for is the arena of the Qinglin assembly. They must be starting to take active action from now on. They will use demonic energy, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. If you 12 demon lords face them, the prestige of Qinglin will plummet. If the news of Qinglin being shamefully defeated spreads, will the stronghold still trust us? The unity and authority of Qinglin will no longer exist. If so, what is the most important thing you must do now? The disciples at this moment also understood. The most important thing we have to do is try to raise the prestige of Qinglin. We absolutely cannot be defeated again. Therefore, we must win. No matter what method we have to use, we must win. Suddenly, a disciple said to Guiying Demon Lord, But I have this concern. What if the people from Wufang Stronghold do not show up to compete? These words made Guiying Demon Lord startled and horrified. What? What did you say? Yinfeng Miaojin at this time looked dumbfounded. I shouldn't have shown my face. The guy explained further. This is just my thought, but they don't care about winning or losing in the martial arts tournament at all, as if they are just here to watch. Those whom we previously suspected all rushed into the arena for the position of protector, but until now they haven't gone up even once. Instead, they approached the young hallmaster who has never appeared in the arena. It seems they have another conspiracy. If they really do not show up, it will be hard to catch them using demonic energy. Yinfeng Miaojin thought of another thing. Wait a minute. Even if they show up,
Do you guys have no way? These words made Yinfeng Miaojun look dumbfounded. Damn it, I thought I could just sit back and reap the rewards. I didn't expect things to be this complicated. Meanwhile, Feng Yanxiao was completely drunk, looking for a place to throw up. Delicious wine, sweet aroma. He was dead drunk and happily said, As expected of good wine, the aftertaste is also wonderful. I really didn't expect to have the chance to taste such good wine. Long live the Qinglin Assembly. But which stronghold did he come from to be able to bring such good wine here? So jealous. At this time, several dark shadows were looking towards Feng Yanxiao and said, That's him. Although he had changed his clothes, he is definitely the one who disguised himself as a member of the Orthodox faction. It seems he is drunk. Helian Ho bared his teeth in a smile.
Although Feng Yansha was completely drunk at this moment, he still realized something was wrong. Then he let out a sound, "Who are you?" Just as he finished speaking, the other group threw dirt and sand all over his face. On the other side, Yan Jihei also became stupefied. Was that the boss's voice just now? Suddenly, Shui Lushi jumped up and shouted, "Who said I'm drunk? I'm still drinking." Yan Jihei also ignored it, then raised his wine glass to continue drinking and thought, it's probably nothing. On this side, the battle continued. Feng Yansha was already drunk by now, but still tried to dodge the fierce attacks. However, because he had alcohols in his system, Feng Yansha's acupoints were struck by them. The group saw Feng Yansha take the hit and laughed in delight. "Ha ha ha, isn't this too easy?" The Chisha stronghold leader spoke up to remind them, "Don't be careless. If any bandit rushes in, we're all doomed." Another guy said, "That whole stronghold is already dead drunk. Can't we just wait for them to appear one by one and attack?" The stronghold leader replied, "If you encounter him, you won't be able to say that. First, just take him somewhere quiet." Saying that, he immediately threw a club at Feng Yansha, knocking him unconscious. A while later, feeling that something was wrong, Yan Jihei stepped outside to look around. Yan Jihei wondered, where did the boss go to relieve himself? Switching the scene to a certain place, the Chisha stronghold members were pressing Feng Yansha's head into the water. They said to each other, "That's enough. It would be too despicable to let him die before we even start." On this side, the masked man was still pressing Feng Yansha's head down. "Understood, boss." Then he pulled Feng Yansha's head up a bit. Feng Yansha tilted his neck up to hurriedly gasp for some air. The Chisha stronghold group saw this and laughed. "Ha ha, doesn't he look like a drowned rat?" Feng Yansha at this moment sat up and laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha, who is kind enough to help me wash my face to wake up?" So it's the brothers of the Chisha stronghold. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man jumped up and threw a kick at Feng Yansha. "You dare to humiliate our boss, and even caused our brothers to freeze to death." The people of Chisha stronghold saw this and were shocked, extremely surprised. At this moment, the guy who just took a beating had rolled around several times, then fell flat on his back on the ground, pointing his 4 limbs to the sky. Feng Yansha exhaled at this time. "Thanks to you guys, I am sobered up now." Chisha stronghold leader, "Just because of a few punches from my younger brother, you had to go this far?" The Chisha stronghold leader heard this and was dumbfounded. "What? Turns out you are still not quite awake? Within Qinglin there is also something called a hierarchy. Although your Wufang stronghold has the recognition of Qinglin, it is just a bottom-ranking stronghold. Could it be you didn't know, yet you dared to challenge our Chisha stronghold?" Hearing this, Feng Yansha gnashed his teeth in anger. I really didn't know. You explain things so long-windedly. If you want revenge, then call the one involved. Why provoke only me?" The Chisha stronghold leader heard this and yelled loudly. "Could it be you don't know that it is the responsibility of the stronghold leader?" Feng Yansha sneered sarcastically. "Isn't it because you guys are afraid of our Yan Zihei that you called a weakling like me out here?" The Chisha stronghold leader spoke loudly to Feng Yansha. "It seems you do not know what fear is. Hiding behind a younger brother with extraordinary strength? Do you think highly of yourself now?" Feng Yansha pouted and continued. "In short, it's exactly because you guys see me as weak that you did this, right?" The Chisha stronghold leader thought to himself, "This bastard. I thought he was just a foolish, naive guy, but it turns out he has great mettle." Feng Yansha now spoke with a growl. "I will make you change."
On this side, Feng Yanshao had already yelled out, "Charge at them all!" The Chisha stronghold leader could not hold back anymore. He immediately swung his supergiant axe and said loudly, "Arrogant fool, who are you to act so haughtily in front of me?" Saying that, he swung the axe up really high, intending to split Feng Yanshao in half. Feng Yanshao was also sweating profusely at this moment. "Of course I have to act haughty, because I don't have a weapon, and I also cannot channel my internal energy, but I will let you know I am not an easy person to mess with." Previously, Yan Zihei had said, besides martial arts, there was one more thing he possessed. That thing was divine power descending from the sky. Saying that, he picked up a giant rock and threw it forward. Immediately, the rock flew straight toward the remaining masked man. He was hit by the rock and then lay motionless, unknown whether dead or alive. Feng Yansha looked at the stronghold leader and said, "Now there is only one guy left." The Chisha stronghold leader saw his underling eat a whole giant rock and was scared out of his pants. He silently cursed, "Bastard!" Feng Yansha asked again, "What now? Do you still look down on me? Do you want me to get even angrier?" The Chisha stronghold hastily hit his axe at this moment. Changing to a pacifying tone, he said, "Why would you say that? It seems like there is a bit of a misunderstanding between us." He thought again, this damn Wufang stronghold.
Gui Ying Demon Lord poked his face out and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to have the chance to see this interesting scene. You guys should actually be reprimanded, because you showed me an interesting scene that should have been in the arena, not here. I didn't expect to see the power of the Wufang stronghold leader, but I will generously let it pass." The Qixia stronghold leader only recovered his wits at this moment and said, "How did the 12 demon lords, who are also disciples of the heaven-shattering demon lord, come to this place?" Feng Yanshao also realized that the one who arrived was exactly Gui Ying Demon Lord. Gui Ying Demon Lord asked in a deep voice, "How did you obtain that incredible divine power?" Feng Yanshao pretended to be foolish and answered, "What divine power? I don't understand what you are saying. I'm just someone born with a bit more strength than ordinary people." Gui Ying Zijun smiled contemptuously and said, "Your excuse is much worse than I thought, but I absolutely cannot overlook that slyness." Hearing this, Feng Yanshao suddenly fell into a panic. Instantly, the figure of Gui Ying Zijun dashed down, striking Feng Yanshao with a few moves. Immediately, blood dyed the whole area red. Finally, this day has come. The closing day of the Cleanland Assembly has also arrived. Today, which heroic brothers in our stronghold will show the mighty bravery of Cleanland? Suddenly, 2 guys marched out aggressively. Then 2 more used their hands to leap out.
What? Are those 4 fighting at the same time? This caused the 12 demon lords on the observation deck to appear extremely panicked. The cold-faced sword ghost planted his sword into the ground and respectfully said, "Cold-faced sword ghost, leader of the 3 islands stronghold, begs the brothers' forgiveness for interrupting. Nameless stronghold leaders like us, even if we fight fiercely to the death, would never have the opportunity to contribute to the mighty prestige of Qinglin in the martial arts world." After speaking, their eyes revealed a look full of killing intent. "On this occasion, could we possibly—" Heaven-shattering demon lord immediately asked, "So what do you mean? Do you have a way to increase the prestige and power of Qinglin?" Cold-faced sword ghost interrupted and replied, "Of course." Then he shouted loudly, "Disciples of the great heaven-shattering demon lord, how about the 12 demon lords use the Antian Shui Laura Jin to fight the 4 of us?" At this moment, Guian Demon Lord finally realized that they were the accomplices of that damned demonic cult infiltrating our Qinglin. So this was the only reason they came to the assembly. Heaven-shattering demon lord on the observation deck asked the 4 contemptuously, "Is it really that hard to just say a word of challenge?" Scene shifts. On the white sandy beach, Yan Jihei's group began looking for their boss, Feng Yanshao. "Boss, boss, where are you?" Tuaga Ming shouted at this moment. "Whatever it is, we should eat breakfast first, right? It's almost noon and he still hasn't shown up." Yan Jihei also cupped his hands to call out, "Boss!" Then he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I should have gone looking for him earlier. Because the Wufang stronghold didn't participate in the Qinglin assembly, I thought nothing would happen. It's my fault." Suddenly, She Lushi saw a looming dark figure on the cliff, then shouted to Yan Jihei, "Who?"
Tua Goming shouted loudly, "Catch him!" Hearing that someone wanted to catch him, the Qixia stronghold leader quickly took to his heels and ran. However, Yan Zihei had seen it, and immediately swept his saber out, hitting a tree trunk and causing the Qixia stronghold leader to tumble to the ground. After that, his massive body crashed down, and 4th Brothers group also caught up. The group arrived panting heavily, stared at this stronghold leader, and asked, "Qixia stronghold leader." The stronghold leader now laughed and said, I thought it was some ferocious tigers or leopards, so I ran. It turns out it's just the Wufang stronghold bunch." Then he looked at the spot where 2 masked men were lying unconscious, showing a suspicious expression. Old Sin Yonke spoke up and asked, "Qixia stronghold leader, what are you doing coming to our Wufang stronghold's territory so early in the morning? Could it be that you played a trick on our stronghold leader?" These words surprised Tua Gaming. "What?" Old Sin Yonke continued to interrogate. "Because you couldn't defeat the one who humiliated you, you vented your anger on an easier target, which is our boss?" Yan
Upon hearing this, Yan Jihei immediately swung his large saber, his eyes filled with the flames of anger and hatred. The Qixia stronghold leader held his head and ran away, screaming, "Blood! He is losing a lot of blood! His life is in danger! Go find him quickly!" These words made Yan Jihei freeze. After that, the whole group rushed into the water to find Feng Yanshao and see where he was. Very quickly, the people of the Wufang stronghold found Feng Yanshao's current location. Right before everyone's eyes was Feng Yanshao, covered in blood and lying motionless. Everyone gathered around Feng Yanshao and asked anxiously, "Brother Yanshao, although he is unconscious, he is still breathing. Hurry and take him away."
Jihei now tightly gripped the hilt of his saber. He said to everyone, "I leave it to you, brothers, to take care of him. As these words were spoken, everyone turned to look, suddenly recalling what the Chisha stronghold leader had said. The one who attacked your stronghold leader is none other than... The Chisha stronghold leader recounted the scene back then, when Feng Yanchao was severely injured by Guiying Demon Lord. He then told him that if the people in his stronghold ask, answer them that Guiying Demon Lord, one of the 12 demon lords of Qinglan, was waiting for them at the arena. His blood boiling and his eyes full of murderous aura, Jihei continued, I must go meet the person I need to meet. Last night, Guiying Demon Lord, the eldest brother of the 12 demon lords, thought for a long time about how the demonic forces had penetrated too deeply into Qinglan. He wondered what exactly did they know. Looking down slightly, the sword in Feng Yanchao's hand was like dancing as it pierced through every inch of the opponent's flesh, thinking about how the solidarity and trust built up by Qinglan would turn into a complete mess. To describe Guiying Demon Lord, unlike the other 12 demon lords, he was quite cautious when doubting the Wufang stronghold. He watched closely, but after observing Feng Yanchao fighting the Chisha stronghold, seeing Feng Yanchao's blazing momentum, he understood.
Sweating profusely, he narrowed his eyes and continued. But when I met them again, there was something very strange about them. In just a short time, their aura had completely changed. It was unbelievable. Returning to reality, he pondered. In just 1 year. Looking towards Feng Yanchao, even if he had been taught the Antian Shuilo Zhenjing, he couldn't have achieved such great results. His gaze still followed Feng Yanchao's actions. For someone who only knows the heaven and earth saber art to become so strong so quickly, there is only one way. A stream of spiritual energy gradually appeared and enveloped his hands. Rushing towards Feng Yanchao, he shouted loudly, there is only one answer. Feng Yanchao glanced over and saw the person flying towards him. He quickly leaned his body to dodge. The Guiying Demon Lord did not know that the Wufang stronghold had been taught the 9 Heaven sword art by Jihei, which was a rare technique. That was enough to cause him to misunderstand. Feng Yanchao couldn't dodge in time and took a palm strike from him, immediately coughing up blood. In the current scene, Jihei's jaw clenched slightly. That misunderstanding had brought a wave of destruction to the Qinglan assembly. Jihei's robust back, combined with the curtain of rain, created a scene full of murderous aura. It was raining heavily. A tall, thin young woman walked hurriedly in the rain, wondering to herself why Martial Uncle Guiying would attack the Wufang stronghold. Suddenly she stopped. Could it be that my unauthorized visit to the Wufang stronghold caused a misunderstanding? If so, I must quickly clear it up. Running towards the Qinglan assembly, that train of thought continued to drift in her mind. But why would someone known for being as cautious as Martial Uncle Guiying resort to such extreme measures in the middle of the Qinglan assembly? When Shui Liuxi entered the arena, her clothes were soaking wet from running in the rain. But upon witnessing that scene, she vaguely understood the reason. The sight before her was blood-red spiritual energy surrounding Qian's sword.
His expression was excited, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly, a sense of danger. Suddenly, a bloody hand fell from somewhere. Clasping both hands together, a heavy punch was delivered to Guiying Demon Lord's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground unexpectedly. Blood spurted from his mouth. It wasn't just the miserable defeat of the 12 demon lords. Xie Daorong's expression remained unchanged. His mouth only slightly opened as he stuck his tongue out to gently lick a few drops of blood splattered on his face. On the other side, he was lifted up, with red strands of spiritual energy gradually surrounding him. Under the rain, the battles were still ongoing. Ma Shengtu, after tying up that guy, leisurely turned and walked away. On the other side of the arena, sharp slashes were still flying towards Yinfeng Miaojun. Seeing him at a disadvantage, the opponent laughed gleefully. Hey, hey, hey! Yinfeng Miaojun quickly raised his sword to resist. At the same time, with a sense of danger, an old man was also flying towards Heilian Ho with a sword in hand. Heilian Ho, having just pushed his opponent off the arena, also felt the pressure behind his back. The person sitting in the chair, enjoying cakes and drinking tea at this time, was none other than heaven-shattering Demon Lord. Even one of the top figures in the martial arts world was shaken. His eyes looked down, flashing with a glint of danger. Below the arena, there was a large crowd of spectators. In contrast to the tense atmosphere on
The demon lords standing outside were displeased, cursing inwardly. Those damn bastards, are they that happy? Everyone gathering to slaughter each other is a disaster. Then an old man could no longer endure it. He leaned his sword against the ground. Not long after, he collapsed on the floor. That scene unfolded before Shui Luxi's eyes, as she thought to herself, but... Raindrops brushed past her cheeks. What was happening? Was Wufang's stronghold involved in this? A person sitting below the arena gritted his teeth and fearfully whispered to himself, "Is the strength of the Netherworld cult really this powerful?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "What the hell is it?" That voice made Lucy's footsteps halt. Yan Zihei walked over, continuing the second half of his sentence.
She snapped back to reality and looked over. "Wait, are you really going? Calm down. We don't know if what he said is true or not." Yan Zihei didn't listen to a single word. He kept his eyes locked straight ahead. "If you don't get out of the way, the first person I destroy will be you." Shui Lushi looked at him in a daze. At this moment, Jihei had already stepped onto the first step of the arena. Everyone also looked over, paying attention to him. He stood on the arena, confronting Qian's group. Seeing this, the people below caused a commotion. "What is he doing? This is where the stronghold leaders are showing their strength. Who do you think you are to barge in?" The people below simultaneously grabbed rocks and threw them at Jihei. He glanced over and saw it, lightly flicked his sword in a stroke, and the rocks flew back in the opposite direction. They screamed loudly as blood splattered everywhere and were thrown far away. Under Yan Zihei's oppressive aura, he glanced over and asked, "Who is the Guiying Demon Lord?" Seemingly unable to hold back anymore, Jihei shouted loudly, "Who is the Guiying Demon Lord? Step out here right now." The nearby crowd screamed in fear, and they were all blown backward. On the arena, Yan Zihei powerfully took down a whole group of people. Qian also had to widen his eyes in astonishment seeing this. Yinfeng Miaojun was no different. He gritted his teeth tightly in anxiety and resentment. One of the guys who was sent
He shouted angrily, "Who is the Guiying Demon Lord?" Yan Zihei seemed to have lost all control and roared furiously, "Who is that bastard? Come out here now!" The Guiying Demon Lord had no longer stay calm. He slammed the table and yelled, "What is he doing? Where does he think this is to cause such a ruckus?" He looked like he was going mad, veins popping on his forehead. The spies from the demonic cult hiding in the Qinglan assembly have finally revealed themselves. Qian from below also heard the Guiying Demon Lord's words. Demonic cult, he thought to himself. I haven't sensed any demonic cult chi aura from the brothers in the Wufang stronghold. What is Martial Uncle Guiying talking about? The Guiying Demon Lord finally revealed himself and shouted loudly, "I am the Guiying Zijun you are looking for the crime of obstructing the Qinglan assembly chaired by my master. Pay with your life." Yan Zihei said nothing and immediately leapt up. He wanted to use his sword to strike down the Guiying Demon Lord in a single slash. Yan Zihei's eyes showed that he had completely lost control of himself. The Guiying Demon Lord, who was boasting arrogantly just a moment ago, now revealed a look of fear. Yan Zihei swung his sword down with great force, but the Guiying Demon Lord had disappeared, so his sword only managed to chop a wooden beam in half. At this moment, the Guiying Demon Lord also grabbed his sword hilt and drew his blade. He leapt up to escape his attack. The Guiying Demon Lord was in utter disbelief. How could someone at this age possess such powerful internal energy? As expected, saying that those from the Wufang stronghold were people of the demonic cult was not wrong. Shi Wuhai merely stood silently to the side, observing their battle. Yan Zihei continuously missed his attacks, only shattering.
Guiying Demon Lord no longer showed any fear. He smirked smugly. No matter how talented you are, against someone like me who was directly taught the Antian Shuilo Zhenjing by my master. Yan Jihei swung his sword, cutting through the wooden debris blocking his way. He looked up and saw Guiying Demon Lord executing some kind of move, his entire body emitting a purple light. Guiying Demon Lord showed disdain for Yan Jihei. "You are just a brat swinging a sword." Guiying Demon Lord roared using the Guiying Soul Command sword. He pointed his sword downward and a purple light resembling lightning bolt struck down in a straight line. Seeing this, the bandits reacted as if they had struck gold, rejoicing, "It's the heavenly sword." Yinfeng Miaojun also recognized it. That was the heavenly sword of his senior brother Guiying. He felt they had regained the upper hand, believing that no one could survive a direct hit from Qinglan's ultimate skill unharmed. "You are dead for sure, you damn brat." Guiying Demon Lord's beam of light crashed down on Yan Jihei, who could not evade and could only block it with his sword. The power of this move was indeed immense. Yan Jihei used all his strength to defend with both hands. Seeing Yan Jihei in a difficult situation made Guiying Demon Lord even more excited. "Are you already struggling with just this?" He reached out his hand intending to add another move. Guiying Demon Lord curled his fingers and the light beam was charged with additional lightning from the Phantom Soul Command, putting even more pressure on Yan Jihei. The beam pierced straight into the ground, shining blindingly bright. Several bandits were also affected and blown away. Shuelushi tried to plead, "Martial Uncle Guiying, please stop." Guiying Demon Lord heard Shuelushi's words but ignored them. "Young Hallmaster, I cannot do that." He continuously applied pressure on Yan Jihei, the purple light non-stop piercing down on him. Guiying Demon
Guiying Demon Lord frowned and looked forward. At this moment, Yan Jihei's figure gradually became clear. Is that it? The demonic move you wanted to pull off? Is that all it is? Yan Jihei asked Guiying Demon Lord. Tian Yazi was extremely shocked to see that Yan Jihei was unharmed. Martial Uncle Guiying's heavenly sword. Did he just use that sword net to block it? Tian Yazi couldn't believe it and thought to himself, although Martial Uncle Guiying's martial arts were not on par with his father's, in terms of internal strength, he could be said to be one of the best in Qinglin. Apart from the 10 great masters of the world, including his father, no one could block that move. Tian Yazi looked at Yan Jihei curiously. Yan Jihei and the Wufang stronghold? What exactly was their background? Yan Jihei let the tip of his sword touch the ground and said, "You were boasting about some heavenly sword, so I also wanted to see how strong it was. It turns out to be just this kind of..."
Guiying Demon Lord felt the murderous aura emanating from Yan Jihei. This terrifying internal energy was even stronger than the chi of the demonic cult. While Guiying Demon Lord was distracted, Yan Jihei dashed to his side. "You are careless." He swung his sword in a powerful downward slash, but Guiying Demon Lord luckily reacted in time to dodge it. Yan Jihei called out to Guiying Demon Lord, "Hey old uncle, get ready, I will make you pay." His eyes became sharp. Seeing this, Guiying Demon Lord's face was already dripping with sweat from fear. Yan Jihei continued, "For what you did to our big brother." Yan Jihei quickly raised his sword, furrowed his brows, and said, "Nine Heaven Sword Art, 4th stance." Instantly, the sword in his hand spun at extremely high speed, the blade radiating a brilliant golden light. Yan Jihei shouted loudly, "Wind!" and thrust the spinning sword in his hand toward old Tiendi. Immediately, all of the old man's heavenly swords were sucked inside. He could only stand there watching without being able to do anything else. Old Tiendi grimaced, trying to resist that terrifying power. Seeing his heavenly swords being sucked away one by one, he couldn't help but think inwardly, "My heavenly swords." Yin Feng Niaojun and the others standing aside watching were equally surprised. The old man looked panicked and said quickly, "Everything is being sucked in." Yan Jihei was seen swinging his sword down, the blade flashing with a blinding golden light. Yan Jihei grimaced, his eyes shining brightly, and shouted loudly, "Fire! Calamity!" As soon as he said this, his sword accurately slashed at Tiendi, forcing the old man to use his heavenly swords to dodge the attack. "Wheel!" He continued his technique, instantly blasting away all of old Tiendi's heavenly swords, his attacking posture extremely steady. Seeing to feel the weight of the technique, old Tiendi immediately retreated backward to dodge. The deflected heavenly swords immediately headed toward the people standing and observing from behind. One of them realized the danger and shouted loudly, "Everyone, dodge quickly!" But people couldn't dodge in time. Many were pierced by the
Suddenly he turned around, looking very cowardly, but what exactly was that terrifying power? The sky gradually turned gray, strong winds blew continuously, only to see old Tiandi standing completely still. Hands trembling while holding the sword, he gritted his teeth and thought, his Qi Gong makes me unable to move. Before Tiandi could react, Yan Jihei was already standing right in front of him. Seeing him turn his body, hand reaching back, tightly gripping the sword, he crouched low, ready to unleash a move. Yan Jihei swung his hand forcefully, the sword following a clean path, emitting a brilliant light. Immediately, old Tiandi took the hit right in the chest, his face scrunched up, his eyes rolling back. He could only let out a grunt to fight against this horrifying pain. Old Tiandi was sent flying far away, the force of the impact so strong that he crashed into the wall behind him, splashing rainwater everywhere. At this moment, old Tiandi could no longer fight, as the wall behind him couldn't withstand it, shattering into large pieces. Suddenly his eyes widened, his pupils contracting and dilating. He coughed once, blood pouring from his mouth. Seeing his own condition, Tiandi also widened his eyes in shock, panicking as he thought, "What is happening to me?" The sword was swung up once again, slashing towards him with terrifying speed. But this time, old Tiandi managed to react in time, using his strength to jump high, successfully dodging a strike. The sharp sword slashing straight into the ground, cracking the floor open. But Yan Jihei had jumped up to intercept him, his hand raised, his face as cold as ice, saying, "I will end it with this." Then Yan Jihei borrowed the momentum to slash down, the light from the sword flashing, scaring that old Tiandi out of his wits. He grimaced at Yan Jihei's frightening power. Suddenly,
Yan Jihei was seen standing and looking at the old man lying motionless on the ground, his face cold and without a hint of pity. Old Tiandi lay on the cold ground, warm blood continuously flowing out, and in his pain he could only let out a grunt. His eyes were cold as he stood imposingly in the rain, looking down without the slightest care for the old man. Suddenly he spoke up. "Compared to your arrogant aura just now, it turns out you only amount to this much?"
However, that old Tiandi did not seem to want to yield. He still arrogantly kept a stern face and said, "If you want to kill, then kill. Do not think I will beg you for my life." Suddenly, his eyes widened and he gritted out every word. "Even if you didn't..."
At that same moment, from afar, a strange purple beam of light shot straight into the arena. It moved incredibly fast, leaving behind a long crack on the stone wall. The light accelerated, rushing directly towards Yan Ziye. That light struck Yan Ziye directly, preventing him from finishing off old Tiendi in time. But not only was Yan Ziye unharmed, he also raised his eyes, looking towards that beam of light. In the hazy, misty rain, a tall figure appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. As the rain gradually thinned, that tall figure was revealed. It was the heaven-shattering demon lord standing tall there, his face cold, his gaze turning into bullets. At that moment near the arena, there was a person heavily injured to the point of coughing up blood. His face was tired and sluggish, as he weakly said, "Is it still far?" Hearing that, Tuogaming, despite running, still turned his head and said loudly, "We are almost there, stop talking." Ma Xiongtu was also worried, loudly replying, "We must find a clinic first. Did he say we must go to the arena, Brother Tuo?" Han Taiyan, running behind, also said, "Everyone is at the arena. Let's go there as he said." Old Sin Yanka struggled to run along, gasping for breath constantly. Suddenly he saw something and clenched his teeth, cursing. Damn it. The group stopped without needing to be told in front of the smoke-filled arena, saying in unison, "Has the fight already started?" The guy with the ponytail said in confusion, "Could it be Master is actually facing that brat directly?" Perhaps so. At that moment, Yan Ziye was no longer just someone skilled with a saber. His whole body radiated a powerful aura, not backing down at all. To confront Yan Ziye, the heaven-shattering demon lord, one of the 10 great masters of the world,
The battle between the heaven-shattering demon lord and Yan Jihei was passed down as a legend in the history of Qinglin and left behind many stories to be discussed later. The rain grew heavier, with noisy raindrops continuously falling to the ground. The heaven-shattering demon lord said with a sharp, cold gaze, "Yan Jihei, is that your name? I don't know the reason, but it seems to be enough, so let's stop here. Is that acceptable to you? You know, the master-disciple relationship is no different from the bond between father and son." Hearing these words, the Guying demon lord was extremely grateful and called out, "Master!" The next words of the heaven-shattering demon lord became even more oppressive. "If you want to hunt down and kill my loved ones to the bitter end, then I have no choice but to step forward." Hearing this, Yan Taihei couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ridiculous! Is that what you call master-disciple affection? Qinglin is a family?" Yan Jihei was furious, gripping his saber so tightly that his veins bulged. Since the word family was mentioned, Yan Jihei didn't hold back either. The words of the heaven-shattering demon lord directly ignited his anger. "Aren't you guys just in the same faction? You know what? You messed with the family I love, so it will also affect your family." The heaven-shattering demon lord said calmly, "Even if you know nothing about the world, to not even know how to maintain proper etiquette with this seat makes you truly an arrogant fool. Do you not know who this is? I am the heaven-shattering demon lord, the grand chief of Qinglin, one of the 10 great masters of the world." Yan Jihei had no intention of talking further. Do I need to know that?" He quickly dashed forward. "You'd better get out of the way, because I will slash everything that stands in my path." Yan Jihei raised his saber high, preparing to slash down. The heaven-shattering demon lord continued to say a few more words. In the end, it still can't be resolved with words. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath, raised it, and got into a combat-ready stance. Yan Jihei leaped up, executing the second form.
The two immediately rushed straight at each other, a saber and a sword clashing. Both continuously struggled, refusing to fall into a passive position. Because of this, the friction between the saber and the sword kept increasing. The radiating power made the entire arena shake. Everyone, though unwilling, was pushed far away. Yan Zihei frowned in discomfort. So strong. He is several times stronger than Lord Tiendi. Heaven-shattering demon lord secretly smiled. He started using more power. "So this is all you amount to?" Yan Zihei gritted his teeth tightly to resist. But of course, heaven-shattering demon lord still held the upper hand. He was sent flying far away. Shu Luci shouted anxiously, "Yan Zihei!" He was sent flying several meters away, his entire body slamming into the wall, in agony. After a while, Yan Zihei still made no movement. Heaven-shattering demon lord lowered his sword and thought to himself, "Observing his battle with Guying, I could also guess. This stream of qi doesn't belong to the demonic cult, but it doesn't resemble the 7 sects and 2 schools at all. What exactly is this qi?
A power that can confront me, a powerful internal energy. The guy Gu Ying on the side laughed gleefully. That's how it should be. There is no way that brat can confront Master. Yan Zihei painfully looked up, and then he leaped up once again. After lightly landing on his hands to support himself, he thought, too strong. I don't know how long I can hold on. But he still did not give up, determined to charge forward once more. Heaven-shattering Demon Lord looked at the scene before him in surprise. Yan Zihei executed his technique, 9 Heaven Sword Art, 8th Stance, 9 dragons ascending. A brave dragon appeared and flew over. Shu Lu Si and Guyin Demon Lord looked at the scene before them in bewilderment. Yan Zihei pointed the tip of his saber straight ahead, supported by a golden dragon behind him. The dragon roared majestically. Yan Zihei's eyes burned with fire. The heaven-shattering demon god had just sensed the danger of the attack when the very next second, a shock.
He also looked up, glaring at him with eyes full of burning fighting spirit. He shouted, "Where do you think you are?" Then slashed a saber toward the heaven-shattering demon god. The fire dragon appeared every time Yan Zihei swung his saber. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to catch the heaven-shattering demon god who was in midair.
Shui Liu Shi, no matter what, was still the daughter of the heaven-shattering demon god and worried for his life. Seeing her father in a critical situation, she couldn't help but panic and cry out for her father. If the heaven-shattering demon god, Shi Wuhai, who was up in the air, hadn't panicked yet, what were the people below panicking for? At this moment, he was even smiling and said, "Facing the master of Qinglin's stronghold without any fear, I am very satisfied with your spirit. Then I will not hold back either. I will use my full strength." He let out a roar. A massive stream of qi radiated from his body, and the move he used was Dark Heaven Asura. Shui Lushi recognized that move. It was the secret skill of Qinglin, the Dark Heaven Asura true scripture. Behind him appeared the phantom of Lord Asura, an ancient god of Hinduism. The battle turned into a confrontation between the fire dragon and Asura, both being symbols of strength and power. The two sides fought fiercely. Yan Zihei's fire dragon had its body grabbed and stretched by the Asura god. The people of Qinglin pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look up at the sky!" The image of the fire dragon and the Asura god fighting represented Yan Zihei and the heaven-shattering demon god who were battling at this moment. One took the form of a divine dragon, while the other carried the ferocious aura of the Asura god. Yan Zihei fought while carefully thinking, "Among all the people I have met since I started practicing martial arts, has there ever been anyone this strong?" Yan Zihei marveled as he tried to defend against the heaven-shattering demon god's relentless attacks. Seeing Yan Zihei block every single move, the heaven-shattering demon lord laughed and praised. "Well done, very impressive." Yan Zihei realized at this moment that his attacks had no effect on him. He raised his sword high and told Yan Zihei one thing. "If it weren't for me, I'm afraid no one else would be able to take this move of yours. However, there is always a higher mountain. Your arrogance, strength, and confidence remind me of my youth." The more he spoke, the more vigorously he fought, making it difficult for Yan Zihei to parry. Looking at the young man before him, he said again, "Therefore, you are truly pleasing to my eyes." Yan Zihei no longer had the patience to listen, and shouted, "What nonsense!"
It is better to end this conversation quickly. As soon as the words fell, a purple stream of chi surrounded him again, and the Ashura god and the fire dragon clashed once more. This time the heaven-shattering demon lord ruthlessly pushed Yan Zihei down to the ground at a dizzying speed, leaving the people around only enough time to see a purple pillar of light descending from the sky. Just their landing alone shocked the entire arena, forcing everyone to flee quickly. And its impact also spread to the forests hundreds of meters away. The forest also suffered a considerable loss as a result. However, at this moment, Yan Zihei and the heaven-shattering demon god were still standing firm. They had merely shifted from fighting in the air to fighting on the ground, yet they had created an unknown amount of shock. Jihei seemed exhausted at this point. He was panting heavily, and his forehead was covered in sweat. The heaven-shattering demon god had also consumed a few portions of his physical strength. Jihei was angry and wanted to counterattack, cursing, "Bastard!" Suddenly, at this time, someone was bold enough to fly into the arena where they were fighting to stop them. "Stop!" It was Xin Yangke carrying Fang Yanshao on his back, and the two landed safely. Fang Yanshao slowly said, "I think that is enough." He looked up, giving a warm smile, and called his name. "Jihei."
Yan Jihei couldn't believe his eyes at this moment, and also called out, "Boss!" After that, he was so surprised that he remained motionless for a few seconds. Seeing this, the heaven-shattering demon god knocked his saber away and said, "What are you staring blankly for?" making Yan Jihei temporarily unable to understand what was
In the end, he couldn't hold back and ran over to his big brother. He ran while calling out to him like a child. He hurriedly supported Feng Yansha, who was kneeling on the ground in pain, and said, "Boss Feng, are you okay? The saber cut is too deep. If you move, it will—" Feng Yansha quickly smiled and interrupted. "Don't worry. Who do you think I am? Am I not Feng Yansha, who stands tall between heaven and earth? What does this wound matter? The slashed area is fine. I don't know what you were thinking, but none of the wounds are in vital spots." Guiyin suddenly felt a bit uneasy when Feng Yansha's wounds were mentioned. Naturally, Yan Zihei hadn't forgotten about this either, turning around to demand his death, but was stopped by Feng Yansha. Feng Yansha pulled him back and said, "Zihei, don't cause a scene at the Clean Lin Assembly anymore. Come over there to talk for a bit. There must be some underlying reason." Yan Zihei was now controlled by his raging anger, losing control of his words and shouting, "Talk about what? You almost died because of him. I don't know what would have happened to you." But Feng Yansha didn't use words anymore. He acted, reaching out to rub his head, just like an older brother rubbing his younger brother's head. He teased him. "This kid, I thought you had grown up, but it turns out you're still such a child. I'm completely fine. Calm down." Everyone in Wufang's stronghold could finally heave a sigh of relief. Xiaobai was even crying earlier than Yan Jihei. Heaven-shattering demon god signaled to his underling. Understanding his intention, the underling announced that the Qinglin assembly had concluded. At this time, most of the people in the stands had already fainted due to the impact of the recent battle. With the arena destroyed, there was no longer an assembly to hold. Nothing more could be done. Shui Liuxi felt as if a 1,000-ton weight had been lifted off her chest. Feeling completely relieved, she muttered, "That really made my heart stop." She looked at Yan Jihei helping Feng Yanshao up and secretly evaluated. "It's a good thing my father intervened midway so the assembly could end. That guy Yan Jihei could actually go head-to-head with my father's Antian Shui Luo true art. He is indeed no ordinary person. This is the first time in my life I've had such an interesting experience." She smiled, her cheeks flushed red, showing a very ambiguous expression. Suddenly, a voice calling, "Liuer," pulled her back to reality. She turned her head to look at her father, scratched her head, smiled sheepishly, and then turned around, running away with all her might. Heaven-shattering demon god was stunned. He turned to look at Yan Jihei and muttered, "Could it be? That's not it, right? They truly are father and daughter. They can understand each other's intentions with just one look." On Yan Jihei's side, Feng Yanshao seemed to have reached his limit. Unable to walk anymore, he slumped to the ground. Jihei was shocked and shouted, "Boss!" Heaven-shattering demon god quickly reacted and ordered, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and call the medical center to treat the leader of Wufang's stronghold." Guiying didn't dare to delay, quickly obeying the order and running off. "I will invite Mr. Huatou right away." However, he still harbored resentment in his heart. "Damn it, I can't believe that Brad Zihei is still alive." The people who witnessed the entire battle started whispering to each other, "Hey, did you see the fire dragon of that kid from Wufang's stronghold? It was truly terrifying." "What fire dragon? Heaven-shattering demon god just couldn't defeat that kid, so he let him go. Do these people not know what things they should or shouldn't say?" Heaven-shattering demon god continued to deal with the aftermath of the battle. He shouted, "Furthermore, because of what has happened, for those who won the tournament but cannot continue fighting, sooner or later we will find our way to your..."
However, the crowd gathered here was by no means ordinary. They smiled shadily, which exuded a vicious, profound, and unpredictable aura. "I will wait for you, heaven-shattering demon lord." That night, in a tent at Wufang's stronghold, a piercing scream rang out. "How did it turn out like this? Do you think we are from the Netherworld cult? Unbelievable! How could there be such a misunderstanding?" After speaking, Fang Yanxiao felt a bit of pain and turned to say to Mr. Huatuo, "Please..."
Guiying stood at the side, cupping his hands in apology. "This was due to my negligence. I have nothing to say." He trembled and pretended to continue. I know you will think I am making excuses. Even though it was not yet Chisha Stronghold's turn for treatment, I didn't expect this matter to reach the ears of the Wufang Stronghold. Everyone in the tent shared the same thought, glaring at him with daggers in their eyes. What could they trust from them? After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Yanxiao replied cautiously, You have already been beaten half to death by our Jihei, and I don't want to complicate this matter further. Let's just let this go. Gui Ying was surprised by this answer. Taiyan and the others were also angry, not understanding what their boss was saying. Boss, how can you let it go so easily? That's right, you almost died. Fang Yanxiao quickly raised his hand to stop them. But I have a request. Because of this incident, you will owe me a life. Fang Yanxiao pointed at Gui Ying and said. He quickly understood and affirmed. This Gui Ying Demon Lord will never forget this debt for the rest of his life. Thank you for the kindness of the Wufang Stronghold leader. Fang Yanxiao was satisfied, happily stood up to stretch his bones and said, What else is there to do? All misunderstandings have been resolved. Let's go eat. We haven't eaten this morning, and I'm very hungry now. Then Fang Yanxiao suddenly remembered something and asked, Why did the heaven-shattering demon lord summon Jihei? Gui Ying was also unclear about this. Tuol Gaming in the back immediately added fuel to the fire. Could it be that because there was no clear victor they will continue fighting? Everyone immediately denied it. How could that be? At the heaven-shattering demon god's tent, Jihei was sitting with his head bowed in front of a sumptuous feast, but his attitude was not very pleasant as he said, What do you want to see me for, old man? He said a single sentence without a beginning or end, the grand patrol of Klinglin, making Yan Jihei confused. The next
I have decided to let you be the general inspector. Do not make me repeat myself. Yan Jihei remained silent, staring intently at the command token on the table. After a thought, he picked up his bowl of noodles, slurped loudly, and pushed the command token towards the heaven-shattering demon god, saying, I don't want to. It's too troublesome. Besides, I wouldn't be able to return to my stronghold for several years. The man blocked the command token and asked, Who said that? Jihei continued to eat while speaking. Infang Miaojun, one of your disciples, said so. The heaven-shattering demon god smiled and explained, Infang was talking nonsense while drunk. What absurd things did that drunkard say? He felt even more distressed, thinking to himself that Gui Ying insisted an ordinary stronghold was the demonic cult. None of these disciples were of any help to him. Yan Jihei glanced at the command token on the table, trying to push it away as he said, Anyway, even if that old uncle didn't say it, I don't have any trust in your stronghold. I don't need to be a general inspector or general bandit. The heaven-shattering demon lord reached out to block the command token again. Not a general bandit, but the Klinglin Grand Stronghold. I am not an old man, but the Grand Chief of Klinglin, the heaven-shattering demon lord, one of the 10 great masters of the world. Who is your master? Yan Jihei asked in return. Master? I don't have a master. The heaven-shattering demon god started to lose his patience. What an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. I should take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. Jihei did not back down, speaking with an imposing aura. It seems you've recovered after chewing on a few pieces of meat. Overworking at your age is a serious matter, old man. The two struggled over the command token for a while, until following the laws of physics, it flew off the table. A hand caught the command token just in time. A young woman with hair covering her bangs walked in, lifted the curtain, and asked, What's wrong with you two? After destroying the arena, he turned to her and said, You want to drink again? Is there any girl who drinks every day? She didn't care, slammed her hand on the table and said to Jihei, Brother Yan. Yan Jihei was confused. What do you mean, brother? The young lady ignored what Yan Jihei said and continued to ask, Why did you throw away such a good token? The other bandits can't get it, so they are very anxious right now. But Yan Jihei only had one question. May I ask who you are? Do we know each other? The heaven-shattering demon god slowly poured wine and said indifferently, We stayed up all night drinking together. Why are you pretending not to know? Yan Jihei felt backward in surprise. Huh? The person who drank with you a few days ago and this beautiful young lady in front of me are the same person? The heaven-shattering demon god slowly explained. This is my daughter, the young hall master of the Qinglin Grand Stronghold, Blackwater Fairy, Shui Lushi. Jihei finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder I kept thinking about it. Lushi started to smile shyly, blushing with embarrassment. Yan Jihei held out his wine cup towards her and said, Compared to internal energy, physical strength is too weak. Sure enough, I also want to drink. I'm so thirsty. Lushi suddenly shouted angrily, Is that all you have to say? Don't you think I'm beautiful or feel your soul getting excited? The next day, Tuaga Ming also learned of this shocking news and shouted, What? It's a girl? And a beauty at that? The daughter of the heaven-shattering demon lord? Xin Yangke stood aside, enjoying the gossip. Sure enough, no wonder I found it weird.
Yan Jihei smiled and said, "Whether she's a beauty or not, I don't know. But anyway, she's a girl." Tua Gaming was a bit puzzled. But why did Lu Shi disguise herself as a man? Ma Xingtu speculated. There might be a special reason, perhaps to keep her identity a secret. But Xiaobai noticed another unusual detail. "But you and that thing hanging on your waist? What is it?" "That's right. Yan Jihei was wearing the chief patroller token of Qinglin." Xiaobai said worriedly. "Didn't you say you didn't want to leave the stronghold or become some chief patroller?" At this moment, Jihei suddenly remembered. This thing. That evening, Shui.
But there is one thing. On your stronghold's way back, if someone deliberately provokes and severely injures your stronghold leader, your authority will be elevated. But will your people be safe and sound on their way back to Wufang Mountain? Hearing these words, Xiaobai didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he just lowered his head in silence. Tua Gaming beside him added, "It's obvious that the journey here wasn't very smooth either." Shinyanka also agreed. "I think so too. Just thinking about it, the journey back to Wufang's stronghold will definitely not be easy." Zahei agreed, glancing at the command token. "I think so too. So just accept it first. No matter what anyone says, as long as you have this command token in hand, let alone touching you, they would regret not being able to entertain you. This is Shu Lier's guarantee to you." Feng Yanshao clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back. He said happily, "Does that mean our Wufang stronghold finally has a grand patrol holding high authority in Qinglin? What could be more joyful than this?" Although Xiaobai was a bit downcast, Tua Gaming didn't notice and cheered with everyone. Thinking about it, it made sense. Everyone started to cheer and congratulate, as our Zihei had become the grand patrol of Qinglin. Their shouts caught the attention of the surrounding strongholds, who didn't understand what was going on. Zihei blushed deeply, turned his face away, and said, "Let's set off." Everyone in the stronghold was in high spirits as
Xu Liashu was standing on the observation deck, waving at them. The light shone on her, making her look even more radiant and exceptionally beautiful. She shouted, "Next time we meet, let's drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Yan Zihei waved back at her and muttered, "Oh God, an alcoholic again. All right, see you next time." Their Wufang stronghold group left peacefully. Meanwhile, in Qinglin, Xu Liashu sighed and complained, "Just watching him leave makes me so bored. Zihei, this guy is really interesting." She glanced backward, playfully speaking to her father, who had been standing there for who knows how long. "So, when will you issue the first order for the Grand Patrol? Let him become the sword that eradicates those unforgivable sinners who ruin the Qinglin assembly." Despite being cheerful and lively, this Miss Lu was still of noble martial lineage, the daughter of the 10 great masters, heaven-shattering demon god. She was fully aware of what she should do to suit her status as the young hall master of Qinglin. The heaven-shattering demon god smiled in satisfaction. "I thought you only went out to drink. I didn't expect the young hall master of Qinglin to be so observant." She immediately leaned against her father and acted spoiled. "Of course, whose daughter am I?" This made the heaven-shattering demon god feel helpless. "You're all grown up, yet you still act like a spoiled child." Within the scope of these strongholds, they were probably the happiest father and daughter. On Yan Zihei's side, he was still feeling at ease, thinking that he could
In an instant, he appeared at the dining table in the Nong family's reception room, gulping down large mouthfuls of tea. He seemed to be an esteemed guest, as he was treated to a sumptuous feast in a luxurious room, sitting opposite the Nong family master. Seeing the guest continuously drinking water in such an excessive manner, Nong Bai reminded him, "You should drink slowly, or you will get bloated." After downing several cups of water in a row, he placed his cup on the table and let out a long breath to relieve his exhaustion. Only then did the guest cup his hands to politely apologize. "Because I was in such a rush, I was a bit impatient when I arrived here. I hope great hero Nong can forgive me." It turned out the newly arrived guest was none other than the Shangtian sect leader. Nong Bai laughed heartily and said, "It's nothing. Please take your time and speak," the great hero Nong replied. The Shangtian sect leader did not beat around the bush anymore. He said frankly, "Forgive me for having a request, but I respectfully hope to rely on the power of Miss Nong." Nong Bai remained silent, focusing on listening to his plea. The Shangtian sect leader continued to explain, "Miss Nong is praised by the world for her skill in captivating people with her beautiful..."
Seeing his daughter highly praised and even given such a gorgeous title, Nong Bai smiled and replied,
Huarong Du Sin, you praise her too much. He raised his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, those were just ordinary speculations and lucky coincidences. My daughter is just an ordinary girl. But the Shantian sectmaster, seeing the other party's reluctance, didn't know what to say, tightly gripping the teacup in his hand with a look of great distress. Nong Bai knew that for him to come here so urgently late at night, there must be something he truly needed. So he asked, since the Shangtian sectmaster has come directly to this Nong family, shouldn't I listen to the sectmaster's story? Please feel free to speak your mind. Seeing the sincerity of Master Nong, the Shangtian sectmaster was extremely overjoyed and replied with an embarrassed smile. Thank you so much. The thing is, he began to recount, Guhei Jandang Tao, a famous name in the Zhonghu recently, is a disciple of the Shangtian sect. He recalled and said, 3 days ago he left the Shangtian sect, and after leaving, it is said that there has been no news of him. His voice carried a hint of worry. Disappeared? Master Nong asked in surprise. He was a bit skeptical. For a strong and healthy young man to leave home for just a few days to be called missing seemed a bit of an exaggeration. That's right.
Long sect. He mentioned the name with a very serious tone. A sect I have never heard of is going to help Shangtian sect. Long sect? Nong Bai asked back, his face showing a bit of surprise. I have never heard of that sect either. At this point, the Shangtian sect master seemed to burst out, his emotions clearly filled with anxiety. Clenching his fists, he slammed his hand hard on the table and said loudly, I also never sent out a request for help from any sect named Long sect. He continued angrily, their appearance coincides with the disappearance of my sect's disciples. How could such a strange thing happen? After hearing the story of Shangtian sect, the Nong family patriarch commented, although the rumors about Long sect are very suspicious, don't you think leaving this matter for my son to handle is a bit too much? He asked back. Seeing that Nong Bai intended to avoid it, the Shangtian sect master hurriedly pleaded, Great hero, please help us. If you lend a hand to Shangtian sect will definitely never forget this favor. The Nong patriarch crossed his arms in thought, his face full of hesitation. Then, faced with Shangtian sect's entreaty, he could not ignore it, and said, I understand. Please wait a moment. Thank you, great hero. The Shangtian sect master was extremely grateful upon hearing this, and thanked him profusely. Meanwhile, on another side, Nong Jun was walking gently towards his little sister's room. Hesitating for a moment, he finally reached out and knocked on the door. From inside the room, a voice echoed out, You can come in, brother. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and sighed. He had just arrived, yet Yanyer already knew who it was. I was going to surprise you. How did you know it was me? He wondered. Yanyer did not reply, remaining silent without turning her head. It really is impossible to fool you, Sister Yan, Nong Jun said with a forced smile. Only then did Yanyer turn around, revealing her peerlessly beautiful appearance, an incredibly noble aura and bright sharp.
In my opinion, it is better that we listen carefully to the entire story from beginning to end, Nangong said. Then, afraid that his little sister might get involved in trouble, he did not forget to remind her, if you find anything strange, just coldly refuse. Nangong continued to show his concern. This older brother wanted to put Sister Yan's safety first. Yanar still didn't say anything, but just a small gesture made her older brother jump, his mouth wide open as if he had just heard a hurtful rejection. It was truly strange with this brother and sister, as they could clearly understand each other's intentions, without Nangong Yan bothering to open her mouth to say a single word. The door opened, and the siblings stepped into the guest room. Nangong Bai spoke up. Yanar is here? Seeing the person he wanted to rely on appear, the Shangtan sect leader nervously greeted, Miss Nangong. The Shangtan sect leader was of their uncle's generation, yet at this moment he was clasping his hands submissively, speaking with the utmost politeness. Thank you, miss, for dedicating your precious time to help the disciple of my sect. This one is sincerely grateful. Nangong Jun immediately reassured him. You must be tired from traveling a long distance to get here. Please calm down first. Then he gestured with his hand and prompted, Please explain more clearly so that Yanar can better understand the situation. Ah, yes, about that. Then the Shangtan sect leader began his story. The story goes like this. A moment later, after finishing listening to the Shangtan sect leader's story, young Master Nangong scratched his chin, looking thoughtful and said, So that's how it is.
The Shangtian sect leader replied with some hesitation, The Orthodox Alliance. They said the Feilong sect might be a new sect, or a name used to impersonate the Orthodox faction, he added. They want to know who caused this incident, or clarify whether the Feilong sect truly wants to help the Shangtian sect or not. Speaking up to here, the Shangtian sect leader teared up.
If the identity of the Feilong sect cannot be clarified, at least I still want to know if Deng Tao, that child, is alive or dead. Thinking of this, the Shangtian sect leader was extremely emotional. He tried to hold back his tears, but his body was trembling, unable to hide the anxiety in his heart, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Suddenly, Nong Gongyan stood up abruptly, without saying a word. Nong Gongjun, who was beside her, hurriedly stopped her. "Sister Yan, wait a moment." But she remained cold, continuing to walk away despite young Master Nonggong and the Shangtian sect leader watching in bewilderment. Nong Gongjun raised his voice and called after her, Yanner, wait a moment." With no words in response, the room door slammed shut before the shock and helplessness of her older brother and the guest. Seeing this, the Nonggong family master laughed and said, "After hearing the sect leader's story, Yanner has quickly gone to prepare to head to the Shangtian sect." Nong Gongjun also seemed to understand and showed a satisfied expression. Only the Shangtian sect leader at this moment still had his head full of questions, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Nong Gongjun explained further. "You see, Yanner has a calm personality and speaks very little, but she handles everything extremely swiftly." After saying that, the father and son of the Nonggong family looked at each other and laughed heartily, while the Shangtian sect leader remained silent.
Hoping she wouldn't deceive him, thinking about the special young girl with extraordinary intelligence in the rumors, he had no choice but to hope and put his faith in her. A group of people was standing in the courtyard of a house located next to the mountain. Pitiful pleas echoed throughout the mountain, begging the lords for help. The village woman in her 40s had tears streaming down continuously. She spoke while sobbing, begging the lords to find her son. The village woman clasped her hands in front of her chest and pleaded incessantly. She sincerely and earnestly relied on the man in front of her, as if placing all her last hopes on him. Standing in front of the desperate woman who had lost her child, Nang Gongshun hurriedly comforted her, saying that they would try their best, so she should tell them everything she remembered. Nang Gongyen remained silent the entire time, observing every gesture of the village woman. The breathtakingly beautiful lady, with a cool breeze gently brushing past her face, thought to herself about the disciple of the Shen Tian sect who had suddenly disappeared 4 days ago. Guhei Jan, Deng Tao, the beauty with an icy expression, secretly connected the information she had gathered recently, based on what they said. Nang Gongyen had heard many rumors in the Jianghu, and thought to herself, Guhei Jan was exactly, based on the age of the village woman, she guessed it was a fitting title for that highly talented young swordsman. Although she had never met the Deng Tao they were looking for, Nang Gongyen deduced that he was only in his teens. For the sect leader to personally ask for help, he must be a peerless swordsman of the Shen Tian sect. The mystery that made her ponder was how such a person could disappear without a trace for 3 days. Nang Gongyen considered the worst possible scenario.
Witnessing the scene of the mother anxiously waiting for news of her son, Nong Gongjun sighed sorrowfully and said, "Things seem to be more complicated than we thought." Nong Gongyan, who had walked a distance ahead of him, did not reply. Ignoring the fact that he was being ignored, Nong Gongjun turned around and walked, saying, according to the mother's words, he still remembered the mother's sobbing voice during the last time she saw her son. He hurriedly skipped breakfast and ran to the Shangten sect. Pausing for a breath, he continued, to investigate the disappearance of a monk 3 days ago. Nong Gongjun's voice, full of worry, interrupted Nong Gongyan's train of thought. She softly said, both this matter and the disappearance of the monk. She silently pondered and then continued, we have no idea what happened. There are too many mysteries regarding the disappearance of that young swordsman. After carefully calculating for a while, she said, first, let's go to the inn in the neighboring village. Nong Gongjun was also startled by her decision, exclaiming in astonishment, huh? An inn? In his heart, he silently sighed, Yan, what are you suddenly saying? Nong Gongjun smiled awkwardly. Ha. His younger sister was inherently cold to everyone around her. He was not unfamiliar with her personality. Since Nong Gongyan had made up her mind, he simply followed her wishes and cheerfully replied, all right. And while following her, he muttered in a low voice, how am I supposed to know what she is thinking? The sun was now at noon. Far different from the mountainous forest scenery along the way, the village the two entered carried a bustling atmosphere. Towering mansions stood close to each other, their glazed tiles sparkling in the sunlight, as if displaying the luxury of their owners. Nong Gongyan's group decided to stop at an inn, which was devoid of passers-by. Inside the inn, there was only the shopkeeper diligently cleaning the tables and chairs. Hearing the footsteps, he did not turn his head but shouted loudly, come in. The two hurried toward the man. Nong Gongjun leaned in toward him and
Receiving an answer from him, Nang Gongjun continued, 3 days ago, pausing for a moment, he decided to ask, did a young man named Guhei Zhen, about 20 years old, come here? Hearing this, the innkeeper suddenly startled. His action attracted Nang Gongyen's attention, and she silently observed every gesture of the man. With ruby eyes as calm and deep as autumn lake water, Nang Gongyen stared intently at the innkeeper, waiting for his answer. After a long time, the innkeeper still couldn't remember, so Nang Gongjun helplessly said, I know it's hard for you to remember your guests from 3 days ago. Looking at the innkeeper, scratching his head and opening his mouth trying to think, to avoid raising suspicion around, he acted nonchalant, shrugged and said, I was just asking. Suddenly the innkeeper cheered joyfully. Yes, I remember. He excitedly leaned closer to Nang Gongyen, making the two people at the table startled in unison. Nang Gongjun's face turned pale, his mouth opened in shock, silently sighing, I was the one who asked, so why is he looking at Sister Yen to answer? The innkeeper now clearly remembered what happened 3 days ago. He excitedly slammed his hand on the table, looking at Nang Gongyen and speaking. Mentioning that day, he hurriedly wanted to attract the beauty's attention, completely ignoring the other person. Seeing this scene, Nang Gongju was dumbfounded. In the face of Sister Yan's alluring beauty, he was completely
Hearing this, Nan Gongjuan suddenly turned serious, listening carefully. Nan Gongyan's face was cold. She didn't expect that after walking around in a circle, the two of them would finally find a clue. The innkeeper recalled and slowly recounted the earth-shattering event of that day. Nan Gongyan frowned and carefully observed the remaining traces. Following the story, she imagined the event of that day. That day, the inn was open for business as usual, when suddenly, a guest in the inn flew into a rage. He punched hard on the wooden table, making a loud noise. Nan Gongyan seemed to witness the scene of that day with her own eyes. The wooden table could not withstand the immense strength of the bald man and shattered into pieces, with wooden splinters flying everywhere. Another guest angrily shouted, What the hell are you doing? This person was exactly Guhei Zhen, whom they were looking for. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand, while raising his other hand to block the sharp wooden splinters flying toward him. The bald man had a fierce expression, his forehead bulging with green veins. He clenched his fist, pounded the wooden table, and said, Mountain-breaking saber, Huang Yan Dong. The man had a burly figure, with bulging muscles that terrified others. He frowned, evaluated the person opposite him, and said with a sarcastic tone, To think that the disciples of the Shangtian sect would dare to step in here. After speaking, he snorted lightly, his arrogant attitude challenging the opponent. Realizing his hostility, Deng Tao took a few steps back and said cautiously, I only came here to investigate the recent disappearance of the monk. Even though the opponent's sarcastic words made him uncomfortable, in the current situation, reconciliation was still the best way. He tried to explain, I don't want to cause trouble with your Tiandao sect. Contrary to Deng Tao's conciliatory attitude, Huang Yandong lifted his chin and said, Is that so? He used his force to turn the wooden table into dust. With a fierce expression, he said, So what? The surrounding guests were afraid and hurriedly found a way to escape. Huang Yandong gritted his teeth and said, Every time I see the faces of you Shangtian
Right from the start, Deng Tao had anticipated this. He drew his sword and said, I really wanted to settle this peacefully. The clanking sound of metal friction rang out. He frowned, glaring at the person who had just mocked his sect and said, But if you still want to cause trouble, Deng Tao pointed his drawn sword straight at the opponent and shouted, Then I won't show any mercy either. He had originally thought that they would mind their own business.
Huang Yandong became excited. He swung the saber in his hand to meet his opponent's move, opening his mouth to praise, What an imposing manner! Originally a sword prodigy, Deng Tao leaped into the air, slashing his sword straight down at his opponent from above. Huang Yandong was no useless fool either. He agilely used his saber to block the sharp blade that had just descended. The friction of the metal emitted a chilling clanking sound. The two were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a winner. Deng Tao flexibly used his sword art, but could not overcome Huang Yandong's physical strength. The two gritted their teeth and glared at each other maliciously. The brawl turned the inn into a pile of ruins. Deng Tao frowned in annoyance. He said in a cold voice, If you are also a member of the Orthodox faction, he said while slashing his sword toward his opponent, then you should have joined forces with me to investigate this missing monk case. The guy Huang Yandong was more stubborn than he thought. Dueling with him would only waste his time. He warned the opponent, If you have no intention of helping, then don't get in my way. Huang Yandong's purpose was precisely to delay the Shangtian sect's investigation time. He said sarcastically, Isn't this what your Shangtian sect is supposed to do? He nimbly dodged the sharp blade aiming at his throat.
rolling his eyes and saying, "Whether the monk disappears or anything else happens, it has nothing to do with me." Deng Tao didn't expect him to be so arrogant. He shouted, "Damn it!" He swung his sword to sweep across his opponent's throat. Not only was Huang Gangdong not angry, but he also smiled smugly. He nimbly tilted his head, using his saber to block the sharp blade. Then he took a step back, causing Deng Tao's attack to miss in midair. Taking advantage of his opponent revealing an opening, he kicked forcefully toward him. Deng Tao was stunned and unable to defend himself in time. His face took the full brunt of Huang Yandong's heaven-shaking kick. The chilling sound of bones colliding rang out, and the sword in his hand was knocked far away. While his opponent hadn't recovered yet, he jumped up, spun in the air, and channeled his internal energy. He forcefully delivered another kick to Deng Tao's stomach. Deng Tao was dizzy and unable to defend, and his entire body was thrown far away. Deng Tao was kicked violently several meters away. The friction of
His sharp, eagle-like eyes locked onto his prey as he said, "It's just some missing monks." While speaking, he swung his saber at Deng Tao and roared, "Why risk your life for them?" Inside the inn at this moment, most of the customers had fled when the conflict broke out. Only one group of guests remained, calmly eating and drinking, despite the danger lurking around them. Yan Zihei sighed to everyone around him. They are fighting over such a trivial matter. Shin Yonke observed the current situation and assessed. Looking at it, you can see that bald guy has the upper hand. He took a sip of wine and said in a sarcastic tone, "Can't they be a bit quieter?" He frowned at the mess around him and sighed inwardly. These robust young men are really... Another person, munching on a chicken drumstick, said, "If old Sin thinks so." Feng Yanshao paid no
Sin Yangke sighed and called out, "Boss." He tilted his head, his voice carrying a bit of helplessness. Holding the half-eaten chicken leg, he was somewhat speechless. Unfortunately, Feng Yanxiao completely ignored his words, his mouth full of chicken fat, laughing heartily. In the air, a sparkling gold coin pierced through the wind and shot straight toward the two people fighting. The coin struck the saber in Huang Yandong's hand, obstructing the attack. He was startled and bewilderedly used his saber to knock the coin away. The deflected coin embedded itself firmly into the pillar, creating countless cracks on it. Huang Yandong's hand holding the sword trembled ceaselessly. He shouted angrily, "Who is it?" Both he and Deng Tao looked toward the other side, each carrying a different state of mind. The innkeeper was still terrified when he spoke of this. He didn't dare to remove the coin, so it was currently still embedded in the pillar. Nangang Yan walked over and gently pulled the coin out. Carefully observing the sparkling coin in her hand, she asked, "Did anyone stop that fight?" Hearing this, the innkeeper tilted his head in thought. A moment later, he exclaimed, "Ah, yes, there was a rather young hero." He frowned, trying to recall the appearance of that young man. Nangang Shun stared blankly at the coin, thinking to himself, so a coin was thrown and embedded there. In the innkeeper's memory, the young man had bright red hair. He threw the coin and said, "It's too noisy, I can't eat my meal." His imposing demeanor left a deep impression on the innkeeper. Nangang Yan listened quietly. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Did that person mention which sect he was from?"
He remembered that red-haired youth saying, "Feilong sect." In his mind, the image of the imposing and heroic youth stopping the conflict that day appeared, and he confidently stated, he said it was the Feilong sect. Nangang Jun pondered silently. The Feilong sect was the sect that the Shangtian sect leader had mentioned. Nangang Yan signaled to her older brother with her eyes, thinking to herself, it was that mysterious sect. Mentioning the Feilong sect, Nangang Jun immediately remembered Yan Zihei, along with the other members of the Wufang stronghold. He thought, it was the mysterious sect the Shangtian sect that you mentioned. Nangang Jun was visibly shocked. Is it true that Guha Jan's disappearance is related to this Feilong sect? Nangang Yan turned to ask the man further, "Are you sure those who call themselves the Feilong sect are on the same side as Guha Jan?" He replied, "I don't know, I'm not sure." Then he continued to recount the events of that day. Huang Yandong was shouting loudly at the members of the Wufang stronghold. "Who are you bastards to dare interfere in the private matters of our sects? Have you eaten a leopard's gall?" Yan Zihei remained silent. Then he slammed his hand hard on the table, causing 3 gold coins to fly out. Huang Yandong was extremely shocked when seeing this action of Yan Zihei. The 3 gold coins successively hit 3 points on his body. 2 gold coins hit right on his shoulders, 1 right in the middle of his chest. He screamed in pain. Then he quickly fell to his knees. Realizing he couldn't withstand the recent power, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, he looks so young but turns out to be a martial arts master. Yan Zihei glanced at him threateningly at this moment. What, do you want more? Although Huang Yandong was unyielding, he could only yell, "You damn brat! Do you think you'll have peace today?"
After that, he turned his back and left. The man continued his story. That battle ended with the mediation of the Feilong sect. After that, everyone went their separate ways, so I don't know either. Nong Yan held the gold coin in her hand and secretly analyzed. How outstanding must the interloper's ability be, that they could easily end the battle of two orthodox faction masters. But there is a more important point. Huang Yandong.
She turned her head, looking outside, and thought to herself about that guy named Huang Yandong. Seeing Nong Yan turn to leave, Nong Jun was surprised. Yan! He ran after her and called out, "Where are you going without saying a word? Wait for me." Seeing the two guests leaving, the man greeted, "Please drop by and have tea next time. Goodbye, dear guests." At this time on the street, Nong Yan walked ahead, leaving Nong Jun hurrying behind to catch up with her. Nong Yan thought to herself as she walked that the guy named Huang Yandong was hostile towards the Shengten sect, and if he had seen the faces of those from the Feilong sect, he definitely knew they were not traveling with Guhei Jian. She began to piece things together. That guy must have waited outside the inn. The image of Huang Yandong with his sharp, sinister eyes appeared, waiting for Guhei Jian to step out alone. Nong Yan imagined the scene when Guhei Jian was walking alone in the forest at night. He was suddenly ambushed from above from behind. She thought, and Guhei Jian didn't even have time to utter a single word. The image of
She suddenly pointed at something. Nong Yan pointed towards the blood-stained bushes of Guhai Jian. Seeing this, Nong Jun was shocked. Blood! He immediately rushed over there, instructing Nong Yan, "Yan, you wait there." Afterwards, Nong Jun used his hands to turn the bushes over. He was horrified to discover something. Found it. The sword is still stained with blood from that night. He spoke up. "Guhei Jian." Guhei Jian's body was covered in blood and mutilated. He picked up a command token and said, "The command token and money are still intact. It's definitely not bandits or robbers." Nong Jun immediately deduced, "Could it be Huang Yandong's doing?" Nong Yan then spoke up. "If it's true that Huang Yandong murdered Guhei Jian of the Lin family, then the battle between the Tiandao sect and the Shentian sect is probably a foregone conclusion." She walked around and said that. In her heart, she thought, the Tiandao sect doesn't have a strong enough force to fight against the Orthodox Alliance, but for them to dare do these things, there must be something behind them. Nong Yan looked at Guhei Jian's mutilated corpse and continued to deduce in her mind. Furthermore, Guhei Jian's head has been taken, just like the incident that happened 20 years ago, which gives me an uneasy feeling. At this time, Huang Yandong brought Guhei Jian's head to the Netherworld cult. He said, "I have brought his head to present according to your words." Huang Yandong smiled sinisterly and said, "As promised, will you approve of my joining the Netherworld cult?" One of the Shido demon soldiers, the woman sitting in the middle with long hair, rested her chin on her hand and smiled, saying, "I didn't expect too much, but it seems you are quite useful. With such ruthlessness, you naturally qualify to become a Shido demon soldier. Words spoken must be kept, rest assured." Hearing this, Huang Yandong laughed cheerfully. "Thank you." The woman continued, "The martial arts world is a place where the weak are swallowed and the strong survive. Saying the big fish eats the small fish is not wrong. Therefore," she started laughing loudly, "our Netherworld cult will become the center that changes the situation." At the same time, the Wufang 10 great heroes had passed through Hefei heading towards the stronghold. Feng Yanxiao spoke up, "My body has
He smirked and said, "We better hurry back to our stronghold, comfortably rest, drink a cup of wine, and enjoy ourselves." Hearing this, Tua Gaming teased Xin Yankai. "Our stronghold?" Which made him confused. Tua Gaming and Yan Zihei stepped up to mock Xin Yankai, and the Wufang 10 great heroes behind them also joined in. Tua Gaming said, "Back when Lord Tiendi attacked the stronghold, you were the first to run away, and now you say the Wufang stronghold is ours?" Yan Zihei grinned and said, "I knew it." After that, Xin Yankai jumped up. "What? Can't I miss my own stronghold?" Seeing his attitude, everyone burst out laughing. Xin Yankai continued to justify, "I even participated in the Qinlin assembly as a member of the Wufang stronghold. Is that not enough for me to say us?" Suddenly, 2 swords slashed in unexpectedly. 2 strange men used their swords to block Xin Yankai's neck and said, "Finally
Xin Yankai was equally shocked as 2 swords were placed right against his neck. The 2 men continued, "Today is your death anniversary, Xin Yankai." Yan Jihei looked visibly annoyed and said, "What is it this time?" Tua Gaming spoke up and asked, "Who are you?" The two men glared angrily and said, "We are from the Orthodox Alliance, Feng Yun Squad." The man continued to yell, "We finally caught him after 5 years. I don't have time to talk nicely with you." Feng Yanshao stepped up to try and mediate. "We can still talk nicely now, can't we? We are the Feilong sect from Henan." He continued, "The person you are arresting is not the demon Xin Yanke, but just an old man named Pong Tong who helps us with some trivial matters in the Feilong sect." Feng Yanshao said to Xin Yanke, "Isn't that right, old Pong?" Xin Yanke put on a devious smirk and played along. That's right. Just like the sect leader said, I am Pong Tong, as in divine ability Pong Tong." The man from the Orthodox Alliance pondered inwardly. Feilong sect? I've never heard of this sect before. He looked at everyone in the Wufang 10 Great Heroes one by one. I can clearly feel the Orthodox faction chi aura emitting from them, he deduced. Suddenly the man glanced at Xin Yanke. But not this old man. The man next to him yelled, "What the hell is Pong Tong? This old man is none other than Xin Yanke, the demon of Henan."
Xin Yanke was annoyed at being called a weasel face. Meanwhile, the members of the Wufang 10 Great Heroes burst into laughter. That guy Li Shangwen continued, "Feilong sect? I don't know what method this Xin Yanke used to deceive you all, but he is not an ordinary person. He is exactly the demon lord Xin Yanke, 9 Secrets ambush sword. He even swiped his sword, making a small cut on Xin Yanke's neck that caused blood to ooze out." Yan Jihei frowned in annoyance. Feng Yansao continued to step forward to clear the old man's name. "Haha, a weasel. He does look like one, but I think there is some misunderstanding here. How could an old man we use for errands at the Feilong sect be a demon lord?" Tuo Gaming teased. "That's right. Who knows? Maybe sweeping the garden and cleaning up or martial arts techniques." Han Taiyan chimed in. "Haha, don't look down on him. He is very good at cooking dog food. He's one of the 10 great masters of the world, you know." Although inwardly feeling disrespected by this bunch, Xin Yanke still tried to pretend he didn't know what they were talking about. He said, "That's right. Brother Tuo is right. If you raise dogs, just let me cook a little." The old man's hand grabbed the tip of the sword, revealing a scar right on his wrist. Seeing this, Li Shangwen felt suspicious in his heart about this wound. Then he said loudly, "It is you. The wound on your wrist. This is the exact wound my sword made 5 years ago, and you still dare to lie." Being exposed, old Xin Yanke gritted his teeth. "Huh?" Hearing this, all the Wufang 10 Great Heroes were speechless with extreme surprise. The bearded man immediately said, "Don't even think about denying it. If you keep protecting this demon lord Xin Yanke, you will also be considered accomplices and face the judgment of the Orthodox Alliance." The members of the Wufang 10 Great Heroes began to discuss. Demon lord? What the hell is he talking about? The people from the Orthodox Alliance are so aggressive. It seems something really is going on. At this time, Xin Yanke felt things were not going well and cursed inwardly. Damn it, why did I have to run into the Orthodox Alliance here of all places?
Right at that moment, Yan Jihei couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Seriously," he said in a highly annoyed tone. "So noisy. He is indeed our Feilong sect's errand boy, Peng Tong." Xin Yanke looked at him in astonishment, muttering, "Brother Yan." Li Shangwen kept yelling, "If you continue to hide things, we will naturally suspect you. Now that you've been caught by our Fuming squad, don't even think about scamming anyone else." Yan Jihei gritted his teeth. "Suspect?" Seeing him angry, Feng Yanshao called out to him, "Jihei." Tuo Gaming also chimed in to persuade Yan Jihei, letting him know they are from the Orthodox Alliance. Yan Jihei was furious, surrounded by a surging murderous aura, even though we already said it's not true. Filled with anger, he unleashed a terrifying wave of power. "But if you still suspect us, it will only cause trouble for..."
Seeing an attack of that caliber, he was astonished. Wasn't this the murderous intent manifestation he had heard of? His eyes widened as he stared at the murderous intent manifestation in front of him. The hand gripping his sword slipped, and the sword fell to the ground. The man secretly admired it. This attack, filled with murderous aura, had reached the realm of the 10 great masters of the world. He looked at Yan Jihei in pure disbelief. How could a young boy like him achieve this? Yan Jihei continued to threaten. "Do you still not believe what we said?" Li Shangwen remained stubborn. "You arrogant punk, do you know who you are standing in front of? How dare you be so insolent?" Suddenly, the other man interrupted. "No, we believe you." Li Shangwen and Xin Yanke turned around in surprise. "Huh?" Looking at the blade in front of him, the man completely changed his attitude and flattered. "Now I see that divine ability Pong Tong and this old man are not the same. We have traveled a long way and are tired, so we misjudged. Please forgive us. Togaming turned around and said, Oh my, you finally understand? In this perilous and dangerous world, shouldn't we live with trust? Feng Yanxiao also waved his hand. Old Pong, you can stop now. That's too much acting. Sinyanka happily lowered the tip of his sword. That's right, then I'll take my leave. But Li Shangwen was still stubborn. Captain, why are you doing this? You also saw the scar on his wrist, didn't you? The man looked down. Li Shangwen then realized, that's right, this is our captain, confusing the enemy and sending a signal with his eyes to deal with them. Seeing him writing a few words on the ground, Li Shangwen was secretly overjoyed. I must quickly guess what he wrote. We have to suppress them. The words written on the ground were, shut up.
Sim Yang Ke read được sai ngữ liệp. I thought we were caught. Phong Yang Sho cũng sải ngữ liệp ông thuyền ông. You scared me to death. Luckily everything has passed. I am old, so old. Tua Dao Ming then spoke up. But what's going on? Why would the Orthodox Alliance, representing the Orthodox faction, send people to this middle of nowhere? The narration began to explain that the Wufang stronghold, meeting them on the road to Hefei, actually held a greater meaning than they thought. It meant that the organization managing the peace of the Orthodox faction's martial arts world, the Orthodox Alliance, had officially made a move. Nang Kong Yeung stood with Nang Kong Yan, bowing their heads in sympathy at the agonizing wails of Gu Heiyan's mother. Oh heavens, what kind of retribution is this, my Gu Heiyan? The members of the Sengtian sect rose up to demand justice for Gu Heiyan. Tian Dao sect, you bastards. Do you think you will be safe after killing our sect senior brother? Today you must leave Huang Yangdong's head behind. Huang Yangdong stood amidst the Tian Dao sect crowd, smiling smugly. The members of the Tian Dao sect also yelled, nonsense, from the very beginning. It was that Gu Heiyan who came to cause trouble on Tian Dao sect's territory himself, which is why he died. Why should our senior brother Huang pay with his life? Sengtian sect, a conflict between two orthodox factions. Just as the two sides were about to clash, the main gate opened, causing both sects to look back. To stop this, the Orthodox Alliance, those who maintain order and peace in the Orthodox faction's martial arts world, stepped forward. Huang Yangdong's incident after that martial arts competition was deemed an accident, not murder. The matter that the Orthodox Alliance worried would become serious was finally resolved with the Tian Dao sect compensating the Sengtian sect. For the Orthodox factions, the decision of the Orthodox Alliance is the law. Even if this decision is very hard to accept, there is no other way. In the process of resolving this chain of events, the person with the most important role was Hua Rong Duxin Nang Kong Yan. She remained silent, just letting out a soft Nang Kong Yan looked at Huang Yangdong and thought to herself, mountain-breaking saber Huang Yangdong, it can definitely be seen that he is not afraid to hide that disgusting and gloomy demonic energy. It seems they have interfered in the Orthodox faction's martial arts world. She said to Nang Kong Yeung, Brother Zun. He immediately asked her, is something wrong, Yan? She voiced her speculation. Before long, the Netherworld Code will surely appear in the martial arts world. Hearing this, he was startled. What did you say? Nang Kong Yeung immediately asked further, Yan, what do you know? If what you say is true, shouldn't we let the people of the Orthodox
She continued, saying they should return to Hefei first. As she spoke, she thought of her father, Nong Bai. When it came to dealing with the Netherworld cult, only her father could do it. At the same time, Nong Bai was puffing out cigarette smoke while practicing his sword art, the Boundless Firmament sword art. The fifth stance, Crescent Moon Slash, immediately pierced and devastated the wooden logs with sword strikes. After executing the attack, he let out a smirk. By now it was late afternoon, and the sunlight was gradually peeking out from behind the mountain. As the group of the Wufang 10 Great Heroes was crossing this mountain, Togaming spoke up, noting the reaction of that Orthodox alliance. He turned back to look at Xin Yangke and teased, it seems our Pong Tong had a lot of fun causing chaos in the martial arts world in previous years. Xin Yangke, being teased, angrily said, Pong Tong, how long are you going to call me that? Ma Shengtu teased further, the more I call it, the more pleasant it sounds. The third-generation demon head of Henan, I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. Xin Yangke bragged, saying that his current identity was because he was being chased by that Orthodox alliance, so he had to temporarily put aside his past and live quietly. In the past, those who faced him and lived peacefully numbered only 1 or 2. Han Taiyan turned down to mock the old man, saying that for such an illustrious person to become a bandit, it seemed that the Orthodox alliance was much more terrifying. Xin Yangke boasted, saying that if he said he wasn't
Such an attitude made Han Tai-yan uncomfortable. He wouldn't yield a single sentence, the mean old man. Meanwhile, Xin Yang Ke smugly thought to himself, it'll be a long time before you can talk back to me.
Tuo Gaoming looked ahead and said, "Anyway," he recalled the past. "Because our stronghold previously had no power, no martial arts, we had to live miserably." In front of them was the magnificent Qinghe Pavilion. Tuo Gaoming continued, "But now that we have Qinghe Pavilion and Yan Zihei has become the Grand Patrol of Qinglin, we will no longer be jealous of any other stronghold." He immediately put his arm around Yan Zihei's neck and laughed. "Ha! Even a rat hole sees the sunlight someday. With nothing standing in the way of our Wufang stronghold, can't we just live with our chins held high?" Yan Zihei immediately denied it. "It's not like that. I have no intention of using this command token to show off to anyone." Feng Yan Xiao urged the group, "All right, enough talking. Get ready to set up the tents. The sun is setting." Everyone replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Yan Zihei suddenly felt gloomy and sad. At night, the tents were all set up in front of the campfire. Yan Zihei sat right at the corner of the mountain, looking down at the cliff, deep in thought. Feng Yan Xiao walked over and asked him, "It seems you have a lot on your mind." He turned around. "Boss." Yan Zihei then asked about the other brothers. Feng Yan Xiao replied, "Although no one shows it, I know they are very tired. Everyone is dead asleep." He let out an "ah" and looked up at the night sky with hopeful eyes. Having to cross so many mountains, everyone must be tired. Suddenly, Yan Zihei spoke up. "Boss." He looked at him and said, "Brother, do you still remember the
He reminisced about the image of him and Feng Yang Xiao in the past. "The words that you said to me, I still remember them even now." Yan Zihei continued, saying he didn't want to be robbed anymore, so he really wanted to go with him, and then started fighting. Hearing this, Feng Yang Xiao didn't quite understand. "So what? Are you having some other thoughts?" As he spoke, he clearly showed a look of distress, fighting and robbing others, wearing the command token of Qinglin and going on patrol. Those things made him recall the image of himself in the past when he was abused. Like the oppression of those with power, he still vividly remembered the rotten face of Bai Meizo. Yan Zihei continued, "My current appearance is no different from the thing I hate." Hearing this, Feng Yang Xiao looked at him in silence. Yan Zihei At the same time, at Olong Manor, with her own strength, Bai Meizhu had attracted a lot of wealth contributed by the merchant guilds. They began to build a martial arts family headed by Yan Wubai. In addition, thanks to the revenue from protecting the merchant guilds, their power expanded day by day, making the name Olong Manor increasingly widespread. They needed a Qinglin stronghold as a sacrifice, so the target in their eyes was none other than the recently famous Wufang stronghold. Both orthodox and unorthodox factions near and far knew of their name. A subordinate reported to Yan Wubai, "Captain Dan, among the Qinglin recently there is the Wufang stronghold in Henan, famous as those who use the sword very well. Do you think we should head in that direction?" Yan Wubai sneered. "Wufang Mountain, bandits who use the sword very well." He slowly stood up. How good can a bandit be with a sword to earn such a title? The subordinate gradually understood the meaning in Yan Wubai's words. "Your meaning is—" Yan Wubai stood up and said proudly, "Fine, let's take this opportunity to see what those bandits are like. It is time to let those arrogant Qinglin know the power of this Olong Manor." At Wufang Mountain, the gate guards among the Wufang 10 great heroes began to speak to the merchant guild in front. "Come on, please come in. Welcome to visit Wufang Stronghold." The man saw them and stuttered. "They are—" The guards outside Cheng.
The man among the guards began to act arrogantly. "What? I can't hear clearly. Do these merchants usually speak this softly?" Suddenly, Yan Wu Dao slammed his hand heavily onto the man's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you guys!" He appeared and said, "I heard that the bandits of Wufang Stronghold were rampant, but I didn't expect you to have such guts." The man among the guards wasn't easily intimidated and retorted, "What guts? Turns out this merchant guild also brought along guards. So what if you have guards? While we are still asking nicely, hand over the toll fee." Among the Olong Manor's merchant guild, some guys started wanting to pick a fight. Right at this moment at Olong Manor, Yan Wubai questioned Bai Meizhu, "Mother, what are you saying? You didn't discuss a word with me and already sent the new recruits to escort the merchant guild? They still don't have enough strength to protect the guild." He interrogated Bai Meizhu. Hearing this, she slammed the table and yelled, "What nonsense! Do you mean we have to wait for them to grow up?" Bai Meizhu continued to assert her logic. No matter how long they've joined, they are already people of Olong Manor. Shouldn't they repay for their food and clothing while staying here? Yan Wubai tried to make her understand. But Bai Meizhu waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. What I have decided needs no further discussion. You heard it. This time I will let you, your uncle, and all of them go on this escort mission."
Bai Meizhou added craftily. Although you cannot compare to Yan Wubai, with Yan Wudao's martial arts, there will be nothing to worry about. Yan Wubai continued. Mother, even so, if it's true that you sent incompetent people to escort the merchant guild just to revive our family, then rumors like exploiting sect disciples spreading out will not be good, he said seriously. Furthermore, the opponent is Qinglin. Even the Orthodox Alliance, those who maintain order in the Orthodox faction's martial arts world, leaves them alone. Isn't there a reason for that? She conservatively brushed it off. What reason? No matter how strong they are just mountain bandits. They have the heavenly demon lord backing them, which is why the Orthodox Alliance evaluates them so highly. Bai Meizhou added, it just so happens that Qinglin's position is no longer as stable as before. Although it takes some effort, we will take this opportunity to elevate our status.
Returning to the Wufang stronghold, the man from the Olong Manor Merchant Guild whispered something to Yan Wubai. Seeing this, the guards wondered, what are they doing? Yan Wubai then spoke up. Truly sorry, you've waited a long time, right? He faked a hypocritical tone. What to do now? We have business to go this way, but they said they can only pay. He smirked and said, I won't pay half. Not even a single copper will be given to you. The guard then said, Olong Manor, the ones who have been provoking Qinglin lately. Is that you? Yan Wubai replied smugly, I don't know about provoking, but we are indeed from Olong Manor. Simultaneously, the guards drew their swords. One of them aggressively said, the Wufang 10 great heroes aren't here, so you look down on us, huh? Yan Wubai disdainfully replied, you guys? Of course I see you as nothing but mice clinging to the merchant guilds. They immediately rushed forward, and one complained angrily, that pig-headed guy is only good with his mouth. Brothers, charge! The people from the Olong Manor Merchant Guild also raised their swords. Seeing this, Yan Wubai raised his hand to block them. Hey, hey! He turned his head and told them, no need to worry, you guys just need to get ready to hit the road. Then he charged out alone. Yan Wubai elbowed one guy, then used the hilt of his sword to strike 2 others. Next, he used his ultimate skill, the 9 Heavens sword art. First stance, Flying Dragon ascends to heaven, causing them to fall one after another. He reached the loudmouth guy from earlier, who was now gritting his teeth while holding his sword. Yan Wubai smirked, looked at him and said, it's still too early to end this fun. Then he swung his sword down. The man screamed, ah! Swords flew chaotically. The sword in the man's hand was knocked away and stabbed into the ground as he fell to his knees. Yan Wubai pointed his sword tip at the man's face and said, how is it? While the man trembled all over. Yan Wubai continued, can we go now, you insignificant Wufang bandits? The others were already lying flat on the ground in complete terror. The man gritted his teeth indignantly, but he conceded, saying, this time I won't collect a toll from you, but don't eat. He turned around and happily said to Yan Wubai, lately I've heard a lot about the prestige of the Wufang stronghold. It turns out to be just empty rumors. They are nothing impressive. Yan Wubai smeared disdainfully and said, how could those insignificant punks have any prestige? They are just empty vessels making the most noise. He looked at the guard kneeling down in defeat and added, hear 1, understand 10. Now I understand. What Qinglin? They are just a bunch of incompetents. Suddenly the man spoke up. For now, I will just let you go. He gritted his teeth and said, after the brothers of the Wufang 10 great heroes return, just you wait, you cunning bastards. Yan Wubai haughtily turned his back and walked away, saying, it is still unknown who the cunning one is. I originally intended to let this go peacefully, but it seems you still won't stay quiet. He said disdainfully, fine, just say whatever you want, you losers. Next time we meet, I still haven't had the chance to meet anyone who wants to take revenge on me. At the same time, it was raining heavily with crashing thunder and lightning. The Wufang 10 great heroes ran quickly to seek shelter from the rain. It suddenly poured down. Hurry and run into that abandoned temple. They ran to the front door and took turns complaining. What kind of bad luck is this? We are almost back to Wufang Mountain, and we still run into rain. After going inside the abandoned temple, everyone was drenched in the rain and panting from exhaustion. Tu Ogaming said, luckily there is this temple. Ma Xiong too complained, I don't even have clothes to change into. I'm almost completely soaked. Feng Yanxiao turned around and said, if that's the case, Xingyang Ke added fuel to the fire and threatened, ghosts, you only need to live to this age to know that humans are even scarier. If it rains like this, even if someone dies somewhere, no one would know. Han Taiyan hit the old man and said loudly, I am already scared to death and you still dare to talk like that.
Xin Yangke then screamed, "Ah!" Xin Yangke argued back, "Did I say anything wrong? If it rains, the blood will be washed away. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to kill someone?" Han Taiyan also yelled along. Yan Zihei helplessly brushed off his wet clothes. Han Taiyan argued back at this time. "Oh my, you are still raising your voice. If that's the case, why are you still afraid of being caught by those people from the Orthodox Alliance?" Feng Yanxiao stood outside, looking at the rain and said to Tuo Gaoming and Yan Zihei, "With rain like this, I wonder if the Wufang stronghold is okay," mixed with the cursing of Xin Yangke and Han Taiyan. "Oh my, look at her. Why can't you be less childish?" Tuo Gaoming said, "Boss, nothing will happen, right?" Outside, it was also raining heavily on the mountains. Lightning struck. A group of people dressed in black carried cloth bags on their backs. Yan Zihei noticed something was wrong. He instructed everyone, "Be quiet, everyone. Someone is heading this way." Han Taiyan and Xin Yangke, who were arguing, were startled. The Wufang 10 great heroes drew their swords, ready. A guy kicked the door and rushed in. The men in black, carrying cloth bags, ran inside. One of them was startled to realize. Standing right in front of them were the Wufang 10 great heroes, ready. Suddenly, the cloth bag showed signs of wriggling. Yan Zihei was terrified. Huh? He looked and thought to himself, "That cloth bag, it seems to have just moved." The men in black stopped and looked at the Wufang 10 great heroes. One of them spoke up. "Who are you?" Tuo Gaoming immediately brushed it off and said, "We are the ones who should be asking you that. We got here first. Where did you come from to dare raise your voice?" He questioned further. "Speaking of those bags, you aren't thieves, are you? Where do you come from? Tell us right now." Outside, the sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. The cloth bags inside began to move more one by one. Yan Zihei, who had been paying attention earlier, saw the cloth bags moving and astutely realized
The men in black who had been keeping quiet until now seemed ready to act. They drew their swords one after another upon seeing their secret exposed. Feng Yanxiao glanced at the other brothers, and they nodded in understanding. They took turns standing behind Yan Zihei. Seeing this, the men in black pondered. Their actions showed great demeanor, indicating they were no ordinary people, especially that red-haired youth. That man looked at the powerful energy surrounding Yan Zihei and silently affirmed that his demeanor was not ordinary at all. He slowly drew his sword and asked, "What is your name?" Yan Zihei immediately rejected his question. "What for? If you know my name, will you set up a memorial tablet in this temple? Forget it. Let's finish this quickly and rest." Seeing that, he immediately rushed forward with the others. He cursed Yan Zihei. "You wet behind the ear."
Tuo Gaoming and another brother charged forward, swords in hand. They rushed in to block the swords of the men in black. One man in black was immediately surrounded by Tuo Gaoming and 2 other brothers, leaving him unable to react. He was instantly stunned as 3 sharp sword points were aimed straight at his head. With only one sword, it was hard for him to block. The man cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I only ran into this ruined temple to take shelter from the rain." While he was still trying to block the swords attempting to stab him, who would have thought these monsters were resting? Then Feng Yanxiao charged at him with his sword. The man couldn't react in time and looked at him in terror. Feng Yanxiao took a deep breath to gather momentum. He instantly injured the man in black with a sword strike, causing his blood to splatter. The slashed man was sent flying away, his hand still gripping his sword while blood continued to spray. But he tried to hold on by pressing one hand against his wound, spinning his body to land safely. Xin Yangke watched in sheer astonishment. He suddenly realized that these men in black were the ones they had encountered in the forest on their way to the Qinglin assembly. He recalled those men and their sword arts. "I feel like they are the ones who used those strange martial arts, even though they used different techniques back then." Xin Yangke remembered the scowling face of one of them, but the deformed sword art and the terrifying chi aura radiating from them are definitely exactly like those guys back then. At this moment, Xin Yangke glanced at Feng Yanxiao, who was annoyed that he hadn't taken down the man in black yet. It must be because I haven't used all my strength. To think I couldn't even take down that despicable guy." He suddenly forced a smile and muttered to himself, "Or maybe it's because I haven't eaten my fill." Xin Yangke thought to himself, "At that time, we were clearly terrified when fighting them, even to the point of fearing for our lives." Tuo Gaoming aggressively charged forward. "Then you should rest a bit more, boss." Xin Yangke questioned further. Could they have progressed this much in such a short amount of time? But the man in black arrogantly Seeing this, Shin Yanke thought to himself, could it be that Shin Yanke, the 9 secrets ambush sword leading the Henan region, has been caught up by these brats? Before he could react, a sharp sword tip was pointed directly at his face. A black-clad boss shouted loudly, "I will send this old man on his way first." Shin Yanke quickly used his sword to defend. That guy was not someone to be trifled with, and swung his sword at him. 2 more sword auras appeared from his sword, causing Shin Yanke to dodge the attack while sweating nervously. The old man thought to himself, I was too careless. The black-clad boss then slashed his sword at the old man, causing Shin Yanke to take damage and blood to splatter. The power of the slash was so great that he even spat out blood. Feng Yanshao and Tuo Gaoming turned around and exclaimed in horror, "Old Shin!" The other brothers, seeing this, also looked dumbfounded with fear. Suddenly, a foot stomped heavily on the floor, causing the surrounding area to crack and shatter. The cracks didn't stop, but spread throughout the abandoned temple, causing the floor to break and debris to fly out. The black-clad boss couldn't react in time and fell backward into the crumbled ruins of the floor. Amidst the desolate scene, the cracks and the spreading embers, Jihei slowly walked towards the black-clad bosses. They gasped in horror looking at him. What is this? What kind of martial arts is this? Just who exactly is he? Jihei was already furious. Not only did you kidnap people, but you also dared to touch my family. He lunged forward. With a face full of anger, Jihei rushed towards them. Today, you all better prepare yourselves, because I will show you what a reign of terror truly looks like. The black-clad bosses couldn't react in time. Shin Yanke stuttered in joy. Brother Yan, do I count as family too? Jihei single-handedly beat down one guy after another. He was surprised when the door behind him shattered, making him unable to stand steadily. The guy trembled and glared. Before his eyes was the image of Jihei using a bare-handed punch enough to shatter the door. The boss in black looked at Jihei's demeanor and affirmed one sentence. We are not his opponent. Feng Yanshao stood behind, feeling disappointed. Jisk, it's been a long time since I had a chance to stretch my muscles, and it's already over. Tuo Gaoming chimed in with a smile. I even prepared my ultimate kill skill. What a pity. Seeing they couldn't win, they gave in. We retreat today, but we will definitely meet again. Just wait. After that, the bosses in black ran frantically in the rain, still yelling, When that time comes, I will chop off your hands and feet. Feng Yanshao then asked, What did he say? It's too far. I can't hear clearly. Tuo Gaoming started mocking. His lightness skill seems to belong to the top tier in the world, probably because he practices it every day. Feng Yanshao looked at the cloth bags and said, What time is it now to still be kidnapping? Bad things keep happening. He bent down to untie the ropes binding the cloth.
A monk crawled out and painfully chanted sutras. Amitabha Buddha and a Taoist priest also crawled out. Feng Yanshao was surprised. What is this? A monk and a Taoist priest? The rescued people continuously thanked them. Thank you all for saving our lives. The Taoist priest spoke up to explain. Recently monks have been constantly going missing. Out of worry we went to look for them ourselves and almost ended up in the same situation. The monk added, Meeting you noble people and being able to stay safe and sound is also thanks to the grace of the Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. Feng Yanshao asked further, So they captured monks and Taoist priests. What on earth is it for? The Taoist priest replied, I also don't know the reason. The monk continued to express gratitude. Anyway, thank you very much for saving our lives. Han Taiyan poked his head out, still unable to hide a surprise, and said, Those guys just now? Aren't they very similar to the ones we met on the mountain? Ma Xingtu firmly asserted, Not similar, but I think it is exactly them, he added, although it was just an intuition before, not knowing what they are doing, but surely they are having a huge conspiracy. The monk immediately said, You have met them before? If that is true, isn't it very suspicious? The Taoist priest next to him also followed up, We must notify the Orthodox Alliance immediately. Tuo Gaoming smiled with hesitation and looked at Xingyanka. Haha, the Orthodox Alliance. Feng Yanshao also looked at the old man with full hesitation. The monk then added, I also want to take this opportunity to let the Jianghu know about the righteous spirit of our benefactors. Could you please tell me your names? Xingyanka immediately spoke loudly to dismiss it. Haha, what names? Meeting once can be called fate, but who knows when we will meet again? Just hoping that you old Taoist friends pray for our peace is enough. The Taoist priest still hopefully added, Even those who follow the Tao their whole lives, undergoing rigorous training in bitter cultivation, cannot shake off fame and fortune. Yet you all can easily refuse it. The monk praised them. This is precisely the highest realm of nirvana. After that, they clasped their hands together to show their gratitude. The Taoist priest said, At this point, the brothers of the Wufang 10 great heroes also cupped their hands to show respect, while Xin Yangke, having escaped the disaster, breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the two Taoist priests and the Buddhist monk set off together into the dead of night. Feng Yangshao and the others stood outside, watching their retreating backs. He spoke up. It was the same in Hefei before. What exactly is happening in the martial arts world? Then Feng Yangshao turned his head to tease Xin Yangke. By the way, does old Xin, with your profound knowledge, have any thoughts on this matter? Xin Yangke crossed his arms seriously and said, There is one thing I am highly suspicious of, but... Feng Yangshao immediately asked, But? He slowly revealed it. Xin Yangke said ignorantly, Why should bandits worry about those things? If we get involved in Jianghu matters, we'll just suffer for the rest of our lives like me. We should quickly return to the stronghold and worry about food and clothing instead, he said, spreading his hands. Feng Yangshao and the others reflected deeply and said, You are right. Who can bandits really care for? Tuogaming happily drew his sword, swung it down, and said, As long as we return to the stronghold, won't traveling through the mountains be much smoother in the future? After participating in the Qinlin assembly and practicing Zaiha's martial arts, don't you all feel that our strength is increased? He Shabai agreed, saying, That's right, third brother looked really cool just now. Ma Xingtu, receiving the praise, was delighted. Ahaha, do you think so? I also feel that I've gotten stronger. Feng Yangshao immediately turned around to remind him, Don't be complacent. It's true that we can face them more easily than before, but if it weren't for Zihei, who knows what would have happened? Yan Zaihe and the others began to ponder deeply. Feng Yangshao looked at him with trusting eyes and suggested, Therefore, Zaihe, can you teach me the next move of the Nine Heavens sword art after the first stance? Tuogaming.
He rested the sword on his shoulder and smiled, saying, Looks like tonight will be a sleepless night, huh? Tuo Gaoming, Ma Xiangtu, and Xin Yangke all held their swords in their hands, ready and prepared. Yan Jihei then demonstrated his sword-holding stance. He pointed the sharp tip of his sword forward with eyes full of determination. At the same time, at Olong Manor, Yan Wubai was also in the exact same stance as Yan Jihei, but facing the opposite direction, which was the left. Then he immediately performed a few swift, swirling sword movements. Seeing him practicing late at night, Yan Chengbai asked, With your strength already being so formidable, what is the reason to practice even more? Hearing this, Yan Wubai reminded him, Chengbai, there is no end to practice. One must continuously maintain their mind and body. Yan Wubai continued with
At a rapid speed, he executed his sword art while saying, If Awakens Manor continues to provoke Qinglin as mother intends, he said seriously, there will come a time when we will face them. After finishing his execution, he lifted his sword. The small flames that had formed at the tip of the sword moments ago made Yan Chengbai look on in terror. He reassured Yan Wubai, They are just ordinary bandits. Why are you so worried, brother? Yan Wubai frowned and said seriously, We cannot underestimate Qinglin. There must be a reason why their reputation is on par with the orthodox factions. He pointed the tip of his sword at Yan Chengbai and said, Therefore, Chengbai, draw your sword quickly. Yan Chengbai was startled and said, You wanted this from the very beginning, didn't you? Afterward, the two of them practiced together. Yan Chengbai reminded him, Brother, let's go to sleep. At this time, the Wufang 10 great heroes were actively training. Yan Zaihe continuously demonstrated various martial arts forms. Over at Awakens Manor, Yan Wubai and Yan Chengbai were also practicing seriously. Yan Wubai thought to himself, a sword-wielding bandit from Wufang Mountain defeated a Wudong elder. If that rumor is true, then my current strength is no match for him. If so, I must become even stronger than I am now. On this side, Yan Zaihe was equally serious, with a determined gaze and furrowed brows showing a fiery will.
Finally, the Wufang 10 great heroes and Yan Zaihe returned to the Wufang stronghold. Seeing Feng Yanshao return, the gang members asked with concern, Stronghold leader, we heard you have returned. Are you doing well? Feng Yanshao gently replied, Can't you see with your own eyes? My wounds have long healed. Even if you tell me to run up the mountain now, it wouldn't be a problem. Huang Yanwang also came to join the fun. Haha, with the stronghold leader safely returned, we won't encounter any trouble when we go up the mountain in the future. That's right, Feng Yanshao replied. Huang Yanwang and the few guys behind him suddenly revealed a sinister smile. 2 months later, Tian Qidei and Li Jie-san stood in front of everyone to spar. Li Jie-san appeared annoyed by Tian Qidei's proposal, asking, You suddenly demand a ranking duel? Must we really do this? If you get hurt, I won't take responsibility. Tian Qidei was ready to fight. Who is the one getting hurt here? You are the one who will pay the price. Get ready. While you, Jie-san, left here to participate in the Qinglin assembly, we practiced our martial arts a lot with boss Huang Yanwang. As soon as Tian Qidei finished speaking, he rushed towards Li Jie-san. In this ranking duel, if I defeat you, I will be known to the
Li Zheishan kept a stern face with no reaction, and in just a moment Li Zheishan raised his sword. He swung his saber, slashing across Tianqide's face. Li Zheishan's blade crushed Tianqide's saber. Tianqide was dumbfounded. What? Tianqide's saber was shattered to pieces. Tianqide said in a panic, "Impossible! My hell path, do you know how much it's worth?" Li Zheishan frowned in annoyance. "Stop whining about some hell. You'd better practice more." Han Taiyan looked at them, covering her mouth and giggling. Tianqide was still surprised in disbelief. How could this be? Clearly, before he entered the mountain, the gap between us wasn't that big. Ignoring Tianqide, Li Zheishan only looked affectionately at Han Taiyan. Tianqide stared blankly at Li Zheishan's back as he left with Han Taiyan, pondering. I obviously predicted this after seeing his demeanor when he returned from the Qinglian assembly, but he has truly gotten much stronger. Since he came back, he practices martial arts every day. Could he be even stronger than Boss Huang Yanwang now? They've even gotten closer than before. Unable to do anything, Tianqide could only curse inwardly. Damn it, this hurts so much. The scene shifted to Huang Yanwang's side. At this moment, he suddenly shouted, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" Huang Yanwang looked at San Wuka, who was resting, and called out desperately, "Elder, are you listening to me?" San Wuka couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, and asked indifferently, so noisy. What exactly do you want here? Huang Yanwang then spoke anxiously, "It shouldn't be like..."
Hearing San Wuka say this, Huang Yanwang could only helplessly keep his mouth shut. A moment later, Huang Yanwang opened his mouth to bring up the past. Could it be that when the Elder and the Wufang 10 great heroes left the stronghold, no one heard what Olong Manor from Luoyang did to us? San Wuka didn't pay much attention to this and simply replied, "I heard a little about it. So what? Do you want stronghold leader Fang to take revenge for you guys?" "Of course," Huang Yanwang replied without hesitation. He turned and said to Fang Yansha, "Stronghold leader Fang, before those arrogant people from Olong Manor return to Longyang, shouldn't we show them the terror of this Wufang stronghold?" Huang Yanwang grew angrier as he spoke, balling his hands into fists. "I will collect double the toll fee and land a punch on each of them, especially that insolent leader." "Enough, just let them go," Fang Yanshao replied. Hearing this, Huang Yanwang froze and let out a gasp. Fang Yanshao didn't want to blow things out of proportion, so he said, "Letting a few people pass through the mountain won't affect how we make a living." Tua Gaming beside him also agreed. "That's right, just like the boss said. Don't make a big deal out of it. Just let them go." Then Tua Gaming turned and continued speaking to Fang Yanshao. "Boss, let's practice like you mentioned just now." "All right, if you want to use internal energy easily," Fang Yanshao and Tua Gaming talked, ignoring Huang Yanwang behind them. He suddenly shouted angrily, "You are the leader of a stronghold. How can you react like this? How many people are there in Wufang's stronghold? If this continues, we'll all starve to death." "So, Elder, what do you think about a ranking match?" Huang Yanwang asked for San Wuka's opinion. Only now did San Wuka react, startling and turning around. "What? With whom? Could it be with that guy surnamed Yan?" Huang Yanwang had thought of a plan and said to San Wuka, "Let's just do it first. I think the reason you didn't directly fight that Yan back then was simply because you were too cautious." Huang Yanwang saying this made San Wuka recall the past, and he stood there in a daze. Huang Yanwang continued to speak. "So, taking this opportunity, if you fight him," San Wuka's expression had now become stiff. San Wuka remembered Yanzai his victories, such as defeating the number one person in heaven and earth.
Thinking that San Wuka had agreed, Huang Yanwang rejoiced. "That's right, if we make a plan and are determined..." Before he could finish his sentence, San Wuka's foot flew right into his face. San Wuka mercilessly kicked Huang Yanwang straight in the face and yelled, "We will die together, you bastard!" Huang Yanwang cried out in pain. "Ah!" He threw Huang Yanwang out the door and shouted, "It seems you really want to send me down to meet King Yama. If you have free time to spout nonsense here, you'd better go do something useful." Huang Yanwang was still stubborn. "Why does the Elder support Yan Zihei and stronghold leader Feng? Does no one among you care about this Wufang stronghold?" San Wuka said helplessly, "This idiot." Huang Yanwang angrily screamed, "I hate all of you." San Wuka could only grit his teeth, enduring the anger within him, and thought to himself, they would surely make incredible progress. The scene shifts to Feng Yanxiao practicing. He jumps up and pulls his saber back. With a single slash, Feng Yanxiao cuts a log in half. Feng Yanxiao's eyes are very determined. That's right, they are all determined to practice martial arts in a short time. They have improved a lot. On this side, San Wuke is talking to himself. Everyone gathers in one place and calls out, "Boss Feng." Shumida is discussing the matter that Huan Yanwang mentioned. "I heard you will overlook what Olong Manor has done." Ma Xiong too also chimes in. "I think differently. Let's teach them a lesson on the way back to Luoyang."
Feng Yanxiao turns to ask for the opinions of Ku Shangzheng and Zhang Xiaofeng. What do you all think? Do you also agree with third brother and fourth brother? Han Tayan and He Xiaobai remain silent and say nothing. Seeing that no one speaks up, Ma Xiongtu calls out, "Hey everyone, are we just going to let them off like this?" Shu Mida continues, "I don't know if I should say this." He Xiaobai raises her hand to express her opinion. She says, "But I don't want to go up the mountain anymore." Shu Mida seems quite dissatisfied. "What are you saying? Bandits who don't rob?" Han Taiyan also speaks up. "Haha, both I and brother Li Jaishan also agree with Xiaobai's words. We don't want to go up the mountain to plunder anymore." Shu Mida and Ma Xiongtu are stunned. Shu Mida
Tu Gaming beside them did not object. What could be done? From the very beginning, the three of them were not suited for this bandit life. I think they are just taking this opportunity to make things clear. Ma Xiongtu was puzzled. Make things clear? What do you mean? Han Taiyan finally spoke her mind. Instead of robbing, we prefer to uphold justice and help others. Although we only pretended to be from the Orthodox faction, after helping many people on the way to the Qinglan assembly, I have thought a lot. She lowered her head and continued. The old me didn't have the power to protect myself, so I joined the stronghold just to survive. But now I have the power, so I gradually doubt this bandit identity. Tua Gaming rested his chin on his hand and smiled. That's true. Once you realize who you are, you can never return to that false disguise. Meaning, he glanced away. Feng Yanshao's face darkened as he said loudly, "If so, then third brother and fourth brother still want to go up the mountain." Shu Mida maintained his original intention. "That's right. We have been doing these things since before entering the mountain." Ma Xiongtu was the same as Shu Mida. "I don't see anything wrong with robbing. I think becoming a bandit is the most suitable job." Then they said in unison, "But no matter what the boss decides, we will listen." Feng Yanshao frowned. "If so, then Feng Yanshao's decision is that I will hand over the Wufang stronghold to third brother and fourth brother." The two of them were surprised after hearing this. "Huh?" Ku Shangshang
Zhang Xiaofeng gasped in astonishment. Su Renda called out with an awkward expression, "Boss." Feng Yangshao remained silent, saying nothing. Han Taiyan was also very surprised by these words. "You're saying you will leave the position of stronghold leader? What are you talking about?" Feng Yangshao said emotionlessly, "What do you mean what? It means exactly what it sounds like. Haven't I said it before? I left my wife and children behind and departed because of those unjust grievances." He Xiaobai hurriedly asked, "Could it be that you are leaving the stronghold to return to your family? Have you decided?" Feng Yangshao immediately replied, "That's right. At that time I decided to leave because I thought I could protect my family if I did so, and then I had no choice but to follow the path of a bandit. So many years have passed, it's time for me to return. After all, I am a bit worried." Toga Ming was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. "So it turns out even you have a backstory just like us." Ma Xiongtu didn't know what to say except, "During this time it must have been very hard for you to go up the mountain." Feng Yangsha waved his hand, implying otherwise. "No, what hardship? While at the stronghold, I had absolutely no regrets. Meeting you brothers and overcoming hardships together, ultimately being recognized as a stronghold of Qinglin." Feng Yangshao continued, his face showing clear joy and a smile. "That is the proudest time of my life." Su Renda and Ma Xiongtu smiled brightly, but said nothing. Both Toga Ming and Kwa Shangzheng were also happy. Han Taiyan and Li Jeshan were no exceptions. But Feng Yangshao suddenly spoke, voicing his thoughts. "The stronghold is stable now.
Ma Xiongtu returned to his emotionless demeanor and asked, "If that is the boss's intention, then we have no other choice. But why would you hand over Wufang Mountain to me and Mida? We have second brother here." Tuagaming was stunned. "Huh? Me?" Tuagaming smiled and said to Ma Xiongtu, Hey, you guys know that although I am an orphan without a family and have nothing to worry about, I have known the boss for many years, so we have become closer and closer." Tuagaming looked towards Feng Yanshao and said, Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yanshao spoke for him. "He will return to Kaifeng with me." Zhang Xiaofeng asked loudly in surprise, "Why didn't you two ask us? Aren't we a family?" He Xiaobai smacked her lips and said, "That's really sad." Su Mida couldn't help but be surprised. "How could you two make plans for yourselves like that?" Feng Yanshao explained his reasons a bit. "Forgive me, I intended to tell you but haven't had the chance. The truth is, I can't take everyone down the mountain together." Beside him, Tuagaming smiled. "I am very happy to see everyone's reaction." Tuagaming also asked everyone in the gang, "Don't be sad. Actually, it's not just the boss who dared to say it, but I think you brothers don't want to be bandits anymore, right?" He turned to ask He Xiaobai, Xiaobai, didn't you want to open a tea house? He Xiaobai did not intend to hide it. That's right. Then came Han Taiyan. Taiyan wants to open an inn. Feng Yanxiao added, of course, Zheishan will manage that inn together with Taiyan. Li Zheishan scratched his head shyly. Haha, I am very willing. Li Zheishan shared. Actually, I don't feel ashamed of becoming a bandit, but before Li Zheishan could finish his sentence, Su Mida and Ma Xiangtu jumped down his throat. But what? Do you want to stay in the stronghold with everyone? Zheishan, aren't you also very happy to go up the mountain with us? Li Zheishan looked at the sword in his hand and said, haha, I want to practice martial arts more now to become stronger day by day compared to going up the mountain. As long as I practice here, I will achieve results. Thinking about the days to come, he couldn't help but feel happy. If so, I will become the strongest waiter in the martial arts world and protect that inn even if the sky falls. Han Taiyan blushed with embarrassment. Brother Zheishan, really? Tua Gaming and Feng Yanxiao looked at them, feeling helpless, and said nothing. Feng Yanxiao planted his sword into the ground. I also agree with you about practicing martial arts rather than going up the mountain. That's why I'm leaving the stronghold, as I only...
She looked like she was about to cry. If the Wufang 10 heroes disbanded, then Brother Jihei would also. Feng Yanxia was not much different. I think so too, but everyone has their own life to live. I believe we have enough courage to do that. Ma Xiangtu looked at Sumida and smiled. Zhang Xiafeng and Kwa Shangzheng did the same. Tua Gamin leaned back comfortably and said, wow, thinking about what we have done, since meeting Jihei, we have all changed. Ma Xiangtu wiped his tears and said, that's right, I thought we would be bandits together until death. Sumida placed his hand on the old man's shoulder. At that age, what martial arts? Ma Xiangtu comforted, I will fulfill your wish. In the end, even though everyone goes their separate ways, there is one thing to remember, Tua Gamin said. They put their arms around each other's shoulders in a circle, happily looking at each other. Tua Gamin and Feng Yanxia took turns saying, we will forever be brothers. If anyone is in trouble, we must help at any time, even if it costs our lives. Kwa Shangzheng and Zhang Xiafeng replied in unison, yes, sir. Han Taiyan.
Tua Gaoming turned to ask, what's the matter that you're yelling so loudly? Huang Yan Wang panted and said, Old Shin. He looked up and yelled, quickly stop Old Shin, Old Shin. What are you saying? I don't understand, Ma Xiangtu asked in confusion. San Wukei came to see Yan Jihei? He turned around and asked him, what do you want? Why did you climb up here? San Wukei forced a smile and said, aha, I was worried you haven't had lunch. Hearing San Wukei's answer, Yan Jihei immediately turned away. It's already past lunchtime. My big brother and I have things to discuss. If you have nothing else, just go back. Brother Yan, San Wukei called his name loudly. Please teach me martial arts. Hearing this, Yan Jihei glanced back. San Wukei's face was now dripping with sweat from fear. He turned away and told him, at your age, what martial arts can you even do? Don't cause trouble. Just live as you have been living. San Wukei lowered his head and spoke loudly and clearly. Living until now, I have never felt remorse, even if I beat people, robbed, or killed. I was chased away by the Orthodox Alliance my whole life, and eventually
Yan Zihai just sat silently listening to him speak without reacting. San Wukei gritted his teeth and continued. But after my arrogance was shattered by Brother Yan and I saw the members in the stronghold using martial arts righteously, I realized something. Martial arts is meant to protect others and is a righteous power. It has more value and beauty than anything else. And I began to feel curious about that brand new world of martial arts. Yan Zihai felt exhausted hearing this and asked the old man, do people talk more like this as they get older, or is it just you? San Wukei subconsciously let out a huh and asked, what do you mean? He turned around and said loudly, you found it very hard to open your mouth and ask me to teach you martial arts. San Wukei tried to force an awkward smile. That's right. Simply put, that is exactly it. Yan Zihai stood up and said to San Wukei, but the Nine Heaven sword art that I have cultivated is completely different from the demonic arts you have practiced. If there is a mistake, you will suffer from chi deviation. Are you okay with that? San Wukei knew this clearly, but still wanted to do it. That is unavoidable, but I have made up my mind, even if I become crippled. After he finished speaking, he fell silent and looked up at him. Yan Zihai glanced back. He frowned and grumbled.
Seeing Sin Young-Kei stammering like that, Yan Jihei turned away. Forget it. What cultivation? Just live your life as you are and quietly leave this place. Sin Young-Kei waved his hands. No, even if I die, I won't haunt Brother Yan. He continuously pleaded with him. Brother Yan, I beg you, please teach me martial arts. He remained silent and didn't reply. Sumida exclaimed, What? Sin Young-Kei and Yan Jihei are cultivating together on the mountain? The other man answered, That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. He packed his bags and went deep into the forest to cultivate. Sumida continued, He is already old. I'm afraid that if he overworks himself, it will lead to chi deviation. Torgaming asked in surprise, Sin Young-Kei and Yan Jihei? I never expected there would be a day when those two could stand being near each other. He Xiaobai was also surprised. I don't know what old Sin Young-Kei is thinking, but I also didn't expect that senior brother Jihei would agree to it. He Xiaobai spoke up. Maybe senior brother Jihei remembered something. Even though the old man is really grumpy, he helped us a lot on our way to participate in the Qinglan assembly. Torgaming agreed. That's true. Even though his words are quite annoying, Feng Yanxiao also said that he was the one who carried this old body to the arena. To be honest, I was very touched at that time. Wait, doesn't he have back pain? Over here, Sin Young-Kei was forced to climb the mountain. He opened his mouth to complain. My back! Senior brother Jihei, where are you trying to go? Yan Jihei grumbled. We haven't even gone halfway, and you're already overreacting. Oh, before I teach you martial arts, I also want to tell you one thing. If I hear that you use the Nine Heavens sword art that I taught you to cause trouble, I will directly cripple your martial arts and send you to see King Yama. Sin Young-Kei laughed loudly. Haha, you know that I'm afraid of you more than anyone else.
Saying that, he went to a large cave nearby. After that, Yan Jihei said to Sin Young-Kei, To be able to understand the Nine Heavens sword art, you must learn from the most basic things, which is the Nine Heavens Luri true scripture. To cultivate the Nine Heavens profound fairies art, you must eliminate distracting thoughts, concentrate your mind, act through inaction, let heavenly flowers fall in disorder, and let the soul transform into a pengbird, which means relaxing the body, burning the golden flower at the seat, and letting the fish transform into a dragon. Yan Jihei praised inwardly, worthy of the name Sin Young-Kei. He had just started not long ago, but had already memorized the 300-word mnemonic chant. The other senior brothers only memorized 100 words of the Nine Heavens Luri true scripture. Old Sin is very likely to be at least 3 times stronger than them. The next morning, when the sun had just dawned, it cast warm golden rays into the cave. When Yan Jihei opened his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise, The scene before his eyes made Yan Jihei cry out in astonishment. Sin Young-Kei, could it be that you didn't sleep all night? He just saw that old man still eagerly practicing the mental cultivation method. Yan Jihei burst into laughter. Ha, what is this? The more I study the mnemonic,
Xin Yang-Ge got out his intently, but Yan Jihei to just stare blankly. Xin Yang-Ge continued, What should I do? My body feels very strange. It's like, before he could finish, he collapsed and couldn't speak anymore. Yan Jihei hurriedly ran over and called out to Xin Yang-Ge. After that, Yan Jihei hurriedly transferred internal energy into Xin Yang-Ge. Receiving the internal energy into his body, Xin Yang-Ge immediately vomited blood. Next, Xin Yang-Ge bent down and coughed violently. Cough, cough. Yan Jihei gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I can't channel internal energy? Damn it, if this drags on here, his life will be in danger. So, Yan Jihei quickly pulled Xin Yang-Ge onto his back. As he ran out of the cave, he thought, I can't leave it like this. Soon after, Yan Jihei quickly dragged Xin Yang-Ge to the edge of the cliff. He just jumped right down. Anyone looking who didn't know better would think this guy lost a bet and did something desperate out of distress. The falling speed got faster and faster, with only the howling wind in his ears. Yan Jihei positioned himself to kick against a cliff face to slow down. Then he launched himself outward. You could only see one person carrying another on his back, launching outward like a bird. Yan Jihei's feet kicked against the cliff face, sliding down it. In his heart, he thought, Damn it, because I had to practice cultivation at the peak of the mountain, it will take a lot of time to return to the stronghold.
Sin Yang-Ge gritted his teeth and said, Of course I remember. This old Sin Yang-Ge is a man who values his word. Yan Jihei hoisted him up and reminded him, If you can still talk, then try to hold on a little longer. Hold on tight. I will quickly head down the mountain right now. Saying so, he continued to sprint swiftly along the path.
Very quickly, Yan Jihei brought Xin Yangke to the clinic. The physician performed acupuncture to unblock his meridians. Afterward, he announced, "This is all I can do. All of his meridians are severely damaged. The patient is also getting on in years, so recovery will be somewhat difficult." At this moment, Feng Yan Xiao rushed over and anxiously asked, "What do you mean by that? Does that mean he is going to die?" The old physician waved his hands and said, "No, I mean his martial arts. Even if his health recovers, there will still be lingering effects. If he moves too fast or overexerts himself, it will endanger his life." Feng Yan Xiao sighed. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? You scared me to death. I thought something terrible had happened to Xin Yangke." Then the old physician continued, "I will prescribe some good medicine to treat his internal energy. However, for a period of time, the patient must remain absolutely stable. He must have people around to help him if he wants to move." Feng Yan Xiao sighed. He is already old. Why is he still practicing cultivation?" Meanwhile, Yan Jihei had already stepped outside. He pondered deeply, looking at the sky, the earth, and the clouds for a while. Then he recalled what Xin Yangke had said, and how he himself had begun to take an interest in the martial arts world. That old man had spent his entire life practicing cultivation.
As time gradually passed, everyone headed up the mountain again. Tian Ribao and Shu Mida were also enthusiastically practicing together. The two happily said to each other, "Your sword art is starting to become terrifying." "Ha, is that so?" Besides them was Xin Yangke, sitting dejectedly. He let his hair hang loose, looking exactly like a world-weary cripple. At this moment, Yan Jihei quietly walked over to old Xin Yangke and silently sat down next to him. Xin Yangke spoke up and asked, "Are you afraid that I'll commit suicide after knowing my martial arts are crippled, so you hesitantly come here every week?" Yan Jihei remained silent, not saying a word. Xin Yangke burst into laughter. "Ha. According to Brother Yan, what has this 9 secrets ambush sword Xin Yangke turned into?" Yan Jihei glared at Xin Yangke and then said, "What do you mean turned into? You're just getting older and older, that's all." Xin Yangke sighed. "It seems this year's spring is much colder." Hearing him say that, Yan Jihei replied, "It's because you are gradually getting older." At this time, several disciples were fighting each other. A bald guy said while fighting, "Boss Yuming, isn't it about time we meet that Olong Manor gang again?" A figure with disheveled hair collapsed to the ground. Huang Yuming threw a punch that sent the guy flying, saying, "Ha, do you think I will easily let them off?" After that, another guy flew in, raising his leg ready to kick, and shouted, "Me too!" Thus, a kick sent that person flying. That person crashed heavily onto the ground, letting out a grunt. The other guy angrily said, "Does this old man think he can take revenge now?" The person who got beaten up turned out to be Xin Yangke, or rather the former demon Xin Yangke. Those guys mocked. "Getting beaten by us like this and unable to stand up, it seems you really have your martial arts crippled. The 9 secrets ambush sword Xin Yangke." After speaking, they were about to swing their fists to attack again. At this time, Yan Jihei walked over from a distance and reminded them, Hey, causing those guys to immediately have their hair stand on end. Yan Jihei said in disgust, "Early in the morning, I was wondering why there was so much dust and smoke in the courtyard. It turns out to be you guys. Do you have nothing to do so your hands and feet are itching to cause trouble? Do you need me to fight you directly?" Those guys immediately tucked their tails between their legs in fear and cried out, No need. Thank you, Brother Yan. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Yan, but you don't have to do that. We will leave first." So they scrambled away as fast as their legs could carry them, supporting each other. After that, Yan Jihei turned to ask the old man, "Shinyanka, are you okay?" Shinyanka, with torn clothes and messy hair, smiled bitterly. I'm in so much pain, more than I thought. It's not my body, but my heart that hurts. I don't understand the feeling of hitting someone for no reason. For the first time, I felt helpless, just taking the beating and letting people hit me." Yan Jihei turned away again. You should have let them hit you more. You should have listened to me earlier. Stop blaming yourself. I have something to tell you. Follow me quickly." After saying that, Yan Jihei walked away. The old man stood up, but still was staggering. My knees. Seeing Yan Jihei walking away, Shinyanka called out, "Brother Yan, where are you going? Can you help this old man? I just got beaten." The scene shifts to Olong Manor. Bai Meizhou let her 2 children out and said, "Let me introduce you. This is great hero Yang Zhenrong, the chief
Greetings, great hero. I am Yan Wubai, the master of Olong Manor. I am his younger brother, Yan Chengbai. Yang Zhenron burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, truly a handsome young man, just as the rumors say. Yan Wubai said politely, Great hero, you flatter me. It has been a long and tiring journey. Please come inside. Then the group went inside the house to sit, relax, and have tea. Yang Zhenron and Yang Litian both seemed very satisfied. Yan Wubai also welcomed them with a bright smile. After some time, Yang Zhenron led his people to leave. He greeted Bai Meizu. Thank you for your warm hospitality, madam. See you next time. Bai Meizu replied, Ha, it is this Olong Manor that should be thanking you all. I will definitely visit the Yang family manor. Afterward, the two of the Yang family rode their horses home. On the way, Yang Zhenron turned and asked, Li Tian, what do you think of the Olong swordsman, Yan Wubai? Yang Li Tian confirmed, He is indeed well versed in both martial arts and literature, leaving nothing to criticize. He seems to be an outstanding talent. Yang Zhenron praised, That's right. Although he is still young, he has already made a name for himself with his outstanding sword art. Thanks to that, he elevated the unknown Olong Manor into
Madame Bai is currently the head of Awakens Manor. Because of her expansion of power, she has caused many scandals everywhere, and occasionally this son still hears those rumors. Will it be fine? Young Zhenrong replied, If the Manor Lord gets married, wouldn't that matter naturally be resolved? If there is a daughter-in-law, naturally there will no longer be any abuse of power. Young Li Tian then said, It seems father is very satisfied with him. Young Zhenrong laughed out loud. Is it that obvious? Meanwhile, Bai Meizhou breathed a sigh of relief and said, As expected, the Yang family manor is very pleased with our Wubai. Furthermore, Miss Yang is a beauty known to the world by the title Xingshu Beauty. If the Yang family manor and Awakens Manor agree to this marriage, the 7 sects and 2 schools will surely be very jealous. Lian Shengbai added, To have the Xingshu Beauty as a wife, our manor lord is truly blessed. However, on this side, Yan Wubai remained silent and said nothing. Bai Meizhou glared and asked, Wubai, do you still have something on your mind? The wedding will proceed without any hitches. Awakens Manor will become stable from then on. So what on earth is making you put on that expression? Yan Wubai replied, No, mother, it's just that the young lady... Bai Meizhou said angrily, You are overthinking nonsense again. Stop thinking and just focus on the marriage. For the future of Awakens Manor, it cannot be delayed any longer. Yan Wubai pondered.
Bai Meizhou asked again, Where did Joshua run off to recently that I haven't seen her? I explicitly told her to stay in one place because we have an esteemed guest visiting. Yan Chengbai asked back, Mother doesn't know anything about the heroine Yan Joshua who has been famous in Chang'an City recently? Bai Meizhou glared and asked back, Heroine Yan Joshua? What are you talking about? Yan Chengbai asked back, Hasn't Mother heard of the Luoyang 5 heroes who have been appearing frequently recently? With such slow information, how can you make money by protecting the merchant guilds? Bai Meizhou angrily slammed the table. Stop spouting nonsense. Speak quickly about that heroine Yan Joshua, the Luoyang 5 heroes. Yan Chengbai added, Well, I don't know if it's because Qinglin is throwing their weight around, but many bad things are happening. Robberies and murders are occurring everywhere. The situation in Luoyang is similar. Scenes of looting are happening all over, and the people are suffering miserably. The scene shifts. A bald thug leading the bandits shouted loudly, Where is the owner of this place? Step out quickly. A frightened man stepped out and asked, What are you doing? Didn't I already give you money last week? Business is slow today, so I don't have money to give you. The bandit leader angrily said, What, do you think I have to care about your business situation to demand money? Quickly sell your wife and daughter and hand over the money. Saying so, he swung his saber.
The merchants found themselves in a dilemma, having no one to rely on. At that time, the Luoyang 5 heroes appeared like saviors. Just then, the female hero Yan Shuizhou appeared and said, Please step aside a bit, everyone. I must teach them a lesson. Saying that, she glided through the crowd like flowing clouds and moving water. Yan Shuizhou unleashed a move, the first dance of the 9 heaven sword out. Flying Dragon ascends to heaven, resolving the bandit with just one strike. Yan Shuizhou said contemptuously, a bunch of low-lifes, and you dare to do such things. On those Luoyang 5 heroes, there was a female hero named Sihua, who was the 4th member of the Luoyang 5 heroes, Yan Shuizhou. After Yan Shuizhou finished her slash, the bandits panicked and yelled, Boss, are you okay? Come help me quickly, second senior brother is being attacked. They glared at Yan Shuizhou and shouted, You damn little brat, do you know who you're messing with?
Yan Shuizhou was speechless. Oh my god, what a hilarious bunch. What should I do? You beggars, just come at me. This Yan Shuizhou of the Luoyang Five Heroes will entertain you all. At this time, several other bandits came out and asked, what's going on? Who dares to touch second brother? Was it this little brat? Yan Shuizhou looked at the approaching bandits and asked in surprise, Haha, there are more than I thought, but I won't be scared. That bandit lifted his saber and asked, You still dare to pretend to be a martial arts hero here? You have a pretty face. It seems you are just a spoiled brat who only knows how to live in luxury. I will show you a
Yanzhou Shui happily replied, It's all because of my demonic energy, eldest senior brother. The leader shouted, You, but before he could finish speaking, he was slashed across the waist. With just a single strike, his arm was cut off, leaving him dumbfounded. The subordinates were extremely terrified upon seeing this. The one who cut off his arm was Huang Dongsha of the Eight Immortal sect, one of the Luoyang Five Heroes. The bandits finally reacted. He shouted, I definitely won't let you off. Everyone, charge! Suddenly, a young man appeared behind the bandits and asked, Oh, there's a fun fight going on and you didn't invite me? Then another young man landed and said, See, I knew that if So Shui was late, it could only mean she was causing trouble somewhere. This guy was the second brother of the Luoyang Five Heroes, Yu Changshan of the Daiyuan sect, and the one who arrived later was the third brother of the Luoyang Five Heroes, Sun Songju of the Qiyang sect. Instantly, the second and third brothers of the Luoyang Five Heroes beat the crap out of those bandits, one strike to take him down. After fighting, the two guys smiled happily. Then they turned around and slashed a few more. One strike per person, and it was done. Some guys saw their comrades being taken down and looked at each other in bewilderment. Then another group shouted and charged forward, taking care of all of them. Yanzhou Shui smiled faintly. You senior brothers arrived really unexpectedly. If you act like this, hasn't my chance to shine decreased? I could have handled them all by myself. The bandits roared again. What the hell is that little girl talking about? Yanzhou Shui raised her longsword and said, Since you brothers are so enthusiastic, how can I just stand still and watch? Then she carried her sword and charged into the bandits. Very quickly, 2 more guys were taken down. Lian Shangbai continued, The world is talking a lot. Yanzhou Shui's martial arts are both flashy and powerful, making everyone admire her. Seeing her charging forward like a torch, that's why she is called one of the top figures in Luoyang. Hearing this, Bai Mizhou angrily gritted her teeth and asked, What? Then she yelled like a dog whose tail was stepped on. What did you just say that little girl is doing? Instead of preparing for her marriage, she is practicing martial arts to be a hero? Moreover, Bai, you knew about this but dared to turn a blind eye? Lian Shangbai cried out in fear. Mother, please calm down. There's a reason I didn't persuade her to stop. Bai Mizhou glared angrily and asked, What reason? Lian Shangbai explained. The truth is that the 5th member of the Luoyang Five Heroes, the one who made the Luoyang Five Heroes a famous
Wait, the daughter of the Yitian sect? Could it be? Lian Shangbai continued. Mother, you know, right? You definitely recognized her. You guessed right, Mother. The beloved granddaughter of the
Luoyang Five Heroes, 5th sister, Yitian sect, Li Sumai. The bandits had been completely wiped out. The people greatly praised the Luoyang Five Heroes. Lian Shangbai reminded, Mother, please think about it. If we want to expand our power, what could be better than befriending the Yitian sect? Yan Wubai was silent at this time and said nothing. But Bai Meizhou yelled, You fool! As an older brother, don't you know what Zhou Shui is thinking? Hearing this, Lian Shangbai was startled and exclaimed, Ha! Bai Meizhou yelled again. With her troublemaking personality, let alone helping, that is exactly what will cause our relationship with the Yitian sect to fracture, don't you know? In truth, the relationship between Li Sumai and Yanzhou Shui was not good at all. However, Yan Wubai said, Even so, that is the life she has chosen. Unlike me as the Manor Master, shouldn't she be able to live the way she wants? Hearing this, Lian Shangbai looked at his older brother in panic. Bai Meizhou yelled again, Stop spouting such useless nonsense. Go find Zhou Shui quickly and bring that girl back to me. Hearing this, Lian Shangbai hurriedly stood up and said, Understood. Then Bai Meizhou shouted, Wubai, don't even think about resting. You go with Shangbai immediately. Yan Wubai also had no choice but to obey. Yes, ma'am. At the same time, at the Wufang stronghold, Yan Zihei asked the old man, Xin Yangke has been crippled. Do you feel angry? Xin Yangke asked back, Why should I be angry? I have lived my whole life with the mindset that the strong beat the weak to death. Isn't that a common occurrence in this martial arts world? Yan Zihei sighed. True, the number of people you have bullied is not small. You are just facing your karma. Don't be too sad. Sin Young-K smiled bitterly. Ha! Karma. Brother Yan's words make sense. Suddenly, Yan Zai-Hei asked the old man, how do you feel about the qi channeling technique? Sin Young-K immediately replied, I feel very out of breath. I can no longer breathe in and circulate qigong. Yan Zai-Hei
How does a carp transform into a dragon? What do you think? He said, casting a glance at Shin Young-K. Shin Young-K replied, how could a mediocre person like me understand? But suddenly he realized something. Could it be? And then asked, shedding the mortal body and exchanging bones? There is no other way besides that. Yan Jihei said again, those brothers only memorized 100 words out of the 900 words of the Nine Heavens Lori True Scripture, which is the maximum they could learn. On the contrary, you were able to memorize 300 words in a short time. Naturally, your body couldn't endure it. Therefore, if you can regulate your qigong again, you might be 3 times stronger than you are now. Hearing this, Shin Young-K visibly brightened up. He thought to himself, can I regain my internal energy, even stronger than before? Shin Young-K immediately called out, Brother Yan. Yan Jihei stood up and said, ah, if you die of old age before regaining your martial arts, then all will be lost, so make sure you live a really long life. Shin Young-K said happily, how could I die of old age? The heavens have given me the opportunity to memorize 300 words of the mnemonic chant. Yan Jihei asked in surprise,
Sin Young-Ka glanced over and asked, it seems you are too young to be saying those words. Yan Jihei swung his sword and said, anyway, I've said all I need to say. Go down the mountain. The boss will scold me for daring to bully an old man. After that, Yan Jihei swung his sword to slash a line, then swung it again to slash horizontally. Sin Young-Ka thought to himself, is it because I've been watching Brother Yan practice martial arts for too long? I feel something strange. After that, he pondered for a moment and called out, Brother Yan. Yan Jihei asked back, What are you calling me for again? Sin Young-Ka deduced, I feel that Brother Yan's martial arts are not a saber art, but a sword art. Yan Jihei asked in surprise, sword art and saber art? What is the difference between those two? Sin Young-Ka said again, there is a big difference. I heard he learned the martial arts techniques of Lord Tiandi. What exactly did he learn? Or is his practical application better than his theory? Saber art and sword art are completely different. You could say those two are like heaven and earth. If you use a broadsword to practice a sword art, the power will be reduced by half. Hearing that, Yan Jihei looked at the saber in his hand. He said to Sin Young-Ka, this is the broadsword the boss gave me. On the first day when I joined the stronghold, no one used a sword as a weapon. This was the first gift he gave me. But if he put down that saber and used a sword, just how strong would he be? Thinking of this, he swallowed hard. Seeing Shin Young-Ka staring fixedly at him, Yan Jihei immediately shouted, Hey, what's with that look of yours? Shin Young-Ka forced a smile. Haha, it's nothing, Brother Yan. Please continue practicing. Yan Jihei said in dissatisfaction. So boring. At the same time in Luoyang, at the Qingchu Taoist temple, Nong Gongjun said to the group, The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Did everyone leave a letter? Second brother Yo Chengshan, third brother Sun Sangju, fourth sister Yan Zhou Shui, fifth sister Li Sumai, the Luoyang 5 heroes, gathered 5 disciples of the orthodox factions in Luoyang, determined to roam the Jianghu. Those sects were Adinmal sect and then Dayan sect. After reading the letter, the madam cried for a while. Come here and read this letter. The situation of the Qiyang sect was the same. Take a look at this. At the Etian sect, the sect leader reminded, Do not cause trouble at Olong Manor. After reading the letter, Bai Meizhou angrily slammed the table. Zhou Shui, how dare you roam the Jianghu? Haven't you found her yet? On this side, Li Sumai asked Yan Zhou Shui, Sister Yan, can you withstand Madame Bai's anger? I heard she's a very hot-tempered person. Yan Zhou Shui angrily said, Of course. Lately my mother keeps forcing me to get married. I took this opportunity to let her know. But that question should be asked to you instead. A daughter of the Etian sect, one of the 7 sects and 2 schools, actually going out to roam the Jianghu? What if there are bad rumors? This situation is completely different from my Olong Manor. Li Sumai replied, I don't want to marry someone whose face I don't even know just following my father's wishes. Born as a daughter of a martial arts family, shouldn't I also personally fulfill my mission like my grandfather did? After saying that, Li Sumai smiled slightly, making Yan Zhou Shui even more frustrated. Sun Sankyu waved his hand and said, "We understand your determination. Everyone calm down. Let's get ready." Second brother Yo Changshan reminded, "I think we should depart quickly. If we delay any longer, our families will send people here." Eldest brother Nong Jun
also building a reputation from roaming the Zhanghu. Nong Jun smiled bitterly. "Ha, that's right." Yan Shuizhou asked, "Eldest brother, where is our first target?" Nong Jun replied, "Qifeng Stronghold, Pingding Mountain. The hideout of this stronghold has the Yama Executioner and the murderous broadsword, which have caused a lot of bad reputation." Yan Shuizhou asked in surprise, "Those loners actually came up with some good names." Yo Changshan asked again, "So we will follow the merchant guild to Pingding Mountain in Lizhou?" Nong Jun confirmed, "That's right. If they know we are appearing, it will alert the enemy. Therefore, it's best that we join the merchant guild." The first target is the Shifeng stronghold of Bingding Mountain, and the further targets ending with the Wufang stronghold and the bandit who is highly skilled with a saber. At the same time in Qingnan Jili, Nanjing, at the Grand Commander's base of the Orthodox Alliance, two old men were talking to each other. Last year, wasn't the merchant guild in Fuyang assassinated by an army in black? This old man is the alliance leader of the Orthodox Alliance, Wind and Thunder Saber, Zhuang Chonghu. Zhang Hanying's daughter confirmed. That's right, he is the grand strategist, divine machine scholar, Zhuge Shangtian. This person continued, "According to my prediction, perhaps their true identity is the Dark Squad of the Netherworld cult." Zhuang Chonghu replied, "Has that demonic cult started playing tricks again?" Zhuge Shangtian turned and asked, "The person who saved you from the Dark Squad?" This person was the last surviving woman of the merchant caravan. She confirmed, "That's right, they called themselves the Fei Long sect." Then she recalled the people at Wufang stronghold. Zhuge Shangtian added, "But I have searched through all the large and small sects and still cannot find the Fei Long sect. According to the surviving witnesses, the Dark Squad was annihilated thanks to that young swordsman." Zhuang Chonghu asked in astonishment, "What? A young swordsman could annihilate the Dark Squad? How is that possible? The strength and brutality of the Dark Squad. How is that possible? The strength and brutality of the Dark Squad. It's hard to describe in one word. For a lone person to possess such strength, one could say it is on par with the 10 great masters of the world. That nameless swordsman might even have strength comparable to that person. 20 years ago, the Orthodox Alliance achieved a resounding victory in the death battle against the Netherworld cult. It was thanks to the heroism of the moon-severing swordsman Lord Yan Wu and the Sword King Nong Bai. Within the Orthodox Alliance, there are 4 special elite squads. They are people who can wipe out a small sect in the blink of an eye, including the Red Demon Squad, the Death Extermination Squad, the Righteousness Squad, and the Hammer Squad. Among them, the Righteousness Squad was in charge of Jiannan, but right before that bloody storm of a battle took place, it was said that they went to track down unknown kidnappers, but eventually disappeared without a trace. Although unconfirmed, it is highly likely that the ones who massacred the Righteousness Squad was the Dark Squad of the Netherworld cult. Zhuge Shangtian said, "And yet those demonic heads were crushed by a nameless swordsman." Zhuang Chonghu replied, "This matter really reminds me of that person's shadow, the moon-severing swordsman Lord Yan Wu." Zhuge Shangtian added, "If only a great hero like him were to appear right now, how fortunate it would be. But if it is the return of the troublesome head and shattering demon lord, then just thinking about it makes me not want to think anymore." Zhuang Chonghu smiled.
Zhuang Chonghu replied that according to Grandmaster Gong Bai, in Henan alone, hundreds of monks and Taoist priests had disappeared. Similar incidents were happening in other regions as well. Could it be that the Netherworld cult was truly conducting sacrificial rituals? Then Zhuang Chonghu recalled a Netherworld cult member from the past. He had asked, what was the purpose of setting up a sacrificial altar? The man yelled that it was to create demonic power, a devilish strength that surpassed the limits of normal martial arts, and they would obtain this power through sacrifices. At that time, the group just looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what nonsense this madman was spouting. Transitioning the scene, Zhuang Chonghu turned pale and said, 20 years ago, when I heard a cultist of the Netherworld cult say that, I thought he was just talking nonsense. But if it is true, then 20 years have passed, and the number of martial arts masters possessing strange supernatural powers in the Netherworld cult is not just
The newly discovered decapitated body was found in Lizhou. Therefore, it is highly likely that the congregation of the Netherworld cult is nearby. It just so happens that the Righteousness Squad is currently at the Etian sect. Should we send them to investigate? Zhuang Qianghu sighed and said, "The Righteousness Squad again? I really don't want to lose them again." Zhuang Shangtian chimed in, "If the Alliance leader is concerned about that, we can request reinforcements from nearby sects." In his heart, Zhuang Qianghu thought to himself, there is no other way. Sacrifice for the greater good is unavoidable. Just do it. Send them to grab the tail of the Netherworld cult and wipe them out for me. After that, the news was transmitted throughout the sects of the Orthodox Alliance. Carrier pigeons were released to fly across all regions. Finally, the Orthodox Alliance began its operation to eliminate the Netherworld cult. At the same time, in a secluded place on the banks of the Yinhei River, there was a place called Yinhei Manor, where the 100-armed demon lord and his followers resided. They came here to hold a meeting. Dali Gui spoke up. Manor Lord, the fact that Guangming Manor is putting all their effort into gathering sacred artifacts is indeed abnormal. It is clear that they are aiming for the position of the 1,000-armed demon king. The Manor Lord clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why are you discussing such trivial matters? It ruined my mood for drinking.
He continued, although using the same Baijiao Ling, the descending incantation of the Shisho demon soldiers, Baisho demon lord, or Qiansho demon king are all different, and the only person who knows the descending incantation of the Qiansho demon king is the cult master. Even if Fair Yuexia and phantom demon god Ying Zaigui have joined hands, prayed together, and even held a wedding, they still couldn't get anything in their hands, right? Deli Gui asked again, but hasn't the cult master been missing for over 20 years? Could it be that those two played some tricks? Shi Zhenjing burst out laughing. Ha! Played tricks. Do you think those two hid the cult master somewhere? Saying that is no different from saying that you 4 great divine generals, who are Shisho demon soldiers, are imprisoning me, the Baisho demon lord, in this place. Hearing this, the whole group looked dumbfounded. After that, Deli Gui said, Manor Lord, of course it's not like that. Shi Zhenjing continued, at that time I was the Baisho demon lord, and those two were just Shisho demon soldiers. Even 100 Shisho demon soldiers couldn't defeat one Baisho demon lord, so your deduction is completely absurd. At this time, Guimo Tuan spoke up. But Manor Lord, even so, we still cannot take Dali Gui's words lightly. Fair Yuexia is by no means a simple person. Shi Zhenjing acknowledged. True, being a little careful is not a bad thing. In that case, Wu Shuangui and Wu Yingui pay close attention to the movements at Guangming Manor. Immediately, the group of ghosts bowed to receive the order.
The martial artists in Luyang and the Orthodox Alliance are searching everywhere around Yinhei Lake. Shui Chenjing angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, it seems they have finally caught the scent. Right on time. We don't need to hide anymore. How many people came? In the end, how many fools from the Orthodox Alliance have stumbled into their own graves? Outside, the sky suddenly turned the color of blazing red blood across the entire region. Everyone looked up in bewilderment and asked, why? Why did the sky? Nongong Bai and Nongong Yan also looked up at the sky. Nongong Bai asked in surprise, isn't that the Erchi star that can only be seen in books? Erchi star, isn't that Yinghor So Shin, Mars lingering in the heart constellation? Does it only appear when the country's fate is divided? Mars, an ominous sign, posing a danger to the constellations of the Son of Heaven. At this moment, a man appeared in Nongong Yan's mind. This person was Nongong Bi. She looked up at the sky and silently called, Father, then turned to Nongong Bai and said, Brother, Father might be in danger. After saying that, she hurriedly ran away. At the same time, in Huguang City on Wudong Mountain, in a small courtyard, Elder Shiji was sitting at a table. He was arranging the divination trigrams. Could this divination be a great omen of disaster? For 20 years, I have never drawn a great omen. The world is in great chaos. Over at the Claimland stronghold, Shui Lushi was talking to the heaven-shattering demon lord.
Shulioshi asked in surprise, 20 years ago? Could it be that exact day? The heaven-shattering demon lord gritted his teeth, clicked his tongue, and said, Shh, could that day be happening all over again? At the same time on the banks of the Yinhei River, the Orthodox Alliance was being massacred. Corpses were piled up on top of each other. It was unknown how many had lost their lives. The Netherworld cult wildly slaughtered them, looking extremely delighted. It was a completely one-sided battle. The Orthodox Alliance seemingly had no power to resist, and Disciple tightly gripped the sword pierced into his chest and said to his companion, What are you still standing there for? Hurry and run. You must live to let the Orthodox Alliance know about this. The other man cried out in fear, Understood, senior brother. Please take care. Then he turned his head and fled. Shi Zhenjing suddenly appeared to block his path and asked, Where do you think you're running to? You brought yourselves to us. How can you arrogantly think you can just come and go as you please? After saying that, he simply tore the man's head off and held it in his hand. He said smugly, From now on, the fun truly begins. After that, this guy let out a long howl full of murderous aura. The slaughter continued continuously, turning the entire riverbank area into a land of death. Meanwhile, in Hefei, at the Nangong family, Nangong Bai was standing in the courtyard looking up at the sky. He thought to himself,
They quickly moved to surround the Nongong family. Very soon this group had swarmed inside. Nongong B said to the Dark Squad, "The stars in the sky have already put me in a rather unpleasant mood. I didn't expect guests to visit at this very moment. Do you even know what this place is, that you dare to set foot in here?" At this time Lady Mushin stepped forward and spoke in a gloomy voice. As expected, the aura is truly terrifying. Facing this army without showing the slightest bit of fear, but sometimes that confidence can lead someone to a miserable defeat. Nongong B recognized this woman and asked, "Isn't that Lady Mushin, the old fox of the mountain foxes? The Nongong family and the Mushin fox clan have absolutely no grudges, yet you act so insolently. You don't even know who stands before you, yet you dare to be reckless." Saying so, his murderous intent erupted. Lady Mushin angrily said at this moment, "That arrogant old man." Feriuxia praised, "Truly worthy of the name Nongong B, deserving of the title Sword King, fearing neither heaven nor earth, not a bit different from 20 years ago." Nongong B asked in panic, "Feriuxia, how could you?" Feriuxia gritted her teeth and said, "How could I? Naturally, I have returned from hell to settle the debt with you all. The humiliation from 20 years ago, I will return it all. Prepare yourself." Saying so, she swung her sword and thrust forward. Nongong B also gripped his sword, preparing to make his move. He shouted, "Bring it on. Today I will destroy you." After that, the two martial arts masters clashed swords. As the sword rang out, the sword aura caused the space to tremble. Finally, with a loud boom, the demeanor of the two martial arts masters was truly overwhelming. The Netherworld cult, the ones who caused a storm of blood in the Jianghu 20 years ago, had reappeared through the battle with the Nongong family. At the same time in Hefei,
"I must return quickly." Saying that, he sped up and ran very fast. The Orthodox Alliance, the 7 sects and 2 schools, their subordinate sects, and Xinglin gradually discovered the traces of the Netherworld cult. Each place prepared itself for the upcoming battle. Ultimately, facing it was unavoidable. In the territory of Mount Baogong, at the Chisha stronghold, a group of bandits was waiting for a merchant caravan to pass by. They ran out, blocked the road, and said, "You all have traveled a long way and worked hard in trading. You look tired, so it would be better to quickly hand over the toll. Those destined by heaven will eventually have to meet one day." At the Wufang stronghold, Yan Zihei was looking at the sky. Fang Yanshou exclaimed, "Oh, in all my life, this is the first time I've seen a fiery star. What is happening?" Togamim sighed. "It seems like a bad omen is coming. Sinyanke, do you know what is happening in the sky?" Sinyanke, looking old and withered, replied, "I am not
More people died than lived. It was a fierce battle that nearly caused the sects to face annihilation, exactly like the bloodbath against the Netherworld cult. Upon hearing this, Toba Ming asked in shock, "What? Are you telling the truth?" He Xiaobai spoke up and asked, "Netherworld cult? What is that Netherworld cult that makes you senior brothers look so stunned?" Feng Yanxiao explained, "The Netherworld cult. It is a terrifying organization. Perhaps at that time, if they hadn't been stopped, the world would surely have turned into hell by now." Toga Ming added, "I was too young back then, so I don't remember clearly, but according to what I heard, the Netherworld cult, in order to increase their power, captured people, regardless of whether they were men, women, old or young, to sacrifice to their gods." He Xiaobai asked in panic, "Using living people for sacrifices?" Han Taiyan also cried out in fear, "How could they commit such cruel acts?" Xin Yangke acted like a hunched old man and said, "This is just my guess. That day on the way to the Qinglin assembly and back to the Wufang stronghold, those men in black we met and the ones who kidnapped the monk might very well be a sign that the Netherworld cult has reemerged." Tuo Gaming burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! Xin Yangke really knows how to joke. You keep scaring us." Fen Yanxiao also asked, "This is just your thought, right?" Xin Yangke confirmed, "That's right. But now that the moon-slashing swordsman is dead and the Sword King is getting old, sooner or later the martial arts world will once again fall into a great disaster where blood dyes the rivers." Feng Yanxiao turned to look at Yan Zihei and said, "Anyway, Feng Yangshao put his arm around Yan Zihei's shoulder and said, "That's right, we still have Yan Zihei. Of course, we can't just rely on him. No matter what happens, as long as our Wufang stronghold joins forces, we will overcome anything. Yan Zihei smiled and confirmed after hearing this. That's right. No matter what happens in the world, I will definitely protect the brothers thoroughly. Absolutely not letting anyone touch them, no matter who the opponent is. Seeing only vast, desolate forests and mountains ahead. Below, the marching convoy was still moving steadily, escorting a long line of horse carriages. Suddenly, unfamiliar faces appeared behind them, moving at extremely high speed. Those people fearlessly jumped down from the high cliff. They jumped down, simultaneously drew their swords, and charged straight down at the convoy below. The convoy below had now realized the danger, and without anyone saying a word, they simultaneously looked up. Yan Shekshao stood mingling in the crowd, his sharp eyes looking towards them. Then those strangers jumped down to block the front of the convoy, looking extremely aggressive. The guy named Wufang spoke first, his face looking terrifying, a sinister smile blooming on his mouth, saying, "Hey, great Chief Yang, where are you going in such a hurry? Go wherever you want, but at least you have to settle the bill first." Old Yang Muxi said in annoyance, "Go where?" Then his anger erupted, his eyes widened, his tone abnormally high. "I told you I would wait for you guys from Chifang's stronghold." The words Yang Muxi blurted out temporarily confused those Chifang stronghold guys. Lufan pointed at his own face, stammering, "What? Who? Us?" Yang Muxi proudly said loudly, "Yes, you bastards. Thinking about having to grovel before you bandits for so long, I was so angry that I had to jump out of bed while sleeping." The old man continued speaking, getting more and more passionate, his voice getting louder. "The money extorted by you all this time, I absolutely will not let it go today." Realizing the current situation,
Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out, clear anger audible in its tone. "You, what the hell do you think you are?" It turned out to be Zhang Hanwei. He had an intimidating appearance, holding a saber with a ferocious face, and said through gritted teeth, "We have shown mercy by reducing your toll fees for so long, yet you are so ungrateful and dare to act this arrogant and wild." Then Zhang Hanwei suddenly shouted, "From now on, the toll fee for you lot is 100 taels, not a single copper less, do you hear me?" Hearing this, his subordinates became excited and replied in unison, "Yes, stronghold leader." But their morale was cut short by a voice. "Finally, we meet, stronghold leader of Chifeng stronghold, Yama executioner, Zhang Hanwei." A few people were seen stepping forward, confidently facing Zhang Hanwei. Seeing this, Zhang Hanwei felt slightly apprehensive and subconsciously thought to himself, who are these guys? Then they drew their swords and
Zhang Hanwei put on a hesitant expression, thinking to himself, "Right, I heard that recently some stupid orthodox faction runts have appeared in the Jianghu." But Nong Gongjun didn't waste much time. He glared and shouted, "I am the leader of the Luoyang 5 heroes, a disciple of the 8 immortal sect, Huangdong Sha." He continued in a loud voice, "And this is the second person, the eldest disciple of the Dayuan sect, Yu Changshan, and the third person, San Songju of the Qiyang sect." Not letting Nong Gongjun say much more, Zhang Hanwei turned around, his face clearly showing hesitation as he thought, "Damn it, defeating them won't bring any benefits either." Then he awkwardly held his head and grimaced. "Not only that, if I lose, I'll completely lose face, and if I happen to injure them, the consequences will be unpredictable." Seeing that their boss was in a tough spot, that subordinate whispered, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Then let us handle this for you." Zhang Hanwei thought angrily, "These idiots, don't they know they are in danger? Sigh, truly just a bunch of bandits." A young woman pointed her sword at Hanwei and said boldly, "I am the fourth person, the eldest disciple of the Itian sect, Li Sumai." Hearing this, Zhang Hanwei and the subordinate turned their heads back. Li said, "Hey, how long are they going to keep introducing themselves? Aren't they tired?" Zhang Hanwei was still thinking to himself, "What? Itian sect?" Zhang Hanwei's blood was boiling at this point. Unable to hold back, he spoke up. "Hey, young lady, may I ask who your grandfather is?" Li Sumai was caught off guard and stuttered in reply. "My grandfather? He is Li Lightning. Why do you ask?" Hearing this, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped in shock. "It's Li Lightning? Then could it be that you are the granddaughter of the 10 great masters of the world, the Itian Sword Venerable?" Yan Shui, standing on the side, also spoke up at this moment. "I am the 5th person from the Olong Manor." But before Yan Shui could finish speaking, she was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Hanwei. His face looked terrifying, his eyes were bulging, and the veins on his head were all popping out. His eyes became bloodshot. In a fit of rage, he raised his sword high and then slashed it down, shouting, "You bastards!" This action by Zhang Hanwei surprised Nong Gongjun and the others, leaving them unable to do anything but stare blankly. Then suddenly, sharp pieces of metal appeared in the air all at once. It turned out that those mysterious metal pieces were the fragments of a shattered broadsword. The bandits did not expect this scene and stood motionless, unable to do anything. Lufan was also surprised and mungled. "But, boss?" They only saw Zhang Hanwei tense up and shouted lightly, "Although I am a bandit, do you know how much I admire the Itian Sword Venerable?" Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground, using the momentum
Once again, he gained momentum and threw himself high into the air. He said, "Today, out of respect for the old man, I will spare you all. Get lost. Ha ha." His actions left the people present bewildered, unable to do anything but stare helplessly. Yan Shui was furious. Gritting her teeth, she emphasized every word. "You bastards! How dare you interrupt me?" Zui Shui angrily turned.
Just as Yanzhou Shui finished speaking, before she could even do anything, she saw those bandits turn tail and run. They even tried to shout back, "What? Then we beg to take our leave." Old young Musi looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. He said, "Ha, look at those cowards." Then he turned around, smiling broadly and speaking loudly to the Luoyang 5 heroes. Meeting the Luoyang 5 heroes is a blessing from 1,000 years of cultivation for our Huayang Merchant Guild. Hearing this, Nonggongjian couldn't help it either. He raised an eyebrow and said gently, "You flatter us. It's just a pity that we haven't had the chance to test our swords yet." Wu Shangsun, standing behind him, also added, "Regarding that, isn't it because junior sister Li's family background is so illustrious? That's why they were terrified and ran away before we could even make a move." However, contrary to the happy expressions of the others, Yanzhou Shui looked displeased. Her face darkened and her voice was filled with frustration. "That's right. Thanks to the blessing of a certain family, we arrived at the Wufang stronghold without being able to show off anything. Now I'm worried our journey in the martial arts world will end early." Suddenly, an older man standing behind interrupted, saying, "Sorry to interrupt, but that place is a bit different." His face gradually turned serious as he continued, "I heard that even Lord Tiandi had to give up the expedition against the Wufang stronghold and retreat." The old man's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving the two of them so surprised that their jaws dropped. Nonggongjian couldn't help it either. He exclaimed, "What?" Wu Shangsun also felt confused in his heart and asked, "Is it the perfected person of the Wudong sect, Lord Tiandi?" Zhou Shui showed no sign of fear. She still nonchalantly raised an eyebrow and said, "Ha, Brother Huang, do you believe those words? It must be a nonsense rumor spread by those bandits." Li Sumai also frowned, chiming in nonchalantly, "I agree with my junior sister. How could Lord Tiandi?" Old Musi was still very excited. He pointed his finger and said loudly, "They managed to chase away that Yama exile."
At the same time, a major event was taking place at Wufang stronghold. Two people were seen rushing at each other, their clashing swords sparking with blinding light. Yan Zihei gripped his sword hilt tightly with both hands, his face darkening as his entire body emitted a terrifying, domineering aura. He looked up, his eyes turning sharp and full of determination. Meanwhile, Han Taiyan called out, "Brothers!" His Xiaobai, who was walking with her, also chimed in. "My sister and I will go down the mountain to buy some drinks." The two of them headed down the mountain, their footsteps echoing evenly in the vast space. His Xiaobai asked, "With a clear goal for training, everyone is working much harder, right, sister?" Han Taiyan happily replied, "That's right, everyone is brimming with enthusiasm." Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's cursing. You from the Huayang Merchant Guild have gotten even bolder. The two went to the edge of the cliff, where below was a group of fierce-looking men, fully armed with swords and spears. The previous curse came from a rather elderly bandit. He stood there, shouting loudly.
Nonggongjian stood in front of the bandits speaking boldly. "Whether we are strong or weak, we'll only know after we fight." Then he suddenly shouted at the bandits, "Hurry up and call out the Wufang 10 heroes or whatever they are." Seeing this, the old bandit also lost a bit of confidence. He lowered his voice but still gripped his sword tightly. "From Olong Manor until now, you bastards have looked down on us too much. This time I will teach you a lesson." As soon as his words ended, the bandits behind him, without needing any orders, aggressively charged forward. Everyone was fully armed with swords and spears, their demeanor incredibly terrifying. Realizing the situation was not good, Han Taiyan hastily said, "This is bad, we must quickly inform the brothers." However, He Xiaobai panicked and said, "Sister, look." Han Taiyan naturally followed her gaze and looked down. She only saw the members of the Luoyang 5 heroes swinging and dashing over. Yanzhou Shui shouted, "Finally!" Then she threw herself forward, gripping her sword tightly with both hands, preparing to launch an attack. "The first Jianghu righteous deed of our Luoyang 5 heroes is finally taking action," she continued to shout. Suddenly, a sword flew in from nowhere, shooting forward at an extremely fast speed. A loud explosion rang out. The sword landed right in the middle of the two groups, emitting a blinding yellow light as dirt and rocks scattered everywhere. Before the two sides could clash, they were forced to stop. Yanzhou Shui, Nonggongjian, and the others all turned their eyes toward the thrown sword, their faces full of surprise. Seeing their teammates, Han Taiyan and He Xiaobai were overjoyed and said in unison, "Brothers, why are you here?" They just stood there talking like that, completely unaware that someone was secretly observing them from afar. That person was none other than Yan Jihei. He turned around, his eyes flashing with a terrifying look.
Yan Jihei's face was heavy, remaining silent without saying a word. Suddenly, as if seeing something, Yan Zhoushui frowned and asked, "Who is that guy?" Yan Shao spoke up to ask, "By the way, who are those guys? Do they dare to act like this even knowing this is Wufang Mountain?" The great chief laughed arrogantly.
Not knowing the meaning of fear, he pointed at the people behind him and declared loudly, "I know, you fools. Today we came here with these martial arts rookies." Hearing his words, Yan Jihei asked in slight confusion, "A Jianhu journey?" Xin Yangke also joined the fun. It's the so-called debut ritual of the Orthodox faction's underlings, traveling everywhere to eradicate the wicked and make a name for themselves. Yan Shao and Tai Yan smiled brightly and said, "But why did they choose this place? This is the Wufang stronghold." Tuo Gaming laughed heartily and added, "That's right." Xin Yangke sneered and said, "The outcome is already clear, but I still must ask out of courtesy, where do you all come from?" The great chief pointed at the person in front and said proudly, "This is a disciple of the 8 Immortal Sect, the head of the Loyang 5 Heroes." Yan Jihei let out a sigh, smiled and said, "Loyang 5 Heroes, my foot." He rested his hand on his leg, his face full of boredom, and continued, "Are they mentally deficient? Even a 5-year-old child knows how to introduce themselves, yet at this age, they still can't do it." Yan Zhoushui gritted her teeth and cursed, "These bastards dare." She grabbed the sword beside
Zhou Shu charged forward quickly and continued to shout loudly, "Let me teach you how vast this world is." Jihei snorted softly, his face extremely cheerful as he said, "Truly ridiculous. Do you think you aren't a little brat yourself?" You are so insolent," Zhou Shu shouted, trembling with anger. Zhou Shu rushed straight at him and shouted, "I will wait and see how long you can remain arrogant. 9 heaven sword arts, first stance, flying dragon ascends to heaven." She dashed forward and slashed, causing a massive explosion, and a voice rang out from the fire. Jihei at this moment had flipped backward and flown behind her, making her unexpectedly surprised. While upside down, he squinted his wide eyes at her and thought to himself, "That is flying dragon ascends to heaven." Jihei spun around and smiled at him. The people below, seeing such a beautiful spin, excitedly shouted out, as expected of Zhou Shu. Jihei gracefully landed on the ground alone, his sword now deeply embedded in the earth. He grabbed the sword, called out to her, shifted his gaze onto her and asked, "Who are you?" while inwardly thinking, why can she use the flying dragon ascends to heaven of the 9 heaven sword art? Zhou Shu charged straight down and shouted, "Ha, are you scared now? It's too late." She pointed the tip of her sword at him and said, "I am one of the Luoyang 5 Heroes." She continued to shout boldly, "The female..."
At that moment, Zhou Shui's sword tip flew close to him. Jihei, holding his sword, snorted after hearing her speak. He slowly continued, "Are you a woman of Olong Manor?" The scene shifts to when he was young, his face full of fear. In front of him were 2 women. The older one looked very angry, while the younger one stood beside her, arms crossed, laughing loudly. The child, though small, had a very arrogant face, looking at him with disdainful eyes. At that time, he was terrified, while the little girl laughed gloatingly. Jihei recognized her and smirked, saying, "I remember now. How filthy." He raised his sword high and slashed down with great force. At this time, Zhou Shui flew over, and her sword strike was slashed out at the same time. Zhou Shui panicked as she saw it. The sword strike hit her body, and she screamed in pain. She fell straight to the ground, looking like she was in a lot of pain. The people on her side were also very worried, screaming in fear. They dropped their jaws in horror, shouting her name, Zhou Shui. She trembled and groaned in pain on the cold ground. Zhou Shui dropped her jaw, unable to believe this. What is going on? Her eyes shifted to Jihei as she thought to herself, that guy, he is on a completely different level. He emitted countless streams of demonic energy, grandly holding the sword in his hand as he walked over. Seeing this, Zhou Shui grabbed her sword and stood up tremblingly. Seeing her battered and exhausted like that, he asked, "What? Are you scared now?" Jihei recalled the dark times in the past when he was being pelted with stones by other children who teased him. "Look at the beggar, a beggar." Yan Jihei held his head in pain and struggled to say, "Stop it." Zhou Shui, on the other hand, laughed happily and threw out vicious words. "Our Olong Manor has a beggar." The other kids also chimed in. "Boss, look at that beggar over there." Remembering the past made him extremely uncomfortable as he growled, "I haven't even started yet." Jihei dashed forward at a very fast speed, making it impossible for her to see where he was. He brushed past her, while Zhou Shui was still struggling to look for his figure. The stone flew into the air, and Jihei, with a cold face, raised his sword. Remembering the scene where Zhou Shui happily threw stones at him, he smirked happily and said,
She hurriedly raised her sword to block, but the power from the stone was truly not to be underestimated. With just one strike, Yan Zihei sent Zhou Shui flying backward. The people standing outside, seeing this, could not help but worry, hurriedly calling out, "Zhou Shui!" Yan Zihei did not care in the slightest. He coldly snorted. Yan Zhou Shui, furious, planted her sword into the ground and slowly stood up. She gritted her teeth and said, "You damn bandit! How dare you!" Yan Zhou Shui's anger had truly erupted at this moment. She dashed forward, bringing her sword up to her chest, and shouted loudly, "Let's see if you can still talk after taking this heavy blow. Take this! 9 Heavens Sword Art, second form, Long Mu Tian." But before Zhou Shui could execute her move, Yan Zihei rushed over and intercepted her sword path. Yan Zihei just sneered and said, "Is this all you can do when preparing to attack?" Seeing the scene just now, Yan Zhou Shui froze on the spot, her eyes wide as she thought, "What? Since when?" But wasting no time, Tuo Gaoming, observing from the outside, couldn't hold back either. With his eyes wide in surprise, he said, "Brother, why is Jihei so fierce today?" Feng Yanshao also said timidly, "That's right, usually it only takes one move to take down the opponent." Suddenly, Yan Zihei stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Yan Zhou Shui, seeing this, was also a bit apprehensive. Cold sweat uncontrollably oozed from her forehead as she said, "Damn it." He swept his leg horizontally, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. He Xiaobai, observing from the outside, showed a look of pity. She thought, it makes sense. Then He Xiaobai recalled what Yan Zihei had said earlier. "I had to live for 10 years, locked up in Olong Manor." Right in front of her eyes was the image of Yan Zihei raising his sword high, his voice still echoing in her ears. "My enemy is Olong Manor." Then Yan Zihei frowned, his voice full of intimidation. "Be careful, I won't show any mercy." Yan Zhou Shui's face darkened, fear clearly visible on her face. With just a wave of Yan Zihei's hand, a barrage of large rocks flew straight towards her. Attacked unexpectedly, Yan Zhou Shui could only stare wide-eyed. Those rocks were getting closer to her with terrifying power. Suddenly, something slashed through, blocking Yan Zihei's attack. Li Sumai had arrived in time to rescue Zhou Shui, successfully saving her life. She suddenly turned around and shouted, "Zhou Shui, snap out of it." Seeing Li Sumai, Yan Zhou Shui felt somewhat relieved. She breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Sister, big sister." The two
Yan Zihei's face darkened and he scowled, saying, "Why are you people interfering?" Then immediately he executed a decisive sword strike, his mouth continuing to say, "There is no benefit to gain at all." His attack swiftly rushed towards Li Sumai, making her unable to block and only able to stare wide-eyed. In an instant, it seemed Li Sumai had felt the terrifying nature of the blow. Her eyes widened, thinking, "Impossible, what is this horrifying pressure?" Before her eyes now was only the scene of herself being hit, blood flowing in streams, extremely barbaric. Li Sumai slumped to the ground, her hand still pointing her sword forward, but her mind was now filled only with fearful thoughts. "Just from the murderous aura, I thought I was about to have my throat slit." Yan Zihei immediately felt something was wrong. She approached Sumai, asking, "Sister, why are you?" Li Sumai's mind was no longer normal at this moment. In her eyes now there was only the image of Yan Zihei. I look full of fear, as she thought. Furthermore, that guy hasn't even moved a single step. Yan Zihei's entire body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Slowly taking step by step towards Li Sumai, he said, "That's right, staying still like that is for the best. I'm only aiming at that red-haired wench." Seeing this, Yan Zihei immediately took a defensive stance, gritted her teeth, and let out a grunt. "Ugh." The observers outside were also unable to sit still at this time, all keeping their eyes on the three of them. One of them anxiously asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Nangang was no better off. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Damned, interfering in someone else's duel is against the principles of the Janhu." He continued, "Furthermore, it will also tarnish the noble meaning of our Janhu journey." Suddenly, Li Sumai shouted loudly, "I, a disciple of the Yitian sect, Li Sumai." While speaking, she swung her body, using the momentum to launch herself forward. She continued to shout, "No matter
Having said that, Yan Zihei swung his sword once, instantly sending Li Sumai flying. Old Yang Muxi couldn't help but be surprised seeing this scene. He thought, how could a disciple of the Yitian sect be unable to defeat a mere bandit? Li Sumai was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this, Nong became anxious. He thought to himself that this matter seemed to have gone out of control. Suddenly, he raised his sword and said loudly for everyone to hear, "We can no longer stand by and watch." Hearing these words, everyone followed the order and raised their swords one after another. Nong charged forward, shouting loudly, "Save junior sister Su Mai and Shosui! Luyang 5 heroes, charge!" The others quickly responded, "Yes, brother."
Yan Zihei frowned in annoyance and said, "Why are there so many people getting in the way today?" Light could be seen gathering on his sword, ready to strike at any moment. He said with a stern face, "You don't know the difference between life and death." Seeing this, Feng Yanchao also panicked a little, saying awkwardly, "Jihei." Tuo Gaming beside him wasn't much better, saying timidly, "Isn't Jihei going a bit too far?" Old
The old man's voice from the cliff echoed continuously in the space. "Think about the future and stop your hands." Yan Zihei, who was in the middle of a battle, couldn't hide his annoyed expression at being disturbed. He let out a snort. Hearing this, Yan Zhoushui wondered. She thought to herself, "Jihei?" She bit her lip and thought, "Does that guy also have the surname Yan like me? That fiery red hair, could it be?" But Yan Zihei turned a deaf ear to old Shin Yankei's words. He leaned his body, raised his sword high, and said, "Watch closely." Yan Zhoushui was busy thinking and didn't pay attention to her surroundings, so she suddenly asked back, "What?" Yan Zihei smiled faintly. "This is the real Long Mu Tian." Before Zhoushui had time to react, Yan Zihei quickly launched his move, and the sword in his hand also became blindingly bright. His face frowned, clearly showing anger. He shouted out, and the attack was slashed down just like that. In the air, a majestic fire dragon suddenly appeared, its entire body wrapped in red flames, and its eyes were unusually fierce. Yan Zhoushui was indeed quite surprised when she saw this technique, panicking and asking, "What is that?" The people of the Luoyang Five Heroes group who were rushing over were also surprised by the powerful flames from that dragon. One person was blocked by the flames, almost crashing straight into it. The other young man couldn't avoid the same thing. The powerful flames also scared Nong Gongjun, forcing him to stop abruptly. The few of them, having just escaped death,
Old young Muxi also hurriedly ran over at this time. Want to run? Keep dreaming. Surprisingly, opposite young Muxi's troops, there was also a group of people crouching and rushing forward. In front of everyone at this moment was a fully armed group of bandits. One of them said, "Go wherever you want, but you at least have to settle the bill first." Yan Zhoushui was still busy fighting with Yan Zhoushui. She quickly regained her composure, pointed her sword at him. She asked, "Who are you?" Receiving no answer, she said louder, "Who on earth are you?" Yan Zhoushui was just seen resting his sword on his shoulder, frowning as he replied, "You still haven't remembered, sister." Yan Zhoushui sat on the cliff, his head bowed, his eyes looking far away at the sun gradually disappearing behind the high mountains. The late sunlight covered the surrounding scenery in a sparkling golden color, and fallen leaves fluttered, carried by the gentle winds drifting in the air. His face was thoughtful, his sad eyes looking towards the setting sun, as if holding a pent-up feeling for so long. The dusk light cast a sorrowful beauty upon his face. Suddenly, from behind him, someone approached and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing the familiar voice asking him, he instinctively turned around to look. It turned out to be Feng Yanshao. He stepped closer to where he was sitting, then squatted right next to him and continued. "Even before seeing that female hero make a move, I had already guessed a part of it. The martial arts you taught us belonged to Olong Manor. I heard Xiaobai briefly mention it," he said while smiling. His handsome smile, like the morning sun combined with the prominent scar on his face, elevated his good looks. Yan Zhoushui continued to look towards the sun gradually setting and hiding behind the high mountains. He said, "The name Yan Zhoushui was given to me by my father." He rested his chin on his hand, recounting with a somber expression. Feng Yanshao sat next to him, looking over and silently listening to him confide. He said it meant the crimson dusk. I once wondered why he gave me such a name, but before I could ask, he passed away, and instead, the people I met every day were his other children. He sighed sadly, his eyes containing disappointment, then slowly turned to look at him with an emotional expression. Everyone can probably guess that the red-haired woman is my half.
Next is a scene of Shui Liuxi using a basin of cold water to splash directly onto his body when he was young. At that time, he was very weak and only knew how to turn away and use his hands to cover his head, struggling to endure it. He recounted that when he was still at Awakens Manor, she always found ways to torture him. After hearing that, Feng Yanshao also sighed softly. "So that is how it is. No wonder your sword art contains so much murderous aura today. It turns out that is the reason." Let's see. Huayang Merchant Guild is 500 taels. He immediately thought of the scene where Ma Xiang-tu was happily holding a large bag of money and shouting loudly with the other brothers. He continued, "And that guy Yan Yang will collect double the usual toll fee." At the stronghold, 5 guys are being tied with ropes to wooden stakes as he
Hearing this, he felt as if his ears were ringing, unable to believe what he just heard. With his eyes wide open, he turned and asked, "What did you say, brother?" He glanced at him as if wanting to see what his reaction would be, then opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily. "What else? Among our Wufang 10 heroes, no one can stop you." Then he also turned his eyes away, looking towards the setting sun with a slightly melancholy gaze. He quietly listened to every word he said, his face looking dumbfounded, mouth wide open in shock. He said he should feel free to deal with those Luoyang 5 heroes until he let out all his anger. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately spoke up. "Until I let out all my anger?" Suddenly, his complexion changed into a bizarre expression, his eyes wide open, smiling and baring his teeth like a ghost trying to scare people. He pointed his finger at him with a sinister smile, looking as if he had just thought of a terrifying idea, and said, "That's not a bad idea." Right after speaking, the two of them immediately stood up. He dusted off his bottom and walked ahead, saying, "Let's go down the mountain, brother." He immediately reacted, but still felt a bit of a chill down his spine from his bizarre expression earlier. Yeah, everyone is waiting, but why does your face look so scary?" At night, the moon, round as a ball, hung high in the sky, and the howling wind sent tree leaves flying everywhere. In front of a house, a crowd of people sat facing each other, and the person sitting at the head of the table was our main character, Jihei. The expressions of the brothers in the stronghold were all serious. On the right was Feng Yanxiao sitting upright, next to a long-haired young man drinking water, along with many others. On the other side were Li Jiashan, Tu Ogaming, and 2 other young women, including He Xiaobai. Jihei sat right at the head of the table, his sharp gaze directed straight ahead, his face full of
That long-haired old man used all his might to shout an order to his subordinates to bring them out. They lumbered toward where the brothers were sitting, their footsteps echoing evenly and loudly, and the atmosphere began to grow tense. Seeing them moving so sluggishly, a person nearby laughed slyly and urged them, "Hey, hurry up, you Luoyang 5 heroes," naturally emphasizing the last few words. Upon hearing this, every single one of them looked as if they had lost their souls, sweating profusely out of fear. The 3 guys leading the way had pale faces, covered with minor superficial wounds, and one of them even looked like he was hypnotized to the point of acting foolish, with drool flowing in a stream. The 2 young women followed timidly behind. Seeing that their expressions were exceedingly strange, he was so surprised that he fell backward, staring wide-eyed, and asked the old man in confusion, "Why do they look so pathetic?" Looking again, their faces appeared incredibly pale, as if a vampire had drained all their blood. Cough, cough. Suai puffed out her cheeks, her face turning purple as if someone were strangling her, her eyes rolling up as if she were about to spew out everything in her stomach. Shui Luxin right next to her wasn't much better. It was unknown what made her unable to take another step. Upon hearing his question, the old man immediately jumped, opening his mouth wide to reveal a jaw with only a few teeth left, and said anxiously, "The thing is..." Feng Yanxiao, sitting right next to him, glanced at the old man, gritting his teeth and looking just as anxious. Before the old man could continue, the subordinate who had just urged the Luoyang 5 heroes spoke up to answer for him quickly. Nat Yanwang, to prevent those guys from using martial arts for a sneak attack, had sealed their acupoints. The image of Yanwang using his 2 index fingers to repeatedly poke them 49 times appeared. The 3 of them were tied up, so they had to sit still and endure it. That subordinate continued. Not to mention, he also forced them to drink Sangong.
The old man smiled sinisterly, his eyes shifting evasively as he said, "That is why it has come to this." Fang Yansha was also left speechless by Yan Yang, that cruel Yan Yang. Seeing them dawdling and refusing to pay their respects to the Stronghold brothers, the 2 tall and muscular men standing behind them shouted, forcing them to comply immediately. "What are you standing there for? Kneel down quickly." Hearing this, they all knelt down in unison. The 2 standing in the middle glared resentfully at the 2 behind them. After they knelt before him, Sumai poured out all the frustration she had endured and bravely asked, "Is this enough?" She opened her eyes wide and boldly shouted, "Let us go! Haven't you already released the Huayang Merchant Guild?" Hearing this, he said calmly, Hey, you guys." Upon hearing those words, the 3 kneeling at the front raised their heads to look. He leaned his chin on his hand in boredom and continued, "Then shouldn't you pay a ransom too?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man standing next to him smiled sinisterly and added, "Those merchants, to be allowed down the mountain, had to pay 500 taels, I believe." Hearing the word ransom, their expressions changed 180 degrees. Shocked to the core, they said, "A ransom? We all defied our The old man leading them heard his words and trembled, thinking to himself, could it be that you intend to threaten our family? The two people behind him were just as terrified. We recklessly ran away from home to roam the Jianghu. Xie Lu Shu, kneeling at the very back, was also extremely scared, as if she had seen a ghost from under the bed. If the matter of being captured and extorted by bandits was exposed, their reputation in the Jianghu would be completely ruined. The whole group of them was so panicked that their hair stood on end. They couldn't let things end like this. He secretly cursed Yan Zihei, who was resting his chin on his hand and looking at them coldly. You bastard. Li Sumai raised her head and shouted, do you think you will be safe after doing this? If my father and grandfather know about this, they will level this place to the ground immediately. Everyone burst into laughter. Since Yan Zihei had the guts to threaten their family, of course he would also have the guts to fight a battle with their entire clan. After hearing what she said, everyone sneered. Ma Xiang too couldn't even hold back his loud laughter, as if he were listening to an idiot talking. To Gaming, sitting nearby, spoke up. Miss, do you think we don't have legs? Are we supposed to just wait here for the people of the 10 great masters of the world to arrive? He snapped his fingers, following up on To Gaming's words. By that time, we will have already fled far away. The subordinates who had escorted them here immediately understood the hint and pulled out all their swords without hesitation. Then they pointed all the sharp sword tips at their necks. They were talking big just a moment ago, but now seeing that they were on the verge of death, they gritted their teeth and stayed dead silent. He gave a malicious smile like a fox, threatening, but your heads are still here. The sword tips moved even closer to the necks of the 3 people kneeling at the front. The 2 people in the back were no better off. The 2 of them laughed delightedly, as if they had just hit the jackpot. So, before you lose your lives, tell me how much each of you is worth. He pointed at the first guy, ordering him to state the price of his own life. You go first. Hearing this, he looked up at him in shock and fear. He stammered, my family is not wealthy. 500 taels is already the limit. He waved his hand, bored by the cheap price the guy offered. 500 taels? All right, next. The 2 people behind 300 taels. All right, next. Seeing his unhesitating deal-closing action, Ma Xiangtu and Feng Yanshao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Then what about 200 taels? As soon as the next person finished speaking, the previous person immediately corrected his price. Excuse me for interrupting. Can I also do 200 taels? My younger sister is seriously ill, so I need a lot of money for medicine. He lazily leaned back, yawning widely as if he hadn't rested for a long time. All right, next. Sitting too long makes my legs ache to death. When it was Sumai's turn, she said, then I offer 100 taels. He continued to wave his hand dismissively. Seeing this, the old man was also so shocked that his jaw dropped, eyes wide as saucers, speaking on his behalf. All right, let's continue. He used his hand to cover a loud yawn that blew out air. So, finally, this young lady of Olong Manor, how much can you pay? Shreshi frowned slightly, arrogantly quoting a price. I offer 100 taels. She thought to herself, this bastard, he doesn't dare to confront our family, so he uses
She excitedly shouted in his face as if she were about to give a speech to an entire auditorium. Did you forget that you pointed a sword at me? What, do I alone have to pay 300 taels? He answered without hesitation. At the very least, it should be that much. Hearing this, she became even more agitated than before and angrily said, then how much do you want? Excitedly and quickly, not letting the opportunity slip by, he said, 1,000 silver taels. To redeem you, Olong Manor must pay 1,000 silver taels. Oh my God, hearing this, Feng Yanshao and Ma Xiangtu felt as if struck by lightning, and then they completely froze, like the moment before we part ways, as shocked as if they had just seen a plane landing. The Luoyang 5 heroes were also shocked to their cores upon hearing this, as if they were just announced to have won the jackpot. They turned to look at Shui Shi, and one of them called out, Little sister. Shui Shi began to feel anxious and warily said, Are you crazy? 1,000 silver taels? Suddenly she gritted her teeth and smirked. Seeing that price, Huang Yanwang also had to give him a thumbs up. He didn't expect him to be so courageous, daring to challenge even the renowned orthodox factions. The old man exclaimed, Although he is young, his spirit is truly admirable. Yan Shuisho was unconvinced and questioned, Are you crazy? How could Olong Manor have such a large sum of money? She asked him, Moreover, the Yitian sect is only 100 taels. Why do I have to pay up to 1,000 taels? Yan Shui and the others already understood the underlying reason and only smiled wryly at her question. That was because the people on Tuagaming's side also smiled wryly in the same way, sharing the same thought. You are a person from Olong Manor. Hearing him say that, he coldly replied, If you don't have money, you have to pay with
Huang Yinwang looked at her with a rogue expression. Although you are not quite my type. Then he said with a resigned tone, but since you said so, brother, I have to accept. Hearing this, Yanzhou Shui was terrified. You bastards! Jihei didn't want to say anything more. He slammed his hand heavily on the table. All right, just go without a mount. He ordered the others. Everyone, write a letter home immediately. He also threatened them. You'd better write it carefully, unless you want me to send your heads back instead of the letters. Saying that, those people were untied. The three men didn't say a word, gritting their teeth as they wrote. She and the girl next to her were also writing in anger and panic. Seeing this scene, Ma Xiang too turned to Yan Shao and whispered, Brother, this brat Jihei not only has profound martial arts, but also has a natural talent for being a bandit. Hearing this, Yan Shao slightly evaded and replied, That's true. A moment later, Sin Yanke walked out of the house leaning on his cane and asked, But will this really be okay? He pointed out what should and shouldn't be done. After all, our opponents right now are not some rookie Zheng-Hu kids, but orthodox faction families, and even the 7 great sects. Hearing him say that, he also understood somewhat. That's true. Jihei looked into the distance. It will probably be very interesting. And then, the letters containing the ransom amount
Next came the 8 Immortals sect, then the Dayan sect, followed by the Qiyang sect and the Yitian sect, and finally it reached Olong Manor. Upon seeing that letter, the master of Olong Manor was extremely furious. You useless fools! Where on earth did you let your junior sister go? She shouted loudly. Have you still not found any trace of Zhou Shui? Seeing her wrath, Yan Wubai immediately bowed his head. I apologize, madam. We have tried our best to search everywhere. The person standing next to him also added, but the young lady's traces disappeared at the den of the bandits known as the Qisha Stronghold. On the surface, Yan Wubai respectfully apologized, but inwardly he was extremely annoyed and blamed Yan Zhou Shui. That girl, what is she doing wandering the martial arts world? She only causes trouble and makes me worry. He gritted his teeth in determination. Just wait until I catch her. She'll pay for this. Suddenly, a servant pushed the door open and reported, This, madam. Being irritated, she immediately yelled at the servant. What is it? Can't you see I'm talking? The servant trembled. I apologize. Then he explained to her. It's like this. A man sent this letter and instructed that it must be quickly delivered to madam. Hearing that, she immediately snatched the letter and said to the servant, If it's not something important, don't blame me. Hearing this, the servant trembled all over. She opened the letter and read the lines inside. After reading the contents, she stammered. What? Then she asked in a doubtful tone. What is this? She looked at the letter in her hand with fierce eyes. Zhou Shui, this girl. Unable to contain her anger, she said, Did she cause trouble again? After saying that, she threw the letter straight onto the ground. Her son, not understanding what was happening, ran over and asked, What is it, mother? Yan Wubai, who was not far away, also widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing this. He was calmer than her. He walked over to the letter, checked its contents, and then said to the other two, She wasn't just kidnapped at that place.
Yan Wubai stood up, looking at her anxiously, and said, Furthermore, according to this letter, all of the Luoyang 5 heroes have been taken hostage. We must quickly contact the other families to discuss this. The youngest son of the Yan family asked, Discuss? Yan Wubai was confused. Huh? She angrily widened her eyes. Discussing means, before she could finish, she slammed her hand hard against the floor. Will money just fall from the sky? Seeing his mother like this, her youngest son panicked to the point of falling to the ground and called out, Mother! She continued cursing. This damn useless Yan family. She cursed more and more fiercely, complaining, Why do I have to clean up the consequences of the Yan family's stupid tricks? Both sons were stunned in silence by their own mother's crazy actions and words. At that moment, a maid walked in. Madam. The male servant there looked at the maid in fear. He waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Seeing this, the maid awkwardly said, I am truly sorry, but the families of the Luoyang 5 heroes have all received a message to gather at the Yitian sect. Yan Wubai frowned and thought, Sure enough, exactly as he predicted. As for her, upon hearing this, her expression changed even more. Has the Yitian sect already made the first move? And so, that very night, they gathered under the roof of the Yitian sect. At this moment, the 5 great martial arts families had fully assembled. The person sitting opposite her was silent. She was also silent, saying nothing. Unable to bear this prolonged silence, she spoke up. Everyone, please say something.
Seeing her suppressed anger, the other person was confused. Huh?
She lowered her voice. Other families only have to pay 100 or 200 taels. Stopping here, she then continued, but our Yan family is being demanded up to 1,000 taels by those bandits, she asked. Besides, 100 or 200 taels isn't a small amount of money either, is it? When no one answered, she went on, could it be that the Etian sect is the only place capable of immediately gathering such a large sum of money? Suddenly someone spoke up, though he sounded a bit hesitant. I heard that your family's young lady is famously hot-tempered, he continued. It must be because she angered the bandits that things ended up like this. Hearing her daughter being spoken of like that, she got angry. What did you just say? Seeing this, Yan Wubai quickly intervened. Mother. The person sitting next to them, seeing that the two were about to argue, spoke up to mediate. Anyway, the top priority for our Qiyang sect is the safety of our son. The person from Qiyang stated their decision. So we have decided to prepare the ransom to send to the Wufang stronghold. The 8 Immortal sect also agreed. It's the same for our 8 Immortal sect. We will send the ransom to the Wufang stronghold. Hearing the other two sects say that, she frowned. What are you all talking about? Then she questioned the other sects. Our 5 great sects have gathered here. Are we really going to surrender to a bunch of bandits? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Everyone calm down. The person who walked out was the sect leader of the Etian sect. He said to Bai Meijo, there is absolutely no way our 5 sects.
The sect leader of the 8 Immortal sect spoke up in rebuttal. But sect leader, the kidnapped children are all outstanding disciples of each family. This person raised a question. Does that mean there is a strong person in the Wufang stronghold capable of subduing all of the Luyong 5 heroes? Hearing this, the sect leader of the Etian sect smiled coldly. That is exactly why I came here in person. Yan Wubai heard this and asked doubtfully, what do you mean? He said in a cold voice, let each family send out a representative. Then he stated his purpose. As for our Etian sect, I will personally go to the Wufang stronghold. The people present there thought in terror. To destroy that bandit stronghold, everyone had the same thought. Does the sect leader of the Etian sect want to take action himself? But contrary to everyone else, she slammed her hand on the table and thought, wonderful. She was extremely overjoyed. One of the 10 great masters of the world, the sect leader of the Etian sect, had made a move. Those bandits would definitely be completely wiped out. She smiled coldly with sinister eyes. Now I can be at ease about Shou Shui. At the same time, in the villa of the Etian sect, a person reading that letter asked in astonishment, what? The person reading this letter was the Etian sword venerable, the gentleman's sword. He frowned and asked again, Suma An was kidnapped by the
Walking slowly step by step, he stopped at a place which was the entrance to the Tianchen sect. His face showed some anxiety as he thought to himself, it has already been decided that I will lead the expedition against the Wufang stronghold, so why did the Etian sect leader summon me here? For the reason we must return to the conversation between the eldest son of the An family and his mother not long ago. At this time, Yan Wubai's face looked a bit puzzled, as he said, Mother, the Etian sect leader has already decided to lead the expedition against the Wufang stronghold. Is it absolutely necessary for me to participate? Only seeing the aura exuding back of Bai Meijo, she slowly replied, exactly because of that, you must go there even more, and then, taking advantage of the expedition, you should show off your martial arts to catch the eye of the Etian sect leader. Understand? While speaking, that vicious woman turned her head. Her eerie expression, malice, and scheming were no longer hidden, but vividly exposed on that middle-aged face. With a cruel smile and a demon-like gaze, it truly seemed like she could never be satisfied with her colossal ambition. Yan Wubai could only bow his head and let out a long sigh, then looked up and replied, but all the masters have gone to protect the merchant guilds. Right now at the Olong Manor, I am the only one who can teach martial arts. Without letting her son finish, she snapped and loudly dismissed his opinion. Why does that matter? Isn't Chang Bai still there? Wubai remained calm, trying to persuade her. With his strength, who could he possibly teach? She decisively waved her hand forcefully, her face and tone extremely dictatorial. That's enough. Don't argue with me anymore. Just in time, the Etian sect leader has sent an invitation there. Stop talking.
Seeing him, a middle-aged man from the Etian sect immediately asked, are you from Olong Manor? Wubai landed firmly and replied, yes. Hearing this firm confirmation, the man immediately smiled, respectfully pointed inside and said, please come in. The sect leader is waiting for you in the main hall. In a certain room, the sounds of continuous whispering and discussing could be heard. Slowly pushing the door open, inside was the meeting place of the Etian sect. A large round table was placed in the middle of the room, and the seniors were still intently discussing. Slightly startled and astonished, Wubai thought in a panic, who are these people? Are they not from the 5 great families or the Loyang 5 heroes, but rather famous figures in Loyang? The illustrious faces in the martial arts world flashed by one after another. Yan Wubai couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, thinking, why are they here? The room suddenly became quiet due to his appearance, and all eyes turned toward the newcomer. At this moment, the sect leader smiled calmly and slowly spoke. Ah, you're here. Wubai immediately bowed respectfully. Master of Olong Manor, Yan Wubai pays respects to the Etian sect leader. He also smiled genially. You're too polite. Last time, because I was busy comforting your mother, I didn't pay attention. Now looking closely, you truly have a handsome and striking appearance. Without beating around the bush, the sect leader went straight to the point. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Sit down quickly. Yan Wubai's eyes immediately became serious as he replied, Yes, sect leader. After talking for a while, Yan Wubai was extremely shocked and couldn't help but ask in astonishment, Huh? You are not going to the Wufang stronghold? Yes, it's not that I don't want to go, but rather I cannot go. I can no longer go there in person. The Etian sect leader affirmed with a somewhat helpless voice. Wubai immediately became anxiously worried.
His face darkened as he cautiously reminded, What I am about to say, I hope you will keep absolutely secret. Everyone nodded in unison, their eyes becoming more resolute as they listened attentively. Having received their nods of commitment, the Etian sect leader then spoke. Last night, I received a report that the Ye-Ming cult has resurfaced in the martial arts world. As he spoke, his expression became even more serious. As soon as the words fell, those attending the meeting were all horrified, their mouths agape and eyes wide with panic. Yan Wubai asked in confusion, The Ye-Ming cult, what does that mean? The other seniors also questioned with faces full of doubt. Weren't they completely wiped out 20 years ago? How is that possible? The sect leader was also extremely troubled, bringing a hand to his chin and said with some hesitation, I also wish it weren't true, but after reviewing the report on the encounter with the Ye-Ming cult leader in Yanzhou, I can no longer deny this truth. While tracking down the masterminds pulling the strings behind all the recent events, we found their base. We sent an elite troop to launch a surprise attack. At that moment, a bright red light emitted, forming a striking pillar of light. In an instant, that troop disintegrated, corpses piled up everywhere, with extremely
Not only that elite army, but other unfortunate victims also had to endure torture and suffer agonizing deaths. And according to the investigation of the reinforcement team afterward, their sword arts, martial arts, and everything else were related to the Ye-Ming cult. At that same moment, the image of those villains simultaneously appeared. The leader was still holding a blood-soaked head in his hand. The face still showed a look of sheer terror, but those barbarians just smugly laughed and joked, taking all the pain, fear, and fresh blood of those who died at their hands as their amusement. Indeed, they had no humanity left. They were nothing more than demons in human skin. Because of their danger and absolute ruthlessness when striking, the Ye-Ming cult became a threat that needed to be eradicated immediately. Knowing this, the Etian sect leader immediately spoke loudly with a serious tone. Because of this, our orthodox faction must unite once again to confront them. A senior immediately agreed. The sect leader is absolutely right. At the same time, Yan Wubai also spoke up, asking hesitantly, So the reason the sect leader couldn't participate in the subjugation of the Wufang stronghold is because... Understanding his concern, the sect leader angrily slammed his hand on the table, his expression somewhat grave, and quickly replied, That's right. It's impossible to predict when the Ye-Ming cult will change their base, so destroying the Ye-Ming cult must be prioritized over the Wufang stronghold. Therefore, he slowly stood up. I have decided to establish the Righteous Chivalry Alliance to destroy them immediately. Cupping his hands in greeting, he spoke with an extremely serious expression. His tone was heroic and decisive, yet there was no trace of arrogance, but rather trust and delegation. I hope that the martial arts masters here will assist the Righteous Chivalry Alliance in destroying the Ye-Ming cult. A senior also subsequently placed his hand firmly on his sword, replying very sternly, If the return of the Ye-Ming cult is true, of course we must assist the Righteous Chivalry Alliance in destroying them.
On the contrary, Yan Wubai was a bit dazed, thinking that although the eradication of the Ye-Ming cult should take priority, if both he and the Etian sect leader were absent, would the expedition to suppress the Wufang stronghold succeed? At this point, waves of unease could not help but rise in his heart. The sky gradually changed color, and the night fell along with it at the Wufang stronghold. Li Sumai and Yan Zhou Shui were slowly walking somewhere. Both of them simultaneously glanced back, sweating uncontrollably. A burly guy carrying a large broadsword resting on his shoulder was still carefully following them, observing their every move, not giving them any easy opportunity to play tricks. At this time, Li Sumai turned to whisper to Zhou Shui, her expression inevitably anxious. A week has passed since we were locked up in this damn lair. The family must have brought gold to ransom us by now. Hang in there, junior sister Yan. Yes, senior sister, she replied as such, but Miss Yan unconsciously sighed, thinking to herself, but even though we temporarily borrowed from Jihei turned his head towards the follower behind him, jokingly saying aloud, "Hey, you there. Do you think we are so beautiful that you like going to the toilet just to get extra food?" Hearing this, the man raised his broadsword high and shouted in response, "Yes, subordinate will feed them less so they won't have to go to the toilet so much," causing Zhua Shui's group to turn red with anger. "We only get 1 steamed bun per meal. What else do you want to cut back on?" Zhua Shui angrily spoke up. Li Sumai beside her couldn't help but panic. Jihei turned his head again, leisurely sitting and enjoying the breeze, replying, "1 steamed bun per meal is more than enough. There are people in this world who have to starve all day." Refusing to back down, Yan Zhuashui loudly criticized, "Stop making excuses. If there is such a person, bring them here for me to see." He just gently raised his face, directing his gaze toward the hills and mountains, his thoughts unclear. Only a fleeting image appeared of a small boy covered in wounds, with messy hair and unkempt clothes, holding a small steamed bun with both hands, bringing it to his mouth and carefully chewing every little bite. At this moment, Yan Zhuashui continued speaking. As expected, just taking the silver and letting you go would be a real waste. He leaned back, revealing an eerie smile, surely wanting to take back both the principle and interest of the trauma he had suffered when he was young. Hearing this, Yan Zhuashui panicked and asked, What else do you want? This is more than enough." Turning his head back, his expression momentarily became extremely cruel, his mouth stretching wide, eyes bloodthirsty, eyebrows furrowed in a somewhat twisted manner, completely lacking his previous gentleness. In a vicious voice, he said, "Your silver, the money your mother borrowed from the Yitian sect. I will cut off all sources of income for Olong Manor so they won't have the money to pay off the debt." Terrified by the dark intentions of the person in front of her, Shuashui widened her eyes, jaw dropped, cold sweat pouring endlessly, and asked in fear, What the hell are you talking about? How do you think you can cut off the Li Sumai and Yan Zhou were absolutely stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment and their hearts secretly terrified. Impossible. Was that guy the Grand Patrol of Qinglin? Jihei held out the gold token, put on a serious expression and said, "From now on, all trading activities of Olong Manor and Qinglin Henan are banned." As soon as he finished speaking, he broke into a smug smile, looking incredibly wicked, and added another sentence to provoke his sister. "It just takes a single word. What do you think?" At that moment, Zhou Shui could only stand rooted to the spot, every word like thunder in her ears, her entire body numb. Utterly terrified, her mind couldn't stop thinking. Impossible. If he was telling the truth, the future of Olong Manor would... Nongong Jun's stomach was already growling. Sun Songzhu, with a haggard face, couldn't hold back and complained. "Before, they gave everyone 1 steamed bun per meal, but now they are starving us." Nongong Jun said haggardly, "Why are these guys suddenly torturing us so brutally?" Li Sumai was no different, glancing over at Yan Zhou and replying, "That's right. What is the reason after all?" Yan Zhou was so full of self-pity that tears welled up in her eyes as she silently cursed Yan Zihei, this bastard. The door gradually opened, and they reflexively looked out. Huang Yanwang appeared outside, cheerfully greeting them. "Oh my God, you all have suffered. The money has finally arrived."
The people in the stronghold looked on in astonishment. The elders of each family were already present at Wufang's stronghold. The 5 great families had come to Wufang's stronghold to pay the ransom for the Loyang 5 heroes led by Li Yanhao. The elders of the Yitian sect, Qiyang sect, Daiyuan sect, and 8 Immortal sect had all sent representatives. As for Olong Manor, due to Yan Wubai's absence, Yan Chengbai had come on behalf of his older brother. And yet Olong Manor was completely unaware of what was about to happen. They were about to reunite with their long-lost brother, Yan Jihei, after more than 10 years of separation. Yan Chengbai glanced around and thought to himself, "Is this the place that even the Tiandi merchants had to give up on conquering? It doesn't look like anything special." Behind him, Tianqi-Dai felt a sneeze coming on and muttered, Why the sudden urge to sneeze?" Right after that, Tianqi-Dai sneezed loudly. Yan Chengbai was startled, drew his sword in a panic, and asked, "What's that? Are these guys planning to kidnap us too?" Tianqi-Dai rubbed his nose in confusion.
What are you talking about? Feng Yanxiao laughed upon seeing Yan Chengbai's reaction. What 5 great sects? It's just a sneeze and you're that terrified? Now I know the 5 great families are nothing more than this. Togamim and Shumi Da behind him also laughed along. Li Yanhao, seeing that they completely ignored him, became furious and turned to the old man next to him, saying, "Being looked down upon by a bunch of bandits, how embarrassing." The old man beside him, sharing the same sentiment, asked, "Did Olong Manor have no one else to send here?" At this moment, Yan Chengbei was still busy talking to young Master Huang. "Young Master Huang, if you draw your sword recklessly, you'll die." Young Master Huang, not understanding this, replied, "Not at all. I just saw you draw your sword, so I—" Yan Jihei couldn't intervene and sighed with a wry smile. These siblings really haven't changed a bit. Yan Zhou was then released. The Luoyang 5 heroes were led away by a gang member. Come on, everyone inside, it's time to go home." Li Yanhao was utterly shocked when he saw this. "Wait,
Li Sumai's face looked like she had lost her soul, while Yan Zhou next to her clearly showed anger. The group of Nonggong Jun, Wu Zhongshan, and Sun Sengju were completely exhausted. Seeing them, Feng Yanxiao opened his mouth and spoke innocently. "Hey, how come these kids look so miserable after just a few days of not seeing them?" Tua Gamin also chimed in with him. "That's right." Li Yuanhao couldn't bear to listen and angrily shouted at them. You uneducated bunch. You kidnapped people and didn't even feed them properly?" Nonggong Jun, along with Wu Zhongshan and Sun Sengju, cried inwardly. "It's not that they didn't feed us, but we had to starve ourselves." Yan Zihei picked his ear, expressing dissatisfaction, and told them, "Well, nobody died, did they? The number is still intact. How annoying. Who are you calling ill-mannered? Watch your mouth." He raised his voice and said, "You Luoyang heroes dared to bring swords into our stronghold, and even intended to attack me and my brothers, so why should we treat you nicely?" Hearing what Yan Zihei said, Li Yuanhao couldn't say another word. "That matter—" He pointed at the group of Luoyang heroes and continued, "Even so, we still spared your lives, provided you with shelter and even food." Sun Sengju muttered inwardly, "So very grateful." Yan Zihei also added to them, "If you are still unsatisfied with anything, just talk directly to my boss here." Li Yuanhao did not reply. He was secretly calculating. This brat, his aura is truly extraordinary. Anyway, the punitive expedition will attack this place soon. The urgent matter right now is to ensure the safety of the kids first. He reluctantly agreed with him. "Got it. Release them quickly." After saying that, Li Zheshan went to check the wooden box. After finishing the inspection, he informed Yan Zihei, "Eldest brother, the ransom is not short a single penny. It was quite..." Having said that, Yan Zihei raised his sword. He let the sword cover half of his face, smiling with amusement, but ultimately had to let them go. Seeing Zihei pick up his sword, Li Yuanhao, Yan Chengbei, and the old man were all filled with fear. Yan Zihei moved his sword to the side, taking a stance as if preparing for battle. The rope was severed with a single strike from him. Yan Zuishui gasped in astonishment. "You used that saber?" Li Sumai had the exact same reaction as Zuishui. Nonggong Zun looked at the falling rope in complete surprise. Just to cut the binding rope? He watched Jihei jumping down and thought to himself, is this guy a human or a monster? He turned to look at them with a smug smile. Wu Zhongshan looked at him in disgust. What? Sun Sangju was also confused. "Why are you smiling?" Yan Zihei didn't say much and turned his sword blade sideways. They froze like statues, their faces covered in sweat. "Could it be, in the end you still plan to torture us?" Jihei turned a blade upwards and used the sword to strike their backs. Nanggangjun, Wu Zhongshan, and Sun Sangju were all sent flying high into the air, screaming in pain. After hitting them, Jihei smiled with satisfaction. "Now then, young ladies and young masters, please go home." Yan Zuishui and Li Sumai, who had been watching Nanggangjun's group getting beaten, were extremely terrified. Yan Zuishui hastily raised her hands, gesturing him to stop. No, don't come any closer." He didn't say much and directly struck them, sending them flying high as well. Seeing Yan Zuishui being sent flying like that, young Master Hao next to Yan Chenbai reached out to catch her. "Eldest brother, get out of the way!" Although Yan Chenbai was the senior brother, he dodged aside. "Come on, don't come near me, Zuishui, I won't catch you." The old man next to Li Yuanhao had jumped up, while Li Yuanhao was still standing there looking up. Right after that, he also jumped up to catch Li Sumai. Only Yan Zuishui cried out hopelessly, "Second brother!" "Ah!" She fell and crushed Yan Chenbai, making him cry out in vain. Li Yuanhao caught Sumai and landed. And so, after all the turbulent events, the hostage rescue of the Luoyang 5 heroes had concluded. However, Li Sumai glared at him angrily and said,
The group then left the stronghold. Yan Chengbai's face was still scrunched up like a monkey eating ginger, gnashing his teeth in extreme anger. He angrily turned his head, wanting to punch his little sister. I can't stand it anymore, you shameless thing. Yanzhou Shui panicked, with tears already flowing from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, brother. Is mother very angry? Later. Li Sumai asked the old man beside her. Chief Manager, it is truly shameful that you had to come personally to handle this matter. But why is it the Chief Manager who came? What about my father? The old man chuckled. Ha! Why do you ask that? Could it be you feel disappointed seeing this old man coming to rescue you? Li Sumai hurriedly explained. No, that's not what I meant. The old man continued. I was just joking about the Yemen cult. Your father has gone to Yanzhou to destroy the Yemen cult. The situation was quite urgent, so he departed immediately. Therefore, he couldn't stop by the Wufang stronghold, so I came on his behalf to bring you, young lady, back. Li Sumai's face turned pale. The Yemen cult? But the Yemen cult was destroyed over 20 years ago.
Those demonic cultists will all be wiped out by him, and after destroying that demonic cult, he will level this arrogant bandit stronghold, Li Sumai thought inwardly. That's right. No matter how strong the Yemen cult is, in front of my father, they are nothing but insignificant demonic fry. So before my father returns after dealing with the Yemen cult, just wait obediently right there, you petty bandit. Yan Zihei suddenly sneezed in the stronghold. They were currently chatting and laughing with extreme excitement. Haha, with this much money, we have to throw a celebratory feast, brothers. Yan Zihei picked his nose and pondered. Who is talking about me? I suddenly sneezed. Well, whatever. Those troublesome people are gone anyway. From now on, the stronghold will be quiet again. At night, somewhere beside a stream, there was a group of people. There's nothing downstream. What about upstream? Keep searching. Their church is definitely nearby. This person was the Grand Captain of the Righteous Chivalry Alliance. He was a Shaolin monk named Zishu. Zishu's senior brother, Ze, also spoke up. That's right. The place where our Righteous Chivalry Alliance lost contact is exactly here. The one who asked was the sect leader of the Etian sect, Li Minglun. Grandmaster Ze, how strong do you think the Yemen cult is? Ze put his hands together. Amitabha, even the moon-slashing swordsman and the sword king of the Nong family could not destroy Feriuexia. Furthermore, 20 years have passed, and their internal energy is certainly becoming...
Li Minglun was deep in thought, not knowing how to respond, when Jihei laughed out loud. Ha ha! Everyone looked so tense. There is no need to be afraid of the words of this old monk. Life and death are determined by heaven, so do not fear death. Do your utmost to destroy evil. Li Minglun smiled. The Grandmaster is right. Let us focus our minds on destroying the Yemen cult, the common enemy of the entire martial arts world. The entire group was immediately uplifted. Yes, your subordinates will keep the sect leader's words in mind. Yan Wubai thought to himself, that's right, now that we are here, fear is useless. I will definitely complete the great cause that my father left unfinished and completely destroy the Yemen cult. Right at this moment, a few monks ran back. Grandmaster Ziyi, we have discovered a suspicious building not far from here. It seems to be Yinhei Manor. The scene shifted to Yinhei Manor. A subordinate hurriedly returned from the outside, barging straight into the main hall without knocking. Manor Lord, the Righteous Alliance has sent more people here. The middle-aged man standing inside chuckled. He, they still haven't given up and dare to wander near here? Fine then, let them come in and see how many of them will face death this time. There are 56 of them in total, including the monks. Furthermore, this time the gentleman's sword, the sect leader of the Etian sect, is also present. It seems they are very well prepared. The other person was startled. What? Gentleman's sword Li Minglun has also come? Good, very good. Offering their lives right to our door is truly wonderful. Then we must give them a warmer reception this time. Capture as many monks alive as possible. As for the rest, kill them all. The crowd agreed in unison. The Manor Lord reminded, oh right, you must remember, leave gentleman's sword Li Minglun to me. Do not let him get injured.
Even though we were mentally prepared, I couldn't help but feel anxious. They had arrived. From inside, people quickly rushed out. Before they even reached us, weapons were thrown out first. Yan Wubai shouted loudly, everyone, be careful. Li Minglun's face also grew entirely tense. Yan Wubai drew his sword and rushed forward to block the opponent's attacks. A folding fan with sharp arrowheads was the first to be sent flying by his slash, followed by an iron axe bound by chains. The group behind couldn't help but worry. Only young Master Yan Wubai continuously defended and clashed with the opponents. Just when he wasn't paying attention, the folding fan returned once again to attack from behind his back. Yan Wubai also sensed the incoming attack from behind. He immediately swung his sword to knock the great axe away and struck the folding fan. Taking advantage of the moment when both collided and couldn't continue attacking, Yan Wubai hastily executed the Cloud Dragon Wind Tiger, a powerful sword strike hacking toward the two weapons. They were immediately sent flying back into the Grand Hall, and a powerful explosion subsequently erupted. Yan Wubai looked outward with a gloomy face. Ji Shu and the others praised loudly. "Quick, look at the young Manor Lord of Olong Manor." Jihei clasped his hands and sighed in admiration. As expected of the successor of the moon-slashing swordsman, both his aura and strength are superior to others. The corners of Li Minglun's mouth also curled up. "Testing us stops here. Show yourselves. Don't hide like a bunch of mice anymore. Reveal your true forms." From inside, a group of people quickly walked out.
As soon as the Manor Lord came out, the people hiding in all directions around the manor also immediately appeared. The people of the Righteous Chivalry Alliance were instantly surrounded by them. "Gentleman Sword Li Minglun, if you want a comfortable death, then obediently offer your head to this seat." Li Minglun sneered. "Someone who talks so much is surely an incompetent fool. Today I will take your head and level the Yeming cult to the ground to avenge the fallen members of the Righteous Chivalry Alliance." Both sides then plunged into a fierce battle. Yan Wubai was like a god of war. Wherever he went, people lost their lives. "Useless trash. Do you think relying on numbers will win you this?" The men in black also knew he was powerful, so they wanted to deal with him first. How could the people of the Righteous Chivalry Alliance let them do whatever they pleased? They quickly charged forward to block the men in black. "Let us deal with them. Great staff art. Hung men double swords." One of the men in black reassured his brothers. "Don't step back. Let's charge together and hack them to death." The two sides engaged in fierce combat once again. Zeshu walked up beside Li Minglun and said, "Thanks to the son of the moon-slashing swordsman, everyone's morale has surged." Ziyi nodded. "It truly is near ink you get black, near light you get bright. Although he is young, his martial arts are incredibly powerful." Li Minglun added, "Although I am very happy to witness the strength of a young master, it wouldn't be good if we just let them stall for time like this." His eyes looked towards the enemy's experts who hadn't joined the battle yet. "Wouldn't it be better if we joined forces and wiped them out right now?" Zeshu stopped him. "There's no need for the gentleman's sword to make a move yet. Just let us handle this matter." The two of them then leaped forward. The Shaolin 72 ultimate skills were about to be executed. The two charged left and right within the encirclement of the men in black. They completely outclassed the assassins, leaving them with no choice.
The only thing I'm a bit wondering about is their relaxed attitude. Could it be that they have some kind of scheme? A guy on the opposing side suddenly spoke up. "It's time to end this. Kill those monks first." After saying that, they immediately lunged forward. The Manor Lord just stood there, smiling extremely smugly. The crowd mocked as they charged. "Ha ha, what a bunch of stupid Orthodox faction fools. Taste the power of this granddaddy's iron fan." The iron fan spun like a saw blade, shooting towards Ziyi. He also sensed its movement and leaped up without hesitation to dodge it. He could avoid it, but the alley behind him could not. One of the people in the group immediately had his throat slit by the iron fan. Ziyi was tense. What is this? Before he could even think, another attack came from behind. The old monk couldn't dodge in time and was immediately struck in the shoulder by a giant axe. Truly foolish, daring to come here and destroy the Yaming cult with that cat-scratch martial arts of yours. That stupid and arrogant action is your ticket straight to hell. Zishu, who was fighting nearby, anxiously shouted, "Senior brother, you bastards, aren't you afraid of the Shaolin Temple's resentment?" He had just dashed forward, wanting to run to his senior brother, but was stopped by another guy. Resentment. "Hey kid, don't be rash. After that guy dies, it will be your turn. Hee hee." Ze was knocked away by the opponent. Right after that, another guy holding a sword rushed over to finish him off. "Hee hee, your bald head is so shiny, it must be easy to chop. Let me send you on your way." Right at this moment, Yan Wubai executed the fourth stance of the Nine Heavens sword art. The young man who was about to finish off Monk Ze couldn't help but be startled and turned his head to look back.
Monk Ziyi, having narrowly escaped death, shouted loudly, "Young Master Yan, the thing's stuck in my shoulder." Yan Wubai, without hesitation, swung his sword to knock the great axe off his shoulder. The great axe once again returned to the hands of its owner, and Yan Wubai cursed angrily, "You bastards, don't even think about achieving your goal." The young man holding the axe couldn't help but admire in his heart. He looks like a frail scholar, but he actually has strength on par with the 12 demon soldiers. The Manor Lord slowly walked up from behind. What a disappointment. The young man turned around in panic. "Hallmaster!" The Hallmaster's murderous aura erupted. "The Orthodox faction has already launched an all-out attack, so we cannot be careless."
The young man bowed respectfully. This subordinate apologizes. Li Minglun also slowly stepped forward. It seems it's my turn to take action. Young Master Yan, go take a rest for a moment. Everyone from both factions simultaneously stopped fighting and stood to the side. The decisive battle for the victory or defeat of the righteous Chivalry Alliance in Yanzhou, the confrontation between Gentleman Sword Li Minglun and World Chaos Sword Demon Zhu Tanming, officially began. The atmosphere in the arena currently fell into a terrifyingly eerie silence. Li Minglun looked at his opponent without saying a word. Zhu Tanming laughed loudly. Long time no see, Gentleman Sword. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. The reason this sea chose Yanzhou as a base is precisely because of you. And finally, I have met you. Li Minglun calmly replied. Is that so? But who are you?
Gentleman Sword, do you dare pretend not to remember me? Look closely at this face. Li Minglun put on a thoughtful expression. I am telling the truth. I do not remember when or where I met you. When was it? If I don't remember, you must be a nobody. Zhu Tianming clenched his fists. What did you say? A nobody? You dare speak so insolently in front of me? Li Minglun laughed inwardly. Still the same hot temper as always, one of the three great demons, World Chaos Sword Demon Zhu Tianming. How could I forget you? Zhu Tianming pointed his finger and roared again. Very well. If that is the case, then today in Yanzhou, I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. The axe-wielding young man advised. Manor Lord, please calm down. Li Minglun pondered inwardly. Unexpectedly, one of the most notorious demons in the martial arts world has become a puppet of the Yiming cult. This demonic cult truly uses any means necessary to recruit martial arts masters. This battle will not be easy. In the past, you were not even my match. The crowd was astonished seeing him attack. Such profound internal energy. Li Minglun swung his sword and executed the 5 elements impermanent sword. Opposite him, Zhu Tianming frowned. So fast. Very quickly, Li Minglun struck right in front of him. Ah, right. Looking this closely, I finally recognize your ugly face. World Chaos Sword Demon Zhu Tianming. How dare a bandit like you cause such chaos in the Jianghu? The moment they exchanged blows, Zhu Tianming was suppressed and sent flying by Li Minglun. Yan Wubai stood on the sidelines watching the battle, terrified in his heart. Impossible. The Jihei Manor Lord was defeated.
Zhu Tianming was continuously defeated, completely lacking the strength to fight back. He leaned his ghost sword on the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it. All of his subordinates were extremely worried. Manor Lord, are you okay? Li Minglun's heart was full of doubts. Could it be that this is all there is to it? Is he trying to distract us? Zhu Tianming suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, you are still as calm as ever, Gentleman Sword. He then let go of his sword and dashed forward. Then let's see how long you can maintain that calmness. Saying that, he swung his leg and kicked the long sword towards the opponent. This move is called the sword movement art, one of his ultimate skills. Li Minglun remained extremely calm. Is that the sword movement art? Zhu Tianming smiled and waved his hand to control the longsword. The longsword, which was going straight, suddenly changed direction. Its target was not Li Minglun, but Yan Wubai's group. He hastily raised his sword to block this attack. Upon impact, he was shocked into spewing fresh blood from his mouth. Such terrifying internal energy. Zhu Tianming waved his hand again. Slash! The people of the righteous Chevalier Alliance were instantly slashed to death by his longsword, and mournful tragic cries piercing the sky immediately rang out. Li Minglun stood in place, unable to believe it. Impossible. Over 10 years ago, Zhu Tianming was still inferior to me by a level. Could it be that he has reached a realm that even I have yet to touch? After dealing with the crowd, Zhu Tianming finally retracted his sword, and the longsword was once again held in his hand. Although Yan Wubai was still alive, he was severely injured and continuously coughed up blood. The rest of the people exclaimed in unison, "It's actually true. They have already surpassed the limits of a human." Li Minglun cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is bad. The momentum of the battle has already tilted in their favor. Zhu Tianming laughed loudly. Now you know fear, don't you, Gentleman Sword? But it's not over yet. They're just a bunch of cowardly rabbits. Brothers, charge and kill them all for me. The crowd quickly charged forward with fierce and malicious expressions once again. The monks of Shaolin readjusted their formation again. Fight to the last breath. I will send as many of you evil scum to hell as possible. The supreme elder of the Yatan sect is one of the 10 great masters of the world. He is the Yatan sword Li Guang. In his later years, he spent most of his time in secluded cultivation, and it was very rare for anyone to see him appear in the martial arts world. And then one day, he finally made his appearance. He pushed the door open and called out for Sumai. The place where he was in secluded cultivation was a quiet courtyard inside the Yatan sect. Very soon, a young woman came
It is all my fault that the reputation of the Yi Tian sect has been ruined, Li Guang reassured her. You have suffered such injustice. What does the sect's reputation matter? You have endured a lot of hardship, so don't worry about it anymore and get some good rest. Su Mai was still very worried. Is father okay? I heard he went to Yanzhou to destroy the Yeming cult. Will he be all right? Li Guang reassured her. Rest assured, your father is the current Yi Tian sect leader. Other than the 10 great masters of the world, no one can rival him. The scene shifts to the Yanzhou battlefield. Li Ninglun was currently fighting a bitter battle with Zhu Tianming, and he was quickly sent flying backward. Zhu Tianming used his true qi to urge his long saber to fly up, and the long saber once again fell into his hand. Is the strength of the
But how could he be this strong right now? Where are the others from the Righteous Chivalry Alliance? He turned his head to look beside him and saw the people on his side being continuously slaughtered by the enemy, which made him even more shocked. Impossible! Could it be that even the Righteous Chivalry Alliance, the most elite army of the Orthodox faction, is being wiped out by the Yeming cult? Damn it! I cannot let this happen. At all costs, I must prevent the Righteous Chivalry Alliance from being destroyed. Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, "Stop resisting and retreat immediately. Try to survive and return, even if it's just one person. Hurry up!" Hearing this, Yan Chengbai shouted loudly at the crowd, "Everyone, listen to the sect leader and retreat quickly." The crowd had no objections and clamored to turn around and flee. The whole group then quickly leaped over the walls to leave this place. Everyone in the Righteous Chivalry Alliance prioritized retreating to preserve their lives. Zhu Tianming pushed open the door and unleashed his sword. "You confidently stormed in here to cause chaos, and now you are running away like cowards? This is truly ridiculous. Do you think I will let you off easily?" His target was Li Minglun. As he was running for his life without looking back, he had no way to dodge and was instantly hit by the attack. One of his arms was cut off just like that. Seeing this, Yan Chengbai, who was nearby, immediately rushed over to support him. "Sect leader, you must not lose consciousness."
He currently had no way to block this attack. Is it over just like this? Right at this moment, the monks ran up behind them. "There is no way you will get what you want. Do you think you can harm the sect leader in front of us?" The group used their own bodies to block Su Tianming's sword strike, saving Yan Chengbai's group. Before dying, they didn't forget to instruct the remaining people to take Li Minglun and Yan Chengbai away. Yan Chengbai hesitated, wanting to say something, but was stopped by the monk. In order to re-establish the Righteous Chivalry Alliance, the sect leader must survive, so please return safely to the Righteous Alliance and prepare well for the battle against these demon lords. Having said that, he swung his palm, sending them flying to see them off for a distance. Although Yan Chengbai didn't want to leave, he had no other choice. Right after that, the longsword also flew forward and pierced the monk. Showing no weakness, he reached out and tightly grasped the blade. "You cannot go any further. This evil power will definitely be destroyed by justice." With the longsword stopped by the monk and unable to continue the pursuit, Zhu Tianming became extremely furious. This stubborn monk. After a short while, the monk finally exhausted his strength and died, but that was enough for Yan Chengbai's group to escape from this place. Zhu Tianming snorted angrily. "You damn little rats. Run as much as you like. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't escape me, because the tornado of revenge has already begun to arrive." The next day, somewhere, a flying eagle carrying a transmission letter soared through the sky. It quickly landed on the arm of a certain young man. The news about the Yeming cult's massacre in Yanzhou had spread to the Righteous Alliance. Both the Righteous Alliance and the entire martial arts world were plunged into shock by this incident. Everyone panicked. "Have you heard? The Yeming cult has returned." "What? If that's true, the Righteous Alliance will..."
Yi Tian sect leader Li Minglun luckily survived and returned, but he had lost an arm, which made Li Guang very angry. Switching the scene to Olong Manor, Yan Chengbai of Olong Manor also participated in that punitive expedition. His condition was also very serious. Bai Mizhou's group was very worried, not knowing how Chengbai was doing. The doctor replied, "Fortunately, his life is not in danger, but his internal injuries are very severe, and he needs to rest for a while." Hearing this, the faces of the mother and her children were still filled with anxiety. Bai Mizhou angrily said, "I trusted him to go with the Etian sect leader, but I didn't expect something like this to happen." But the storm did not stop there. Right at this moment, someone pushed the door and entered from outside, reporting to Madam. Before he could even finish his sentence, he was interrupted by her. "Do not make a noise. Chengbai is heavily injured. How dare you act so recklessly?" The person hurriedly lowered his voice. "This subordinate apologizes, but there is truly a very urgent matter." The two, including Yan Wubai, were doubtful. What is the matter that makes you panic so much? The person quickly explained. The thing is, all the strongholds in Qinglin have ordered a ban on all trading activities of our Olong Manor. Hearing this, Bai Mizhou frowned. What? What the hell are you talking about? Yan Wubai spoke up again. Explain it clearly to me right now. Why is Qinglin treating
Yan Shuizu was terrified in her heart. How could this be? What on earth did we do wrong? This cannot be happening. The scene shifts to another side. Yan Shuihei was standing alone on the mountain peak, dangling a command token in his hand. The night wind today was truly freezing. Just then an old man walked up from behind. You made them bear a debt of 1,000 taels, and even banned their trading activities. But why don't you look happy at all, young master? What use is revenge with mere empty words? You have to personally make the opponent bleed and feel pain to vent your anger, right? Yan Shuihei looked up at the sky and sighed. Old man, wandering around in the dark night with your current condition, be careful or you'll go to heaven before your internal energy even recovers. It's best that you go inside and rest. The old man walked over and sat beside him. Then wouldn't that be even better? After all, this old man is about to die anyway. What's the harm in chatting a bit more? Yan Shuihei pulled a long face. You are truly stubborn. I have thought about it for a long time. I must rob that woman of something to vent my anger. Then I suddenly realized something. The person so stingy that she grudged every steam bun and grain of rice for the child locked in the storehouse is exactly that woman. The old man loudly interrupted. So you want to cut off all their sources of income and empty their treasury? This is indeed a wise choice. Yan Shuihei laughed coldly. You don't need to flatter me like that. But what you said makes sense. Because in this world there are people who only care about their own interests and wealth.
I am a bit worried whether the elders above will agree. Yan Jihei was doubtful. Elders? What do you mean, old man? I am the Grand Patrol of Qinglin. If I have decided, who dares to object? The old man scratched his face somewhat helplessly. There is still that guy wearing a hat. Have you forgotten who gave you the Grand Patrol command token, young master? Yan Jihei was startled. All right. Is it that old geezer, the heaven-shattering demon lord? Does this matter also require his permission? The old man confirmed. Certainly. He is the Grand Chief of Qinglin, after all. That sounds reasonable. I almost forgot about that old geezer. But, oh well, it will probably be fine. Ha ha. Shifting the scene to another side, Shi Wuhai was surprised after hearing his subordinate's report. What did you say the Grand Patrol did? The young woman next to him laughed with great interest. This place is the main stronghold of Qinglin. Yinfeng Miajun explained. The matter is like this. That guy Yan Jihei is causing trouble again. The Grand Patrol, that is. He arbitrarily issued an order to ban all trading activities of Olong Manor. We, Qinglin, rely on the trade money from the merchant guilds to survive. Even if he is the Grand Patrol, we cannot just ignore this matter, right? Shi Wuhai chuckled. Although his first action as the Grand Patrol is quite surprising, just let him be. Yinfeng Miajun was startled. What? Let the Grand Patrol be? But anyway, acting against the merchant guilds like this is really... Shi Wuhai cut him off. Yinfeng Miajun, listening to your tone, do you perhaps want to become the Grand Chief instead of me? Facing this expression of his, Yinfeng Miajun immediately became tense and broke out in a cold sweat. That gaze, just looking at that gaze.
Sooner or later I will overthrow you, Yan Jihei. Shi Wuhai also had his own thoughts in mind. Tying a rein named Favor on that unpredictable Grand Patrol wasn't a bad idea. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up again. By the way, regarding that matter of Olong Manor, I need to thoroughly investigate the relationship between the Grand Patrol and Olong Manor. Hearing this, the young woman next to him immediately put down the wineglass in her hand. Facing her glowing eyes, Shi Wuhai couldn't help but sweat profusely. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and sighed. All right, I give up. Rest until you sober up, then you can go. The young woman excitedly said, This little girl obeys the order. I will represent Father and the Grand Chief to clearly investigate the relationship between them. After saying that, she raised her glass again and downed it in one gulp. Shi Wuhai helplessly advised, Remember, leave immediately after you finish drinking. In his heart, he secretly sighed, wondering if this decision of his was correct. Very soon it was morning. The young woman, now dressed in a dark traveling outfit, got on her horse ready to leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn her head and shout loudly, Then I'm leaving now. Shi Wuhai stepped the upper floor, waving goodbye. Have a safe trip. In his heart, he secretly worried, Is it really okay to let Lior go alone? Immediately after, Lior spurred her horse and excitedly left. Tell those two Yan family brothers to wait for me at Wufang Mountain. Shi Wuhai chuckled. This girl is really strange. Does she like meeting the Grand Patrol that much? When she was at the stronghold, she was always depressed, but when she was allowed to go, she couldn't stop smiling. He looked at her retreating back and sighed helplessly. Children these days.
I don't know what others think, but that Grand Patrol is not someone who does such things for wealth or fame. Then what is the reason that Olong Manor made him so angry? Fortunately, I still had some strength at that time. Otherwise, I would have been eaten alive by him at the Qinglin Assembly. Anyway, I have already sent Lu Shu to investigate the situation. If anything happens, I can still control it. The future of Olong Manor is truly bleak. Who told them to provoke that hot-tempered brat? The order issued by Yan Zihei in his capacity as the Grand Patrol of Qinglin forbids all merchant guilds protected by Olong Manor from passing through this mountain of Qisha stronghold. The sign sealing the mountain and banning Olong Manor, along with forbidding all merchant guilds protected by Olong Manor from approaching Mount Boxian, was then planted at the foot of the mountain. This is truly a fatal blow directly delivered to Olong Manor. The fat guy planting the sign turned to the old man next to him and asked, "How did things turn out like this?" The old man replied, "How would I know? We are just following orders. It seems that Olong Manor will be eliminated from the Merchant Guild protection trade." The scene shifts to the Baishan Merchant Guild, where Bai Meizhou and other Merchant Guild leaders are present. What exactly happened? Li Chaizhong of the Baishan Merchant Guild replied, "Whatever the reason, with the current situation, cooperating with Olong Manor is very difficult." Hearing this,
Bai Meizhou gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, is even the Baishi Merchant Guild like this? Li Yan Bang on the side also spoke up. So the only task the disciples of Awang Manor can do for our Merchant Guild is just managing the stores? But the number of stores isn't that many. This is really troublesome. The middle-aged man next to Bai Meizhou said loudly, "Don't tell me you plan to chase away all the disciples of Awang Manor working at the Baishi Merchant Guild." Li Chaizhong and his companion hastily waved their hands to explain. "No, it's not like that. Please don't misunderstand our intentions. Haha, we are merchants, so we cannot do business at a loss. However, we still want to continue cooperating with Awang Manor, so we will expand some more stores. That way we won't have to send the people of Awang Manor back." Yan Shuatsu let out an, "Oh, so everything has been resolved? Both sides benefit, right?" Bai Meizhou cursed inwardly. Truly, still too naive. They are merchants, so there is no such thing as giving something away for free. Just as she thought, Li Chaizhong quickly continued. "But before that, as promised to Madame Bai, hand over the crucial strongholds of the 3 merchant guilds to us. That way the relationship between Awang Manor and the Baishi Merchant Guild will remain as strong as before." Bai Meizhou nodded. "I understand. I promise to do so." Outwardly she remained calm, but inwardly she was cursing. Damn it, do they want us to start a war with the 3 merchant guilds? But now is not the time to argue with them. However, Shanghai still needs more time to recover, so we have no choice but to endure it. Hearing this, the 2 men stood up happily. "All right, we can wait, but don't make us wait too long. If the 3 merchant guilds continue to grow strong..."
"How dare they be so insolent to Olong Manor?" Bai Meizhou raised her hand to stop him. The middle-aged man was puzzled. "It can't be like this. Why do you tolerate them so much?" Bai Meizhou replied, "It's not just you. I myself am also very angry. But if we lose the Baishi Merchant Guild as well, then who will hire our Olong Manor to protect merchant guilds anymore?" The middle-aged man said loudly, "Chunbai and I can look for jobs ourselves. This is not the time to sit here and complain. Let me go to Wufang Mountain to punish them. The bunch I met before was just a motley crew." Yanzhou Shui sighed from the side. That was only when that kid, the Grand Patrol of Qinglin, was absent from the stronghold. It might be better if it were Brother Chungbai, but with your strength, you definitely wouldn't last 5 rounds. The young man was furious. "What did you just say? Who was the one that caused this mess in the first place?" Unable to hold back anymore, Bai Meizhou slammed the table and shouted, "Can't you 2 just be quiet for me?" Although the 2 were still very bitter, they had no choice but to separate and turn in different directions. Bai Meizhou gritted her teeth. "This is not the time to argue. Is there really no other way? Do we have to helplessly admit defeat to those bandits?" Could it be that Yitan Sword Venerable Li Guang had heard Bai Meizhou's curse full of resentment, so he decided to solve this matter himself? The scene shifts to Li Minglun's room at the Yitan sect. Li Guang walked over, pushed the door open and entered. "Minglun, I'm coming in to visit you for a moment." Seeing him arrive, Li Minglun and his daughter were both very happy. "Grandpa, you're still not asleep?" Li Guang waved his hand and smiled. "No need to get up. I just dropped by to check on you for a bit. Is your arm feeling any better?" Li Minglun replied, "Yes, I feel much better now. But..." Seeing him stammer like that, Li Guang was doubtful. "But what is it?" Li Minglun lowered his head sadly. "I have tarnished the honor of the Yitan sect. I no longer have the face to see
Since you sacrificed an arm for righteousness like that, how could I possibly blame you? Don't ever say things like that again, understood? Sumai cried and nodded repeatedly. That's right. Father, please don't ever say such things again. Li Guang then turned serious. By the way, that World Chaos Sword Demon was originally no match for you, so why were you defeated by him like that? Li Minglun replied. Perhaps he used what the Ye Ming cult calls a supernatural power. His martial arts and techniques were not much different from before, but the internal energy of the World Chaos Sword Demon I met that day was truly terrifying. He had reached the heaven beyond heaven realm. Li Guang was suspicious. Supernatural power? Do you mean the Ye Ming cult used a supernatural power to enhance internal energy in a short time, and use that strange power to cause chaos in the Zhenghu? Li Minglun confirmed. That's right. By the way, I also want to ask Sumai about the Wufang stronghold. It seems there is also something shady going on there. Sumai was startled. Yes, you mean that matter? Li Minglun turned his head to look at her. I heard that the young bandit on Wufang Mountain also has internal energy extraordinary for his age. Could it be that he also possesses the supernatural power of the Ye Ming cult? Li Guang also turned his head. Is that so? Reaching the heaven beyond heaven realm just with the supernatural power? Sumai, you confronted him directly. What do you think about this?
Li Minglun and the other person felt helpless upon hearing this. After all, you are the daughter of the Yitian sect leader. How could you not know anything? All right, it's fine. Sumai is still young anyway. If that's the case, then I will have to investigate it myself. Li Minglun was startled. Huh? What do you mean? Li Guang stood up, turned around, and walked out. I have decided to resolve this matter. Tomorrow, Sumai, come with me. Before dealing with the Ye Ming cult, I will personally go to Wufang Mountain. The next day at Heja Village in Bufang County, after a bout of riding her horse like crazy, Liu Shi finally arrived here, and she quickly jumped off her horse. She excitedly looked into the distance. Am I almost there? Could that be the Wufang stronghold that I have heard so much about? At this moment, her stomach suddenly growled, attracting the stares of the people around her. Traveling for several days in a row without resting? My stomach is so hungry it feels like my insides are burning. I need to quickly go get a few portions of bun dao mam tum. The people observing her secretly gossiped. Who is that, everyone? Is it a new beggar? Do beggars ride horses to beg now? The world is changing so fast these days. A moment later, at the Jihei Pavilion inside Heja Village, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the table. Here is your food, dear guest. Please enjoy. Liu Shi excitedly grabbed a chicken leg. It looks so delicious. Let me dig in and see. Just as she was
Could it be that seeing the Wufang stronghold right before your eyes makes you anxious and uneasy? Sumai broke out in a cold sweat and stammered a little. That is... Li Guang laughed loudly. Ha ha! When I was young and roaming the Zhenghu, I also suffered a miserable defeat in Nanjing. After that, every time I thought of Nanjing, I was so scared that I lost sleep. Sumai was surprised. Grandpa, you were like that too? Li Guang nodded. Of course. Do you think I was born as one of the 10 great masters of the world? Sumai excitedly continued to ask, Then what did you do after that, Grandpa? Li Guang explained. What did I do? 10 years later, I went back there and took my revenge on them. Since then, Nanjing has become a wonderful tourist destination for me. So don't worry, I'm here now. I will turn this bandit lair at Wufang Mountain into a wonderful sightseeing spot, making you smile whenever you recall your Zhenghu journey. The more Sumai heard, the more excited she became. Thank you, Grandpa. Liu Shi, sitting at the next table, listened to the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I haven't even reached the Wufang stronghold, yet there are already so many guests here. Moreover, the aura of that old man is truly extraordinary. It seems I have met him somewhere before. At another table, there were also guests talking. Boss, that young lady sitting over there looks a bit familiar, doesn't she? She seems to be one of the Lu Yong 5 heroes who was tortured at our stronghold. Obviously, she paid 100. If that is truly the case, isn't the old man sitting next to her one of the 10 great masters of the world, ATN Sword Venerable Li Guang? Did he actually come here in person? Hearing this, Liu Shi also broke out in a nervous sweat. What? That old man is the ETN sword venerable? Yan Zihei, what the hell have you done? Li Guang spoke up once again. Hearing that a bunch of bandits dared to bully my granddaughter, I thought they were just fools who knew nothing about the outside world, but hearing them talk, it seems that isn't the case. Hearing these words, the two men became even more tense. Could the bandits they are talking about be us, boss? Let's just pretend we don't know anything and slip away quickly, bro. At this moment, murderous aura suddenly radiated from Li Guang's body. He coldly glared at them and shouted, "Kneel down." As soon as he finished speaking, the two were pressed down by an invisible pressure, collapsing to their knees. Li Guang then stood up and slowly walked towards them. Terrified, the two hastily begged for mercy. "We know our crime. Please spare our lives, sir." Li Guang raised his hand. "I haven't even asked anything yet. Why are you begging for your lives first? The crime of daring to touch the daughter of the ETN sect leader is not light at all. You shall take the punishment in place of those bandits." The two had no way to escape, only able to kneel there crying endlessly. Liu Shi couldn't help but sigh. "I planned to go straight to Wufang Mountain after eating, but it seems I can't just ignore this." After speaking, she immediately threw several hidden weapons towards Sumai. Before the hidden weapons could reach their target, Li Guang quickly appeared and knocked them away. Liu Shi gritted her teeth, stood up, and drew her sword. She unexpectedly took the initiative to thrust her sword toward Li Guang. He simply waved his hand gently, and a longsword flew over. As soon as the longsword entered his hand, he decisively slashed out. Liu Shi didn't dare to be careless, proactively retreating to dodge it. Li Guang looked at her and sighed. "To think I would have to draw my sword before even reaching Wufang Mountain. Are you also from Klinglan, miss?" Liu Shi smiled. "That's right. I am also a woman of Klinglan. Although I highly respect the reputation of the ETN Sword Venerable, I cannot stand idly by and watch my fellow members in danger. Therefore, I can only offend you and ask to experience the Sword Venerable's brilliant moves." Li Guang analyzed inwardly. Fellow members? It seems this young lady is not from that stronghold. Opposite him, Liu Shi tried to reassure herself.
A giant Asura phantom quickly appeared behind her back, and the other two were shocked upon seeing this technique. What is that? That young lady's martial arts are truly formidable. Li Guang raised his sword without flinching and immediately swung it directly at Liu Shi's attack. Liu Shi was inwardly shocked. Did he concentrate all his internal energy into a single point? Li Guang praised. "Indeed, your internal energy is very strong, but it's only up to this level." The two young men were terrified by the horrifying aura radiating from him. How could we be this unlucky? Liu Shi was also pushed back by this terrifying aura. I have continuously practiced after the Qinglan assembly ended, yet my internal energy was repelled so easily. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "You are indeed the Yitian Sword Venerable." Li Guang smiled. "Your martial arts are also excellent compared to your peers. Like father, like daughter, as expected of the heaven-shattering demon lord's daughter." Liu Shi politely cupped her hands. "Hee, you flatter me." Li Guang continued, "Today I will spare the two of them out of respect for you and your father." Hearing they were spared, the two men did not hesitate to run outside. "Thank you for sparing our lives." Liu Shi's face was filled with anger. "What? I saved them, yet they ran away without even a word of greeting?" Li Guang's expression frowned again. "All right, grievances and gratitude must be clear. Pass a message to the Wufang 10 heroes that they must meet me at the peak of Wufang Mountain tomorrow morning. If even one is missing,
"Then what should we do now, Brother Feng? Who told you to go down the mountain and cause trouble?" Feng Yanchao sighed. "I had guessed that the Etian sect would seek revenge, but I didn't expect the Etian Sword Venerable to come here in person." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale and utterly dejected. Feng Yanchao glanced at Yan Zihei. "Why do you keep sighing? With Zihei here, what the hell are we afraid of?" Yan Zihei sat in one place with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, the Etian Sword Venerable, one of the 10 great masters of the world? In other words, another extremely powerful master has come to kill us. Previously, when the candy merchants attacked the stronghold, or when facing that old man, the heaven-shattering demon lord, even though I was very, very scared, I didn't want to run away. What is this feeling of thirsting for battle inside me? However, this matter originated from my desire to seek revenge against Olong Manor. I cannot let my brothers risk their lives because of me.
Liu Shi brushed past the crowd and ran over to tightly hug Yan Jihei. "First of all, let me greet my brother Jihei." Yan Jihei's face flushed red. "Liu Shi, why are you here?" Liu Shi excitedly said, "Of course, I crossed mountains and rivers just to see you. But what on earth did you do? The Yitian Sword Venerable is so furious that he wants to kill everyone here." Hearing her words, the crowd immediately screamed in terror. Someone couldn't hold back, walked over and pulled her away. "We know. Now can you step aside so we can talk?" Lu Shi said loudly, I just wanted to express my joy at reuniting with brother Jihei. The crowd was not in the same mood as her, and nervously asked, Miss Shi, but does the Yi Tian Sword Venerable really want to kill all of us? Lu Shi confirmed. That's right, he is very resolute. It looks like there is some deep-seated, generations-old blood feud. He said that if everyone does not go to the top of Wufang Mountain to meet him tomorrow morning, the Wufang stronghold will be wiped out. Hearing this, the crowd sighed. After returning from the Kinglin Assembly, we have practiced very hard alongside Jihei. Even if the Yi Tian Sword Venerable comes, shouldn't we be able to resist a little bit? Yan Jihei shook his head. That won't work, brothers. This matter stems from my hatred, so I will face the Yi Tian Sword Venerable on my own. Feng Yanxiao said in horror, We cannot let you go alone. We have sweat, blood, and tears to practice. If this time we fight to the death together... Before he could finish his sentence, the old man...
If ordinary people like us risk our lives to fight, we will only die in vain. For the Wufang stronghold to be safe, the only way is to let young Master Yan go up to the mountain peak alone tomorrow. Liu Shi pondered secretly in her heart, not expecting much, but who would have thought that Wufang Mountain actually had such a capable strategist? She then voiced her agreement, saying that was right. If everyone went together, they would only die, but letting brother Yan go alone would be too lonely, so she would go with him. Yan Zihei hurriedly refused, saying there was no need. And then the fateful day for the Wufang stronghold arrived. Finally, on the peak of Wufang Mountain, one of the 10 great masters of the world, Yi Tian Sword Venerable Li Guang, and the Wufang Mountain swordsman Yan Zihei faced each other. Behind Li Guang was Li Sumai. In the one accompanying Yan Zihei was naturally Shui Liu Shi. He glanced at her somewhat helplessly. Hey, why did you follow me? Liu Shi smiled. What do you mean, why did I follow you? I came here as a representative of Qinglin to watch the match. Li Guang on the opposite side quickly shouted loudly. You brat Yan Zihei. I told all of the Wufang 10 heroes to come here. Why did you come alone? Yan Zihei and Liu Shi looked at each other full of doubt, and both spoke up in unison. I didn't come alone. We came together. Li Guang's face wrinkled in anger. What? You insolent brat? Cutting back to the night before, Then Yansha asked Shin Yanke, Hey old Shin, why did you say letting Jihei go alone is the way for us to survive? Shin Yanke smiled. It is true that the brother's strength has improved a lot, but objectively speaking, with your current level, you cannot cause any trouble for the Yi Tian Sword Venerable. In other words, if we all go to the mountain peak, and young Master Yan unfortunately fails, we will all die. But what if young Master Yan faces the Yi Tian Sword Venerable alone? If the situation is disadvantageous, he can just slip away and run off by himself. Han Taiyan was confused. But if he
This means that currently the Yi Tian sect is in a defenseless state, just like when the Yi Tian Sword Venerable came here. If the Yamen cult found out about this and attacked the Yi Tian sect, what would happen? The Orthodox faction's martial arts world would definitely fall into chaos. Therefore, to avoid trouble, the Yi Tian Sword Venerable wouldn't want to make a big deal out of it. Yan Zihei recalled this matter and sighed inwardly. Anyway, right now we can only trust in Old Sin's plan. Li Guan on the opposite side chuckled. I didn't expect these bandits to come up with such a plan, but it doesn't matter. He waved his hand, propelling the long sword in Sumai's hand to fly out. Yan Zihei was startled. Can a sword be controlled by internal energy? Liu Shi's face was also filled with shock. He used the sword movement art as lightly as a feather, truly worthy of the Yi Tian Sword Venerable. Li Guan looked at them coldly. That will only make me angrier. You don't dare to face me directly, but only want to preserve your lives? Yan Zihei's face was filled with helplessness. Is Old Sin's plan reliable at all? Why does he look even angrier? Liu Shi reminded.
This damn brat! Yan Zihei also gritted his teeth and shouted, You damn old man! You're too hot-tempered! Moreover, this amount of internal energy is truly terrifying. He then swung his sword to block the old man's attack, but immediately after he was startled. Wait, the Yi Tian Sword Venerable has disappeared. While he was distracted, the old man suddenly appeared above his head. I thought the rumors about the Wufang Mountain swordsman were just exaggerations by mortals, but seeing it with my own eyes, I realize your sword art is indeed very formidable. He then executed the third stance of the Yi Tian sword. Yan Zihei's face was tense. He attacked. Too close. A move of the 5 elements impermanent sword was immediately slashed out by the old man. Yan Zihei had no choice to evade, so he bent down and channeled his energy to execute the 4th stance of the 9 heaven sword art. A move of the wind-fire tribulation wheel was instantly unleashed, and the two faced each other directly, rushing straight towards one another. Sumai, who was watching the battle from below, dropped her jaw and thought to herself, "It's unbelievable. That guy actually managed to block Grandpa's technique." After exchanging a few moves, Yan Zihei couldn't help but feel suspicious in his art. Are the 10 great masters of the world only on par with the heaven-shattering demon lord in terms of martial arts? Li Guan was also very astonished inwardly. I thought he was just an ordinary bandit, but his aura is truly extraordinary. But with such strength, why is he using a saber? Lu Shi in the distance was excited inwardly. As expected of Brother Yan, even when facing my father, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and now he is fighting on equal terms with the Yitian sword venerable. Li Guan praised, "Your talent is truly astonishing." Zihei was very calm. "I've heard that many times. The old man's martial arts aren't bad either. This is just a warm-up." Li Guan stopped attacking and asked, "Do you think the 10 great masters of..."
With such martial arts yet using a saber, there must certainly be a reason. Moreover, I heard you once clashed with the Tiandi merchants. Could it be you are from the Wudong sect? Yan Jihei replied helplessly, "A sect? I don't belong to any sect. These are my family's martial arts." Li Guang was astonished. Family martial arts? With such martial arts, you must definitely come from a prestigious family. Why aren't you seeking fame and prestige, but instead staying here as a bandit? Yan Jihei frowned, recalling his childhood situation, that terrifying memory in that gloomy warehouse, something he never wanted to remember. Everyone has their own personal reasons. I also feel guilty towards your granddaughter. She was unfortunately caught up in my personal vendetta. Lu Shi pondered silently from behind. You say you were taking revenge on the Olong Manor because of a personal vendetta? The Yan Jihei I see only cares about his brothers in the stronghold. What grudge do you have against them that you ordered an embargo on the merchant guilds like this? Yan Jihei at the front was still blabbering. But my brothers in the stronghold were also implicated by me, so no matter who wins or loses in this match, let's consider this matter settled and not pursue it anymore. What do you think of that? Li Guang didn't answer, but swung his sword to strike immediately. Jihei retreated backward to dodge, cursing inwardly. Attacking while someone is talking is very despicable, you know. Li Guang pondered silently in his
believing rumors and assuming the opponent is a member of the Yemen cult. Perhaps I really am getting old. Thinking of this, he burst into laughter. Does winning or losing even matter these days? Do you know that I am one of the 10 great masters of the world? Zihei replied, I probably know. I've heard people talk about it a lot, but why do you ask? Li Guang lunged forward. You know, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Zihei raised his saber to block his attack, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what kind of terrifying internal energy is this? He quickly couldn't hold on anymore and was sent flying. His body flew away like a kite with a broken string. After a moment, he spun in the air and landed on the ground. He had been forced to the edge of the cliff by the old man. What terrifying internal energy. I almost lost my life. Li Guang spoke up. All right, I promise not to touch the others. Zihei nodded. Thank you then. Li Guang raised his sword again, but right at this moment Sumai called out loudly, Grandpa! In her heart she was very worried, thinking that he intended to kill Yan Zihei. Li Guang stared face to face at Yan Zihei. You should worry about your own life first. The technique he executed this time was called the Swantian Baji Divine Art. Yan Zihei, without a hint of fear, executed the 7th stance of the 9 Heavens sword art, Dragon Claw slashing the earth. I already said that I can take care of myself. Li Guang didn't say much more and immediately swung his sword down. As soon as Zihei clashed with his attack, he was startled inwardly. Just blocking it has completely numbed my arms. Li Guang praised him again. This brat is not bad. You have a great talent for martial arts, kid. Zihei blocked his attack and replied, Same to you, old man. Your martial arts are truly formidable. He spoke calmly on the outside, but inwardly he was quite flustered. Damn it, although I'm trying to appear calm, if this continues, I'm going to lose. Since that's the case, I have to counterattack. Li Guang was startled. Is this brat planning to use brute strength to overwhelm me? Yan Zihei furiously swung his saber and charged forward. Now it's my turn. I must quickly end this with strength and speed. He then executed the 9th stance of the 9 Heavens sword art, Thunder Sword shape-splitting. On the opposite side, Li Guang also swung his hand to execute the Swantian Baji sword, and the attacks of the two clashed once again.
He did not stop and continued to rush forward to attack, but whether you can survive or not, I am not sure. Liu Shi, seeing the situation, was very worried, and Su Mai's face was also full of helplessness. She didn't hate Jihei to the point of having to see him lose his life. Jihei looked at the sword blade striking right in front of him and frowned. Damn it, is this the end? But right at this moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred. Li Guan, who was attacking, also suddenly stopped in his tracks. In front of him at this moment, only the hilt of the ruined saber remained, while Yan Jihei was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the Wufang 10 heroes, after taking the others to Heijia village for refuge, were waiting for Jihei at the Changhua pavilion. Is Jihei okay? He Xiaobai sobbed. If something happens to him, what should we do? Tai Yan reassured. It will be fine. Brother Yan.
I cannot sit still here. Even if we die, we must die together. The rest of the people, seeing this, also eagerly spoke up. I will go too. I cannot let him fight alone. I will also go, boss. Shinyanka sat on one side and sighed. No, if you go there, you will only end up dead. Right at this moment, Fen Yan Sha heard a sound outside, and immediately after the main door was pushed open. Yan Jihei stood there, panting and smiling at them. Brothers, I have returned. Seeing him return, the crowd cheered in unison. Jihei had once again returned safely. Although he couldn't defeat the ETN sword venerable Li Guang, Jihei's safe return was the best news for the Wufang 10 heroes. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, this was the best news for them. Li Guang stood on the mountain peak, looking into the distance and sighing inwardly. I thought he was just a fool who only knew how to use brute force, but I didn't expect him to be so quick-witted and knowledgeable about martial arts. Moreover, dodging that attack at such close range is no easy feat. It seems he is no ordinary person. Although I don't know whose family's martial arts you have learned, if you use a sword instead of a saber and continue to practice martial arts diligently, then not only me, but even the 10 great masters of the world, no, you could reach an even higher realm. After sighing for a moment, he sheathed his sword and called his granddaughter to return. Su Mai walked over, puzzled. Return where? Back to the ETN sect? But I still haven't gotten my revenge on him. Li Guang replied. That may be so, but he is not a member of the Yeming cult, and the outcome has already been decided, so we have no reason to stay on Wufang Mountain anymore. But I am a bit curious. In his mind, he unconsciously recalled the situation at that time. The image of you holding a sword would definitely be much stronger. The Wufang 10 heroes and Yan Jihei had all safely survived the decisive battle with the ETN sword venerable, without letting anyone sacrifice them.
What is it this time? The person nervously replied, It's the Beishai Merchant Guild Alliance. They are climbing the mountain under the protection of Olong Manor. That guy from Olong Manor is the exact same one who appeared before. I could never forget his treacherous face. Hearing this, Feng Yanxiao and the others became very tense. Olong Manor? Why did they arrive so quickly? How dare they brazenly appear on this Wufang Mountain? Come on, everyone, let's get this over with together. That's right, brothers. After facing the wrath of the Etian Sword Venerable, what else do we have to fear? We will crush Olong Manor into dust. Liu Shi, who had just returned, was stunned to see them charging out all at once. Everyone, where are you all going? Don't you need to rest? I feel like this place is even more bustling than those guild halls. There's not a single day of peace. 1 day ago, at the edge of the forest by Olong Manor, Li Yanvang stood there, silently scoffing. I really shouldn't have come here. That guy Yan Mo keeps arrogantly claiming he has a way to lift the ban on Olong Manor. Out of complacency, I followed him to this place without thinking it through. But is this method really feasible? Yan Mo walked up behind him and waved. Lord Li, there you are. Li Yanvang turned his head to look at him. You're here? If you have something to say, make it quick, because there isn't much time. What plan do you have to lift the ban for Olong Manor? Yan Mo replied, Haha, to be honest, I don't have any special plans, but the more perilous the situation, the more we must press forward. So if you allow me to participate in this expedition, I will resolve everything by confronting them head on. Li Yanvang was startled. What? You plan to fight the Wufang 10 heroes yourself? But it's hard to even call this a battle, isn't it? Even though they might have gained a bit of a reputation, in reality they are just a bunch of bandits.
All right, if you say so, I will entrust this expedition to you. However, upon arriving here, he felt very anxious inwardly. I brought him along because he looked very confident, but I wonder if he has gotten Bai Meizhou's approval yet. Will it be okay to do this? Thinking of this, he spoke up and asked, We are about to reach Wufang Mountain. Will everything be okay? Yan Mo reassured him, don't worry. I have met them before. They're just a bunch of mediocrities. Seeing a part is enough to guess the rest. The Wufang 10 heroes are just a bunch of small fry. This time, let them see our strength. I will make them revoke this unreasonable ban. Li Yanbang was still very tense inwardly. I heard a rumor that the cause of the ban was due to the only daughter of Olong Manor. Could that just be a rumor? Right at this moment, something came tearing through the air from afar, causing the two
Have they finally decided to show themselves? The person who just threw the hidden weapon was Yan Jihei. Accompanying him were the brothers of the Wufang stronghold. Feng Yanxiao interrogated loudly. Who do you think you are, daring to sneak up here? We already said that all merchants under the protection of Olong Manor are banned without exception. Yan Mo clasped his hands and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Yan Mo, the leader of the White Dragon Squad of Olong Manor. It is a pleasure to meet the Wufang 10 heroes here. Twelgaming interrupted. Why are you talking so much? Go say those things when you meet women. Hurry up and hand over everything you have, then get lost and we will spare your life. Insulted right to his face, Yan Mo gritted his teeth in anger. Yan Jihei looked at him and pondered silently. Who is that? Is that one of my brothers? He looks very familiar. Very quickly he remembered who the other party was, and his childhood memories flooded back. He was the guy who just stood and watched all day while the kids at Olong Manor bullied him. Yan Mo on the opposite side drew his sword. You arrogant bastards, I tried to show respect, but it seems like that is just a waste on people like you. Our great Olong Manor will not kneel before filthy bandits like you. Yan Jihei leaped down without hesitation. Great? In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yan Mo. Witnessing the scene, the young man's face wrinkled in extreme shock. What was that unimaginable speed? Yan Jihei swung his hand coldly.
The young man was once again kicked flying backwards by him. Yan Jihei sneered disdainfully. It seems you knelt a bit too early. Yan Mo roared in anger. You bastard, what are you waiting for? White Dragon Squad, charge and wipe out all these little rats immediately. Brothers, charge and defeat them. On the cliff, the people of the Wufang 10 heroes also leaped down at the same time. Did you think we would just sit back? You are going up against us. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Ever since the Qinglin assembly ended and the times the Wufang 10 heroes were instructed by Yan Jihei, their strength had improved immensely. Currently, the White Dragon Squad was basically no longer a worthy opponent for them. In just the blink of an eye, the entire White Dragon Squad had been defeated. Yan Jihei mocked. White Dragon Squad? How truly ridiculous. I'm afraid even the title White Snake wouldn't be worthy of you guys anymore. Yan Mo was once again driven mad with anger. What did you say? Let's see if you can still say that after tasting this strike. He then executed the first stance of the Nine Heavens sword art, Mad Dragon Ascends to Heaven. The difference in skill level between Yan Jihei and Yan Mo was highly unbalanced. He leaped into the air and exclaimed, Damn it, just like that woman from before. That is not how Mad Dragon Ascends to Heaven is supposed to be. After dodging the opponent's attack, he simultaneously swung a punch straight into Yan Mo's head. Needless to say, this disparity in strength was as clear as day. Taking this punch, Yan Mo immediately felt dizzy, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed onto the ground. Yan Jihei snorted coldly. They are more troublesome than I thought. And finally, Yan Jihei gave up using a saber and tightly grasped a sword in his hand. The Wufang 10 heroes easily repelled the White Dragon Squad of Olong Manor. Not only that, but they also seized If I must die under this blade, I would be willing. Yan Jihei looked at the longsword in his hand admiringly. So this is the Olong sword. For incompetent people, this sword is not bad at all. Xiaobai beside him asked doubtfully, You seem to really like that sword. Are you not using your old sword anymore? Yan Jihei nodded. I have decided to switch to using a sword instead of a saber. Sword belonging to the commander of the White Dragon Squad. It also looks very eye-catching. Yan Jihei was startled. Hey, why do you follow me everywhere? Lu Shi answered calmly, Because I like you. By the way, why do you hate Olong Manor so much? Are there martial arts similar to yours? And that red hair of yours? Didn't you also come from Olong Manor? Facing this series of questions from her, Yan Jihei temporarily chose to remain silent. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Shi secretly pondered in her heart. Looking at his reaction, something must have happened, but he won't tell me. I guess I can't be of any help. I will find out the truth myself. Right at this moment, Xiaobai spoke up again. He used to be the youngest son of Olong Manor, but those bastards, for some unknown reason, abused and isolated him. He was bullied and tortured for a long time. Lu Shi then felt sympathetic. Is that true? You were bullied by those people from Olong Manor? Since when? For how long? And why? Xiaobai still wanted to continue speaking, but was loudly stopped by Yan Jihei. Enough. Do not bring up the past again. He then turned his head to look at Lu Shi. But hey, for what reason did you come here? Feng Yanxiao also spoke up. That's right, I was also planning to ask you about this. Why did
No, it's not like that. He just dispatched me to patrol the current situation for a bit. Hearing this, Yan Jihei breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. No matter what that guy wearing the tiger hat says, I will not revoke the ban, Lu Shi said, her face full of helplessness. The guy in the tiger hat? Are you talking about my father? Anyway, I don't know the details inside, but if that is your situation, that I have no reason to force you to revoke the ban, right? Yan Jihei silently declined to comment. Xiaobai loudly agreed. That's right. Lu Lin has paved the way for us, so we must find a way to take revenge on Olong Manor. Tuo Gaoming also smiled and said, Exactly. That's what true brothers are for. We will take revenge on those who dared to treat Jihei badly, and trample them so hard that they will never dare to show their faces again. The group then all happily discussed with each other. How should we take our revenge? Should we charge straight in, or go to the Hugo Review channel to cultivate more martial arts and improve our strength first? Lu Shi once again glanced at Yan Jihei and said, Our commander must be deeply loved by his new family, huh? If things have already come to this, wouldn't it be best to take revenge?
The 9 great sects, as well as all renowned families belonging to the Orthodox faction, had gathered in Luoyang after receiving a summons from the Orthodox Alliance. On the stage, a person shouted loudly, Now, everyone please pay attention. This person was the sect leader of the Orthodox Alliance, Su Yun's sword, Zhang Hu. Another person walked up and cupped his hands toward him. I will briefly say a few words on behalf of the Alliance branch. This person was Ambassador Zhuge Cheng. First of all, thank you all for gathering here after receiving our summons. As you may have guessed beforehand, the reason we are assembled here today is for the crusade against the Yeming cult, the battle from which only the Etian sect leader and the swordsman of Olong Manor returned alive. From what we know, their commander is the world chaos sword demon Zhu Tianming. As you know, just 10 years ago, his martial arts were nothing to fear. However, when confronting the Etian sect leader, he confirmed that his strength had reached the level of the top 10 martial arts grandmasters in the Zhonghu. The strength of the subordinates under his command has also matched that of the elders of the 9 great sects. Therefore, the Orthodox Alliance has confirmed that they have gained supernatural powers through sacrificing cultivators. Hearing this, the crowd all excitedly shouted, They really have supernatural powers? Zhuge Cheng continued to yell. Therefore, the Orthodox Alliance must now show its resilient will to confront that power. For this reason, the Orthodox Alliance will hold a martial arts assembly right here, right now, to refine justice, to make a name in the world, and to let the wicked know the power of righteousness and wisdom. The crowd, upon hearing this, cheered in agreement simultaneously, and thanks to that, the assembly ignited the spirit of the Orthodox factions and awakened their desire to fight. It also attracted newly emerged heroes who could confront the villains of the Yeming cult. Bai Meizu, sitting on the viewing platform, smiled. To think this is the pinnacle of the Orthodox Alliance, most of them are not capable of proving it. Those are
Seeing her son not responding, her face immediately wrinkled. Why aren't you answering me? Say something. At a time when your younger sister has lost the family's stability and protection work, you as the head of the family must work even harder to revive Olong Manor. Yan Shengbai replied, That is true, but the situation has gradually improved recently. We have also helped the Baishe Merchant Guild steal the treasure back from the 3 merchant guilds. Please don't be too serious, mother. Bai Meizu smiled. That's true. Because you did that right after you just recovered, you have helped Olong Manor a little bit. However, we are still far from being satisfied, right? Therefore, you must achieve good results in this assembly at any cost. Understand? Yan Wubai sat on the side and sighed inwardly. Mother, Chengbai has just recovered. On the arena, the battle at this moment had already determined a winner and a loser. The referee shouted loudly. Now, which family will step onto the arena to conquer the next challenge? Bai Meizu said excitedly. Chengbai, go up. Let them see the strength of Olong Manor. Yan Chengbai had no objections, and obediently stood up and walked up. He quickly jumped into the arena. When the crowd saw him enter the arena, their faces involuntarily tensed up. That man was one of the 2 people who survived the recent crusade against the Yeming cult. He is Yan Chengbai, the swordsman of Olong Manor. Yan Wubai's face looked a bit helpless. It seems everyone's reaction is quite enthusiastic. Yan Chengbai.
Rumor has it that man is quite skilled, isn't that right? How dare you doubt the one who survived the crusade against the Yeming cult? If you don't know anything, keep your mouth shut. But I heard that Olong Manor has recently been even worse than the mountain bandits. Wait, look at that young woman. Who is she? It seems she is the beloved daughter of the Sword King, the flower of the Nong family, fairy spirit flower Nong Yan. Chengbai was quite surprised to see this young woman step onto the arena. Sister Yan. The atmosphere of the assembly was stirred up by the appearance of Nong Yan, and all eyes were fixed on the martial arts display of the Nong family. Nong Yan's first public battle officially began, and the crowd all around the arena cheered loudly. Just as the rumors say, she looks like a flower, and not only that, she can solve any problem under the sun. People say no one can match her intellect. Bai Mei Zhou gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, if it weren't for that little bitch, Cheng Bai would have been the center of attention. How dare you come here and ruin the atmosphere, you wench? Yan Cheng Bai greeted her on the arena. Sister Yan, how have you been lately?
Is something bothering her? At this moment, someone on the platform waved their hand and shouted loudly, "Hey, it's me, Nong Jun. It's been a long time since we met. We are here on behalf of our father." Seeing him suddenly yell, Nong Yun's eyes immediately turned extremely cold. She glared at him and raised her hand, signaling him to shut up. The young man's face was full of helplessness. Well, she says that introduction is enough. She wants to spar with you." Yan Chengbai was surprised. "What did you say?" Without giving him time to react, Nong Yun raised her sword. She immediately lunged forward, and the battle between the two officially began. Yan Chengbai dodged her attack and was startled. Had she gone all out right from the start? Then just dodging her attacks without fighting back would be highly inappropriate. He immediately leaped up to counterattack. Nong Yun did not stand still to take the hit, swinging her sword to attack back. The battle between the two was very evenly matched. Neither side could gain the upper hand for the time being, and the audience in the stands was dazzled by this martial arts competition. Both of them are amazing. I didn't expect her to be so skilled, truly worthy of being the successor of the Sword King. Yan Chengbai smiled in the arena. "Haha, you are still as skilled as you were back then. When we were young, we used to practice martial arts together. Do you still remember?" Nong Yun's expression turned gloomy as she thought to herself, "How could I not remember? You and all those people at Olong Manor pretended to ignore it, even though you knew everything clearly, especially Madame Bai and her cruel methods, along with the vicious things you did to that child. You begged for forgiveness in extreme terror, and how that child cried. I still remember everything vividly, even though 10 years have passed." She swung her sword to push Yan Chengbai back, then madly urged her internal energy once again. Seeing this, Yan Chengbai was terrified in his heart. Was she going to unleash the ultimate skill of the Nong family here? This is just a friendly sparring match. Why is she doing this? Seeing this from the platform, Nong Jun also advised loudly, "Sister Yun."
Why can't my anger at that child's sorrow be appeased? She quickly leaped into the air and executed the Wu Tian Kung Fa. Yan Chengbai gritted his teeth. If you are so serious about this duel, then I have no other choice but to use the ultimate skill of Olong Manor. He then also executed the second stance of the 9 Heavens sword art, 9 dragons ascending to heaven. The attacks of the two quickly collided. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, right at this moment, someone drew a sword and jumped down onto the arena. He casually swung his sword to block both of their attacks. Yan Chengbai's face clearly showed reluctance. The sect leader of the alliance? Zhang Hu smiled. I really admire the passion of you two. However, this assembly is only meant to be a symbol of harmony for the Orthodox Alliance.
Zhang Hu then spoke loudly to everyone. Are you all not excited for the future of the martial arts world? We have 2 outstanding talents here, and we will use this competition as an opportunity to prepare for the war against the Yemen cults, and we will definitely defeat them at all costs. Hearing this, the crowd roared in agreement. That's right, we must win. Let's teach those bastards a lesson. Lian Shenbai turned to Nong Yan and said, That was a great match, junior sister. I learned a lot from you. Right at this moment, someone shouted loudly, Young Lei! Nong Jun, sitting in the arena, looked back in confusion. This voice is... The audience saw the newcomers covered in bloodstains and were shocked. Look over there. Aren't they disciples of the Nong family? But why do they look like that? Nong Jun hurriedly ran over and asked, Are you okay? Calm down and speak. What exactly happened? The person calmed down and said, It was Yue Shen and the Mushan foxes of the Yemen cult who suddenly attacked the Nong family. Nong Jun became extremely agitated upon hearing this. Are you kidding me? The person confirmed, No, sir. As soon as the elder realized what was happening, he ordered that you and the young lady must be informed immediately, so we were sent here. However, the entire Hefei city was surrounded by the Yemen cult, making it impossible for us to escape, which is why we were delayed. Nong Jun asked again, Then, are my father and mother still alive?
Nong Yan was much calmer, slowly walking over and asking, "Since when did they occupy the city?" "Your subordinate is also unsure, but it was probably around 3 to 5 in the morning." Nong Yan pondered inwardly. That meant more than half a day had passed since then. Without wasting any more time, I must return before anything worse happens. Thinking of this, she immediately helped her eldest brother up. "Get up, brother. Since we can't know if our father is still alive, we must return to Hefei immediately." She then turned to look at Jangbo, the alliance leader. "There is a possibility of another crusade against the Yemen cult. Can we ask for the help of the protection squad?" Jangbo cheerfully agreed. "Of course you can. I will send them to help you as soon as they are ready." Nong Yan then took the lead to leave. "Thank you, sir. Then we will leave right now. Let's head back to the Nong family." Right after that, the two Nong siblings, after preparing essential items, set off to return to Hefei with the protection squad. However, as they approached the outskirts of Hefei, they encountered Huan Xin Shui appearing in the sky. By the time they just returned to the Nong family, everything was already over. The scene shifted back to the previous night at the Nong family, where a tragic and fierce battle was taking place. Do not retreat. At all costs, we must protect the Nong family. The people of the Nong family, despite their fierce resistance, were continuously slaughtered. Nong Bai gritted his teeth. Damn it. Who would have thought the Yuling sect would be this strong? At this rate, the Nong family will be wiped out. Before that happens, I must evacuate everyone out of here first. Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, "Leave this to me, and quickly retreat. Go to Luyang and join forces with the protection squad led by the young master. Then we will discuss our next steps." Hearing this, Zhang Sha-en's face was filled with worry. "Husband, I cannot leave you alone. We will stay here and fight alongside you to the very last moment." Nong Bai shouted, "Only when you leave safely can I be at peace. Do not worry about me. Leave here quickly with the disciples." Two guards quickly approached. "Madam."
After that, we can discuss the next step. In the distance, Fairy Yuexia laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Do you think you can escape right in front of me? That is truly nonsense. Today, not a single one of you will be able to escape. All of you will be thrown into the fiery pit of hell and will have to live in endless torment." Facing the opponent's powerful attack, Nong Bai immediately channeled his internal energy. While he was fighting Fairy Yuexia, the person behind him rushed towards Zhang Xian's group. "You are truly pathetic, Sword King. I will crush your woman first." Nong Bai cursed inwardly. "Damn it, if this continues, she will be dead." He quickly swung his sword to repel the opponent, then without hesitation turned around and rushed towards his wife. Right after that, a powerful explosion erupted in the area. Nong Bai finally arrived in time to block this sword strike. Even so, his condition didn't look very good. Bastard! How did this old fox become so terrifyingly strong? At the same time, Fairy Yuexia was floating in the air, activating her attack. "Ha, Sword King Nong Bai, I will send your corpse to Duanlan's swordmaster." He had no way to dodge this sword strike from her, because he was being held back by the
Zhang Xiaoan glanced at him and smiled. "You must survive. You absolutely must survive, Sword Emperor. For the martial arts world and also for our children. Please take care of them in my stead, my husband." After her final words, she passed away. The Sword Emperor was agitated by his wife's death and fell into a state of madness. He then swung his hand and unleashed a sword strike. Wherever the terrifying sword aura went, the ground of the courtyard was sliced apart. Fairy Yuexia did not block it, but proactively dodged. This arrogant bastard. Nong Bai's longsword quickly struck again. At this moment, he went over and embraced his wife's corpse. "Rest in peace, my madam. I will follow you soon. I swear to follow you after taking the heads of these villains." He then leaped into the air. Next, he executed the Emperor Sword Art's ultimate stance, Chang Tian Bijian. Under his maddened offensive, Fairy Yuexia had no way to counterattack or rest her hands, and could only struggle to parry. While the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle, the other woman quietly sneaked behind him, wanting to launch a sneak attack. However, her intention was discovered by Nong Bai. Before she could even strike, he knocked Fairy Yuexia away and swung his sword, slashing towards her. The two were temporarily pushed back, but remained very confident. "Sword Emperor, no matter how skilled you are, do you think you can match our unique poisonous swords?" The two of them then combined their forces and attacked together.
The entire grand hall then began to collapse, and the two, including Fairy Yuexia, stood there smirking triumphantly. How ridiculous. I have finally avenged the old grudge after 12 years. No matter how strong you are, in front of the Yuling sect, you are no different from a mere mortal. Yuxian, you are right. Even if he is the Sword King, under such a terrifying strike, his bones will be crushed into fine dust. He can only wander in the underworld forever. The sect leader is waiting for good news from us. We must quickly return to the temple to report. You are right. Let's go quickly. When Nong and his people return, this place will only be left in ruins. Under the fierce heavy rain, they were still continuously digging to search for Nong Bai's body. Father, mother, why? Why can't we find any traces of them? The crowd bowed their heads in unison. Family master, we subordinates apologize. Nong shouted loudly. Where on earth could they be? Nong walked over and patted his shoulder to reassure him. Father and mother must have survived and left for somewhere else. Despite comforting her eldest brother like that, tears had also flown down from the corners of her eyes. Thus, the tragic downfall of the Nong family took place overnight. This incident caused the entire martial arts world to be in turmoil. At the main hall of the Righteous Alliance, a large crowd was gathering at this moment. We need to take action quickly and seek revenge for the Orthodox faction against that damn Yuling sect. That's right. We must show them what we are capable of. Absolutely. On behalf of the other sects in the martial arts world, we will return this humiliation 100-fold. While the Righteous Alliance swore revenge and prepared for the annihilation of the Yuling sect, another incident occurred that shook.
Isn't that His Majesty the Emperor? What kind of power are you seeking this time? The sect leader of the Yuling sect, who had always hidden in the shadows, had begun to ally with the royal court. This marked the beginning of their full-scale intervention in the upheavals of the martial arts world. The emperor said to her, "What I want is the power of eternal authority." The other person laughed. "Then your wish has already been granted, your majesty." The emperor was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The other person laughed ferociously. "You have placed our Yuling sect under your command, so you have already obtained the eternal power you desire. As long as you do not eliminate us, your authority will last for over 1,000 years. Hearing this, the emperor nodded. "Even if the heavens and earth collapse, I will not drive away your Yuling sect, I swear." Hearing this, she seriously clasped her hands. If that's the case, nothing could be better. The leader of the Yuling sect, whose whereabouts had been unknown until now, finally revealed herself in this place. Her words were not empty promises. Starting with the fall of the symbol of the Orthodox faction, the Nong family master, the Sword King, the Yuling sect, with its unstoppable expansion, launched a full-scale attack on the Orthodox factions. As a result, even the elite disciples of the Orthodox factions now had to kneel before the power of the Yuling sect. Please spare us.
Jihei, shirtless and showing off his six-pack abs, sighed. This is really boring to death, practicing endlessly without success. Seeing Jihei, sitting on a rock behind him, called out, "Young master, how do you feel swinging a real sword for the first time in your life?" Jihei drew his sword and replied seriously, "Indeed, I am still not used to it, but it seems it will gradually improve once I get more accustomed to it." Seeing Jihei secretly pondered in his heart, it must be because the kid has used that saber for too long, so his martial arts are not compatible with that sword. If only someone can guide this kid, it would be great. While practicing his sword, Jihei was startled. Why did it suddenly get pitch black? Seeing someone pushing a rock on the cliff, the two were startled. "Miss, what are you doing up there?" Liu Shi was puzzled. "What do you mean? Of course I am helping Brother Yan practice. That's why I'm pushing this rock down." "All right, give it a try." After saying that, she decisively pushed the rock down toward Jihei. "Try to shatter this rock with just one sword strike." Jihei fearlessly gripped the hilt of his sword. "All right, I will give it a try." He then leaped forward. With one sword strike aimed directly at the rock, fierce black smoke immediately billowed up from the area. Standing on the mountain, Liu Shi coughed incessantly. "This dust is killing me. Brother Yan, are you still alive?" Seeing Jihei's face was filled with helplessness. "Young master, are you okay?" The smoke and dust quickly dissipated, revealing Jihei's figure still standing proudly. "This rock is quite tough." Just as he finished speaking, the rock was split into two halves. Liu Shi stood on the cliff excitedly. "Brother Yan, how did you slash so well? Just a moment ago I thought you couldn't do it. Do you want to try again? It seems this method will bring miracles in the process of improving your martial arts." "Miracles, my foot. I thought I was about to die, but I also think I should try one more time."
Fang Yang Xiao stood on the peak of Mount Kozar. I'm freezing to death. Why does the snow keep falling nonstop? Tu Gaoming beside him chimed in. That's right. How about we all go back home? It's getting dark anyway. Fang Yang Xiao agreed. Yeah, let's go home. We'll come back to resume cultivation tomorrow. Hey, Old Sin, how is your cultivation going? We are planning to head back, so let's pause here for today. However, no matter how much they called out, the old man did not respond. At this moment, a faint stream of true qi was emitting from his body. Fang Yang Xiao approached, full of doubt. What's wrong with him? Is he dozing off while in the state of cultivation? Do I need to wake him up and feed him some bundao? Yanzai has suddenly realized something and was startled. Boss, wait, we still can't touch him right now. It seems he has entered the moment of choice. This is what Venerable Tandy taught me before. It is the stage of breathing qi before reconstructing the entire body. Touching him now could cause him to fall into a disastrous state like last time. I will stay here to ensure his safety. Everyone please head back first. Fang Yang Xiao's group heard this and had no objections. With you watching over him, we have nothing to worry about. We're counting on you for this. Lately, he has just been sitting around in a daze, looking so gloomy. I thought he was going to die, but it seems that's not the case. I don't know if he can hear what I'm saying, but see you later. The conclusion of the battle could be Xin Yang Kei's final one, as his internal energy had lasted.
Xin Yang Kei then now stood up and finished his meditation. A faint stream of true qi still radiated from his body as he swung his hand and threw a palm strike. Are you there? Xin Yang Kei had undergone a body reconstruction and was reborn into a new form. This made Yan Zihei very happy, and the old man bowed to him with clasped hands. If it weren't for your teachings, I probably never would have reached this realm. I am willing to repay this debt for the rest of my life. I, Xin Yang Kei, swear loyalty in the name of the blue heavens. Yan Zihei turned around and smiled. What teachings? Let's just hurry back. While waiting for you to practice cultivation, I was dying for some bandao. The old man hurriedly ran after him. Did you bring any beef jerky? I haven't eaten anything for 4 days, so I'm starving. Zihei hurriedly hugged the pile of dried buffalo meat tightly in his hands. Hey, that's my breakfast. I won't give it to you. Don't be like that, young master. Wait for me. I'm not going to fight you for the buffalo meat. The group then returned to the camp. What? Old Sin has successfully recovered his body? Fen Yang Xiao walked over and hugged him. Congratulations, Old Sin. How do you feel? Is it like being reborn? The old man smiled. Well, it's not quite that extreme. To Gaoming calmly sat there eating his food. But to me, you still look the same, right? Xin Yang Kei pointed at himself and asked excitedly, what do you mean? Don't you see my face looking as if it has been freed from all the stress and burdens of this world? Everyone was made to burst out laughing by his words. Fen Yang Xiao also smiled. Now that Old Sin has regained his strength, I also have a new announcement for everyone. Yan Zihei was doubtful. What is it? Fen Yang Xiao smiled. Since I have given up the leadership position of the Wufang 10 heroes, I am thinking about leaving Wufang Mountain. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Are you leaving? He Xiaobai was doubtful. Isn't it a bit too sudden? Zihei was also very confused. Is something wrong with you, brother? Fen Yang Xiao smiled. Lately, I keep having nightmares, and I am worried about my family. To Gaoming added, I have been attached to Brother Feng for so many years, so taking this opportunity, I also want to go down the mountain with him. Zihei sighed in relief. If that's the case,
you should return to your family. Without you, boss, this stronghold and our Wufang 10 heroes wouldn't even exist. Therefore, from now on, boss, please live the life you desire with your family. Feng Yansha smiled happily. You brats. All right. If that's the case, I will go home without feeling guilty anymore. See you all later. Ma Xiangqiu also slammed the table and stood up at this time. Then I will also go down the mountain. I will quit being a bandit and open an inn to live a peaceful life. Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. Do you know how to cook? What if you go down the mountain and the inn has no business? You are planning to go down the mountain with Taiyan, aren't you? Ma Xiangtu awkwardly scratched his head. You are right. I will manage the inn, and Taiyan will cook. Han
I want to stay with Brother Zihei, but I don't want to be a bandit. Taiyan noticed her at this moment. Xiaobai, why are you so down? You're so agile. You'll definitely do a great job at the inn. Xiaobai was startled. Huh? You mean I'm going with you too? Han Taiyan laughed. Oh my, we are a family. Of course we have to go together. Xiaobai was moved to tears and hugged her tight. Let's build the #1 inn in the world together. All right, we sisters will run the inn for the rest of our lives. Tua Gaoming teased Ma Shung Tu. Hey, if we come to visit and there are no seats, will we be chased away? Ma Shung Tu laughed. No way. We will always save seats for you brothers. You guys can come hang out anytime. And so, a week later, the Wufang 10 heroes, those who seemed like they would be together forever, finally went their separate ways. Everyone, take care. Don't forget that no matter how far apart we are, we will always be brothers. But this was also just a new beginning. Before leaving, Xiaobai ran over and hugged Zihei. Brother Yan, if you go down the mountain, remember to visit our inn. Lu Shi sighed and teased from the side. Oh my, Brother Yan really has a lot of places to go.
Yan Jihei looked at her doubtfully. Are you planning to go back too? Lu Shi smiled. I have to go back too. My father is waiting for me. What's wrong? Or should I take this opportunity to stay at Wufang Mountain? Xiaobai hurriedly pushed her. Stop it. Don't bother others anymore. Hurry up and go back to your home. Lu Shi threatened. You dare to chase away the daughter of the heaven-shattering demon lord? Aren't you afraid? Xiaobai wasn't scared at all and firmly shooed the guest. Hurry up and leave. The group then went down the mountain together. Yan Jihei and those who stayed behind stood there, watching their backs and saying goodbye. Sinyanka asked him, You look a bit sad, don't you?
By the way, do you want to learn the sword movement art? Jihei was surprised. The sword movement art? Sinyanke then demonstrated his ultimate skill to him. How about it? With this level of skill, probably no one from the Orthodox faction would be your match, right? Jihei simply replied in a bored tone. I guess so. Sinyanke was doubtful. But what are you doing? Yan Jihei sighed. What does it look like? I'm trying to practice the sword movement art here, but what does it mean to communicate with the sword? Sinyanke was stunned. Don't tell me you are staring intently at the sword to communicate with it. Jihei nodded. That's right. I've been looking at it for about 2 shishin now. Sinyanke burst out laughing. The sword movement art is not just about staring at the sword. First, to become one with the sword, you have to divide the internal energy in your dantian into 2 parts. One part is used to connect with the sword, and the remaining part is used to control it. Although I explain it like this, I have never personally used the sword movement art or even connected with the sword, so you should just practice slowly. Yan Jihei stared silently at the longsword. Connect with it, with the sword. He then started to channel his internal energy, following what the man had told him. Sinyanke was startled, feeling terrified in his heart. It's truly unbelievable. I know he has an innate talent for learning martial arts, but Young Master Yan's martial arts seem to have no limits. Meanwhile, at the Luoyang Shangzhou Merchant Guild, thank you for accepting the Nangong family. We will never forget this favor. If you need anything, please just tell us. Head merchant Shan Ming smiled. Don't be so polite. We are the ones who must thank the Nangong family for coming to us. Guildmaster Shan Yang also spoke up. It's quite embarrassing. The Nangong family just had an incident and already had to ask for your protection of the Merchant Guild. The Ye-Meng cult running rampant has caused Queen Lin to become arrogant as well. We truly had no other choice. Nangong Shan looked stern. Will this shipment pass through the Qifeng stronghold and Wufang stronghold? That's even better. I also have some personal matters to settle with the Wufang stronghold. Huh? Personal matters? Therefore, Nangong Shan explained. Shang Bai is my childhood brother. I cannot ignore the matter regarding the Olong Manor. Come to think of it, Yanyer, you are also joining the shipment, right? Nangong Yan replied. I don't.
Over here, Yan Jihei had now begun to successfully use the sword movement art. Driven by him, the longsword continuously flew around. Xinyanke, who was beside him, was shocked beyond words. Even if he practiced for a lifetime, he might not be able to execute such a perfect sword art. Just where was young Master Yan's limit? After a moment, Yan Jihei retracted his energy and held the longsword once again. Is this the sword movement art? It doesn't seem like it. I keep feeling that something is still missing.
How could he transmit internal energy into the sword so powerfully? Sinyanke replied with a pale face. If judged by normal standards, you have already succeeded. While Yan Jihei was engrossed in practicing the sword movement art, the Nangong family was on their way to Wufang Mountain, escorted by the Shangzhou Merchant Guild. San Min, who was riding a horse, suddenly stopped. Past Pingding Mountain is the territory of the Qifeng stronghold. Another person spoke up. No matter how notorious the bandits are, they should know fear. San Min smiled. Those hateful Qifeng stronghold bandits don't dare to show their faces, all thanks to the Nangong family. Nangong Jun was a bit embarrassed. You overpraise me, head merchant. The other person spoke again. I heard the Wufang mountain bandits are more docile than those at Qifeng stronghold. Do you think we can pass through easily this time, Jun? Nangong Jun shook his head. I don't know either. I'm not sure. In his heart, he secretly pondered. Hearing that the ones who pushed the Olong Manor into its current dangerous situation were the Wufang 10 heroes of the Wufang stronghold, and among them was a young bandit with extraordinary martial arts. If he didn't appear, he had just thought of this when suddenly a golden light flew towards them from the front. It brushed past them, giving the whole group a violent start, and the warhorses were frightened into loud, chaotic neighing. Nangong Jun frowned, snorted coldly, and tightly gripped the reins. Sun Min was not as capable as him. Agitated by his horse, he was about to fall off. Seeing him fall from horseback, Nangong Jun immediately dashed forward. Before Sun Min hit the ground, he timely used his sword to support him.
"Are you all right?" Sun Min replied, "I'm fine, just a little startled. But what happened?" Right at this moment, a loud voice rang out. "Everyone be careful. I can't control my internal energy. Don't resist, focus on dodging." Following his shout, the golden light flew up once again. Nong Gangjun yelled in panic, "Everyone, get out of the way." The golden light quickly flew right in front of him. Seeing this, the young man looked tense, and he quickly spotted the characters on the sword's blade. It was a sword from Olong Manor. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed at the flying sword. Yan Zihei also jumped down from the mountain peak at this time. "Come back here at once." The out-of-control flying sword, urged by him, immediately turned around, leaving the crowd.
"I am having trouble with this sword." Shan Ming was tense. "Have the Wufang 10 heroes appeared?" Nong Gangjun reassured him. "Head merchant, rest assured, leave them to me." He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He had heard that among the Wufang 10 heroes there was a young bandit with peerless martial arts. It seemed like he had found him. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Let me introduce myself. I am the young master of the Nong family, Nong Gangjun." The crowd was shocked upon hearing this. "Wait, the Nong family? Isn't that the family of the Sword King that was wiped out?" Sin Yang Ke confirmed. "That's right, one of the 5 great families at the top of the martial arts world." Yan Zihei was also very surprised. The Nong family? The image of Nong Yang, Sister Yan, subconsciously appeared in his mind. Nong Gangjun at the front spoke loudly again. "I came here today for only one reason. I want to experience your high-level moves, and I hope you will accept this request." Hearing this, Yan Zihei's face couldn't help but show a helpless expression. "Spar with me?" The atmosphere here then fell into a terrifying silence. Sin Yang Ke opened his mouth wide and thought to himself, why did the Nong family suddenly come here to challenge him? Could the Nong family have something to do with Olong Manor? The people on the Nong family side were also very confused. Why a sudden martial arts match? Nong Gangjun didn't care and continued. "Since you already made the first move anyway, I will take your silence as agreement." Immediately after, he leaped and rushed towards Yan Zihei. As soon as he attacked, he executed the Dalian sword art. Yan Zihei jumped up to dodge, secretly praising in his heart. As expected of the Nong family, their sword art is truly terrifying. I can't just keep dodging. Thinking of this, he reached out, tightly gripped his sword hilt, and executed the 3rd stance of the 9 Heavens sword art, Cloud Dragon Wind Tiger.
"Just what exactly is your relationship with Awakens Manor?" Jihei snorted coldly. "Relationship? A very strong relationship indeed, because I am Yan Jihei, so this relationship will never change." Nong Gangjun was stunned, his mouth wide open. "What? You are Yan Jihei? Then could it be, are you really Uncle Yan's youngest son?" Yan Jihei whined at him. "Hey, our swords are touching. Be a little careful." Nong Gangjun was astonished inwardly. Has the child who used to be led by the hand by Sister Yan grown up this much? But wait, why would the youngest son of Awakens Manor like you become a bandit? Yan Jihei's face clearly showed helplessness. "It's a long story. Let's go back to the stronghold and talk later. Since there are other people waiting, let's stop the match right here." Unexpectedly, Nong Gangjun gripped his sword hilt tightly and did not let go. "I want to do that too, but I am a martial artist. Seeing your excellent martial arts makes me want to experience it to the end." Yan Jihei laughed coldly. "Then it's up to you." Nong
"I won't hold back." Sin Yang Ke's group was doubtful. Did those two know each other? Perhaps so. The atmosphere seemed quite friendly. The people on the Nong family side were also discussing. Was the young master negotiating again? But we couldn't be sure. Yan Zihei reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword. "Then let's begin." Nong Gangjun was very excited. "Excellent. Come at me. Let me see your true strength." The match began without any misunderstandings. Yan Zihei, someone who could fight on par with many martial arts masters, had reduced his strength to make the match more balanced. However, the one who didn't miss the opportunity to attack was the young master of the Nong family, the successor of Sword King Nong Bai, Nong Gangjun. He continuously unleashed his family's ultimate skills. An incredibly profound move of the Boundless Firmament sword was struck out. Yan Zihei also struggled a bit to block this move. He was immediately sent flying far away. "Tsk, tsk, he's much stronger than I thought." Knowing his opponent's strength, Yan Zihei decided to get more serious. He once again leaped and executed the sword movement art. Under his urging, the longsword quickly flew towards Nong Gangjun. The crowd was very surprised to see him execute the sword movement art. Sin Yang Ke secretly rejoiced in his heart. It had perfected more than before. Facing this move from Yan Zihei, Nong Gangjun immediately fell into a disadvantage. He was immediately sent flying backward. This sword strike only made him fall heavily to the ground without intending to take his life.
Yan Zihei hurriedly ran over to ask, "Brother Nongong, are you all right?" Seeing this, the people of the Nongong family immediately wanted to make a move. The Trontian squad prepared to fight. Sinyanka's group also raised their swords. "Damn it! Has it finally come to this?" Nongong Jun clutched the wound on his arm and told the group to lower their swords. "This is just a friendly sparring match, isn't that right, Zihei?" Yan Zihei's face was still very worried. "But I injured you." Nongong Jun was extremely nonchalant.
You were worried about me, so you said that, right? He felt secretly moved in his heart. He said that because he was afraid I would get into trouble. Sure enough, Sister Yan and this person have quite similar personalities. Nongong Jun smiled. Anyway, the match is over. Let's go back to the stronghold to talk more. Since you are the youngest son of Uncle Yan, can I call you Zihei? Yan Zihei secretly acknowledged him in his heart. Then, from now on, this person is also one of my brothers. Thinking of this, he cupped his hands and smiled. Of course, elder brother. Nongong Jun smiled and ran forward. Then which direction is your stronghold? Yan Zihei hurriedly stopped him. Elder brother, it's not that direction. Nongong Jun immediately collapsed to the ground unconscious. The bond between Yan Zihei and the Nongong family opened up a new opportunity after this incident. Yan Zihei panicked and called out, "Are you all right?" Nongong Jun reassured, "It's nothing, brother Zihei, don't worry." Yan Zihei shouted loudly, "Don't die." The people of the Wufang stronghold were confused. What the hell is going on? They were fighting half to death, and now they are loudly calling each other brothers. We really don't understand what happened over there. Sinyanke explained. What else could it be? One look and you know it's related to the toll fee again. Everything was exactly as the old man said. By the time Nongong Jun woke up, everyone had safely passed through Wufang Mountain. However, Nongong Jun was also slightly seriously injured, so he had to stay alone at the Wufang stronghold to recover. The first chaotic evening began. After hearing what Yan Zihei said, Nongong Jun was surprised. Did that really happen? Auntie even told
Sinyanke excitedly said, "All right, let me talk about myself. I am someone who has dedicated the rest of my life to following and protecting this brother here. You could say I'm already very satisfied with this life, so there's nothing special to pay attention to regarding my presence here. Therefore, you two can just talk freely." Yan Zihei sighed. "He is just an acquaintance of mine." Nongong Jun nodded. "So that's how it is. After hearing your story, I understand why." But I don't know since when that girl had an angry and dissatisfied attitude towards Olong Manor. That made everyone shocked and surprised. I guess it might be after that girl knew the things you had to go through at Olong Manor. Therefore, she had such actions. Yan Zihei was surprised in his heart. She knows everything, so that's why. She changed because of me? Nongong Jun continued. But not everyone can know everything in this world. A person who was once treated badly by the family like you has now grown up and made continuous progress. Yan Zihei was startled. Do you mean I can become a member of the family? Nongong Jun suddenly remembered something at this moment. That's right. To be taught the martial arts of the family, of course you must become a person of the family. Therefore, the representative of the family in the future will also be held by you. Everything is exactly like that. But there is one thing that makes me extremely wonder. How at your age you have achieved such great success? Yan Zihei was about to speak, but Sinyanke raised his hand to stop him. He shook his head at him to signal. Yan Zihei understood and smiled. It can be said that I accidentally found a martial arts manual in the warehouse of Olong Manor, and from there I concentrated on cultivation. Nongong Jun was startled. What? You only needed a manual and cultivated to have your current martial arts without anyone's guidance? If things are really as you said, then you are a martial arts prodigy. Yan Zihei smiled shyly. Well, it's not to the extent you said. In his heart he thought secretly. How could he not doubt my words at all? Nongong Jun continued. It is good that you are a martial arts genius. You don't need to be modest at all. But how long do you plan to be a bandit here? Yan Zihei lowered his head sadly. About this, Nongong Jun looked serious. The Jianghu is currently in great chaos, due to the rise of the Yaming cult making the sects unsafe. Therefore, the entire Jianghu currently has gathered all forces to deal with the Yaming cult. Just adding one person means adding a part of strength. So do you plan to leave the stronghold and go out to help everyone? Yan Zihei frowned and thought. Go out there? A few days later, when Nongong Jun had fully recovered, he left immediately to catch up with the merchant guild. Take care, Jihei. Later, if you go down the mountain and leave the stronghold, come to Luoyang to find me. Yanyer also misses you very much. Those were the words that Nongong Jun left behind. The encounter with him made Yan Jihei's mood fluctuate quite a bit.
Sinyanka walked over and asked, "Brother, what are you doing lying here?" Yan Jihei replied in annoyance, "All right, I am cultivating, so do not bother me." Sinyanka still didn't leave.
Spiritual cultivation without tranquility is not good. How about we practice sword arts together? Yan Jihei continued. That's not a good idea. My mental state is currently unstable. What if I accidentally injure someone? Sinyanka remained very calm. You shouldn't overthink it like that. It will only make things more difficult. How about going to find Master Tiandi to answer your doubts? Then everything will be fine. Yan Jihei asked worriedly. But can Master Tiandi really answer my questions? Sinyanko suggested. All right, we can find that out later. But if we go, we can learn things. And once we reach Luanyang, we can also enjoy many delicious foods. On the way back, we can do many other things. And stopping by the Shangzu Guild would be good too, wouldn't it? Everything should just be relaxed and not forced. Yan Jihei sat up. Oh, please, that's not true at all. Sister,
Am I being a bother? You talking this much means you want to go down the mountain to Luyang, right? He pondered inwardly. If I go to Luyang like the old man says, I will be able to learn a lot of things. This is actually not bad. Anyway, I have a home to return to now. Plus, I really miss her face. Thinking of this, he smiled. There's no other way. I have to humor you, old man. Let's go down the mountain and see. Shin Yanke laughed very happily. That's good then. Wherever my brother goes, I will follow. And so the two of them traveled together and left the Wufang stronghold. They walked together on a new path with many things to look forward to ahead. You didn't forget anything, right? I've prepared everything. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn around and reassure the rest of the people. Everyone doesn't need to worry about me. I will return safely soon. Everyone remember to take good care of your health. The people were all very sad. Jihei, you must remember to come back. Take care on your journey. Perhaps I've been with younger brother Jihei for too long, so now that he's leaving, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. I will miss you two a lot. Shin Yanke asked. All right, where are we going first now? Yan Jihei calmly replied. We've already come down the mountain, and we have a destination to reach. First, let's go to Wudong to meet Uncle Shangren, and after that, I will go to Luyang to meet Sister Yan. A few days ago in Luyang, Nonggong Yan was drinking alone in a tavern. Suddenly, two drunks came over to harass her. It's already late at night. Why is a young lady sitting here drinking alone like this? Do you want to drink a few cups with us? Nonggong Yan lost her mood, stood up, grabbed her sword, and wanted.
The clothes on their bodies had been slashed to pieces by her. Just as they ran outside, someone else came in. Miss Nonggong was indeed more fierce than ordinary people. She narrowed her eyes in confusion and stared at them. The young man explained, Miss, you don't need to be on guard against us. We are here to pass on the words of the alliance leader of the Orthodox Alliance. This place is not very convenient, so... Nonganyan interrupted. You mean talking about the Yeming cult? The two were startled. How did you know about that, miss? Nonganyan replied calmly. Is it strange? I had a feeling that person would come looking for me. And just as Yan Zihei and Sin Yanke went down the mountain and took their first steps into the Zhanghu, Olong Manor was also undergoing a major transition. The eldest son Yan Shengbai of Olong Manor and the eldest daughter Zhang Ruke of the Zhang family officially became husband and wife. Finally, Olong Manor had formed a marriage alliance with the Zhang family manor. This was a way out for the current situation of Olong Manor. Bai Meizu smiled at her daughter-in-law. Ruke, from now on the future of Olong Manor will depend on the two of you, so please help Shengbai and bring glory to the family. Zhang Ruke bowed. Yes, mother. Yan Shengbai looked at his wife. His face couldn't help but turn red. Yan Wubai's group saw this and smiled in unison. I didn't expect to see the day our eldest brother blushes. Today is truly a special day. At this time, Bai Meizu turned her head to look at her daughter. And Zhou Shui too. You should follow your sister-in-law's example and behave elegantly and demurely before finding a good husband. Stop associating with that Loyang 5 heroes or whatever. Yan Shuisak sighed in frustration. Yes, I know. Bai Meizu shouted. Don't just talk the talk. I will soon send a matchmaker to the merchant guilds to discuss your marriage. Right at this moment, an old man walked over. All right, let's have another drink. Oh my, mother-in-law, I should have come to visit you sooner. Hearing them talk, Yan Shui sighed in frustration and wanted to leave. Zhou Shui just endured a little longer. Our eldest brother's wedding is almost over. If it weren't for our eldest brother's wedding, I would have left a long time ago.
But later, due to their father's illness and the lack of inherited martial arts, Awakens Manor almost collapsed, but thanks to the relentless efforts of eldest brother and mother, the family was revived. Yan Jozuek sighed. I don't know about mother, but eldest brother has truly worked too hard. He even went to the Nonggong family to learn martial arts. Yan Wubai also sighed. Mother just speaks a bit harshly. She has also put a lot of effort into the revival of Olong Manor. So from now on, stop causing trouble and obediently prepare to get married. Listen to Mother. Yan Zhouzuek was mocked on the head by him and cried, "Why do you always scold me?" Yan Wubai thought to himself, eldest brother has married into the Jiang family manor, and the embargo on Olong Manor will soon be resolved through trading with other merchant guilds. Father, do you see this? We will do our best for the future of Olong Manor, so please rest in peace in heaven. Bai Meizhou raised her glass and said loudly, "Come on, everyone. Today is a happy day for Olong Manor, so let's raise our glasses to celebrate the harmony of our two families." The crowd raised their glasses in unison. "Ha-ha, to the prosperity of Olong Manor and the Jiang family manor." The husband and wife, Yan Chenbai and his bride, seemed very harmonious. Both were very happy with this wedding, and of course Bai Meizhou was also extremely delighted, because she had achieved her goal. Yan Mo, who was beside her, spoke up. "Madam Bai, you have worked hard managing everything on behalf of your elder brother. From now on, surely only good things will come to the family, so please just enjoy yourself today." Bai Meizhou nodded. Of course. In her heart, she secretly rejoiced.
Yan Zhoushui stood far away, observing her mother's appearance with obvious annoyance. She decisively turned around and huffed away. "The wedding is almost over, so I will go back to my room to rest," Yan Wubai advised. "Why doesn't this little girl stay a bit longer?" Yan Zhoushui was determined to leave. "You just stay here and serve, eldest brother." In her heart, she secretly snorted coldly. "What matchmaking? Do you think I will obediently stay at home and get married without making a name for myself in the Zhonghu? I am also the daughter of the moon-slashing swordsman. Just because I am a girl, do I not have the opportunity to prove myself and have to be a servant for the Yan family merchant guild for the rest of my life? Therefore, I will leave to join the Luoyang Five Heroes. I will make the name of the heroine Zhou Shui famous throughout the Zhonghu." As soon as she went outside, right after that, a tremor spread through the center of the square, and all the rejoicing crowd was thrown into a panic by the scene. What's going on? As the dust settled in the middle of the courtyard, the figure of a woman was revealed. Bai Meizhou shouted loudly, "Who are you, daring to run wild in Olong Manor and still wanting to live?" The woman sneered, "Run wild? How ridiculous. My revenge is only just beginning." Immediately after, she swung her sword and slashed wildly, and terrified screams quickly enveloped the entire Olong Manor. "Save me!" The guards quickly ran over to reassure everyone. "Quickly protect the esteemed guests and leave here immediately." Yoksan laughed loudly. "Take this move. Ha-ha!" Yan Wubai quickly rushed forward to stop her. The two struggled for a moment before Yoksan swung her sword to push him back. Yan Wubai stood shielding Zhoshek, who had been knocked unconscious on the ground, and asked, "Who are you? Why do you dare come to Olong Manor to cause trouble?" Yoksan gritted her teeth. "You fools! The Olong swordsman is dead, and now you have even forgotten my existence?" Yan Wubai was startled. "Olong swordsman?"
"You truly do not live up to your father's reputation at all." She then turned her head to look at Jia Shui lying on the ground. Seeing this, the crowd panicked. "Hurry, take the young ladies and young masters to a safe place. Where is the Azure Dragon Squad?" Bai Meizhou screamed loudly, telling them to quickly contact the Orthodox Alliance. In her heart, it was incredibly hard to believe. "Oh my god, why would this demon appear here today? If this continues, Olong Manor will." Right at this moment, Jia Shui crawled up and yelled loudly, "Fairy Yakshe, you are just a demon who was defeated by my father and luckily survived, yet you dare to act arrogant here?" Hearing this, Yan Wubai broke out in a cold sweat, and Yakshan's expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. "With that unpleasant tone and that red hair, you must be his daughter, right?" Jia Shui was quickly picked up by the neck by her. "If I tear you into pieces, will your father crawl out of his grave? Why the silence? Use that arrogant tone to answer me." Right at this time, Yan Shengbai charged forward from behind, quickly appearing above Fairy Yakshe's head. Before her surprised eyes, a powerful sword strike was slashed out. This attack couldn't do anything to her, but Yan Shengbai continued to rush in to save his younger sister. Yakshan looked at her hand and let out an "Oh. I thought this place was full of useless trash. It seems there is still some of the old tiger's fierceness left, huh? But in the end, that's all there is to it. As long as the Olong swordsman Lord Yanwu doesn't resurrect, then no one in this world can defeat me, because I am now invincible." Yan Shengbai crazily charged forward again. "Fairy Yakshe, you dare to step foot into Olong Manor?" As soon as he attacked, he executed the third stance of the Nine Heaven sword art, Cloud Dragon Wind Tiger. "Get the hell out of here." Yakshan blocked while sneering coldly. Her appearance showed absolutely no sign of tension. Although his attack failed, Yan Shengbai gritted his teeth and charged forward again. "Let's see how long you can joke around. Get ready." Yakshan was disdainful. "Get ready for what?"
Yan Shangbai's attack was neutralized once again. Not bad, kid. Yan Shangbai swung his sword again. Shut up. He pondered secretly in his heart. I have fought with the Yamen cult before, taking advantage of their opening to use my strongest move. He then executed the 7th stance of the 9 Heaven sword art, dragon claw slashing the earth. A powerful sword strike headed straight towards Yakshe. Seeing this from afar, Yan Wubai bragged, "Are you afraid of Olong Manor now, fairy Yakshe?" Yakshen mocked, "Not even worth a smirk from me." Yan Shangbai's move was then easily blocked by her, raising her sword. This strike was casual.
You are not even worthy of me swinging my sword once more. Immediately after, she suddenly appeared in front of Yan Shangbei and struck out with a palm. Taking this palm strike, his body flew away like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, he realized the disparity in strength between the two of them. As soon as he stood back up, Yuashan struck out with another palm. His body was sent flying again, accompanied by a powerful explosion. Seeing this, the crowd was terrified. Yan Wubai hurriedly ran over. "Brother, are you okay? Damn it! This time, let us all the martial artists of Olong Manor quickly protect the family master." Yan Shangbei stopped him.
Yuashan sneered. "How pitiful, Lord Yanwu. It seems you didn't care at all about passing down your martial arts to your descendants. This really ruins my mood. Now perhaps I don't even need to take action." On the roof behind her, a group of people immediately appeared. "Don't let anyone escape. Burn this place to the ground." The crowd, all looking like fierce and malicious demons, excitedly obeyed the order. "For the great Yeming cult, kill them all without mercy." Olong Manor instantly sank into a sea of blood. They had absolutely no strength to resist and lost their lives one after another. Yan Shangbei leaned on his sword and stood up. "Are the martial artists of Olong Manor falling this easily? What should I do?" Right at this moment, Zhang Ruqi came over to advise him. "Husband, you must quickly order a retreat. Continuing to resist will only result in meaningless deaths. Let's first take refuge at the Yang family manor, my parents' home, and plan our next steps later." Yan Shangbei gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "There's nothing I can do about this." Bai Meizo stood there helplessly, crying loudly. "Will Olong Manor collapse just like this?" Yan Shangbei quickly made a decision. "Stop resisting. Everyone run away quickly. Leave Olong Manor right now." Hearing this, Yan Zhou shouted angrily, "It can't be like this. This defeat is even more miserable than the Nongong families. The history of Olong Manor in the martial arts world has disappeared within the Sea of Fire." A person walked up to Yuashan and asked, "Branchmaster, are you going to just let them leave like that?" Yuashan laughed coldly. "Their lives can be taken at any time. I still have more important things to do." The youthful image of Lord Yanwu subconsciously appeared in her mind. Immediately after, she swung her palm and struck towards the main hall. "Do you know how much I've been looking forward to this day?" After shattering the main hall, she went to the top of the mountain where Lord Yanwu was buried. "Did you think lying there could help you avoid me? How foolish of you, Lord Yanwu. Open the coffin and mutilate the corpse." Fairy Yuashan's resentment towards the swordsman Lord Yanwu was so deep that she dug up all the remains in the grave and threw them into a pile of horse manure. This matter was very quickly spread throughout the martial arts world. Yan Jihei, sitting in a tavern, also accidentally heard this news.
What? Have you just heard this news too? Lately, the market is full of gossip about the Yeming cult. It is said that Fairy Yuexia, who is thought to be dead, has reappeared. First, she annihilated the Nangong family, and then destroyed Olong Manor. The 10 great masters of the world's Nangong Bai has gone missing, and the grave of the deceased moon-slashing swordsman was dug up. Who knows what will happen to the world now? Yan Zihei asked again, "Then did all the people of the Yan family there die?" The other person replied, "Ah, I heard that luckily they are still alive, but Olong Manor has been burned to the ground, leaving nothing behind. I'm afraid it will be hard for them to recover in the future." Xin Yangke slammed the table and shouted, "That damn fox! Just give the order, young master, and your subordinate will immediately go and take that old hag's life." Yan Zihei glanced at him. "What?" Xin Yangke was stunned.
Xin Yangke shook his head. "No." Yan Zhaihe then said, "Then why should I go get revenge? Whatever happens to Aolong Manor has nothing to do with us. I was just momentarily angry, thinking that the Youngming cult had wiped out the Yan family while I still owed them a debt. As for digging up graves or throwing corpses into the mud, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. I had hoped, even if just once, that even if he was sick and ill, seeing me in this state, because he is my father, he would feel moved, but that didn't happen.
That was just my own delusion. No one there cares about me at all. After finishing their meal, the two continued their journey. Xin Yangko said, should we find out more about the Yangming cult? If even Nong Bai, one of the 10 great masters of the world, was defeated, this matter is not simple. Furthermore, Fairy Uexa seems to have a deep grudge against the Yan family. I'm worried it will implicate you, young master. Yan Jaihe glared with him angrily. Am I supposed to be afraid of an old hag? Just then, someone else spoke up. Hey everyone, the registration counter is over here. You are here for the Qingyang Dallas Temple, right? Please write your family name and your full name here. We will check and invite you inside. Yan Jaihu was confused. What are you talking about? We are just passing through here. The woman was puzzled. Could it be that you are not from the Orthodox faction? I apologize, I was mistaken. Xin Yanka stopped her. Wait a minute, what you said isn't right. Assuming we are Orthodox martial artists, why would you think we would participate? Moreover, it seems there are already enough people here. Why are you gathering so many martial artists? Are you planning to start a war? The woman explained. It's all because of the Yangming cult. Recently, the Nanyang Merchant Guild, our partner, joined hands with the Yangming cult and betrayed us. The Righteous Alliance seemed as solid as a rock, but it has begun to crack because of a small fragment called the Yangming cult, and more factions are joining their side. Xin Yanka asked again, does the situation look like when Cleanland was growing stronger? The woman nodded. Exactly. Many factions that were previously dissatisfied with the Righteous Alliance, and those who noticed the Yangming cult gaining the upper hand, have used the Yangming cult's reputation to wage war everywhere. Our Qingyang Taoist Temple is also one of the places dragged into that war. On the surface, this is a war between the Qingyang Taoist Temple and the Nanyang Merchant Guild, but in reality, this is a war between the Orthodox and the unorthodox, between the Righteous Alliance and the Yangming cult. Therefore, many sects and Orthodox factions that have suffered losses due to the Yangming cult have come here to support our Qingyang Taoist Temple. Xin Yanka realized, so you thought we were one of them. The woman nodded. Yes, and because the opponent is the Yangming cult, we cannot be careless. When I saw the young master's sword, I thought he was a martial arts.
Yan Zihei observed the longsword and thought to himself, that guy's martial arts are poor, but he has a good sword. Xin Yan Kei turned to him and asked, what should we do, young master? Yan Zihei was puzzled. Huh? What do you mean, what should we do? The old man explained, in the current situation, sooner or later we will clash with the Yamin cult, so we might as well pretend to help the Qinyan Taoist temple to probe their true strength. Yan Zihei sighed. It's true that wherever we go we hear stories about the Yamin cult. He then walked up to the young woman and asked, hey, do they pay if we help them fight? The woman replied, yes, of course. Depending on your merits, young master, you will receive at least 100 and at most 300 a day. Yan Zihei nodded. Then I will register. The woman was delighted. Thank you, young master. Please tell me your name and family. Yan Zihei revealed his identity without hiding anything. Yan Zihei of Olong Manor, son of the moon-slashing swordsman. Hearing about Olong Manor, the woman was startled. I recognize it now. Your hair is red, and since you are a man, you will surely be a great helper. Yan Zihei said calmly. Of course. Therefore I will take 1 tael of silver a day. Hearing this, the woman's mouth fell wide open. Immediately after, there was an uproar inside. What did you say? Why did you let someone like that in? I didn't. He just barged in. Where is he now? 1 tael of silver a day is no different from a bandit. Furthermore, he's impersonating someone from Olong Manor. We couldn't possibly not know the descendants of Olong Manor, and anyone who knows about them knows they left Luoyang after the recent incident. Because Shoshui is going through a difficult time, our Luoyang...
Xin Yangke laughed. Ha ha, what familiar faces! So, young master, what should we do with them? The group of people immediately trembled upon seeing the two of them. You guys are... The young woman, seeing their attitude, was doubtful. Do you all know them? Xin Yangke laughed. We know them very well, actually. Right, young master? Yan Jihei glanced at them. So, the Luoyang 5 heroes are also participating. Then I have to change the conditions. 1 tael of silver a day, plus I will take the share of the money from these guys. The young woman spoke up. They will never agree to those conditions. But unexpectedly, all 3 young men agreed in unison. We think that is a very good idea. The dazzling sunlight shone across the space. Yankei spoke up. Boss, I guess we will arrive at the Nanyang Merchant Guild soon. He slowly put on his hat. Over the past few days, we have received so much money like this. Our journey can be more leisurely now. But it's also a pity. Today is my last day here. As for Jihei, he complained while adjusting his clothes. I'm bored to death. If I had known I had to wait this long, I wouldn't have participated. He glanced over with some doubt. But I heard that Fairy Uexa is also coming. Yankei stroked his beard thoughtfully. I'm not sure either, but Luoyang is currently the territory of the Yaming cult, so it's highly possible she will appear there. However, hearing you say that, boss, you must care about it, right? That's why I said it's for revenge. Jihei's face darkened as he turned around to warn. Not at all.
Not at all. He let out a deep sigh, his mind constantly racing. What the hell is this revenge? Sometimes I even hate Olong Manor more than that fairy geisha. However, Jihei remembered his father cowering in a corner, and those exhausted
His hands gripped the sword so tightly that the veins bulged. There were times when I resented my father for not caring about me, but when I was at the inn and heard about his affairs, I felt indignant. Father was so heartless towards me, so why do I still feel pity for him like this? At this moment, at the Nanyang Merchant Guild, a crowd of people standing outside constantly shouted, "You shameless scoundrels who dare to go against the righteousness of the Zhonghu! Nanyang Merchant Guild, listen clearly. It is bad enough that you flatter the Yiming cult, but you even dared to humiliate our Qingyun Taoist temple." A man holding a piece of paper read aloud, "That is exactly why the martial artists have gathered here today to rectify your wrongdoings. Hurry up and come out to confess your crimes." Hearing such words, someone inside was so furious that he ground his teeth. That damn temple master. Does the Orthodox Alliance not know what moderation is? Why are they gathering in such huge numbers? Yan Bai broke into a cold sweat while looking through the crack in the door. Have the reinforcements from the Yiming cult not arrived yet? A subordinate nearby replied immediately, "We haven't heard any news yet." Some of the subordinates present also couldn't contain their anger and volunteered to fight. "Let us subordinates step forward before the Yiming cult arrives." "That's right. We have no reason to sit here and listen to those accusations." He furrowed his brows tightly and scolded angrily. "You are truly a bunch of idiots. Can people like you withstand them if you insist on stepping out? The reputation of the Orthodox Alliance is currently plummeting, and they want to take down the Yiming cult to regain their prestige. Those standing out there are definitely martial arts masters of the Orthodox factions, and there are even elders of several sects present. Are you going out there just to get beaten to a pulp? If the Yiming cult doesn't join the battle, it's best for us to stay put in here." Suddenly, a person outside laughed contemptuously at their attitude. "Look at you all. How can you be both so weak and so cowardly?" That person lost his patience, leaping high into the air.
Yan Bai was pale with fear. "I'm sorry, sir. Please forget what this lowly one just said. Since when did you get in here?" Dali didn't bother to answer but continued to ask, "Is the Orthodox faction swarming out there?" He was so scared that his face froze, hurriedly nodding to confirm. Yes, it seems they want to challenge us. But sir, you don't plan to go out alone, do you?" Dali's eyes glowed red, smiling wickedly. "Stop spouting nonsense. Open the door for this seat." Very quickly after that, the door was opened heavily. The people outside immediately caused a commotion upon seeing it. "The door is open! Nanyang Merchant Guild, prepare yourselves!" When the door opened, there stood a young man leading a group of people in black. That guy smiled arrogantly. Wait a minute. Behind the guildmaster, the imposing manner of those men in black is also extraordinary. Everyone seemed to have realized they were the Dark Squad. The martial artists outside immediately panicked, breaking a cold sweat in fear. Impossible. Did the Yiming cult send troops here so quickly? Calm down. There are quite a few.
The martial artists of the Orthodox faction were also enraged, pointing their swords at them. "Have you forgotten when you had to kneel and beg for the protection of the Qingyun Taoist temple? How dare you look down on the Qingyun Taoist temple? We will make you pay the price." Dali was a bit annoyed at this moment. These people are really noisy. If you want to fight, then fight quickly. Why talk so much? Yan Bai trembled and said in a low voice, "Apologies if they made you uncomfortable." Dali bared his teeth in a smile again, clearly revealing his ambitions. From the very beginning, this seat had no intention of arguing with the Orthodox faction. Just using a little power to teach them a lesson is enough. He rushed forward quickly, constantly challenging. "This seat is Dali Gui, one of the Shido demon soldiers of the Yiming cult. Who dares to directly face this seat?" An Orthodox faction disciple seemed to have realized. Did the Yiming cult send the Shido demon soldiers here? Suddenly at this moment a few people appeared and blocked right in front. Seeing this scene he was very touched. Elders. Young Zhou's eyes were cold, declaring powerfully, "Dali Gui, it seems you have wreaked havoc in Lizhou for a time. I will replace those who have sacrificed to punish you. Await your death." Dali was not only unafraid, but conversely smiled contemptuously. "Oh, you mean those elders from back then? They were all small fries." He released a powerful stream of aura, slashing straight at the opponent. "Today, this seat will also send you to meet them." Although Young Zhou struggled, he still blocked Dali's attack. "Who can you catch with such a slow technique?" He glanced over and calmly concluded, "This seat has not even used internal energy yet. Don't be so arrogant just because you blocked one attack from this seat." Young Zhou couldn't help but panic upon hearing this. "What?" A nearby disciple who saw the scene of him being dealt with was also stunned, shouting fiercely in pain, "Elder, you bastard, I will kill you." Dali didn't hesitate at all and rushed to attack. "This seat already told you, take action, don't just talk big." The disciple suffered a painful blow, continuously spitting out blood. Dali glanced at the next person. "Now then, the elder has gotten into a ready stance. Only this old man is left, huh?"
In his heart, he was currently extremely worried. This is only a Shido demon soldier, yet he is already this powerful.
Jihei, appearing from who knows when, spoke up in annoyance. This guy is so noisy. Then, in an inexplicable flash, he appeared and delivered a painful kick right to Dolly's face. Because he was attacked so suddenly, he had no time to react and tumbled hard onto the ground, even being sent flying far away, creating an earth-shaking explosion. The men in black there were utterly astonished, incessantly asking, Dolly Gui, are you okay? Dolly Gui got kicked in the face? That loud-mouthed elder was also dumbfounded. Impossible. The attack was so fast that Dolly Gui didn't even have time to react. Who exactly is this young master? Dolly slowly and with difficulty stood up from the dust and smoke. So a decent one managed to pop out from among these bugs. Who exactly are you? Jihei remained silent and did not answer immediately. Then he slowly asked, You don't need to care about that. I will ask you one question. Is Fairy Yuakshe here? If that wench is here, you had better lead her to meet me. By doing so, you will be able to return safely. Dali glanced at him with full sarcasm. You were just lucky to be able to hit me. Don't act so arrogant. Jihei sighed nonchalantly. Arrogant? That word should definitely be reserved for you. Those old men are already extremely old and frail, yet you still dare to bully them? Dali raised his hand to wipe the trail of blood on his mouth and smiled, saying, You seem quite conceited compared to those from the Orthodox faction. Young master, it seems you need to learn a little more. Jihei's expression remained very calm, not forgetting to remind him, Don't do foolish things that you will regret later. Answer me quickly. Is Very Yuaksha here? At this point, Dali had almost completely lost his temper. His Excellency is the 100-armed demon lord, a highly influential figure in the Yaming cult. To kill a chicken, I don't need to use a butcher's knife for a cow. Hearing this, Jihei merely scoffed. Who is the chicken and who is
Today, I will let you know the true terror of the Yeming cult. Somewhere else, a hurried voice rang out. Everyone, hurry up! At this time, the injured elders had been brought to a safe place. Quickly, protect the elder. Elder, are you all right? He bowed his head in shame. What a disgrace. To think that I would lose to this
Young Zhe turned to look at Jihei suspiciously. Then who is that talented young master? Is he someone from the 5 great families? Dong Ye bowed politely. May this humble one say a few words? The man standing over there is one of the most famous figures for his ruthlessness in the martial arts world today. Disasters originate from the mouth. Yanka shook his head in frustration. All disasters stem from the mouth. You all should be more careful. Do not say words that you cannot bear the consequences of. If the young master finds out, you will be finished. After some inquiry, everyone exclaimed, The son of the moon-slashing swordsman, truly an honorable guest, has visited. The man in the green robe bowed respectfully. That young master is certainly facing difficulties because his noble manor was just attacked by the Yaming cult, yet he still comes here to help us. How truly precious. Yanka immediately corrected. This happened while we were absent, but those present here can confirm the young master's identity. Zhongsan also awkwardly confirmed. Yes, that's right. I was just about to say that. Although that young master is not from the 5 great families, he is a descendant of the Olong Manor. Young Jia suddenly came to announce, Attention everyone, Dali Gui is about to make a move. Over on this side, Dali channeled all his internal energy and rushed towards Jihei. You bastard! Even though the 100-armed demon lord is not my master, once you have insulted him, I cannot easily forgive you. Dali felt helpless and completely baffled by the opponent's attitude. I just asked if that wench is here. How is that an insult? Dali leaped high into the air and swung his sword. You bastard, shut your mouth right now. He used the technique Dali Yishan to attack. Jihei sighed helplessly. Sure enough, I have to take action to knock some sense into him. Suddenly, Yanka came to report. Boss, it seems Fairy Yuakshe.
A painful blow landed heavily on him as Yankei lightly touched the ground after a precise attack. Dali gritted his teeth in extreme resentment. Jihei did not forget to remind him, telling him not to act too arrogant, only to end up getting beaten and losing face. He was now very confident. Don't worry, boss. What can this kind of small fry possibly do to me? Hearing himself being humiliated, Dali shouted loudly. What, a small fry? Do you know who I am, old man? Yankei smiled mockingly, noting that he wasn't anything special, just a famous bandit in Henan. Seeing this, Jihei also urged. Is that so? Indeed, nothing outstanding. Then finish it quickly so we can go somewhere else.
Unable to bear it any longer, Dolly roared, "You bastards only know how to talk big. I will trample you under the banner of the Yamen cult." Yankei lost his patience to bicker and immediately charged forward, thinking this guy was really noisy, but since the boss requested it, he had to finish it quickly. Dolly was not inferior either. You crazy old man." He also grabbed his sword and lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, two streams of power collided head-on. Dolly's attacks also inevitably surprised Yankei, who continuously used his sword blade to block them. Dolly delivered a strike that immediately caused Yankei to stagger, leaving him standing unsteadily there. The disciple, seeing this, also grew very tense. Everyone was worried about Yankei. Could it be that he couldn't win? "Ever since you gained some bizarre power," he planted his sword on the ground, his mouth panting non-stop. "You have indeed become much stronger. That old man is really..."
But it is too late now. There is no time for regrets. Goodbye. The Orthodox faction disciples anxiously cried out, "Dodge!" Yankei just calmly glanced over. Dolly's sword was right before his eyes, but it did not stab him at all, only causing the ground to shatter. Yankei successfully escaped the danger, and he continuously mocked, "Does chopping off this old man's head make you that happy?" Only then did Dolly regretfully realize, "Damn it, I was too careless." Then it was Yankei's turn to swing his sword, piercing straight through Dolly's body. Yankei coldly lectured, "Do not think that having strange power in your hands allows you to be so arrogant. The price you pay for underestimating your opponent is your life." Everyone witnessing this battle was extremely bewildered. The guildmaster could not help but tremble upon seeing this. How did it turn out like this? The men in black there were not faring any better, unable to believe that the divine general Dali Gui was defeated. Only Jihei sighed in frustration. Old Sin really is something. Are all old people like this, doing all sorts of tricks just to get attention? Now Dali's red blood was continuously splashing everywhere, and the Orthodox faction martial artists happily cheered. "We won! Who knows what that old man's identity is, but he is so skilled. His moves are full of imposing aura." Yankei turned his face away and revealed a cunning smile. "Isn't this acting a way to boost morale?" Jihei turned around in frustration. "Stop talking nonsense. If Fairy Yexia is not here, then let us go." The people present clearly showed helpless expressions on their faces as they waved goodbye. He appeared suddenly and left suddenly too, huh?
Thought you were so great, huh? Now you've lost face. The spit flying out hasn't even hit its mark yet. Suddenly, a terrifying-looking hand, continuously emitting a red energy aura, was raised. In the blink of an eye, sharp claws appeared on that hand. This scene made the nearby martial artists startle and turn around to look. Yanka and Zaye also noticed it. Dolly had now transformed into a red demon, with fangs growing out. Dong Ye and the others were so panicked that their jaws dropped. What the hell is that? If I'm not mistaken, that thing is not human. It's a monster. The men in black at the back were also very wary, continuously whispering to each other. Dali Gui Divine General. What is that appearance? Yankei yelled in shock. "You Ye-main cult, so the essence of your supernatural power is that thing?" He recklessly rushed forward to fight. These are things that shouldn't exist in this world. Seeing the bad situation, Zaihei spoke up to stop him. "Old man, stop. You are not a match for that thing." Yankei still confidently swung his sword. "Young master, don't worry. Dealing with this monster is too simple." However, the expression on his face quickly became ugly. Dolly just lightly
Zahe could no longer stand by and watch. He also drew his sword to fight. "I know you are observing from the outside." Zahe walked over and provocatively called out, "Hey, monster!" Seeing it look a bit foolish, he sarcastically asked, "Can you hear human speech?" Dali, without a word, struck a powerful blow down at that spot. Fortunately, Zahe agilely dodged it, exclaiming, "That's a very rude answer. If so, I will respond in kind." His eyes lit up, and this time Zahe executed the third stance of the Nine Heaven Sword Art, Cloud Dragon Wind Tiger. That attack landed directly on Dali's body, but it didn't cause him any harm at all. Seeing this, Zahe froze for a few seconds. He took the Cloud Dragon Wind Tiger attack without a scratch. At this moment, Dali roared frantically and continuously launched attacks at Zahe. He couldn't help but step back to dodge. However, thanks to this, Zahe could determine that the opponent was strong, but also stupid. Zahe jumped high into the air and unleashed the ninth stance of the Nine Heaven Sword Art, Thunder Sword Shape-Splitting. A dazzling sword trajectory appeared as he rushed forward to slash directly at Dali. Very quickly, Jihei froze for a few seconds, seeing the scene before him. Not only was Dali unharmed, but he also punched straight at where Jihei stood. Jihei was now very bewildered. Damn it, not a scratch. Is he really that strong? He flew in from out of nowhere and kicked Dali right in the face. Get lost! This made him even more furious. Dali continuously swung punches, forcing Jihei to struggle to dodge. A disciple of the Orthodox faction also exclaimed in shock, "He took that attack and is completely fine? Does that monster have an indestructible Vajra body?" Even Yankei was stunned. Unbelievable. Even against
Jihei exclaimed in frustration, "So damn noisy, stupid monster." Dali angrily rushed over, intending to grab him. Jihei quickly thought of a solution in his head. If the Nine Heavens sword art didn't work, there was only one way left. Jihei's sword continuously emitted energy. This time, he used the first stance of the Nine Heavens' 9 swords, Fairy Descending. At the same time, Dali also roared like a madman. Jihei was very annoyed and kept scolding. Too noisy. Just as Jihei spoke, he pierced his sword through Dali's body. "You can shut up now." Instantly, Dali screamed in pain. The people below saw it and cried out, "It's a hit!" Yankei also couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. That's right. How could that move miss? However, very quickly, his eyes changed. Dali at this moment, apart from screaming, was still standing tall there. Jihei was also stunned, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, the wound in the middle of Dali's chest constantly emitted streams of black chi while he was screaming in pain. Jihei frowned tightly in deep thought. He couldn't help but wonder, what is this confusing situation? Jihei closed his eyes, his entire body surrounded by Dali's red energy. Could it be that when the sword touched him, I was hit by the opponent's move? I feel like I've fallen into this trap before. That was also when fighting with the Yuming cult, but this time is not like then. The feeling of falling into darkness is the same, but I don't feel suffocated or in pain. If it's an illusion art like then, I just need to shatter it. Jihei looked up at Dali and firmly asserted, "No matter how many times you roar, He still did not dare to relax his guard, furrowing his brows in deep suspicion. It disappeared. The entire space in front of him had become completely empty. The men in black were also in endless shock. What the hell was going on? Was that giant monster already destroyed just like that? The people of the Orthodox faction also cheered joyfully. The monster had been defeated. His martial arts were truly formidable. Young Ko was now extremely proud. The young master personally taking the field naturally had to be like this. Cheers echoed everywhere. They won. Zhongshan could not help but sigh in admiration. His strength was indeed far from ordinary. The Orthodox faction disciples began to curse. Look at those arrogant Yaming cult members. How dare they look down on the strength of the Orthodox faction? The leader fearfully begged, "My lords, please do something. I have bet my entire fortune on this." However, the men in black heartlessly brushed his hand away. "If you don't want to die..."
Since the 12 demon soldiers Dali Gui was defeated, we no longer have any hope of winning. Moreover, that monstrous form must be reported. However, their plan was discovered. "What nonsense are you blabbering about?" Jihei blocked their path. "Yaming cult, I thought you were no different from monsters, but I didn't expect you to actually be them. I must slash you to confirm whether you are truly monsters or not." Those men in black retreated cowardly. Damn it, the entire Yaming cult is retreating. That guildmaster was utterly shocked. "What?" He called out weakly, "Don't run! Where are you running to? You must take responsibility to the end." But very quickly the guildmaster was stopped by a hand. Responsibility? He turned around in extreme tension. "Shouldn't you be taking responsibility right now?" He trembled and said, "The deal has been cancelled, so what can I do?" The martial artists continued to pursue, quickly taking him to the Jiaofang. Suddenly at this moment, the men in black stopped in their tracks. The path ahead of them had all been blocked. "You appeared with such imposing aura, but now you flee so miserably?" They were extremely resolute. "I will absolutely not spare you. The lives of my comrades were lost because of you. Today I will avenge them." The men in black couldn't help but turn pale. Damn troublesome. Just like that, in the night, screams rang out continuously. "Wipe out all the remnants. Do not let a single member of the Yaming cult escape." Jihei leisurely sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, "It seems I don't need to take action directly." Yankei came running over. "Young master, you are truly amazing. That was the Nine Heaven sword, right? Why did you hide such an ultimate skill until now?" Jihei glanced at him, his expression a bit serious. "What ultimate skill? Old Sin, did you see me get pulled into the dark space the other day?" Yankei was stunned upon hearing this. "Huh? In my
Forget it. I still have a lot of things to do. Let's go. Yanka trailed behind. Young master, can you teach me the Nine Heaven sword? Jihei did not agree with him at all. You should successfully cultivate the Nine Heaven sword art first. Yanka couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. You were so cold. But what exactly was the form that Daligui transformed into just now? Jihei just kept his head down and walked straight ahead. If you don't know, how would I know? Anyway, I'm too hungry. At this time, a martial artist noticed them leaving and hurriedly called out, Please wait a moment. I want to invite you, young hero and benefactor, to a meal. Jihei lazily turned his head, clearly showing his attitude. A meal? If you want to thank me, just give me some silver. Hearing this, the person couldn't help but be stunned. Silver? I heard he's the descendant of the moon-slashing swordsman, but why does he speak like someone from Lulan? But this person, he is a very capable descendant. In the gloomy Zhonghu, after losing the moon-slashing swordsman Yan Wulong and the 10 great masters of the world, Nongongbi, perhaps a new martial arts master capable of confronting the famous sects has appeared. As time gradually passed, Yanka asked curiously, Where are we going, sir? Do you want to find traces of Fairy Yaksha of the Yumming cult? Jihei replied coldly, No.
He did not hesitate to voice his concerns. Some people in the Yumming cult could turn into monsters, as we have seen. That demon fairy Yusha must be even stronger than the monster just now. Yanka nodded in agreement after hearing this. What you say makes sense. Jihei confidently affirmed, if we want to confront them, we must have something on our side. In his mind at this time, he already had his own plan, the first of which was using qi to control the sword. A few days later at Huaguang City, Wudong Mountain, a voice rang out amidst the remote mountains and forests. What business does this brother have going up the mountain? I have come to meet Lord Tiendi. That young man asked with a very polite attitude, Lord Tiendi, do you have an appointment with my martial uncle? Jihei also answered frankly. He said I could come to meet him at any time. He looked at him with a scrutinizing and untrusting gaze. Truly, apologies. If there is no proof, you cannot go any further. Jihei was also very helpless at this time, constantly persuading. I have no way to prove it, but if you pass on the message that Yan Jihei has arrived, he will know. That disciple narrowed his eyes to observe carefully. His eyes did not seem to be lying, but there was no reason for his martial uncle to meet a teenager like him. Even the sect leader could not meet him. Could it be that this person is a
Jihei was also starting to get anxious of this moment. Could it be that I can't meet Lord Tiendi? He sighed. He definitely said I could come at any time. Afterwards, that disciple summoned a bird. I have a way to confirm, but don't expect martial uncle to come. As soon as Jihei saw it, he exclaimed, I remember this bird of Tiendi. The Lord usually brings it along. At a nearby lake, there was currently a silhouette soaking inside. The person's entire body continuously emitted a powerful stream of energy. At this time, Tiendi noticed his bird flying over. It obediently perched on his hand. Tiendi hurriedly took out the letter. He even read it very attentively. Meanwhile, at Wudong Mountain, that disciple still didn't dare to be certain. I have written a letter to martial uncle, but if there is no reply within an hour, you should give up. Jihei still felt extremely puzzled. Why? If my name is written, he will definitely come running. He gradually lost patience and sighed. On what basis can you say that, young hero? Who do you think you are? But right after that person finished speaking, a voice rang out. Young hero Yan. Jihei cheered happily. See, was I wrong? That disciple couldn't believe it. Impossible. But when he turned around to look, he was stunned. Tiendi came running up panting. He was even in such a rush that he hadn't dressed properly. Young hero Yan, did you really come to visit me? While he was tidying himself up, a voice rang out. Martial uncle. It turned out the disciple from earlier came running. I have brought the clothes. Please put them on quickly. Tiendi also quickly replied. Thank you. You've worked hard for me. He embarrassedly spoke up. It's nothing. Please put on your clothes quickly. I'm afraid that other disciples will see. Jihei also laughed and teased at this time. You don't need to be in such a rush to meet me. He asked, did you miss me that much? Tiendi did not hesitate to affirm immediately.
Hearing these words, the disciple could not help but feel so tense that he broke into a cold sweat. Just go there, and you will be amazed. Somewhere else, a shocked voice rang out. What did you say? The master received an outsider? The other person quickly confirmed. Yes, it is a young man. The master even rushed out to greet him, not having time to dress properly. Furthermore, he led that person to the Zhenwu Palace. The man could not help but be surprised. Zhenwu Palace? He bowed respectfully. That's right. This disciple clearly saw them heading in that direction. He burst into laughter. Even the head disciple finds it difficult to enter the Zhenwu Palace. Why would he let an outsider in? That person was the sect leader of the Wudong sect, Perfected Taishu. The disciple also felt very confused. This disciple also cannot understand martial uncle's intention, so I came to ask the sect leader. This disciple heard that the books there contain the history of the Wudong sect. If those peerless martial arts were to be spread outside, it would likely cause a storm of blood and rain in the martial arts world. Shouldn't we avoid passing them on to outsiders? At this time in the Zhenwu Palace, Jihei looked at the surrounding space and could not help but exclaim, "There are too many books in here." Tiandi enthusiastically introduced, "This place contains all the precious secret manuals considered to be the restricted texts of the Wudong sect. Young hero, you can read as much as you like." Jihei was still a bit hesitant at this time.
Hearing this, he sighed in admiration. "As expected, you are no ordinary person." Tiandi also replied very naturally, "What else is there to talk about between us if not martial arts?" The young hero even helped the one who tried to kill him clear his sword art. I simply followed suit. This place is filled with secret manuals far superior to mine, which can give the young hero proper advice. Feel free to browse. Jihei was currently extremely excited. "Then I won't be polite. There are so many. Can you help me find the manual for controlling sword with chi?" Tiandi was a bit stunned upon hearing what he was looking for. What did the young hero just say? Jihei still didn't realize the issue. Controlling sword with chi. He couldn't help but be a little confused. The young hero really always surprises me. Could it be that the young hero has successfully practiced controlling sword with chi? Jihei hesitantly replied, "Although I'm not very good at it, I also know a little bit." Tiandi gradually became more interested in this topic. "Then may I ask how you learned controlling sword with chi?" Very quickly they sat down at the table together to talk. Tiandi spoke first. "Could it be that you have sparred with the Etienne sword venerable?" Jihei quickly confirmed. Rather than saying sparred, it would be better to say I ran away. Pouring tea, he said, "Those who can receive a sword strike from the Etienne sword venerable are certainly not many in the martial arts world. Exchanging knowledge with him is something to be proud of. You don't need to..."
But after fighting the Yemen cult, I changed my mind. When he died, he turned into a monster I had never seen before, and after that, all my attacks had absolutely no effect on him. Hearing this, Tiandi's expression turned grim. Turned into a monster, and all attacks failed? Jihei then continued the story. Luckily, I had other techniques, so I was able to defeat him, but that guy was only a Shido demon soldier. If I want to defeat Shido demon soldiers stronger than him, then I have to be even stronger. Tiandi also began to ponder this issue. If what the young hero says is true, then it seems the Yemen cult is more dangerous than I thought. This information is very useful. I will pass it on to Wudong to prepare to deal with it. But why did the young hero come down the mountain? Jihei also stated his purpose. "I just wanted to go out to get some fresh air and also receive some advice from you." Tiandi asked further, "So did you come down the mountain alone?" He replied immediately, "I went with old Shin." He found it strange. "Then why didn't he come here with you?" Jihei couldn't help but hesitate a bit. About that. At this time, in a certain corner, the scenery on Wudong Mountain is...
It has really been a while, so my memory is a bit blurry. Is that why the one who is beaten remembers clearly, while the one who hits remembers nothing? At the same time, Tiandi burst into laughter and praised, "Young hero Yan, your thinking is truly thorough." Jihei also added about the current situation. And Wufang Mountain has also changed a lot. Almost all the brothers have already gone down the mountain. Those who went up the mountain to make a living no longer have any reason to stay on the mountain. Tiandi could not help but sigh with emotion. It seems that Lulin has now missed out on precious talents. That must be good news for the Orthodox faction's martial arts world, but bad news for the Heavenly Demon Lord's side. He waved his hand and replied, "You don't need to worry about that old man. That old man is so strong that I can't control him." Tiandi couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. After clashing with the Etienne sect leader, you even fought with the Demon Lord? For a young hero to fight against 2 of the 10 great masters of the world and still come out intact, it is truly admirable. However, he remained very humble. If those 2 had truly gone all out, I definitely wouldn't have been able to remain this safe. After fighting them, I thought, if the enemies I face in the future are all as strong as them, then with my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect anything. Tiandi constantly encouraged him. "You don't need to feel so insecure. You are still young and will become even stronger in the future. Moreover, you are no longer alone now. The brothers on Wufang Mountain that you have protected up until now, they will become a great source of strength for you, young hero. If there is an enemy that is difficult to defeat, even when fighting alongside them, this poor monk will also be ready to fight alongside you."
Tiandi actually understood his feelings well. However, sometimes there are burdens you must carry alone, so I understand the young hero's worries even better.
Could the young hero show me using chi to control the sword? Jihei also happily held his sword and stood up. All right, but I still can't use it perfectly, so I won't be responsible if you get hurt. Now the wind was blowing, making the flags flutter, and Jihei's sword was constantly emitting a massive source of energy. Jihei was using all his effort to deploy it, and he carefully warned, I can only imitate it to this extent. However, just that alone was enough to make TND undeniably surprised. Unbelievable. He can indeed execute using chi to control the sword, and his ability is even higher than someone who has fully mastered it without feeling any shortcomings. Could it be that he wants to practice using chi to control the sword to be on par with the Etian sword venerable? When Jihei launched the sword, he said it again. I repeat, I still can't control the power, so be careful. Here I come. TND was very confident and didn't dodge at all. Young hero Yan, you don't need to worry. After returning to Wudong, I only focused on cultivation. I will show you everything I have achieved. I certainly won't be easily defeated. But a second later, his eyes completely changed. TND was just like that, blown far away. Wait, this power? Jihei was also dumbfounded. He looked at the scene before him and worriedly called out, Lord TND, are you all right? If you can't block it, you must dodge. He walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, because I couldn't adjust the power. TND immediately reassured him. I'm fine. Luckily I hid in a rock crevice, so I'm still okay. If the Zhenwu Palace building was damaged, I would probably have been expelled by the sect leader. You always exceed my expectations. You have perfectly mastered using chi to control the sword, without needing my advice. Jihei spoke up to deny it. No, I just came here to see you. Just seeing you is enough. Where the eyes look, the mind will go.
All of those things happen according to the mind. The mind is exactly chi. Therefore, chi will respond to all things. Gradually, one will be able to grasp the sword. True chi responds to objects, gradually entering the state of controlling the sword. Right at this moment, at a certain riverbank, Yankei was sitting there fishing. He was a bit bored, wondering when the young master would come down the mountain. Yesterday, he drank wine. Today, there was nothing left to do but fish. Suddenly, Yankei's fishing rod vibrated at this moment. His face lit up with joy. It's here! A fish was caught. However, Yankei found it strange. He caught a big fish, but this fish... That fish kept thrashing wildly on the shore. Yankei, his face grimacing, exerted his strength. This fish is too strong. Very quickly, the fishing line snapped. He angrily cursed, and at the same time, from afar, a long sword pierced through the air and flew over. The fish was stabbed before it could fall into the water. Just like that, it was pierced by the long sword and flew high up. Witnessing this scene, Yankei couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that fish? Jihei slowly walked over. Are you going to grill or steam that fish? The food of Wudong doesn't suit my taste. Dusk gradually fell on the hilltop. Tai Shu approached from afar and spoke from behind. A dignified...
It seems you were sparring with that guest again. Hearing a voice from behind, Tiandi unconsciously turned around. He continued approaching and said, It appears Wudong has had a very important guest visit. Tiandi smiled genially. Sect leader has arrived. My apologies. It seems I have unintentionally troubled you. Faced with this apology, Taishu smiled it off and comforted him. I am fine. It's just that for you to ignore the disciples who are eager to learn, and specially treat an outsider like this, wouldn't it deeply disappoint the Wudong disciples? Moreover, even for an elder, Zhenwu Palace is not a place where outsiders can easily set foot. You couldn't possibly not know this, yet you still ignored it. Is that guest really that important? Hearing this, Tiandi asked a question. Sect leader, I wonder, do you still remember the task you assigned to me last year? When he brought up that memory, Taishu suddenly felt anxious in his heart. Last year, it must be the matter regarding the Manchu ward that I entrusted to him. Could it be? He awkwardly asked back, Are you referring to the Qinglan bandits, the ones who defeated you? Exactly. The person who came today is young hero Yan, one of the Wufang 10 heroes. He questioned a name. Yan Zihei. That matter was so shocking that I even remember the name. You once said that with his help you managed to reach the Sanji Liandong realm. Excluding the 10 great masters of the world, there are hardly any opponents capable of matching you. Yet there was someone in Qinglan who could defeat you, and he was even just 10 years old. That is truly an outstanding prodigy. He rebutted. You are wrong, sir. You even led Lulan bandits into Wudong Zhenwu Palace, a place considered a sacred ground of the martial arts world. Tiandi confidently reassured him. Sect leader, you do not need to worry. Young hero Yan has certainly practiced orthodox cultivation methods. He is not someone who would follow the path of unorthodox factions. Taishu continued to try and stop him. But that is the unorthodox faction Qinglan. If our fellow martial artists in the Zhan who find out, the consequences will be unpredictable. Tiandi also expressed the concerns in his heart. Sect leader, I have been very worried since hearing about the Neverworld cult. If the defeat of Nangongbei, one of the 10 great masters of the world, was not a coincidence, then their strength must have surpassed even the 7 sects and 2 schools, reaching an unimaginably high realm. Because of this, I firmly believe that right now we need a powerful hero who can unite everyone's strength, just like the Sword King.
Taishu continued to explain, I understand that you highly value him, but no matter how much you value him, you still cannot bring him into Zhenwu Palace, where all the secrets of Wudong are stored. Tiandi heard this and quickly reassured him. Young hero Yan did not read any books in Zhenwu Palace, so you can rest assured. Taishu ultimately still didn't understand. Then what was the reason you brought him into Zhenwu Palace? When asked, he replied, Actually, it is true that I intended to let him read the books in Zhenwu Palace, but after thinking it over, I changed my mind. However, I did tell him
In his heart, he secretly thought that it was the sword art the legendary sword immortal Lu Dongbin had learned from the immortal perfected Olong, even though his disciples had passed it down to the Wudong and Quanzhen sects. Because no one could reach the highest realm, that sword art became a secret tradition. Regarding the teaching of such a sword art, Taishu laughed heartily and said confidently, Perhaps I have suspected the Lord too much, making Tiandi also feel shocked. He continued with an even louder laugh. The Lord must have known how to handle it himself. I have worried too much. Regarding that matter, I completely trust the Lord's judgment. Tiandi also agreed. That's right. The sect leader does not need to worry about this matter. I will pay more attention. He still couldn't stop laughing and agreed. All right. It has been a long time since the master came down the mountain, so let me invite you for a cup of tea before you leave. But unfortunately, perfected Taishu could not know that young hero Yan had reached a level where the secret manuals in Zhenwu Palace were no longer necessary. With the Tiandun sword art, a secret manual that until now no one had been able to successfully cultivate, it was even hard to believe that someone could reach that realm. And because he clearly understood the heart of the sect leader, who always valued and prioritized Wudong, Lord Tiandi chose to remain silent. That person had reached the ultimate realm of the Way of the Sword, a realm that very few could touch. The fact that he was practicing using qi to control the sword was also a notable thing. Upon hearing the mnemonic chant, he entered a realm of purity and seemed to have achieved enlightenment, as if everything had opened up before his eyes. At the same time, Yang Ke and Jihei were arriving in a horse carriage. He asked the young master what sword art that was. He replied, Tiandun sword art. Yang Ke continued expressing his thought. I'm not used to it, so I don't remember. Isn't that the sword art of the sword immortal Lu Dongbin that has been passed down through Wudong, Huashan, and Quanzhen? But for such a wonderful sword art, why do they only teach sword arts like Taiji sword, Plum Blossom sword, and Wuji sword? Facing that attitude, Jihei so calmly replied,
He also explained, what I have enlightened and what others know are completely different. After all, I am only the one who heard the mnemonic chant. I didn't go there to practice the Tiandun sword art, but thanks to it, I can now use qi to control the sword more proficiently, and that is enough. All right, old Shin, how much longer until we reach Kaifeng Mountain? He estimated that if they traveled at this speed, they would probably arrive by nightfall. Jihei said with relief, Thank goodness. After today, I will be able to see them. It's been a long time since we met, and I already miss them. If they knew I was roaming the Zhenghu, they would be very surprised. At the same time, in another place, Boss Feng, Brother Tuo. A man's mouth was twisted. It turned out to be Yan Shao, panting heavily. Are you two still doing well? In the distance, a woman and 2 kids saw him and called out, Husband, father, run away.
Normally, when returning to your hometown, you should have lived quietly like a dead mouse. Why cause trouble to shorten your life? Today, I will take revenge for my fallen comrade today. Yang Sha was truly indignant. Causing trouble? The ones causing trouble are you, not me. He recalled the violent memories. That guy caused a disturbance at the tavern and even abused women. I was hired to protect the tavern. Are you telling me to just stand and watch without doing anything? I also wanted to resolve things peacefully, but that guy drew his saber and charged at me, so I had to deal with him. Besides, because I had to deal with him, I couldn't take care of the injured girl. She only came to the tavern to make a living. A pitiful girl not even 20 years old had to lose her life. But Shi Wang didn't listen to a single word. What about 2 tavern prostitutes? Those wenches only need a little silver to survive. But to train a martial artist that you killed costs a lot of money. Therefore, today I will carve your flesh. I will take your family and property as compensation. In his heart, Yang Sha secretly cursed. Bastards, I can't deal with these guys alone. Furthermore, my injuries are quite serious. At the very least, I must protect my wife and children. I cannot lose the family I just found again. Can I protect them or not?
No, I absolutely must protect them. Suddenly, someone rushed from behind and shouted loudly, interrupting his train of thought. Boss Fang! It turned out to be Gao Ming coming to support him. Tuo Gao Ming is here to save you, brother. I don't know what the situation is, but let's deal with them first. You guys, daring to touch the Wufang 10 heroes, you really ate a leopard's gall. Shi Wang was not to be outdone and shouted back, You are Tuo Gao Ming, the one who always follows him like a shadow. Anyway, I was planning to kill you too, so this is perfect. But Gao Ming didn't care and turned around to affectionately complain. Boss, I should have arrived earlier, your body. Saying that, he was stunned. It turned out Yang Sha skint there ignoring Gao Ming calling him boss. With an impossibly forced, gloomy expression, Yang Sha said, You're here, thank you.
Gao Ming used his sword to block the attack, his hands trembling from the terrifying weight. He inwardly marveled, so strong. As expected, it was no accident that Boss Fang was injured. Even their coordination is flawless. They are harder to deal with than the Merchant Guild guards I encountered at Wufang Mountain. After thinking for a moment, Gao Ming began to counterattack. He shouted loudly, Bastard, do you think I would fall for your tricks so easily? The mercenary frowned, attacking while replying, You are just a hired tavern martial artist. They continuously attacked each other. Gao Ming, panting heavily, spoke up. Damn it, I finally understand why Boss Fang was so disappointed when I showed up. At this moment, Yan Xiao shouted, Gao Ming, you must not lower your guard. They are all formidable martial arts masters. He angrily roared, asking, Who exactly are you? What is your true identity? Gao Ming forced a smile of despair and replied, Brother, they won't reveal that so easily. You said leaving home brings hardship. Today, for some reason, I suddenly missed Jihei. Hearing that, Yan Xiao responded, You have also suffered because of me. Gao Ming immediately comforted him. We are brothers. Why stand on ceremony? Stop talking. Hearing this, Gao Ming turned his head and shouted loudly, Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if I die, I must die with you. Yan Xiao smiled slightly and replied, I'm counting on you. When you also get married, have a precious family, and have children, you will understand my feelings. Gao Ming replied unhappily, I don't want to. As long as you and I take care of them, it will be over. However, Yan Xiao remained resolute in his intention. Gao Ming, to me, you are already blood-related family, a close younger brother. Precisely because it is you, I can make such a request. Please, listen to me. Hearing this, Gao Ming replied with a broken heart, Boss. At this time, the mercenary also spoke angrily. You still dare to make plans like that? Do you think everything will go your way? With your dying body, if you can stop us, then try it. As he spoke, he rushed toward him. Everyone launched an all-out attack again. The mercenary quickly rushed to attack Yan Xiao. Seeing this, Gao Ming shouted anxiously, Boss! Then the mercenary rushed over again, and they attacked Yan Xiao fiercely. He seemed unable to withstand a single blow, and then Yan Xiao coughed up blood and uttered a word. Bastard! Gao Ming was still stunned when he saw Yan Xiao fall to his knees. Boss! Then, when he regained his senses, he screamed in agony as if his heart and liver were being ripped out. Boss! However, before he had time to grieve, the mercenary rushed close to Gao Ming. Don't worry, you'll be next. He couldn't react in time, and quickly took a slash from the mercenary. Gao Ming fell to his knees on the ground, panting and saying, Bastards! You bastards, dare! With his last breath, Yan Xiao struggled to say, Gao Ming, it's still not too late. Leave me behind, and take my family away. Gao Ming gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Damn it! The mercenary hoisted his broadsword onto his shoulder and approached the two of them. This is really making things difficult for me. I didn't expect to suffer like this because of a few tavern guards. I'm really angry to have to endure this nonsense. If I don't chop off your...
I heard this is the most famous tavern in this city. I didn't expect it to welcome guests like this. The mercenary frowned and asked, Who are you? I haven't heard about having more accomplices, but looking at you, it seems you have lost your minds. Do you want to die like them? Yankee replied coldly, Who will die? Let time answer that. But looking at the situation, it seems you have no way to escape. Saying that, he looked over at Jihei. Young master, let me handle this. He replied coldly, No, I will deal with them directly. Seeing Jihei, Yang Xiao asked, Am I dreaming? Gao Ming excitedly replied to him, No, boss, Jihei is already here. Jihei approached them, blazing with anger. Brothers, wait for me. I will deal with him and greet you all later. Seeing this, the mercenary angrily said, Ridiculous. A
A brat still smelling of milk and a senile old man. Both of you are I thought I was going to die. Old Shin, Brother Jihei, did you two see what they did? Did you see? I am truly choking with anger. Quickly deal with these bastards for me. They even intended to harm my wife and children. Jihei said in a cold voice, don't even dream of stepping out of here. Seeing this, the mercenary was somewhat excited. This is so ridiculously crazy. Brat, do you know who I am to dare be so arrogant? Jihei rushed in as fast as the wind, attacking each of them. Let me tell you, before the mercenary could realize what was happening, all his brothers had fallen to the ground. The mercenary mumbled, panicking in his heart. Impossible. My assassins were taken down in an instant. Jihei gritted his teeth and asked, are you the one who injured my brothers? The mercenary now fearfully explained, no, I was just following orders. The very next second he was kicked in the face by Jihei. Shut up. Don't even hope to die with an intact corpse. A gloomy night enveloped the entire village. Voices kept echoing. Stop.
Meanwhile, the ringleader was still being beaten to a pulp by Yankei. I was wrong, please. At this moment, Jihei looked over at Yankei and thought to himself, although he is someone from the Lulan, his orthodox faction bloodline is indeed undeniable. After all, controlling one's strength to beat someone without knocking them out is also a kind of skill. I am the one who understands that pain the most, because I have experienced it. Surely right now he just wants to die and get it over with. The mercenary continued to beg. Please save me. Please stop. I'd rather you kill me. At this time, Yan Xiao had also returned home. His wife cried anxiously, Husband, your wounds. He quickly comforted her. I'm fine, madam. Don't worry. Then Yan Xiao pulled her into his arms. I am really fine, madam. I am very happy to be able to hold you again. On this side, Gao Ming rubbed Zahei's head and praised, Jihei, you are exactly like a fairy descending to the mortal realm to relieve suffering and distress. Hearing this, Jihei smirked and replied, Am I really that beautiful? Gao Ming happily answered, If you were a woman, I would have been seduced by you. How is everything? With you and old Sin here, who is protecting the stronghold? Jihei quickly replied, They are doing fine without me right now. It just so happens that I was bored and also curious about the world outside the stronghold, so old Sin and I took a trip to roam the Zhenghu. Then I suddenly remembered that you brothers had come down the mountain, so we quickly went to Kaifeng. Rushing here seems to have been worth it. Hearing this, Yan Xiao also spoke up. It truly is heaven's help. Thanks to that, my life was saved. Thank you, Jihei.
I can guess that you are a group of assassins practicing unorthodox martial arts. The assassins I used to know absolutely do not kill without reason. That grudge is just an excuse. Who exactly hired you to make a move? You better tell the truth. I am not like the young master. I have no intention of sparing you. He still stubbornly replied, Where are my accomplices? Didn't you drag them out first? Yankei answered him in a cold voice. I asked them the same question, but they all resolutely refused to answer. Too bad I have no patience. Hearing this, he panicked and shouted, Did you kill all of them? Damn it, aren't you afraid of becoming a target for assassins? From now on, your life will be extremely miserable. For the rest of your life, you will be a target, enduring assassinations and threats until you die. Hearing that, Yankei immediately drew his sword. I have clearly said it. I am not someone with a lot of patience. Seeing this, he thought in fear. So fast, until the blade touched the ground, I didn't even notice. This old man is also a martial arts master. Yankei swung his sword and said, Originally, I planned to chop off a finger to start, but unexpectedly, I am getting old and my eyes are blurry. Sorry, I was just scaring you. This time I will make a clean cut for you. Don't be too sad. He trembled all over when he saw the sword blade close to his finger and cried, I will tell you everything. At this time, on Menhu's side, he shouted angrily, What did you say? Failed? The servant submissively replied, The report just arrived, my lord. Hearing this, Menhu became even more irritated. Weren't they the assassin group from Kaifeng? The servant kept apologizing. This lowly one didn't see it with my own eyes, so I hope my lord will forgive me. Menhu gnashed his teeth in anger. I paid them a full 30,000 taels of silver, yet they couldn't even deal with 2 petty guards. Do you think I can accept this? They claimed they had never failed once, which is why I spent such a large sum. Last time they failed at the tavern, too. Could Gao Ming and Yan Xiao have reached the realm of martial arts masters to such an extent? At this moment, Yan Xiao had arrived. He spoke up. It seems you are very bitter because I'm not dead yet. I didn't expect you would want to kill me this much. I really didn't expect it. Saying that, Yan Xiao kicked Menhu's door hard.
Hearing this, Gao Ming shouted loudly, "You still dare to be arrogant? Hiring an assassin to kill someone just to steal another man's wife? You are worse than a beast." Manhu yelled back in response, "I wanted to steal? Don't be ridiculous. The real thief is you. Feng Yan Shao, do you think you have the right? No, you don't have the right to be her husband at all. 5 years ago, on the day you committed a crime and left your hometown, you asked me to take care of your family. But when I arrived, she was heavily pregnant, holding a dying child. I swore to protect her and the children. I devoted myself to caring for and sheltering them, giving them a life second to none. She is too good to be wasted on someone like you. I waited until she opened her heart to me. I swore to myself that I would make her happier, yet suddenly you appeared, pretending to be a husband. How could I not be angry? A criminal who abandoned his family still dares to show his face here. You don't deserve it." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward. "You bastard, indulging..."
Because of you, someone who dared to hire people to kill just to steal another man's wife, I also almost stepped through the gates of hell. Now do I have the right to take your life? At this moment, young Sha also spoke up. "Stop it, Gao Ming." Hearing this, he immediately asked back, "Boss, what do you mean? Have you forgotten that we almost died because of him?" Young Sha spoke up, "But what he said is not entirely wrong. During the time I was absent, you took care of my family. I am truly very grateful, and I intended to repay that favor even if it took my whole life. But starting from today, I owe you nothing anymore. From now on, if I ever see your face again, don't expect to receive any mercy from me. Remember that." Gao Ming unhappily asked, "Boss, are you just going to let him go like that?" Manhu was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Ridiculous! The one who needs to get lost is you. I will definitely win everything back at any cost. She and the children will return to my arms." Young Sha couldn't take it anymore and immediately rushed forward to slash Manhu. Seeing this, the servant was extremely terrified. Thinking about never being able to see his wife and children again, all hesitation in Feng Yansha's heart completely vanished. He remembered the truth he had learned during his days living in the stronghold. The strong survive and the weak perish. Because not everyone in the world is like his brothers. If you allow yourself to be looked down upon, you will be swallowed whole. If you become weak, you won't be able to protect anything. Jihei and Yankei, hiding in the tree observing this, also felt relieved. "It seems like nothing happened. Maybe we worried unnecessarily." Yankei continued, "The opponents were famous assassins in Kaifeng.
Yankei saw this and replied, "The young master treats his sworn brothers like his own flesh and blood. What exactly is a family anyway? This is the first time I have seen Feng swing his saber to cut down a person without any hesitation like that." Jihei answered him, "That's right, knowing full well that his son was beaten half to death but still not caring at all, only focusing on gulping down wine." Suddenly, Yankei stopped talking. He curiously asked, "Why did you suddenly go quiet, old man?" He replied, "It is hard to deny, but it is not right to join in the cursing." Jihei continued, "By the way, why doesn't old Sin have a family? Is it because he is too ugly so nobody wants him?" 3 days later at the villa of the Yeksha cult, I really cannot believe it. The leader of Wufang, the most famous assassin in Kaifeng, actually came here in person. I am very much looking forward to seeing how precious this gift is. He replied, "We of Wufang have offered no small amount of wealth to the Yeksha cult hall. We came here to receive a return gift worthy of the price that Wufang has paid." This person mockingly replied, "Oh, if it is about that, you should have made a formal request to the cult hall. Why did you come looking for me?" He threw the bag in his hand onto the ground. "Because we need your strength, one of the top 3 masters of the 12 demon soldiers of the Yeksha cult hall. In exchange, today we brought 3 times the usual amount of tribute." This person heard this and became interested. 3 times? Tell me.
Unable to recover, I swear to exhaust everything I have left to take revenge on them. This person remained cold. Hiring one of the 12 demon soldiers for assassination, indeed, if you had officially requested the hall, it would probably have been flatly refused. Taking care of a few small fries and receiving a bag of gold, it's no loss to me. All right, I accept your proposal. What are their names? This person was none other than the elder of the Uxia Hall, 12 demon soldiers Chen Jiaxi. At this moment, something appeared from the sky, plunging rapidly into the serene lake where 2 frogs were still showing affection to each other. Quickly startled into a panic, Jiaxi darted away like the wind, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect a windfall to drop from the sky. Currently there is a shortage of funds due to the establishment of the new hall at Awakens Manor. If I offer such a large amount of money, I will surely achieve a great merit."
Baidu Demon Lord, the 7 figures standing at the pinnacle of the Netherworld cult. Their strength alone is enough to dominate the martial arts world. In a flash, Joshi recalled the past. Outstanding. It's like I'm looking at my younger self. I expect your future to bring glory to our cult. Despite your young age, looking at that extraordinary sword art, Chen Jiaxi, I appoint you as the 12 demon soldiers of the Uxia Hall. Returning to reality, she continued to think. The cult leader recognized me when I was still useless and ordinary. Not wanting to lose his trust, I trained bitterly day and night. Today, among the 12 demon soldiers of the hall, almost no one is my match anymore. Relying on this,
causing Zihei's basket to spill over, he turned his head to look at it, then spoke angrily. Hey, who are you? Do you want to die? Seeing Zihei's demeanor, Jiaxi couldn't help but judge inwardly. This brat actually emits such a terrifying chi aura. Wait, a teenage appearance, red hair. Jihei was completely furious at this point, shouting, Are you still not going to answer me? How do you plan to handle all of this? Seeing that behavior, Jiaxi smiled in amusement and thought, It seems he is the commission target. Jihei spoke up. Pick it up, and I will let you go. Seeing this, Jiaxi showed disdain. At this rate, I wouldn't even need to waste effort coming to Shenzhen. Hey kid, where is the old man wearing the bamboo hat? Why are you here alone? Let me handle everything at once to make it quick. Hearing that, Jihei was still clueless and didn't understand anything. Then he angrily said, Hey, auntie, are you in the same gang as those assassins? Hearing herself being called like that, Jiaxi screamed, Auntie? Who are you calling an auntie? You
Hearing this, Jihei seemed to realize, so Yuesha Church is where that damn fairy Yuesha lives. Hearing this, Jiaxi became infuriated. What did you say? You dared to insult her right in front of me? By now, Jihei was no longer calm. Insult? I only insult the person who dug up bones, opened graves, and threw them into a cesspit. Hearing what Jihei said, Jiaxi seemed to realize something. She thought to herself, this guy, could he be talking about the dismemberment and beheading of the moon-slashing swordsman? Come to think of it, the direct lineage of Olong Manor all have red hair. Thinking this, Jiaxi drew her sword. Seeing this, Jihei asked in confusion, What are you going to do? Want to charge at me? Jiaxi swung her sword with a blazing aura. Asking is useless. If you are connected to Olong Manor, you must surely consider the Yeming cult as your sworn enemy. Jihei also lunged forward to attack, replying indifferently, Enemy? It hasn't reached that level yet. Saying that, the two clashed. Jiaxi spoke. It seems both sides have reasons to kill each other. I won't hold back. Jiaxi was no pushover either, quickly replying, Compared to the enemies I've met before, your strength is not bad, old lady. She smiled with amusement at Jiahei's compliment. Thanks for your praise, but you should know it's better not to lose focus during a fight. In an instant, the tip of the sword rushed close to Jiahei's face, but he quickly kicked it away, and the sword swiftly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jiaxi broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, he could still react from that distance? Jiahei landed angrily, then spoke up. Hey, old lady, you startled me. Jiaxi replied furiously. Do you really have a problem with your eyes? Where do I look like an old lady? Ah, I get it. You are deliberately acting annoyed because I'm too beautiful, right? It makes sense. At that age, how many beauties could you have met? This must be the first time you've seen a beautiful woman like me. At those words, Jihei immediately thought of his girls, then threw out a cold remark. Wake up, you ugly old hag. Hearing this, Jiaxi's blood boiled even more. Did your eyes grow on the soles of your feet? If you keep provoking me like this, you better worry about your own corpse. Weren't you just relying on luck to survive just now? Hearing this, Jihei could only let out a sigh. The one relying on luck is you, old lady, but for that level of strength to actually surprise me, it's worthy of praise.
Jihei frowned and continued. That was a novel sword swing, but that move won't be effective anymore. Suddenly she bent down, her face full of arrogance. Do you see me as if I'm swinging a sword? With your strength, it's natural to think so. Look closely because you won't be able to imagine this realm. With just a light force, the sword pierced the ground. After that, she gently pulled it up, her eyes full of murderous aura. Have you ever heard of the divine sword unity art? After saying that, Jiaxi spun her sword quickly, creating countless illusions, as if there were many swords. Jihei saw this and said wearily, What are you doing? Why are you swinging your sword so randomly? Are you crazy? Jiaxi continued to reply complacently. A realm where one can proficiently control the sword without touching it. Just looking at it, you probably still can't feel it, right? Through countless hardships of cultivation, I have reached a realm where I can freely control the exact distance of a sword's length. Experience its terrifying nature for yourself. Saying that, she thrust her sword towards Jihei. Perhaps in your eyes right now, my body is no different from a sword. How is it? Can you feel it now?
Seeing this, Jihei sighed and raised his own sword. Even third brother can do that. As she was charging toward him,
Seeing this, Jihei remained calm, while she was blown far away. Jaxie couldn't believe her eyes, asking herself, impossible, how could he already... Not letting Jaxie continue her thoughts, Jihei spoke in a cold tone. Your bones are quite flexible, old lady. You dodge really fast. Jaxie thought to herself, he has reached the realm of using chi to control the sword? After launching his attack, Jihei created a massive explosion. Jaxie quickly dashed away, managing to escape by a hair's breadth. Sweating profusely, she inwardly lamented, unbelievable, to reach the realm of using chi to control the sword at such a young age. I am not his match. He is truly a monster. The aura Jihei exuded was completely overwhelming. He smirked. You are good at running away, sister. Aren't you going to attack? After speaking, he took the upper hand and threw his sword at Jaxie. She struggled to use her internal energy to deflect the sword's path, and thought, damn it, is this brat baiting me? Jaxie sighed, somewhat disappointed. You move fast, but I'm getting bored. I have to bring medicine to my brothers. Let's stop here. Saying that, he pushed off his heels and leaped up. Jaxie watched him, clearly aware that danger was approaching, but Jihei's movements were too fast, making her tense up and wonder, can I dodge this? And then the entire forest shook, birds scattered in all directions from Jihei's powerful strike. As expected, Jaxie took the full brunt of the hit and was immediately knocked out. Jaxie reached out his hand to summon the sword. Obeying his command, the sword that had been thrown earlier and was now firmly lodged in a tree trunk trembled ceaselessly before flying back into Jaxie's palm at extreme speed.
As soon as he finished speaking, he directly thrust his sword into Jaxie's chest, causing her to scream in agony. He increased the force of his hand without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Although Jihei always tried to avoid killing, the Netherworld cult was an exception. After a few entanglements, he had come to understand that they were not human. Suddenly, Jaxie, who had just been struggling from the fatal stab, disappeared in an instant, leaving only a gust of wind. Jihei covered his face and snorted. I guessed it, but it is indeed correct. Jaxie transformed into a demonic form, roaring at him. Jihei
He silently assessed Jaxie. Was it due to the gender change? But this person didn't look slow at all. As if to prove his thoughts, Jaxie suddenly disappeared right before Jihei's eyes. In just a few moments, she had approached behind him. Jihei silently exclaimed, so fast, but it was already within my expectations. He swung his sword in response. Jaxie took the hit and howled in pain. Jihei looked at her and spoke. Last time I had a pretty hard time. I don't want to waste my energy like that time again. He raised his sword in front of him, taking a stance, and channeled his power to deploy the protection of the Nine Heavens Profound Fairy. Jaxie went crazy, reaching her claws toward him, and she struck her target. However, Jihei was already no longer there. Jaxie lifted her hand from the ground, then slammed it down again, using it to blast demonic energy at Jihei. Unexpectedly, he smiled with amusement. Netherworld cult, you guys are truly unpredictable. A sphere filled with demonic energy rushed toward Jihei. In the nick of time, he swung his sword down, a single slash shattering Jaxie's technique. Jihei confidently stated, no matter how hard you try, you cannot defeat me. Jaxie still did not give up. She shouted loudly and continued to charge headlong at him. Jihei gently slashed out a sword aura, and her left arm was instantly severed. Jaxie looked at her arm and froze, not yet understanding what had just happened, while Jihei leaped up with his sword. While she was still in a daze, he delivered a downward slash, cleaving a fatal wound right in the middle of her chest. Jaxie screamed frantically as demonic energy constantly poured out from the wound, aiming right at Jihei. He calmly faced it, and sure enough, the situation repeated itself just like last time. I wasn't mistaken. If I defeat someone from the Netherworld cult, I will be pulled into a strange space. Jaxie gradually faded away, looking at the bizarre space and the silhouette of a demon race entity before him.
Jihei pondered for a moment and frowned. What on earth is that? I cannot guess. At the same time, at an inn, someone's voice angrily shouted out, What is that? Dali Gui has been defeated? The person screaming slammed the chair hard and cursed, Bastard, who on earth is that guy? An old man hurriedly reported, Your subordinates found out.
The old man is named Sin Yang Ke, and that brat is named Yang Zihei. Another added, they use the martial arts of Olong Manor. The more Genjing heard, the more he gnashed his teeth in anger. Bastard! If they want to seek revenge, they should look for the Yuxia Church. Why dare they touch the 4 great divine generals of Inhei Manor? The subordinate offered a guess. Perhaps they didn't know what they were doing, my lord. Probably because no one knew Dali Gui went to Nanyang at the invitation of the Hongbong. Hearing this, Genjing's face darkened, furious to the point his eyes became bloodshot. So maybe it wasn't an intentional act, but that doesn't make the crime of killing Dali Gui any lighter. The subordinate who just spoke reminded him, your subordinates also want to avenge Dali Gui immediately, but we cannot touch that young Zihei. These words, of course, were not pleasing to the ear. Genjing stood up and growled. What did you say? He questioned with a murderous aura. Inhei Manor has lost many people in the Dark Squad and one of the 4 great divine generals because of this, yet you say we cannot touch him? Another hurriedly explained, your subordinates are not afraid of him. It's just that the action goes against the directive from our cult. Going against the directive? Is there any directive forbidding revenge against the Netherworld cult? The subordinate sweat profusely and replied, about that, before completely defeating the Orthodox faction, subordinates heard that we must avoid conflict with the unorthodox faction. The unorthodox faction? Especially those known as the 10 great masters of the world? I also heard that directive was due to the fear of the power of the Lulan Grand Chief, Heaven-Shattering Demon Lord. What does that have to do with this? That person said with a serious face, during the investigation, I discovered a truth. Yang Zihei is exactly the one personally appointed by the Heaven-Shattering Demon Lord as the second in command of Lulan. He is called the Grand Patrol of Lulan. And the thing that can prove these words is the Shining Command token currently
20 years ago, the sound of slaughter echoed across the courtyard. Shi Jinjing powerfully defeated the opponent before him, the Manor Lord of Yinhei Manor in Lizhou. Shi Jinjing, the Baidu Demon Lord, was once a master originating from the 3 venerables of Lulan. His saber struck the ground heavily. Shi Jinjing raised his voice. Grand Chief, what do you think? I, Shi Jinjing, have proven that I am the strongest among the 3 venerables of Lulan. Now, please officially appoint me to the second-in-command position. No one is more suited for the role of Lulan's Grand Patrol than me. Wubai spoke loudly. You are indeed the strongest of the 3 venerables of Lulan, but the second-in-command position of Lulan is still far out of reach. He panicked. What? Haven't I proven my strength through the martial arts duel requested by the Grand Chief? He said sternly. Proven? Look at yourself, looking so battered, yet you still dare to speak so boldly. The person I consider as the number 2 figure of Lulan must be strong enough to be on par with me. Narrowly winning against the other 2 venerables? What exactly have you proven? Shi Jinjing clenched his fists in unwillingness. Am I truly someone who can get closer to the Grand Chief? Will you only believe it if I prove it right here? Wubai looked at him with great interest. He stood up with an oppressive aura and said loudly, Your aura is good, but you don't know your own limits. Are you sure you won't regret this? Genjing was terrified by his aura. One of the 10 great masters of the world. He makes me feel like a high mountain that I could never climb even if I tried my whole life. But what about now? His subordinate knelt down and reported, Manor Lord wants to take revenge on that Yan Jihei. Shouldn't we discuss this with the other Baidu Demon Lords? Genjing sneered smugly. No need. This might be a better opportunity than I thought. He looked up in confusion. Yes, he raised his voice. Isn't Baidu Demon Lord Li Mihua currently nurturing the Yeming cult's forces within Lulan? I heard that up to 7 of the Shido demon soldiers have reclaimed the position of stronghold leader at the Lulan Assembly. The heaven-shattering demon lord will definitely suspect those who just became stronghold leaders. However, since Lulan's rule is that the stronghold high positions, he will lack the justification to eliminate them. Previously, the heaven-shattering demon lord tried to solve this weakness in one way. He wanted to place a reliable second-in-command as the Grand Patrol of Lulan, but until now no one has been capable enough to catch that old man's eye. But if that Yan Jihei is truly someone with the strength worthy of the Grand Patrol position, I'm afraid the Shido demon soldiers won't be his match. Under Li Mihua alone there are more than 20 Shido demon soldiers. We need to get rid of at least a few. The subordinate smiled smugly and said softly, I understand the Manor Lord's intention. Genjing said loudly, Good. Therefore, let's temporarily postpone taking revenge on Dali Gui. They immediately said in unison, Understood. Genjing walked down the corridor, laughing secretly to himself. The cult leader position has been vacant for a long time. Currently backing the Yeming cult are 7 Baidu demon lords with formidable strength. If the cult leader still doesn't appear,
He stepped outside and said loudly, Yan Jihei, just wait and see how far he can go.
A strong gust of wind rose, piercing through each cliff, aiming straight for Henan City in the distance. Henan City, Zhangzhou. Jihei was doubtful. Did the old man say this place was like his hometown? Yang Ke affirmed loudly. That's right. I have lived here for decades since I was young. He silently recalled. The old man seemed to have said something before, like the 3 demon heads in Henan or something, right? He coughed lightly in a low voice. Looking back now, my martial arts back then were truly embarrassing. But I also taught those arrogant, orthodox faction members a few lessons. Jihei sighed inwardly. Needless to say, I already know. You made too many enemies back then, so now you have to wear a hat to cover your face? He pulled down his hat and whispered. Anyway, this place is also called the paradise of people in the martial arts world. Occasionally, there are even masters like the 10 great masters of the world staying over, so it's convenient. He calmly walked ahead and interrupted. Yeah, just keep hiding carefully like that. Even if you get beaten somewhere, I won't help. He was flustered. Hey, do you hate me that much? He continued. Anyway, this is the place with the best food, right? Yang Ke said loudly. That's right. This is a famous eatery in Henan City. Jihei looked up and exclaimed. It's really tall. The exterior looks just like a brothel. He said softly. Ah, this place is indeed a famous brothel, and also a premium tavern. As I recall, the tavern is on the first floor.
Yanka panicked. Young master, what is wrong? He asked in a panic. Young master. His heart was beating very fast. Since meeting Yan Jihei, this was the first time he had shown such a level of unease. Even when facing the 10 great masters of the world right before his eyes, he had never wavered even a bit. Yet now, Yan Jihei was terrified like a child seeing a ghost. Old Sin followed his gaze. He was curious about what could make Yan Jihei, who had run rampant in the heaven beyond heaven realm, reach such a state. And where his gaze landed, there was only a middle-aged couple who looked as though one could easily snap their necks with a single move. Mei Zhou blew.
She replied shyly, After all, I am the one you helped, yet being invited to a meal like this makes me feel quite embarrassed. He smiled happily. Please make yourself at home. I'm just glad everything went smoothly, so I wanted to treat you to a meal. Mei Zhou expressed her deep gratitude. It is all thanks to the head merchant revealing information about the Bazhou Ling. I will definitely repay this favor somehow. He smiled lecherously. If you really do that, then I won't hold back. But why did you think of directly meeting Fairy Yuksha to make a deal? Isn't that the very person who destroyed Olong Manor and humiliated your husband? She replied sternly. For me, it wasn't an easy decision either, but I think that from now on in the martial arts world, anyone who opposes the Yeming cult will find it hard to survive. After meeting Fairy Yuksha, I became even more certain of my choice. Yuksha held the treasure and raised her voice. Do you really intend to offer this sacred artifact to the Yuksha church? She bowed her head deeply and trembled. That's right. She raised her voice again. I find it interesting that you know how to use this Bazhou Ling, but above all, I really like your guts to reach out to the enemy who annihilated your sect. Fine, whatever you want, just say it straight. Money or a request? Mei Zhou panicked. I only hope the grudges between the fairy and my late husband won't be passed down to our descendants, and I beg you to eradicate Haolong Manor. Jihei froze. 2 years had passed since escaping that hellish warehouse. That weak figure of me at 5 or 6 years old, helpless and useless, I thought I had completely wiped it away. But now, facing these memories that occasionally rush back like a nightmare, in the blink of an eye, even knowing I now have the power to sever all of its causes, just like back then, helpless and weak, I can't do anything right now. Yang Ke looked at him in confusion. Young master,
He walked in resolutely. I must go up there and take a look. The man shouted in panic. Young master, wait for me. Yanka looked at him in total confusion. He stepped up to the higher floors, constantly asking himself in his head, what should I do now? The waiter chased after the two of them in a panic, shouting, Guest, you cannot go up there. The shop has not started business yet. Oh no, where are you planning to climb to? The 7th floor is really not allowed. We only receive guests with reservations. Yanko placed his hand on his shoulder, signaling him. Stop it. Anyway, it's almost opening time. Just consider it starting business a little earlier. He was flustered. About this, the 7th floor is for VIP guests with reservations. Do you even know how much a seat costs to say that? He immediately handed over a pouch of silver and raised his voice. I don't know exactly, but this amount of money should definitely not be lacking, right? Looking at the silver, he hesitated for a moment and then compromised. I will report this to the master of the first pavilion. Yanka.
There are not many places where one can witness a scene like this. I feel as if my chest has been opened up. I have only ever seen such a majestic view exactly once. At that time, I had just stepped out of the storehouse after more than 10 years, and seeing the view before my eyes, perhaps that is why I feel it is doubly beautiful now. Yankei looked at him with curiosity. Young master, forgive this humble one for taking the liberty to ask. Could the middle-aged woman just now be... Jihei remained calm. Yes, the wicked woman who imprisoned me in the storehouse for 10 years. His expression darkened, and his voice became stern. If you permit it, I will personally deal with her. He replied softly. There is no need. I will decide her fate myself. Earlier I was too surprised to do anything, but now I could immediately pierce her with my sword without hesitation. But is that truly revenge? Yankei said softly. Young master, Bao Yu interrupted from the door. Forgive this little lady for intruding. I am Zhang Bao Yu, the owner of Zhangzhu's first pavilion. It is truly an honor to meet you heroes. Although I would very much like to host the two of you who have humbled yourselves to visit this humble place, there is a highly important appointment here today. It is really difficult to arrange a room for you. She looked at them threateningly. I respectfully ask the two of you to leave here immediately. Jihei sighed in disappointment. It is already booked? What a pity. Yankei nodded softly. I understand. We will leave right away. She signaled to the guards behind her and said softly, It is very fortunate that you comply so easily, because there are many expensive items here, so if a disturbance were to occur, it would be truly awkward. Please settle the bill. If you each give 10 taels of silver, I will let this pass. Yankei was suspicious. 10 taels of silver? What absurd words are you saying? Look here, we haven't even ordered anything at all. Even if we ordered a table full of food and wine, it wouldn't exceed 5 taels of silver, yet you demand 10 taels? She suddenly laughed with disdain. It is truly certain that you heroes are not clear about the 7th floor of Zhangzhu's first pavilion. Royal officials frequently visit this place for entertainment. Therefore, this is an elegant and noble place, so we cannot let just anyone enter and leave as they please. Jihei could not help but speak up. What exactly are you trying to say? She let out a breath and raised her voice.
Today we have an important guest to receive, so we have already made a great concession by only demanding 10 taels of silver to let this matter go. I heard you two brought quite a bit of silver, so let's just resolve this happily. Let me make it clear in advance. Do not waste your effort on pointless resistance. The guests of our #1 pavilion of Zhengzhou are all renowned martial arts masters in the Zhonghu, so our guards, each and every one of them, are also martial arts masters. Yankei smiled smugly. Seeing them dig their own graves, he mocked. Usually, those who act so unbothered like that often get taught a miserable lesson. He drew his sword and said softly,
But hearing your tone, I've changed my mind. My mood was already terrible, and just as it got a little better, I'm feeling annoyed again. Jihei immediately reminded, Old Sin, I won't leave here today. This place suits my taste quite well, so don't let the tavern be destroyed. He drew his sword and said loudly, I will be careful. He continued, Let me see exactly what kind of people you are who frequent this place. Bao Yu waved her hand. Chase them away. The guards immediately stepped forward. Understood. After a continuous chaos of flying chickens and barking dogs, the two of them yelled angrily, Remember not to destroy the tavern. The guards replied, Understood. Yankei sighed. Yes. A carriage stopped in front of the first pavilion, and the driver announced loudly, We have arrived at the Zhengzhou first pavilion, Sir Scholar. Wubai stepped down from the carriage and sighed inwardly. As expected, it is still a wonderful place, worthy of its reputation. The noisy shouts of the guards echoed, Damn it, there's no more time. He is a master. Call for reinforcements quickly. He approached with doubt. What is that noise? The man turned around in panic. This is our internal affair. Outsiders stay away. Wait, isn't this the Master Scholar? They cheered joyfully. The Master Scholar is here. They are doomed. We had prepared the 7th floor for your visit, but some crazy thugs are causing a disturbance, demanding to take the spot. Unexpectedly, their martial arts are unpredictably strong, and the situation is a bit difficult. Wuhai's eyes hardened as he ordered, Take me there quickly. They enthusiastically agreed immediately. Yes, my lord. Yankei looked around with mockery. What is this? Is it just you guys? Let's see if you dare to act recklessly again. Bao Yu stepped back in panic. Don't come near me. Jihei sat on the side and complained.
He raised his voice in boredom. All right then, I'm hungry. Hurry up and bring the meat and wine here. A voice suddenly interrupted. You there! The guards rushed up, pointed at the two of them, and shouted. Begging for your lives now is useless. Do you even know what crime you have committed? Yanka sighed inwardly. Wow, you guys still haven't accepted it? He said smugly and arrogantly. This is far enough. If you knew who was coming to deal with you,
You would definitely have to kneel on the ground and beg. The old man scoffed. No matter who you bring, it's useless. The levels are different. He immediately yelled furiously, in front of the 10 great masters of the world, let's see how long you dare to boast. Jihei suddenly snapped back to his senses, looking toward the door in confusion. 10 great masters of the world, who is that? Wubai suddenly spoke up. What an eyesore, get out of the way. They panicked. Yes. Looking at the person in front of him, Yanka trembled with fear. Young master, what should I do? Jihei immediately picked up his sword. Looking at the person walking into the room, he let out a sigh inwardly. What are you doing here, uncle, respected Grand Chief? Wubai laughed smugly. Who is this? Isn't this the person known as the Bright Moon of Lulin, Grand Patrol Yan Jihei? Wubai laughed heartily and raised his voice. I wondered who was bold enough to cause trouble on the 7th floor of the #1 pavilion of Zhengzhou. It truly makes me sincerely admire you. It turns out to be the Grand Patrol of Lulin. Very courageous. Yanka bowed. Greeting the Grand Chief. Jihei was confused. What are you doing here, uncle? He proudly explained. The Grand Masters of Shaolin have asked for help, so how could I not come? The situation in the martial arts world is chaotic, so everyone seeks out the leader of this great Lulin. Bao Yu looked at him stunned. Grand Patrol of Lulin. If so, then we have offended the second in command of Lulin. The sound of swords falling clattered, and they shouted together.
He looked at them with full of sarcasm. Just now you were complaining about lowering the value of the seat. Now you kneel and apologize. Do you think I will generously forgive you? My heart is hurt. What are you going to do, miss? She raised her head in panic. I beg to offer my life to confess my crime. Wubai stepped in to defuse the situation. Grand Patrol, please be gentle. The Shaolin Grandmasters and I have a prior appointment on the 7th floor. It is only natural for them to become tense. He then suggested, there is still plenty of time. Let's go downstairs and have some wine together. He turned away sulkily. I like it on the 7th floor. He smiled kindly and persuaded. The 6th floor also has beautiful scenery, not inferior to this place, so don't complain too much. Someone quickly prepare a thoughtful banquet. Bao Yu hurriedly replied, yes, yes. Wubai poured wine complacently. It is truly a joy to meet you here. Actually, after finishing this matter, I had planned to go to the Wufang stronghold to visit you. Jihei was confused. Me? Why? He raised his voice. Aren't you the Lulin Grand Patrol? Wubai looked over at Yankek to examine him. And you are old Shin? He respectfully replied. It is I. He said softly. Compared to a few years ago, you have completely changed. Now you also look like you know how to wield a saber. Yankek immediately replied. I only learned a little martial arts from the young master during this time. I am still far behind. Wubai laughed loudly. As expected, the Grand Patrol has a well-deserved reputation. Haven't seen you in 3 years and you have honed yourself to this level. It is truly a great blessing for Lulin. Jihei said calmly, let's drop those matters. Uncle, why did you say you were meeting the Shaolin Grandmasters? Wubai enjoyed his wine and explained, there is an interesting proposal, to the extent that it made me run all the way to Zhengzhou. As you know, Shaolin is the sect with the longest history among the 7 sects and 2 schools, and can also be considered the spiritual pillar of the Orthodox faction.
Yankei was shocked. Shaolin never took action without a justifiable cause. If the Orthodox faction knew about this, it would probably cause an uproar. He placed his wine cup down and mocked. A justifiable cause? Even if only for a short time, I was also once a part of Shaolin. But anyway, when I was still at Shaolin, those great masters who never showed their faces personally came looking for me, so I am very eager. He spoke in a serious tone. All right then, did you come looking for me to ask for help with some troublesome matter? He proudly opened his mouth. I only want to ask you to do what a Grand Patrol of Lulin should do, like matters related to the Yemen cult and causing chaos recently. He was confused. What? The Yemen cult again? There is indeed something unusual about them. He calmly recounted. Recently, I encountered 2 of the 12 demon soldiers. They even turned into monsters and dragged me into a strange space, and a person with an unclear identity appeared. But anyway, with your strength, Uncle, encountering them is nothing to worry about. Did you defeat one of the 12 demon soldiers of the Yemen cult? Wubai slammed the table in joy. As expected, I chose the right Grand Patrol. Jihei, do you want to help me destroy the Yemen cult? He panicked. Huh? Me? He said in confusion. I also have my own reasons, so I inherently don't like the Yemen cult very much. But could it be that you also suffered losses from the Yemen cult, Uncle? Wubai let
Yankei was doubtful. But Grand Chief, right now the sword of the Yemen cult is pointing straight at the Orthodox faction. If they slaughter each other until blood flows like a river and both sides are exhausted, then, from Lulin's perspective, that would be a perfect opportunity to dominate the martial arts world. Isn't this the best possible time? He spoke in a stern voice. I thought so too, so I have been secretly observing the situation. However, they also targeted Lulin, playing despicable tricks. Do you remember the ones who defeated the 12 demon lords at the Lulin assembly 3 years ago? They became the new stronghold leaders. For the past 3 years, they have been causing chaos. They capture people indiscriminately and sell them without hesitation. I heard they even kill relentlessly and eat human flesh. Jihei panicked. Really? They are truly monsters. He raised his voice. That's right. They are turning Lulin into a bunch of lunatics who only know how to kill. He looked at him in confusion. Then why have you left him alone until now? If you took action yourself, wouldn't you be able to deal with them easily? Wubai then explained. I thought so at first too, but it took some time to find out who was behind them. But most importantly, the only rule of Lulin, to submit to the strong, stopped me. Regardless, they won the position of stronghold leader through strength. If I, as the Grand Chief, were to personally break Lulin's only rule, the unity of Lulin would naturally collapse. Perhaps the Yemen cult is also hoping for that to happen. Although it's hard to believe, if the Yemen cult is truly capable of wiping out the Nong family, then it is indeed a major threat. 30 years ago, I faced the Sword King Nong B. Back then, no one could stand in my way, so I intended.
Both of us will get hurt. Instead of pursuing empty fame that cannot last, wouldn't it be a wiser choice to stop here and retreat? He said smugly. You say that, but your aura is still blazing like a fire. And the two rushed at each other to spar. Wubai said softly. That day, although I only fought with Nong B for a short moment, it was the first time I felt uncertain about winning. For a sword king like him to be defeated by the Yemen cult and then disappear, I still cannot believe that the Nong family has been wiped out by the Yemen cult. Yang Ke also added, among the 12 demon soldiers, there is one that I used to know. Although his martial arts did not make any significant progress, his internal energy skyrocketed, so I found it a bit strange. He pondered. That's right. I also heard that their internal energy is abnormally abundant. The testimonies of the defeated 12 demon lords are similar. We need to know what method the Yemen cult actually used to gain that power. Jihei clenched his fists. He said firmly, I will do it. He was confused. Huh? Jihei repeated. I will do as you say. He shouted happily. Really? He calmly continued. As I said before, I never liked the Yemen cult anyway. Moreover, I still have a debt with the wiped out Nong family. But I have a condition. Prevent the rebuilding of Olong Manor. Wubai was puzzled. Olong ever? Hasn't that place already been wiped out by the Yemen cult? I heard their losses were quite heavy. Regardless, rebuilding won't be easy. He said softly. I want to completely eliminate even a tiny glimmer of hope. My condition is that you must level.
Yang Ke then asked softly, Young master, can I explain this matter to the Grand Chief? He immediately agreed. Yes. Starting from the frustrating reasons why Yan Zai had drifted to Wufang stronghold to the events intertwined with Olong Manor over the past 3 years, Yan Zai meticulously recounted the troublesome stories he had never told before. Heaven-shattering demon lord Shi Wuhai had already anticipated that Yan Zai had complicated feelings, but Yan Zai's past was far more tragic and shocking than he had imagined. He gritted his teeth and roared, Those bastards! Unable to contain his rage, he added, Even killing them wouldn't satisfy me. I will use every method to make them wish they were dead rather than alive. Jihei looked at him and smiled slightly. So reliable. Yang Ke poured wine to soothe him. Grand Chief, we rely entirely on you. He continued seriously. That woman deserves to be beaten to death, but that Lord Yanwu is also truly despicable. Ah, do you know that the people of the Nong family are currently in Zhengzhou? Jihei was stunned. Huh? Really? He continued recounting. Yes, earlier I heard that you still owe the Nong family, and they live not far from the first pavilion. Jihei panicked. Are Brother Jun and Sister Yan nearby? He pressed. Where is that place? Wubai said softly. It's just past the alley ahead. But are you planning to go right now? Wait, you haven't even touched the food yet. Why the rush? He shouted. Hurry up and tell me right now. He panicked. Okay, I understand. It was getting dark. Nong Yan was sitting in her room writing calligraphy when she suddenly noticed some movement outside. Jihei and Yang Ke stood in front of the house. He spoke up. If what the Grand Chief said is correct, then this is...
Yang Ke stepped forward and sighed inwardly. Today is really something. Lately, I see the young master acting unlike his usual demeanor.
The door suddenly opened and he was startled. Huh? Jihei stood frozen in place as Nong Gongyan dashed out from the room. She hugged him tightly. Jihei stood rooted to the spot. She rejoiced inwardly. Long time no see. You have returned, Jihei. Nong Gongzhen's voice rang out in the middle of the night. Yanner, what's the matter? It's already midnight. He looked at the scene before him and froze. Jihei raised his voice. Brother Zhen, have you been well? I heard you were nearby, so I came to visit. He was shocked. Jihei, it's been a long time. To think that Yanner would actually hug someone. He then suggested, I don't know what is going on. Let's go inside first. He agreed immediately. Yes, brother. Nong Gongzhen laughed loudly. So that's how it is. When we returned here from the Wufang stronghold, we also discussed a lot about you. So have you listened to my advice?
He looked at Nang Gongyan shyly. Sister Yan, it has been so long. More than 10 years have passed and you still remember me. She nodded and smiled gently. He blushed and poured out a stream of words. Me too. Whenever I was scared at night, I would think of you. I even met a fairy once. She looked exactly like you. I even thought maybe you disguised yourself as a fairy to help me. Jihei suddenly froze. Nang Gongyan actually took the initiative to touch his hand. Nang Gongjun suddenly spoke up. Jihei, the battle with the Yameng cult you just mentioned, I want to hear the details a bit more. He calmly held Nang Gongyan's hand and recounted. I met the heaven-shattering demon lord earlier and made a deal with him. I decided to teach the Yameng cult at the Cleanland stronghold a lesson. He was doubtful. What a surprise. Someone from the Orthodox Alliance actually requested an alliance with Cleanland? Furthermore, if you are the one stepping forward,
Yanka explained, the young master probably didn't mean it that way, but if the Grand Chief can successfully conclude the negotiations with Shaolin, the outside world will perceive it that way. Currently, because the Yaming cult has marched out of the Jianghu, the ones suffering the greatest losses are the Orthodox faction. The Yaming cult, including the Baido demon lord, and even the Shido demon soldiers have suffered heavy defeats and borne massive losses. The sects have lost many martial arts masters, so they have to focus on stabilizing their forces. As the fear of the Yaming cult spreads uncontrollably, if you start eliminating them. Nonggonjan then chimed in, perhaps they will think that the moon-slashing swordsman has reincarnated. He panicked. I don't like that, he said softly. Anyway, no matter what form it takes, your name will definitely become famous. Will that be okay? Our father was defeated at the hands of the Yaming cult. If you become their target, you might face a difficult situation. He was resolute. It's fine. Regardless, I am determined to eliminate them. Their actions remind me of myself when I was little. They are disgusting people who only know how to bully those weaker than themselves. Now I finally have enough strength to confront them. I don't want to hide in fear from them anymore. And just like how Sister Yan protected me 10 years ago, I will save everyone from their evil deeds. Nonggon Yan nodded in agreement with him.
Yankei asked anxiously. Young master, you know that the power of the Shido demon soldiers of the Yeming cult is not something to be underestimated. Currently, in your role as the Grand Patrol, you can handle each faction of the Yeming cult that has joined Kinglan. But if they send many martial arts masters, can you deal with those who have turned into monsters? Nonggongyan raised her voice. We will stand side by side. Nonggongjun panicked. Yanner, you didn't say anything, but now you say you will go together. She remained as calm as ever. Jihei looked at her with gratitude. Nonggongjun looked at them in panic. Yanner. Wubai at the first pavilion raised his voice. Fellow Taoists, this poor monk is truly grateful to meet you in person this time. An eminent monk said softly, Amitabha, fellow Taoist Shi, long time no see. You look much healthier recently. But why invite us to an unpure place like this? This clearly seems like an act to humiliate us. He smiled calmly. Humiliate? That's not true. I just chose the best place in Jiangsu. I even heard that royalty comes here to enjoy tea, so perhaps fellow Taoists don't need to be so uncomfortable, right? Xuanbai then spoke up to mediate. That's right, it's just a location. Because the hearts of the people here are kind, I'm sure there's no problem. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Shaolin sect leader is different. Then I won't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Regarding the letter proposing a temporary alliance to fight the Yeming cult, if you want me to accept it, there is only one condition. Haolong Manor cannot be rebuilt. Just promise this and we will help you defeat the Yeming cult. The Grandmaster was confused. But Shaolin is the pillar of the Orthodox faction. If Haolong Manor wants to rise again, can our Orthodox faction accept preventing its rebirth? Someone else chimed in. I heard before that Haolong Manor suffered heavy losses because of Kinglan. What exactly is the reason you hate?
Huanbai said softly, we are willing to prevent the rebuilding of Olong Manor, but we do not want to lead Qinglin into a direct battle with the Yamen cult.
However, if that Grand Patrol is truly strong, our thoughts might change. Can Dao Shi compare to that person's strength? He replied firmly, I have faced the Grand Patrol directly. I can assure you, even if that person were to join the ranks of the 10 great masters of the Zhonghu, they would not be inferior in the slightest. The old man clicked his prayer beads and said strictly, Dao Shi is certainly not someone who likes to exaggerate, so I will believe your words this once. The Orthodox faction had suffered heavy losses, and they had no other choice. The Orthodox faction was forced to accept the somewhat coercive proposal of the heaven-shattering Demon Lord. This decision, from South Shili Nanjing, would be transferred to the Orthodox Alliance. With the defeat of the 10 great masters, the destruction of the Nong family in Olong Manor, the failure of the Yitian sect leader, and the failure in handling Jihei Manor, the Orthodox faction was truly falling into a difficult situation. Kang Hao looked at the letter in his hand and said strictly, So it has been decided like this. The Martial Arts Alliance leader will follow Shaolin's decision to destroy the Yamen cult. Thus the Orthodox faction has had to submit to Qinglin, a sect belonging to the unorthodox faction. If they set aside their pride, they could temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. Almost everyone silently accepted it. Li Yijing, upon hearing this, spoke smugly. If this matter were to be leaked, the Orthodox Alliance's appearance would become ridiculous, and that brat would once again become the pioneer. I wonder how much he has grown. If there is a chance, I want to meet that kid. 1 week later in Zhangzhou, Jihei asked doubtfully, What did you two just say? We come from the Zhangzhou branch of the Orthodox Alliance. They introduced themselves one by one. Shu Zhua Shu of the team.
Jihei spoke up in annoyance. How troublesome. Just looking at you makes it obvious that you can't exert your strength properly. Xie Shu said sternly, We are not satisfied at all either. Truth be told, Qinglin is nothing but a bunch of bandits. Jin Shi immediately chimed in. We only came here out of curiosity to see whether you can defeat the Yamen cult or not. Don't misunderstand. Yang Ke immediately provoked. Do you think just because the Orthodox faction was utterly defeated by the Yamen cult, Qinglin will end up the same? The two of them shouted, You are so arrogant, daring to publicly insult us. I would rather cut you down and go destroy the Yamen cult myself. Jihei smiled lightly and stepped forward. Oh my, what's wrong with everyone? Our enemy is the Yamen cult, isn't it? Don't get angry in this sacred place. We will act in a way that doesn't bother you. Please don't hate us. We look forward to your help. I am Zhen Shihei from the Shangren sect. A week later, at the first pavilion in Zhengzhou, Shihei kept rambling. At that time, that man said this, If I have to choose between you and the world, I choose you. As long as I can have you, I am willing to offer up this life.
Qinchi panicked and whispered, Junior Sister Chen, I think you are drunk. Let's stop. She replied softly, Oh my, what are you talking about? It's just getting to the interesting part. I've only had a few cups. He turned to remind her, Miss Chen should go rest. We have a long journey tomorrow. She hugged him and struggled, I don't want to. It's rare to have such a great place, drinking with such a handsome young hero. Why shouldn't I drink? Let's drink a little more. Am I bothering you? Jihei opened his mouth with difficulty. No, not exactly like that. Qinshi and Zorshu pulled her away, saying softly, Young hero Yan, please forgive us. We will advise her carefully. Shuihei unwillingly screamed, What is this? Why is it like this? Let's drink a little more. Just a little bit. In the pitch-black hallway, Shuihei was dragged out of the private room by the two of them. What's wrong with you guys? The moon is still hanging in the sky. Why are we going back so early? Zorshu sighed inwardly. Oh God, I've got goosebumps. I can't stand it. Qinshi also exclaimed, Seriously, she is really terrifying. How could she cling so tightly to young hero Yan? She immediately exhaled in annoyance. Hey, I didn't do anything terrible. Why did you say I was holding on so tightly? She jumped down from their restraint. Zorshu was confused. Junior Sister Chen, are you still sober? Shuihei immediately replied, That's why I told you to drink more. He was doubtful, but clearly just now. She annoyedly raised her voice. I know why you two don't have sweethearts yet. Really, how can people in the Zhonghu not understand a woman's heart so much? Besides, you seen your brothers were going to draw your swords and charge at him a week ago, and now you're acting all awkward. Qinshi was embarrassed about that. Zorshu also dodged the topic. We didn't know he was that strong at the time. Moreover, even though it was just a martial arts spar, even the Qing Yun sword, the young master of the Nong family, wasn't a match for that youth. What could we possibly do? She mockingly said.
Zhongxi curiously asked, I want to ask a question. Do you really care about young hero Yan? She turned around in doubt. Didn't you guys see? How many times have I said it? He is wonderful. He then chimed in. Young hero Yan is not completely indifferent to you. She panicked. What? Really? Do you really think so? Who knows? Maybe they'll end up together with the Grand Patrol of Lulin. A handsome man and a beautiful woman wandering together for a long time. Who can predict what will happen? Zuashu immediately cut him off. Nonsense. Right now, the Orthodox Alliance and Lulin are cooperating because of the Yamen cult, but how long do you think that will last? Once the common enemy, the Yamen cult, is eradicated, the next one will be Lulin. A female disciple of the Orthodox Alliance getting involved with the Grand Patrol of Lulin? Do you think that makes sense? Jihei angrily raised her voice. Not again. You're starting with those outdated ideas again. I already told you. She suddenly froze. Wubai's figure glided past the three of them, and she panicked. It's not just me who thinks the two of them look alike, right? Jihei sighed inwardly. Why does this make me so tired? Next time let's just go eat. Yanka was doubtful. But you don't seem to dislike that girl at all. Could it be that I saw it wrong? He immediately explained. There's no reason to hate her. Plus, she seems like a good person. He smugly said, That's right, the way I see it.
He panicked. Old Shin, say something reasonable. I was the one whose arm was grabbed by her. She was even scarier than that aunt from the 12 demon soldiers I met before. Do I need to show you my sweat-drenched back? No joke. Outside the door, the silhouette of Wubai stepped in. He carefully spoke. Excuse me, I want to speak with the Grand Patrol. Young Kei stood up sternly. Who are you? I have never met you. Get lost right now, or I will chop you into 2 pieces. Wubai said softly, Can't you spare a little time to talk? He angrily growled. Who are you to dare? Our young master isn't just someone anyone can meet casually. He then interrupted his words and ordered, Old Shin, go somewhere else and have a drink. Wubai still stood there staring intently at them. Jihei also did not yield. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze, so he replied, Understood. 1 month had passed since
And so, those who were helping Awakens Manor in its restoration, along with Baijia Manor and Yang family manor, also began to have their existence denied. The Orthodox factions, already exhausted after their battles with the Yamen cult, made no response to that declaration. Even the Orthodox Alliance showed no reaction, and the remaining factions could only look away and pretend not to notice. In addition, there was the fact that Awakens Manor had previously offended the Grand Patrol of Lulin. Even the heaven-shattering Demon Lord began to take action. Meijo looked outside in utter shock, as no one dared to side with Awakens Manor, and everyone was afraid of getting involved. Relief wine was poured out. Wubai placed it in front of him and spoke softly. I should have come to pay my respects and visit you earlier. I am Yan Wubai. Surely the Grand Patrol still remembers me? Jihei smirked. Do you think I would easily forget the faces of my own brothers? He replied nervously. If so, then you must surely guess why I had to travel all this way to find the Grand Patrol. He immediately answered, Do you think I'm stupid enough not to understand? But why are you speaking so formally? When we were young, you were just like the other brothers, mocking, scolding, and bullying me. Are you trying to pretend to be a good person now? He left his seat, suddenly performing an action right in front of him that startled Jihei. He knelt down sincerely. I apologize. Back then, when we were young and couldn't distinguish,
I am truly, truly sorry to you, he said sternly. People don't live so easily, doing all sorts of terrible things and then expecting a simple apology to settle everything, do they? He blushed in embarrassment, begging for forgiveness. I know clearly how brazen and shameless that is. Even so, for the sake of our late father, please give me a chance. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? He looked at him with full sarcasm. You must also know what I had to endure at her Awakens Manor, right? He clenched his fists and raised his voice. I know. Yan Jihei slowly stood up and spoke. You know that clearly, yet you still dare to open your mouth to beg for my forgiveness. If they want to be forgiven, those who committed the wrong should come and apologize themselves, shouldn't they? Her, those old fools of the Yan family, and the martial artists of the Bai family manor, their masters, the lord of the Bai family manor, and the lord of the Yang family manor, the ones who helped her restore Awakens Manor. If they kneel before me and kowtow an apology, I might consider withdrawing the declaration that 3 manors shall not stand. Wubai panicked. Is there really no other way? He turned around and mocked. Do you think I'm an easygoing person, forgiving just because you want me to? I am not that kind of easy person. If you were in my position, you would have been even more ruthless, wouldn't you? If I wanted to ruin your reputation, is there anything I wouldn't dare to do?
This is the last chance, so you better grasp it well. And it's only for today. From tomorrow onwards, it won't be easy, because I'll be very busy. Wubai lowered his eyes and whispered, I understand. I will pass on your words. Just the fact that he mentioned the possibility of withdrawing the 3 manors shall not stand declaration meant something incredibly significant to the 2 brothers. However, when Yan Wubai left the room, even Yan Jihei
Langao County, Henan Province. The horses galloped across the thick snow. Shuhei looked outside and exclaimed, Wow, it has already started snowing here. The white snow covers the mountains and trees. Isn't it beautiful? Even though it's winter, there are still so many things to see. Jin Shi immediately reminded her, Junior sister, it is already very cramped in here. Please sit still for a bit. She laughed happily. Come on, senior brother, you are making a fuss over nothing. It's a pity. If we weren't busy, I would have stopped by the river for a drink. He interrupted in annoyance. You only think that because you're sitting in a warm carriage. Go outside and see. It's so cold you can't see anything. The cold is unbearable. Senior brother Shui probably just wants to get there as fast as possible, right? Shuhei smiled and replied, I didn't think about that at all. Let me take over next time. Jihei also spoke up. Old Sin and I will also
He narrowed his eyes and said sternly, Then you can take turns, but Sister Yan doesn't need to. He was confused. Why not? He replied calmly, Because it's cold. Nong Jun was shocked by him. Jihei calmly questioned, Senior brother, you wouldn't want to see Sister Yan get cold either, right? Nong Yan smiled and replied, Jihei, it's fine, I will take turns. He asked anxiously, Will you be okay? It's very cold outside. She said softly, Thank you for caring about me. Jihei immediately became happy. If you are tired, just tell me. The interaction between the two made Jinshi look over awkwardly, while Shuhei sat on the side, her cheeks puffed out in jealousy. Shandong Province, Tai'an, Duja Village. The voices of the bandits echoed loudly. Loot all the wealth, capture them all. We only need 20 people, kill the rest. Let them clearly see the consequences of daring to oppose the demands of Guangfang's stronghold. The villagers ran in panic, screaming, Spare our lives. A mother hugged her child, begging in a panic, Please, this is just a child. Mother. They grabbed the women's hair smugly. Just obediently follow me. She screamed in panic, Husband. The husband begged in a panic, Please, my lord. But the desperate screams continued to ring out, Save me. Ma Duan stood to the side, sighing, Such pleasant sounds. From today on, everyone will clearly know the terrifying power of Guangfang's stronghold. Handle this cleanly to set an example for the neighboring villages. They laughed loudly and left in satisfaction. A faction within the stronghold panicked. If they keep this up, it will become a huge problem. Duja village is the closest village to the stronghold. Shouldn't we stop this before it gets worse? The former stronghold leader gritted his teeth. Just wait for now. We don't have enough strength. We can only rely on the heaven-shattering demon lord to step in and settle this. Jihei's carriage arrived at the village. The wheels stopped. Zuoshu Jin Shi panicked. What on earth are the Orthodox Alliance and the government troops doing? He was bewildered, wondering how they could have no ability to intervene despite such a chaotic situation. Yangke looked at the map in confusion. Young master, this Du family manor village is even the closest village to Guangfang's stronghold. Even though there is no income during winter, turning a village near a stronghold into ruins is truly unbelievable. I don't know if they are seeking their own deaths, even harming children. They do not hesitate to murder and commit arson like this. This is the first time I have witnessed such a thing. Jihei asked in a stern voice, Old Sin, is this what Lulin originally is? Wufang's stronghold never did such things. Is all of this the doing of the Yamen cult? He replied in a troubled tone, Although the mad behavior of the Yamen cult contributed to it, in reality, Lulin is not much different from them. Wufang's stronghold is indeed special in many aspects. The surrounding merchant guilds are large and wealthy, and their escorts are very strong. But you, young master, quickly suppress them with overwhelming power. And besides, stronghold leader Feng is not a greedy person. Because there are many merchant guilds constantly passing by, there is no shortage of anything. But if there were no merchant guilds, Wufang's stronghold would probably have gone down to the villages too. He gritted his teeth. I understand. Yangke asked doubtfully, Do you regret joining Lulin? He clenched his fists, and Jihei said in a loud voice, I know it is not a good place. At Guangfang's stronghold, they laughed and cheered loudly. We gathered this much? That's right, stronghold leader. The money we earned in the past few months is probably 10 times this amount. Ma Duan looked smug. As expected, we have been too passive all this time. How stupid was it to just rob merchant guilds for a little bit? With this money, is there anything we can't do? If we continue like this for a few more months, we will definitely make a huge fortune. If we succeed, we have nothing to fear when returning to the Yamen cult.
Ma Duan was smug. That's right, I wanted to stay here anyway. I didn't expect Qinglin to be an organization where one could easily earn such a large sum of money. A subordinate rushed in and shouted, "Reporting to the stronghold leader." He asked doubtfully, "What is it?" The man panicked. "Reporting to the stronghold leader. Something major has happened." "What are you making a fuss about?" "Someone is causing trouble at the gate. He says he is the Grand Patrol of Lulin sent by the heaven-shattering demon lord." Zihei marched in aggressively and raised his voice. "Do not bother me. Bring out the stronghold leader of the Guangfang stronghold immediately. From now on, I will not show any mercy. If you want to risk your lives, just come at me." Ma Duan came out and roared angrily. "What exactly do you want to do? I am the stronghold leader of the Guangfang stronghold, Phantom Shatterer Sima Duan. When coming to someone else's place, you must observe the rules." The stronghold's men immediately stepped back. "Stronghold leader," he gritted his teeth and said sternly, "even if you are a grand patrol sent from the main stronghold, you cannot behave like this. Moreover, you look very young, not at all like a grand patrol. Do you have any proof?" Zihei's aura exploded. "Is it you? You were the one who caused the massacre at the Tongdu family manor?" He released his coercive pressure and roared, "You damn brat! You have no manners! How..." Jihei said sternly, "Answer me. I am asking if you are the one who killed the people from Duja village to the 7 villages near Mount Taishan." He looked at the command token in his hand that had scraped off a patch of skin. Ma Duan raised his voice. "Naturally. In winter, when food is scarce, plundering neighboring villages is a matter of course. Even in the Grand Patrol stronghold, you occasionally do the same, don't you?" He said sternly. "Taking some property is one thing, but you even arbitrarily capture the commoners." He threw the command token back and laughed mockingly. "Grand Patrol, do you want to check how much we have earned? Of course we capture them because they can bring in money." He continued, "Then have you eaten any human flesh?" He immediately became vigilant. "Why do you ask?" He said sternly. "I am asking you, so just answer." His brothers immediately raised their hands and spoke up. "Why is the atmosphere so tense again? I only ate a few times. Me too. Aren't we all from the same family? Isn't it easy to talk? We will treat you well. Please relax and come inside for a meal. If you are asking because you are curious about the taste, we will prepare a few people we just caught. Pick the freshest one so you can enjoy." Jihei said sternly. "Old Sen." Yankei immediately understood. "Yes, young master." He then ordered, "Kill those 2. He drew his sword proudly. "I was waiting for you to say that." Ma Duan panicked. "What? Impossible. They are my trusted subordinates." A few blade flashes swept across his eyes, and his trusted subordinates Yankei said in a stern voice, "Someone who massacred so many people in the village and even ate human flesh, yet you actually treasure the lives of your brothers?" He swung his sword and slashed at his stomach, mocking, "A piece of trash." However, Ma Duan did not have the slightest injury. He panicked. "It seems your ability to behead my brother was not due to luck." He was doubtful. "I was planning to chop you into 2 pieces. Could it be that you have already cultivated protective astral chi?" Ma Duan gathered his momentum and stopped. He raised his voice. "I don't need to tell a dying old man about that. You dare to come to someone else's stronghold and cause trouble? Even if you are the Grand Patrol, the ones who started this are you." He suddenly roared. "Did everyone see that? This Grand Patrol dared to come to Guangfang's stronghold and kill 2 of our brothers without warning? What kind of decency is there for a Grand Patrol to act so outrageously? If we just stand by and watch like this, I'm afraid it will only be a matter of time before it's our turn to lose our lives. Brothers, stand up and fight." The crowd following him immediately chimed in. "That's absolutely right. Even if he is the Grand Patrol, killing people so unreasonably is truly too much. It's
Jin Shi sighed. "I knew this would happen." Shui Hei was flustered. "Well, nothing can be done. Anyway, we aren't completely surprised by this battle, right?" Nong Gong Jun summed softly. "Jihei, can I join in too?" He replied calmly. "No need. If we end up injuring all of them, the heaven-shattering demon lord certainly won't like it. I came here to deal with the Yemen cult, not to destroy the Guangfeng stronghold. Even though it is a bit troublesome, I will take action." Jihei took a deep breath, and he shouted loudly, "I am following the Grand Chief's orders. I came here to punish the Yemen cult members who have been hiding in the Guangfeng stronghold. Even though I don't want to hurt our Lulin brothers, if you are still dissatisfied, then just come forward, just charge at me. But anyone who wants to solve this with their fists, anyone who stands in the way will be an enemy of the Grand Chief and an accomplice of the Yemen cult, to be killed without mercy." Seeing his imposing aura, they hesitated a little. Ma Duan roared furiously, "You idiots, what are you afraid of? Hurry up and kill them all." One of them sighed. "This is why these stupid Lulin people can't get anything done. The atmosphere doesn't seem right. We must quickly help Lord Ma Duan." They immediately chimed in. "That's right.
Let's deal with the old man who killed our comrades first, but he seems very
He smugly said, "The Yemen cult members will naturally reveal their true colors. You all should die along with them." With a single slash, he sent a group of people flying. The remaining crowd hesitated. Impossible. In just a blink of an eye, that old man is too strong. Ma Duan screamed even more frantically. "You bastards! Are you just going to stand there and watch our brothers get tortured like this? I will take the lead. Follow me. Let's show them the terrifying power of the Guangfeng stronghold." Yankei gently blocked his attack and mocked. "A lackey of the Yemen cult dares to speak like a Lulin stronghold leader? Are you really a Shido demon soldier after all? Compared to the one I fought before, you are much weaker. It seems there is quite a gap in martial arts among the Shido demon soldiers, huh?" As if provoked, he yelled out, "You arrogant fool! Let me see how big your mouth really is." He immediately rushed in to fight with him. Nong Jun panicked. "Jihei, why didn't you tell me that old Sin is so strong?" He asked doubtfully. "You call that strong?" He replied in confusion. "I think he even far surpasses that Shido demon soldier." Jihei sighed. "That Shido demon soldier was just too weak. Compared to your martial arts, he is nothing." Nong Jun panicked. "Is that so?" He said softly. "That's right. If you were the one fighting, you would have finished him off in the blink of an eye." Nong Jun watched them fight and said in fear, "It doesn't seem like it." Ma Duan was simply blown away by him. He panicked. "Damn it! Impossible! I actually lost to this nameless old man?" His fat body crashed heavily into the people behind him. The lackeys were terrified. To think he was defeated by this old man? Stronghold leader!
Moreover, regarding the Grand Patrol, I heard his martial arts are so outstanding that they can be compared to the Grand Chief. Even if we all rush in together, do we have a chance to win? Ma Duan angrily said, "So what? Are you just going to watch when the stronghold leader is defeated? Do you still call yourselves members of the Guangfeng stronghold?" The former stronghold leader stepped forward and said softly, "That's right. In this situation, there is no reason for us to listen to you. I have followed you until now only to abide by the rules of Lulin. Now that the Grand Patrol has taken action, telling me to follow the stronghold leader's orders is simply absurd. Did you really believe from the beginning that anyone would be truly loyal to you?" Ma Duan glared angrily and questioned, "Taishan First Freak, Jiomen Fan, are you planning to take revenge for losing your position as the stronghold leader in such a cunning way?" He smiled lightly. "Revenge? No, I don't care about that at all. I just can't endure your insane actions anymore. I might rob things from others, but I at least still have human morals. I am not part of a crazed mob that destroys villages, slaughters citizens, enslaves people, practices cannibalism, and tortures enemies." He retorted furiously, "You fools! Wasn't it because the Guangfeng stronghold hadn't been able to make a living for a long time that we relied on what we did to earn a massive fortune? I should have killed you a long time ago. You've been waiting for a chance to rebel for a long time, haven't you?" He replied calmly. "Rebellion?
To be honest, I also think eating human flesh is crazy. I had a friend in Du Family Manor, and I heard the government troops might come to exterminate us. Ma Duan panicked. Damn it, those cunning bastards, always happily tagging along, and now the atmosphere is absolutely terrible. Jay has spoken a stern voice. "Hey, lackey of the Yemen cult, it looks like the situation is ended, hasn't it? There's probably nothing interesting left to see. I'm starting to feel hungry too." He stepped forward, his aura oppressive, and raised his voice. "Die early." Ma Duan panicked. "Damn it, this guy is definitely stronger than the old man I encountered earlier. I have no chance of winning." Ma Duan dropped his saber, fell to his knees, and begged. "I surrender. I beg the Grand Patrol to spare my life. I lost control a bit when I saw the deaths of my brothers. I am not a member of the Yemen cult. Please believe me. Please, my lord, be generous and forgive this lowly one." "Damn it, just stay alive first," he muttered to himself. "Keeping my life is the most important thing. I will use the chance to escape into the cult's altar." He frowned. "What? As the Grand Patrol and a stronghold leader of the Lulin? If you put it that way, I must forgive you." He cowered. "Thank you, Grand Patrol," he said sternly. "But you," he panicked. "Yes?" he stated firmly. "Are a member of the Yemen cult." Ma Duan panicked. "No, I am absolutely not a member of the Yemen cult." Jihei slashed down with his saber and said sternly, "We'll know once I try killing you. Even if you are a member of the Lulin, you will still die." Jihei finished Ma Duan off with just a clean sword stroke. Zushu was shocked, unable to believe it. Taking down a Shido demon soldier in just one move? Jihei raised her voice. "Young hero Yan's martial arts really opened my eyes." Nong Jun immediately reminded them. "Now it truly begins." He replied doubtfully. "Yes?" he said sternly. "Didn't they say that if we kill a Shido demon soldier, they will turn into monsters? For the upcoming battle with the Yemen cult, we must record everything in detail and report it to the Orthodox Alliance." Those streams of chi wrapped around Ma Duan's body. Zushu quickly took the order. Understood. The red smoke gradually dispersed.
Madwan, with flushed red skin and a ferocious face staring intently at them, roared furiously. Jihei used
He snorted coldly. Why analyze it? The Stronghold brothers panicked. What the hell is that? Monster, run away. Jihei stepped forward and raised his voice. Shido demon soldiers, what are you making a fuss about after turning into such an ugly thing, crowing loudly like a rooster getting its throat cut? I am very hungry, but because of you I'm late for mealtime. Besides, I still have to go to 6 more strongholds, so I don't have time. Let's finish this quickly. Saying that, he gripped his sword and charged straight at Madwan. At the Lulin main stronghold in Wanshiping, Liu Shi happily ran to Wubai holding a letter. Father, I heard Jihei has made contact. Hurry and take a look. He gently reminded her. Didn't I say that in the stronghold you must call me Grand Chief? She replied tiredly. I know, Father. Just read it. He took the letter and said softly, I don't know who will marry you in the future. I already can't see your future. Liu Shi retorted angrily. I brought it for you to see first. Why do I keep getting scolded? Wubai said calmly. I know. She peeked in curiously. What does the letter say? What did he write? Is he doing well? He smiled happily and said softly, Don't worry, our Grand Patrol is still doing well. She secretly sighed. I heard the Yeming cult is too terrifying, so I was worried. He said smugly. It seems he dealt with the Guangfeng stronghold quite refreshingly, hasn't he? She interrupted curiously. I want to see too. He secretly sighed. He truly is the treasure of our Lulin. Liu Shi looked at it.
All captured prisoners were set free, and measures were taken so they could settle down. She was doubtful, but this didn't seem quite like Lulin's style. Wubai silently sighed with emotion. That was true, but this was just right. Didn't the Guangfeng stronghold make Lulin look like a bunch of maniacs? The Grand Patrol's action was excellent in announcing that this was exactly the doing of the Yeming cult. Liu Shi pondered for a moment and continued. All right, we can talk about that later. But is that painting real? It is drawn beautifully. Wubai gritted his teeth. Perhaps, although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I can't completely believe it. But everything happened swiftly and decisively. In less than a month since the patrol began, those monsters were taken down by him one by one as he calmly sheathed his sword. Yan Jihei had completely eradicated the Yeming cult from the 2 strongholds. Madwan's brothers fled in a panic. Damn it, we have to go back as fast as possible. Did you guys see the stronghold leader turn into a monster?
Yankee looked down at them like a bunch of bugs and raised his voice. Sneaking around and hiding like rats, then hiding again at night, that is exactly the style of the Yeming cult. But if the Yeming cult finds out about this, it will be very troublesome, so you all must leave your lives here. They immediately drew their sabers and growled, Damn it, everyone prepare to fight. Thanks to Old Sin's help, no one could escape. Therefore, the Yeming cult remained unaware of the situation, but a major event would soon occur and expose this matter. At Mount Juxian, the Earth God Temple, Jihei quickly pushed Daofu far back. Daofu panicked. Damn it, didn't we say we don't belong to Lulin? Why is the Grand Patrol of Lulin interfering with our business? He said sternly. Why? Because you are people of the Yeming cult. He raised his voice. Knowing that full well and still attacking, can I take it that Lulin has officially declared war on the Yeming cult? He calmly replied, I just came down from patrolling 2 mountains. People of the Yeming cult have been hiding in Lulin and causing trouble on those 2 mountains. So more accurately, it was your Yeming cult who started the trouble first. Daofu stubbornly insisted, Isn't it true that even within the Yeming cult, each hall has different policies? I belong to Guangming Manor and have absolutely nothing to do with Lulin. He said smugly, Why not? It's still the Yeming cult anyway, right? He gripped his axe and roared, Perhaps there's no need to say more. Since you are the Grand Patrol of Lulin, I was going to take a step back. For you to want the entire hall to become your enemy at once, your guts are truly as big as the sky. Don't think that just because you caught a few of the 12 demon soldiers you can feel confident. Don't assume all the 12 demon soldiers are on the same level. Jihei rushed forward, his voice full of challenge. There's not much difference anyway. Let's see if you are any more interesting. He panicked and swung his axe down. I will teach you a lesson. The person who was just in front of his eyes had now disappeared. He panicked. Where is he? Jihei appeared behind him and said in a low voice, Look, what's the...
He sighed in boredom. Giving up already? The man raised his voice. How could that be? I just find it hard to deal with you when fighting alone. I've won this battle. The Shido demon lords sent from Guangming Manor here don't consist of just me. Jihei looked over and silently lamented. If there were 2 Shido demon soldiers and both turned into monsters, it would be quite troublesome. Dalrong took off his mask and raised his voice. Let's see. I didn't expect the remnant blood butcher to fall into such a difficult situation. How interesting. Young Kei asked softly, Young master, do you need my assistance? He calmly replied, No need. I can handle those 2 by myself. The man jumped down in front of Jihei and said smugly, What did you say? It seems you are very confident when facing 2 Shido demon soldiers.
He suddenly spoke up. It seems I've met you somewhere before. He raised his voice. Ridiculous. Where would you have met me? Dalrong looked closely at his face, and he panicked. Wait a minute. He recalled the memory of being beaten to a pulp by him. Panic said in his heart, You are that damn brat. The executioner said sternly, I heard he is the Grand Patrol of Lulan, Dark Soul Ghost Killer. Do you really know this person? He trembled as he remembered. Damn it, I remember now. He is the monster who broke the enslavement art of the Baidu Demon Lord, Lord Ing Zaigui. He assessed in panic. Damn it, he is the Lulan Grand Patrol? His martial arts are very bizarre. Even with 20 Do demon soldiers, fighting him will still be very difficult. He constantly asked himself, What should I do? A voice suddenly rang out. Dark Soul Ghost Killer, Remnant Blood Executioner. What's going on? Shui Sin approached and chuckled. You have 20 Do demon soldiers, but is he that hard to deal with? Am I right? Dalrong looked over happily. This voice, the black and white twin demons. Shui Sin said smugly. Let's just go. Duan Ping said softly. We have to save them. He raised his voice. I don't have time to care about them. Handle it yourself. Duan Ping immediately replied. I know. I'll be right back. Yanke was astonished. Black and white twin demons? I've heard of them. They are the 5 demon kings, on par with the 3 venerables of Lulan. It's the title of great demons in the martial arts world from the previous era. I heard rumors that when the 2 of them combine, they are invincible in the world. I didn't expect them to join the Yaming cult. Jihei looked at them thoughtfully and muttered in slight confusion. 4 of them. This might take a little time. The sound of clashing weapons echoed across the courtyard. Nangangjun and Yanke watched the fierce battle, neither daring to step forward. Jihei tried to push Duan Ping far away. Dalrong said smuggling. It seems Zhang Duan Ping has the upper hand a bit. The executioner said sternly. Of course, he is one of the most capable people in our cult. He excitedly swung his saber and shouted, It's been a long time since someone could block my saber slash. You little brat, you're not bad. Jihei quickly dodged his attack. Duan Ping asked suspiciously, Are you moving faster now? He looked at him and said softly, You're too strong, so I have to give it my all. A swift sword strike was unleashed. He pulled his sword back and sighed in admiration.
Jihei's hands trembled slightly. Were both of them going into battle already? Duan Ping shouted angrily. Zhu Shui Sing, you said you wouldn't interfere. It's been a long time since I met a worthy opponent. Are you trying to get in my way? Shui Sing immediately reminded him. Are you getting senile in your old age? That Grand Patrol is currently hiding his true strength and intentionally taking your attacks. Duan Ping panicked. What? Impossible. I am the black and white twin demons, Zhang Duan Ping. That's exactly why I have to step in, Shui Sing said sternly. If the opponent can adjust his power to match yours, then his cultivation level is no different from the 10 great masters of the world. He's just pretending to be weak so he doesn't have to face both of us at the same time. Jihei suddenly said in a deep voice, Honestly, I was found out really early. Duan Ping panicked. Impossible. So that brat has been playing with me all this time? He said sternly. He's even beyond that level. Even if we use our full strength now, it might be hard to defeat him. He panicked. It's truly unbelievable, but I trust your intuition. It seems we can't play around anymore. Shui Sing sighed inwardly. Have you been listening to anything I've said? You must use your full strength. He raised his voice. Ken Shui Dalfu, Dark Soul Ghost Killer. They responded in a panic. Yes, yes, sir. He growled. What are you still standing there for? Join for...
He smiled lightly and replied, Thank you. I was planning to ask for everyone's help anyway, but leave those 2 old men to me. The strength of the remaining people is just like the Shisho demon soldiers we met at the other strongholds. He said in a stern voice, The biggest problem is that we must deal with each Shisho demon soldier one by one. If they all turn into monsters at the same time, apart from Brother Yan, no one will be able to face them. We cannot let ourselves fall into a disadvantageous situation. Nangangjun was flustered. That's true. If there are 2 or more monsters, it will be hard for us to handle. Jihei, perhaps it would be better if we combine our attacks and catch them one by one.
Jihei looked over and reminded him, if we don't do that, my older sister will be in danger. He agreed. You're right. He affirmed firmly. That's why I will deal with them in the shortest time possible. You two try to hold on a bit. Do not let your guard down. A great battle broke out. Zoshu and the others stood outside, watching with great apprehension. He asked in confusion, shouldn't we do something too? Shuihei panicked. What should we do now? We can't possibly intervene in this battle. Jinshi said softly, I don't have the confidence to do that. She also added, me neither. He agreed. That's what I'm saying. Daorong said smugly, I remember you now. I can tell just by looking at your aura. Didn't you rush to attack me before, only to...
However, just this much is still not enough to defeat me. He struggled to dodge his attacks. Daorong laughed proudly. You're quite good at dodging, aren't you? Yankei panicked endlessly. Damn it, I am still not his match. I thought facing him wouldn't be hard at all, but it seems he has abilities belonging to the top ranks among the Shisho demon soldiers. Daofu rushed towards Nonggongzhan, roaring, You bastard, do you plan to just keep running forever? He charged to attack him. It seems you plan to stall for time, huh? Don't even think you'll get what you want. Nonggongzhan panicked. He's so strong. Is this the cultivation base of the Shisho demon soldiers? He furiously swung his axe. You little rat. Nonggongzhan retreated far away, calculating inwardly. Even a descendant of the Nonggong family like me cannot underestimate him. Could it be that in the Yamen cult there are tens, hundreds of people like this? He growled. It seems to be tough, but as long as I don't kill him, it's fine. Daofu panicked. What's going on? Why did he suddenly... His figure flickered in and out of sight. The Nonggong family's ultimate skill, Chan Kun Wuzhong's step, and Daofu's hand was simply severed. He screamed in agony. Shui Xin panicked. Damn it, to think we would be cornered like this by this brat. Furthermore, that footwork just now, even though it was a bit clumsy, was definitely the lightness skill of the Nonggong family. Why is someone from the Orthodox faction traveling with Lu Lin? Duanping loudly reprimanded. Chu Shui Xin, what are you spacing out for? Look ahead. He looked back in a panic, and Duanping along with Shui Xin were heavily injured by him.
If you hadn't been careless, I would have been in a difficult position, Shui Xin chuckled softly. It is truly astonishing. If I had concentrated, I might have been able to fight back against you. For over 60 years of my life, except for the top 10 masters in the world, I have never underestimated anyone in the martial arts world whom I couldn't subdue. Everyone lived under my feet. I exhausted all my efforts to join the Yaming cult. My martial arts even surpassed my golden age. Yet must I meet my end at the hands of a youth not even 20 years old? Blood continued to gush out like a waterfall. Jihei suddenly froze. Shui Xin panicked. What's going on? Duanping actually took a saber strike for him. Shui Xin trembled in panic. Zhang Duanping, what are you doing? He smiled weakly and spoke. It's because I didn't listen to you that things turned out this way. So I have to save you, to let you escape. After saying that, he fell to the courtyard floor. Shui Xin panicked. Zhang Duanping, you must wake up.
He raised his voice mockingly. How ridiculous. You kill so many innocent people, yet you still speak so arrogantly. It seems you feel the lives of your comrades are very precious and regrettable, right? Perhaps it is also worth seeing once the fate of that long-time friend and the result of choosing to join the demonic cult. Shui Xin panicked. You! Daorong's tragic scream echoed in their ears. Yankei panicked. Brother Yan, help! Help me! He trembled. This guy is stronger than I thought. My head was about to fall off, so I accidentally... At the same time, the screams of the two humans turning into monsters echoed again. He panicked. I have committed a crime worthy of death. The monster roared frantically. It attacked Saye. He frowned in annoyance. Having wings is not playing fair at all. Does turning into a monster mean your internal energy also increases accordingly? It raised its head, power gathering in its mouth, and the explosion.
Jihei walked over calmly and said softly, I told you, this is the result of choosing the power of the Yaming cult. I don't consider the Yaming cult to be human, and naturally that includes you too. But given the situation, even though he has turned into a monster, out of respect for your friend who risked his life to protect you and died, if you leave right now, I will spare your life. Shui Xin froze upon hearing this. He growled, but remember carefully, there won't be a second chance. Yankei quickly dodged in panic. Damn it, right now I'm not his opponent. He struggled to block the monster's attack, and his whole body slammed into the wall behind him. Yankei struggled to speak.
Damn it, how many times stronger does it get when turning into a monster? He gritted his teeth and wondered. This is too dangerous. I have to hold on until the young master gets here. Why did such a terrifying monster appear right at this moment? I'm really doomed. Damn it. The monster flew high up and continuously spewed fire down. Jihei dodged and snapped. Damn it, playing dirty, just hovering in the air and refusing to come down. You have to be on the ground for me to do anything. He calculated inwardly. Even if I execute the 9 heavens 9 swords, the distance is still too far to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, if I don't deal with this guy quickly, Yankee suddenly screamed, Young master, how much longer do I have to wait? Save me! He thought angrily. Should I just let the old man die? The monster suddenly pounced toward Yankee, and he panicked. This will probably hurt a bit. Nonggong quickly approached. She used a move that injured its body. Yankee panicked. What? Miss Nonggong? Nonggong looked at her doubtfully. Yaner? Jihei was overjoyed. Great, now I can rest assured. As expected, Sister Yan.
He was flustered. No, I made an agreement with the Grand Patrol. He said if I take this guy away right now, he will spare my life. He was doubtful. Did Jihei say that? Well, that makes sense. If this whole group turns into monsters now, it would be really troublesome. The monster's roar echoed again, and Yankee screamed in panic. Young master, save me! He panicked. Oh God, it was a mistake. I should have paid attention to that monster on Third Brother's side. The distance was too far. Even if he executed the Kyonkun Mujong step, it would be too late to save him. Nonggong suddenly rushed into the battlefield to the astonishment of the Orthodox faction, swiftly passing by Nonggong. Exactly in that moment, the younger sister Nonggong, who, despite bleeding from her efforts following her father, the Sword King, couldn't master the Nonggong family's ultimate skill, the Kyonkun Mujong step, was able to perfectly recreate it. The monster struggled in pain. She turned around and lodged another sword strike at it. Spiritual energy gathered on the sword blade, and Nonggong swung her sword, executing the Emperor's sword form, an attack that bombarded the entire arena. The nearby objects were completely shattered, but the monster still stood there completely unharmed. Yankee panicked, in disbelief. How is it still intact after taking such a powerful attack? Miss Nonggong's internal energy is amazing, but what on earth are the bodies of the...
Let alone the Qiankun Wuzhong step, even continuously executing the Emperor's sword form is already difficult for me. I am truly very proud of you. She turned around, embarrassed. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. He gently reassured her. You don't have to apologize. I am very happy right now. Seeing the hope to maintain the bloodline of the Nangong family that was almost severed, how could I not rejoice? Looking at the exploding monster before his eyes, he raised his voice. First, let's join forces to deal with that monster now. She immediately replied, Yes, brother. Just as the monster was about to open its mouth to spew fire, a sword pierced through from below, forcing it to shut its mouth. Jihei sighed. Why did I only remember it now? Because it's a recently learned skill, I completely forgot about it. Hey monster, Sister Yan has bought us some time, so let's not waste it and end this quickly. It rapidly swooped down, wanting to pounce on him, but Jihei kicked it fiercely, enraged. Get down here first. It immediately lost its balance and crashed down. The monster whimpered continuously as Jihei landed, looking smug. That's right, staying glued to the ground is so much better. Now pay the price for this chaotic mess. He reached out his hand and a glowing light enveloped it. Small sword, 9 heavens 9 swords, 5th stance, Sanjan Did. A massive flame engulfed the sword as he leaped up and aimed straight at it. The monster looked at the bright light before its eyes in sheer panic. At that time, the Kunlun Mountains beyond the frontier, known as a gathering place,
A stern voice echoed. What is going on? The Dryma Baguban is moving again. How could this happen? He panicked. Sect leader, isn't the Dryma Baguban an object that hasn't moved for hundreds of years? What on earth is happening? Taishu turned his head and said strictly, Would I summon you for no reason? The world is about to fall into chaos. The sect leader of the Kunlun sect, Master Taishu. The Dryma Baguban is a treasure of the immortal realm and also a compass used to track demonic energy. According to legend, when demonic energy bringing the apocalypse appears in this world, it will move. The object that originally hadn't moved for hundreds of years started to twitch since last year, and recently it has been trembling like this. The other person doubted. Will the 3 immortals go to investigate? He affirmed. That's right. As soon as everyone is fully gathered, the investigation will begin immediately. If the current situation is a sign of the apocalypse, even you yourselves wouldn't be able to do anything. Among the treasures of the Kunlun sect, the most precious one, I will bestow upon you the Tikshi sword. The 3 immortals must quickly go to deal with the source of the demonic energy and return here. Jihei pointed his sword. 9 heavens, 9 swords, 5th stance, Sanyan Miadi. The monster was gradually swallowed by a stream of light, and the swords pierced through its body. The entire area exploded instantly. Yankei exclaimed in panic. Too strong, as expected of the power of a young master in the heaven beyond heaven realm, to be able to eradicate such a strong monster in the blink of an eye, but I feel there's something strange. There is still one monster that withstood your move. Nong Gongjun panicked. Damn it, is it that strong? I tried my best, but it is still unharmed. Nong Gongjian raised her sword and said loudly, It is not terrifying, but its defense is very strong. He said strictly, Jihei's attack
Yankei panicked. Although he could not compare to the young master, he never expected that the combined attack of 2 peerless masters who had comprehended the ultimate skills of the Nonggong family would be completely ineffective. The monster continuously attacked the 2 of them. He was suspicious. There was something very strange. At the same time, in the area belonging to the Huashan sect near Hainan City, Shaanxi province, the monster's roars continuously echoed. As each powerful attack rained down, Wuji panicked and dodged. This thing, its roars echoed through the entire forest. He panicked, thinking that the end of the Central Plains had arrived. He did not expect the information sent by the Orthodox Alliance to be true. If the Shido demon soldiers died, they would turn into monsters. If so, Huashan must also be determined to destroy them. It seems that after turning into monsters, they become several times stronger. Let's see how strong you are. He unleashed a sword technique to test the waters. Wuji charged forward with his sword, using the Plum Blossom sword art, the first stance, Meihua Lubang. The sword struck the monster's stomach, and Wuji suddenly froze. He panicked. The Plum Blossom sword art I execute can use and pierce through hard steel, yet it didn't leave even a single scratch. The monster angrily swung its fist down, and he panicked. Before and after turning into a monster, it was completely different. Although slow, the power was very strong. If hit by that attack, it would be extremely dangerous. He said sternly, Indeed, the power of the Yaming cult is not ordinary, but the Meihua Mankai stance, reaching the highest realm of the 24 styles.
The monster reared up and punched him away. Master Wuji angrily cursed. Damn it, it's merely a Shido demon soldier. Is the Yeming cult really filled with monsters like this? Then if the Baido demon lord is a monster, to what extent would it be? Fortunately for me, the disciples of the Huashan sect didn't witness this scene. To think that Master Wuji, one of the 10 great masters of the world, would suffer so miserably. The monster's roar echoed through the mountains and forests. Master Wuji, one of the 10 great masters of the world from the Huashan sect, had to go through a life-and-death battle lasting about an hour to achieve victory after the Shido demon soldier transformed into a monster. At the Earth God Temple near Mount Jushen, the monster roared and punched down towards Namongzhun and Nonggongyan. He panicked and retreated. Damn it, I can't think of any way to defeat it. I have exhausted the ultimate skills of the Nonggong family, yet I don't know how to deal with it. Furthermore, although not on par with our father, the ultimate skill of the Nonggong family that Yonner executed is also considered top tier, but it still couldn't cause any damage at all. Are we doomed to die here? Jihei approached from nowhere and shouted, Brother, forgive me for being late. Leave the rest to me. He quickly executed the second stance of the 9 heavens 9 swords, Xingji Wuzhang, boundless movement. The sword tip flashed and pierced through half of the monster's body, making it scream. The Nonggong siblings stared in stunned silence. Yankei watched and exclaimed, That monster was annihilated in just
Yet they were defeated in just one move. Looking back, the first time the young master dealt with the Shido demon soldiers when they transformed into monsters, even though he attacked with the powerful moves of the 9 heaven sword art, the bodies of those who had turned into monsters were completely unharmed. But now, the young master could easily destroy them. Was it because he used the ultimate skill of the 9 heavens 9 swords? Except for the descendants of Olong Manor, no one can successfully practice the 9 heaven sword art. He also said that one must master all the techniques to comprehend the 9 heavens 9 swords. Certainly, even if one searched the entire Central Plains, besides the young master, no one else could comprehend the 9 heavens 9 swords. If my guess is correct, the 9 heavens 9 swords seems to counter the powerful supernatural power of the Yaming cult. Over 20 years ago, the reason the moon-slashing swordsman Lord Yanwu could destroy the Yaming cult was due to the special power that the 9 heavens 9 swords possessed. Yankei smiled wryly. I know the young master won't like it, but surely you will inherit your father's achievements, becoming the King Yama of the Yaming cult. Seeing his sharp, cold gaze, he panicked. Did I do something wrong? He quickly ran away. Young master, spare my life. Jihei raised his voice. Come here, old sin. If you run away, you'll be beaten twice as much. He was terrified. Just one strike is enough to kill me instantly. Please let me go. He still tried to chase after him. I said, come back here. Later, through the words of the Shido demon soldiers at Guangming Manor who luckily survived,
Meihua smashed her cup and screamed, What did you say? The heads of 2 Shido demon soldiers were chopped off and dropped in Lulin, and there is not even any contact from Mount Mushan? 10 elite warriors were stationed at each stronghold under the command of the Shido demon soldiers, yet there are no survivors. Baido demon lord of the Yeming cult, Lady Mushan Li Meihua. They panicked. We have investigated, but there are no survivors. Not only our cult's altar, but Guangming Manor has also suffered heavy losses. We heard that 2 Shido demon soldiers were lost, including Zhang Duanping, one of the black and white twin demons. It seems that Lulin has ordered Grand Patrol Yan Zihei to step forward and begin eradicating the Yeming cult. She growled, Those arrogant fools. If that's the case, we just need to gather all the Shido demon soldiers from the strongholds in one place and wipe them all out. A subordinate panicked. But even though 4 Shido demon soldiers of Guangming Manor engaged in battle, only 2 survived. We also heard that the strength of that Grand Patrol can rival the 10 great masters of the world. Furthermore, it said that the Nong family is also assisting. Even if we send elite soldiers, they will just fall like autumn leaves in the wind. She was bewildered. What? Is that guy's martial arts so good that he can defeat 4 Shido demon soldiers at the same time? If that report is true, then I cannot afford to lose any more forces. What's more, there is the Nong family, so troublesome. But it makes sense. They definitely hate me a lot. Meihua growled. At that
Moreover, I directly launched a fatal strike. Even if I couldn't take his head, Nong Gongbai's body fell down powerlessly. He raised his voice firmly, but surely, if King Yama does not save him, then we will not see him again. She snorted coldly, thinking that just by eliminating the Sword King, the Yaming cult would no longer have any obstacles. Yet now the Nong family and the brats of Olong Manor are causing trouble. We absolutely cannot underestimate this matter. Gather all the forces of the scattered cult branches to the Chongjiang water stronghold. The subordinate panicked. So what you mean is, Meihua said firmly, we will take revenge. This time I will personally go to battle. Right at this moment at Wudong Mountain, a place where very few people can enter, somewhere deep in the mountain range, the fire that seemed to have died out is starting to burn again. The voices of the bandit stronghold ring out clearly. They are approaching the water stronghold, the vicinity of the Chongjiang water stronghold. The entire Dark Squad, surround them. If you can get the head of the Grand Patrol, you will immediately become Shido demon soldiers. They skim rapidly across the water. A guy rushed over and growled, Seeing this hair, it is definitely you. Level up or not, your head is the precious reward. Jihei immediately got into a stance. He stabbed hard into the water and roared, Do not resent me. He turned around. He snorted in confusion. Why do you people of the Yaming cult have such confidence? Even the Shido demon soldiers are not my
He swung his sword at him and shouted, Die! Jihei immediately used his sword to block it. He panicked. Damn it, his strength is greater than I thought. I have fought countless times with the orthodox factions, but a monster like this. He threw his sword straight into his heart, causing him to die on the spot. His body just sank into the water. Yankei came to his side and said softly, There are too many of them. To think there would be this many right at the stronghold gate. The two looked at the crowd ahead and sighed inwardly. What a warm welcome. It seems they no longer intend to hide. The sword pulled by spiritual energy returned to his hand. With the sword in hand, Jihei challenged loudly, Reveal all your fangs and claws. Inside the water stronghold, the soldiers panicked. Reporting to Lady Mushan, they have closed in. The distance is about 10 miles. Currently, the scouts and reinforcements have all been completely wiped out. They will soon enter the water stronghold. Meihua smiled smugly. Let's see how capable that Yan Jihei is. Quickly strip off that mask. The soldiers intercepting their boat remain vigilant. They have passed through the entrance. Everyone hold your positions. One of them ordered, Close the gates so they cannot escape. Archers, prepare to shoot. The gate slammed shut, and they shouted, Shoot! Arrows rained down, and the dummy hit by the arrows splattered fake blood. They panicked. It's not moving. Something is wrong. Wait a minute. A scarecrow? He looked around in a panic. Damn it, where did they disappear to? It's hard to determine their position due to the fog. They shouted to each other,
Search quickly. We must find them right now. Absolutely do not.
In that situation, we just have to accept it. Now that the two cult branches will join hands to obstruct our patrol, is that okay? Yang-Ke pondered silently. As young hero Nong said, perhaps they couldn't patrol any further. Surely the next stronghold would be filled with elite troops of the Yemen cult. Recalling that they couldn't even defeat the 4 Shido demon soldiers, with their current forces they wouldn't be able to fight. Could step back and then plan the next move. Jihei said sternly. Third brother's words also make sense. Honestly speaking, I also want to know how strong the Baido demon lord is. If the Shido demon soldiers appear in full force, it will definitely be very difficult. Furthermore, if we kill the Baido demon lord, who knows what kind of monster he will turn into? Nong Yan said softly. Then the situation still hasn't changed. Because Guangming Manor and Mushan of the Yemen cult are quite close to each other. Even if we change our route now, we cannot avoid being pursued. Therefore, it is better to pretend to continue the patrol to deceive the enemy, and let the Orthodox Alliance lure them from behind. Nong raised his voice. I agree too. Zuoshu looked at the letter and spoke. Looking at the reply from the Orthodox Alliance a few days ago, they said that the war will start soon, led by 3 of the 10 great masters of the world. Nong Yan continued. Hundreds of masters from various sects have responded to the Wulin dispatch and marched towards each cult branch. The 2 branches of the Yemen cult are definitely focusing on us, so they probably still don't know that the Orthodox Alliance will join the battle. Yang-Ke asked doubtfully, if we must act as bait until the Orthodox Alliance attacks from behind, can we withstand their attacks? She said sternly. In the current situation, it is definitely impossible, unless we utilize the geographical features of the Chongjiang water stronghold, which is controlled by Lady Mushan Li Mei Hua. Then it might be feasible. There is always thick fog blocking the view there, and the riverbanks have dense.
They will lock us in the water stronghold to easily suppress us. The main forces like the Shido demon soldiers are definitely all in the church. Therefore, we will scatter at the gate of the water stronghold to cause chaos for the enemy. Let's lure them to scatter in pursuit and stall for time as much as possible. Nong said softly. I understand. The idea is to lure the enemy to scatter in pursuit to stall for time. If according to what you said, our forces will also be scattered, can we hold out until the Orthodox Alliance arrives? Jihei then suggested, if so, let's ask for reinforcements from Lulin. He looked at Nong smugly. Am I right, sister? Yang-Ke also agreed. That's right. Lulin's strongholds are everywhere in the Central Plains. There will definitely be timely reinforcements. Furthermore, if it is a request for reinforcements from the young master, they will definitely.
He immediately replied, Understood, young master. He continued, We will arrive at the Changjiang water stronghold in about a week. Contact them so that the Lulin reinforcements can arrive in time around that period. If they arrive late, you are definitely dead, understand? He panicked. I know, young master. After rearranging the patrol squad, the next morning, the wings of a messenger bird soared powerfully across the vast sky, as if signaling the imminent start of a massive war. Wubai looked at the letter on the bird's leg, full of doubt. He was puzzled. I just received a report. Could it be that they have already destroyed the 3rd stronghold? He pulled the letter from its leg, and the bird immediately flew back to where it belonged. Wubai removed the letter tube and opened the letter before his eyes. Wubai was suspicious. This is the Orthodox Alliance? The voice of a servant hurriedly running over, reporting to the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Kang Hao was sitting calmly in the study room. The servant pushed the door open in a panic. Alliance leader, there is urgent news. He clenched the letter tightly. Kang Hao said in a stern voice, Certainly, if we continue like this, the chances of winning will be higher. Although putting the Orthodox faction as the vanguard does not satisfy me, there is no time to worry about. Kang Hao said strictly, The first targets of the Orthodox Alliance are Guangming Manor and Mushan. In 1/4 of an hour, prepare to march out. Wubai was also excited. It's been a long time since I've seen rivers of blood. We will follow Jihei's words. Jihei picked up a stone in his hand, gathered momentum, and threw it far away. He thought to himself, 7 days later, I will meet the Baidu Demon Lord. I don't know why I became the leader in the war against the Yemen cult, so it's quite tiring, but whatever. They are extremely filthy people. If left alone, even those I want to protect will be lost. But it definitely won't be easy. I have to become even stronger. I must protect everyone. If I cannot defeat the Baidu Demon Lord... Jihei suddenly approached and spoke. Young hero Yan. He was puzzled. Miss Chen, what is the matter? She intimately linked arms with him and said softly, Are you still out here in such cold weather? If one of the 10 great masters of the world catches a cold, how will you fight later on? Jihei continuously pulled him. Hurry and come back with me. Go quickly now. Jihei hurriedly dodged her. I know. Let go of my arm quickly.
Nong Yan saw this scene and immediately turned her head. Nong looked at her in confusion. Yanner, where are you going? She remained silent without saying a word, her footsteps gradually slowing down. Nong Yan looked up at the sky and asked herself, should I do it like this? She shyly spoke. It's been cold lately. Shall we go back together? Nong and Yankei turned pale, looking.
One day before arriving at Changjiang Stream, Jihei followed Nong Yan and said softly, Sister, this place is about to become a starting point of a war, so why is the scenery so peaceful and beautiful? The phrase, the calm before the storm, must be used for this exact situation. She replied softly, That's right. It's hard to believe that the battle with the Netherworld cult will begin here tomorrow. The scenery is so beautiful that one can hardly feel what is about to happen. Jihei. He immediately replied, Yes, sister? She asked doubtfully. Aren't you worried about tomorrow's battle? Will it be too burdensome for you? Jihei scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm not worried about those things. The only thing I'm uneasy about is that I can't be on the same team as you. Nong Yan smiled lightly. Instead, I've arranged for the boss and old man Yanka to go with you. Furthermore, when we reach the assembly point, there will be reinforcements from Lulin, so don't worry too much. He was flustered. But what if something happens? She suddenly held out a treasure in front of him. Jihei panicked. Oh, sister, this is... Nong Yan said cheerfully. A gift. Last time 4 members of the 12 demon soldiers went to the Earth God Temple at Mount Jushen, probably to find this item. Jihei held the treasure and said softly, I've seen this before. I heard that the people of the Netherworld cult murdered others for this thing. I wonder if it'll be of any use to me? She gently explained, Ba Zhu Ling is a divine artifact. At this point in time, I'm not sure if you will need it or not, but at least if you keep it, it won't fall into the hands of the Netherworld cult. He scratched his head shyly. Anyway, receiving a gift from you makes me feel like I have a lucky charm. Even when we're not together, I will look at it and remember you, but I don't have anything to give you. If I had known, I would have prepared something. She said softly, Last time you saved me from the 12 demon soldiers who were turned into monsters. Consider this a gift in return. Jihei panicked. But that's still nothing compared to what I received from you when we were kids. She smiled brightly and exclaimed, Oh my, I only took you out to play back then. The next day, in the forest near Changjiang Stream, the forest was strangely quiet. Silhouettes leaped swiftly.
Jin Shi panted wearily. This was the Grand Patrol of Lulin, someone on par with the 10 Great Masters. Zihei looked at the two of them and raised his voice. Hey, you two, if you don't hurry up, you'll be left behind. They replied in a fluster. Sorry, we will speed up. He thought angrily to himself. Not being able to go with Sister Nong Yan already makes me frustrated, and now this sluggishness is annoying others. Well, anyway, the other side should be fine, because Sister Yan, Brother Jun, and Old Man Yankei are going together, so even if they are tailed, they should be able to handle it. Shuhei muttered in annoyance. I wanted to go with young hero Nong Yan. Nong Jun immediately reminded her. Miss Yan, it is wartime now. Even though the battle hasn't started yet, you should be more focused. She panicked. I understand. Sorry. Yankei noticed the movement behind them. He raised his voice to warn. Young Master Jun, someone is tailing us, much faster than I expected. He panicked. Impossible. Even if they'd been tailing us since we left the stream, they couldn't have caught up this fast. Nong Yan was surprised. Even while moving at maximum speed, they were still caught up to. Could it be? He suddenly shouted. Everyone stop. Shui Sing chuckled and raised his
At the Earth God Temple, I spared your lives once, but I cannot let you pass here. Yanka stopped and silently assessed them. White Horse Zeus Wishing and Remnant Blood Soul Executioner. Even Guangming Manor is making a move. Doesn't that mean the Baido legions have joined forces? Damn it, I thought your cult factions didn't get along. Holding the explosive, he raised his voice. It seems that monster-like Grand Patrol is not present, so there is no need to fire the signal. The demon soldiers chimed in, saying that no one would survive as the entire force of Guangming Manor had been deployed in this forest. He said sternly, By provoking the Netherworld cult, you will deeply realize that massive mistake from now on. Nong Chun drew his sword and took a stance. Although he had anticipated some variables, things were more troublesome than imagined. Nong Yan said softly, But if we weren't ready to break through this situation, we shouldn't have stepped into this battle in the first place. He shouted triumphantly, Come on, I will take on all of you. Meihua sat in the camp, secretly annoyed. The lackeys slashed at the dummies and raised their voices. They are just dummies, nothing suspicious. She sighed in frustration. They all ran away. How boring. We came all the way here, so why did they run? Thinking about it again, wouldn't her top credit be stolen? That Guangming Manor group intends to block the rear, so they will definitely encounter that group first. She suddenly stood up triumphantly. That won't do, that won't do. It would be embarrassing to let them steal the top credit. Dark Squad, hear my command. Immediately leave the stream and pursue Yan Jihei. The first person to report his location will be personally rewarded by me. Further,
Zai Gui was smug, but there was no need to rush too much. If he had fallen for the trap so easily, he wouldn't have made it here. A few days ago at the Changjiang stream, she sat on the dragon bed with interest. Is that so? Is that Yan Zihei really that formidable? Zai Gui immediately affirmed. That's right. Do you remember what I said during the gathering of the 10 great demon lords 3 years ago? When the Netherworld cult appeared in the martial arts world, apart from the 10 great masters, no one was capable of stopping the 10 great demon lords. But right at that moment, that monster completely shattered my phantom soul-snatching demonic art, and since several years have passed since then, I don't even dare to imagine how strong his current strength has become. To be honest, I want to avoid confronting him. Mei Hua listened with great interest. I didn't expect to see you, Ying Zai Gui, being so timid. Being one of the 10 great demon lords together, I feel ashamed for you. He snorted coldly. Laugh at me all you want. If you face him directly, you won't be able to smile anymore. Anyway, if it's an unavoidable battle, then I think we must take this opportunity to destroy him completely.
She stepped out of the Dei military camp. Seeing that Ying Zai Gui was so arrogant to say such words made me even more curious. After the battle with the Sword King, I had lived through incredibly dull days, hoping that this time I would meet someone who could make my heart race after a long time. The battle with Guangming Manor is about to begin. If that guy truly has strength equal to the Baidu Demon Lord, this battle will be much fiercer than I imagined. Yan Zihei, what is your true strength? I am looking forward to it. The shouts of the Yiming cult troops echoed through the forest. Don't give them a chance to breathe. There are only 4 of them. Coordinate your attacks and take them down. They surged forward like a flood. Nong blocked the swords in a panic. There are too many. He raised his voice, but it won't be easy to catch me. Nong looked around in panic. What worries me the most right now is not knowing who among them are the 12 demon soldiers. Now that Zihei isn't here, if just one of them turns into a monster, we will all be wiped out. They looked at Nong Yan with greedy eyes and rushed forward. This girl not only possesses peerless beauty, but also outstanding martial arts. Today I will take you to amuse myself. Nong panicked. Yaner, watch out. Light flashed on Nong Yan's sword. Nong family's ultimate skill, Chen Kun Wuzhang Step. As soon as she launched her attack, the crowd was sliced in half. He sighed in relief internally. Thanks to Yan fighting well, they could hold on for now, but there was a limit to keeping them under control. Moreover, the situation
This kind of war of attrition is truly dangerous. I have to think of a way. Executioner suddenly rushed over and shouted, Qing Yun's sword, Nong Jun, you bastard. He angrily swung his axe. Since losing my arm, I haven't forgotten you for a single day. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, not giving me any time to think. He swung his axe down and roared, Die! Nong Jun stepped back and exclaimed, What terrifying strength! Executioner continued to advance toward him. Is this bastard planning to run away again? Show your true strength. He dodged with difficulty. Damn it, dealing with him won't be easy. Yankei suddenly rushed out from nowhere and kicked him away. He yelled in surprise, Mr. Yankei. Looking at Executioner, he reminded, Be careful, young Master Zun. If just one of the 3 of us falls, we'll be in big trouble. You're not hurt, are you? He smiled slightly to reassure him. Thanks to you, I'm still safe. Thank you, Mr. Yankei. He calmly continued. I felt relieved thinking the 12 demon soldiers hadn't appeared yet, but I didn't expect them to have already moved and been waiting. Executioner struggled to his feet and growled, You lot, no matter how much you struggle, you won't be able to escape. Just the number of 12 demon soldiers gathered here alone is already 7. Do you think you can resist? Yankei smugly provoked. Last time you ran away with your tail between your legs, and now that you have numbers you dare to be arrogant. How disgusting. He gritted his teeth. It seems you are the ones who don't know what's good for you. Shuisin coincidentally approached and said softly, If you kill the 12 demon soldiers, they will turn into monsters, and you won't be able And I also understand what you are stalling for. In the path where Yan Zihei is heading, Lord Ing Zai Gui of Guangming Manor is already waiting, and perhaps Lord Li Meihua of Wushan Susu will also arrive there soon. I know you trust that brat, but do you really think he can defeat 2 people from the 10 great demon lords? Yanka looked over in panic. If that is true, even young Master Yan cannot be certain of victory. Even the Sword King, the head of the 10 great masters, could not match 2 of the 10 great demon lords. Even factoring in the special power of the 9 Heavens sword art, the current situation is still too dangerous. The most reliable thing left is the reinforcements from Lulin, but the distance from the gathering point to here is too far. The only way is to hope that Lulin notices the anomaly and immediately launches a rapid assault toward the Chongjiang stream. May young Master Yan be safe from the 10 great demon lords. A sword blade tore through the line of trees. Zai Gui panicked. No, impossible. Just how much stronger has this guy gotten over the past 3 years? Zihei raised his voice. If what you say is true, does that mean my sister Yan is currently in danger? Then I must go right now. So from now on, whoever dares to block my path, I will kill without mercy. A massive area exploded into pieces. Meihua laughed with great amusement. It seems to be over there. Before letting Ing Zai Gui snatch all the interesting things, I must go meet this person named Yan Zihei to see what he looks like. The monsters roared continuously. They howled and fixed their eyes on Zihei, screaming.
Perhaps that form might be the secret related to the transcendent power of the Baido Demon Lord. Zihei raised his voice. Whether it was in the past or now, you always make me incredibly mad. Back then, I let it slide, but not today. I will show you what happens if you truly anger me. His figure vanished in a flash, and the heads of the monsters were instantly sliced into many pieces. Zihei ended it all with one move, the second form of the 9 Heavens sword art, Xingshu Wuzhang. The corpses of the monsters just fell down, and seeing their bodies dissipate in the blink of an eye, Zushu and Jinchi panicked. Impossible! To take down those monsters in the blink of an eye, they knew he was already as strong as a monster. He was bewildered, but this time it's even more overwhelming than what we've ever seen. Could it be that he still hasn't used his full strength until now? Zihei let out a sigh of relief. It's finally quieted down a bit now. He raised his voice. Hey, you two. The 2 panicked. Yes, sure, he continued. What are you doing just standing there in a daze? Even if there are only the 2 of you, you must quickly head to the objective and think about regrouping with the other team. The 2 panicked. We're sorry, Jinchi said softly. Then we will set off first to complete the assigned objective. Zihei suddenly spoke in a harsh voice. Who said you could leave? It seems the incident 3 years ago made you look down on me too much. Today I will show you the terror of the Baido Demon Lord of the Netherworld cult. Not a single one of you will leave here alive. The iron bars shot straight towards Jinchi and Zushin. The tip of the sword flashed by and slashed them apart. Zihei said sternly, Who allowed that? I said I would let them go. He was shocked. Too fast. To dare block my attack at this distance? His expression was gloomy, and his voice was cold. Hey, old man, I am quite busy right now, so either get out of here immediately or die right here. Choose one. He tried to stay calm.
On Nangang Jun's side, the figure of the executioner leaped up. He swung his axe down forcefully, pushing him far back. Nangang Jun, pushed back by the strong wind, cursed inwardly. Damn it, continuing like this will only waste physical strength. He growled, It seems you still haven't realized the current situation. Killing you like this would make me feel uncomfortable even if I get my revenge. Where did the strength that took my arm go? How long do you think you can hold out fighting like that? Nangang Jun raised his voice in challenge. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have more people? If you hadn't turned into a monster, I would have chopped your head off a long time ago. Nangang Yan landed lightly and raised her voice to remind him. Big brother, if this drags on any longer, it will be very dangerous. The number of enemies is more than expected. Most of them here have strength on par with the 12 demon soldiers. I am also reaching my limit. Zihei's side is probably in a similar situation. Besides, the distance to the meeting point is still quite far. Even if the Lulin faction finds out and comes to our rescue, it will be too late. She glanced over, raising her voice. It's my fault.
He was resolute. Just as you said, if this continues, we will all be wiped out before long. So there was only one way to break through this encirclement and personally go to call for reinforcements from Lulin. He channeled spiritual energy into his sword and raised his voice. I will open the way. Everyone follow me. His figure dashed forward swiftly. Boundless firmament sword, 5th form, crescent moon slash. Nangang Jan opened the way and shouted, Everyone, now is the time. Quickly leave this place. Nangang Yan nodded slightly. Shuihei panicked. Young hero Nangang.
Yang Ke inwardly sighed in admiration. He truly deserved to be called the heir of the Nanggong family. He raised his voice to remind them. Come on, everyone. Do not miss this opportunity. Retreat from this place at full speed. Shui Sin inwardly sighed. Even if they ran, they were still in the palm of his cult's hand. He chased after them and roared. If death is what you desire, then I am ready to grant it. He suddenly stopped in shock. Nanggong Jun stood in front of Shui Sin, blocking his sword strike. He said loudly, Where are you going? Your opponent is me. He sneered. Sacrificing your life for your teammates? It's so touching it brings tears to the eyes, but it's a foolish act. This forest has already been completely surrounded by our cult's forces. Nanggong Yan slashed at him from behind. Seeing her step back, he panicked. Yaner, why did you come back? She said softly. You cannot deal with such a large number of enemies alone, so we will hold them off here to let Old Sin and Miss Jen go call for reinforcements.
Young K stopped and said loudly, Young Master Jun, Miss Yun, aren't you two going together? We can't abandon our comrades just to escape ourselves. He sneered. Why call it abandoning? This is a retreat strategy. In this urgent situation, to request reinforcements from Lulan, we should send the person with the best lightness skill, right? Even if the forest is swarming with the cult's lackeys, with Old Sin's strength he can surely manage to some extent. For all of us to survive, this is the optimal plan. Nanggong Yan said softly, Old Sin, please don't worry about this place. Immediately head to Lulan to seek reinforcements. I am confident you will bring the reinforcement troops here. He turned around and said loudly, Let's go, Miss Sun. Shuihei was flustered. Yes, yes. He ran off, shouting, Just try to hold on a little longer. We will return with reinforcements right away. Even if this old body is torn to pieces, I definitely will. The battle between Jihei and Zaigui was still unfolding intensely. They fought from one side to the other. Zaigui thought to himself in annoyance while bracing himself to block the boy's attacks. He has executed his ultimate move so many times, yet he shows no signs of fatigue. Who exactly is this guy? Compared to our last encounter, his internal energy has clearly increased significantly. He cast his eyes upward as Jihei lunged forward with yet another attack. But someone without the supernatural power of our cult, nor possessing the power of the Bajou Ling, how exactly could he have grown so much in such a short period of time? Zaigui's hand holding his weapon trembled slightly, and he continued pondering inwardly. But the tip of his sword is trembling like that. He must be incredibly anxious. Do you think I will easily retreat like I did?
So I mistakenly thought he wasn't a significant threat, but could it be that he hadn't used all his strength back then? I can't afford to waste any more time here. I must finish him off quickly and then go to Sister Yan's side. Unexpectedly, Zaigui seemed to hear the thoughts in Zihei's mind and immediately interrupted. I don't know what you were calculating, but of the 12 demon soldiers alone, 4 have already appeared. Right now, your friends are probably clasping their hands to greet King Yama in the underworld. This threat successfully made Zihei's face turn ugly, and the curse, bastard, couldn't help but slip out. On another side, Shuihei was moving rapidly together with Yankei. However, she saw something so shocking that she had to exclaim. Right in front of them, a group of people dressed in black was charging in unison to attack. Yankei remarked, As expected, the Dark Squad is ambushing us. Miss Shen, keep your spirits up. This is the opportunity that the disciples of the Nanggong family risked their lives to win for us. No matter what happens, we must break through the encirclement and move forward. Just after saying that, he executed the skill Flying Dragon Ascends to Heaven. Yankei cleaved a member of the Dark Squad in half, his movements strangely masterful, and
With my current strength, just keeping up with old Shin is already too much. However, at this moment, Yankei suddenly shouted a warning. Miss Sen, be careful! She barely had time to turn her head to look. Fortunately, Yankei acted swiftly, rushing over in an instant and successfully using a kick to send the attacker flying. He then turned to Shuihei to remind her, Miss Sen, try to protect yourself first. I still have to deal with them and don't have the spare energy to look after you. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, he was slashed in the back by a member of the Dark Squad. Yankei vomited a large mouthful of ketchup, blood, while Shuihei called down in panic, Old Shen! Left with no choice, she decided to enter a combat stance. Damn it, come at me! The Dark Squad members immediately approached her with a treacherous smile. Arrogant girl. This guy launched an attack. Yankei, from beginning to end, was still trying to defend himself. He raised his sword high, preparing to slash down once more. You bastards. But this time, Yankei's movements were caught by the Dark Squad. Ridiculously, they roughly grabbed his head and called out, Old man, daring to recklessly slaughter alone among the ranks of our Dark Squad, getting ganged up on until your head spins feels quite refreshing, doesn't it? Nong still had no intention of surrendering. He even used his own head to headbutt this guy's head.
From behind, two guys rushed in to attack, but Yankei managed to turn around and react.
At this moment, Yankei reached out to touch the sword embedded in his body, gritting his teeth through the pain to pull it out. After throwing the sword to the ground, he then turned to Jihei and spoke. "Miss Jen, are you all right? We were unexpectedly ambushed, so we are long past the scheduled time to regroup with Lulin. We must leave this place quickly." Looking at Yankei's unstable condition, she couldn't help but cry out in concern. "Old Sin, is your wound all right?" Yankei reluctantly explained, "I am fine. Compared to this body, the greater cause is still more important. Let's hit the road quickly." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, he continuously coughed up fresh blood, making Jihei protest. "This won't do. It's too dangerous to keep going like this. We must stop the bleeding. Even simple first aid will do." However, Yankei stubbornly refused. "No, we cannot delay any further. The destination is right before our eyes. I will hold on until we join forces with Lulin, and then treat the wound later." She let out a cry as if to object. Nevertheless, Yankei started moving. "There is no time to hesitate anymore. I will lead the way, miss. Just stay close to me." Hearing this, Jihei could only reluctantly agree. The two of them sped along the road. As Jihei moved, she observed the less than optimistic expression of the person beside her. Old Sin's wound was very severe. Just the fact that he could still move was a miracle. "This is all because of me. Since joining the patrol, I have only brought extra burdens to others. If only I were stronger." Unexpectedly, at this time, a voice rang out, waking her for her own train of thought. "Miss Jen, that is the edge of the forest." Jihei's face instantly lit up when she saw the
Yankei turned pale when he heard those people speak up. Aren't they the ones accompanying the Grand Patrol of Lulin? It seems so. Didn't we hear there was an old man and a young wench? What a stroke of luck. The prey delivered themselves right to our mouths. Yankei's mind immediately raced, and he instructed the person next to him, "Miss Shu, I will carve out a bloody path. You must quickly go and regroup with the Lulin forces first." She asked him in confusion, "What are you talking about, old man?" Yankei explained, "As long as you cross the mountain behind the dark squad, the Lulin reinforcements should be waiting on the other side. Besides, I have no strength left to keep running. Miss, please take my place and bring the reinforcements back to support me." Jihei still wanted to object, but this time Yankei replied loudly, "Didn't you hear what I said? Run, now." His tone successfully reminded Jihei, making her purse her lips and make up her mind. Yankei instructed one more time, "Then use every last drop of your strength to dash forward. I will use my life to guarantee and open a bloody path for you to advance." Jihei obediently voiced her agreement. He started to channel all his strength to stop these people. Every sword strike successfully took down an enemy.
Over here, the brute grabbed Shuhei's hair, sneering as he spoke. "Do you understand now? You've already tasted the consequences of turning your back on the Yaming cult." Her eyes flashed with terror. "I was wrong. It's over." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a sound rang out, making everyone freeze. The other guys curiously asked each other, "What is that noise? Is it a drum?" Shuhei was stunned, somewhat guessing its owner. This sound. Yankei also carried a glimmer of hope. Could it be? His eyes stared intently in one direction. Then he saw fluttering flags, along with the appearance of an army. These people muttered in annoyance. "Lulin, these bastards dare to call for reinforcements. It's just a large group of bandits showing up. Do you think that will change anything?" Unexpectedly, someone above began to sharply curse them as bastards. "Don't even dream of dying a peaceful death." Wuhai's brief speech rang out, enough to make the crowd anxious. "Children of the great Lulin, those brutal scum have dared to lay hands on our brothers. From this moment on, Lulin considers the Yaming cult our enemy. As long as the enemy before us is not completely annihilated, we will absolutely not give up. Everyone, attack." The reinforcements led by Wuhai loudly declared, "Show them what our true strength is. Don't let anyone escape." The people below immediately fell into a panic. "Damn it, there are too many." "Don't be afraid, you're just a massive swarm of small fries." However, a voice rang out, interrupting their discussion. "To everyone, there is still
However, at this moment, another voice rang out from behind, reminding them, "Everyone, calm down. They only have brute strength. They were defeated by me a long time ago at the Lulin assembly back then. You absolutely must not attack out of fear." Qian smirked, muttering to himself with satisfaction as he watched that guy rush forward. "That's right. I've been waiting for you for a very long time." A battle between him and Wu Zhen broke out immediately. Wu Zhen swung his sword, narrowly missing Qian's neck. He looked back at his opponent and mocked Wu Zhen. "If you think I will still be defeated like before, then you are terribly wrong." Being struck by an attack, Wu Zhen was astonished enough to inwardly exclaim, What? When did he become this strong? Although Qian was smiling, he couldn't hide his resentment when recalling the past. 3 years ago, at the Lulan Assembly, I suffered a miserable defeat at your hands. Do you know how much hellish training I had to go through under the heaven-shattering demon lord? These words, along with the display just now, were enough to make Wu Zhen smell the scent of danger. Qian and the people of Lulan eagerly rushed forward to attack. The humiliation of that day will end today. Yeming cult, charge. Seeing this battle from the side, Jihei couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness, Lulan arrived in time to reinforce us. Old Sin, we are safe now. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw him fall. Jihei called out again, Old Sin. Yankei had completely lost consciousness. Fortunately, Wuhai appeared in time to catch him. Jihei looked at him awkwardly. Heaven-shattering demon lord? Wuhai began to explain. The situation is urgent. Allow me to skip the greetings and get straight to the point. Report immediately, without missing a single detail, the enemy's military strength, the whereabouts of the Nongong family group, and the location of the Grand Patrol. Jihei quickly complied. The Nongong family group is currently deep in the forest, facing the Dark Squad and 2 members of the 12 Demon Soldiers. The Grand Patrol and 2 members of the Orthodox Alliance are fighting against the Baidu Demon Lord Ying Gui across the river. Wuhai simply continued to ask concisely, Is that so? What about the Nongong family? She replied sadly, It has been quite a while since we separated, so it's very difficult to grasp the situation in detail. The situation over there is probably extremely dangerous. We need to send reinforcements immediately. Wuhai continued to assess Yankei's condition. Old Sin has fainted, and his injuries are extremely serious.
As for Jin Ying, quickly heal the vitality of these people. I will entrust this internal healing art to you. Perhaps there will be 2 Baido demon lords trailing the Grand Patrol. If so, I will head there directly. At the same time, over at Yan Zihei's location, Gui was relentlessly beating him up with a smug
As expected, Baidu Demon Lord possesses a special ability that is not ordinary at all. With that thought, he dashed away, drawing a line across the sky. He then landed, keeping a safe distance from Zygi. However, in the middle of the battle, both of them suddenly turned their eyes in one direction when they heard a strange sound. Zygi asked himself in confusion, what was that sound? Jihei had already guessed it. Could it be that Klinglin had arrived? Zygi irritably questioned, Is the noise just now your doing? His aura flared up fiercely just by listening to the sound of his allies. Take a guess, what can you do even if you know? This shocked Zygi to the point of exclaiming, Has his aura changed? He unconsciously jumped backward. And then, using a cautious gaze to observe Zygi, what terrifying murderous intent. The moment he cast away his hesitation, he completely transformed into a different person. Zihei's footsteps became exponentially stronger, blinding light radiated across the space, and the 2 of them clashed once again. Jihei began to exert pressure on this guy Zygi. At a time like this, you shouldn't have messed with the Nongong family. The price to pay for daring to casually mention the names of Brother Jun and Sister Yan is your life. With those words, he unleashed a powerful sword strike, and Zygi almost fell to the ground. Bewildered by this, what terrifying strength! Jihei quickly rushed to attack with a desire to end the match. End this, Ying Zygi, farewell. However, at this moment, a strange light appeared behind his back.
Jihei looked at her in annoyance. Damn it, I completely failed to sense the approaching murderous aura. There is no doubt about it. One of the 10 great demon lords, Mei Hua, stood on a tree branch, looked down at him and replied, It's a pleasure, kid. This lady is Lady Mushan, Li Mei Hua. For a kid who overestimates his own capabilities like you, this lady thinks it's better to personally teach you a lesson. Are you ready? Just as she finished speaking, she was startled to hear another person's voice ring out. Is that so? Gui had the same expression. It was you guys who were overestimating your capabilities. Only Jihei turned his head to look when he heard that voice. Could this voice be the heaven-shattering demon lord? Wuhai frowned, looking down below, and continued to comment. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. How ridiculous. Let me show you what annihilation means. He didn't waste any more words, and directly joined the battle, becoming Mei Hua's opponent. Wuhai attacked her while questioning. To have the guts to plant a spy in our great Lulan, so it was you all along. Mei Hua revealed a sly smile as she replied, What a pity that I didn't get to handle that brat personally, but taking you on should be enough for me to vent all this regret. On the other side, Gui had started to turn pale. Damn it, to think there are reinforcements from Qinglin at this exact moment. He must be the heaven-shattering demon lord. Zihei's voice rang out, cutting off his nonsense thoughts. You still have time to be distracted. Your opponent is me. Unexpectedly,
The words this guy spat out made Jihei frown. On the other side, an intense sword fight was also taking place. Manhwa continuously unleashed fatal sword strikes, but Wubai was not inferior at all. They exchanged blow for blow. Just as she swung her sword, Wubai quickly bent down to dodge. Manhwa changed her grip on the sword and suddenly stabbed downwards. Wubai was injured by this unexpected action. He maintained his distance from her while commenting, "Damn it, we can't underestimate them. Not to mention other things, your movement technique is truly a threat." Manhwa frantically rushed in to attack. "Is that all?" Wubai struggled to block her sword. Manhwa's voice grew louder and louder. "Is this all it takes to be called one of the 10 great masters of the world? Even the Sword King Nong interests me much more than you do." Only then did Wubai slow down and reply, "It's just that I found your clownish act too ridiculous, so I held back. You are so pitiful, only believing what your eyes see and ears hear." Hearing that, she did not hesitate to retort, "At least you should be careful with your words. This seat intended to show a little mercy and send you on your way without pain." Wubai only uttered one remark, "You have been blinded by your own arrogance. Very well, then I will personally show you." At this moment, Manhwa vaguely sensed it. This power. Wubai had started to launch a serious strike. An Tien Shui Loa divine art. Considered one of the strongest in the world, she was stabbed so hard that she vomited blood. Taking a hit from her opponent, Manhwa was forced to retreat. She let out a delighted smile as she commented, "Just as expected, worthy of being the strongest in the unorthodox faction. But compared to the 100-armed demon lord, your martial arts are nothing but child's play. Do you dare to act so arrogant with just that little bit of skill?" On this side, Wubai began to get bored of those comparisons. Seriously, if you want to fight, just fight. The battle between Jihei and Zagui was still fierce. He defended while silently remarking, "This brat, how are his attacks getting stronger and stronger?" Meanwhile, the more Jihei fought, the more enthusiastic he became. "Hey, why is your face so blank? You are much slower than before." He immediately launched another attack, forcing the two
Zygui next to her agreed. The forces of Lulin must have clashed with the Sishui stronghold by now. It seems we cannot rely on reinforcements, and if we keep fighting like this, it will only be a useless waste of energy. We might as well use that move. Hearing this, Manhwa could only reply, "I was thinking the same. To avoid hurting each other, I will change positions, and you handle Jihei separately." Zygui agreed immediately. "All right, good luck to you." On this side, Wubai also moved quickly. "Grand Patrol, I will chase after that bitch. You be careful too. We don't know what they are plotting." Jihei replied briefly, "Yes, uncle, no need to worry." "Hey, you bastards, is there anyone else sneaking around hiding somewhere? Looking at your faces, it seems you were plotting something, right? You are really..."
Lightning from the sky began to appear one after another. He observed this phenomenon in confusion, wondering where the clouds came from. Zygi only spoke up at this moment. "I will show you the highest realm of martial arts, something you couldn't even dream of reaching." Powerful lightning struck down, creating an explosion that surrounded Zygi. Jihei frowned, murmuring in confusion, "What is this thing?" Zygi's body began to mutate, his entire being absorbing the power from those lightning bolts. And then Zygi smiled gleefully, arrogantly declaring, "This is the true power of the 100-armed demon lord. You probably know the power of those 10-armed demon soldiers when they transformed into monsters, right? But they were just failed experiments. Even though it consumes more than half of my internal energy, this power can only be achieved upon entering the realm of the 100-armed demon lord, and it is the transcendent realm that only those who have comprehended the truth of the Yamen cult possess." This nonsense only made Jihei more annoyed. Even if you flip the whole table, it's still so stupid. No matter how your appearance changes, your nature remains exactly the same. His remark made him even more frustrated. "You arrogant fool, seeing my appearance and still not knowing fear. You're pretty good, but that's enough arrogance."
Jihei frowned, observing the surrounding space, and remarked, "Damn it, trapped in another space again. Every time I come here, it feels truly terrible. What should I do to get out now?" A laugh echoed from above, and Jihei immediately turned his head to look in that direction. "If you think this place is like the one 3 years ago, you are gravely mistaken." The lightning struck so fiercely that Jihei had to scream in pain. "Ordinary, will that Grand Patrol be okay?" Manhwa, on the other hand, was sporting a delighted smile as she spoke. "It seems you still have the energy to worry about somewhere else. If you keep being so absent-minded, beware of dying without even realizing it." Right after speaking, Meihua began to execute her skills. Her face never stopped smiling. Wuhai became vigilant as power gradually gathered on Meihua's side. He covered his nose the moment he realized, this smell is lethal poison. This time, it was her body's turn to undergo a transformation. Meihua enjoyed this process to the fullest, and she spoke again after completing the transformation. Let's see how long your life can last. Wuhai only gave a contemptuous smile. I thought you would use some profound techniques, but it turns out to be just these childish tricks? This remark made Meihua ask in return, childish tricks? This pile can make all your internal organs disintegrate. Why don't you quickly shrink in fear and shut that arrogant mouth of yours? Wuhai burst into laughter. Just counting the amount of poison from wild beasts that I have drunk so far is already more than 10 jars. How could your little bit of poison make me afraid? She didn't waste any more time and directly rushed to attack Wuhai. Well said. Let's see how much longer you can be arrogant. Wuhai waved his hand, not hesitating to welcome Meihua. Come here, 100-armed demon lord. Unleash your full power. The two sides began to fight again, and this time they used both their hands and feet, not just their weapons. Both took a hit and returned to strike. Lethal sword trajectories were continuously unleashed. After a brief moment, Wuhai laughed and asked in return, is that all? As expected, all talk. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he was hit. Wuhai gritted his teeth, confused, and asked himself, I clearly dodged the attack. Why? Meihua explained with a burst of laughter. It seems the poison has
A piercing scream rang out. She sneered while watching her opponent collapse to the ground. What is this? I haven't even started yet, and you've already fallen? I'm not really interested in carving poisoned meat, but yours wouldn't be too bad, would it? In his heart, Wuhai began to curse with a look of unwillingness. Damn it, this is out of my expectations. To think that someone who has broken through to the invulnerable to all poisons realm like me would still be poisoned. Just what kind of poison is that? Damn it, I was too careless. I should have paid more attention to those who could pull off something this absurd. Now things are difficult. At the same time at Guangming Manor, fierce battles were taking place under a red sky and a sea of fire. Wipe out the Yaming cult. Orthodox Alliance, charge forward and claim victory for the martial arts world. The people of the Yaming cult were losing ground to the Alliance. Damn it, there are too many of them. Hang in there. After all, they are just the lackeys of the Orthodox Alliance. The leaders pondered in confusion as they fought. Damn it, and to make matters worse, it's exactly when our main forces are absent. How did they know to come here? The reason is unclear, but we cannot let the church fall into their hands, those bastards of the Orthodox Alliance. In a moment of carelessness, he was taken down. The person who struck was none other than the Master. The members of the Alliance exclaimed when they saw this. Master Wuji! He began to speak. Martial artists of the martial arts world, listen up. Today will mark a historic milestone, not simply the destruction of our church. Two factions that originally opposed each other, hating each other to the bone, have joined.
O martial artists of the martial arts world, rejoice and cheer, for the ones who can celebrate until the final moment are our martial arts world. The cheers were accompanied by the corpses of the Yaming cult members, but unexpectedly, at this moment, mutations began to appear from their bodies. Shangren's eyes narrowed when he saw something. The body of the Yaming cult member he was standing on began to mutate. The other members present also watched in astonishment. Could that thing be... That's right, it is exactly the monster from the rumors. Shangren immediately jumped off this guy's body. At the same time, the enemy rose up powerfully in the form of a monster.
The master's entire body was suspended in the air. Fortunately, someone appeared at this moment to assist. Li Yizheng stomped on the reaching hand of that monster. This sudden appearance made the others mutter, Yi Tian Sor venerable. He himself observed the condition of the creature. So this is the mysterious monster we have only heard rumors about? The master immediately replied, that is correct. That monster is different from the descriptions in the records. Its size is estimated to be about 5 zhang. Yizheng and he observed the entity before them and assessed that it was indeed very large. The master brought up a hypothesis. Perhaps this is part of their plan to bolster their forces to compensate for the absence of the church's hallmaster. Hearing this, Yizheng calmly agreed. Perhaps so. If that is the case, let me... Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a no. The master proposed, I will handle them. After eliminating the monster last time, now is the time to show everyone the results of my cultivation. Come here, you damn monsters. Today I will tear your bodies into pieces. He used an extremely powerful move named the first stance of the Plum Blossom Sword Art, Mei Hua Lu Bam. That monster vomited a large mouthful of ketchup. However, the sword in the master's hand still could not take its life. His face became unsightly facing this reality. The master observed where the tip of his sword was piercing the monster's body and remarked, "As expected, I still cannot kill it in a single strike." At this moment, the monster let out a roar and raised its hand in preparation to counterattack. The master could not hide the fear on his face. "Damn it, its body is too tough, I have to focus." That was also when Yijeng assisted with another technique, using qi to control the sword. His eyes focused on the opponent in front of him. The sword was controlled to aim straight at that monster's body, and it was pushed back by his sword. Yijeng gloomily observed. However,
The old man had already launched another attack. On the outside, you look unharmed, but I can see it. The flying sword was summoned back and pierced right through that monster's body. It vomited a large mouthful of ketchup. Your endurance has run out. Those who have forgotten their human reason and become beasts must always face a tragic end. Yijeng successfully took down that monster, and it fell heavily to the ground. The master could only watch and think to himself, "Truly amazing. I knew the Yitian sword venerable was incredibly formidable, but I didn't expect the gap between us to be this huge. This guy is definitely much stronger than the monster I once spent a whole hour trying to destroy." At this moment, Yijeng spoke up. "Great hero, are you all right? Because the situation was quite urgent, I took the liberty to intervene. I am truly sorry for stealing the master's fun." He politely replied with a smile, "Not at all. If it weren't for you, I would have suffered severe injuries. This junior only feels ashamed for being complacent in the face of the sword venerable's overwhelming power." This remark was corrected by the old man. "Complacent? Not at all. I was able to defeat that monster thanks to this sword. It is a sword gifted to me by an old friend before I came here. It is a magical treasure passed down from generation to generation by immortals, the demon-subduing flower spirit sword. To be honest, I once doubted that person when they said this sword would help me destroy evil, but upon
Jihei thought to himself with a look of annoyance. I can't move. Can he control even the lightning? At the very least, I must retrieve my sword first. Witnessing him struggling like that, Zai Gui couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems the confidence from earlier was just for bragging, huh? Struggle some more so this seat can fully enjoy the fun.
But since you have amused me somewhat, I will specially grant you this bit of mercy. Farewell, Yan Zihei. He reminded himself, "Damn it, I cannot fall here. I still have to go. To Sister Yan, I have promised." Zihei opened his eyes again. He appeared in that old warehouse. Zihei took some time to orient himself. Where is this place? Is it inside the warehouse? It must be because I was too absorbed in cultivation that I fell asleep. He stopped in front of a mirror, although I don't remember clearly, but it seems I dreamed of something. What is this uncomfortable feeling? What on earth is it? Zihei was startled when he saw the images being projected inside that mirror. What is that? Is that thing a ghost? When did that guy get in the mirror? So scary. I want to go out. Unexpectedly, he then froze. Zihei carefully observed the person inside the mirror. Isn't that thing me? That's right. I was fighting that guy Ying Zai Gui and then fell into this strange space like last time. Damn it. So is this an illusion created by him, or did I get struck by lightning and pass out? Now is not the time to think about that. I have to quickly go back to fight that 100-armed demon lord. But how can I defeat him? Even if I get out now, I have no way to win against him. The 9 heavens 9...
A second Jihei appeared exactly as he was in the past. Jihei called out, "As soon as I remember you, is it the me from back then? What's this? You can step out of the mirror? Then why were you only in the mirror before? Is it because this isn't reality that you can come out?" Jihei continued to observe that figure and then spoke again. "Hey, actually, I know that you are the 9 heavens profound fairy protecting Olong Manor. At first I wondered who the person in the mirror was and why they imparted martial arts to me, but at some point I suddenly realized. After being imprisoned there, perhaps I could only sit still and wait for death, but you allowed me to leave the storehouse and gave me a reason to live. You gave me the courage to continue living in this world. I am always sincerely grateful for everything you have bestowed upon me. Thanks to the profound fairy, I was able to step out of the storehouse and see the world again after 10 dark years. For the first time in my life, I felt lucky to be born. But it seems that no matter how much time passes, I am still the cowardly boy from back then. I am so scared. I am afraid. I don't know why I have to keep fighting anymore. Now I want to stop all of this. I have no more reason to fight." His words made the shadow give a smirk. Another person appeared beside Jihei. "Hey, I thought I was going to die a miserable death at the hands of Master Tiendi. You saved the Wufang stronghold. Thank you so much, Jihei." He startled and cried out, "Brother Feng!" Not only him, but the other members also appeared one after another. Everyone from the Wufang stronghold smiled at Jihei. They welcomed him, giving him more strength. At this time, Jihei was still surrounded by streams of lightning. He still had no intention of resisting. Zygui on the opposite side let out a burst of delighted laughter. Keep dreaming. It will nod your soul. By then, there will be no one left to threaten our cult. Compared to your young age, your strength is indeed outstanding, but this is as far as you go. Goodbye, Jihei. At the same time, at the entrance to the forest, there were figures moving urgently, rushing down the path. It was none other than Wuhai's Beyond Ming. Shuai ran behind them, observing the surroundings with a worried face. There is something very strange. For a place where a battle just occurred, this forest is too quiet. Right? Could the young masters and young ladies of the
Because a battle could break out at any moment, everyone be careful. Just as they finished speaking, the group had to break hastily, and everyone stopped. Shuai muttered in astonishment. What is that? A human hand lying on the ground, followed by the appearance of littered corpses. Zhang and Shangzi were shocked when they saw them. What on earth are these corpses? Could it be that the young master and young lady of the Nong family took down all of them? Qian then loudly signaled, Boss, there are traces of a prolonged battle over here. They saw another group of people who had been taken down, and then quickly called out when they saw a familiar figure. Young hero Nonggong. Shuai hurriedly ran over. Young hero Nonggong, thank goodness you are all right. Your wounds, let me quickly help you channel your internal energy to heal them. Wait, Miss Nonggong, where is Miss Nonggong? Could it be that something bad has happened to her? She looked at him again when she received no response. Nonggong Jun's face wore an indescribable look of shock. Shuai called out awkwardly when she saw him shedding tears. Young hero Nonggong. The battle between Wuhai and Meihua was still unfolding intensely. Wuhai struggled to block the attacks, while Meihua let out a burst of hearty laughter. Not bad, not bad. To be afflicted by my poison and still be able to hold on to this extent. Your 5 senses must be completely messed up by now. Are you truly the strongest in the orthodox faction? But even if that is the case, it is meaningless. Facing this Li Meihua, in the end you are still just a mortal of flesh and blood. After saying those words, she forcefully slashed down an attack. Wuhai had been beaten to the point of injury, feeling uncomfortable as he thought to himself. Damn it, the poisonous energy is messing up my senses. I must first widen the distance. I just need to focus on detoxifying even for a moment. Unexpectedly, before he could take a few steps, she had read his movements. All your thoughts have been seen through, but with that sluggish body you won't be able to do anything. The entertainment ends here. Goodbye, strongest of the orthodox faction. Die. Unexpectedly at this moment, Wuhai suddenly moved. Meihua was astonished by his movement, and in the very next second, she realized she had been counterattacked. Meihua hurriedly retreated. How dare you, the one who dares to interfere in this duel? She was forced to widen the distance, and then she let out a hearty smile as she remarked, When I return to the main stronghold, I must rectify the discipline of my subordinates from the very beginning. Are you still alive, Sword King? The person who appeared and interrupted the battle was none other than Sword King Nong.
Nong Bai half-jokingly explained that he had clearly stepped right up to the gates of hell, but King Yama told him to finish the chess game with you before leaving, so he let him return to the living world. Wuhai replied, saying that it had been a long time since they met, yet he was still up to his old tricks, sprouting nothing but nonsense. Nong Bai immediately changed the subject, putting that matter aside. What exactly is that thing? Isn't that Lady Mushan whom I fought against before? Wuhai explained. That is indeed Li Meihua. Do you know anything about the 12 demon soldiers? He nodded and replied to Wuhai. That's right. On the way here, I encountered people from the Yamen cult who used demonic energy to turn into monsters. Wuhai began to explain. Then I'll make it quick. All the 12 demon soldiers and the Baidu demon lord, directly under the cult's altar, have exploited the power of the Yamen cult. They use power that far exceeds their original martial arts. After the 12 demon soldiers die in battle, they come back to life in the form of soulless monsters. As for the Baidu demon lord, they don't need to die. They still fully retain their power. They possess a power that cannot be compared to before. It can be said that they have become existences transcending the realm of human beings. Meihua,
Can mortals who live limited lives dare to defy the gods? Wuhai mocked these words. What kind of limitless god is this? It would only make sense if you were an evil god. In my experience, those who talk too much never live long. Nong Bai beside him chimed in, I agree. Talking too much only makes the sword blade rust. Compared to 1,000 words, a decisive battle is the true path. The technique that was just unleashed was enough to shock her. What? Just one swing of the sword and my poison cloud is completely swept away?
Wuhai seized the opportunity to rush in and attack. This makes fighting much more comfortable. Nong Bai also approached from behind. The decisive battle with you is only just beginning from here. Nong Bai spoke up once again. Li Meihua, you and I still have many debts to settle. As the situation turned from a one-on-one into a two-on-one, Meihua defended herself while thinking in annoyance. Having the Sword King join the fray is indeed a bit troublesome. However, she still stubbornly fought against them, and then mockingly remarked, "Do you think you can take me down with such a petty alliance?" Wuhai frowned in annoyance, not replying to her. Meihua continued to press her attack on him. "A cripple like you poses no threat to me whatsoever. Stop getting in the way and get lost." However, Nong Bai did not let her achieve her goal. "Do not drop your guard, Heaven Shattering." Meihua poured out sarcastic words towards him again. "You are not the kind-hearted type who would worry about the leader of an unorthodox faction. If that person goes against them,
Since that day, I have only been waiting for the moment to take revenge on you. I swear that I will definitely end this ill-fated relationship with my own hands." These words made her uncomfortable. "Revenge? Do you dare open your mouth to mention the word revenge in front of this young lady?" "Me too. Since that day, I haven't forgotten my grudge against you for a single moment." Wuhai muttered a remark. "Damn it, the shape is bizarre, and it's not easy to deal with. Sword King, lend me the sword on your back. It looks quite usable." He drew his sword while replying to Wuhai. "I was planning to do the same. This sword should suit you perfectly. Heaven Shattering." Holding the sword in his hand, Wuhai briefly remarked, "The blade is quite beautiful. Whether it suits me or not, I have to try it to know." Not stopping there, he seemed to be able to feel a stream of power flowing into his body. "What is this extraordinary sword?" Nong Bai briefly explained. "The sword has been passed down through many generations of Shaolin. It is the magical treasure Damo 3 Swords. After the battle with the Baidu Demon Lord, one day I hid myself at Wudang Mountain to quietly channel internal energy. Whether by chance or destiny, 3 immortals came looking for me. They said the one who once stood alongside the moon-slashing swordsman, Lord Yanwu, praised as a hero in the war against the Yumming cult. I am the one who can save the present martial arts."
Among them are 2 swords, the Damo 3 swords that you are holding and the Feng Ming moon sword in my hand. I am not quite sure for what reason these magical treasures can cause severe injuries to the Yiming cult, if you can use them perfectly. Our martial arts were originally not very effective against the bizarre tricks of the Yiming cult. You must unleash their true power. Hearing this, Wuhai replied, "This is truly good news to hear at this moment. If so, then let's use all our strength." With the new sword in his hand, Wuhai gradually became more confident. "Lady Mushan, sorry to disappoint you, but now let me broaden your horizons with the power of the one hailed as the strongest of the unorthodox faction." However, she was not at all frightened by this aura. "Do you think you can turn the tide with just a mediocre sword? If you want to die, then let me send you to hell along with Nong Bai." Wuhai easily unleashed a slash and successfully inflicted damage on Meihua. She cursed in annoyance. "How bold! A mere lowly mortal dares to injure me? Enough! Know your lowly status and get out of my sight." And then she even switched to using fists and kicks. Wuhai easily dodged the attack and even mocked her in return. Getting this flustered after just one slash? How pathetic. The dignified Baidu demon lord who runs rampant across the world is actually trembling in fear at the sight of a magical treasure. I still have one thing to correct. I am not a mortal, but a tiger in the mountains, a hero of the wilderness. Meihua was stunned by a strike, and Wuhai continued his remarks. Truly a fool. Since ancient times, nothing compares to a fist. At this moment, it was Nong Bai's turn to attack.
"I will put an end to your arrogance and your life. Blame your own foolishness for choosing to discard your humanity to become a monster." After that, a powerful sword strike was unleashed, causing the ground beneath to shatter completely. When Nong Bai landed, Wuhai finally spoke up. "Hey, Sword King, not bad. Truly peerless martial arts. It seems you don't even need me." Nong Bai replied, "You flatter me. Thanks to you, things went much smoother." At this moment, Wuhai continued to comment, "I have to say, that person's deadly poison was stronger than I thought. I need to channel internal energy to neutralize it. Can you handle things yourself?" He smiled and replied to Wuhai, "Even the Lulin leader has times of distress like this. Truly rare. It seems living long gives one the chance to witness all sorts of things in this world. Leader or whatever, in the face of old age, who can rival it? Anyway, rest assured, just leave everything else to me." Meihua still refused to submit.
Very well, let me deal with you one by one, and the rest of you just obediently wait. Nong Bai became more excited as he fought. Looking at your appearance, it seems you are gradually foreseeing your own end. She loudly protested. Whether it's the end or the beginning, we'll only know when we clash. The two of them once again rushed into combat. Halfway through, Meihua halted once more, as a sword pierced right through her stomach. Since when? Controlling the sword? Nong Bai roughly pulled the sword back. At this time, he finally spoke. 30 years ago, I didn't cut off your breath, which made me very regretful. But that regret ends today. This is the end, Li.
The sight of Meihua trembling and begging, "Please spare my life, please, please have mercy and spare me." That was the first time in my life, the first time I pleaded so earnestly to keep my life. It is a pity for the dead, but shouldn't the living continue to live? Joining hands with the Yeming cult was truly a mistake. Just grant me mercy this once, and from now on I will absolutely never cause such a thing again. Nong Bai looked down at her with a sharp, cold gaze at that time. A mistake? You betrayed the martial arts world, joined hands with the Yeming cult, and caused many innocent people to sacrifice themselves, yet you still dare to call it a mistake? That courage is truly admirable, daring to recklessly beg me for mercy, which proves that from the very beginning you did not care about the safety of others. No matter how you plead, my decision will not change. Take your mercy and tolerance to plead with your fallen accomplices over there. Meihua asked back in confusion, "What?"
They will end up dying on the streets anyway. They will eventually die. I just help them rest in peace faster. How can that be a sin? Hearing this, Nong Bai became even more furious. I don't want to hear your pleading anymore. For the crime of disregarding the lives of others, pay for it with your own life. She weakly called after him, "I don't want to. Why must I die? You know nothing. Don't arbitrarily call me a sinner." Nong Bai silenced her with a clean slash. Meihua vomited mouthfuls of blood. She fell down while Nong Bai spoke up. "I will not take your life immediately. In the moments as each breath cools and slows, you will die in agony, begging for repentance before the lives you have taken." Her eyes began to blur, yet they never stopped following the departing figure. Am I just going to die like this? I still haven't accomplished anything. I cannot die. After that, her memory completely faded. When I opened my eyes, I was in the church of the Yeming cult. Hearing from Fairy Yuxia, I only knew that I survived thanks to the erratic temperament of the cult leader. After thinking for a long time, she began to feel furious once again. Since then, I have lived only hoping for the day to kill you, the Sword King, to return to you the fear and helplessness I once experienced. But why are you are still standing firm, daring to look at me? Why do you still exist until now? You dare to stand before me, Sword King, you bastard. Nong Bai straightforwardly slashed once. Meihua screamed in frustration. At this moment, he finally spoke. I already said, you still owe me a lot.
Attack quickly. As she ran, she cursed incessantly in her heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This is absolutely unbelievable. I was so close to succeeding. I could have chopped off that mortal's neck. But then the Sword King intervened, ruining my entire plan. I gave it my all, even reaching an awakening to confront him. So why couldn't I defeat that guy in the end? Damn it. First, I must gather all the remaining troops at the water stronghold. Then I will coordinate with Ying Zaigui to destroy them. Dark Squad, prepare for battle immediately. There are 2 of the 10 great masters of the world heading straight for the water stronghold. However, no one answered Meihua. She dashed forward with a question in mind. Damn it, what is happening at the water stronghold? Everything is messed up. In the worst-case scenario, the only way is to kill the Shido demon soldiers to turn them into monsters. If I can hold off the Sword King and the heaven-shattering demon lord for just a moment, I will have enough time to retreat to the main stronghold. Unexpectedly, the scene before her made Meihua freeze. The voices of the Alliance members began to echo. Look who it is. I just arrived at Changjiang, and to think the prey would crawl right to us. Was the reunion with the Sword King fun, Lady Mushan? Looking at your face, there's no need to say it. It seems you had a lot of fun. Meihua furiously questioned them. You dare to burn my church and still think you can walk away safely? However, she only received a sneer in return. So scary. Did you think I would say that? Brother, stop joking around. You should have known when to stop. Did you think we would just stand by and watch you throw the martial arts world into chaos like this? Yeming cult, listen up. Starting today, our martial arts world will put an end to all the unfinished business we had with the Yeming cult. Wait here.
Furthermore, we will make sure you have no place left to stand in this martial arts world. You better be ready to be destroyed. Surrounded, Meihua couldn't stop asking herself, why? Why did everything turn out like this? I only wanted to take revenge on the Sword King. Why did I end up in this situation? Fine, if that's the case, then I will use my life, the Sword King, and all of you. Let's end everything right here. At the Changjiang Water Stronghold, Li Meihua screamed and struggled while forcing herself to withstand.
Shuei supported Nong while reminding him, you must not lose consciousness. The wound is too deep, and relying only on channeling internal energy will make it difficult to heal. I will quickly find a doctor. Please hold on a little longer. I know the saber wound makes it hard for you to speak. Will Miss Nong be safe and sound? It has been quite a while since we met with the young hero, but we still haven't seen the young lady's silhouette. At this moment, he finally smiled and explained, Yaner is still safe. Right at the moment I thought I was going to die, my father arrived.
In the blink of an eye, the 12 demon soldiers that had turned into monsters were completely wiped out. Why is he still alive? How did he manage to get all the way here? It doesn't matter anymore. Only when embraced in his arms can one feel reality. The story was so touching that it made her shed tears. How fortunate, thank God. Nong also agreed. That's right. As for Yaner, while I have become someone on the verge of death, she still has some strength left. She said she would rest for a moment and then follow to assist her father. She must have met him by now, so there's probably no need to worry anymore. At the same time, in the illusion created for Jihei right now, Yan Xiao was still smiling at him. I thought we would surely die at the hands of Master Tiandi, but to think you saved the entire Wufang stronghold. Thank you, Jihei. Jihei looked around in disbelief and exclaimed, What is this? These illusions continue. Jihei, it's because of you that we can be here. Whether it was dealing with Infang Miaojun or encountering Master Tiandi, it was you who stepped up to resolve everything. Everyone is grateful and always places their trust in you. But as for now, what is with this small and weak appearance? It was only because your martial arts were somewhat useful that I considered you a brother. Now I don't see any value in you at all. Hearing this, his face began to look perplexed, and his voice also started to tremble. Boss, what do you mean? If I had known earlier that you were this stupid, I wouldn't have taken you into the stronghold.
He didn't let this person say another word. Jihei retorted sarcastically, perhaps the truly ignorant one is you. If you were planning to imitate the boss, you should have tried a little harder. My brothers would never speak like that. But thanks to that, I realized that everything here is just an illusion. Perhaps I should thank you. In the past, that illusion art made me extremely uncomfortable, but compared to now, it really is nothing. You dared to use my brothers to play jokes? Do you think I will spare you? That shadowy figure gave a sarcastic smile and continued. What a pity. It almost succeeded. So you mean to say I will give up that easily? But that changes nothing. I will just spend a little more time completely crushing you. Jihei struggled with this strange demonic power. Damn it! What is it now? That shadow injured him with an amused expression. With just this ultimate skill, I stepped onto the throne of the Baido Demon Lord. No matter how strong the opponent is, in battle I will absolutely never be defeated. Here, other than being controlled by me, you cannot do anything else. Once your spirit is controlled, your body is only a matter of time. Jihei furiously replied to Zai Gui, Nonsense! Do you think I will let a nobody like you control me? He laughed even louder. You're about to die, yet your tongue is still sharp. Give up. No matter how much you struggle, the outcome will not change. Jihei gritted his teeth, stubbornly fighting back. Ridiculous! You think I will give up? Thanks to you, I remembered it. I still have people to protect. I will absolutely not give up, because the reason for me to fight still exists in this world. For my brothers and for my loved ones, I will definitely defeat you, Ying Zaigui. The power unleashed left Zaigui astonished. That light! Could it be? He himself was equally surprised. What is this? It requires at least 4 Baidu demon lords of the church to barely trigger the power of that divine artifact. Jihei smiled and thought to himself, I also don't know what this thing exactly is, but I figured that this might be exactly what I need. Sister Yan gave it to me anyway. Perhaps this is the clue that will help me defeat him. However, he still had a lot of confidence. Even so, it changes nothing. As long as my evil spell is not dispelled from the outside, your soul has no way to escape this place. I absolutely will never let that happen. I cannot control his mind, but victory and defeat have already been decided. Your body will sooner or later turn to dust.
This is the end. Jihei, impossible. A crack has appeared in the barrier. My aura, unless it is the 10 great masters of the world, shouldn't even leave a small scratch, right? Damn it, who exactly is it? Could it be that Li Meihua has been defeated by the Shidu Demon Lord? Damn it, just a little more and I could have finished off Jihei.
He listened to every word of Nong Yan. Brother Jihei, please stay awake, and felt her embrace. Brother Jihei, you cannot fall here. They and I need you. Saigui roared in anger as his plan was interrupted. You damn brat. I don't know what trick you used to sneak in here, but if you still value your life, stay away from him immediately. He is my prey. However, that did not make Nong Yan back down. I don't care. I will use my life to protect him. Jihei still had his eyes closed, but very quickly he regained his consciousness, and then turning around to protect her instead, Nong Yan was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. She could only stammer 2 words. Jihei. Jihei then replied, "Thank you, sister. Thanks to your spell, I was able to wake up. Leave that guy to me. Can you wait for me?" Nong Yan smiled and agreed immediately. Saigui observed the situation and began to remark, "Unbelievable. He blocked my lightning strike with his bare hands? The spell that I have mastered is so powerful that even the cult leader has to acknowledge it. How on earth did you break it?" At this moment, Jihei replied, "Hey, Ying Saigui, the power of the Baido Demon Lord. The thought that I could actually die is terrifying. You've made me feel that twice already. But now I see that I absolutely won't lose to you anymore. How strange. My strength is overflowing."
How dare you oppose this seat? I will fight you. No matter how strong you are, to this seat, who has accumulated power over tens of thousands of kalpas, you are nothing. You will not be able to withstand the outcome of this battle. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and commented, "So noisy, you talk too much." The sky surged once again with his power, and Jihei simply remarked, "Looks dangerous." Saigui poured all his strength into this technique. Feel the endless pain, no different from hell, and regret your own ignorance. "Let's end this." Jihei watched the technique and murmured a single phrase, "Tiandun sword." A sword tore through the clouds and flew down, aiming to attack Saigui. The golden light of that giant sword was truly blinding. Nong Yan watched and murmured a remark. Could that be? Saigui struggled to defend himself, though it was futile. He was still strong enough to speak arrogantly. "I am the strongest. Do you think I would die so easily?" Hearing this, Jihei just calmly replied, "Is that so? Do you really think so? Your struggles are useless. Now disappear from this world." Saigui cried out meaningless words in despair. "Impossible! I cannot die such a meaningless death." Before he was crushed by the entire giant sword, the shockwave of this attack spread very far. Nong Yan also struggled to withstand it. Fortunately, at this moment, a hand supported her. Jihei gently asked, "Sister, are you all right? I apologize because it is my first time executing this martial art, so I couldn't hold back my power. Are you hurt anywhere?" Nong Yan smiled warmly and gently replied, "I'm fine. I knew you would protect me." From the crater that had just been created, blue points of light floated up. They watched them curiously and began to discuss. Perhaps that is the soul of the Baidu Demon Lord. Previously,
she struggled to explain, "I am fine. Because I used too much martial arts at once, I am exhausted. As expected of Lu Dongbin's Tiandun sword. Resting for a moment and I'll be fine." Why? 1 hour ago at the Chengjiang water stronghold. At this moment, Meihua had completely gone mad. "You damn bastards, you dare do this and think you can leave with your lives? Right here, I will wipe you all out, not leaving a single one alive." The members of the alliance prepared to launch their final attack to take her down. "You are only struggling in your death throes. As expected, the power of the Baidu Demon Lord is not ordinary at all, but everything will end today. Prepare yourself, Lady Mushan, Li Meihua." Hearing those words, Meihua immediately retorted, "Very well, don't even think about escaping. All of you come at me. Even if you have 1,000 people, you cannot touch me." However, her eyes immediately widened as she was simultaneously pierced by multiple swords. Meihua coughed up a large mouthful of ketchup, blood. Nong Bai spoke up, "Li Meihua, it's over. Go down to hell and repent for your sins." The only thing she could think of before dying were curses. "Damn it, bastards." And then a powerful blue light flared up.
Or perhaps they are the souls of those who perished at the hands of the Baidu Demon Lord. Whatever it is, I only pray that the victims of this battle will find peace.
At this moment, they were captivated by the technique executed by Jihei. What is that? Everyone felt a different sentence. Why is the sky? Only Nong Bai was particularly worried. That is the direction of Jihei in air. Could something have happened to those two? Wait a minute. Could that be the Tiandun sword? In Legends, the giant sword descends, but the pressure is enough to spread all the way here. The members of the Alliance immediately came up with a plan. Sword King just now, is it really what we think? We must report to the Grand Patrol. Although not entirely certain, it might indeed be the Tiandun sword. The situation is still unclear, but let's go check it out together. All right, depart immediately. On this side, Jihei couldn't stop feeling puzzled. Why? He continued to take out the item inside his bag, looking at the light radiating from it. Jihei remarked, "Inside the Baju Ling, are souls being sucked into it?" Nong Yan also looked at the item. A sight like this, it's the first time in my life I've witnessed it. I've never heard that the Baju Ling could suck in souls. Jihei continued his words. Although I can't be certain yet, I have a feeling that it was thanks to the Baju Ling that you gave me, sister, that I was able to execute the Tiandun sword. It is also thanks to it that I could escape this formation, and thanks to it that I could defeat the Baidu Demon Lord. It is all because you were always by my side. Thank you, sister. You always protect me. Nong Yan hugged him tightly. This intimate action made Jihei blush and softly call out, "Sister."
He smiled and said similar words. I also promise you, for the rest of my life, I am willing to accompany you. At this moment, the old men of the Orthodox faction had also arrived. They just happened to witness the intimate scene between the two of them. Youth is truly radiant. If someone knew, they would be very sad. It probably won't be long before there is a wedding. A wedding? Isn't that too rushed? Furthermore, I haven't even nodded an agreement yet. Wubai laughed and continued to tease. Why do we need your agreement? If the youngsters are willing, they can just go ahead and get married. By the way, I'm just reminding you, even if our Grand Patrol marries your daughter, he will still belong to the Orthodox faction. Once a part of Lulin, always a part of Lulin for life. Nong Bai reluctantly replied, Son-in-law? We'll have to see about that. I'm still not ready to marry off my Yan heir to anyone. He continued to watch the scene below and then gently remarked, No.
And this is the first officially recorded defeat since the Yamen cult appeared. This is also the first time in the history of the martial arts world that the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction have joined hands, and also the first time it has brought real results. This victory is a destined turning point in the confrontation with the Yamen cult, as well as a signal opening the final battle. The members who participated in the battle are all being bandaged. Jihei frowned, speaking in a somber tone. Hey, I have something to ask. The physician replied, What is it? He sadly expressed his thoughts. The others seem fine, but what about old Shen? Can he recover? He gently explained. As the great hero can see, the Orthodox Alliance didn't suffer any serious damage. In old Shen's case, due to continuously fighting from before Lulin arrived, plus overexerting himself and using his martial arts, to be honest, it is currently very difficult to guarantee whether he can survive or not. We can only hope for a miracle to happen. At this moment, the covering cloth was lifted by Nong Bai. He spoke up and successfully attracted the attention of Nong Jun and Nong Yan. Is anyone hurt? Both of them called out in unison, Father! Nong Bai smiled and explained. The situation was too urgent earlier, so I didn't have time to greet you properly, but seeing that both of you are still safe and sound puts my mind at ease. Since the Nong family was ambushed by the Yamen cult, I have been in secluded cultivation to recover at Wudong Mountain. I have always been anxious because I couldn't contact you immediately, yet now you have grown up like this, even contributing to the martial.
He gently embraced the two of them, Tian'er and Yan'er, a scene that made Jihei feel somewhat warm. Wubai suddenly interrupted from outside. Congratulations, congratulations! A father thought to be dead has now returned alive. It is completely understandable for a child to be overjoyed. By the way, Grand Patrol, are you free? There is someone waiting for you outside. The people outside had already started discussing early on. Have you heard the news? I heard that 2 of the 100-armed Demon Lord's men died in battle. Really? Even the 100-armed Demon Lord's men died in battle? It's true. When have I ever lied? This is definitely something unprecedented in the history of the martial arts world. Surely a new wind is blowing through the Zhenghu. I heard that the one who took down one of them is a young man from Lulin. What?
A young man took down one of the top masters of the Yiming cult? The more I hear, the more unbelievable it gets. Let me see. I vaguely remember a few years ago there were rumors about someone called a bandit who was very skilled with a saber, but I don't remember clearly. I think that is the son of the Manor Lord of Olong Manor, the one who once defeated Fairy Yuksha. The father achieved great merits, yet the son joined Lulin, which caused an uproar in the world for a time. I heard he looks very much like the moon-slashing swordsman. His hair is as red as a river of blood at dusk. Following Wuhai's guidance, Jihei gradually
the hero of the martial arts world, did he single-handedly defeat the 100-armed demon lord with that small body? This warm welcome made him confused. What was going on? A voice rang out from behind. Hero Yan Jihei, the battle with the Yiming cult ended not even a few watches ago, yet the great hero's reputation has already echoed throughout the Jianghu like a heroic song. Kang Hao represented the crowd to explain. The 100-armed demon lord was someone whom 5 top martial arts masters had to join forces to defeat, yet the great hero could annihilate them alone. From the moment I received the written report, I honestly couldn't believe it. A child leading the vanguard? I even thought the heaven-shattering demon lord had gone mad. But the moment I saw the great hero, I understood. It turns out it was due to my short-sightedness. I sincerely apologize for underestimating the great hero. The great hero not only shattered the terror that has haunted the martial arts world for so long, but also became the new master of the Tiandun sword, opening a new era. From now on, every step the great hero takes will be a page in the history of the martial arts world, a guiding light illuminating the path ahead for the Jianghu. The 9-heaven sword of Awakens Manor, and concurrently the Lulin Grand Patrol. Could we ask the great hero to lead the vanguard in this battle? This sudden proposal made Jihei feel confused and ask back, "Me?" Kang Hao nodded, affirming once again, "That's right. In such chaotic times, for the orthodox and unorthodox factions to truly cooperate with each other, what is needed most is someone who can act as a solid core for everyone. Therefore, as the son of the moon-slashing swordsman, and simultaneously the Grand Patrol of Lulin, the great hero is the most suitable person to break the current deadlock. For the sake of the greater good and for all of us, we..."
Yinfeng, I have never heard anything about that. From the beginning, I only reluctantly joined the battle because Heaven-Shattering Demon Lord asked for my help. However, right after that, familiar voices were heard, saying words that made people feel sentimental. Jihei immediately turned his head in that direction. "This voice is..." Yan Shao smiled and continued. "Hearing that our little brother has achieved a great merit and made a name for himself in the Jianghu, our brothers abandoned the fields we were plowing and hurried here. Following behind him were the other members of the Wufang stronghold. Yet we just arrived and heard you talking about retreating. What is this about? They all showed up once again for you. It really makes people so sad they can't sleep." Jihei asked back in astonishment, "Brothers, why are you here?" This question made them smile. "What, you only see your brothers but ignore the beauty standing right here?" Wuhai also couldn't help but wonder. "My precious daughter, why are you here?" Liu Shi briefly explained. "Father, since the alliance leader of Lulin has already gone to battle, how could a younger generation like me avoid it? And hey, the grand Yan Jihei who used to fear neither heaven nor earth, why are you planning to retreat now? Are you scared?" Ye Zheng was the next to chime in. "To personally comprehend the Tiandun sword mantra that no one has ever succeeded in before, young hero..."
Gao Ming smiled and explained. What else could it be? The heaven-shattering demon lord personally sent someone to deliver the message, didn't he? Hearing that you would participate in the battle, as your senior brother, how could I just stand by and watch? Since it has come to this, let's just thoroughly uproot them once and for all. Yan Shao came over and put his arm around Jihei's shoulder. Brother Jihei, do you still remember the first time you came to the Wufang stronghold? Back then I saw you cowering, so I asked, between the one who robs and the one who is robbed, what kind of person do you want to become? At that time you boldly answered me, I don't want to be robbed of anything anymore. If I have to be robbed, I'd rather be the robber. But now, you are no longer the one who robs, nor the one who is robbed. You have become someone who can give courage and hope to others. Therefore, now that you can surpass the Wufang stronghold and step into the entire martial arts world, becoming a hero in these chaotic times is not something too far-fetched, right? Just like the day you became the king of Wufang. These words of encouragement began to take effect. Jihei once again remembered his past of being locked in the storehouse, the time when he was so helpless.
until he met the light of his life, met the Wufang stronghold, and spent happy days with them. Or the battles with martial arts masters. Jihei remembered the happy times together, the times he could truly smile, and the feeling of being completely free. Jihei even remembered the day he successfully escaped from that place. Up until now, with the top figures in the martial arts world all
He turned on his heel while speaking. I don't really know about being a hero or anything, but to run away when supported and cherished by those close to me would be truly rude. All right, then I will give it a try. Until the Yeming cult is completely wiped out, I will become the vanguard of this war. At the same time, at the Yeming cult's main stronghold, a gloomy remark echoed from the leader. Truly disappointing. The Baido demon lords have gathered, yet you couldn't do anything? You joined forces, yet you became so infatuated with a few petty victories that you deluded yourselves into thinking you were the strongest? Yuetsha awkwardly explained. This lowly one apologizes. Another person beside her added. But this time it was the arbitrary action of Lady Mushan and the phantom demon god. We lowly ones knew absolutely nothing about it. However, all of it was refuted by the cult leader. I don't want to hear it. Don't make me regret sharing my power with you. How troublesome. Listen here, Baido demon lords. Close down all the churches scattered everywhere and gather all military forces back to the main stronghold. If anyone rebels against the Yeming cult, this seat will personally slaughter them all. The sound of hurried footsteps came running. Special news. Notice papers were thrown flying across the sky. The Orthodox faction and Unorthodox faction alliance had killed 2 Baido demon lords of the Yeming cult. The flames of war had ignited throughout the martial arts world. Less than 7 days after eliminating Li Meihua and Yingzai Gui of the Baido demon lords, the Orthodox faction and Unorthodox faction alliance officially declared
Soon, the news also reached the Yeming cult, and the Yeming cult hastily strengthened the defenses at their respective churches. The Sword King had returned. Nong Bai and the 10 great masters of the world were still there. The Orthodox and Unorthodox factions had formed an alliance, and a golden age of the martial arts world that had never been seen before had begun. Countless disciples waving the alliance flag high had been completely defeated by Yan Zihei. Witnessing that scene, the morale of the alliance surged as if wanting to pierce the sky, and so their exploits became legends spread throughout the martial arts world. In particular, Yan Zihei's prestige increased even more after single-handedly defeating the Baidu demon lord. Zihei scratched his head shyly, causing the number of his admirers to increase day by day. A long, endless line of people continuously marched forward. Thanks to this, gathering many like-minded people, the alliance army grew stronger day by day. Facing that pressure, the Yeming cult had to close all its churches. All military forces were gathered at the main base, a place called the Valley of Death, and began preparing for the final decisive battle with the alliance army. Shouts echoed with a momentum that could move mountains and fill seas. Attack! They are just a bunch of lowly scums. We don't need to be afraid. Let's fight. On the Yeming cult side, the momentum was equally strong as they shouted, "We are gaining the upper hand. Corner them so they can taste death." Li Yijin stood on one side observing, not yet joining the battle. He raised his eyes towards a certain direction, finding the surrounding situation a bit strange. He thought to himself, "It's quieter than I expected. I thought that when the churches gathered, a fiercer battle."
From within the canyon, a group of black-clad men wielding swords flew out. This place will be your grave. Seeing the situation not going according to plan, Li Yijin quickly ordered to stabilize everyone's morale. Everyone stay calm and respond. Adjust the formation according to the plan. The people of the Yeming cult sneered, their tone somewhat sarcastic. Long time no see, you heroes of the Orthodox faction. Those who have never had combat experience here yet dare to recklessly crawl over. If you want, isn't it just like a bunch of rabbits walking into a tiger's den? A young man smirked at him. What a bunch of fools. Perhaps you have forgotten, we are an alliance of both the Orthodox and Unorthodox faction. Shangxie, hiding somewhere unknown, appeared at just the right moment to attack the Yeming cult member. Our army also has those familiar with this terrain. Without hesitation, he slashed straight into the man's back. From a distance, 2 figures were standing on a cliff observing the battle. Liu Shi sighed with emotion. Nice, very good. This terrain is truly too ideal for Qinglin to show off in the final battle. I am extremely satisfied. Zihei also agreed with her. If Qinglin can make a great contribution in this battle that will be recorded in the history of the martial arts world, how much will our prestige increase? Liu Shi turned to ask him, by the way, why isn't the Grand Patrol reacting at all? Are they so scared that they've gone mute? Zihei frowned tightly. Do not underestimate them. They are abnormally quiet, very suspicious. He turned his eyes to look far away. I can feel streams of black chi constantly pouring out from the crevices. Something is coming. The people fighting below also felt something dangerous approaching. An old man appeared from midair. Baidu Demon Lord Zhang Shangpi, someone shouted. Everyone stop.
The two of them, Shangja and his companion, looked up in confusion. Yizhang gathered chi in the palm of his hand. Finally, Baidu Demon Lord appeared. The old man summoned a sword, making this opening battle seem not very interesting. Now I finally feel like the real battle has begun. The weapons of the two attacked each other, and their collision created a massive explosion. The powerful shockwave blew away several orthodox faction martial artists, causing the young man to grit his teeth in anger. Is he Baidu Demon Lord? Shangpi also drew his sword, his entire body enveloped in a murderous aura. It seems you are one of the 10 great masters of the world. I originally wanted to test if you were as strong as the rumors say. This is the perfect time. Yizhang smiled faintly and said, to not even clearly know the strength of the 10 great masters, you have truly lived your life in vain. The two of them directly rushed into battle with each other. Yizhang forcefully slashed towards Shangpi. The man's hand trembled from the strike. I thought those were just boastful words, but the 10 great masters are indeed on a different level. Yizhang said disdainfully, your inferior martial arts, which solely rely on bizarre strength to become powerful, cannot even threaten me. Suddenly the old man paused. Shangpi changed his technique, and the phantom of an asura appeared. That was just one move. Aren't you too hasty in your judgment? The man broke into a manic smile. I still haven't shown everything. With this power, countless sharp sword moves struck towards Yizhang from midair. The old man frowned and observed. How can that attack be called true strength?
Unable to react in time, he was slashed in the abdomen by Li Yizhang. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground. You bastard! He glared at Shangbi. I heard that those who possess supernatural powers will transform into a bizarre shape when their lives are threatened. If you don't want to die, you'd better transform quickly. Go all out to deal with me, instead of calling other Baidu demon lords. You can't even touch my toes. Seeing this scene, the orthodox faction's martial artists felt as if they were given a boost of strength, as expected of the Etienne Sword Venerable, one of the 10 great masters of the world. Even the Baidu Demon Lord of the Yaming cult couldn't budge in front of Lord Etienne Sword Venerable. On the demonic cult side, everyone's face turned pale. Damn it, is everything ending here? It's not over yet. How could the Baidu Demon Lord lose so easily? Li Yizhang said sternly, do you still not understand that the outcome of this battle has long been decided? Stop resisting, follow the situation, and obediently surrender. Shangbi sneered. You really know how to spout nonsense. His entire body was enveloped by a terrifying murderous aura. Everyone, stand your ground. Once the full strength of our cult is present here, we will definitely win. Li Yizhang pointed his sword to the sky. Do you still think you will win? If you still have eyes, take a look. In all directions.
The old man declared loudly, all for one purpose. They had gathered here to uproot and eradicate your Yaming cult. Those who are outraged by your crimes, they carry out the wishes of thousands, tens of thousands of martial arts practitioners who have converged on this place, forging an alliance that will leave its name in the history of the martial arts world. Seeing this, Shangbi was stunned. All of us gathered here will punish you and make you pay the price for your sins. The people of the demonic cult gradually became panicked and frightened. Damn it, just how many of them have come? Shangbi broke out in a cold sweat all over his body and spoke up to reassure the cult members. Do not panic. After all, numbers have no meaning here. No matter how many there are, as long as this valley of death does not collapse, alliances or whatever are all entirely useless. Yizhang once again gathered chi onto his sword. Charging forward after just a little provocation, it seems you have lived your years in vain. If the Beidou Demon Lord is only at this level, as the two of you rush into battle again, the outcome of this fight is already clear without needing to watch. Shangbi's pupils turned blood red and he revealed a savage smile. I was just playing along for a bit. Are you that overjoyed? Someone who does not know his own limits. Yizhang looked at him in surprise.
An explosion rang out. When the dust settled, only Shangpi remained there, grinding his teeth. Indeed, your strength is not bad. Li Yizhang had narrowly dodged a fatal blow. That strike just now was my ultimate skill, yet in today's martial arts world, there is actually someone who could truly block it. Li Yizhang frowned.
It has always been like this, always deceiving opponents with cunning tricks. Do you people of the Yeming cult truly know nothing of propriety in the orthodox path when dealing with others? Shang-Pi looked disdainful. In a life and death battle, what meaning do those things have? Orthodox and unorthodox? Instead of those things, the words of the strong are the law and the power of this world. Furthermore, I haven't even started yet. He took out a signal flare from his clothes. Take a good look at this opportunity. Then he lit the flare, a true victory. His eyes were red like a demon's. By any means or methods, one must seize it at all costs. This is the true rule of a world where the strong prey on the weak. The signal shot straight into the sky. Li Yizheng looked in the direction of the flare and thought to himself, a flare? What scheme are they planning? The outside and the top of the valley have both been occupied by our alliance forces, so they cannot launch a surprise attack. What exactly is that signal flare for? Everyone stared blankly in the direction of the flare. A confused disciple asked his senior brother without seeing the evil smile of the person behind him. Senior brother, what is that signal? I've never heard that there would be this kind of signal before. Suddenly, a sword pierced through his body. Coughing up blood constantly, he asked the person behind him with difficulty, Senior brother, why did you do this? The guy smiled in a twisted manner. Look carefully. Am I really your senior brother? The scene descended into slaughter due to the demonic cult's disguised surprise attack. Li Yizheng couldn't believe his eyes. What is happening? Li Yizheng frowned and glared at him. Such despicable methods. You planted Yeming cult spies among the martial artists. Shang-Pi gave a twisted smile. Isn't it because you think too simply that you are so stupid? An alliance? You were too arrogant. Did you think everything would go your way? He raised his saber. Now is the chance while they are falling into chaos. And then ordered, kill them all. The Yeming cult members charged forward, slaughtering like madmen. Seeing the situation worsening, Li Yizheng immediately stepped forward to command. Do not panic. Quickly deal with the traitors and reform the ranks. Everyone remained silent and dazed, unable to recover their wits. Li Yizheng cursed inwardly. Damn it. We should have combined our strength to be able to deal with them, and now we've lost trust in each other. It's very dangerous to continue like
The sword carried a powerful internal energy. Every swing of its technique could eliminate two people at the same time. Nangong Yan executed the technique gently. Boundless firmament sword art, fifth stance, crescent moon slash. Everyone was visibly overjoyed to see her. That was the Nangong family. A man's voice rang out. Although it's a bit early, warming up beforehand isn't a bad idea. He leaped into the air, gaining momentum to swing his sword and join the battle. Seeing that man, Yi Zhang let out a laugh, his hand gripping his sword.
Trust us in advance. The people of the Martial Arts Alliance seemed to be granted extra strength, fighting more fiercely as the battle raged on. The 10 great masters of the world are with us. Everyone charge. This is the opportunity to wipe them out. Do not be afraid and move forward. Shang-Pi's expression turned gloomy. As expected, it was not that easy. He stood on his tiptoes and leaped into the air, landing on a high spot where he could observe the battle below. Everything was going as predicted. He took out a flute, his smile twisting into a terrifying look. But the truly interesting part is just beginning. The sound of the flute blended with the thick murderous aura, spreading everywhere. Seeing this, the people of the Martial Arts Alliance fell into a state of panic. What is that? The sound of a flute? Some people started showing symptoms of a headache. My head hurts so much. Their faces swelled up. No, please! For those witnessing this scene, fear constantly surged. What in the world? The sky seemed to be dyed with blood. Li Yizheng was also terrified by this sight. Impossible! The deformed person ground his teeth loudly, then roared and transformed into a monster. Shang-Pi laughed and said, That's right. This is what makes it interesting. 3 days ago, in front of the gate, countless disciples were lined up in neat rows. One person sighed with emotion. Wow, everyone's internal energy is truly formidable. It's not a martial arts assembly, yet we can see so many martial arts masters gathered in one place. Isn't it because they all want to destroy the Yeming cult? This time, we must definitely uproot them from the martial arts world. The recruiter took the wooden token, looked at it for a moment, then turned to speak to someone approaching. Hey, I need to go to the restroom for a moment.
That guy spoke up, saying, The battle operation is going smoothly. We have planted quite a few spies of the Yemen cult among the participants. I know they are doing very well, so you don't need to be too vigilant. He smiled sinisterly and reached into his pocket. I came just to deliver the support items that the Baidu Demon Lord bestowed upon those playing an important role in this final decisive battle. Hearing that, the other guy cheered up. Really? He took out a bag and handed it to him, not forgetting to explain. This is the secret medicine of the Yemen cult that helps to temporarily enhance internal energy. He said that if you use it, it will be very helpful. He quickly took it. There is actually such a secret medicine? I am very grateful. Holding the pill in his hand, he still couldn't believe it was true. Can I really eat this? The guy confirmed. Of course, you are the one who will achieve great things in the battle after all. After receiving his affirmation, he swallowed the pill whole without hesitation. If that is the case, I will take the liberty. Returning to the present, one of them painfully held his head, his mouth constantly groaning. My head. Those who were complaining about headaches earlier had now turned into monsters. The spy of the Yemen cult realized too late. Could it be because of taking that pill? His face turned purple and swollen all over. Kang Hao witnessed the entire process of that guy's body completely exploding. His voice was full of sarcasm. I already knew they were filthy scum, but they are so cruel that they would even consume their own subordinates. The monsters began to go crazy and roar. Someone shouted, "Damn it, the Shidu demon soldiers have turned into monsters." Everyone calmed down. Jihei silently watched the situation below. He gritted his teeth, having no other choice, drew his sword. I must join the battle. Before he could make a move, Lu Shi rushed on to stop him. No, you have something to do. An explosion echoed. A sharp sword strike. Kang Hao emotionlessly took the lives of 3 monsters, moving very fast to take down.
Shang-Pi smiled cunningly, feeling complacent about the situation he had created. With this, I will slightly weaken the strength of the 10 great masters of the world. Then let's begin the second round. He rushed quickly towards Li Yizheng, then slashed a saber down at his head. Li Yizheng quickly used his sword to block the attack. His face looked ferocious. How is it? Isn't it a bit more interesting now? The old man frowned. Bastard, do you think this cheap trick will work? He looked unconcerned. I don't know, but I think it is working quite well. It seems the reinforcements will take some time to get here. Is the Etienne sword venerable doing okay? Li Yizheng glanced behind him, calculating silently. Surely the reinforcements, including the 10 great masters.
Shang-Pi felt annoyed seeing that his opponent didn't take him seriously. It seems you were thinking a bit too much. He slashed a long cut across Li Yizheng's body. You had a slight advantage earlier, so if you looked at it on me, I will be disappointed. Li Yizheng gritted his teeth in pain. He laughed mockingly. Weren't you so eager and full of confidence just now? It turns out it was all just boasting. Look at your pathetic state now. In the Yemen cult, only I, the Baidu Demon Lord, have shown up. Your alliance has the 10 great masters of the world, yet you cannot even cross this mountain pass. While he was still blabbering, the figure of a person with powerful internal energy leaped into the air. Even if you swarm like ants, you still cannot defeat us. Nong glanced to one side, decisively killing the monster with a single move, her eyes sharp and cold, successfully drawing the attention of Li Yizheng and Shang-Pi. He broke out in a cold sweat looking at her. So strong. I've never heard that among the 10 great masters of the world there is a young girl. As for that Yan Jihei, he was said to be a red-haired youth. So who exactly is she? Li Yizheng recognized her identity at a glance. Is that the daughter of the Nong family? I've heard the title Huarong Duxin, but I didn't expect her strength to be this outstanding. She gently dodged the massive hand of the monster, swung her sword, and then severed the monster's arm. Nong glanced behind her, dispatching another monster. As if realizing something, Li Yizheng's eyes widened. Looking at her sword, he already had an answer in his heart. Could it be the sharp blade, the powerful internal... After she took down 2 monsters at once, Bai planted his sword into the ground, endlessly praising his daughter. My daughter's martial arts are truly too formidable. Hearing him say that, Kang Hao also affirmed and acknowledged. It is no exaggeration to say that the young lady is the ultimate genius in the history of the Nangong family. I have always wondered why the Sword King passed the Tixi sword to the young lady instead of the Sword King fist, so this is the reason? Bai smiled proudly. No matter how much I love Yan, I wouldn't just hand over an immortal's magical artifact to that girl without a reason. Well, partly due to my age too. The immortal energy of the Tixi sword is a bit too much for me now. Kang Hao smiled and said, Honestly, it is truly strange for a chaotic times hero like you to show such a moment of weakness. Bai smiled back and replied, The time has come. It is time to pass on the name that we received from the previous generation of the 10 great masters of the world. He looked at his daughter's back and continued, to the next generation. Flashing back to the past, a woman's voice rang out. Husband, haven't you been focusing too much on your cultivation? You need to pay attention to Yan too.
Nangong Bai was left speechless by his wife's words. That Madame Nangong understandingly said, I know that training disciples is very important, but you also have to pay attention to Yan Er. He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, I really want to do that.
Could it be that you don't even know what your only daughter likes? I, Nangong Bai, was terrified and hastily explained. I am indeed a heartless father. I was wrong. From now on, I will definitely pay more attention to her. The more she listened, the more her blood boiled. Don't just say it. Take action quickly, he said bitterly. But today I still have a cultivation session with the disciples. As soon as Nangong Bai uttered these words, he completely angered Madame Nangong. You will starve today. He completely surrendered to her. I know. The next day, Nangong Bai sighed, his heart full of confusion. Yesterday I did all sorts of things, but I still couldn't attract Yan Yer's attention. His brows furrowed so tightly they could squeeze out water. If so, there is only this way left. He coughed lightly. It's quite cold today, Yan Yer. You were the daughter of a martial artist, so practicing a little martial arts of the Nangong family is necessary. He tried to put on a friendly smile. Stabilize your mind. Strengthen your stamina. These basic movements are not too complicated, and they are quite interesting too. Nangong Yan stood with a complex expression, watching him make a fool of himself. Like this, like that. She was completely speechless at him. Although calm on the outside, in his heart he kept blaming himself. You are truly a terrible father, Nangong Bai. Yan Yer doesn't seem to have any interest in sword art, yet you... Nangong Yan lifted the wooden sword and slashed a line. Nangong Bai looked over in shock, only to see that although what she held was just a wooden sword, every sword strike Nangong Yan made carried a sharp stream of qi. Nangong Bai was bewildered. What is that? She raised her head and said calmly, I can do it like this too. He was frightened by her. How? She answered honestly. I saw father teaching older brother. I discovered that Yan Yer is very gifted in sword art. Moreover, that talent far exceeds mine, becoming the #1 in the history of the Nangong family. If I said I wasn't greedy, it would be a lie. But as time passed, she still seemed to have no interest in martial arts, not just martial
Although this era was very peaceful, that peace did not last long. Nangong Bai rushed madly in one direction. He gritted his teeth. Yaner, why did you all participate in the war against the Netherworld cult? He took out a Bagua mirror. If I lose you, this father will... The Duema Bagua Ban was reacting. The light from the Bagua mirror pointed straight in one direction. Then over there is clearly something. He parted the bushes. This familiar sword wind is... Nangong Yan leaped into the air, fighting alone against countless monsters, and I saw Yaner using the ultimate skills of the Nangong family to confront the Shishu demon soldiers. For the first time, I saw her battle aura so fierce. At that moment, time seemed to stop. I do not know for what reason her will flared up so strongly. Seeing my child
But that young lady is really formidable. Every slashing strike is very sharp and cold. Yan Zihei smiled proudly. Of course, Sister Yan is always amazing. On another side, the sound of weapons clashing against each other rang out, and after a while, each weapon was thrown far away and pinned firmly to the ground. Shang Pai laughed loudly. I'm starting to like you bastards more and more. He once again rushed towards Li Yizeng. Your sword strikes are indeed very sharp. It seems you are also a useful person in the martial arts world. But in a war, there are not only swords. I wonder if you are as good at fist fighting as you are at using a sword. Li Yizeng took a defensive stance. The guy said, let me give it a try. He punched hard towards the old man, but the old man easily blocked his attack. Li Yizeng didn't say much and struck a powerful blow towards Shang Pai, causing him to spit out blood from his mouth, gritting his teeth and thinking, his hands. Li Yizeng said contemptuously, is it necessary to use your fists? With your level of skill, taking a few lashes to wake you up would be enough. He sneered. You bastard, you talk tough. Shang Pai gathered internal energy in his hands and attacked Li Yizeng. Then let's try it. Let's see how it tastes. Li Yizeng easily dodged the attack. You bastard. Are you using too much strength because you're angry? After all, the foundation of all martial arts is the relaxation of muscles. Blindly throwing fierce punches so foolishly is the proof. The old man used one hand to grab his head. Li Yizeng glanced down, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He had reduced the acceleration of his palm strike. The guy spoke up. Inherently, movements that are too obvious are easily counterattacked by the opponent. He swung his fist once again. When a martial arts master wanted to attack, if his striking force this time was stronger than the last, he had to let the opponent drop their guard first. Li Yizeng was sent flying far away.
The old man chuckled and adjusted his jaw. Through that attack just now, I have definitely realized it. Your fist art is much weaker than I thought. Both your sword art and your fist art have failed to meet expectations. Shangpai laughed disdainfully. Failed to meet expectations? Then what is...
The man revealed a dangerous smile. But your cultivation base is not bad either. If you surrender immediately, I will take you in as my subordinate. Li Yizheng said sarcastically, you already think you've won, but our combat plan hasn't even started yet. Did you think the martial arts world would make shoddy preparations to completely uproot you from this Jianghu? The reason you lured us to the main stronghold was probably to tie down the allied forces and make them destroy themselves. But there is one thing you overlooked. We have the Mountain King. A figure was climbing on the cliff. The cleft was high and steep, and the person laughed while climbing. Honestly, what kind of cliff is this steep? It really lives up to the rumors, but it's been a long time since I got to climb a mountain like this, so it's quite enjoyable. Just you wait, you Yeming cult scum. Behind him, countless figures gradually appeared. Master, a disciple whose whole body was trembling in agony, said, please walk a little slower. Not only me, but the rest of the brothers.
Wubai smiled and said, what are you saying? You sound so weak. Don't lose the spirit of the great Lulin like that. Was the previous training not effective enough? The disciple, panting, explained. How could that be? He leaped onto a nearby cliff. Your master here has already passed the age of knowing one's destiny, yet I am still full of vitality like this. You guys aren't even 40 yet, so why are you acting so weak? It's truly pathetic. Looking down at them from above, he issued a warning. Whoever arrives last will have their cultivation intensity increased more than the previous training, so try to speed up. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward as fast as an arrow, his expression turning serious. There is 1/4 of an hour left until it's time to act. We agreed to arrive at the main stronghold of the Yeming cult before noon. The goal is to join forces with them and ambush the Yeming cult from behind, but at the main stronghold, the 100-armed demon lord will definitely be sent out to protect the cult leader. Thanks to the magical artifact, we can confront them, but the biggest problem is their awakening. When each of them awakens, they possess terrifying power, so without the protection of the magical artifact, it will be life-threatening. He directed his gaze forward. We're here, faster than I thought. Not far from him was a grand gate. All right, let's just scout ahead first. Is that thing a sacrificial altar? Why is there an altar here? He frowned, finding it truly strange. A garden didn't fit this place at all. Was the Yeming cult leader there? Wubai moved quickly forward. It makes sense. In short, there isn't just 1 or 2 suspicious points about this place. Suddenly, a white-haired little girl caught his eye. He looked down at her from above. Why is there a child here? Don't tell me the Yeming cult intends to let this immature child step onto the battlefield? The little girl looked at him warily. Wubai cursed inwardly. Those guys are crazier than I... Unintentionally, he stepped on her flowers without realizing it, making her extremely annoyed. Wubai also didn't notice anything strange about her expression. If she's here, then it must be true. To join the Yeming cult at such a young age? He turned his head and looked toward the main gate. Over there is your main stronghold, right? That saves me the time of searching. Her expression grew increasingly gloomy. After a while, the bald disciple also arrived. Master, the entire Lulin army has climbed up the mountain. Those disciples, just like their master, carelessly trampled her flowers. Moving toward the east now. This time she truly went mad, her whole body emitting a murderous aura. Wubai only now realized something was wrong here. You? Her murderous aura completely erupted, so strong that it blew away all of Wuhai's disciples. The bald disciple struggled to say, "This brat." Wubai barely managed to stand his ground. The murderous aura was too terrifying. Her voice was full of intimidation. "Get lost. All of you scram from this place right now." Wubai was completely stunned. He had concealed his chi aura. His imposing presence in martial arts were nothing like his outward appearance. This brat, it is definitely the 100-armed demon lord. He frowned tightly. It made sense. Since the Yeming cult was already in such a situation, they would definitely prepare their defenses by any means necessary. Glancing at the disciples behind him, he silently calculated. To face this guy, a magical treasure must be used. But here, I am the only one who possesses a magical treasure. I must avoid conflict as much as possible. He chuckled. First the Grand Patrol, then the daughter of the Nong family, and now you, little brat. The martial arts world lately is full of young and talented people.
I quite like your spirit, so I will give you a proposal. Escape from the cold shadow of the Yeming cult. He drew his sword from his sheath, approached her, and made the offer. Return to the great Lulin, and I will show you what true martial arts is. When you have the chance, grasp it, so you won't regret it later. This is the first and last opportunity for you to become a member of the Lulin. The more he spoke, the angrier she became. Now, make your choice. At the main stronghold of the Yeming cult, a man's voice rang out. How is the situation? Shi Zhenjing knelt on one knee and respectfully reported. For now, this subordinate has deployed 400 armed demon lords around the main stronghold. The martial arts allied forces are attacking the east gate as we predicted. Zhang Shangfei is single-handedly facing the martial arts masters, including Yan Zihei. The heaven-shattering demon lord is not there, so it seems the Lulin have moved along a different route. The cult leader spoke up. Those Lulin are no different from wild beasts, so they have chosen a secret route instead of a frontal assault. You must strengthen the surveillance outside and thoroughly prevent any ambushes. Jian Jing continued. Please do not worry, cult leader. Knowing this subordinate has stationed 100 armed demon lord there who has a wide field of vision and is highly sensitive to streams of qi. Even if they are the Lulin, they cannot bypass him and intrude into
His entire body continuously emitted a blood-like murderous aura. It was already too late for the Allied forces to set their sights on this, and they would soon realize that they had walked right into the tiger's den. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, countless soldiers had gathered in the hall. I don't know what had happened. Everyone was in a state of tension, pointing their swords at the person speaking. But since your majesty wishes it, this humble girl is willing to offer her entire body. On the dragon throne sat a beautiful and alluring woman. But it seems you no longer need anything from this humble girl now. Her tone was filled with reproach. I personally changed your short-lived destiny, yet now you repay kindness with enmity like this? How truly sad. The emperor was entirely unmoved by her words. Kindness? Did you ever truly want to help me? You used my life as a threat to control the imperial palace to your will, didn't you? But it is useless now. Baha Wang Shenmu? No, now you must be called, he said sternly, the Yaming cult leader, 1,000-armed demon king. She sneered. Humans really have some bad habits, daring to casually use the royal I with me. A powerful aura radiated from her body, blowing away the people surrounding her. A guard standing in front of the emperor shouted, You wench, how dare you commit such insubordination? This action of yours can be considered treason.
The will of the people is the will of heaven, and also the source of power. Yet only now can I realize, I am truly unworthy of being the emperor. He clasped his hands together like a lotus bud and declared, Therefore, today, I will eradicate evil to atone for my past foolishness. The guards charged forward simultaneously. Yemen cult leader, you should know your crimes. Use your head to pay for them. She gathered her internal energy, smiling disdainfully. Pay for my crimes? Sounds ridiculous. And threw a palm strike, defeating the ignorant fools rushing at her. She mocked. I once appeased you to bring the martial arts world under my command, but you were full of greed. I didn't expect you to have a moment of enlightenment. If so, I will retaliate against the arrogance that dares to oppose this lady. Her face showed a deadly expression. The fate of those who consider the Yeming cult their enemy is destruction. On another side, the disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance rode on their momentum and charged forward. Their aura is weakening. Quickly smash the Yeming cult. There is no need to be afraid. Allied forces, attack. Li Yicheng shouted loudly. They are out of tricks. Wipe them out quickly. The old man and Shang Pi were still fighting each other. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Damn it, by now the Imperial Palace should have arrived and struck them from behind. Why haven't I seen anything yet? If this continues, I will have to use supernatural power. But if I use that, it will be so humiliating. I won't be favored by the cult leader anymore. Yicheng asked, What are you scheming? The old man realized Shang Pi was losing focus. You've struggled enough. Now let's end this. The old man swung his sword and slashed at him. Shang Pi quickly used his sword to block the move. The sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously. The two kept struggling, unable to determine a winner. A red light flashed across Yicheng's face. The old man bent down to dodge his attack, then grabbed his leg. Shang Pi ground his teeth in anger. Yicheng slammed him to the ground, swung his arm and slashed down. Shang Pi growled. I absolutely. He sprang up to block the blow. Will not lose to a bastard like you. Looking at his chipped sword blade, the old man thought to himself, I was careless.
He roared and swung his sword to strike. The one who must meet their end here is you. Suddenly, Nong Yan appeared behind him. Don't think you'll get your wish. She rushed forward and delivered a sword strike right to his stomach. Shangpai was heavily injured and coughed up blood. He clutched his chest and backed away. Damn it, who dares? Yi Zheng saw her and immediately showed a joyful expression. The old man did not spare his words of praise for her. I knew the martial arts of the Nangang family were formidable, but seeing it with my own eyes, I realized the rumors were actually an understatement. Miss Nangang, she turned to him and said, I am sorry. I had to deal with the people who turned into monsters, so I arrived a bit late. Are you all right? The old man channeled his internal energy to prove he was still fine. As you can see, miss, I am fine. If I were just a bit less tense, I could blow that guy's head off in the blink of an eye. But I didn't expect you to be able to take them down in such a short amount of time. The rising stars of the contemporary martial arts world truly leave people in awe. Shangpai turned pale and cursed at her incessantly. Damn it, you wretched bitch. Where did that bitch come from? Why couldn't I sense her?
He observed her, but even if this wretched woman possessed a magical treasure, she could not defeat me in a single blow. I had planned to leave this for later, but now it seems that won't be possible. Li Zheng held his shoulder with a bit of emotion. It is indeed true that age cannot overcome time. Just fighting for a little while and my body is already falling apart. He looked at her. Therefore, I have a favor to ask of you, miss. Nanga Yen also waited for him to continue. Can you join me in killing him, miss? She quickly agreed. Of course I can. Shangpi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To think I have to use my full power here. Fine. If you want to boast, then I will play along. His eyes were red like a demon from hell. Come here, you bastards. I will show you where the real hell is. Suddenly something fell from the sky. Shangpi thought in confusion. What is that? Li Zheng also glanced over. Falling rocks. No, this sound is... Nangang Yen also turned her eyes towards that object. That thing, that is a tiger skin hat. Where have I seen it before? A terrifying voice rang out. Noisy. Everything is so noisy. Li Zheng's body felt as if it were nailed to the spot. What is it? Shangpi also felt it. I can't breathe. Are you the ones who hindered me? He looked up towards the source of the voice. No, asking one by one is too troublesome. A blood-covered face appeared. It was Wubai, whose head was being held by someone.
A loud noise echoed. Lu Shi turned pale with fear and screamed, Father! The thousand-armed demon king, full of murderous aura, floated in midair. My mood right now is not good. Her eyes carried death as she issued a warning, so it is best to show yourself while I am still speaking nicely, before I wipe you all out. The thousand-armed demon king hovered in the air, her entire body enveloped in a dense, murderous aura. Kang Hao gritted his teeth, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible! Nangung Bai was also terrified. Heaven-shattering was defeated by that seemingly immature child. Lu Shi hugged her father's body and cried out loudly. She picked up the sword nearby and growled, You! She took a stance to gather strength and shouted, I will not forgive you! Seeing her like that, Yang Shou spoke up to dissuade her. Miss, please calm down. Lu Shi didn't listen and just rushed forward. Prepare yourself. I will take revenge for my father. She leaped and attacked the thousand-armed demon king. I will see through your dirty tricks. The thousand-armed demon king only needed one strike to take down Lu Shi. Noisy. Lu Shi was immediately struck and coughed up blood. Yang Shou shouted anxiously, Miss! Then quickly rushed over and successfully caught her. He advised her, Are you okay, miss? At a time like this, you must be even calmer to fight. Lu Shi gritted her teeth, her heart aching. Damn it! Although angry, Stronghold leader Feng's words were right. Looking up at the terrifying face of the thousand-armed demon king, she thought indignantly, I couldn't even see his attack. That guy is different from his appearance. He is terrifyingly strong. Shangpi also turned his eyes towards the thousand-armed demon king. That child must be the child serving the cult leader. But just now, even I couldn't see his attack, and the aura emitted is even stronger.
I never used to believe the exaggerated rumors floating around the Jianhu, nor could I acknowledge the greatness of martial artists. He looked straight ahead. It truly was an astonishing power. Countless spears pierced through the body of the Yeming cult leader. But this is the end. Accept your death, Yeming cult leader. She laughed wickedly and mocked. I thought you were just a foolish, easily manipulated old man. You actually look quite like an emperor. Glancing over the faces of the royal guards, she continued, I severely underestimated the royal army. If I had known there were so many worthy individuals, I would have turned them into members of the Yeming cult. The emperor said with disdain,
The royal army represents the authority and order of the nation. It is ridiculous for you to believe you can do anything to us. She grinned from ear to ear. Even at this moment, the one I've played with to my heart's content still speaks so toughly. She reached out and grabbed the spear in front of her. Hey, Emperor, are you sure it's okay to kill me? If I die, your life is over too. He frowned. It doesn't matter. For so long, I have ignored the cruel reality and been harmed by you. That only made my heart heavy. A royal guard rushed toward her. You should, stabbing a spear right through her stomach, go down to hell and atone for your sins. She coughed up blood in agony. Everything was almost perfect. Her heart was filled with resentment. But it was all because of that damn emperor. The emperor frowned. Do not resent.
The emperor looked down haughtily from above. Let it end here, Yeming cult leader. I will deal with the remnants so this never happens again. She suddenly spoke up. You are gravely mistaken about something, smiling twistedly at him. How could mediocre fools like you possibly do anything to this Yeming cult leader? The soldiers were also shocked seeing this bizarre scene. What? She continued. No matter what you do, the result will be the same, so just struggle as much as you like. The bizarre smile accompanied by her shattered face made her look incredibly terrifying. Anyway, you lot won't be able to touch a single hair on that person's head, so just struggle all you want. Even though only her head remained, she kept that smile, still causing confusion and fear among the others. The moment that person finds out the truth, they will drag you down to hell. He looked at her remaining ashes in annoyance. So noisy. A soldier spoke up to reassure him. Your Majesty, that was just her final struggle. Please do not worry. Although it was said outwardly, doubts arose in his heart regarding her words. He clenched his fists. To deal with her, I mobilized half of the Imperial Palace's elites. If her words are true, the real Yeming cult leader is still alive, and if he possesses even greater power than her, then... The Emperor called out, Wudi. The other person quickly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. He asked the person, Did you say that the Orthodox faction and unorthodox...
Hearing this, he immediately issued an order. Quickly grasp the situation and report back to me, and if the Alliance's situation is not good, prepare so that the Imperial Army can intervene at any time. The Imperial Guard immediately received the order. Understood. On another side, a disciple trembled in fear. Impossible. I have survived near-death experiences tens of thousands of times, but what exactly is this terrifying pressure and feeling? He voiced a warning. I told you to retreat. Why didn't anyone listen? Do you want to die that badly? Li Yizhang looked down at his sword. Damn it, my body can't move anymore. He continued, It's probably better this way. If I just let you leave like this, I won't be satisfied. Gripping his sword tightly, pay the price for ruining my flower garden. Kang Hao was trembling all over, unable to move. The others cried out in panic, I can't move. Nangong Bai tried to move but couldn't. Damn it, I have to move. I have to step up. But what exactly is this feeling of being thrown in front of her predator? His mind was in a tangled mess. How pitiful for Nangong Bai. I must move right now. Please. Finally he managed to move, gripping his sword and charging forward. The 1,000-armed Demon King swung his sword, cutting him in half with a single strike. I have to move, but it turned out that all along he was just imagining it. Returning to reality, Nangong Bai was still suppressed and unable to move. The result was all too clear. Damn it, my body won't move.
He turned to Lu Shi and said, Lu Shi, it seems the plan you mentioned earlier has also failed. I don't need to wait any longer. Lu Shi smiled in agreement. All right, go ahead. Show them the power of Lu Lin, Jihei. Nangong Yan tried to stop him. Jihei, but the opponent is... He turned to reassure her. Don't worry, sister. I'll be going now. She stayed silent for a moment, then smiled gently. Please return safely, Jihei. He stood facing the 1,000-armed Demon King. She looked up at him. Red hair, you are Jihei, right? He answered honestly. That's right. It's been a long time since I fought someone smaller than me. I think the last time was when I sparred with Lu Shi. She blocked her sword in front of her. You look quite strong. To stand before me without showing any fear. You must have never lost to anyone before, huh? Jihei replied matter-of-factly. Of course, and it will stay that way in the future. The two rushed in and clashed. Jihei swung his sword at her, and the 1,000-armed Demon King did the same, the two swords colliding to create a massive shockwave. Because the force was too strong, he was knocked back a bit. He swung his sword at her again, but the Thousand-Armed Demon King gently dodged the attack. Jihei struggled to avoid a lethal strike from her.
The two sides clashed again, the sound of weapons colliding grated harshly, and another massive explosion occurred. Jihei clung to a cliff face with his entire body to gather momentum. The Thousand-Armed Demon King also gathered momentum on the cliff. The two clashed, creating blinding sparks. Kang Ha looked up at this scene. The two were in a stalemate with no clear victor. He exclaimed, "Truly terrifying." The others who saw this scene were heavily shocked. "I completely cannot tell what is going on anymore. It is truly an evenly matched battle. I can't even predict who the winner will be." A disciple frowned. After observing the battle situation for a long time, he drew a conclusion. "No, on the surface it seems balanced, but that guy's cultivation base is truly too terrifying. Just who exactly is he?" The Thousand-Armed Demon King glanced at Jihei and did not spare words to praise him. "You are quite skilled." He asked back in confusion. "What?" She pulled her sword back. "But precisely because you are too skilled, you are extremely dangerous." Jihei had noticed the transformation in her techniques. "Therefore, I will eliminate you right here." As soon as she finished speaking, she used force to knock him far away. Jihei's entire body crashed into the cliff. Kang Ha shouted in worry, "Young hero Yan." Stone fragments fell to the ground. Jihei supported himself with his sword on the ground and said, "Are you in such a hurry to be smug after just one move? Did you really think you could defeat me?" He stood up, his voice full of provocation.
In the sky, a ray of light appeared, plunging straight down towards the ground. Nangongyan was blinded by that light. She widened her eyes and looked forward. That thing was a sharp sword enveloped in a golden light. Around Jihei, it was as if he was protected by a surrounding flame, his hand tightly grasping the hilt of the sword with an overwhelming aura, the Tiandun sword. Nangongyan thought to herself, up until now he had not been able to fully summon the Tiandun sword without the support of the Bajo Ling. Yet now, using only his own internal energy, he had managed to summon a small sword. Jihei is indeed incredibly formidable. Her expression darkened. However, Jihei and the Thousand-Armed Demon King engaged in battle once again. Anxiety continuously rose within Nangongyan's heart. Why do I feel so anxious? The two streams of internal energy from the two of them constantly fluctuated intensely, just like their masters. On another side, Zhenjing spoke up. "Therefore, there will certainly be no assistance from the Imperial Army." Yuexia furiously smashed the armrest of her chair. "I don't care about that. Have you forgotten what I ordered you to do?" She continuously scolded him. "I told you to keep an eye on that child the cult leader brought back. But what are you telling me now? That child is missing? What is the meaning of this?" He immediately retorted, "Since when is it my responsibility to look after that brat? I saw with my own eyes how he easily suppressed the heaven-shattering demon lord, even when ambushed by the other side. The cultivation base of the 100-armed demon lord is not ordinary either, so what are you worrying about?" She raised her hand to cut him.
Jinjing frowned and said, "Fair Yuexia, with your status as the 100-armed demon lord, I respect you. But if you look down on me like this, it is hard for me to maintain that respect. From the very beginning, I was never someone who..." Hearing this, she immediately bit and broke her fingernail. Suddenly, Jinjing's entire body seemed to be immobilized. She released her murderous aura to suppress him, then threw him a warning glare. "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." She continued to ask, "Is that child currently at the front lines?" Jinjing answered honestly, "That is correct." Yuexia cursed, "Damn it." Only then did Jinjing gradually relax. What a headache. Returning to the battlefield, Kong Hao's eyes widened. Yan Sha's expression was exactly the same as Kong Hao's, while Nangongyan and Liu Shi peeked forward. Zethei's entire body was covered in sweat, panting continuously. In this situation, Zethei had already fallen to a disadvantage. She questioned, "You are clearly very strong and terrifying. If you had a bit more experience, it would be hard for others to stand against you." She raised her sword and advanced. But then she charged forward again. "It's different with me." Zethei channeled his internal energy, his eyes resolute. I have also said similar words. He gripped his sword hilt tightly with both hands. However, what you have witnessed so far is not everything. When Zethei drew his sword, his whole body leaped high into the air, bringing along a powerful stream of light. The Thousand-Armed Demon King's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening right before her eyes. The light was so strong that it pierced through several layers of the sky. A disciple stared blankly at the light in the sky. "This is..." Li Yizhang also looked up at the light and lamented. "A thing of legends." In the palm of Zethei's hand,
Jihei's hands were trembling uncontrollably. "Damn it!" He clenched his fists tightly. "Because of the internal injuries he caused me, the summoning of the Tandun sword is too slow. But with just this one attack, I can destroy him."
The eyes of the thousand-armed demon king transformed, the sclera turning pitch black, and the pupils red as blood. I definitely cannot let you survive. Streams of fiery red murderous aura aimed at him and rushed forward. Because he had to execute his technique, he couldn't dodge in time and had to endure the blow, getting beaten until he coughed up blood. She continuously said, "Die, Yan Jihei." The surrounding atmosphere also turned fiery red. Everyone looked in horror towards Jihei, screaming in worry. They only saw his body crash into the stone wall once again. He gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it! Looking at the tip of the sword that was about to fall on her head, it won't be long before the 10-dun sword appears. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on. The murderous aura in the thousand-armed demon king's eyes grew stronger by the moment. Yan Jihei of Olong Manor, you are too dangerous. She summoned another sword, then swiftly dashed forward, wanting to quickly take his life. Now, die! Suddenly she paused and glanced to the side. Nangang Yan had appeared there at some unknown time, using her sword to block her attack. She thought to herself, this power, so Jihei has always had to fight.
Nangonbai looked at her with a half-smile. Does the junior have to fight so bitterly like this? As one of the 10 great masters of the world, I cannot just stand by and watch. Li Yizhang added, Agreed. From the very beginning of this battle, everyone has rushed in to fight. It is already a battle of the martial arts world. She gritted her teeth. You arrogant scum, do not get in my way. Her eyes became increasingly terrifying. That brat, I definitely have to kill him. Nangonbai's face darkened as he looked at her. The ground cracked. Countless streams of black and red chi emanated from her body, and her face contorted terrifyingly. Those who get in my way, I will kill you all. Jihei's complexion became serious. That is, Kang Hao screamed in fear. Who is he? Suddenly, she clutched her head tightly. Do not get in my way. She erupted with this terrifying power. I will kill all of you. Shang Pi trembled in fear. Who on earth is that child? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone get out of the way. The ground within the vicinity of the thousand-armed demon king was shattered by the shockwave. That voice rang out once more. Please calm down. Yuesha appeared and hugged the person tightly from behind. Please, appease your anger. Please calm down. You must not reveal your power at this moment. In this situation, a martial arts disciple slowly moved closer to her. Fairy Yuesha, you finally appeared. Nangonbai's expression changed drastically. Those disciples didn't know the severity of the situation, immediately rushing in wanting to hack her to death. I have waited for this day for a long time. You took everything from me.
Could it be that Fairy Yuksha had managed to calm that child's fury? After a moment, the thousand-armed demon king finally spoke. I want to rest for a bit. Seeing this, Yuksha smiled in relief. Don't worry, let me take care of you. Nangonbai remained silent for a long time. Yuksha glanced at him, judging the situation very quickly, as expected. Sword King, for a martial artist of your caliber, surely you wouldn't ruin things over personal emotions, right? Let's end it here for today. That is the best way for both sides. Nangonbai trembled with anger, but still had to accept this proposal. Damn it, I want to kill that guy right now. But, looking at the injured disciples, he silently calculated. Most of the allied forces were heavily injured. Continuing the battle with the Yeming cult was impossible. Yaksha also didn't want to stay long, and immediately left. I'll take that as your agreement. See you later, Sword King. He tightened his grip on his sword and ordered, Damn it, all troops, retreat. The first day of the war between the Martial Arts Alliance and the Yeming cult saw a tug-of-war battle that was hard to determine a winner, but the Alliance army appeared as gloomy as if they had lost. The situation temporarily came to a standstill. At the Dolban-san guard post, hurried footsteps rang out. Nangang-yan and Shuhei's faces both showed anxiety as the two quickly
With a sad expression, seeing this, the faces of the other two also became gloomy. Since stepping into the Jianghu, Yan Jihei had never tasted defeat. Jihei sat facing the wall, reflecting on himself. That pain was as if 1,000 swords were tearing his heart and liver apart. At the main hall of the Yamen cult, Fairy Yueksha, Shangpi questioned, continuing, I have also been in the Yamen cult for so long, yet I never knew there was someone even stronger than the cult leader. Why are you the only one who knows that truth, and what is the identity of that girl? There are many things I want to ask, but I will give you one last chance to confess. He gritted his teeth. If you miss this chance, even the Baido Demon Lord will no longer stand on your side. Yueksha cursed inwardly. Fools. She glanced to one side. Down there was a person trembling in fear, groveling on the ground. If there comes a day when you witness with your own eyes and realize the existence and power of that person, then that day will be the end of the world.
The 1,000-armed Demon King glanced at the one kneeling down there. The man continuously explained. This subordinate truly did not know. To think that you are the 1,000-armed Demon King. Please forgive me. Please give this subordinate one more chance. The murderous aura of a 1,000-armed Demon King radiated, becoming increasingly difficult to control. The one who ruined my mood, why must I meet him again? He still continued. About that, my apologies, this subordinate should have paid more attention. Yuexia could not hold back anymore and shouted, "Get lost right now!" He trembled in fear, but still adamantly refused to leave. I cannot step back like this. You bastard.
Yuexia gathered internal energy in her hand. You fool, you threw away the opportunity just now with your own hands. Seeing this, he panicked. What is the meaning of this? This is different from our promise. I thought you were a smart person. Without letting him say anything more, she dealt with him directly. It turned out he was just an idiot who couldn't assess the situation. After dealing with that guy, she knelt down and said, I apologize, cult leader. Anyway, there are still countless scapegoats. Your subordinate will personally take action to arrange everything. The 1,000-armed Demon King suddenly spoke up. How much longer do I have to wait? It's almost 100 years. The promise 20 years ago to end everything couldn't be kept. How much longer must I endure? Yuexia was startled and looked up at the person. Her face was pitch black. No, it will fail again. Now the only way is for me to take action myself. Her hand gathered power. That Jihei is too dangerous. I must kill him right now. Yuexia once again rushed forward to hug her tightly, continuously reassuring. Your subordinate will definitely kill him. Therefore, please calm your anger, cult leader. The 1,000-armed Demon King gripped Yuexia's clothes tightly. I will trust you one last time. You must kill him for me. A wound appeared on the lower abdomen of the 1,000-armed Demon King. That guy hurt me. Hearing this, Yuexia was extremely terrified. Obviously, I thought it was an overwhelming victory. Did he leave an injury on the cult leader? Jihei.
Behind the door were the Baidu demon lords. Having reached this point, the only option was to break through head-on. On the other side, Nangong Jun observed the battle before him. Is this truly the bloodline of the Nangong family? Nangong Bai and Nangong Yan were crossing swords. To think that Yaner had grown to the point where she could fight on par with her father, it was truly astonishing. The sound of weapons clashing rang out incessantly. After a while, the two withdrew their moves. The arm Nangong Bai used to hold his sword trembled. He chuckled and said, The title of Sword King. Perhaps it is time for me to pass it on to you. Nangong Yan shook her head in refusal. No, father, I am still far from it, she said sadly. With this level of skill, I cannot be of any help to Jihei. I still feel that I have many shortcomings. Hearing this, he laughed even louder. What you said is quite interesting. You fought on par with me, yet you say you can't be of any help to that boy. Are you implying that I am even more useless? Hearing this, she awkwardly explained, No, that's not what I meant. How could I possibly compare to your martial arts father? He continued, It's good to be humble, but it wouldn't hurt to be a bit more confident, Yaner. You are the proud heir of the Nangong family. His expression suddenly turned stern. However, what you said also makes sense. The Yaming cult has become powerful on a completely different level compared to when we faced them in the past. If a strong person like that still exists, then even if great masters join forces to besiege him, victory cannot be guaranteed. He furrowed his brows. But because you all are here, I believe that we will not lose this war. Nangong Bai turned to ask her, Yan, do you want to become stronger than you are now? She nodded hurriedly. He raised his sword and declared,
Jihei's entire body was enveloped by a powerful source of internal energy. He opened his eyes, recalling the battle with the 1,000-armed Demon King. So strong. Up until now, this is the first time I've seen such a powerful opponent, in both martial strength and imposing aura. Everything was so overwhelming that I couldn't compare it to anything else. And that power, if my guess is right, that person must definitely be the leader of the Netherworld cult. To defeat the leader of the Netherworld cult and the Baidu Demon Lord, I must completely make the power of the Tiandun sword my own. The Tiandun sword consumes too much power, to the point where one could hardly endure it relying solely on the energy of the Baidu Ling. The blurry silhouette of a gate appeared before his eyes. At this rate, I won't even be able to deal with the Netherworld cult leader anymore. The silhouette of a woman suddenly appeared. He was startled, recalling his childhood. No, thinking about it clearly, Fairy Yue's sword always contained immortal energy, which means for sure. He drew his sword, and a golden light continuously radiated from the blade. Within the inherent
He let out a breath, his hand tightly gripping the sword hilt. Ever since being able to use the Tiandin sword, I have understood immortal energy much better than before. Starting to execute a few techniques, it is not merely thanks to the magical treasure or the Baozhou Ling that I can use this power. Jihei frowned tightly. Perhaps it was because the Nine Heavens sword was related to controlling immortal energy. Because of this, with a single sword strike, my sword could become even stronger. His power was completely unleashed at the Yaming cult. Yuexia carried a tray of food down the corridor. It had been 3 days since the ceasefire between the Yaming cult and the martial arts world was established. The 1,000-armed Demon King's anxiety was becoming increasingly severe, and Fairy Yuexia's temper had also reached its peak. A dangerous situation could erupt at any moment. She opened the door. Fairy Yuexia, who had thoroughly controlled even the slightest irritations, froze when she saw the scene inside. The 1,000-armed Demon King stood right in the middle of the room, her uncontrolled power blasting away all the furniture. The fire had swallowed the fuse long ago. The crisis had begun. She dropped the food tray to the floor and immediately approached the 1,000-armed Demon King. "Please calm down, Mother. This is the church. I beg you to quell your anger." "Damn it, I was wrong," the 1,000-armed Demon King said gloomily. "Didn't you say you would resolve it? You clearly said you would deal with them." She cast a look full of murderous aura at Fairy Yuexia. "I can't wait any longer. Go kill them right now." Yuexia clasped her hands and knelt down. "Please forgive me. The Baido Demon Lord has tried his best." Her face was pale. "But we need to prepare." "Prepare?" The 1,000-armed Demon King gradually lost her patience. "I will destroy the martial arts world right now." Yuexia stepped forward again and hugged her tightly. "No, absolutely not. If you use that power now, a disaster worse than that day will occur. So please, wait a little longer." Everything in the room gradually began to shatter. "I will end everything before tomorrow. I beg you." The room had now turned into ruins. The 1,000-armed Demon King regained her composure and said, "Until tomorrow." "Fine, I understand." Yuexia anxiously assessed inwardly. "Have you calmed down?" She continued. "The uselessness of you all." She clasped her hands together to form a hand seal. "I made it clear that it must end right now, didn't I?" The ground was once again shattered by the shock. Yuexia's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "No!" The massive power completely erupted. Yuexia still tightly hugged the 1,000-armed Demon King. "The power is erupting. No, it must be stopped." She held the other person tighter. "Please calm down. You must not let the power grow any larger." The 1,000-armed Demon King shouted loudly. "I cannot stop the things escaping. We will all be destroyed." Yuexia, in order to stop this eruption of power, agreed to the 1,000-armed Demon King's demand. "Following your command, I will immediately attack the martial arts world." She screamed, "Please, please calm down." The power completely exploded. Yuexia stared blankly. It erupted. The 1,000-armed Demon King gradually lost consciousness. "This is the last chance." Her entire body staggered. "No matter who you are, there are no exceptions." Yuexia quickly supported her. This eruption Looking at the ruined room in front of her, she silently calculated that the next outbreak probably could not be stopped. While he is recovering, I must completely eliminate the martial arts world. I shouldn't confront the martial arts world head-on, because they will definitely gather together. I must scatter them first, she thought as she walked. Only then can I fight Yan Zihei alone. Currently, the only person who can deal with him is me. But what method should I use? Baidu Demon Lord walked over and called her. "Fairy Yuexia, they have taken action," Shangguan asked. "What are you planning to do?" Seeing the group approaching, a smile curled on her lips. "Useless fools. I almost forgot about them. Let the conquest begin. I can use them." At the same time, at the mountain entrance, Nong Bai tightly gripped the sword in his hand, looking at the person kneeling in front of him. The Alliance captured the fleeing forces of the Yaming cult trying to break out of the encirclement. The information obtained from interrogating them revealed 3 things. First, the Yaming cult had originally joined hands with the Imperial Palace and plotted behind the scenes. Second, when the support from the Imperial Palace was cut off, Baidu Demon Lord and Tandu Demon King tried to escape. Third, they accidentally learned of this truth, so they chose to betray to save their lives. After confessing the information, before Nong Bai and Kong Ha could intervene, disciples in other places encountered a similar situation. They all committed suicide. Nong Bai spoke up.
Kang Hao thought to himself, if that person's words were true, even if they captured the main stronghold of the Yeming cult, the significance of the victory would be diminished. If the Tiando Demon King and Baido Demon Lord escaped, the Yeming cult would have a chance to restore their power. They must not repeat the mistake of 20 years ago when they couldn't uproot them completely. They couldn't let this tragedy continue to the next generation. Suddenly, someone rushed over to report. Currently, a large number of the Dark Squad has been spotted in the north. The Yeming cult has begun to fight. Nong Bai frowned tightly. It has begun. Zihei's voice rang out. I've been waiting until my neck is stiff. It's just as well. My anger hasn't subsided yet, and I want to pay them back many times over. If they plan to slip away, we just have to catch them. If not, we will just charge forward with the elite masters according to the original plan, he declared. As for that white-haired guy, I'll deal with him. Nong Yen and Nong Bai nodded in agreement, and just like that, the Martial Arts Alliance established a new plan. The Martial Arts Alliance immediately returned to the outpost, gathering the elite squad for the final subjugation. Jihei commanded, then let's set off. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hold on. Everyone looked in confusion at where the sound came from, holding the name of the Orthodox and Unorthodox Alliance, yet it seems like something is missing. A sturdy hand lifted the tent flap. Even if our Grand Patrol has the strength of 100 men, if the Grand Chief like me is missing, what fun is there left? Jihei widened his eyes at the person. Heaven-shattering Demon Lord. Nong Bai said teasingly, I thought you were playing chess with King Yama by now. It turns out you're not dead yet, and managed to come back alive. Wubai continuously patted his chest. I am the one who absorbs the essence of all the mountains in the world. These minor injuries will be completely healed after just an hour.
Jihei smiled confidently. The Yaming cult was already a rat in a cage. The only thing left to do was to chop off their heads. Daring to mess with our martial arts world? Then let's wipe them all out. In a gloomy land deep in the forest, the voice of the Alliance echoed. It is too quiet. Kang Hao parted the bushes one by one to observe the situation here. The terrain was complex, coupled with pitch-black darkness. It felt like stepping into a trap of the Yaming cult. Li Yijiang spoke up. Normally it should be noisy with the sound of insects, but this place was unusually quiet. He directed his gaze to one side. This was like a trap waiting for its prey. Nong Bai looked around vigilantly. But even so, we must proceed. If their power spreads to the martial arts world, the damage will be unbearable. The so-called awakening that they call supernatural power will cause transformation and destruction at the same time, so we must proactively stop them. If that information is correct, we will have a chance to eliminate the Baidu Demon Lord. Wubai frowned. Your words are correct, which is why we must infiltrate at night like this. Because we know nothing about their military strength and abilities, launching a surprise attack at night is the best.
He asked her, Lu Shi, the wound that bitch inflicted on me is still very deep. I cannot lose anyone else from the Lulin family. Lu Shi frowned unhappily. Father, you haven't completely recovered either. You always say you're fine, but you don't take care of yourself at all. The father and daughter immediately broke into an argument. No, I am the leader of the unorthodox faction, so of course I must participate in the battle. Could it be that the 10 great masters of the world have 9 lives? Do you not understand that I am worried about you, which is why I am also participating? She voiced her thoughts. Furthermore, if I only stand behind you to be protected, where can I go and say that I am the heir of Lulin? To avenge the 12 demon lords, I will definitely follow you. Do not stop me. Wubai helplessly turned his head away. She is indeed my daughter. Our temperaments are exactly the same. Jihei frowned and asked, Is that... Wubai spoke up to confirm. That's right, the main headquarters of the Yeming cult. It seems the other side is also waiting for us. Very well, I will accept that invitation. They stepped forward, entering the main hall. Everyone be careful, because we don't know what traps are here. Please keep a distance of 10 steps from each other. Kang Hao observed the surroundings. It's too dark to see anything. This place is piled high with books. Nong Yan thought to herself, demonic manuals filled the walls. The aura was truly strange, yet she couldn't feel the slightest breath of the Baidu Demon Lord. She drew her sword. Even the magical treasure remained silent. Normally, the immortal energy should have reacted by now. Could they have really abandoned the church and fled? Or is this the calm before the storm? Clearly, there is some scheme going on. Suddenly, she stepped on a mechanism on the ground, and a torch...
Nong Bai and Yijiang stood next to each other in a defensive stance. The torches were all lit up, launching a surprise attack, adjusting their formation. Wubai and Zihei stood next to each other, unsure of where the enemies would rush out from, and what their numbers were.
Torches on the other side also automatically lit up. Liu Shi and Nong Yan drew their swords in a defensive stance, so everyone should pair up. While preparing to deal with their attacks, suddenly a man's voice rang out. "Greetings, fellow martial artists. Before getting to the main topic, I want to say that you all are truly amazing. I didn't expect you could push us to this point. Indeed worthy of being called the golden generation of the martial arts world. I am truly astounded." A person stepped out from the darkness. The person clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying it was a pleasure to meet. He introduced himself. "I am the Baido Demon Lord, Fang Tiange." Kang Hao, gripping his sword vigilantly. "Fang Tiange. This is the first time I've heard this name. I already found it strange from the entrance. It turns out there is absolutely no stream of qi existing at all, just like a corpse." He spoke up. "Let me ask a question. Do you plan to take on all these people by yourself?" He raised his hands and said with a smile, "Not at all. I just want to enjoy a game with you all. I will prepare the most wonderful battlefield to decorate the war between the Netherworld cult and the martial arts world." He brought his hand to his neck. "It's called," then made a throat-slitting. If you win, you can immediately go to other battlefields to assist, but unfortunately this rule also applies to the Baido Demon Lord. Therefore you must definitely win this battle. Well then, enjoy the game now. Jihei spoke up, interrupting Tiange. "You talk too much. So to sum it up in one sentence, it means comfortably swinging our swords at each other in a battle, right?" He also added, "That is exactly what I want. Doing so will ensure that we can kill you all." Jihei rested his sword on his neck. "So shut your mouth. Come at me. I will take you all on." Tiange smiled and asked, "Are you Yan Jihei? I have heard your name for a long time. You are more confident than most, aren't you? All right, let's proceed right away. I have prepared an opponent that you will like." He pressed his hand to the ground to create a formation. "I hope you will be satisfied." A surge of power radiated everywhere, trapping them in the middle. Jihei's group frowned as they heard Tiange say, "Although you have no hope at all, even so I am still looking forward to it a bit." The eyes of Tiange and Jihei both glinted with murderous aura. Final chapter. I wish you good luck. Yi Zhang closed his eyes tightly, then snapped them open. He was standing all alone in the middle of a deserted
The sound of a sword dragging on the ground rang out. "No, on the contrary, it's good." The old man furrowed his brows tightly. "To fight against you lot, I alone am enough. Baido Demon Lord, Zhang Shangpi." He laughed like a maniac and said, "I have been waiting for you to come so much. This time, we must definitely determine the victor." On the side of Nong Yan and Liu Shi, they had to face Tianga. "Let me say this beforehand. I didn't throw you in some remote place like a deserted island." He smiled and said, "This is just a little care from me for you young ladies. Look, this is just a normal dark room, right? The reason I chose you is very simple." He licked his lips, looking extremely perverted. "Because you are the most beautiful. I will treat you very gently." Liu Shi trembled with anger. "You pervert! Stop giving people goosebumps and just attack already." At the place of Jihei and Nong Bai, there were mountains floating in the sky. "Where is this?" Nong Bai turned to remind him. "Jihei, try to conserve your internal energy. The only one who can deal with that white-haired girl is you. Leave the battle here to me." While the two were talking, Yeshia appeared. "We meet again, Sword King. Have your previous wounds fully healed?" He startled and turned his head to look. "This voice is Fairy Yeshia?" She smirked. "It seems you are completely healthy now, huh? Meeting like this reminds me of 20 years ago. Do you remember? At that time you were also with the Olong Manor. It gives me the feeling of reuniting with a comrade after many days apart. What do you think?" He furiously warned, "Shut up. If you keep babbling any further, I will slash you." She silently calculated in her heart. Dealing with the Sword King is not difficult, but indeed, that guy looks dangerous. In just a few days, his martial arts have become a level stronger. Yan Jihei, that guy's martial arts have now reached the heaven beyond heaven realm. I absolutely cannot let him meet the cult leader. She continued to provoke. "What's wrong, Sword King? Are you planning to face me alone?" His internal energy was fully released. "In my eyes right now, the moment you murdered my wife still remains. I swore at that moment that I would exhaust everything to definitely kill you." Hearing this,